UGF found himself transported to the early days of the Marvel Universe, where he unexpectedly acquired a stunning wife, who turned out to be Hela, the goddess of death from the Nine Realms. Simultaneously, he activated a daily sign-in system that rewarded him with various gifts each day. However, as a slacker, UGF harbored only one desire: to live a life of leisure, enjoying the warmth of his wife and children. Little did he expect that Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk, and even the likes of the Purple Potato Demon would come rushing towards him. Initially intending to lead a carefree existence, he now found himself compelled to save the world. Chapter 1. My wife is Hela. As the Ferrari glided out of the estate, UGF could not resist stealing a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. Reflecting on the past, everything felt almost too fortunate. UGF was not originally from this world. He had traversed dimensions, landing in a rather absurd realm, the Marvel Universe. Although he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities or advanced technologies upon his arrival, he fortuitously stumbled upon a wife, Hela. This Hela was not the same as the one from Asgard. They merely shared a name. His wife possessed exquisite features and a curvaceous figure, embodying the very template of a goddess. Apart from her slightly aloof demeanor, she was undeniably the perfect partner. What's wrong, UGF? Hela inquired, noticing her husband's gaze linger upon her. Such moments were a rarity, even causing Hela to feel a hint of shyness. Because you are my wife, and my wife, the more I look, the more beautiful she becomes, UGF remarked, affectionately running his fingers through Hela's hair. Only you know how to flatter. Just focus on driving. Though her words were slightly reprimanding, a smile crept onto Hela's lips as she savored his compliments. It's nothing serious. We're merely signing on some Caribbean pirates. UGF reached out to touch Hela's hair once more, to which she nodded in agreement. As an individual who had traversed without any remarkable skills, UGF felt like a mere scribe in this world. Fortunately, he was spared from the burdens of the familiar franchises that had captivated him. A Song of Ice and Fire, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Lord of the Rings, having thoroughly absorbed them all. These influences allowed him to awkwardly ascend into the upper echelons of society, acquiring both the Ferrari and the estate in the process. Meanwhile, Hela discreetly observed the man beside her. As the eldest daughter of Odin, the king of Asgard, she was the primary heir to the throne. Her past battles had led to a complete rupture with her father, resulting in her imprisonment by Odin himself. It was only recently, due to a slight loosening of her seal, that Hela managed to escape. However, her freedom came at a cost. Her powers were severely restricted, and her body bore the brunt of unimaginable damage, ultimately landing her on Earth. Yet, luck was on her side as she encountered UGF. Recalling the moment spent together with him, a flush crept onto Hela's cheeks, her heart racing. It was undeniably shameful for the renowned god of death from the Nine Realms to feel such vulnerability toward a mere human. In her past, any man daring enough to approach her in such a manner would have met with a swift demise. Yet, UGF was evidently different. Rather than feeling repulsed, she relished the intimacy they shared. Perhaps this was what love felt like. Having never experienced romantic affection, Hela thoroughly enjoyed their time together. The streets were bustling with traffic, yet UGF skillfully maintained control of the vehicle. In the past, he would never have dared to drive a Ferrari. Given his wealth of several billion, venturing out without bodyguards would have been tantamount to courting death. Previously, he had employed bodyguards, but everything changed once he met Hela. Of course, it wasn't that Hela could protect him. Her delicate appearance suggested that he should be the one safeguarding her. The pivotal transformation occurred when Hela became his wife, and with her came the essential golden finger of a traverser. This system was straightforward and rather rudimentary. Each morning upon waking, he would receive various items: the Doraemon's dorayaki, Yasuo's boots, exotic Yushi cigarettes, Annie's pajamas. Admittedly, these seemingly trivial rewards were merely appetizers. As time progressed, he began to receive unexpected bonuses: the Sword Saint's Infinite Path, the complete guide to wolf hunting, Doraemon's bamboo copter, the ultimate flirting technique, DC Superman template. The Superman template now stood as UGF's greatest source of confidence. He could easily dismiss the need for bodyguards. After all, with Superman's might at his disposal, even though he had only recently acquired this template, the solar energy he had absorbed was yet to reach its zenith. However, on this Earth, few entities posed a genuine threat to him. Iron Man was still reveling in his playboy lifestyle, and the Purple Potato Demon was aimlessly drifting through space. Nonetheless, UGF had little interest in donning a hero's mantle or saving the world. Wasn't it far more delightful to enjoy the warmth of his wife and children? Should the purple potato demon, known for selecting random lucky viewers, come calling, UGF figured he could send him soaring alongside the sun. Given his current state of solar energy accumulation, defeating such an adversary would merely take a matter of seconds. As thoughts swirled in his mind, UGF accelerated the Ferrari. Vehicles zipped past him in a blur. Before long, he had arrived at the film company's building. Just as they exited the car, UGF turned to Hela and said, "Darling, why don't you grab a coffee next door first?" He remembered Hela's disinterest in such outings. However, if they were to go shopping, she would undoubtedly be engaged. Hela nodded, but at that moment, she suddenly glanced up at the window, as the god of death among the nine realms. Her sensitivity to malice far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After a brief contemplation, she smiled at UGF. "All right, just finish quickly and come back." UGF adjusted his glasses and kissed Hela's cheek. "You are still as enchanting as ever." With that, Hela blushed and walked away. She was indeed the legendary god of death. Yet before UGF, she felt like just a young girl. For a mere scribe, acquiring the adaptation rights to a film was undeniably lucrative, and UGF deemed it necessary to handle this matter with utmost care. However, upstairs, a group of men in black observed UGF as he entered the elevator, their malevolent intent glaringly evident in their eyes. "That oblivious fool has arrived. You all must be prepared." The leader of the black-clad men snarled into his walkie-talkie. "Remember, this time he cannot leave." It was clear that this negotiation for the copyright was far more complicated than UGF had anticipated. Chapter 2. The Pacifist Enthusiast. Jean Bing cast aside the cigar he held, fixing his gaze upon the subordinates before him, and spoke slowly. "Do not let me down this time. The matter concerning UGF was instigated by none other than the underground emperor of Apple City. As a recently ascendant Chinese writer, UGF's wealth and influence were well known. For someone like Jean Bing, this presented an opportune moment. After all, seeking others to generate profit might require considerable time and effort, if not more. However, engaging with this individual bore little psychological burden. Most importantly, he was merely a Chinese. And could one even regard a Chinese as fully human? Upon his subordinates merely hinting at this situation, he began to plot. To ensure the smooth execution of his plan, he devised numerous strategies. Fortunately, everything remained under his control. Even this scheme had been meticulously calculated in advance, rendering it virtually foolproof. No one would be able to thwart this plan. Meanwhile, not far away in a cafe, Hela furrowed her brows as she sipped her coffee. She sensed a distinctly different aura, or perhaps a palpable malevolence. As the god of death from the nine realms, she may not have been well versed in many matters, but she was acutely attuned to this sinister energy. Undoubtedly, someone had found her. Recalling the initial seal, Hela quickly retrieved the phone UGF had provided her. "I must return. There is something I need to attend to." She wished to keep her identity concealed in this vicinity. Naturally, she did not want to embroil UGF in any danger. UGF, who had yet to arrive at his partner's office, was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly responded. "All right, be careful on your way." With that, he immediately set about his own tasks. Hela departed swiftly. Upon reaching his office, UGF's expression shifted as he sensed something amiss. What was this strange force? No, it was the most intense malice directed at him. Due to the Superman template, he could keenly perceive any underlying hostility. As soon as someone approached within a certain distance with ill intent, his body would instinctively provide him with a swift response. Moments later, he knocked on the door. Two men clad in black promptly opened it. Upon seeing them, UGF's expression involuntarily changed. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Where had these black-clad figures emerged from? They were clearly not ordinary bodyguards, but rather individuals here to stir trouble. Upon entering, UGF soon discovered that his partner was nowhere to be found. Instead, a complete stranger, a middle-aged man, stood before him. "Good day, Mr. Yu. My name is Kenji." Before UGF could inquire further, the man, identifying himself as Kenji, began his introduction. UGF, observing the stranger, felt a sense of confusion. "And you are?" he asked uncertainly, while Kenji nodded in response. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that the adaptation rights to all your works should be entrusted to me, free of charge." As he spoke, Kenji casually pulled out a chair and sat down, exuding an inexplicable air of languor. Unbeknownst to him, his words had cast him into an unexpected abyss. UGF, initially standing there, slowly removed his glasses, the calmness in his eyes utterly vanishing. "If you wish to provoke me, then let us commence." As soon as he uttered these words, he sprang into action. With a single punch, the nearest black-clad man was sent flying across the room. "Kenji, perceiving Yu Jie as merely a cultured individual, assumed him to be incapable of any physical confrontation. Moreover, as a Chinese, Yu Jie was often regarded as the epitome of weakness in the West. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yu Jie would strike? Kenji's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, he waved his hand. "Are you challenging me?" As he spoke, his countenance continued to fluctuate. His subordinates revealed their weapons, believing such defiance to be utterly intolerable. Jin Bing did not wish for him to falter here. All the black-clad men brandished their firearms, the dark muzzles aimed threateningly at everyone, as if preparing for an explosive confrontation. Yet, despite the tension, Yu Jie's demeanor remained unchanged. Kenji could sense something was amiss. This man exuded an unsettling calmness, far beyond what a typical individual could muster. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. A figure clad in black stormed in, entirely different from the others. "I am well aware of your plans. Stand down." The newly arrived figure spoke, prompting Yu Jie to spring into action with an astonishing speed that left everyone in Changda utterly astonished. His explosive force, combined with decisive timing, allowed him to seize every possible advantage. The brutality displayed was simply unreasonable. It appeared as though Yu Jie remained motionless, but upon closer inspection, all those who had approached him with ill intentions lay sprawled on the floor. In the entire room, only Yu Jie remained standing. The time elapsed. 10 seconds, if even that. This scene unfolded far beyond anyone's expectations. Yu Jie approached Kenji, stating, "I do not wish for such occurrences to transpire again." He then turned to the black-clad figure behind him. "You are the daredevil. I recognize you, and I do not desire any disturbances from you or your associates." Yu Jie's words were spoken softly, yet they carried an unmistakable air of lethal determination. Both Kenji and the daredevil understood the gravity of his message. Shortly thereafter, Yu Jie departed, while the daredevil remained, tasked with ensuring the removal of everyone present. This was the necessary follow-up to his actions. Chapter 3. Neither of the couple are good people. Hela casually selected a spot and summoned her divine powers. Meanwhile, the group of black-clad individuals, having followed her, soon realized that their quarry had inexplicably vanished. They exchanged bewildered glances, each wondering if they had encountered some ghostly phenomenon. Surely, she had been right there. Based on their tracking, she ought to still be in the vicinity. The leader of the black-clad men hastily pulled out his phone. "Boss, we've lost her." "A bunch of useless fools. How could you let her slip away?" "We were tailing her closely, but don't give me excuses. Return to her residence this instant." "Understood. Understood. We're on our way." The leading figure clad in black swiftly ended the call while simultaneously wiping the sweat from his brow. Undoubtedly, in his perception, even a mere telephone conversation with Kim could evoke a palpable sense of intimidation. This was the essence of true terror. Only those who truly understood Kim could grasp the extent of his fearsome nature. The title of Underground Emperor was never a jest. It was precisely due to this understanding that they immediately sprang into action. High above, at an altitude of 30,000 feet, lay the current headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most formidable instrument of power wielded by Nick Fury. Its very existence was dedicated to the protection of Earth. Yet it also collaborated with other entities to orchestrate various schemes. This was an irrefutable fact. Nevertheless, even amidst such circumstances, Nick Fury harbored his own principles. For instance, he was relentless in his pursuit to comprehend the formidable individuals endowed with superpowers. Their existence was intricately intertwined with the fate of the planet. And Nick Fury was a man well versed in the tumult of life. He shared an inexplicable bond with Captain Marvel, who now traversed the skies above the Earth, diligently monitoring humanity. Soon, he summoned his subordinates, intent on establishing contact with the author in question. Even Yu Jie had not anticipated that his carefully planned endeavor would unfold beneath the watchful eyes of others. However, even if Yu Jie were to become aware of this, he would remain unfazed. In his view, it was merely a trifling matter. The most evident fact was that his strength was steadily increasing, nourished by the sun's rays. Currently, the only adversary he might struggle against was Magneto, but he remained undeterred. Given a little more time, he believed that attaining the legendary status of a golden superhuman, capable of delivering a single blow to the Earth, was well within his grasp. It was this understanding that kept him resolute. He merely required a bit more time to augment his power. Yet, despite this, Nick Fury resolved to discuss matters with Yu Jie. Ideally, he would persuade him to join his organization, which represented Fury's most favorable aspiration. Such an alliance would undoubtedly enhance S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deterrent capabilities. It must be acknowledged that Fury possessed a remarkable aptitude for winning hearts and minds. Meanwhile, as events unfolded in a meticulously organized manner, an exceedingly troublesome occurrence transpired. Kim's subordinates made their way directly to the estate, Yujia's estate. Hela, wielding her divine powers, swiftly returned to the manor, feeling the need for a well-deserved respite. However, to her astonishment, mere moments after she reclined, a wave of malevolence surged forth. At that moment, her expression transformed entirely. Upon sensing the initial wave of hostility, she contemplated taking action, yet deemed it inappropriate given her current condition. She was not at her peak, and even now, she was far from her optimal state. The most pressing concern was that if her powers were to be revealed, it would likely attract the attention of her father. Whether Odin was aware of her departure was uncertain, but should he discover her absence, he would undoubtedly intervene. At that juncture, the situation would be beyond her control. Conserving her strength was her true imperative. Rapidly, an ominous force began to awaken within the estate. An unforeseen and terrifying power engulfed the manor. As Kim's subordinates entered, numerous black blades descended from the heavens, akin to a torrential downpour. The very next moment, chaos erupted. They witnessed some individuals erupting in furious cries, bewildered by the unfolding calamity. What is happening? Shouldn't it be raining? My body. It's gone. What on earth is going on? The uproar echoed as they roared in confusion, completely oblivious to the reality of their plight. Yet, as events transpired, they found themselves with no choice. The falling blades pierced through their bodies with relentless precision. The path of the blades left desolation in their wake, a shocking revelation that rendered them speechless. Even they gasped in disbelief, yet such gasps could only follow their demise. The terrifying force erupted. Even their final struggles were futile. Unbeknownst to them, that flames began to rise from their fallen forms. This inferno surged with alarming rapidity, far beyond their capacity to resist. In the next instant, everything vanished, as though the manor had never been graced by their presence. Hela's gaze shifted to the distance, and she could not suppress thoughts of her husband, the man still outside. Doubts began to swirl within her. Were these intruders truly seeking her? Did this not imply that Yujia would also be ensnared in this wretched misfortune? A surge of even more formidable power coursed through her being. She cast a fierce glance at the sky. It was imperative that she recuperate and return to Asgard. Given the array of challenges she faced, it was clear that she required additional time. The throne of the God King seemed to demand further opportunities. The future remained uncertain, and one could only wonder if more unforeseen events awaited. Chapter 4. The Abnormal Individual. Kim felt a twinge of headache. The first batch of his men had vanished. In his estimation, a mere flick of his finger would compel his adversaries to acquiesce. Yet now, this was no jest. Upon learning of Yujia's departure, Kim rushed over, only to find not a single soul. It was as if his subordinates had simply disappeared. This left Kim feeling decidedly uneasy. Most notably, Yujia was merely an ordinary individual. This was a fact Kim had acknowledged countless times. Moreover, he had orchestrated this plan with meticulous care. Yet now, not only had Yujia evaded him, but his own men had also seemingly vanished without a trace. What more could one call this than a damnable turn of events? As Kim grappled with the inexplicable, he received news that another group sent to locate Yujia's wife had also gone missing. If the previous disappearances could be deemed coincidental, what then could be said of this latest development? Kim quickly sensed the growing irregularity. Such incidents were not characteristic of the individuals involved. Regardless of how things should or should not be, the reality was that chaos had ensued. Furthermore, even that which he had tightly grasped seemed to be slipping away. As his expression shifted, uncertainty crept into Kim's mind. What was the cause of this upheaval? As the Underground Emperor, he was all too aware that certain events were inherently designed to impose constraints. Could it be that those self-righteous scoundrels have taken action? Jean couldn't help but ponder this thought. However, even if it were them, they should be aware of some details, shouldn't they? At the very least, he should have received some information. Yet, why is it that he has not received any news at all? Jean was utterly baffled. What kind of absurdity is this? Nevertheless, despite the current predicament, Jean was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. He was acutely aware of what he should and should not do. The wealth of Yujia was the necessary justification for his actions. Such a human being has no reason to survive. Securing his own interests is the greatest glory these individuals can achieve in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, Yujia encountered agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he arrived at the entrance of his estate, two men clad in black appeared directly before him. At this moment, even Yujia sensed something amiss. "Are you truly seeking death?" He uttered these dangerously provocative words. Previously, when he faced various chaotic incidents, he would always reflect on who the fool was that dared to trouble him. Yet, now, Amidst the tumultuous undercurrents, even he was at a loss. However, this did not hinder his inclination to adopt a strategy of patience. His thought process was simple: as long as he did not provoke you, you ought not to provoke him. As long as everyone remained safe and sound, it would suffice. But if you sought trouble with him, you must be prepared for your ashes to be scattered. It was one thing for these black-clad individuals to have previously caused him trouble, but now they dared approach again. To say it was a death wish would be to overestimate them. Apologies for the interruption. We are S.H.I.E.L.D., not jinns, the leading agent remarked, observing Ujia's demeanor, naturally speculating on his current mental state. Yet, upon uttering those words, he abruptly realized that Ujia was still the same Ujia. There was not the slightest change. In truth, Ujia was indifferent to whether they were S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, even if they were indeed S.H.I.E.L.D., what of it? Surely, he would not be expected to work for them, would he? I wonder if Mr. Yu has any interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. to contribute to the peace of Earth? The agent, observing Ujia's reaction, quickly articulated his intent. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ujia burst into laughter. This was reminiscent of the old Avengers. Unfortunately, Ujia harbored no aspirations of bringing light to all of humanity. If anything, it meant he would step forward only when he encountered trouble. If you wish to stir up chaos here, then let it be your endeavor. Even if the purple potato essence were to arrive, by that time, his Superman template would have absorbed sufficient energy. Snatching an infinity gauntlet would be child's play, wouldn't it? No, I believe my current life is quite satisfactory. I hope you will not disturb me. As he spoke, Ujia cast his gaze skyward, implying something. In the next moment, a surge of power began to coalesce around Ujia, and astonishingly, he levitated into the air. In mere moments, he had ascended to a position that the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could not perceive. Once Ujia showcased this display of power, the two agents realized that Ujia seemed far more formidable than the information they had on him. This was certainly not a strength one would expect from a mere human. One must ask, in this day and age, aside from those wretched mutants, who else possesses such power? Most importantly, it appeared that Ujia had not even revealed his full potential. This effectively conveyed to S.H.I.E.L.D. You are responsible for your own affairs. Simultaneously, at an altitude of 30,000 feet, Nick Fury stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Are these individuals insane? What manner of couple are they? He could hardly comprehend Ujia's power. Not only Ujia, but even Hela's capabilities had not escaped his notice. He was well aware that Hela had previously annihilated those under Jin's command using formidable powers. Now, upon reflection, it became evident that Ujia was indeed a classic example of someone who kept their true strength concealed. The relationship between the two and the magnitude of their powers left Nick Fury feeling overwhelmed. He genuinely could not grasp the current situation and was unsure how to confront it. Undoubtedly, it was time for him to adjust his attitude. It was well known that anyone attempting to stir the pot or harbor intentions here was engaged in contemplation. Nick Fury, the most contemplative of individuals, recognized that maintaining a good relationship with Ujia was his best course of action. Shortly thereafter, Ujia descended from the sky and directly addressed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Leave. You are not welcome here among us abnormal beings. Upon hearing these words, the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents exchanged glances. Rendered speechless. We are not normal. You are the only abnormal one here, for goodness sake. Chapter 5. The Underground Emperor of Another Realm. Soon, Ujia returned home, only to find that something seemed amiss. Most notably, the bodyguards who had previously been present appeared to be absent. Ujia surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of the bodyguards. For a moment, he felt a tinge of confusion. In his view, these bodyguards should be present at all times. Why had he found no trace of them? Could it be that this group of bodyguards had ventured out for some reason? After considering this possibility, Ujia did not dwell on it too long. However, moments later, recalling the events he had just experienced, he hurried to the bedroom to check if Hela was still there. Upon ascending the stairs and opening the bedroom door, he discovered evidence of Hela's presence. At that moment, Hela was still in a deep slumber, evidently having encountered no mishap. Reflecting on this, Ujia quickly retrieved his phone and dialed the security company. As it stood, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the current batch of bodyguards and felt the need to replace them. After completing this, he made his way to Hela's side. At this moment, Hela slightly furrowed her brows. In truth, she had awakened shortly after Ujia returned. However, past events led her to believe there was no need to reveal anything. Thus, she chose to feign sleep. Although the commotion from Yu Jie's phone call stirred her awake, in reality, this was one of the key reasons for her decision to pretend to be asleep. After all, Hela could see clearly that following her actions in eliminating those black-clad individuals, the bodyguards had become alert. This ignited her desire to eradicate any potential witnesses, as she could not allow anyone to know of her existence, even if those bodyguards were innocent. As Yu Jie lay down, Hela's thoughts gradually quieted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt that the current situation was utterly dire. He had never anticipated that both Yu Jie and his wife were so formidable. It should be noted that prior to this, he was only aware that Yu Jie was somewhat outlandish, but the events captured on surveillance footage confirmed his suspicions. If it were just Yu Jie being extraordinary, it would have been manageable, but now it was clear that he was not alone. Yu Jie's wife also seemed to possess terrifying power, which left Nick Fury feeling quite troubled. In light of the current trends sweeping across the globe, it appears that while the immediate threat may not be substantial, there exists a palpable undercurrent of uncertainty. Nick Fury is acutely aware that if these enigmatic forces remain beyond his grasp, it could herald a series of unforeseen calamities in the near future. Contemplating the formidable power of his adversary, he found himself enveloped in silence, cognizant that should the present trajectory continue, his own strength would be insufficient to assert control. There loomed the possibility of incurring the ire of Yu Jie. Amidst his growing concerns, his subordinates appeared to notice the director's evident discomfort. One of them promptly interjected, voicing that the Underground Emperor was exceedingly volatile and had previously provoked Yu Jie. Should this underground sovereign continue his machinations unchecked, the opportunity before them could very well slip away. It must be said that the subordinate's suggestion was remarkably innovative. Indeed, Fury had not previously contemplated such an approach. He had believed that merely investing effort into Yu Jie would suffice. However, with his subordinate's astute reminder, Fury realized he could adopt an alternative strategy, perhaps even one that involved indirect means of securing Yu Jie's favor. What was truly imperative was not to recruit Yu Jie into the S.H.I.E.L.D. fold, but rather to instill within him a sense of security regarding the organization. According to Fury's conjecture, as long as Yu Jie's actions aligned with S.H.I.E.L.D's interests and the agency posed no threat to him, it was evident that Yu Jie would be inclined to ally with him. This approach seemed most fitting given the current circumstances. Without delay, Nick Fury dialed Jean Bing's number, seeking to engage in a dialogue about how best to navigate the complexities surrounding the Underground Emperor. Meanwhile, Jean Bing, in his capacity as the Underground Emperor, was preoccupied with efforts to connect with the troublesome mutants. As events unfolded in a bewildering manner, he soon discerned that Yu Jie was markedly different from what he had anticipated, his strength far exceeding Jean Bing's earlier assessments. Such uncontrollable power was indeed a source of considerable distress. As the Underground Emperor, Jean Bing understood better than anyone that once certain lines were crossed, it was imperative to eliminate the threat swiftly and decisively. Although he had not encountered Yu Jie directly, it was not difficult to surmise from his subordinates' experiences that Yu Jie was far more formidable than he had imagined. Any misstep on his part could provide Yu Jie with an opportunity to strike, compelling Jean Bing to either refrain from action or ensure that, should he act, Yu Jie was dealt with definitively. With this realization, Jean Bing hastily reached out to his contacts in the black market. Regrettably, under the leadership of Dr. X and Magneto, the mutant situation had rendered the black market increasingly unstable. If these two forces were to combine their efforts, it would be manageable. However, it seemed they were intent on causing further disruption. Jean Bing, who required a stable market, felt the pressure mounting. Nevertheless, upon receiving Nick Fury's call, he was surprised yet obliged to answer. After all, the caller was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without further ado, Fury warned him to keep a safe distance from Yu Jie if he wished to survive. When the call connected, Nick Fury's admonitory tone startled Jean Bing. He was taken aback by the extent of Yu Jie's influence, enough to warrant the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. However, as the Underground Emperor, Jean Bing felt no compulsion to acquiesce, retorting that if that were the case, how could he maintain control over his territory? It felt as though Fury was pushing him toward a precipice. In regard to Yu Jie, Jean Bing failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After his remarks, Fury resolved to discontinue the conversation with this unpredictable individual and coldly stated that if Jean Bing truly wished for his demise, he could embrace it. Anyone could assume the mantle of the Underground Emperor if he so desired. Chapter 6, Laser Eyes. Upon hearing Fury's words, Jin Bing contemplated his response, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He recognized that Fury was not jesting. S-H-I-E-L-D possessed formidable power across the globe. Had Fury lacked such strength, he would never have made such a statement. Moreover, Jin Bing had previously interacted with Fury and understood the terrifying power that lay behind him. Despite his irritation, he resolved to abandon any plans of causing disturbance. Just as he steeled himself to remain calm, an unwelcome visitor's arrival sent his heart racing. After awakening, Yujia once again bid farewell to Hela, having learned from his previous encounter with S-H-I-E-L-D that the source of his troubles was none other than the rotund Jin Bing. However, under the condition of not provoking him, it was absurd that Jin Bing would seek him out. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, Yujia had steadfastly upheld his boundaries. Unfortunately, just as he sought a tranquil existence, an unwarranted confrontation awaited him. Swiftly, he leveraged his connections with S-H-I-E-L-D to locate Jin Bing's residence. As night fell and the streets grew sparse of pedestrians, the towering edifices loomed like formidable steel prisons. To Yujia, these so-called fortresses were utterly inconsequential. In the next moment, he soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that coursed through him. Though he had yet to fully unleash his superhuman abilities, he knew that with the passage of time and the absorption of solar energy, he would undergo profound transformations. Upon identifying Jin Bing's location, Yujia opted for a forceful entry. Simultaneously, a throng of black-clad individuals stood agape, utterly astonished by the audacity of someone brazenly invading their employer's home. In an instant, firearms appeared in their hands, awaiting the slightest command from their boss to unleash a barrage of bullets. Yujia regarded these men with little concern, charging forward with determination. The formerly composed black-clad agents, who had intended to await orders, found their composure shattered as Yujia advanced, exuding an air of ruthless intent. Normal individuals would never dare to engage in such brazen acts on such elevated ground. They recognized that their opponent was akin to a mutant, an entity not to be trifled with. Thus, without needing further instruction, they opened fire. The bullets flew from their weapons as if they were inconsequential. Alas, these projectiles proved utterly ineffective against Yujia's indomitable physique. Though he had not yet reached the level of power to contend with the likes of the purple potato essence, in the current state of the world, it seemed that only Magneto and his shameless mutants could pose a challenge to him. Other entities, they stood no chance whatsoever. Moreover, Yujia firmly believes that with just another month of time, even facing the so-called nuclear threat would pose little difficulty for him. The terrifying power manifests within Yujia, as every bullet disintegrates completely before it can even approach him. These projectiles arrive swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. By the time his subordinates comprehend the situation, they realize their shotguns have mysteriously disappeared. Instead, a heap of scrap metal lies strewn across the ground. The black-clad figures gaze in bewilderment at the scene before them, their expressions tinged with confusion. Yet, a glimmer of illumination begins to flicker in Yujia's eyes. This is the infrared vision of a superhuman, a reservoir of energy accumulated from a day's worth of solar harnessing. Until now, Yujia has refrained from utilizing such power. However, in light of Jin Bing's actions, he resolves to hold back no longer. His initial move is a lethal strike. Since you seem inclined to commit such elementary errors here, then may you descend into the depths of hell to savor the price of your folly. As these words escape his lips, Yujia unleashes his formidable force. The entirety of the 32nd floor succumbs to the onslaught of his laser vision, a power far beyond imagination. Both Jin Bing and the present onlookers are utterly obliterated by this overwhelming force. Without even a thought of cleaning up the aftermath, Yujia leaps away, opting to depart. Shortly after his exit, a massive figure materializes amidst the ruins of the room. This figure is none other than Jin Bing, who had just been vanquished by Yujia. Observing the chaos before him, Jin Bing finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. He understands now why the director of S-H-I-E-L-D had contacted him with such urgency. Someone like Yujia is far beyond his capacity to contend with. Based on the information at his disposal, even the most formidable mutants pale in comparison. Who could have anticipated that the wealthy individual he sought to exploit would possess such terrifying prowess? In that instant, Jin Bing realizes the path he must choose. In a surprising turn, he dispatches his subordinates to remain in the vicinity of Yujia's estate. Although he was unaware of the prior events, he is acutely aware of the course of action he must take henceforth. It is prudent to avoid provoking a being as formidable as Yujia. Furthermore, Should any foolhardy individual dare to confront Ujiah, he must be the first to advise them to retreat. Otherwise, given the power Ujiah has just demonstrated, a complete massacre of New York City would hardly be a challenge. The Underground Emperor cannot allow such occurrences to transpire. Not only must he dominate the underworld, but it must also endure, for if it does not, and with the increasing frequency of unfortunate incidents, what meaning would his title hold if the underground ceased to exist? An emperor is defined by his dominion, yet Ujiah remains oblivious to Jean Bing's cunning escape plan. Jean Bing, in accordance with his prior assumptions, believed that with his demise, he could enjoy a period of tranquility. However, upon returning home, Ujiah finds his wife, Hela, absorbed in a television broadcast. The news she watches sparks a flicker of surprise in him. Chapter 7. Movements from all sides. Stark is poised to promote his weaponry in war-torn regions. As he watches this news unfold, a glimmer of intrigue passes through Ujiah's gaze. He understands that the saga of Iron Man is about to commence. In truth, with Stark's entrance into the conflict-ridden areas, the ensuing events will inevitably align with the Avengers narrative. The interconnectivity of the entire universe begins at this moment. However, Ujiah feels little enthusiasm as he observes Hela's rapt attention to the news. He approaches her side and cannot help but inquire, "Are you particularly interested in this news? Or do you wish to see it for yourself?" Hela glances at Ujiah and shakes her head. She remains indifferent to the affairs of Earth. If anything, her thoughts are solely occupied with Ujiah. Anything unrelated to him falls beyond her concern. Yet, her refusal prompts Ujiah to step closer, cradling her face in his hands and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he feels as though his wife grows more beautiful with each passing day, continually captivating him. This sentiment compels Ujiah to glance back at the television. If his memory serves him correctly, now is the optimal moment to acquire shares in the Stark family. As Iron Man ventures into the war-torn regions, rumors of his fake demise will soon circulate, or rather, the public will believe him to be dead. Consequently, the value of the entire family's shares will plummet to unprecedented lows. Investing now would yield substantial returns in a short span. As for the notion of rushing to the disaster zone to rescue Iron Man, that is an impossibility. He is not like others. Should anyone else who traversed into this world learn of such matters, they would undoubtedly seek to save Iron Man to enhance their standing with him. However, he has no such need. Each day, he receives a myriad of chaotic rewards. These rewards will only accumulate with time. Moreover, the existence of the Superman template provides Ujiah ample justification to refrain from stirring up trouble. It is entirely plausible that one day, he might even summon a character akin to Doryman. Naturally, Stark himself would not pursue a favorable relationship with him. However, acquiring shares in the Stark family is entirely within reach. Coupled with his current liquidity, he possesses ample funds. Such opportunities should not be squandered. He has no desire to resort to his superpowers for thievery. That is not his aspiration. Presently, the warmth of family life has dulled Ujiah's ambition for power struggles. Furthermore, he has never harbored such a mindset. Meanwhile, on Earth, a colossal suit of armor has emerged. Had Hela been present, she would have instantly recognized it as the Destroyer, the very armor of Odin, the All-Father. Indeed, as the Iron Man narrative begins to unfold, Thor's tale commences concurrently. Currently, Asgard is free from significant wars or calamities. Yet, Thor fails to align with Odin's expectations. At least from Odin's perspective, Thor falls short, even in comparison to his eldest daughter. Hela's existence gives Odin hope for a worthy successor. Yet her volatile temperament diverges significantly from Odin's envisioned future. Ultimately, Odin resolves to seal Hela away. Nevertheless, Thor, while commendable in other respects, lacks the decisiveness required for battle. His demeanor, reminiscent of a reckless spendthrift, further erodes Odin's trust in him. Even so, Odin chooses to grant Thor a greater opportunity. He banishes Thor to Earth, hoping he will rely on himself to forge his destiny, his path, and the power he wields. However, as Odin makes these choices, the trickster god Loki, the brother of Hela and Thor, is poised to stir up trouble. Loki has long aspired to the throne of Asgard. Yet he is acutely aware that both his sister and brother represent formidable competition, though currently, his brother can be dismissed. After all, the character of his second brother was well within his observation. He understood that this prodigal child could never bear the weight of Asgard's legacy. Yet, what truly instilled fear in Loki was his elder sister. As the god of mischief, his network of information was extensive, to the extent that he had already learned of his sister's escape from her confinement. In Asgard, only Odin was privy to this revelation. Loki had stumbled upon this knowledge by mere chance. The notion that his sister had broken free from her prison and that she might soon descend upon Asgard once more, heralding the return of ancient warfare, weighed heavily on his mind. Loki's thoughts were uncomplicated. He must secure his position as the God King with utmost urgency. He could not afford to grant his elder siblings too much leeway. Thus, he ventured into Odin's treasure vault and stealthily appropriated the destroyer. Having witnessed Odin's punishment of Thor, Loki was aware that the thunder god was currently a mere shell of his former self, devoid of strength. The use of the destroyer would indeed confer a semblance of respect to his adversary. However, Loki understood the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. For a weed cut, but not uprooted, will inevitably regrow. Should he strike, it would be imperative to annihilate his opponent entirely. Otherwise, the thunder god might play the part of the phoenix, rising from the ashes, thereby jeopardizing Loki's precarious position. After discreetly placing the destroyer on Earth, Loki issued commands to ensure Thor's demise. At this juncture, Loki was nearly certain that if Thor were to perish at the hands of the destroyer, the throne of God King would undoubtedly be his. After all, while his sister's power was formidable, Odin would never permit her to inherit the throne, thus affording Loki an abundance of infinite possibilities. All he needed to do during this period was to curry favor with his father and mother. One cannot deny that Loki, as the god of mischief, possessed some cunning plans. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the unforeseen events unfolding, such as his elder sister's presence on Earth. Moreover, it seemed that his second brother was on the verge of encountering her. Simultaneously, a series of unexpected occurrences were transpiring in Asgard. Odin had directly opened his realm. As the master of the 9 realms, he could observe everything within them. The myriad of incidents currently unfolding lay beneath his vigilant gaze. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Black Widow. Yu-Jia was unaware that while he was indulging in affection with his wife, a series of events were transpiring throughout the 9 realms. However, even if Yu-Jia had been informed, he would not have paid it much mind. His sole desire was to live a tranquil life within his own little corner of the world. As for the affairs of others, they were of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Thor had successfully arrived on Earth, perplexed by his father's actions. In truth, this Thor was identical to the one depicted in the films. He was thoroughly content with his lineage, yet he struggled to comprehend his parents' choices. Why, when he could have it all, did they impose so many restrictions upon him? Did these constraints promise him greater surprises? Thor did not understand, nor did he wish to, since his father had exiled him to this planet. All he needed to do was continue to live aimlessly. In this regard, the events of his past life had not altered, though the storyline for Iron Man had reached a critical juncture, just as Yu-Jia had witnessed in the previous film. An ordinary individual like Iron Man merely required a singular opportunity to unlock the entirety of his potential. Iron Man was no exception. Yu-Jia had not anticipated that. Merely 2 months later, the Stark family would undergo a transformation. Iron Man had successfully emerged in his superhero persona before the public eye. Following Iron Man's return to this city, a seismic shift occurred. The most notable change was in the stocks Yu-Jia had previously acquired, which began to fluctuate. Upon receiving the news of Iron Man's demise, the entire nation was taken aback. After all, Iron Man's existence signified substantial profits for the Stark family. Alas, with his death, a decline in stock prices was inevitable. Yet, who could have foreseen that this news was fabricated? This led to a dramatic resurgence in stock prices, surpassing their previous highs and continuing to rise. Among the most closely linked to Iron Man was, of course, his armor. As his armor unveiled itself before the public, interest in Stark Industries surged anew. It was widely recognized that Iron Man's emergence had, to a significant extent, set the trend. Moreover, this trend would undoubtedly astonish the world. Concurrently, Stark Industries promptly extended invitations to various luminaries to gather in their opulent mansion. On one hand, this was to celebrate his resurrection. On the other, it was to invite shareholders to partake in the festivities. Indeed, following the announcement of his fake death, the Stark family experienced a qualitative elevation. Even he had not anticipated that, with the revelation of his resurrection, he would transcend to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the nation. He even sensed a premonition. Should he continue on this path, his fortunes might rise even higher. For during Iron Man's moment of crisis, Yu-Jia had purchased shares in the company. Although the quantity was not substantial, Yu-Jia had become one of Stark Industries' shareholders. Moreover, he would be attending the soiree alongside Hela. However, before the festivities commenced, Yu-Jia sensed something amiss. The gathering at Iron Man's residence was noticeably crowded. Among the familiar faces was none other than the Black Widow. Yu-Jia was no stranger to Natasha, the Black Widow, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze was fixated upon him, leaving him uncertain. Did she harbor some intentions toward him? Seizing a moment to excuse himself to the restroom, he was taken aback when Black Widow approached him, leading to an unexpected encounter. He had never imagined she would appear before him at such a moment, and in such a humorous manner. Subsequently, Black Widow, with a hint of apology, spoke. "I am sorry. It was not my intention, and I hope you can forgive my recklessness. If it were an ordinary man, he might have succumbed to the charms of a woman like Black Widow without her needing to utter a word. Alas, Yujia was already married to a wife as beautiful as a flower. He had no desire to engage in conversation with her, swiftly granting her ample space before returning to the reception area. This scene left Natasha utterly astonished. Known as the Black Widow, Natasha was confident in her allure. She believed all men were alike. With just a slight maneuver, they would succumb to her charm. Yet, Yujia, this peculiar individual, remained unfazed, and she could sense that his gaze toward her was distinctly unusual. In the blink of an eye, her allure was utterly disregarded by the other party, as if she were not a woman in his eyes at all. Such an occurrence was gradually reaffirmed during the subsequent 2 serendipitous encounters with the Black Widow. She found it hard to believe that her charm could be ineffectual against men, especially a man as exceptional as Yujia. The Black Widow understood that no matter how remarkable a man might be, even the most distinguished among them could not resist the temptation of beauty. Yet, when she stood before Yujia, he seemed completely oblivious to her presence, displaying a rather peculiar demeanor. Could it be that this man was truly devoted solely to his wife? Contemplating this, the Black Widow could not help but cast her gaze towards Yujia's side, where Hela was situated. Sensing the Black Widow's scrutiny, Hela turned her head momentarily. Although she felt a twinge of confusion, it was only for a brief instant before she noticed that the Black Widow's gaze was not merely fixed upon her, but also upon Yujia. This revelation drastically altered Hela's mindset. Unfamiliar with the taste of jealousy, she nonetheless felt an overwhelming possessiveness. Yujia belonged solely to her, and no one could snatch him away from her grasp. A terrifying force began to brew within Hela's being. Just as this energy was on the verge of erupting, Yujia wrapped his arm around Hela's shoulders, jolting her back to the realization that she was not in her familiar realm of the 9 realms, but rather on Earth, with the man beside her still present. Chapter 9. Mutants. Although Hela had dissipated her power, the manifestation of strength she had just displayed did not escape the keen eyes of the Black Widow. As a seasoned agent, she possessed an acute intuition for danger. She felt as though she had been teetering on the precipice of death. The most evident indication was that her back had become uncomfortably damp without her realizing it. The gown she wore was not particularly revealing, rather a subtly opaque black ensemble, with no cutouts on the back. Thus, the moment she felt the dampness, it triggered her awareness. She discerned that this peculiar woman, Hela, had exhibited an exceptionally terrifying power while gazing at her. This power bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of mutants, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. She had no intention of seeking an opening through Hela. That was simply not feasible. If one wished to capture a man's heart, one must never attempt to undermine the woman beside him. If this woman were to succeed, it might lead to an unforeseen adversary. The Black Widow was acutely aware of this, and after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on the situation any longer. After all, time was on her side. Thus, she swiftly turned away. Meanwhile, Yujia shook his head as he observed the Black Widow's departing figure. Her unexpected appearance had taken him by surprise. However, this did not preclude him from speculating about the forces that lay behind her, such as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., with whom he had previously communicated but had declined to acquiesce to his requests. Given the director's tenacity, it was likely he would persist in urging Yujia to join the so-called Avengers to better safeguard global peace. But how could Yujia be foolish enough to engage in such endeavors? Shortly thereafter, Yujia sensed someone watching him from a distance. Upon turning, he was surprised to find an old acquaintance. While others might remain oblivious to the hidden identities of mutants, these identities held no significance for Yujia. With a single glance, he could discern the true nature of the individual observing him, none other than Professor X. Yujia was no stranger to Professor X. In fact, he was somewhat familiar with him, recognizing him as a person of great leadership. However, the Professor's behavior seemed somewhat peculiar. Naturally, Yujia believed he had no need to interact with these mutants, having already rejected the invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why should he concern himself with those who lingered in the shadows? With this thought in mind, Yujia made his way directly towards the host location. At that moment, Iron Man appeared to be in high spirits, his complexion flushed with exhilaration. It was evident that he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol that evening. Yet, regardless, He remained unwavering in his resolve to raise his glass whenever prompted. Indeed, anyone in his position would likely respond similarly. For surviving a near-death experience was certainly worthy of celebration. Moreover, for Iron Man, surviving was merely the beginning. After inventing the iron suit, he could foresee a luminous future ahead of him. At this juncture, Ujia raised his glass, and Iron Man, too, approached him with a drink in hand. Although there was a distance between them, Iron Man abandoned the company of several guests to stand before Ujia, insisting on toasting him. Iron Man then began, Mr. Ujia, I must say, your novels are remarkable. I have relied on your writings to survive in disaster-stricken areas, and it is evident that I have become your devoted fan. Ujia found Iron Man's words utterly unexpected. But what astonished him even more was that the man was indeed a fan of his work. Ujia raised his glass in response, clinking it against Iron Man's. After witnessing Iron Man down his drink, Ujia naturally followed suit. As they exchanged pleasantries, both men found smiles gracing their faces. Although their interaction was minimal, and their communication had only just begun that evening, both sensed the potential for a meaningful friendship. Perhaps they could evolve from mere acquaintances to the closest of friends over time. Ujia had not anticipated Iron Man transforming in this manner. In fact, during the Iron Man trilogy, Iron Man was portrayed as exceedingly aloof. It would have been unimaginable for him to open up to those around him. Following the demise of his parents, Iron Man had, in many ways, morphed into a figure akin to his father, if not even more stringent. He understood the essence of friendship better than most, yet he was reluctant to forge connections due to the weight of that understanding. However, the tribulations he faced in disaster-stricken regions had subtly shifted his perspective. The experiences depicted in Ujia's novels represented the very aspirations he held dear. While some things may remain unattainable in life, the solace found within the pages of a book could provide ample comfort, a realization that even Ujia had not foreseen. Simultaneously, the gathering of mutants commenced, with a considerable number in attendance, many of whom had engaged with Iron Man. However, Iron Man's attitude towards the mutants remained ambiguous. While he did not delve deeply into discourse, he also refrained from severing ties with them entirely. They were neither partners nor adversaries, but shared a relationship akin to camaraderie. Due to the recent assassination of a high-ranking political figure, mutants have become the targets of widespread animosity. They are acutely aware that their current plight is the result of their own misdeeds. Yet, despite this awareness, they yearn to live beneath the sun. This desire has culminated in the gathering at hand. On the surface, it appears to be merely Iron Man hosting a so-called reception. However, it is, in truth, a lavish banquet orchestrated by the mutants themselves, seeking guidance on their future. They aspire to forge connections with more human elites, believing that such alliances will enhance their influence. Chapter 10, Scheming. Events on Earth are unfolding rapidly. Simultaneously, in the Nine Realms, unexpected occurrences are transpiring in Asgard. Odin has long been aware of his daughter's escape. However, he has chosen not to pursue her immediately. The millennia of confinement have made Odin realize that he owes Hela a great deal. As a father, he understands that discipline must be balanced with gentle guidance to lead his child onto the right path. Unfortunately, the turmoil in the Nine Realms has kept Odin and Hela embroiled in conflict, leaving them without an opportunity for meaningful communication. Aware of this, Odin's resolve is simple. If possible, he wishes to have an earnest conversation with Hela, for she is his daughter. At this moment, the most formidable sorceress, Freya, has taken Odin's hand. Odin has been keenly observing all matters within the Nine Realms, a fact that Freya is well aware of. Yet, her primary concern lies with herself. What has become of her beloved? On the day Hela fled, not only Odin, but Freya too was cognizant of the event. Yet, instead of pursuing her, Odin chose to halt his chase, which only reinforced Freya's belief that Odin's intentions were not as she had imagined. He genuinely longs to be there for his daughter. Consequently, Freya resolved to confront Odin directly regarding Hela. Sometimes, family members can be obstinate. They require a mediator to bridge their divides, and until now, Freya had not found the opportunity. Hela's escape, however, presents an opportunity that must be seized. It must be said that Freya's perspective is astute. In fact, her proposal aligns perfectly with what Odin has long wished to accomplish. Odin's gaze now rests upon Freya. Yet, for him, this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. They must navigate through various possibilities before simplifying the situation. Early on, Odin contemplated numerous scenarios. Yet these remain mere thoughts without action. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Odin, in another realm, the frost giants are slowly awakening. This is the homeland of Loki. At this moment, Loki remains oblivious to the fact that Asgard is heading in an entirely different direction, enveloped in a most peculiar atmosphere. Odin yearns to converse with his daughter, but he is at a loss for words, unsure of how to initiate the dialogue. Ironically, Hela seems intent on continuing her evasion, complicating their respective thoughts further. Yu-Jie is unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding while he enjoys a leisurely drink with Iron Man. Although Yu-Jie has long understood Iron Man's character, he is astonished to discover that the man is far more admirable than he had anticipated, not only in matters of conduct, but, more importantly, in personality. He does not appear to be as extreme as portrayed in the films. After all, this is a man who was once exceedingly indifferent before becoming Iron Man. It seemed improbable to forge a friendship with him, as he appeared primarily motivated by self-interest, requiring substantial gain to consider someone a friend. It was only later that he evolved into a person who valued companionship. Yet, Yu-Jie never anticipated that the current Iron Man would exhibit a desire to befriend him. Thus, they exchanged contact information, and Iron Man even draped an arm around Yu-Jie, inviting him for drinks. At the conclusion of this soiree, he hopes for a chance to engage in a heartfelt discussion with Yu-Jie. Such an invitation catches Yu-Jie off guard, yet he does not decline the offer. In his view, this proposal may yield substantial benefits, making it an opportunity too good to pass up. On another front, the mutants' gathering has reached its zenith. Professor X aims to unite the mutants with a singular purpose, to consolidate their strength in the face of escalating adversity. Previously, he had never anticipated that mutants would become pariahs, universally reviled. Yet, who could have foreseen that a few among them would engage in self-destructive behavior? The precarious situation of the mutants has become even more dire with the emergence of an unexpected disruptor. With this individual stirring chaos, the survival of mutants has once again been thrust into jeopardy. Humanity continues to mount its assault on their existence, while certain mutants, having lost control, appear poised to retaliate against humans. This alarming turn of events leads Professor X to realize that the situation is far more complex than he initially believed. Initially, he thought circumstances might shift, yet they remain firmly under his control. He cannot allow events to spiral beyond his plans. Unfortunately, these individuals seem inclined to exacerbate matters. This realization fortifies Professor X's determination to sever ties with Magneto entirely. To some extent, Magneto has propelled humanity toward a divergent path, creating an irreconcilable divide between them. The reality may be even more convoluted than depicted in the films. However, the attendance of mutants at the gathering is disappointingly sparse. Throughout the event, Professor X has been observing the situation closely. He had anticipated at least 70% participation, yet the turnout is less than 50%. This revelation plunges his spirits into despair. He understands better than anyone that if this trend continues, they may indeed head toward an extreme that is wholly unacceptable. If possible, he hopes to tighten his grip on these developments. Professor X begins to contemplate whether the mutants should take a step back, allowing themselves to become less visible for a time. Should they re-emerge into the public eye, the consequences could very well worsen. Chapter 11. The Old Trickster versus Magneto. At this moment, Professor X remains unaware that his arch-nemesis, Magneto, is actively scheming nearby. Magneto was deep in thought, contemplating how mutants could transform into weapons at his command. However, to his dismay, this weapon did not prove to be as manageable as he had envisioned. In his view, more time was necessary to refine this weapon to his satisfaction. This very uncertainty fueled his concerns. What if the other mutants were deceived by that group of X-Men? The best course of action would be to control the likelihood of such occurrences. Only through this could he ensure that unexpected events would be minimized. It must be said that Magneto's mind was brimming with ideas in this regard. As a villain, he believed that as long as he could wield the power, the means were inconsequential, for ultimately, it would all belong to him. To this end, he meticulously orchestrated the grand soiree planned for that evening. Just as Iron Man's gala was about to commence, Magneto received news of it. Moreover, he learned that Professor X intended to lead all mutants in a private meeting at that very location. Magneto had long awaited an opportunity to ensnare everyone in one fell swoop. The wait had been lengthy, and thus far, he had seen no glimmer of hope. This was hardly encouraging news for Magneto. Who could have anticipated that just as he was on the verge of conceding defeat, he would receive an even more unexpected revelation? Professor X was, in fact, about to initiate the so-called mutant conference. With this newfound information, Magneto wasted no time in preparing for what lay ahead. He aimed to surprise Professor X and that Iron Man fellow. To Magneto, both individuals were not to be easily dismissed. If possible, he hoped to seize them both at the earliest opportunity. After all, their formidable powers were evident, and according to Magneto's current logic, It was highly likely that Professor X had formed an alliance with Iron Man otherwise. Why would the mutant meeting be held at Iron Man's estate? This was the enigma that perplexed him. Of course, since they were willing to gather together, he would ensure that he provided them with an even greater surprise. It must be acknowledged that this situation was, in many ways, exhilarating. The opportunity that Magneto had yearned for was finally at his doorstep, and it was more thrilling than before. Neither of the two was particularly fond of his presence. Should he have the chance to capture them both, the mutants' expansion plans could be revived. He believed that at that point, the world would no longer distinguish between so-called normal humans and mutants. A new era dominated solely by mutants would soon dawn. Magneto's thoughts were plentiful. Not only that, but he had also made thorough preparations, something even Professor X had not anticipated. He believed this gathering to be exceedingly clandestine. Unfortunately for him, Professor X overlooked the fact that among mutants, betrayals could arise too. Just as in any human community, traitors existed. Within this assembly, a traitor was indeed present, an insider from Magneto's ranks, who had divulged all the details of the evening's events to him. Now, he awaited a signal from Magneto. Professor X surveyed the mutants before him, eager to assert confidently that the opportunity lay before them. They merely needed to take that crucial first step to unlock infinite possibilities. Yet, thoughts remained just thoughts. These individuals seemed oblivious to his proposal, which caused Professor X to harbor doubts. Could something have transpired? Otherwise, their demeanor should not have been so indifferent. Meanwhile, Ugia and Iron Man had nearly exhausted their drinks. Under Hela's persuasion, Ugia reluctantly bid farewell to Iron Man. Although drinking was significant, nothing mattered more than his wife. After parting ways with Iron Man, Ugia followed Hela as they departed together. At that moment, Hela could not resist glancing back at Iron Man's estate, a fleeting look that surprised Ugia. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his superhuman strength rendered the effects negligible. A slight acceleration of his blood circulation would diminish any influence of the alcohol to nearly nothing. Observing Hela's distraction, Ugia could not refrain from inquiring, "What is it? Did something fall?" Hela, upon hearing his question, merely shook her head in silence, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips. Hela had long kept her divine perception dormant, yet compared to Ugia, her sensitivity remained formidable. She had drawn Ugia out because she sensed an ominous presence surrounding the estate. This malevolence seemed directed at the manor, and she believed an unexpected conflict would soon erupt. Hela wished to shield herself and Ugia from the impending turmoil, desiring to maintain their previous playful demeanor. Seeing Hela remain silent, Ugia wrapped his arm around her waist and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. He chose not to press further. If his wife was unwilling to divulge her thoughts, it was likely for a good reason. He resolved not to pry any deeper, knowing that if she wished to share, she would do so in due time. Thus, Ugia and Hela departed from Iron Man's estate, and shortly thereafter, Magneto made his entrance. The individuals accompanying Magneto were primarily his elite forces, including several of the most formidable mutants. This time, Magneto's objective was simple: to amass all his power and obliterate Professor X completely. This man had become a nuisance, allying himself with the X-Men and obstructing all of Magneto's paths. As fellow mutants, why should they pursue a path of coexistence with humans? Mutants held a proud existence, having transcended humanity, and thus were inherently superior. The discord between their views inevitably precipitated this conflict. Magneto swiftly surrounded the entire estate, a formidable power gradually coalescing around him. Simultaneously, Professor X, still engaged in the gathering, furrowed his brow. Chapter 12. A clever rabbit has 3 holes, and Iron Man must be cautious. Professor X had initially intended to further inspire the mutants, helping them realize that their current circumstances were not as dire as they seemed. If they united, they could continue to coexist peacefully with humanity. Yet, who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of such power? Professor X quickly recognized that something was amiss among them. He had meticulously planned this meeting, not just once but several times, to provide the mutants with a new home. Little did he expect that, in such an environment, someone would seek to disrupt it. In scarcely a moment, Magneto had completely encircled the area. It can be said that everything originally planned has completely vanished, and the face of Dr. X is darkened to the point of nearly dripping with despair. However, this is not the most distressing aspect. Presently, Magneto has arrived, and there is no way to evade him. Yet, what weighs more heavily on his mind is who has divulged this information. After all, this operation was meticulously crafted. The adversary's mindset precisely indicates that Magneto is fully prepared. It is highly likely that he intends to execute a decisive strike here, aiming for total annihilation. For Dr. X, such scenarios have occurred numerous times before. Yet this instance is particularly grave. His trust has been betrayed. Nevertheless, Dr. X is not foolish. He refrains from excessively searching for the so-called traitor at this moment. The immediate priority is to evacuate the other humans. Without a doubt, Dr. X's foremost thought is to ensure the safety of all ordinary individuals present. This is imperative, especially considering the recent assassination of a high-ranking human official. Humanity's confidence in mutants has waned significantly. If mutants were to engage in battle once more, resulting in further human casualties, the fate of mutants would be dire. Magneto, of course, is indifferent to this, but Dr. X cannot afford such negligence. He is acutely aware that if this situation continues to deteriorate, both sides will truly find themselves in opposition. At that juncture, no words could salvage the situation. It is precisely for this reason that, even if his own people might be at risk, he must prioritize the survival of humanity. Only if humanity endures can the existence of mutants retain any significance. Undeniably, Dr. X possesses his own principles when faced with critical moral dilemmas. Yet, his primary concern remains Iron Man. The latter must not encounter any misfortune. He directs everyone to aid the ordinary humans, but hastens towards Iron Man's location himself. Others may face peril, but Iron Man must not pay any price in this conspiracy. Even the loss of a single hair could precipitate unforeseen calamities. Dr. X can already discern that Iron Man has, to some extent, been thrust into the limelight. This exposure could yield unexpected repercussions for humanity. Should this opportunity present itself and slip through his fingers, leaving it to vanish entirely, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. Despite Iron Man now possessing armor as his weapon, the elation from encountering Ugia led him to consume considerable alcohol. And technology offers little defense against alcohol, at least. He has yet to develop anything that can counteract its effects. Outside, chaos reigns with cries and shouts. Humanity has already suffered catastrophic blows. Yet, Iron Man remains blissfully unaware, having indulged excessively in drink. At this moment, Dr. X arrives before Iron Man, without uttering a word, instructing those nearby to hoist Iron Man away. There is no time for explanations. They must evacuate immediately. Lingering here would only invite greater danger. Who knows how long Magneto has been preparing for this plan? Even now, Dr. X is oblivious to what machinations Magneto has orchestrated behind the scenes. These elements may exact a toll on him. Yet, they could also be rendered to ashes. Such possibilities abound. It ultimately hinges on how one chooses to navigate the situation. Dr. X moves swiftly, and in no time, he has rescued all the humans present. Even Iron Man is by his side, and they successfully escape the estate via a previously established secret passage. Indeed, during the gala, Iron Man had also prepared an escape route for himself. The experiences endured in war-torn regions taught him that he must always have a contingency plan in critical moments. Previously, he believed such precautions were unnecessary. But once he faced the stark reality of death, Iron Man grasped the significance of having an escape route. Thus, he has ensured that every estate and mansion he possesses includes a backup passage. This so-called escape route was communicated to Dr. X beforehand. After all, interacting with mutants during such a sensitive period could lead to trouble. If authorities were to arrive, even Iron Man would find it difficult to provide explanations. Hence, he deemed it essential to inform Dr. X about this secret passage. Who could have anticipated that this passage would become his lifeline at such a crucial moment? Upon regaining consciousness, Iron Man reflected on this with a sense of disbelief. Consequently, Iron Man underwent a transformation that even Ugia had not foreseen. After the turmoil, he became an individual profoundly attuned to the value of life. Furthermore, he even revised the escape route. Who could have imagined that the internal strife among mutants would extend its implications to him? Thus, Iron Man felt that a single escape route might not suffice. If chaos were to erupt, he could easily become collateral damage. Therefore, it became necessary to prepare additional fallback options. After all, who could guarantee that fortune would favor him every time? Meanwhile, Ugia and Hela have returned home. They are unaware that, following their departure, Iron Man's estate has faced a devastating assault. Indeed, mutants exhibit extreme brutality towards humanity. Yet, their ferocity is not limited to humans. They are equally terrifying towards one another. However, these matters no longer concern Ugia. Chapter 13, A Man Found. Magneto is incensed. He never anticipated that his meticulously devised plan would once again falter. He is uncertain whether to label himself foolish or to credit Dr. X's fortuitous survival. Despite having prepared everything here, he ultimately failed to capture his adversary. And it appears that the human casualties were not substantial enough. This has rendered his initial plan a complete failure. No traces were found on Iron Man's side either. Without a second thought, Magneto deduces that his opponent must have fled at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, such a situation would not have unfolded. However, for Magneto, if this opportunity slips away, he will seek another. Failure is merely a temporary setback on the road to eventual success, always lurking in the shadows. Embracing this mindset, Magneto quickly reaches out to others. His conflict with Dr. X is far from over. Yet, what Magneto did not anticipate was that, half a month later, he would come across a news article, a report concerning Iron Man, which was published in major newspapers, a revelation that would astonish even Dr. X. The Stark family has declared that it will no longer engage in any dealings related to Magneto and his mutant associates. This news has stirred considerable upheaval in both the human world and the mutant community. Who could have imagined that Iron Man would declare war against mutants? For humanity, this news is relatively neutral, as their sentiments towards mutants have not been particularly favorable. Most merely watch with detached interest. However, for Dr. X, this is akin to a timely boon. Long ago, he had exerted every effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with Iron Man in this very place. Yet, the latter had consistently maintained an impenetrable demeanor. Who could have anticipated that Magneto's sudden actions would forge a bond between them? Now, Dr. X yearned to meet Magneto, eager to express gratitude for providing him with an excellent ally. Meanwhile, Magneto was consumed by a profound and malevolent anger. Who was Iron Man? Magneto was well aware of the Stark family's formidable legacy. He understood that in this nation, wealth could indeed alter the course of events. Even matters concerning mutants could be reshaped under the influence of money. In the absence of necessity, Magneto was reluctant to provoke a force like Iron Man. However, due to his overwhelming power, he harbored a degree of blind confidence. He believed that with such formidable strength, who would dare to declare war upon him without cause? While the corporations possessed terrifying financial resources, they still preferred to foster amicable relations. Individuals as unreasonable and confrontational as Iron Man were exceedingly rare. Even upon sensing that circumstances were amiss, Magneto found no course of action to reverse the situation. If he could push his adversary toward confrontation, he would simply allow events to unfold as they may. What astonished Magneto most was the apparent presence of others orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yet, he remained unaware of their identities. On another front, Thor, wandering the earth in a state of destitution, found himself beset by a headache. Initially, he believed his father's decision to send him here was merely a formality. Who would have guessed that not only had his divine powers been confiscated, but the mighty Mjolnir, once bestowed upon him, seemed beyond his reach now. It is worth noting that the hammer could not be summoned solely through divine strength. When his father gifted him the hammer, it effectively signified the transfer of ownership. Yet now, the hammer appeared unresponsive to his calls, further confirming Thor's realization that things had indeed changed, and he felt utterly isolated on this planet. At this moment, he received an unexpected piece of news. His elder sister had emerged from the shadows. This revelation caught Thor completely off guard. It was not merely the fact that his sister had come forth, but rather the realization that he had another sister altogether. During his time on Earth, he had been consumed by self-pity. Odin had been keenly aware of Thor's plight, wishing to conceal the matter of Hela deep within his heart. Yet, witnessing Thor and Loki seemingly stirring trouble on Earth, Odin resolved to intervene and alter the course of events. He could no longer allow his sons to languish in such a state of lethargy. Although Loki was not included in this concern, Thor's demeanor was becoming increasingly intolerable for Odin. In Odin's eyes, Hela and Thor represented two opposing extremes. Hela was eagerly vying for the title of God King, even attempting to sway Odin himself. Meanwhile, Thor exhibited none of the qualities befitting a god. Were he not Odin's son, he likely would have never harbored aspirations of divinity. Each day was spent in a state of complacency, and Odin's heart was tormented by the sight of such a situation. He longed to strike down this unfortunate son. Others awaited eagerly for what he could easily grasp. Yet Thor not only failed to cherish it, but was also on the verge of completely relinquishing it. This left Thor unable to maintain his composure, prompting him to reveal the existence of Hela, while he intended to rekindle Thor's fighting spirit. The subsequent events only led Odin to regret his decision. For after sharing this news, Thor descended further into apathy. Previously, he had been inclined to explore Earth, perhaps even meet a beautiful woman. Now, he found himself devoid of any desire to venture outside, transforming into a legendary couch potato. Each day consisted of watching television and drinking soda, while his physique expanded in a most alarming manner. One could hardly imagine that the events unfolding within the Avengers had parallels in Thor's own narrative. And all of this transpired due to his wife. For Yuji, life was rather pleasant at present, as he had no pressing concerns. Each day was spent as a literary scribe, selling copyrights, and indulging in carefree days with his wife. It was sheer bliss. Until one fateful day, the arrival of a man altered everything. Chapter 14. The Hulk. Yuji gazed at the man before him, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. The man appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not definitively ascertain if he was indeed the one he suspected. His attention was equally drawn to his wife, Hela. For as he recognized the man, Hela's gaze had also fixated upon him. However, Hela never cast a second glance at the stranger, her focus remaining solely on Yuji. The look in her eyes was filled more with confusion and incomprehension. In that moment, Yuji realized that his wife had, in some sense, undergone a transformation. Had he perhaps misinterpreted the situation? He then spoke. "Wife, it is not as you think. I do not know this person. He may have collapsed at our doorstep last night, and I only noticed him upon stepping outside." In response to Yuji's explanation, Hela offered no reply but smiled slightly, casting a significant glance at the man lying on the ground. Without further ado, she returned to the manor. Yuji, who had intended to step out to discuss copyrights, shook his head in resignation. There was no choice, since the man had appeared. He could only invite him into the fold. Yuji was now certain about the identity of this man. He was likely the Hulk, clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, his visage almost identical to that of the Hulk, namely, that of Dr. Banner. Yet, based on Yuji's understanding of the Hulk, he should not have appeared near his estate. The Hulk was currently on the run, and one could not help but feel pity for him. Initially driven by a passion for science, he had never anticipated that his pursuits would nearly lead to his own demise. Though he had acquired immense and terrifying power, the price for such strength was the very intellect that Dr. Banner relied upon for survival. For them, some things could be sacrificed. However, certain matters were non-negotiable. At least the events unfolding now were not something that could be resolved by mere relinquishment. Yuji's gaze remained fixed upon Banner with unwavering intensity. In truth, until now, Yuji had not confirmed whether the man's presence was a result of his transformation. But if he had indeed transformed, how could such a commotion have gone unnoticed by Yuji? After all, he had been absorbing solar energy daily. The template of Superman was subtly evolving within him. The most conspicuous change was in his strength. Some powers were visibly apparent, such as the evolution of his physical form. It was worth noting that when he had faced off against the minions of Kingpin, Yuji had needed time to strategize. He had even required a certain amount of strength to seize opportunities against them. However, in the present day, Yuji is entirely certain that even a single punch from him would suffice to subdue those who thrive on chaos. Effortlessly, he acknowledges that in the presence of the angered green giant at stage 1, he possesses the capability for self-preservation and even the power to annihilate his opponent. This epitomizes the terrifying strength of Superman. As he continuously absorbs solar energy, his powers are destined to escalate, potentially reaching an exceedingly formidable state. Of course, were it merely a matter of strength, Yuji might not have paid it much heed. Yet, it is not solely strength that is at play. Even in terms of perception, Superman's abilities gradually enhance over time. For instance, regarding the laser vision, Yuji has yet to experiment with it. However, based on the current trajectory of his power growth, he believes he could effortlessly gaze upon the moon. There seems to be little doubt about that. After pondering for a considerable time, Yuji shook his head, for this matter still felt overwhelmingly complex for him. In any case, since the other party has already entered his abode, contemplating these trivialities serves no purpose. It would be far more prudent to wait until the other party awakens and inquire directly. Consequently, Yuji escorted the individual back to his residence. The moment he stepped inside, Hela's gaze swept over him. At that moment, even Yuji felt a slight chill creep down his spine. Although Hela's demeanor appeared utterly indifferent, that single glance made him realize that the situation was far more intricate than it initially seemed. Yuji soon came to the realization that a woman's words often diverge sharply from her true thoughts. The seemingly nonchalant attitude she just displayed was, in essence, a silent plea for him to resolve this predicament swiftly. And by bringing her back, Yuji now understood that he had unwittingly answered a life-or-death question incorrectly. After a brief moment of reflection, Yuji scratched his head. In truth, this individual does have some connection to him, as they had crossed paths before. She is a person of profound literary knowledge. Given that events have unfolded in this manner, Yuji found himself with little choice. He could only muster the courage to confront the situation. However, upon uttering these words, Hela revealed a rather unpleasant smile. Without further acknowledgement of Yuji, she ascended to the bedroom on the second floor. At this juncture, Yu Jie recognized that matters had indeed taken a turn. He glanced at the green giant he had left sprawled on the sofa, then cast a look at his wife climbing the stairs, ultimately deciding to follow her. If his wife harbored doubts about him, then he must take action to demonstrate that some matters were not as she perceived. Even with a green giant downstairs, their bedroom soundproofing was remarkably effective. This was evidenced by the presence of numerous bodyguards in their home. After all, with so many people around, it was inevitable that some unmentionable sounds would be heard. Thus, Yu Jie had invested significantly to ensure their home's soundproofing was exceptionally robust. Even if 7 or 8 bombs were detonated in the bedroom, it would likely go unheard outside. The two engaged in a prolonged struggle, eventually drifting into a deep slumber after a couple of hours. Unable to resist, Yu Jie lit a cigarette as he found himself engulfed in profound doubt. Was this predicament a result of his own actions, or was Hela intentionally orchestrating it? Or perhaps she was dissatisfied with his performance from the previous night, leading to an unexpected turn of events. Initially, he believed it would take time to rekindle the warmth they once shared. Yet who could have foreseen that upon entering the house and encountering her, her fervor would ignite so suddenly? Hela had always been akin to an iceberg. Even in their intimate moments, she maintained that demeanor. However, after just a brief encounter, it seemed her passion had been fully awakened. This only heightened Yu Jie's uncertainty about whether he had been deceived. Chapter 15, The Challenge of the Green Giant. For the time being, matters concerning Hela would be set aside. However, for Yu Jie, the emergence of the Green Giant felt like a revelation of sorts. According to the original plot's progression, the Green Giant should currently be pursued by the military. Yet why had this creature, who ought to be on the run, appeared at his doorstep? He had not sensed a thing. Yu Jie was not fond of contemplating the shifts in circumstances, yet that did not render him a fool. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the likelihood that something significant had transpired. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a Green Giant to manifest here. At this moment, the Green Giant regarded Yu Jie with a tinge of uncertainty in his mind. In truth, after being struck by gamma rays, he had begun to regret his choices. He could have been an ordinary doctor, diligently pursuing his research. Instead, curiosity about the unknown had transformed him into this grotesque form. Currently, the Green Giant had not yet integrated Hulk with his consciousness. In fact, according to his self-perception, he believed he had likely developed a form of dissociative identity disorder. Otherwise, how could such an aspect of himself emerge? In truth, within the current environment, the Green Giant could not control himself. He was unable to even maintain the most fundamental state of anger. However, due to the early stages of his transformation, he could not comprehend when Hulk would manifest. Perhaps one moment he would be conversing with someone, and the next, his body would uncontrollably morph into the Green Giant. Considering this, the Green Giant began to form a hypothesis regarding why he had ended up here. Perhaps it was his sudden transformation that had led him to this location. He regarded Yu Jie and quickly realized that he recognized him. In the entire Eagle Nation, Yu Jie was undoubtedly a figure of immense popularity. His novels had become extraordinarily successful. One might not know the president's name, but it would be impossible not to know Yu Jie. The narratives depicted in his works painted an unexpectedly grand tapestry. Even following the release of the adapted films, the public's curiosity about Yu Jie had surged once more. Although he was merely an individual of Chinese descent, how could he possess such profound knowledge of Western tales and narratives? He had even crafted stories that surpassed those of native Western authors. The two of them stood there, exchanging glances, with neither party inclined to initiate communication. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Green Giant could no longer contain himself and spoke. "You really shouldn't have brought me here, for I am uncertain whether I can still be considered human." Yu Jie was taken aback by the Green Giant's unexpected words. However, he did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, he shook his head and replied, "Whether you are human or not bears little direct relevance to me. All I know is that you are a stranger who collapsed at my estate, and I merely exercised a modicum of humanitarianism. However, since you have stated as much, you are free to leave my home. Farewell." It seemed Yu Jie had not anticipated the Green Giant would speak in such a manner. Likewise, the Green Giant was surprised by Yu Jie's prompt decision to evict him. He regarded Yu Jie with a hint of confusion, but soon recalled Yu Jie's identity. After all, he was a writer. His presence might have disrupted Yu Jie's creative process, and a trace of remorse flickered across the Green Giant's face. Subsequently, he shook his head. While the events unfolding were somewhat unfortunate, they had not descended to the depths of disaster. For instance, he remained oblivious to the approach of General Ross, when suddenly, memories of prior events surged forth. During moments of peril, he found himself unable to perceive the looming dangers, yet the Hulk was an entirely different entity. He possessed an extraordinarily terrifying intuition, seemingly gifted with a premonition of threats. Moreover, he wielded an unfathomably formidable power, surpassing the comprehension of the ordinary. Dr. Banner had now come to the realization that his presence here was undoubtedly due to the Hulk. Subconsciously, he believed this to be a sanctuary. Yet it was merely the abode of Yujia. Could Yujia truly provide him with a sense of safety? It was not long after his arrival when the Hulk suddenly sensed a disquieting loss of control over his own mind. A profound, ineffable fury began to fester within. He could never have anticipated that the Hulk would manifest at such a moment within Yujia's home. This incited a flicker of anger within Dr. Banner. Little did he know that this very anger would catalyze the emergence of the Hulk. In an instant, the Hulk materialized, and the consciousness of Dr. Banner had vanished entirely. Standing before Yujia was none other than the Hulk he had foreseen. The Hulk regarded Yujia and beckoned with a finger. Yujia did not comprehend this gesture. However, he surmised that the Hulk was likely eager to engage in a contest of strength. In response, Yujia could not help but reveal his pearly whites, adorned with a hint of a menacing grin, as he slowly articulated, "I did not expect you to come to me. I am uncertain of my own strength. Yet this is my home. Let us find a more suitable place to battle." In that moment, Yujia grasped the Hulk's intent. He desired to fight. However, even in combat, it was unwise to do so within his own home, especially after having painstakingly lulled Hela to sleep. What would happen if she awoke? Furthermore, Yujia was reluctant to prematurely unveil his true identity. Maintaining the facade of a writer was sufficient for now. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered these words, Hela upstairs had slightly opened her eyes. She had drifted into a slumber, yet remained partially aware. Any hint of disturbance would rouse her from her dreams. She sensed the Hulk's arrival and the potent energy he exuded. Yet, she could hardly fathom that her partner displayed little concern regarding this matter. Even contemplating a battle with the Hulk. At this juncture, Hela was beginning to question the true nature of her partner. Previously, she had sensed secrets within Yujia that eluded her understanding. However, it was no longer a mystery. It was quite straightforward. She could even discern that there was more to Yujia than met the eye. Chapter 16, The Battle Commences. A sense of curiosity regarding Yujia began to blossom within Hela. However, since Yujia had not voluntarily shared his secrets, she refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that it was his prerogative. Yet, what truly mattered to her was that Yujia would take the initiative to confide in her. Otherwise, it would feel as though she were coercing him to speak. One must admit that Hela possessed a hint of pride. Perhaps even Yujia himself had not anticipated the Hulk's arrival, which was on the verge of unveiling the true essence of their relationship. In an instant, Yujia and the Hulk vanished. Hela cast a fleeting glance, but did not dwell on it. After all, if the Hulk dared to enter her home, he must have prepared accordingly. More importantly, it was perhaps her blind confidence in Yujia. Everything Yujia had exhibited over time had left her perplexed. Yet, this did not imply that matters were as they seemed. In Hela's eyes, Yujia certainly had a plan and would take action. But these revelations required but a moment in time to unravel. Hela remained still, turning instead to resume her slumber. Meanwhile, Yujia followed the Hulk to a desolate locale. In this country, such areas were plentiful, facilitating the duo's endeavors in the wild. A slight movement of Yujia's body allowed him to sense a burgeoning power within. The Hulk's gaze was fixated upon Yujia, who had always been attuned to the Hulk's state. Something felt amiss, yet due to his translocation, Yujia understood himself far better than the Hulk. For instance, the Hulk's strength had always derived from rage. Ample anger could propel his power to unimaginable heights. Presently, though devoid of fury, the Hulk's scrutinizing gaze upon Yujia nonetheless conveyed an insatiable thirst for combat. A true dichotomy. The Hulk yearned for battle, almost eager to perish within its grasp, while Dr. Banner was characterized by caution, seemingly avoiding any provocation. His thoughts gravitated towards research, striving to uncover all that was within his reach, even if some matters eluded his grasp. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk finally surged into action, unwilling to forego the opportunity to engage with a formidable opponent. One must acknowledge that despite the Hulk's colossal size, he possessed an extraordinary power beneath that vast exterior. The manifestation of this power compelled Yujia to furrow his brow. He did not dwell upon the disparity of their strengths. Rather, he merely speculated based on the Hulk's display of power. Subsequently, Yujia shook his head, astonished that the Hulk could amass such formidable strength in this setting. Moreover, this power seemed to be steadily escalating. The Hulk's fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck before Yujia, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Shaking his head, Yu found himself somewhat taken aback by the emergence of this force, yet it was merely astonishment. True strength would not erupt so swiftly. Not only did Yu ponder this, but the Hulk also sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Strength inherently existed in mutuality, influencing one another. If the Hulk's power proved insufficient to contend with Yu, then upon impact, Yu would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic repercussions due to the Hulk's overwhelming might. Yet, the Hulk discovered that his strength, when unleashed upon Yu, yielded no signs of retreat. This realization further solidified the Hulk's conviction that Yu's prowess vastly exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the Hulk unleashed another blow upon his opponent, his might intensifying with each swing, while Yu merely raised his arms to shield his face. He allowed the Hulk's force to wash over him, and soon, after approximately half a minute, Yu deftly evaded the Hulk's heavy assault. He shook his head slightly, having gained considerable insight into the Hulk's strength. However, for Yu, this power was not sufficient to vanquish him. Yet, given the Hulk's eager disposition to engage, he could not disappoint him. In that moment, the essence of superhuman strength manifested within Yu. The next instant, the Hulk could distinctly sense that Yu had undergone a significant transformation. The power of a superhero now coursed through Yu. However, the power manifested on the surface is an entirely different concept from the strength that resides within. Yu typically refrains from unleashing the full extent of his internal power. Yet now, he has allowed this force to permeate the air around him. As soon as he harbors a thought, it will erupt forth instantaneously. In an instant, Yu charged towards the Hulk, his strength far more terrifying than the Green Giant could ever have anticipated. Initially, before Yu unleashed his power, the Hulk had considered him merely an overestimated human. After all, he was but a mere mortal. Yet now, even with a considerable distance between them, Yu closed the gap in a heartbeat, his fist colliding with the Hulk's arm, causing the giant to stagger back. Indeed, he was sent reeling. The Hulk had never imagined that this force could be so formidable. He was aware that Yu had just gathered some strength. Yet he too was harnessing his own power, ensuring he would not be overwhelmed. However, what was the reality? From the very first strike the Hulk delivered to Yu, he had failed to detect any sign of retreat from his opponent. Yet now, as Yu launched his assault, the Hulk found himself retreating. In that fleeting moment, the Hulk could perceive the vast chasm that separated their strengths. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Though he instigated this battle, he would not concede easily. Especially not to what he viewed as a mere human, an insignificant insect. How could he possibly fall here? He must demonstrate that the Hulk is the strongest. Chapter 17, Transformation. General Ross. Anger surged within the Hulk, while Yu looked on in astonishment. He recognized that the Hulk's fury had significantly augmented his strength. Previously, Yu had learned that the Hulk's might stemmed largely from his own rage. As long as he remained sufficiently enraged, the power he unleashed would far surpass his limits. One could say that he was a limitless monster. As long as his anger persisted, so too would his strength continue to escalate to an exceedingly terrifying level. This realization prompted Yu to shake his head. While the Hulk's power was indeed formidable, he himself had yet to unleash his true potential. He had merely showcased a fraction of his capability. His full strength would gradually manifest over time. This was indisputable. Yet, the manifestation of power would invariably be influenced by an individual's mindset. Yu's reasoning was simple. Since the strength he had displayed thus far was insufficient to subdue his opponent, he too would elevate his own power in response to the Hulk's increase. The Hulk's strength was on the rise. But so too was the power that belonged to Yu, which was now intertwined with the Hulk's own escalating might. Previously, Yu had not anticipated the tenacity of this adversary. The Hulk swung his fists once more, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Soon, the Hulk's expression shifted as he realized the absurdity of the power Yu was currently exhibiting. The Hulk had lost count of how many times he had augmented his strength, yet it was undeniable that each enhancement had altered over time. However, his opponent's strength was also evolving, keeping pace with his own and even exhibiting signs of an intention to overpower him. This thought caused the Hulk to shake his head in disbelief. He understood he could not falter in the heat of battle. After all, his opponent's power, in certain respects, did not fall short of his own. Indeed, it might even surpass it. With this realization, the Hulk felt his rage intensifying. Earlier, he sensed the surge of his own power. Yet he had never fathomed that his adversary's strength would not only grow, but would also prove to be more formidable than his own. The Hulk inhaled deeply, and to his surprise, a brilliant glow began to emanate from him. Yu regarded this spectacle with astonishment. In his recollection, The Hulk had always relied solely on his physical prowess in combat. Why then was he now exhibiting an even more terrifying and unfathomable strength? Could it be that an unexpected transformation was occurring within him? Was the Hulk on the verge of evolving into something akin to a mutant? Though uncertain thoughts flickered in his mind, they were soon dismissed by Ujiah. If his opponent could display greater strength, it only meant that he too could elevate his own power further. In an instant, a luminous radiance emanated from Ujiah's being. In essence, both combatants were prepared to unleash their mightiest abilities. Ujiah relentlessly pressed his attack, mirroring the Hulk's earlier frenzy, as they exchanged blows with escalating speed and force. At that moment, Ujiah noticed the glow surrounding the Hulk gradually fading. Once he finally released a fully charged punch, the Hulk was unexpectedly sent flying. Subsequently, the power that had once surged within him began to dissipate, and his massive form diminished until he transformed back into Dr. Banner. Ujiah surveyed this development with a hint of confusion. Was it possible that the Hulk could not fully control his transformation? But that seemed unlikely. The power unleashed in his fury had surpassed all limits. It was inconceivable that he would revert under such circumstances. Ujiah speculated, but ultimately shook his head. He was unaware of the precise effects the gamma rays had wrought upon the Hulk. Nevertheless, it was clear that there were aspects of the Hulk's transformation that remained a mystery to him. As he gazed at the unconscious Dr. Banner, Ujiah lifted him and transported him back to his estate. Whether as the Hulk or as Dr. Banner, neither held significant meaning for him, even within his estate. They would not pose a threat. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the battle between Ujiah and the Hulk, the military received new intelligence regarding the Green Giant's reappearance. Surprisingly, even Ujiah had not anticipated the strong correlation between the Hulk's emergence and General Ross. The Hulk's recent transformation back into Dr. Banner was likely due to Ross's influence. The mishap in Banner's experiment had resulted in the creation of the Hulk, which, for the military, was a development that held more drawbacks than benefits. At least they had discovered that gamma rays could yield such substantial advantages. One could only imagine the devastation if countless Hulks were unleashed upon the battlefield. Who could stand against such overwhelming might? The notion was enticing, yet the reality was harsh. The Hulk remained the Hulk, but Dr. Banner was still very much Dr. Banner. Upon realizing the military's ulterior motives, he promptly abandoned any thoughts of allowing them to continue their research. He had to escape, even if it meant never transforming again. Even if he would no longer be the brilliant doctor he once was. As long as he could live in peace, that would suffice. It must be said that Dr. Banner was contemplative in many respects, and even he seemed somewhat elusive to grasp. So many events have transpired in his life that Dr. Banner now experiences far more than mere tingling on his scalp. Following yet another detection of the Hulk's signal, the military has swiftly mobilized into action. They must recapture the Hulk in the shortest possible time to conduct extensive research on him. Only through such studies can they endeavor to replicate a warrior akin to the Hulk. Long ago, the military had embarked on similar experiments. But those earlier trials were merely a prologue. Yet, from that initial undertaking emerged the captain, a being of exceptional prowess. However, this new experiment has illuminated a stark truth. In the presence of the Hulk, the captain is rendered utterly ineffectual. Chapter 18. The Terrifying Hela. Ujiah hesitated momentarily, for the events surrounding the Hulk left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Yet, this hesitation was fleeting. Having the Hulk sheltered behind the manor could prove advantageous in times of crisis, serving as a formidable shield against incoming threats. Ujiah soon returned home, casting a glance at the slumbering Hela, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He feared that Hela might awaken in the dead of night, searching for him, a scenario from which even jumping into the Yellow River would not absolve him. He approached Hela once more, gently caressing her and planting a kiss upon her forehead. As they drifted into slumber together, Hela had long known of Ujiah's return. Indeed, while he battled the Hulk, she had sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Upon realizing that he was not in grave danger, the Hulk's menace dissipated. Although the Hulk's display of strength was formidable, and his power escalated with his fury, it paled in comparison to the god of death, who required little might to obliterate the Hulk. Furthermore, Ujiah was her man. She alone held the right to dominate others, and any adversary seeking to threaten him would pay dearly for their transgressions. If possible, Hela would extract their very souls, imparting the lesson that death is merely a new beginning. Upon learning that the Hulk had not entirely vanished, General Ross was filled with elation. According to his plans, he would soon trace the Hulk's whereabouts, aiming to capture him once more. Ideally, the military would develop even more formidable weapons through their research on the Hulk in a remarkably short span of time. This was crucial. as the military strength had diminished significantly due to various unforeseen circumstances. This realization left General Ross feeling, to some extent, that his problems were still manifold. The military did not require the so-called changes. Rather, it needed a powerful weapon. The previous Russian general had been oblivious to the true meaning of weaponry. It was only after the Hulk's emergence that he recognized the Hulk as the quintessential weapon. Moreover, if the military could harness the Hulk's powers, no opponent on Earth would dare to challenge them. For instance, just a short while ago, Iron Man had been flaunting his might within the military. General Ross doubted that Iron Man could ever contend with a being like the Hulk. He reassured himself that he did not need an army of Hulks. Perhaps a mere 20 or 30 of them would suffice to make the world comprehend the weight of his name. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Yu-Jia, he had become the military's target. Time swiftly passed, and another fortnight elapsed, during which Yu-Jia once again reaped countless rewards through the sign-in system. Some of these rewards proved beneficial, while others were but worthless scraps of metal. Notably, the relationship between the Hulk and himself was gradually becoming more harmonious. In fact, prior to the Hulk's last bout of amnesia, he had left behind a fragment of memory regarding Yu-Jia for Dr. Banner. He had informed Banner that Yu-Jia was not an ordinary individual and advised maintaining a certain distance from him. This was one of the key reasons why Dr. Banner did not exhibit the same enthusiasm upon awakening. However, as they spent more time together, Dr. Banner realized that Yu-Jia was merely a simple novelist. He bore no semblance to the formidable figure the Hulk had described. In Banner's view, the Hulk seemed intent on severing ties with humanity to transform into a beast akin to the Hulk himself, a notion which Banner would never endorse. He believed his life could be enriched, provided the Hulk was absent. Without him, life would remain splendid. Soon, Dr. Banner unearthed a most alarming reality. Within the confines of the manor, he had not once transformed back into the Hulk. Not even a single time. At least, during his conscious moments, he had previously lost fragments of memory, or even awareness, when he transformed. Yet this time was entirely different. Having resided in Yu-Jia's manor for over half a month, he had been immersed in a plethora of new experiences daily. This constant self-reflection led him to suspect that perhaps this estate harbored something peculiar. In truth, Dr. Banner retained memories only of the day, leaving the night shrouded in obscurity. As he began to sense that Yu-Jia was somewhat extraordinary, the memories belonging to the Hulk deep within him began to stir back to life. He perceived Yu-Jia as distinctly unique, and if he continued to linger here, it was highly probable that something would go awry. Consequently, he resolved to transform into the Hulk under the cover of night and depart. However, just as he was about to escape, a woman's presence thwarted all his plans. This woman was none other than Hela. Though she was unaware of the Hulk's intentions, there was no denying that something about him felt amiss. Nevertheless, this was not a grave concern. At least within the manor, he had not caused any trouble. This realization reassured Hela. In the short term, there was no need for her to engage in conflict with him, and she certainly did not wish for the Hulk to disrupt their solitary existence. Yet, since Yu-Jia had not raised any objections, what right did he have to leave? Shouldn't he at least consult the master of the manor? The Hulk felt a twinge of resentment. He yearned for a fair contest with Hela, eager to ascertain whose strength was superior. After all, only the strong possessed the right to speak. However, he never anticipated that his power would prove utterly ineffectual before Hela. She merely extended her hand, and a terrifying force enveloped his entire being, growing ever more potent. Not only did this escalating power begin to affect the Hulk, but it also struck him with a profound realization. In Hela's presence, he was but a mere child. There was no possibility of retaliation. Hence, the Hulk was left with no choice but to remain submissively. After all, Hela's strength exceeded his wildest imaginings. Chapter 19. S-H-I-E-L-D. The Hulk was completely unprepared for the sheer magnitude of Hela's power. It is worth noting that when facing Yu-Jia, the Hulk had only felt a slight pressure. As long as his anger was sufficiently ignited, Yu-Jia would undoubtedly pose no threat. Yet now, the strength Hela exhibited was beyond anything he could contend with. The most striking aspect is that the power dynamic between the two parties is fundamentally misaligned, as if they do not belong to the same realm. After painstakingly amassing sufficient strength on this side, before he could unleash it, Hela had already materialized before him. With his formidable power, she imparted a lesson in true terror. As for the Hulk, Hela remained indifferent. After all, for her, many matters are not as straightforward as they might seem. Moreover, strictly speaking, the affairs concerning the Hulk are not for him to ponder. They are to be decided by Hela. Previously, Yu-Jia had already brought the Hulk back, so the subsequent course of action should fall to Yu-Jia to handle everything. However, since Ujia has not yet taken action, it would be prudent to wait a while rather than allow the situation to spiral out of control. Perhaps even Ujia himself did not anticipate that his wife would be so domineering. The Hulk, upon encountering Hela, found himself devoid of even the thought of escape. Meanwhile, General Ross had commenced his own maneuvers, having pinpointed the Hulk's location through the most advanced equipment. For him, the paramount objective is to locate the Hulk and capture him. Only in this way can he ensure that his plans are foolproof. Given the current state of the military, the outlook is not promising, and in fact, somewhat grim. Though the military had previously faced some troubles, these were visibly manageable and unlikely to escalate into disaster in the short term. However, with the emergence of the Hulk, they have become acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If they merely maintain their initial approach, hoping to improve matters, it is tantamount to chasing shadows. In light of this, why not consider alternative strategies? Naturally, the best course of action would be to seize the opportunity at hand. Undoubtedly, General Ross's ideas are commendable, and he promptly assembled a sufficient number of personnel. For him, capturing the Hulk is all that matters now. When comparing the military strength to that of S.H.I.E.L.D., it could be described as disparate. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has dealt with various entities akin to mutants. Thus, if a comparison were to be made, it might well lead to a life-and-death struggle. Nick Fury, on his part, was also swiftly informed of the military's actions. He is no stranger to their maneuvers, as he had previously sought the Hulk when he first appeared, hoping to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, this notion did not materialize, for Nick Fury discovered that the Hulk, upon transformation, had lost all semblance of humanity and intellect, becoming merely a beast driven by the instinct to kill. Given this, there was no necessity to retain him. On the other hand, the military also entertained thoughts regarding the Hulk. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military were at odds. Yet for Nick Fury, if they could improve their mutual environment and attitudes, it would undoubtedly be prudent to ensure that this matter does not encounter excessive complications. It must be said that Nick Fury is a man of many ideas, and for the sake of his own interests, he resolutely abandoned the Hulk, as his relationship with the military was entering a phase of détente. Since the military desired to possess the Hulk, he thought it best to grant them a favor. With this mindset, Nick Fury departed without hesitation. However, what he could not have anticipated was that after his departure, the Hulk inadvertently stumbled upon Ujia. In the high-altitude realm of S.H.I.E.L.D., they were also promptly apprised of this news. Unlike the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring the entire planet. They were privy to all occurrences, big and small, on Earth in real time. The developments unfolding now took them by surprise. They immediately summoned Nick Fury, deeming it imperative to inform the director. One cannot help but commend their diligence. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury was somewhat taken aback, for he had assumed that the Hulk had long since been captured by the military for experimentation. Who could have foreseen that the Hulk's fortune would be so favorable, discovering Ujia's estate and somehow surviving? Nick Fury's attitude towards Ujia is somewhat ambiguous. If possible, he would prefer for Ujia to join them, as he needed to maintain alignment with him. Yet the Hulk's appearance has introduced a flaw into this plan, leaving Nick Fury uncertain if his previous actions were indeed wise. Nonetheless, he understood that the pressing matter at hand was to mitigate the conflict between Ujia and the military. Once the Hulk entered Ujia's estate, it would signify an impending clash between the military and Ujia. To this day, Nick Fury remains unaware of the extent of Ujia's capabilities, particularly regarding that enigmatic wife of his. In fact, Nick Fury had only conducted a cursory investigation into Ujia. However, during his inquiries, he was astonished to discover that Ujia exhibited some peculiarities, perhaps akin to an unconventional mutant. Yet the power demonstrated by his wife, Hela, is entirely beyond what any mutant should possess. In light of this formidable strength, he contemplated whether it might be prudent for Ujia to consider divorce from Hela. After all, the existence of someone like Hela on Earth poses a considerable danger. A series of events seemed to have been preordained, converging upon Nick Fury. For him, this constituted the greatest surprise. Yet, he did not perceive this situation as particularly dire. Rather, he began to contemplate how to amalgamate all matters into a cohesive whole. Only in this manner could his plans, as well as the alliance he had meticulously devised, proceed without a hitch. Otherwise, at present, no one could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. Should such eventualities occur, how one would navigate them remains a question mark. It must be noted that Nick Fury is a man of many thoughts. Chapter 20, General Ross's Nightmare. Just as Ugia and Hela decided to venture out for a stroll, the Hulk remained behind in the estate. In truth, the current Dr. Banner had grown fond of his present life. After all, for him, evading capture had brought no benefits and was exhausting. Each day was a struggle. Yet now, the situation was different. Within Ugia's estate, he led a life of ease, devoid of pressure and free from those who sought his demise. It seemed life ought to be this way, and the Hulk felt he had undergone some transformation. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. The arrival of General Ross shattered this peace, as Dr. Banner decided to take a midday nap. He sensed the sound of helicopters approaching, echoing ominously in his ears. In a reflexive response, the Hulk sprang from his bed. He hurried to the window, glancing up to see the aircraft. Witnessing this spectacle, he instinctively sensed that the situation had significantly changed. The once elusive General Ross had emerged once more. Initially, he had believed that his concealment here would pose no substantial risk. It now appears that I have been rather naive. How could the adversary possibly allow me to escape unscathed in this situation? After all, in a strict sense, I have likely infringed upon certain unforeseen regulations. Moreover, in this shared environment, the threats emanating from the entire military force are beyond my capacity to contend with. The current state of the Green Giant has become somewhat uncertain. This matter should have improved, yet it has taken a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, General Ross, seated in the helicopter, cast his gaze upon the estate. He had learned prior to departure that this estate belonged to Ugia. As for who Ugia was, even General Ross had heard whispers, but for him, it was not a matter of great significance. He was merely a novelist, and if necessary, Ross could always destroy the estate and subsequently engage in dialogue with him. The general had every reason to believe that an ordinary human would not dare to oppose the military. After all, the military wields considerable power in this world. On the other hand, the Green Giant could feel a simmering rage within, steadily brewing. It is noteworthy that since the Green Giant arrived at Ugia's residence, the most apparent change has been the establishment of a communicative channel between Dr. Banner and the Green Giant. Several times, Dr. Banner had engaged in exchanges with him. The imminent clash was becoming increasingly palpable. Meanwhile, Hela, who was leisurely strolling through the mall, suddenly furrowed her brow, catching even Ugia off guard. However, Hela swiftly turned to Ugia and said, "Darling, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me." Curiosity piqued. Ugia wondered why Hela suddenly needed to relieve herself, but he paid it little mind and nodded, indicating that she could find a restroom in the shopping center. In the meantime, Hela hastily departed. Yet, as she left, a flicker of anger crossed her face. She was rather fond of everything within the estate. It was precisely this attachment that prompted her to leave some arrangements within the manor. Should the estate face any threats, these arrangements would alert her at once. Because of this, Hela sensed the events unfolding within the estate almost instantaneously. She had not anticipated that these wretched humans would dare to assault her and Ugia's home. Was this a violation of divine authority? Humanity remained as fragile and oblivious as ever. For Hela, this home was the sole refuge she shared with Ugia. The thought of it being endangered so soon filled her with fury, yet more importantly, she would not permit such a thing to transpire. A terrifying power began to coalesce within her as it pulsed steadily. In an instant, Hela vanished from the mall, reappearing back at the estate. Upon witnessing the Green Giant on the verge of transformation and glancing at the helicopter above, she smiled faintly. One must concede, humanity has indeed progressed remarkably in recent years, even exhibiting an unexpectedly formidable stance. However, if humanity believes that such power suffices, they are sorely mistaken. A dreadful force continued to gather within Hela. To her, those who ventured here had already prepared themselves for death. If these individuals were unafraid of death, then why should she allow them to remain? A black long sword materialized in the sky, and at Hela's command, the sword began to descend. Consequently, the helicopter and countless soldiers plummeted beneath the onslaught of the sword. Fleeing in terror, General Ross was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the presence of mutants within this estate. According to the information at hand, it was clear that only a novelist and his wife resided here. However, both had departed during their childhood, leaving only the Green Giant, a fact he had long been aware of. Yet, the unfolding events felt like a nightmare, lingering in his mind. Hearing the cries of his soldiers, Ross's expression soured instantly. He had never imagined such an occurrence would transpire here, yet, to him, this was not entirely unacceptable. In fact, it sparked a desire within him to incite chaos. For General Ross, the most crucial aspect in this world is power. Possessing power equates to possessing everything. he promptly issued a retreat order. This was not an affair he could handle in the immediate term. The sudden descent of the black long sword felt as if it were suspended above his head. He sensed that if he truly intended to confront the Green Giant here, he must be thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, approaching the Green Giant in their current state was evidently futile and could lead to unforeseen calamities. Was it time to activate that plan? General Ross felt uncertain. Nevertheless, the retreat was swift, for he believed that if one wished to instigate matters here, one must possess sufficient operational capacity. Any misstep could lead to unimaginable disaster. Chapter 21. The Birth of Abomination. General Ross could hardly fathom how ludicrous his meticulously crafted plans had become. It is important to note that in the initial strategy, his assault on Ujia's estate was supposed to encounter no obstacles. Whether confronting the Green Giant or Ujia, he had ample confidence in his ability to vanquish them. The Green Giant, undoubtedly, exhibited terrifying power, yet the military was not without its own strengths. Indeed, in Ross's strategy, capturing the Green Giant alive would be ideal. If that were not feasible, eliminating him would suffice. After all, research materials could be centered around the corpse. Naturally, for most, the best outcome would be the live capture of the Green Giant. Only by capturing him could they ensure that unforeseen complications would not arise. On the other hand, it was unlikely that any accidents would occur for others. At least Ujia had not anticipated that General Ross would launch an attack on the estate at this moment. Moreover, he could not have foreseen that his wife would return to the estate immediately upon sensing the situation to provide assistance. At this moment, the Green Giant regarded Hela with an air of submission and calmness. Hela's gaze was fixed upon him. Previously, she had believed that Ujia intended to keep the Green Giant around. Yet now, given the circumstances she faced, it was not difficult to surmise that the Green Giant might be far worse than initially imagined. The fact that he could provoke a widespread crackdown in this world confirmed his status as a warrior. He likely still held some value to exploit. However, this thought was fleeting, soon cast aside by Hela. Though she yearned to reclaim the throne of the Asgardian king, she was acutely aware that her body had yet to recover. Furthermore, with Ujia present on this planet, why could she not accompany him through this brief, yet enduring life? The Green Giant looked at Hela, somewhat bewildered, having not anticipated her return at this juncture, and thus remained silent, even shaking his head in disbelief. Immediately, Hela vanished into thin air, and upon witnessing her disappearance, the Hulk rapidly transformed back into Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner surveyed his surroundings with a hint of bewilderment. He recalled that there were matters left unresolved prior to this moment. At this juncture, Dr. Banner became acutely aware that the Hulk seemed to have completely severed ties with him. Undoubtedly, this formidable presence was still predominantly governed by the Hulk. He realized that the memories associated with his transformation into the Hulk were dissipating. In the past, he could still perceive the consciousness and recollections of becoming the Hulk. But now these memories had utterly vanished. It was as if the Hulk existed independently, while Dr. Banner remained a distinct entity. This revelation brought a mixture of relief and astonishment to Dr. Banner. He felt grateful that the Hulk appeared willing to conceal himself for the time being, and surprised that he was on the brink of returning to his normal human state. Currently, this was the singular thought occupying Dr. Banner's mind. Being the Hulk was not a role he desired to embrace, as he found the Hulk's existence to be exceedingly alien. It simply could not endure in this world. Meanwhile, Ujia found himself in a state of uncertainty. After all, Hela had been in the restroom for an unusually long time. Just as Ujia contemplated checking on her, Hela approached him with a smile, dispelling his doubts entirely. For Ujia, the warmth of family life was what mattered most. Presently, he possessed the superhuman template, and with the ability to borrow concepts from various novels, he could secure a life of comfort for his later years. That sufficed for him. However, at that moment, he recognized a familiar figure approaching. A black man was making his way directly toward him. To his astonishment, this was someone he knew, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He never expected that the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. would seek him out at this moment. Observing Fury's demeanor, it seemed he had something to discuss. Casting a glance at Hela, Ujia spoke apologetically. I have encountered a friend and need to converse with him for a moment. Please wait here. Hela, intrigued by his friend's identity, did not press for further details, especially since Ujia had already expressed his intent. She nodded in agreement, while Nick Fury accompanied Ujia to a more secluded area. In truth, Nick Fury had not intended to approach Ujia at this juncture. His original plan was to invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. once the Avengers were nearly established, at which point they would have had sufficient standing to extend an invitation. However, following the events he had just experienced, Fury felt compelled to recruit Yu-Jie at the earliest opportunity. The occurrences surrounding Yu-Jie indicated that unexpected events were unfolding, which undoubtedly bore significant implications for the future of the Earth. He regarded Yu-Jie and began, "Hello, I am Nick Fury. You may refer to me as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We previously extended a sincere invitation for you to join our organization, but your rejection makes me feel as though S.H.I.E.L.D's stature is rather diminished." Hearing the director's jest, Yu-Jie shook his head. With a faint smile, he replied, "I have no inclination to join S.H.I.E.L.D., as I am quite content with my current life. I hope you will not disturb me going forward." S.H.I.E.L.D. had approached him more than once, but to Yu-Jie, their invitations held no significance. Moreover, their actions had encroached upon his boundaries. He had never harbored thoughts of protecting the Earth. Should a crisis threaten him, he would undoubtedly step forward, but not by joining a particular organization to offer his service. Yu-Jie's response left Nick Fury somewhat astonished. He scrutinized Yu-Jie, attempting to discern his true intentions. However, his gaze was soon diverted elsewhere. Chapter 22. Everyone is up to something. General Ross could hardly fathom the absurdity of this couple. Initially, he believed that the power displayed by his opponents was formidable, but certainly not a match for him. After all, he was the head of the military. As long as all military forces surged forth as he envisioned, even those so-called mutants would stand no chance against him. It must be said that General Ross was somewhat deluded in this regard. He had not considered that both the Hulk and Yu-Jie's wife possessed an unreasonable strength. Nonetheless, having departed, he had managed to compose himself. Previously, at Yu-Jie's estate, General Ross had felt a twinge of fear. He knew that with his current power, he could conquer humanity, but he required a better opportunity. However, facing adversaries had altered the situation. He now recognized that certain variables had shifted, disrupting his previous plans. A fact he found utterly unacceptable. He was certain that the power displayed by that woman unequivocally belonged to the mutants. How could mutants possibly intermingle with humans? This was the conundrum that perplexed General Ross. In his memory, mutants were a group of self-serving monsters. They would never invest their trust in humanity. In their narrow, filthy hearts, humans could never be their sanctuary. It must be said that thoughts can often lead to unexpected outcomes. Unfortunately for General Ross, no such surprises occurred. Reality simply doused him with cold water. On the other hand, Yu-Jie observed Nick Fury, yet he held little regard for the director's words. He was unaware of the secrets Hela concealed, but to Yu-Jie, Hela had consistently appeared as the gentle and amiable girl. Nevertheless, there were always those who sought to stir up trouble. They would frequently emerge to spout nonsensical claims. Yu-Jie contemplated whether he should unleash the power of the superhuman template once more after a week, to engage in a serious discussion with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, during this time, he had absorbed a significant amount of solar energy through the superhuman template. This energy could be transformed into formidable combat power in a short span. If he could harness this combat strength effectively, the only entities capable of threatening him on this planet were those mutants. However, based on the current circumstances, it seemed highly unlikely that the mutants would seek him out for trouble, as they were likely preoccupied with their own chaos. To them, the most pressing matters were either defeating their fellow mutants or simply biding their time. Yu-Jie understood this well. In his memory, the most tragic aspect was not the events themselves, but rather the absence of any semblance of order within the minds of those mutants. Originally, he could ensure that no unexpected incidents would arise in a short span of time. However, who could have anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would develop intentions towards his wife? This implies that in the forthcoming period, there might indeed be unforeseen events. Considering this, Yu-Jie could no longer maintain his composure. After all, he understood better than anyone else that, in the current circumstances, resolving unforeseen complications necessitated meticulous consideration of all matters at hand. It was at this juncture that Yu-Jie dutifully returned to his abode. He had just engaged in conversation with this individual. He wondered if Hela had overheard. Yet, this was not of paramount importance. As long as the other party refrained from causing troubles for him and Hela, he could prioritize the notion of eliminating the adversary in due course. But it was precisely at this moment that Thor inadvertently conjured a new predicament. For Thor, his presence on Earth had initially been a mere indulgence in lethargy. Yet who would have thought that now an elder sister lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing him? This sister, it turned out, possessed formidable powers that could likely obliterate him in a matter of moments. With this realization, Thor resolved to fully embrace a laid-back existence. If this continued, Who could predict whether his sister would emerge to stir chaos? Previously, Thor had harbored little regard for living as an ordinary human. However, upon arriving on Earth, he discovered the joys of simplicity. Ordinary life was delightful, filled with indulgent beverages, and offered unexpected ease. In Asgard, both his father and that unfortunate brother sought to entangle him in their schemes, compelling him to relinquish what he had previously contemplated. Unbeknownst to Thor, at this very moment, his unfortunate brother had arrived on Earth. Loki's perspective on this matter was rather straightforward. As long as he could guarantee that no surprises would occur, that would suffice. He aimed to eliminate Thor before anyone realized what was happening. Should he succeed, the throne of Odin would rightfully belong to him. As for that previously unknown sister, what relevance did she hold for him? By the time she sought him out, Odin would have become a figure akin to the supreme monarch, and he, having ascended to the throne, was confident that he could vanquish any foe, regardless of Asgard's might. If that were the case, just how terrifying and powerful would this sister be? It must be said, Loki's aspirations were exquisitely grand, for he believed that no unforeseen events could occur, regrettably. Such beautiful thoughts must also reckon with the harshness of reality. Precisely because of this, the destroyer armor had initiated its course of destruction. However, in the absence of locating Thor, Loki decided to play a small prank on Earth. For instance, unleashing the destroyer armor to wreak havoc across the globe. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki set this plan into motion. The terrifying might of his intentions began to manifest on Earth. Meanwhile, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to detect the appearance of the destroyer. The destroyer had never before made such an entrance. Chapter 23, The Onslaught of the Destroyer. Thor reclined languidly on the sofa, sipping his indulgent beverage while engrossed in the anime before him, appearing exceedingly relaxed. After all, at this moment, nothing could disturb his tranquility. He was content to be a blissful sloth. Even though Odin had repeatedly cautioned him about the emergence of his sister, Thor remained unfazed. He felt utterly powerless even if Hela herself stood before him. Odin had withdrawn his divine powers, rendering himself an ordinary man, merely a vagabond on this earth. Truth be told, were it not for the embarrassment of working for humanity, he might have entertained the idea of doing so. Nevertheless, Thor's current occupation was hardly noble. He was a beggar. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Thor of Asgard would become a dormant beggar on Earth? Moreover, he had whimsically chosen to work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while taking weekends off. Occasionally, if the weather was unkind, he might even forego begging altogether. Odin observed these scenes with growing exasperation, wishing he could strike down this ungrateful son with Mjolnir. Reluctantly, he conveyed the news of Hela's return to Thor, hoping to instill a modicum of urgency in his child. However, who could have anticipated that instead of creating a sense of urgency, Thor had transformed into a complete layabout? Odin found himself baffled by this turn of events. While Thor had his flaws, he had always been a source of pride for Asgard, even stepping forward on numerous occasions to defend it. Yet, now, upon arriving on Earth, he had devolved into a mere wastrel. To Odin, this wretched being was the embodiment of human mediocrity. And what made it worse was that this despicable mediocrity was his own son. As the mother of Thor, the mightiest witch in the 9 realms, Frigga chose not to voice her opinions. She understood this was her child's choice. Unlike Odin, she was more attuned to her child's emotions. She could sense that her son had not found joy in Asgard. Yet, on Earth, he seemed to have reclaimed the happiness that had long since faded. Though Hela was a fearsome entity, once daring to oppose her, it was hardly a matter of great concern. After all, Odin had expended tremendous power to confine Hela. Yet, this did not imply that he lacked the strength to eliminate her. It was simply a reflection of Odin's reluctance to do so. After all, these 3 children held entirely different significances for Odin. More importantly, they were all his progeny. Thus, Odin could never bring himself to strike them down. Ironically, this very reluctance simplified matters, for Odin no longer needed to expend undue energy to restrain Hela, should she dare to show herself. The people of Asgard would ensure she understood the meaning of failure. Considering all these perspectives, Frigga pondered the merits of her child remaining a layabout. After all, Odin had invested the most hope in Thor. Given enough time, she believed Thor would undoubtedly become a source of pride for both of them. Thor remained blissfully unaware that his parents in Asgard had once again paved a bright path for him. For Thor, a simpler life was far more preferable. Moreover, the joys of life on Earth were unparalleled. He required no labor to receive ample rewards, and these rewards allowed him to indulge in a carefree existence. The Thor who once roamed the battlefields of Asgard was now a distant memory. Only the slothful beggar remained. Thor harbored no significant thoughts about his current circumstances. He understood that, in this environment, maintaining a low profile posed no issues. Yet, just as Thor reveled in his idle life, S-H-I-E-L-D was bustling with activity. After all, in their view, despite the myriad of unforeseen events that might arise, these incidents remained within the realm of control, particularly concerning the so-called mutants. One cannot deny that the powers possessed by mutants are indeed formidable, as they can swiftly transform situations into utter chaos. Nonetheless, since these matters pertain to humanity itself, S-H-I-E-L-D is reluctant to intervene. At least for the time being, they harbor no significant intentions. However, the emergence of the Destroyer has shattered this status quo. They are utterly oblivious to the origins of the Destroyer or the reasons behind its wanton destruction on Earth. Meanwhile, Hela, residing in the manor alongside Ugia, suddenly narrowed her eyes. Long ago, she sensed a profoundly familiar power, seemingly emanating from her father. Ugia was taken aback by Hela's sudden shift in demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, "What is it? Has something happened?" Hela simply shook her head in response, asserting that such matters still pertained to Asgard. Nonetheless, she was disinclined to delve deeper into the unfolding events, especially considering her powers had yet to be fully restored. Engaging in any form of conflict under such circumstances would likely lead to numerous unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, it was entirely possible that her father had already discovered her escape from prison. If he were to come seeking retribution, Hela felt she would stand little chance. After all, she had once been sealed away by her father millennia ago, and this time, she had paid a hefty price to break free. Ugia was puzzled by Hela's abrupt transformation. However, since Hela was unwilling to divulge any details, he chose not to press further. This was Hela's affair, and she would share it with him when she deemed it appropriate. Forcing the issue would yield no answers. Ugia maintained a calm demeanor, whereas the Hulk found himself in an unfortunate predicament. In truth, Hela's aura had been persistently disturbing him. Whenever unforeseen incidents occurred, the Hulk was always the first to react, as he was another facet of Dr. Banner. Even when Banner was conscious, the Hulk could keenly perceive changes in the environment. Naturally, this disturbance stemmed from Hela. The Hulk had to be on high alert at the slightest hint of her being unwell, for he could not ascertain whether she intended to harm him. Chapter 24, I Am a Failure. The Hulk was acutely aware of Hela's prowess. If Ugia could manage to engage him in a slight contest of strength, Hela could effortlessly shatter his wrist in an instant. This certainty compelled the Hulk to covertly observe Hela through Banner's body each day. Should Hela exhibit any signs of distress, he would need to contemplate fleeing, for no one could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly erupt in rage. Furthermore, given Hela's current demeanor, it was not difficult to surmise her feelings for Ugia. Thus, the Hulk was confident that Hela would not bring trouble to Ugia. Rather, she would direct any turmoil toward him. In such a scenario, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. With his remarkably keen instincts, the Hulk understood the importance of anticipating Hela's thoughts. Life, at that moment, had grown somewhat tranquil. Yet, it was precisely during this stillness that the Destroyer's power surged once more. Upon fully unleashing the Destroyer, Loki was astonished to discover that its terrifying strength seemed somewhat amiss. It appeared that with each act of slaughter, the Destroyer was able to garner even greater power. Loki was unaware of how Odin had originally crafted this armor. If Hela were present, she would undoubtedly reveal that the true origin of this armor lay with her. For when the armor was first forged, Hela had infused her own strength into it. Thanks to Hela's power, this armor could harness formidable energies throughout its relentless battles. Most notably, it absorbed combat experiences, thereby rendering itself increasingly potent. Loki remained oblivious to the Destroyer's true might. However, from his perspective, this was fortuitous, for as the Destroyer grew increasingly powerful, it would wreak ever more havoc on Earth. Odin had summoned Thor to Earth, primarily hoping that he would come to understand who he truly was. Consequently, Loki was filled with ideas. He reasoned that since his father wished for Thor to embrace humanity, he would certainly desire him to lead a stable life on Earth, ideally without causing any disturbances. But who could have anticipated that he would suddenly emerge and exacerbate the situation? The appearance of the Destroyer had plunged Earth into an unimaginable predicament, at least for the current S-H-I-E-L-D. There was a pressing need to deploy more weaponry. However, what astonished S-H-I-E-L-D most was the military's response. The military, surprisingly, showed no inclination to intervene. During their last encounter with the Hulk, they had merely observed with heightened interest. They were eager to see whether the military would meddle again, as they had with the Hulk. But to their astonishment, The military not only refrained from intervening, but also maintained a low profile. This left the entire SHIELD team puzzled. They approached their director, voicing their concerns. Was there something new brewing, or? I can't shake the feeling that those lunatics won't let this opportunity slip by. They might very well be plotting something in the shadows. According to the military's long-standing philosophy, they would never permit any surprises to emerge from within their control. Most of the military's actions were undoubtedly aimed at stirring the pot. We must admit that the military has been somewhat excessive of late. As the subordinates articulated their observations regarding the military's conduct, Nick Fury squinted slightly. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He was aware of what his subordinates were saying, but he also understood that maintaining a relatively peaceful relationship with the military was paramount. SHIELD had not yet attained the level of unassailable dominance. Should he allow matters to spiral out of control, there would be no possibility of restoring the previous order. The military had managed to keep the peace, and before SHIELD could formulate further plans, they should allow the military to proceed with their affairs. Although SHIELD personnel held various opinions regarding the military's current stance, they recognized that even their thoughts could remain subdued. After all, the military and SHIELD had painstakingly maintained their relationship up to this point. Even the director of SHIELD had to adhere to prior agreements. General Ross was well aware that something seemed amiss within SHIELD. However, for General Ross, this was not of utmost importance, as he was currently at a critical juncture in his mission to capture the Hulk. His initial plan had already failed. However, he would not permit such an incident to occur once more. In fact, if at all possible, he hoped to extinguish any unforeseen occurrences in their infancy. It must be said that General Ross's intentions were commendable, and he had resolutely decided to pursue his course without deviation. Meanwhile, the Military Research Institute swiftly delivered new findings to General Ross. The cells extracted from the Hulk, along with the gamma rays, had been successfully replicated. Now, all that was needed was a fearless warrior to step forward, sufficient to test this latest achievement. Indeed, General Ross had returned with a newfound clarity. His thoughts were so lucid that he recognized the impossibility of capturing the Hulk with the current military forces. Since recapturing the Hulk was not feasible, why not endeavor to create an even more formidable version of him? Should this endeavor succeed, the new Hulk would provide an abundance of research material in a short span, simplifying matters considerably. Nonetheless, even so, they would not abandon the plan to recapture the Hulk, for they understood that he was the true progenitor. Without the original's physique, many developments would not unfold as previously envisioned. It must be acknowledged that while the idea was simple, its execution would demand considerable time. Precisely due to this realization, General Ross resolved to lay all possibilities, as well as impossibilities, before him. He had little faith that further accidents would transpire. Chapter 25. Countdown to Destruction. Some calamities arrive unexpectedly. For instance, the emergence of the destroyer profoundly affected SHIELD's plans. It is worth noting that prior to this, SHIELD had maintained control over all matters on Earth. However, during that period, SHIELD bore its own burdens. Regardless of the unforeseen events that transpired, they always managed to resolve them promptly. Yet this time was entirely different. Even though they had prepared mentally and envisioned what might occur, the terror of the destroyer far exceeded their expectations. In merely half a month, 3 cities in the south had been utterly obliterated. SHIELD had already anticipated the unfolding of events and had conducted disaster assessments. However, when the reality confronted them, they realized just how ludicrous their assumptions had been. The most glaring issue was that during this calamity, they lacked sufficient time to confront the current disaster. Nevertheless, SHIELD refused to relent. They continuously dispatched more personnel to the battlefield to confront the destroyer while actively seeking additional strategies. After all, according to their calculations, resolving the threat posed by the destroyer in such a short time frame was clearly unrealistic. If they were to pursue this course, they would indeed require more possibilities. Consequently, SHIELD became exceedingly busy, for the events that had unfolded far surpassed their previous estimates. On the other hand, General Ross's experiment had reached a crucial juncture. According to his reasoning, pursuing the Hulk was evidently impractical at this moment. However, If they could identify a being that could rival or even surpass the Hulk's might, the task would appear considerably simpler. For this reason, General Ross ordered that a satisfactory answer must be delivered by all personnel within a short time frame. It must be noted that General Ross's intentions were commendable, and he had decisively prioritized this matter. The research team, not wishing to disappoint him, completed the first experimental subject within merely 3 days. Upon witnessing the experimental subject, General Ross felt a flicker of astonishment. For in his memory, while the Hulk's brute force was fearsome, he lacked any semblance of intelligence, merely a mindless killer. Yet the experimental subject before him was strikingly different. This creature retained a semblance of rationality, seemingly possessing human instincts. General Ross gazed upon the scene with uncertainty, for he understood that his plans would inevitably evolve. He had even contemplated the potential outcomes when confronting the Hulk. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that the experimental subject now before him significantly fulfilled all of General Ross's fantasies. After all, he previously believed that this painstakingly crafted experimental subject might not even measure up to the Hulk's genesis. Setting aside its destructive potential, the intelligence displayed by the subject was not difficult to assess. It was indeed a suitable candidate, capable of accomplishing many tasks with the augmentation of this newfound power. This realization imbued General Ross with confidence. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent, for in his mind, this was merely the first step. To enhance the situation further, the subsequent phase of experimentation needed to be even more formidable. Thus, the experiments centered around this subject commenced anew. Even the research personnel were taken aback by General Ross's urgency, yet as it aligned with his vision, they felt no resistance. Rather, they were filled with excitement. For in their perspective, while the initial subject was indeed promising, experiments inherently possessed the potential for improvement. Previously, General Ross had required time. However, with all possibilities laid before them, it signified that they had ample time to refine their endeavors. One must ask, as researchers, who would not desire such an eventuality. Meanwhile, within the estate, Ujia and Hela continued to relish their time together. Although the Hulk, an unwelcome presence, lingered, Ujia was presently engrossed in news reports on the television, as the emergence of the destroyer had captivated public attention. The populace had not anticipated the sudden arrival of such an armor on Earth, intent on annihilating humanity. Given the power exhibited by the destroyer, it was evident that its objective was likely the extermination of humankind. Otherwise, why would it devastate 3 entire cities, resulting in countless lives lost in the struggle against it? Unlike others, Ujia grasped the situation immediately. Wasn't this being the destroyer? But why had the destroyer manifested here? Could it be that Thor and his companions had arrived? Ujia distinctly remembered that the destroyer was pilfered from his father's treasury by Loki. The reasoning behind Loki's actions was primarily to confront Thor. With the destroyer now unleashed and exhibiting uncontrollable behavior, it was impossible to ascertain the situation with Thor. Perhaps events had unfolded regarding him. Yet, why had Thor not yet appeared? In truth, Thor was also watching the same report on television, but for him, the matter bore little significance. He had surmised that this was likely his father's intent. Perhaps Odin believed he had become too commonplace in the human realm. Thus, he had unleashed the destroyer. Though such a motive seemed excessively grand, humanity had committed no wrongdoing, yet they were to face divine retribution. Thor had begun to feel a twinge of discontent. Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed by himself. He was no fool. It was evident to him that if he could conceive such an idea, then his father, Odin, must have done so as well. It was highly probable that Odin was still scheming against him. With this thought lingering in his mind, Thor shook his head in resignation. If you deem this a mere game, then continue your play. It matters not to me. With those words, Thor once again changed the channel, returning to his daily routine of languorous leisure. Chapter 26. Magneto's daydreams. Odin had been vigilantly observing the circumstances on Earth. In fact, the moment the destroyer made its appearance, Odin had already reacted. This armor was intimately familiar to him. It was not merely his armor, but also a link between himself and Hela. Gazing upon the armor, Odin found himself at a loss for words. However, he was acutely aware that it was likely Loki, that rascal, who had instigated this turmoil. Otherwise, why would the destroyer manifest on Earth, displaying such a frenzied demeanor? For Odin, this situation bore both potential benefits and drawbacks. The positive aspect was that it might guide Thor onto a righteous path. The negative, however, was that Earth could suffer greatly as a consequence. Yet, considering Thor's current disposition, Odin ultimately resolved to refrain from intervening. After all, given the present circumstances, it was highly likely that Thor would still come to the aid of humanity. One must admit, Odin possessed profound insight into his offspring. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that Thor, upon departing Asgard, had nearly lost all sense of belonging to the realm. To him, Earth was the true source of joy, while Asgard felt more akin to a prison. Odin chose to observe the unfolding events from a distance. While mutants on Earth also became aware of the Destroyer's emergence. To the mutants, the sudden appearance of the Destroyer seemed somewhat amiss. Moreover, the Destroyer appeared to pose a threat not only to humanity, but also to mutants, a notion that even Magneto had not anticipated. Upon discovering the Destroyer's presence, Magneto's first thought was to ponder its origin and intentions. As he contemplated the changes unfolding, he felt a surge of excitement. In his eyes, the Destroyer was likely to annihilate a sufficient number of humans, and should the human population dwindle drastically, the age of mutants would dawn. Thus, Magneto made a bold decision. He attempted to communicate with the Destroyer, seeking to align their objectives. After all, despite their lack of prior interaction, their goals were aligned. Suggesting that a shared direction might be feasible. One must commend Magneto's brilliant thinking. Viewed through his lens, the situation would ultimately evolve in the manner he envisioned. Regrettably, he was unaware that the Destroyer lacked any consciousness of its own. From the moment Loki unleashed the Destroyer, its singular purpose became clear: to annihilate all life that stood before it. Regardless of identity, anyone daring to appear would face the Destroyer's lethal wrath. One cannot help but note that Magneto's aspirations were rather fanciful, a fact that cost the lives of dozens of mutants. These mutants, as per Magneto's instructions, approached the Destroyer. But before they could even initiate communication, or even before their plan was fully set in motion, the Destroyer struck without hesitation. In the eyes of the Destroyer, mutants and humans were indistinguishable. Both were merely life forms. Thus, their fate was singular: annihilation. This realization incensed Magneto, yet considering the Destroyer's stance, he ultimately refrained from intervening. In his view, since the Destroyer displayed no distinction between humans and mutants, it would likely pursue trouble with humanity. There was no need to obstruct it. Doing so would only divert its path of destruction further from humans, a scenario he wished to avoid. Consequently, Magneto's thoughts began to evolve in unexpected ways. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had located Thor, an occurrence that even Thor himself had not anticipated. Initially content to watch television at home, he found himself confronted by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in a world where S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored all matters concerning humanity. It was rare for them to be unaware of any human affairs. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D. was surprised to discover that Thor's arrival was rather abrupt, and this individual seemed to have no record among humanity. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. surmised boldly that he was likely not of Earth. To this, Thor readily confirmed everything. He acknowledged his identity and the existence of the Destroyer, which only heightened S.H.I.E.L.D.'s excitement for them. Since Thor was aware of the Destroyer's existence, he must also know how to control it, and might even possess the capability to vanquish it. One must admit, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aspirations were exceedingly optimistic. However, they were entirely oblivious to the reality that the Thor before them was merely a languid and aimless being. He was acutely aware of his own insignificance, accepting his role as nothing more than a simple wastrel. No matter the situation, it bore little relevance to him. As he simply desired to remain idle, they could engage in their affairs, but he wished not to be involved. After all, being a wastrel had its own peculiar joys. Upon realizing Thor's disposition, S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a quandary. After all their efforts to find an opportunity and discern the next course of action, they had not anticipated encountering a layabout like Thor. As a deity, one would expect him to engage in actions that no mere human would dare undertake. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had not foreseen that this deity had indeed succeeded in doing precisely that. Even actions that humans would not typically contemplate were entirely upended by his behavior. In such an environment, however, Thor felt that a judicious intervention might be warranted. After all, the world of humanity was quite splendid. Should it face annihilation, it would mean the end of his idyllic existence. The thought was commendable, yet the reality was harsh. When S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to persuade Thor to take action, he discovered a critical truth. He currently possessed no power whatsoever. He was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary human, who, at least, could still effect change. But Thor? He lacked even the might of a god. let alone the ability to summon his iconic weapon, Mjolnir. Due to this predicament, Thor fully embodied the notion of a heart willing to slay, yet powerless to act. Chapter 27. The Request of the Black Egg. Are you certain there is nothing you can do? Humanity requires you. Earth needs you. If you persist in maintaining this attitude, then Earth, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., began to speak to Thor. From S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perspective, Thor's reluctance stemmed not from any other motives, but rather from a disinclination to assist humanity. To this, Thor could hardly suppress the urge to deliver a devastating blow to that unscrupulous director. In his perspective, the other party's actions were a manifestation of distrust towards him. To put it bluntly, as a deity, it was only natural for him to instigate events. However, the current issue was not whether he could cause turmoil, but rather his utter lack of the capacity to do so. Most importantly, his powers were no longer as easily wielded as they once were. The god of thunder gazed at the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and spoke candidly. I implore you to abandon your fantasies. If I had the ability to intervene, I would have done so already. After all, Earth has treated me well, and I have my own intentions towards it. Thor spoke the truth, for in his own view, his previous intentions were indeed aligned with this sentiment. Initially, he had planned that should humanity encounter peril, he would lend his strength, and if humanity sought his aid, he would undoubtedly emerge at the first opportunity. Yet, the crux of the matter was not his intentions, but rather his present state. He simply lacked the requisite power to instigate any change. As Thor laid bare his thoughts, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director realized that further discourse at this juncture would bear no fruit. If the god of thunder truly wished to assist, he would certainly step forward. Yet, the director could sense Thor's unwavering confidence in his own diminished abilities. A wave of frustration washed over the director, knowing he could not alter the circumstances at hand. But what could be done? The destroyer continued to wreak havoc upon human cities, mercilessly slaughtering innocents. At that moment, the director recalled Captain Marvel. He pondered that summoning her back might indeed be a viable option. After all, her formidable powers were well acknowledged. Should she return to Earth in full force, the destroyer would likely become a mere, trifling matter. However, the director was acutely aware that Captain Marvel was currently occupied with maintaining cosmic peace, and she might not have the time to safeguard Earth. This realization brought a slight headache to the director. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations, and he suddenly thought of Ugia. If his memory served him correctly, Ugia possessed a terrifying power among humanity. Moreover, he seemed unrelated to mutants. This distinction was evident from prior investigations. In the director's eyes, mutants were aberrant beings, lacking professional ethics, hope, or faith. They would pursue any advantageous endeavor without hesitation. In stark contrast to Ugia, whose emergence had been quite unexpected, and who seemed indifferent to most matters. It was precisely this quality that left the director feeling uncertain about reaching out to Ugia. He hoped Ugia could lend his assistance in this dire situation. And with that thought, he led Thor directly to the estate. Upon their arrival, Thor felt an unsettling aura enveloping him. He sensed a strangely familiar presence, one that was both peculiar and terrifying, prompting him to glance around in search of its source. Despite his loss of divine power, his senses remained intact. Observing the surroundings within the estate, Thor ultimately shook his head. He saw nothing amiss, perhaps attributing the disturbance to a mere lapse in intuition, which made him chuckle to himself in self-deprecation. It was rather astonishing that, having lost his divine prowess, he had become so paranoid. Such feelings were typically reserved for mortals. Meanwhile, Ugia held little regard for the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., whom he perceived as nothing short of deranged. The last time he had visited was to meddle with his wife, and he suspected this time might bear ill intentions as well. Thus, Ugia remained silent, unwilling to engage. The director, catching Ugia's demeanor, realized that the latter likely harbored some resistance towards him. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such behavior. This realization prompted the director to shake his head in disappointment. He needed to convey the gravity of the current situation to Ugia, elucidating the perilous state of the Earth. If the destroyer continued its rampage, there would be no hope for the planet. Ugia waved his hand dismissively. He held no grand aspirations for Earth's salvation. After all, wasn't he the Sorcerer Supreme also around? Those individuals possessed formidable powers, and he believed they would not stand idly by. Consequently, Ugia did not acquiesce to the director's request. At that moment, the director was astonished to discover that Thor, who had been trailing him, had mysteriously vanished. Initially, he had thought Thor's presence would prove beneficial, if only to negotiate with Ugia. In the director's mind, The best-case scenario involved Thor approaching Ujia to explain the threat posed by the destroyer, leading Ujia to be shocked into action to protect Earth. Yet now, not only had Ujia outright rejected his request, but even Thor was nowhere to be found. This realization left the director in a state of exasperation. It seemed that nothing had unfolded to his satisfaction recently. He was even unaware of Thor's whereabouts, while upstairs, Hela had already erected a barrier. She regarded Thor with a smirk, then addressed him directly. "Hello, my dear brother. I never expected you would come knocking at my door before I could even seek you out." Thor's previously bewildered expression transformed into one of astonishment. He had no idea what had brought him to this room. Upon seeing Hela and hearing her words, he suddenly realized he had been brought here by his troublesome sister. The color drained from Thor's face. Chapter 28. All this is accidental. Thor stared at Hela, uncertain of what to say. He was well aware that his sister was no paragon of virtue. Their father had long warned him of the terror that was Hela, the goddess of death. She had obliterated countless races throughout the universe. Some had been driven to complete extinction due to her actions. Had Thor retained even a fraction of his former strength, he might have been able to exchange a few words with Hela, for his pride remained intact. Yet now, he was merely a despondent recluse. He glanced at Hela and waved his hand, unwilling to engage in conversation with a sister he had never met. In his view, he was powerless and might as well await his demise. However, recalling past events, Thor could not help but address Hela, though I wish not to divulge this. "Our father is most likely still watching over me. I know you managed to escape, but should he discover your presence here, it is highly probable you would share my fate." Thor's sudden declaration caught Hela off guard, but recalling their father's temperament, she could not help but shake her head. She had no intention of responding to Thor's query. After all, she had already contemplated the implications of bringing Thor here. She had certainly prepared for the ensuing consequences. She has also made ample preparations here, such as elevating her powers to a truly formidable level. This stage is sufficient to conjure a barrier within which even Odin, the All-Father, cannot perceive anything. This is where Hela derives her greatest confidence, for she believes that her father is not one to indulge his offspring. Therefore, he is surely monitoring Thor from the shadows, simplifying matters for her. It must be said that Hela has anticipated everything. However, she has underestimated Odin, in truth. The moment Odin witnessed Thor's disappearance, he had already contemplated Hela's emergence. Yet, his thoughts are quite straightforward. Hela is unlikely to completely disregard Odin, and thus she may not immediately eliminate Thor. Regarding the events unfolding on Earth, he harbors little concern and does not wish to speculate on their implications. With the destroyer now on Earth, it is inevitable that the three siblings will converge in a short span of time. Reflecting on these matters serves no purpose. It is more prudent to observe the unfolding events with patience. Odin's perspective is quite simple. If you choose to create chaos here, then what you do is of no concern to me, as long as you derive joy from it. However, certain matters must be sanctioned by me, such as the throne of the gods, which I bestow upon you, what I have not granted you. Should you attempt to seize or usurp, then you must come to terms with the inherent errors of your actions. Meanwhile, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. eventually spotted Thor outside the manor, yet the transformation in Thor's demeanor was striking. The current Thor bore no resemblance to the despondent figure from before. He now resembled a god who was only slightly less melancholic. Although the director was uncertain of the happenings surrounding Thor, Hela's visage incessantly surfaced in his mind. In his view, the most enigmatic presence within the entire manor was undoubtedly that of Yujia's wife. The director had previously encountered Yujia's powers and understood the terrifying potential that Yujia possessed. Yet, as long as Yujia remained passive, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not intervene excessively. However, Hela represented a variable. The power Hela had exhibited had been monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet they were astonished to discover that their surveillance was somewhat inadequate. They could not rely on their monitoring to ascertain the true extent of Hela's formidable powers. This realization led the director to feel some trepidation about meeting Hela today. He believed that merely encountering Yujia would suffice. If he could avoid meeting Hela, it would be for the best. Alas, regardless of previous intentions, the present circumstances rendered such thoughts rather ludicrous. After all, no plans had been realized. Simultaneously, General Ross's plans were progressing steadily, and he began to ponder that his experimental subjects had been impeccably crafted. Thus, should he consider simplifying matters further? Perhaps by orchestrating a minor accident or seeking out trouble with the destroyer. No one anticipated that the first to confront the destroyer would be General Ross, and his motivations were not rooted in the so-called future of humanity or the platitude of global peace. Rather, his true aim was to establish the military as the most formidable force on Earth. Hence, he clandestinely dispatched individuals to attack the destroyer, and many had already initiated assaults on it from the shadows. Even Iron Man had attempted a few strikes, only to be astonished by the realization that his ambitions were somewhat fanciful. His armor, modified thrice, had failed to overcome the adversary. The destroyer's seemingly soulless armor was particularly terrifying. His 3 attempts had all ended in failure, and on several occasions, he had nearly been slain. This situation began to shake Iron Man's resolve to save the world. He had never anticipated the existence of such a formidable armor, yet rather than feeling disheartened, he was filled with inspiration. In his mind, his Iron Man suit was more than capable of further advancement. No one could have predicted that the arrival of the destroyer would spark such creativity within Iron Man. Perhaps even Odin, the master of the armor, had not foreseen that Iron Man would now abandon his previous intentions to stir up trouble. He chose instead to calmly await developments. Or perhaps he had begun to tread a path similar to that of General Ross. He aimed to forge an even more powerful armor, one capable of contending with the destroyer. Chapter 29. A New Power, the Arrival of the Life Codex. Iron Man had commenced his research to create a new suit, while General Ross's endeavors remained unabated. In his view, the Hulk's experimental subjects must undergo real combat to ascertain their true potential. As for seeking trouble with the Hulk, that was evidently a fool's errand. Following this, the Hulk had also contemplated many matters, most notably why he had found himself in that manner. The appearance of that strange woman indicated much, although General Ross's internal reasoning leaned towards the belief that her strength was extraordinarily abnormal, particularly evident in the fact that the Hulk was content to remain within that manner. This alone seemed highly irregular, a notion General Ross had not previously pondered in depth. Thus, he had not considered the potential complications this might bring him. However, upon reflection, he realized a crucial and terrifying point. What kind of power did that giant truly possess? The Hulk's strength had undergone numerous tests, and General Ross was more cognizant of this than anyone else. Furthermore, he had long sought to understand this matter. Yet, he also recognized that as events shifted in another direction, he might miss out on the opportunities he desired. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from seeking to comprehend Hela's capabilities. Initially uncertain, he now felt a profound conviction. Merely a fleeting thought in his mind confirmed that Hela was decidedly unusual. Why was the Hulk present in that manner? Moreover, the military had never ceased monitoring Yujia's estate, as they deemed it necessary to discern the distinctive functions at play. Presently, General Ross believed he had attained the answers he sought. Most glaringly, the power possessed by Hela was undoubtedly more terrifying than that of the Hulk. The Hulk must have chosen to remain in the manner, for otherwise, given his cataclysmic nature, he would never allow a human to share his vicinity. He most certainly would not willingly reside within that manner, and for this reason, General Ross had resolved that, barring dire necessity, he would avoid provoking the estate. For who knows the terrifying power that manner might unleash, at least until his peculiar army makes its appearance. He shall refrain from seeking it out. Of course, once the peculiar army can be assembled in a short span of time, he will do everything in his power to exact revenge for the humiliations he has endured. It is likely that Yujie did not anticipate that, due to a single unforeseen action of his, both Iron Man and General Ross would undergo significant transformations. They have even embarked upon a path that is decidedly askew. Yet for Yujie, this development is of little concern. Throughout these days of attendance, he has garnered even more formidable rewards, the most significant of which is none other than the Life Codex of Superman. This artifact possesses an incredibly formidable power. It has the potential to elevate Superman's abilities to an unprecedented zenith. If previously Yujie believed that there were few left on Earth capable of threatening him, with the advent of the Life Codex, he now feels that even the so-called Supreme Mage may not stand as his equal. Superman's inherent strength is already immensely powerful, and as he absorbs more solar energy, the magnitude of his terrifying capabilities continues to escalate. Now that Yujie has once again acquired the Life Codex, matters are bound to become increasingly dire. However, he remains unconcerned by these developments. In Yujie's perspective, while the situation has indeed transformed into something entirely different, as long as it does not impact him personally, it is of no consequence. Even that purple sweet potato essence can be utterly annihilated by him. It is worth noting that prior to this, Yujie had contemplated whether to seek out the Infinity Stones, as doing so could augment his power in a short time frame. Yet with the emergence of the Life Codex, Yujie feels quite content to remain a lethargic bystander. After all, his strength is steadily on the rise. However, Aside from the Life Codex, he has scarcely received any useful rewards during this period, mostly socks, clothing, and even some undergarments, about which he has little to say. Yet now, with two formidable forces coursing through his body, what more does he need? At that moment, the military abruptly interjected with a piece of news that spread widely not only through television, but also via radio broadcasts. General Ross is solely focused on ambushing the destroyer to test his experimental subjects. However, as the aspirations of the peculiar army continued to evolve, General Ross realized he had made a grave error. If he intended to showcase the strength of the peculiar army, he should have presented these experimental subjects to everyone in advance. One cannot deny that General Ross's notion was commendable. Even Yu Jie was somewhat taken aback upon learning of this action, as he had previously perceived Ross as somewhat unhinged. Yet, who could have anticipated that General Ross would suddenly undertake such a judicious and rational course of action? Moreover, this action is likely to yield unforeseen consequences in the subsequent times. In stark contrast to Yu Jie's perspective, the majority of ordinary people felt that the military had finally made a correct decision. In recent years, the military had not possessed a commendable reputation in the eyes of the public. This lack of consideration for ordinary citizens had fostered a yearning among them for the military to reveal a different side of itself. Meanwhile, General Ross had opted for a live broadcast of this battle. He wishes to witness hope in the experimental subjects and foster confidence among the general populace. Thus, the peculiar army can swiftly take shape. This is General Ross's twofold strategy. Unfortunately, it seems he has somewhat underestimated the power of the destroyer. Yet there are those who are skeptical, believing the destroyer to be even more formidable. Furthermore, the destroyer has already commenced the annihilation of the fifth city. Following the destruction of the third city, the destroyer's power has surged to a new height. Chapter 30, Abomination versus Destroyer. The armor of the destroyer not only possesses the power of Odin, the king of the gods, but also that of Hela, the goddess of death. Moreover, to enhance the armor's might, a profoundly mysterious power has been infused within it. This power, known as the more one fights, the braver one becomes, ensures that as long as the destroyer is not destroyed in battle and achieves sufficient victories, his strength will grow without limit. On an ordinary battlefield, this armor's threat remains relatively constrained, for Odin had once donned it, thus it did not unleash its full terrifying potential. Now that Odin no longer wields it and allows the destroyer's path of destruction to unfold, the destroyer has ascended to an exceedingly fearsome level. It is notable that within the span of 2 months, the destroyer obliterated the first city in just 3 weeks, almost a month. However, following the destruction of the first city, the second city fell within merely 2 weeks. The third city succumbed in a mere week, and the fourth city was annihilated in a shocking 3 days, a timeline that is nothing short of alarming. The SHIELD organization is acutely aware of this, and it has become a source of great frustration for its members. They can all see that the destroyer is exceptionally abnormal. As long as he engages in combat, he gains enhancements. The nature of these enhancements manifests in a terrifyingly exponential manner. This reality has led SHIELD to continuously pressure their offensive plans. They understand that if they were to attack directly beforehand, it might have sufficed, but waiting until the situation evolves to launch an assault would be utterly fantastical. One must admit that such notions are often naive. Yet this time, the naivety has taken the form of General Ross, who has chosen to broadcast this battle live. His intention is to garner the support of the ordinary populace, thereby ensuring that the military receives more backing in its forthcoming endeavors. The destroyer has now appeared on the battlefield, and at this moment, General Ross's first experimental subject has also made its entrance. Its arrival is markedly distinct, as it is released from a colossal cage. With the continuous experimentation on these monsters, researchers have discovered methods to infuse even more terrifying materials into their bodies. These materials can enhance the subject's strength and even their combat fervor, a desire that can transform an ordinary person into a bloodthirsty beast. Only the military would dare to concoct such diabolical creations. This aspect has also been imparted to the experimental subjects by General Ross. The experimental subject now charges into the battlefield, letting out a resounding roar. A wave of terrifying power emanating from its very being. This power coalesces around it, gradually intensifying, and in a moment, the size of the experimental subject has astonishingly increased. It is noteworthy that the experimental subject's stature is comparable to that of the Hulk, originally standing around 5 meters tall, now suddenly transforming into 8 meters, a 3-meter increase. Though it may seem like a mere 3 meters, this augmentation signifies a substantial enhancement in muscle mass. To some extent, it has escalated to an even more fearsome stage. Feeling the power surging within, the The experimental subject surges forth, intent on completely shattering the armor of the destroyer, who has naturally taken notice of the approaching experimental subject. At this moment, the destroyer remains composed, retaining the calmness of before. To comprehend the essence of the destroyer's armor, one must recognize it as more than a mere instrument of terror. It embodies a profound composure even in the face of adversaries. This is intricately linked to Odin, who has invested immeasurable power into this armor, with absolute calmness being an exceptionally significant enchantment. This attribute was granted to him by his wife, ensuring that the armor maintains its unwavering tranquility during combat. There will be no reckless displays of aggression. Even as the opponent advances, the destroyer remains motionless. Yet, as the foe closes in to a mere few centimeters, the destroyer suddenly springs into action. He extends his hand, seemingly directed at the chest of the specimen, and in the next instant, flames erupt from his palm. The specimen, caught utterly off guard, never anticipated such a formidable surge of energy at such close range. By the time he reacts, his chest is already singed, charred by the flames. He brushes his hand against his scorched skin, then shakes his head in disbelief. Though the power appears somewhat terrifying, it is, in his current state, hardly worth his concern. During this period, the specimen has been subjected to an array of experiments. Although these trials stem from the experiences of other subjects, none have forgotten that he is test subject number 1. Thus, any new research findings are immediately applied to him. Ordinary energy attacks have become ineffective against him, and his cells can absorb this energy to the fullest extent. Taking a deep breath, the specimen launches another assault on the destroyer, yet this time, the destroyer does not adopt his previous fiery offensive stance. As the opponent charges forward, the destroyer merely relies on the inherent strength of his armor to counter, and the two engage in a fierce melee. Witnessing this spectacle, General Ross cannot help but smile. Only he understands the true terror embodied by the specimen. It is essential to recognize that the specimen hails from the Hulk, a being of boundless strength. General Ross is unclear about the source of the Hulk's power, though he knows it derives from his fury. However, he is fully aware of the capabilities of his own specimen. The longer the battle endures, the more formidable the specimen's strength becomes. Because of this, General Ross believes the destroyer is likely to be utterly defeated by the specimen. After all, the opponent has chosen a path of destruction, while the other side is merely posturing. Meanwhile, Ujia and Hela, present in the control room, are observing the live broadcast. The two pay little heed to the unfolding battle, with Hela even casually kissing Ujia on the cheek. To her, this clash is utterly devoid of significance, resembling a laughable circus performance. As one of the creators of the destroyer, he is acutely aware of the true terror this armor conceals. It is crucial to note that within this armor, there lies even more power yet to be revealed. The true spectacle has yet to commence. Chapter 31, Live Broadcast Mishap. The retreating General Ross. The battle between the destroyer and the specimen rages on, while General Ross, at this moment, uncorks a bottle of champagne. In his view, the destroyer is merely a figurehead. He even contemplates mocking S.H.I.E.L.D. for their previous attempts to neutralize the destroyer, which have evidently failed. In Ross's eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a cadre of ineptitude, incapable of handling such a monstrosity. However, he is confident that the military possesses the strength to utterly annihilate the foe. This conviction fuels his decision to celebrate with champagne. Beside him, the researchers wear expressions of sheer excitement, for they alone comprehend the significance of this confrontation. They believe that seizing this opportunity will lead to further enhancements for the specimen, potentially guiding it toward even greater heights. With this mindset, they have resolved to increase the dosage in the upcoming experiments. At the very least, they aim to elevate the specimen's power to match that of the destroyer. Prior to this, the destroyer had been meticulously studied. In their eyes, he is a paradigm to emulate. If they can seize this opportunity, they could replicate the destroyer's power within the specimen. Meanwhile, the specimen inhales deeply, sensing something amiss with the strength of his opponent, though he dismisses it as merely an anomaly, believing that relying on this power to defeat him is a fool's errand. He must concede that the destroyer is the strongest adversary he has encountered since his creation. Yet, if such power is all the destroyer possesses, it is clearly a delusion to think it could pose a threat. The specimen, in some respects, embodies the unwavering pride of the military. Faced with any opponent, they display an unyielding ferocity, convinced they can vanquish all foes. Just as the destroyer suddenly erupts in a dazzling display of light, flames burst forth from the joints of his armor. Initially red, these flames soon reveal blackened traces on their outer layer, spreading ominously. This phenomenon piques the curiosity of all present. However, General Ross remains unfazed, convinced that the destroyer's actions are mere death throes. He harbors unwavering confidence in his specimen. But as the destroyer unleashes another fiery surge, the specimen retreats. To his astonishment, he realizes that with the eruption of flames, he perceives a palpable sense of threat, as if approaching this inferno could lead to his obliteration. This instinct arises unexpectedly. Even he struggles to believe it, yet he soon shakes his head. How could he be bested by such a so-called instinct? Transforming from human to monster is not his desire, but he does not find it particularly difficult to accept. After all, he possesses the power to annihilate his opponent. An overwhelmingly terrifying force has now erupted, seemingly ignited by the destroyer's flames. The specimen feels an undercurrent of being underestimated. As a test subject, he does not believe he can be defeated by the destroyer. His strength is ample, and once it reaches a particularly formidable level, no opponent can hope to conquer him. In an instant, his power surges. The destroyer senses that his opponent's strength has increased significantly in a short span. However, he remains indifferent as the flames completely envelop him, rendering any trace of armor invisible. He appears as a blazing inferno, with red flames at his core and black hues on the outside. This fire, as time progresses, becomes increasingly ferocious. Simultaneously, the specimen charges at him, only to find himself entirely engulfed in flames. This unforeseen turn of events astonishes everyone, except for Hela, who watches the spectacle unfold with a slight smirk. In truth, others may find themselves quite unfamiliar with this scene, yet he alone comprehends its utter normalcy. The essence of the destroyer harbors a power that diverges entirely from their expectations. Within the destroyer's core lies a terrifying form of magic, absolute annihilation. Crafted by none other than his stepmother, the most formidable sorceress across the 9 realms. This destructive force can unleash unfathomable might when confronting an adversary. The crux of this magic is that, should the opponent prove sufficiently powerful, the flames will erupt forth with an intensity surpassing that of the foe. It is precisely for this reason that the destroyer has become Odin's most cherished armor, integrating offense and defense while bestowing tremendous convenience upon its master. It is undeniable that any attempt to instigate trouble in this domain will be met with dire consequences. As of now, the experimental subject is engulfed in flames. General Ross's champagne was shattered in that very moment. He could scarcely fathom that what should have been a foregone conclusion had devolved into such a monumental upheaval. How could this be? He had meticulously orchestrated every detail, and failure was simply not an option. Moreover, prior to this, the destroyer had proven no match for the experimental subject. How could it be that in such a brief span, he had been vanquished? This left General Ross grappling with disbelief. Nevertheless, due to the prior incidents at the manor, he swiftly shook his head and chose to withdraw from the broadcast. What had begun as joy had transformed into a nationwide scandal, and it was disingenuous for General Ross to claim he felt no anger. Yet, he was acutely aware of his true imperative, to salvage every possible outcome. He must ensure that no further mishaps occur. Naturally, these matters will eventually yield answers. If he cannot resolve them, he shall leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, aren't they the ones who relish in such affairs? Chapter 32. The Thunder God Will Awaken. General Ross never anticipated that his experimental subject would falter within the confines of his original plan. Although the destroyer is immensely powerful, it should have scarcely lasted a few rounds against the experimental subject. Yet, after all his efforts, he found himself facing failure. The audience watching the broadcast was equally stunned. In truth, even though the destroyer had yet to intrude upon their lives, it remained a distant threat. Nonetheless, they could sense the terror it invoked, far surpassing that which had previously been exhibited by mutants. This realization weighed heavily upon the viewers, as they recognized the emergence of a crisis in their lives. Who knows if this peril might manifest at their doorstep come morning? It was conceivable that while they slept soundly, this looming danger could obliterate them. Worth noting is that despite the failure of this battle, researchers promptly retrieved their creation. They understood better than anyone that the remains of this body still held potential. General Ross quickly retreated, while S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced preparations for a new strategy. Observing the military's movements, S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered whether their adversary had shown an unexpected benevolence by stepping forward to assist humanity, only to realize how absurdly comical this notion was. Based on the power displayed thus far, the destroyer was far more formidable than they had imagined. At the very least, S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized that any attempt to engage at this moment would require meticulous considerations. In that instant, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly deployed their most advanced weaponry. However, just as they began to mobilize, the military made a new decision. Although General Ross had tested his experimental subject, this endeavor had left the military feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, according to their strategy, this was to be a moment for the military to showcase their prowess. Yet, in the midst of this display, they were utterly defeated by their opponent, leaving the military feeling utterly humiliated. It must be said, the military seldom takes failure lightly, having lost face. They could not simply annihilate their adversary. They would not follow General Ross's lead and abandon the military. Rather, they resolved to escalate the situation, opting to employ nuclear weapons. This was an exceedingly reckless maneuver, as the destroyer was alarmingly close to human cities. The use of nuclear arms in this vicinity would likely endanger numerous urban areas. And most people are now acutely aware of the consequences of nuclear radiation and annihilation. Given the destroyer's rate of destruction, the military was ill-equipped to evacuate a substantial number of personnel in a short time frame, forcing countless innocent civilians to bear the brunt of the fallout. Meanwhile, within the manor, Yu-Jia and Hela had also witnessed the live broadcast. Yu-Jia felt little emotion. He understood that the destroyer was not as simple as it appeared. However, the power exhibited by the destroyer had far exceeded his expectations. He recognized it as Odin's armor, aware that it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Yet, why did this armor manifest such formidable strength, so contrary to his previous impressions? In the last world, he had encountered the Thunder God and witnessed the awe-inspiring power of the destroyer. The internal strength was ostensibly manageable. If the military's experimental subject were the abomination, it should have been capable of defeating the destroyer. Alas, even with the abomination's intervention, it had still failed to conquer the adversary. This left Yu-Jia feeling uncertain. He suspected that unforeseen circumstances had transpired. Otherwise, the destroyer could not possibly have been the abomination's equal. Presently, however, circumstances had shifted. Odin's absence was puzzling to Yu-Jia, who regarded Odin as a deity who favored peace. Initially, the adversary might have caused chaos across various realms, but in the latter stages, he had transformed into a benevolent and compassionate god, harboring goodwill towards Earth. Yet, the situation had escalated significantly, with casualties whose numbers Yu-Jia could not ascertain. The destruction of so many cities was likely directly linked to Odin, yet he remained conspicuously absent. This perplexed Yu-Jia. Unbeknownst to him, Odin's reluctance to intervene stemmed from concerns for his sons and daughters. Hela also observed the destroyer's power. She possessed the most direct understanding of its might. Yet, she too harbored curiosity. Had her father secretly modified the destroyer? Otherwise, its power should not have escalated so rapidly. She had witnessed the destroyer at its zenith and knew the terrifying strength it wielded. Even so, Hela believed that the destroyer required ample time to unleash its full potential. Yet, in just a few short months, the destroyer had ascended to an extraordinarily fearsome level. It was conceivable that further unexpected developments could arise during this stage. Undoubtedly, the unfolding events had surpassed Hela's expectations. However, glancing at Yu-Jia beside her, Hela ultimately shook her head. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, what significance did it truly hold? As long as it does not disrupt the intimate world shared between myself and Yu-Jia, he may do as he pleases. My immediate priority is to swiftly regain my strength and return to Asgard to inform my father of that position. He has lingered there for far too long, and it is time for a change, perhaps with me stepping into that role. Meanwhile, the mutants have initiated new actions. Both Professor X and Magneto perceive the appearance of the destroyer as a remarkable opportunity. At the very least, for the mutants, this represents a rare chance. Magneto believes that if the destroyer could obliterate more thoroughly, it would afford him ample room for maneuvering in the ensuing chaos. As for Professor X, he has resolved to directly thwart the destroyer's assault trajectory at this moment. Otherwise, humanity could potentially suffer catastrophic consequences, and given his affinity for the human race, he cannot permit such an outcome. Thus, he dispatches Cyclops and Wolverine, intending to utilize these two formidable individuals to halt the destroyer. Chapter 33, The Awakening of the Mutants. Wolverine and Cyclops possess extraordinary power. Their abilities, coupled with their remarkable physical prowess, are indeed formidable. Thus, when they confront the destroyer, they can unleash terrifying strength in a brief span, which is precisely Professor X's strategy. Moreover, his goodwill towards humanity compels him to annihilate the destroyer swiftly. Otherwise, as he previously envisioned, humanity's world would face utter devastation. Having long sought peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, Professor X will not tolerate excessive external interference in his plans. Upon learning of Professor X's intentions, Wolverine and Cyclops hastened to the city where the Destroyer resides. During prior broadcasts, they witnessed the Destroyer's might firsthand. They understood the terrifying nature of the Destroyer, yet the reality they now faced was far more daunting than what they had seen on screen. Just a glance unveiled a more profound and intimidating essence within the Destroyer. In the presence of the Destroyer, an ominous force seemed to emanate from within, previously unexamined and unpondered by them, as they were not participants in the battlefield and were no match for the Destroyer. Now, standing before the Destroyer, they prepared for battle. It was immediately apparent to them just how formidable the aura surrounding the Destroyer truly was, capable of igniting the very earth in an instant. After exchanging glances, Wolverine and Cyclops separated, intending to coordinate their assault. They understood that launching a frontal attack from a single direction would be perilous. Should they falter, they might fall into the enemy's trap, allowing it to ensnare them entirely. Their strategy was commendable in theory, yet reality proved harsh. Just as Wolverine found an opportunity to strike the Destroyer, the latter pivoted with alarming swiftness. Indeed, Wolverine had chosen to attack from behind, only for the Destroyer to unleash a terrifying flame from its armor upon turning. This flame bore a striking resemblance to that which had confronted the previous adversary. And although Wolverine's physical constitution was remarkable, it was not immune to the searing marks left by the flames, as pain surged through his limbs. Wolverine had never anticipated being caught off guard the moment he unleashed his power. His aptitude for seizing combat opportunities is unparalleled among mutants. Having participated in countless battles, his true strength lies not merely in his brute force, speed, or defense, but in his adaptability in combat. He possesses the ability to discern the most effective strategies during battle. Alas, despite such advantages, he found himself unable to seize any opportunity against the Destroyer. The flames emitted by the Destroyer effectively stymied his advance, and in that moment, Cyclops' eyes ignited with a fierce red light, seemingly intent on obliterating the Destroyer. Yet, the Destroyer, sensing the impending threat, raised its hand and advanced toward Cyclops. The beams of Cyclops' light struck the Destroyer's hand, but the armor remained impervious to his assault. The Destroyer continued its relentless advance, and before Cyclops could react, an even more terrifying force erupted forth. He was struck squarely in the abdomen by a forceful blow from the Destroyer. Cyclops' physical attributes differ significantly from Wolverine's, resulting in him being sent flying with that single strike. Hovering in midair, he felt bewildered. He recognized the sheer power of his foe and understood that the Destroyer was no mere product of the human realm, yet its ferocity surpassed all expectations. He found himself utterly overwhelmed, having been crushed before he could even approach the adversary. As doubts flickered in his mind, flames erupted once more from the Destroyer. Not only Cyclops, but Wolverine too found himself engulfed in flames. The Destroyer's demeanor had shifted dramatically. This time, the Destroyer unleashed flames in all directions. Both Cyclops and Wolverine were within its range, and for daring to stand against it, they would pay with their lives. In the span of mere moments, both Wolverine and Cyclops emerged with minor injuries, having gained no advantage whatsoever. They regrouped, exchanging glances before shaking their heads in disbelief. Who could have anticipated the overwhelming strength of their opponent? Initially, they believed they had a sliver of a chance to turn the tide. But such thoughts now seemed comically naive. They could not even draw near to the Destroyer, given the sheer magnitude of the Destroyer's exhibited power. They shared one last glance before resolutely opting to retreat. They understood that prolonging the battle would only spell disaster, as they were no match for the Destroyer. To defeat such an entity with their own might was evidently impossible. It would be wiser to withdraw. Regardless of whether they were mutants or humans, each had their own fate to contend with. While they yearned to save humanity, sacrificing their own lives for such a cause was decidedly imprudent. Rather than waste time and lives in a futile endeavor, it would be more prudent to await the next opportunity. They trusted that Professor X would devise a superior strategy in light of this confrontation. Otherwise, they would stand no chance against the Destroyer, for it transcended the capabilities of ordinary humans or even typical mutants. The power wielded by their adversary was truly terrifying, as it swiftly shattered all remnants of pride within them. Chapter 34. The Thoughts of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unbeknownst to all, the Destroyer had become the most fearsome presence in the hearts of many. Regardless of whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military, both can sense the extent of the terrifying impact that the Destroyer has unleashed. In the current circumstances, there is no feasible way to confront this adversary head-on in the immediate future. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already begun to mobilize other forces, striving to eliminate this sudden emergence swiftly. Similarly, it is not just S.H.I.E.L.D. that feels the urgency. The military also believes that the waiting period is far too prolonged. They feel compelled to resort to nuclear weapons to neutralize this foe. After all, given the current trajectory, the destroyer poses an escalating threat that could manifest in a short span. Had they considered this matter from the outset, it would have been far more manageable. Throughout, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never relinquished its efforts to engage Thor. They have discerned that Thor is significantly intertwined with this situation. If they could fully rally Thor to their cause, perhaps the calamity wrought by the destroyer could be swiftly mitigated. This very notion has compelled S.H.I.E.L.D. to ingratiate themselves with Thor. Naturally, Thor is acutely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intentions to curry favor, yet he remains indifferent to their overtures. To Thor, he is merely biding his time on Earth, living a life of leisure. Who could have anticipated that his father would wish for him to stir up trouble? Although he finds this prospect quite vexing, Thor has yet to acquiesce to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s requests. He firmly believes that he is not a match for the might of the destroyer's armor. Should he confront it directly, he risks being utterly overwhelmed. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has also picked up on Thor's considerable reservations. They endeavor to alleviate his concerns, but alas, their objectives are entirely misaligned. If there was a semblance of communication between them before, now even dialogue seems unnecessary. Thor perceives that S.H.I.E.L.D. desires him to confront the destroyer's armor, yet the power it wields is beyond the capacity of any ordinary god. After witnessing the true extent of his father's strength, Thor finds solace in being a mere slacker. After all, being a slacker has its own peculiar charm, and this very realization has exacerbated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s frustrations. Meanwhile, Yujia's estate remains blissfully tranquil. Yujia is well aware of the destroyer and its rampant destruction, as long as it does not encroach upon his estate. He remains unconcerned. He enjoys a blissful existence with his wife, unperturbed by external chaos. Given the current state of affairs, it appears the destroyer will not arrive imminently. However, Yujia is increasingly aware that the destroyer's reign of terror may not endure for long, especially considering S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military's stance. He cannot help but surmise that it is merely a matter of time before these titans of the human realm unite to vanquish the destroyer. With this in mind, Yujia remains unfazed. Conversely, Hela finds herself ensnared in uncertainty, pondering the reasons behind the destroyer's appearance on Earth. Yet, an intuition stirs within her, suggesting that her father is likely searching for her. Hela never anticipated the existence of a brother, one who seems fervently intent on causing upheaval. In the presence of his two sisters, he seems eager to escalate matters to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Yujia is blissfully unaware that his wife has begun to contemplate these developments. In his view, while circumstances may have shifted, as long as they do not disrupt his life, there are no significant concerns. Another week has passed. During this week, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor have engaged in multiple discussions, both hoping that Thor will step forward at this critical juncture. The destroyer has once again obliterated 2 cities, and if its destructive trajectory continues, it could potentially devastate the entire nation by next month. The power exhibited by the destroyer has grown exponentially with each city it decimates. If certain events had not transpired, perhaps fewer would have taken notice. Yet, once the situation escalates, S.H.I.E.L.D. can no longer maintain their composure. Only the military has slightly tempered its pace. Initially, the military regarded the destroyer's emergence as dire news. Therefore, they are determined to eliminate the destroyer, even resorting to nuclear weapons. However, shortly after this notion arose, they were astonished to discover that the destroyer's power had significantly increased once more. It can be said that all their prior plans have been thrown into disarray by the destroyer's might. Had the destroyer's power not escalated, they might have remained indifferent. Yet now, as the destroyer's strength burgeons, they must reassess the efficacy of nuclear weapons in this confrontation. If they cannot resolve the situation as anticipated, they will be unable to devise new strategies in a timely manner. Consequently, the military has abandoned the idea of employing nuclear weapons. After all, wielding nuclear arms is not as straightforward as it may seem. Yet, as everyone scrambles to devise solutions to the destroyer, Thor has stepped forward. Indeed, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s DS persuasive eloquence, Thor ultimately chose to yield. The destroyer must be confronted, otherwise, who can guarantee that it will not cause further calamity? Thor senses that the destroyer's power is steadily increasing over time. Once this force amplifies further, even if he regains his strength, he may find it exceedingly challenging to thwart the destroyer. Although Thor currently lacks power, he has resolved to take a gamble. He believes his father would not so easily relinquish him. Chapter 35, Awakening. Ultimately, Thor set forth, persuaded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the prevailing circumstances, unforeseen events are always lurking. Moreover, it appears that acting swiftly is imperative to avert unexpected developments. Thor had long known of the destroyer's escalating power. However, he also recognizes that as time progresses, the destroyer could unleash even greater threats. Should he seek to intervene now, it is unlikely he would be swiftly vanquished as he imagines. He may even seize the opportunity to reclaim his power from his father. Not that Thor is particularly eager to regain it. Rather, he senses a looming danger on Earth that could lead to catastrophic consequences akin to the destroyer. Understanding the distinction between possessing weapons and wielding them is the first lesson Thor has learned on Earth. He is acutely aware that only by reclaiming his power can he hope to maintain his former prowess in the immediate future. It cannot be denied that Thor's intentions are commendable, yet when he stands before the destroyer, he will also be compelled to acknowledge its overwhelming presence. He could sense that there was something awry with the power emanating from the destroyer. Long before this moment, he had glimpsed the destroyer within his father's treasury. This armor was well aware of the true nature of the destroyer's might. However, the understanding he possessed back then was entirely different from what he comprehended now. The most evident distinction was that this power had far surpassed his utmost recognition. Previously, he had entertained some suspicions about it. Even during the live broadcast, he had witnessed the destroyer's strength, but at that time, Thor had merely perceived the destroyer as having undergone a slight change. This alteration was discernible to the naked eye, and he believed it would pose no immediate threat to himself. Yet, upon reviewing the situation now, he felt as though he had been indulging in fanciful delusions. The current state exhibited by the destroyer led him to believe that it could easily eradicate him in a matter of moments. In an instant, Thor found himself contemplating flight. However, at that very moment, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared behind him. Thor happened to glance back at S.H.I.E.L.D. and sighed. Ultimately, despite his initial desire to flee, Thor stood his ground. There was no possibility of retreating now, had he not chosen to step forward. Many matters could have been resolved with relative ease. Nevertheless, since he had already made his decision, even lacking his former strength, the issues at hand still demanded resolution. With a slight closing of his eyes, Thor took a deep breath and charged forth without a moment's hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. had speculated whether Thor possessed some hidden cards, which prompted his decision to assist them in confronting the destroyer. Yet, they could not have anticipated that Thor harbored his own reservations about facing the destroyer. He had merely contemplated for a brief moment before launching himself into the fray. Undoubtedly, Thor was a deity, as no one would voluntarily reveal their identity. Aside from the gods themselves, this much S.H.I.E.L.D. could ascertain. But could a once god still be considered a god? According to their assessments, Thor was no longer the same deity he once was. He had lost his former might, and it would not be an exaggeration to label him as an ordinary man. Moreover, he was akin to an out-of-shape individual, possessing exceedingly limited power. To instigate any significant action in such an environment, strength was paramount. If one possessed sufficient power, they would encounter no complications. However, if one lacked that strength yet still sought to create upheaval, it would be quite the fanciful notion. Thor's speed was not remarkable, and by the time he reached the destroyer, the latter's offensive abruptly ceased. This left the observers from S.H.I.E.L.D. in a state of shock. It was the first instance they had witnessed the destroyer refraining from attacking an opponent. Unlike their ongoing surveillance of the battlefield, which had meticulously monitored every development, they were eager to discern the nature of the destroyer and the extent of its power when confronted by a foe. Yet, without exception, all who had attempted to stir trouble had been thoroughly schooled by the destroyer. Be they mutants, military personnel, or even some formidable beings that had appeared in Hanzhong, they had all been dealt with by the destroyer. Due to this, they were utterly convinced that the notion of instigating trouble was somewhat presumptuous. The most critical factor remained the overwhelming power of the destroyer. Should it choose to unleash its might, it could vanquish them in the blink of an eye. However, this time, the destroyer maintained its composure in the face of Thor without launching an immediate assault. This deviation from their expectations altered their perceptions entirely. In the next moment, the destroyer made its move. Thor uttered not a word, not even a hint of resistance, and was sent flying by a single punch. The terrifying force erupted in an instant. This power continued to escalate. After taking a deep breath, Thor rubbed his chest, which still throbbed with pain. He truly had not anticipated that the destroyer's armor could unleash such horrifying strength in such a short span. This exceeded his utmost comprehension. Nonetheless, even in light of this, retreat was not an option. In truth, Thor's mindset had undergone a significant transformation from before. If previously he had approached this encounter with a tentative attitude, now, as he faced the destroyer, his entire perspective had shifted dramatically. For instance, if he truly intended to instigate trouble, then why delay? Furthermore, he mused that given how exhausting life was for both gods and mortals, perhaps it would be better to simply embrace death, especially with his father constantly burdening him with affairs. This had rendered Thor exceedingly vexed. No one could have foreseen that in confronting the destroyer, Thor would entertain thoughts of demise. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been quietly observing the battlefield, narrowed his eyes at this moment. He believed he understood his child intimately. A mere glance revealed a stark difference. He could even sense, albeit faintly, that something unusual was transpiring within Thor. Ultimately, Odin shook his head. The changes in his child had surpassed his capacity for prediction. However, since Thor was disinclined to instigate trouble, he would need a nudge to set him on that path. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Odin gazed upon the storm, closing his eyes. Chapter 36, The Return of Power. While both mortals and spirits showcased their prowess, only Thor found himself enduring punishment. The destroyer refrained from employing its energy and flames, relying solely on its physical strength to relentlessly assault Thor. Although Thor exhibited some differences, he assumed that the destroyer, as his father's armor, was merely underestimating his ability to withstand the blows. Yet, such thoughts were of little consequence to him. For Thor had truly ceased to care about these matters, and at that very moment, S-H-I-E-L-D discerned something unusual about him. Thor's current state was entirely different from before. They could perceive a sense of despondency enveloping him. He exhibited no intention of engaging his opponent. From the onset of the battle to the present moment, Thor's power seemed to swirl around him. To be precise, Thor had very little power left within him. In essence, he was an ordinary man. Yet, most of S-H-I-E-L-D had placed their hopes on Thor, anticipating that he would unleash a terrifying force in an instant. However, some were acutely aware that Thor, in his current state, was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Perhaps he had once been a deity, perhaps he had once wielded extraordinary power, but in this battle, he held no advantage. Since the beginning of the conflict, the destroyer had unilaterally slaughtered Thor. Countless wounds adorned his body, with blood continuously dripping from him. Look, is there not a flash of lightning in the sky? No, that lightning seems somewhat unusual. It was unclear who from S-H-I-E-L-D spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. All heads turned upward, and sure enough, a visible dark cloud appeared in the sky. This cloud was shifting colors, typically black. This time, it exhibited signs of turning blue. The spectators beheld the mesmerizing sight of violet lightning entwined with ominous clouds. And it was unmistakable that the direction of this darkened mass was precisely where the god of thunder resided. Thor, who had resigned himself to enduring punishment until death, suddenly lifted his gaze. He sensed the return of a formidable power. It was well known that upon his departure from Asgard, he had been stripped of all his might by his father, Odin. Although his strength remained within him, it required a means of release known only to Odin. Even Thor himself was oblivious to the method. Now, however, he could feel that once the thunderbolts from the heavens struck him, all the seals binding his power would be undone. His full might would return, and he would once again transform into Asgard's god of thunder. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected resolve surged within him. Had he not witnessed his own strength prior, he might have remained indifferent. But now, having glimpsed his past glory, he was no longer inclined to languish in lethargy. Soon, the thunder descended from above. This time, the bolt, as large as a barrel, enveloped Thor completely, leaving the majority of S-H-I-E-L-D personnel in stunned silence. They recognized the peculiar arrival of the thunder and anticipated its potential for unleashing beams of energy. Yet none could fathom that this sudden manifestation would strike the god of thunder himself. What could this overwhelming force signify? At that moment, they observed that after Thor embraced the cleansing of the lightning, he underwent a dramatic transformation. Clad in tattered garments, he appeared merely as an ordinary, slothful figure. However, as the thunder rumbled against him, the once dreary Thor vanished. Even his once bulky physique began to dissipate, revealing a chiseled god of thunder before their very eyes. Adorned in dark armor, complemented by a billowing crimson cape, Thor reclaimed his formidable power. Moreover, whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that his strength had not only returned but had significantly amplified. Inhaling deeply, Thor beamed with a smile. The distinction between wielding power and being powerless was stark. With his might restored, he intended to show the accursed armor the true meaning of cruelty. From the outset of his battle against the armor, he had been the one to endure relentless blows. How could he accept such a fate? If the adversary sought to stir chaos, then he would indulge their desires. After all, if it was to be a tumultuous affair, who would dare to shy away? As he exhaled, a more terrifying force erupted from Thor, propelling him to a heightened state. In his grasp, his iconic hammer, Mjolnir, reappeared. It could be said that the epitome of Thor had returned. Sensing this transformation, the destroyer armor seemed to ignite with a flickering flame. Naturally, Thor noticed this, but his interpretation diverged sharply from that of others. He could discern that this force likely emanated from his father, and it was evident that the destroyer had refrained from employing any energy during their previous skirmish. Clearly, the armor had recognized his identity, and it was probable that Odin had been observing everything in secret, seizing this opportunity to impart a lesson. Now, with Thor's power restored, his father wished to ascertain whether his strength had indeed grown, thereby permitting the destroyer to utilize this newfound power. One must concede that even a seemingly inert individual could possess a remarkably astute mind. Odin himself had not anticipated that his subtle maneuvers had been unraveled by Thor. What transpired next left Odin utterly astounded. As Thor swung his hammer with resolute force, blue lightning enveloped him entirely. He seemed to transform into a true embodiment of thunder. The instant Mjolnir struck the chest of the destroyer, Thor, too, was enveloped in a cascade of lightning that enveloped the destroyer completely. This energy continued to amplify, relentlessly stimulating the destroyer, as the power belonging to Thor erupted forth. Chapter 37. The Return to Normalcy. The might Thor displayed was formidable, even catching Odin's eye. Yet, as Odin beheld this spectacle, disbelief etched itself upon his countenance. He had never anticipated Thor would possess such power. Reflecting on Thor's actions on Earth, Odin found himself perplexed. He had always kept a watchful eye on Thor, despite being unaware of the whereabouts of his eldest daughter and youngest son. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on Thor, for he sensed that Thor's actions on Earth were those of a mere fool. Even an ordinary human would struggle to replicate Thor's feats, yet Thor had astonishingly accomplished them. Compounding this, Thor unleashed a terrifying surge of power afterward. Odin had anticipated the strength Thor would wield, believing that ultimately, the destroyer would need to be subdued by his own hand. However, given Thor's displayed power, it was evident that he had not diminished in strength. Rather, he radiated an overwhelming force. This realization left Odin feeling uncertain. This child had not engaged in much combat, as he had been observing Thor's every move. He was fully aware of Thor's actions during this battle. Yet, he could ascertain that Thor had not invoked any of his inherent powers, leading to a heightened uncertainty regarding Thor's current state. Meanwhile, on Earth, the battle between Thor and the destroyer was nearing its conclusion. Thor had reclaimed the strength of his former self, and with this power, he was capable of achieving remarkable feats. Moreover, as Odin suspected, Thor had indeed augmented his strength, increasing it by at least 30%, if not more. This realization left Thor with a sense of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he quickly cast these thoughts aside, for he was resolved to vanquish the destroyer. Lightning danced across the destroyer, and the self-awareness of the armor began to dissipate. In truth, Thor was becoming increasingly uncertain whether this armor was a ploy orchestrated by his father. As he steadily eroded the destroyer's consciousness, he discovered that the awareness concealed beneath the thick armor was alarmingly feeble. The consciousness hidden within the heavy armor was indeed insignificant, not reflective of his father's will, but rather reminiscent of some divine trickery. Suddenly, Thor had a revelation. The destroyer that had manifested in the human realm was likely not orchestrated by his father, but rather by his mischievous brother, Loki. Only he would engage in such antics, perpetually scheming and plotting chaos. These affairs were of little concern to Thor, yet they seemed to amuse his brother, who relished in creating turmoil. With this realization, Thor shook his head in exasperation. Only the feeble resort to so-called schemes and machinations. The strong seldom concern themselves with such trifles. Take, for instance, the present moment. Even though he has discerned that the individual before him is none other than his brother Loki, the god of thunder remains unfazed. Should his adversary wish to incite chaos, he is free to approach. Thor would ensure that the other party comprehends the essence of cruelty. With the consciousness of the destroyer extinguished, Thor swiftly retracted the armor. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing this spectacle, breathed a collective sigh of relief. In truth, from the moment Thor commenced battle, they had begun to harbor doubts regarding his survival in this confrontation. After all, the image of the god of thunder as a corpulent recluse had nearly ingrained itself within their minds. Yet, who could have anticipated that so soon? Thor would unleash such formidable power, obliterating the destroyer in an instant. It must be said that Thor's stature in the eyes of the majority within S.H.I.E.L.D. has been significantly elevated. Moreover, upon the restoration of his powers, the excess weight upon him dissipated entirely. Thor soon approached the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., offering a smile before declaring, "My strength has been restored. Thus, Earth no longer suits me. However, you have gained the friendship of the god of thunder. Should you require me, simply summon my name, and I shall appear." Upon uttering these words, a flash of lightning coursed through the sky, and the god of thunder vanished without a trace. Many found themselves slapping their own faces in disbelief, unable to fathom that Thor, after dispatching the destroyer, had simply disappeared. Nevertheless, with Thor's departure came the promise of resolution, allowing peace to return once more. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally felt relieved, while Nick Fury, the director, found his thoughts shifting. He sensed that the assault by the destroyer had sounded a dire alarm. Long before, he had contemplated assembling the so-called Avengers, as he felt the events transpiring on Earth far exceeded his expectations. One day, he might awaken to an unspeakable catastrophe, one that humanity could not withstand. He must swiftly assemble a capable team, one that could safeguard the Earth and assist humanity in repelling the majority of threats. It must be said that this divine being recognized the director's keen foresight. However, calamities are often brewing in the shadows. Within the estate, Ugia remained unaware of the destroyer's demise, while Hela suddenly gazed upward at the sky. She sensed the destroyer's presence had abruptly vanished. In fact, prior to this moment, the appearance of the destroyer had caught her attention more than once. Furthermore, her previously indifferent thoughts had begun to shift slightly. For Hela perceived that if the destroyer were not halted, he would likely manifest within her estate. At that juncture, her sanctuary would face obliteration, an outcome she was loath to witness. As for the protection of humanity, that had never been Hela's concern. Yet, with the destroyer's essence entirely dissipated, Hela soon realized that it was likely her brother who had intervened, albeit with the unexpected restoration of his divine powers. Hela shook her head at this thought. After all, these matters were likely orchestrated by Odin himself. Chapter 38, The Rebellious Children. Although Hela felt a flicker of curiosity, she refrained from delving deeply into the unfolding events. In her view, prior to the restoration of her powers, most external matters bore little relevance to her. The current trajectory of events was not particularly dire. She merely needed to seize the opportunity, and according to her own reasoning, she required a swift restoration of her strength to become even more formidable. That was of utmost importance. Otherwise, should circumstances shift, unexpected occurrences might arise. Previously, she had not pondered the implications of these events, nor had she considered how their progression might affect her. However, as the incidents multiplied, her uncertainty grew, leaving her wary of potential surprises. Meanwhile, Ugia remained oblivious to his wife's situation. With the Superman template combined with the life code, the two forces had seamlessly integrated into his being. As he absorbed more solar energy, Ugia could distinctly sense that few could contend with him on this Earth. Should trouble truly arise, it would likely stem from those insufferable mutants. Yet, should the mutants, embroiled in competition, dare to provoke him, they would undoubtedly find themselves on a perilous path. Ugia had never contemplated the nature of his own power, for he understood that as his time of signing in extended, so too would his rewards multiply. The number of individuals capable of challenging him dwindled. Before obtaining the life code, he believed he would stand little chance against even the likes of a mere purple potato creature. However, should one such entity appear before him now, Ugia felt confident he could dispatch 10 with ease. This was no exaggeration. The perfect fusion of the life code and Superman's innate power was beyond imagination. Nevertheless, as time progressed, Ugia perceived that unforeseen events upon Earth seemed to be increasing. Yet, his mindset remained unchanged. If matters did not confront him directly, he felt no need to concern himself. However, Should a situation arise that threatened himself or his family, Ujia would wield thunderous might to impart the true essence of despair upon his adversaries. Thor swiftly returned to Asgard, feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding the events that had transpired on Earth. He suspected his father had played a role behind the scenes. Yet, when it came to his sister and brother, both had played crucial roles in this saga. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor chose not to confront his father immediately, but instead sought his mother. He felt the need for a heartfelt conversation with her. However, their exchange proved brief. Soon, at his mother's urging, Thor acquiesced to meet Odin. The moment Odin laid eyes upon Thor, he squinted, sensing a familiar aura emanating from him, the essence of his daughter. Could it be that his daughter had encountered Thor on Earth? As he narrowed his gaze, Odin refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, Thor addressed Odin directly, stating, "If you do not rein in your sons, they may very well stir up trouble, and I can sense that one of them is courting disaster." Though Thor refrained from naming Loki, he knew his father would understand precisely whom he referred to. Odin nodded, fully aware of the implications of Thor's words. Yet, he also recognized Loki's plight. The boy had endured far too much suffering. "I shall handle the matter, but your strength, do you not think you owe me an explanation?" Odin promptly inquired of Thor. His curiosity was piqued. What had transpired to bring about such a transformation in Thor? Based on Thor's previous experiences on Earth, he had appeared to be devoid of power, incapable of enhancing his abilities. Yet, in facing the destroyer, Odin was astonished to discover that Thor's strength had surged exponentially. This time, he scrutinized his son closely and could discern that his son's physique seemed to exhibit some subtle changes. Of utmost significance was the palpable strength emanating from him. Previously, it was manageable, but now, after merely a fleeting glance, it was evident that this power had grown exponentially. It was precisely due to this realization that Odin found himself intrigued to learn the nature of the response the god of thunder would provide. Perhaps it was a matter of innate talent. After all, I am the god of thunder, and acquiring strength is quite a natural occurrence. Odin could hardly fathom the god of thunder's unexpected reply, prompting him to gaze intently once more, seeking to uncover the true outcome reflected in his son's eyes. However, after a few more glances, Odin shook his head. The child had indeed transformed significantly from his former self. Nevertheless, the god of thunder appeared to be on the path to maturity, and thus, Odin felt reassured, allowing his child to develop freely. After all, they would inevitably reunite before him. Odin's thoughts were commendable, and after bidding farewell to his father, the god of thunder once again opened a spatial tunnel. He intended to journey to Midgard to see his sister. After their last parting, the god of thunder had been harboring certain thoughts. More importantly, he believed that since she was his sister, there was no need to complicate matters here. Even though he was aware of the irreconcilable conflict between Odin and his sister, they were still family. With a buoyant spirit, the god of thunder arrived at the estate, and considering his brother-in-law's presence, he decided to adopt a different appearance. Upon entering the estate, his eyes immediately fell upon his brother-in-law, Ujia. Ujia was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of an unexpected guest. Not only that, but Hela also emerged at that moment. Ujia found himself puzzled, having previously established no so-called bodyguards in the estate due to their earlier relationship. He had not been particularly vigilant, especially with the presence of the Hulk. This estate was already an exceedingly secure place. Yet, despite this, someone had managed to enter, prompting Ujia to address the newcomer, stating that this was private property. Chapter 39. Do you want to die? You must be my brother-in-law. Greetings, I am your brother. And your wife is my sister. Due to his previous experiences on Earth, the god of thunder had become somewhat overly familiar. He spoke directly to Ujia, who, in turn, regarded him with uncertainty. In his recollection, his wife should have been an orphan, devoid of any relatives. Ujia shifted his gaze to Hela, who merely nodded in confirmation. The sudden appearance of a brother left Ujia feeling somewhat at a loss. Would he soon encounter his so-called in-laws as well? Hela, unable to hear the thoughts of mortals, would undoubtedly give Ujia a thumbs up if she could, for she indeed had a father and a stepmother. However, Hela refrained from elaborating on this matter with Ujia and instead led the god of thunder into the house, eager to discuss various topics with her unfortunate brother. Ujia observed the exchange with mild curiosity, but since he was now dealing with his wife's brother, he felt no need to voice any concerns. Coincidentally, he had a draft to discuss, so after exchanging a few casual remarks with Hela, he chose to take his leave. Once Ujia departed, Hela's attention shifted entirely to her brother. She could sense that he had regained the power that had previously been suppressed. It was likely that Odin had lifted the seal that had confined him. She had sensed the presence of Odin's power within her brother. Odin's strength had entirely shackled her brother's divine abilities, Yet at that time, she had not been inclined to engage with him. It was surprising that within such a brief period, he had regained his strength, and this power seemed to surpass that of the god of thunder she had encountered previously. However, this development had no direct bearing on Hela. Addressing the god of thunder, she remarked, "My dear brother, do you find life unbearable, prompting you to seek death?" In Hela's eyes, the god of thunder appeared to be courting disaster, as his life was relatively comfortable, and his strength was gradually returning. Yet, his sudden arrival had disrupted Hela's plans. At the very least, she felt it necessary to explain her brother's appearance to Yujia. Otherwise, the situation might become rather complicated. Furthermore, Hela was astonished to discover that Yujia seemed to harbor some secrets. Each night, they engaged in activities related to stamina and physical prowess. Previously, she had sensed that Yujia was merely an ordinary man, but now, for reasons unknown, his strength and physical condition were continually improving. This left her feeling uncertain about what secrets he might be concealing. Yet, was she not also hiding secrets from him? Therefore, she chose to overlook it, though she did not wish for the god of thunder to disrupt her harmonious family life. The god of thunder appeared to notice the shift in Hela's demeanor and promptly raised his hand, stating, "I did not intend to intrude, but I believe we should have a serious discussion regarding Asgard. For instance, I am aware that you aspire to become the ruler of Asgard, and our brother also holds such aspirations. However, I prefer that you assume the throne of Asgard. Thus there is no need for you to dwell on thoughts of revenge. You can afford to wait patiently." It must be said that the god of thunder was quite the naive young man. Hela had not previously sensed this, but as he spoke, she confirmed her suspicions. Before long, Hela burst into laughter, saying, "Do you think I require your retreat or that of the old man? The throne rightfully belongs to me, and if he enjoys stirring up trouble, let him do so. However, what I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. He has no right to occupy what is rightfully mine." With that, there was no longer a need for communication between them. Yet the god of thunder still wished to persist. After all, they were family, and there was no need for them to speak harshly to one another. However, a dark aura began to emanate from Hela, clearly indicating that she was issuing an eviction order. Although this brother appeared somewhat foolish, there was no need for them to engage in open conflict. The god of thunder's words revealed a certain childishness, and it was precisely this naivety that made Hela unwilling to continue their dialogue. As far as she was concerned, unexpected occurrences should not be permitted. The god of thunder had not anticipated his sister's unwillingness to yield. However, sensing the power radiating from her, he chose to depart, fully aware that it would be folly to engage in battle with her given his current abilities. The strength she commanded was far too formidable. After all, when Hela had traversed the cosmos as the goddess of death, he had yet to be born. This realization made the disparity between them all the more apparent. If I were to remain, it might bring discontent to my sister, and her unhappiness could very likely lead to my untimely demise as her half-brother. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor has commenced preparations of significant magnitude. Foremost among these endeavors is the investigation into the enigmatic Hela, the goddess of death. The information gleaned from their father is alarmingly scant. It seems that he is deliberately concealing details about this sister. Yet this does not deter Thor from uncovering the true nature of Hela's existence. The more he learns, the more he is taken aback. He never anticipated that his sister could wield such terrifying power, having obliterated countless races across the cosmos. Numerous civilizations have been entirely extinguished due to her might. Given her formidable strength, Thor recognizes that provoking her would be utterly futile. The repercussions of such provocation would be beyond his capacity to endure. With this realization, he resolves to depart. After Thor's departure, Hela cannot help but shake her head in exasperation. The turmoil within their family is overwhelming. She hopes that the future will be devoid of further calamities. Yet, something feels amiss, as she senses a shift in the aura surrounding Yujia. Chapter 40. There are too many who know not their fate. Previously, Yujia had encountered various misfortunes, and Hela had long since left a trace of her essence upon him. Any malice that approaches Yujia is instantly detectable by Hela. Soon, Hela furrows her brow. She did not expect that, within such a brief span, someone would harbor intentions towards her husband. This incites her fury. How can there be such oblivious individuals persistently emerging? Meanwhile, Yujia remains oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet he feels a palpable threat emanating from the power of Superman. Strangely, this threat feels somewhat familiar, and he soon narrows his eyes in suspicion. He senses the presence of that power. Could it be a mutant? It is worth noting that Yujia has previously encountered mutants, having glimpsed Professor X and Magneto from a distance. Moreover, he had engaged with them for a time, though he had no desire for further interaction then. Thus, They had not approached him directly. Yet now he perceives an unsettling aura. It seems the mutants have turned their gaze upon him. Contemplating this, Yuji shakes his head. He is unaware of the mutants' intentions. Yet such schemes may have been viable prior to his fusion with the Codex of Life. Now, those who dare to contemplate him are courting their own demise. A terrifying power continues to brew within Yuji's being, and simultaneously, an elderly figure materializes before him. Who could have imagined a mutant so brazenly appearing before him? Yuji's gaze fixes upon the newcomer, remaining silent as he anticipates their words. Since they have chosen to approach him, it suggests they harbor ulterior motives. The stranger, standing before Yuji, offers a slight smile and speaks, "I know you are a renowned author. However, you may be unaware that we, the Brotherhood of Mutants, seek you to discuss a proposition. The mutants are currently ensnared in a crisis, necessitating numerous possibilities, and we hope you might extend us a modicum of assistance." Yuji is uncertain of the identity of the mutants seeking him. However, the absurdity of their request strikes him as laughable. The implication that he should involve himself with the Brotherhood of Mutants is simply too naive. This organization is not one he wishes to engage with. And had they not approached him, he likely would have remained indifferent to their existence. Yet, should they provoke him, it would be justified to teach them a lesson in cruelty. Swiftly, Yuji removes his glasses and gently places them in his pocket. The sound is neither loud nor soft. In the next moment, his form traverses through the stranger's body, who is rendered incapable of even a fleeting struggle before being obliterated by this force. Presently, Yuji's power and speed have surged to terrifying heights. A mere touch is sufficient to impart an extraordinary effect upon others, as demonstrated by the overwhelming force he has just unleashed. The impact takes hold, and the stranger is dispatched without a chance to resist. Yuji shakes his head. These individuals are utterly unaware of their peril. Do they truly believe that mutants can annihilate the entire world? Such naive thoughts are invariably harbored by the naive. For Yuji, this matter scarcely warrants his concern. Meanwhile, Magneto receives alarming news. It appears one of his subordinates has encountered an unfortunate turn of events. He can distinctly sense that this subordinate may have perished. This subordinate had ventured to seek out that author. Could it be that the writer possesses something extraordinary? Or perhaps they, too, are a mutant? It is no wonder Magneto is plagued by such thoughts, for the Brotherhood of Mutants has faced a deluge of misfortunes recently. As Professor X instigates turmoil, he simultaneously targets Magneto with less than favorable actions. For Magneto, the sudden disruption has derailed his plans. However, in the short term, he cannot pursue trouble with Yuji, especially since Professor X's X-Men have reassembled with alarming speed. Whether this is a consequence of the previous encounter with the Destroyer remains uncertain, but the current X-Men have become exceedingly domineering. They aim to obliterate the Brotherhood of Mutants. This was once regarded as an impossible feat. As the fates of mutants are intricately intertwined, they are acutely aware that further conflict in the near future could lead to unforeseen repercussions, which are intolerable. Thus, they must remain concealed until the opportune moment arises. It must be said that Magneto possesses sufficient acumen in matters of caution. Yet, he remains blissfully unaware that he has inadvertently stirred a colossal dilemma. On another front, Yuji has successfully concluded discussions with others. In his view, this meeting has yielded satisfactory results, with the rights to several novels having been sold. During this period, Yuji feels little inclination to continue plagiarizing. In his eyes, the wealth he has amassed is more than sufficient to indulge himself for a lifetime. Moreover, Hela's lack of response regarding her condition has become a source of concern for Yuji. What could be the issue? Is his diligent labor insufficient? Clearly, he must devote more time to preparing for the next generation. After all, occasionally bringing a child into the world for enjoyment is certainly permissible. While Yuji contemplates the warmth of family life, an unexpected event unfolds on the other side, involving Iron Man. It is astonishing that some individuals have begun to replicate his armor, and even more so that there are those attempting to mass-produce it. This endeavor to craft a new Iron Man is somewhat difficult for the original Iron Man to accept. After all, the iron armor has always been his signature. Chapter 41, A Reunion with S. H. I. E. L. D. When faced with Iron Man's invitation, Yuji did not decline. In his view, Iron Man had undergone significant transformation compared to his former self. It is worth noting that in the previous world, Iron Man was an extraordinarily arrogant man. No matter the situation, he only trusted his own ideas, dismissing anything anyone else had to say. However, in this world, due to Yuji's literary prowess, he managed to forge a friendship with him. Following a series of chaotic events, Iron Man has experienced substantial growth, most importantly developing a different perspective on life. It is precisely this change that has allowed Yu-Jie to cultivate a strong friendship with him. Their relationship has subtly evolved over time. At least for the present Yu-Jie, he perceives something distinctly different in Iron Man. Upon arriving at Iron Man's mansion, Yu-Jie noticed a considerable number of guests, including members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It was highly probable that the Black Egg was here organizing matters related to the Avengers. With the recent escalation of crises on Earth, a heightened sense of urgency had emerged. For this reason, Yu-Jie refrained from approaching them directly, fully aware that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Most importantly, the intentions of the Black Egg were utterly inscrutable. He might unexpectedly approach Yu-Jie to propose joining the Avengers. Therefore, Yu-Jie decided to maintain a low profile, opting to be a simple observer behind the scenes. He wished for nothing to disrupt his existence here. While others could engage in their affairs, he simply hoped they would not interfere with him. One cannot overlook the simplicity and bluntness of Yu-Jie's thoughts. This very attitude has further solidified his resolve, revealing him to be a rather unambitious individual. On the other hand, Iron Man had taken notice of Yu-Jie's arrival and swiftly reintroduced him to the gathering. Now, those Yu-Jie had wished to avoid were suddenly before him. Even the Black Egg approached, wine glass in hand. Yu-Jie found himself at a loss for words. Perplexed by this individual's bizarre behavior, why would he come over to disturb him when he could easily tend to his own affairs? In fact, it was not only the Black Egg who approached. Hawkeye also made his way over. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye was a veteran member of the Avengers, having consistently fulfilled the role of the team SADC. Yu-Jie was acutely aware of this. However, what concerned him more was Hawkeye's character. He was perhaps the only member of the Avengers who resonated with Yu-Jie. After all, both valued family immensely. While other matters could be cast aside, family remained paramount in Hawkeye's heart. He would never abandon his loved ones and has always taken his responsibility for their well-being seriously. It must be noted that even with minimal conversation, they recognized their similarities, which thrilled Hawkeye. Finding a good friend was indeed a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, the Black Egg observed the exchange between Hawkeye and Yu-Jie, which only intensified his excitement. In his view, as long as Yu-Jie could connect with his allies, he could gradually pursue his own agenda. Most crucially, it seemed that Yu-Jie did not harbor any aversion to the current S.H.I.E.L.D., making the Black Egg's intentions much simpler. He believed he could seize this opportunity to foster a deeper relationship with Yu-Jie. If Yu-Jie could align himself with S.H.I.E.L.D., then regardless of the calamities Earth might face, he was convinced they could be resolved. He sensed that the current state of Earth was far from the tranquility of the past, with numerous unforeseen events unfolding, instilling a sense of unease within him. If he could rally more powerful entities to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Earth would undoubtedly be shielded from threats. Though such formidable allies were not easily found. Thus far, the only one who came to mind was Thor, but the god of thunder was somewhat unpredictable. He seldom volunteered to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. with its troubles, prompting the Black Egg to realize he needed to rethink his strategy. If he could not gather more allies, he would be left blind to whatever might transpire next, rendering everything exceedingly uncontrollable. On the other hand, Yu-Jie had no intention of continuing his conversation with the Black Egg. He could sense that the latter was fixated on recruiting individuals for his own ambitions. Even if it was for the sake of Earth's peace and stability, Yu-Jie's steadfast belief was to remain an ordinary person. He yearned to enjoy a simple life in his little estate with his family, which he found to be the most fulfilling existence. Why should he involve himself in the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers? If trouble truly arose, he would address it, but only if it was genuinely troublesome. Otherwise, Yu-Jie held no interest. Take, for instance, the recent emergence of the Destroyer. It appeared fearsome and powerful, posing a threat to Earth. Yet, Yu-Jie understood that the force it displayed was hardly noteworthy. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had not intervened. It is essential to note that the Sorcerer Supreme and Yu-Jie were on similar levels, although Yu-Jie did not possess such noble intentions. The Sorcerer Supreme had been quietly safeguarding Earth's peace, only stepping in when issues arose. Yu-Jie believed he would also act when Earth faced threats, but he would never dedicate all his time to such matters like the Sorcerer Supreme. Protecting Earth was not something Yu-Jie denied, as they inhabited the same world. However, if he could prioritize his family and spend time with his loved ones, that endeavor would surpass even the importance of safeguarding Earth. After all, he did not harbor grand ideals of self-sacrifice. Chapter 42. Odin's thoughts. Recent events have been neither abundant nor scarce, Yet for Ujia, they hardly constitute significant matters. After all, Earth remains secure, at least for now, as the purple potato essence hasn't directly emerged to wreak havoc. This is indeed the best news. However, what weighs more heavily on Ujia's mind is the rewards he receives for his daily sign-ins. He is aware that each morning he awakens to certain rewards, whether it be Superman's life code or the power of Superman himself. With the continuous accumulation over time, Ujia has come to realize that his strength is perilously close to becoming the mightiest force on Earth. The notion was once quite simple. Yet Ujia now finds himself entirely at ease with the idea of becoming a laid-back figure. After all, the matters pertaining to his novels have reached a temporary conclusion. During this period, he has been engrossed in discussions surrounding copyrights and adaptations. Thus, he is liberated from the burdens of plagiarism. Presently, Ujia has amassed a significant fortune, which is more than sufficient for his needs. What lies ahead for him is the tranquil existence of a languorous soul. Each day, he yearns to spend time with his beloved wife, indulging in a life devoid of shame or restraint, and that is enough for him. However, unbeknownst to Ujia, the king of Asgard, Odin, has concurrently located the supreme sorcerer. For Odin, the happenings on Earth evoke a sense of astonishment. Nevertheless, he is now fully certain that his eldest daughter has escaped from her confinement and made her way to Earth. It is likely that Thor, under unexpected circumstances, has also encountered his sister. When Odin first learned of this news, he felt a peculiar sense of foreboding. He is all too familiar with Hela's temperament. It is indisputable that she is inclined to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Moreover, to some extent, Odin does not wish for this daughter to be released. Although he now believes that Thor is not yet ready to ascend as the king of gods, given time, Thor could indeed bear this momentous responsibility. After all, he is his progeny. How could he be devoid of merit? It must be said that Odin's musings are rather simplistic, yet he appears somewhat fanciful. For Thor has gradually reclaimed his identity as a lazy individual. Even with his divine powers restored, he remains indifferent. In truth, Thor is more inclined towards the carefree existence he once led as a slothful being on Earth. In a previous world, he had joyfully engaged in romance with mortals. However, this version of Thor has not experienced such joys, perhaps due to the butterfly effect that has prevented him from encountering the woman who would alter his destiny. Thor's premature immersion into a life of indulgence has rendered him far from the formidable deity he once was. Instead, he has become a mere wastrel who relishes a life of leisure. Ironically, Thor finds contentment in this lifestyle. He understands all too well that diligence comes at a cost. The pursuit of effort often leads one to face various suitable or unsuitable circumstances. Hence, Thor currently harbors no desire to strive. Simplicity, after all, is quite appealing. Should Ujia learn that Thor has transformed into such a slothful figure, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Yet, Ujia remains oblivious to the fact that his brother-in-law is thriving on Earth. Odin, the king of gods, is equally astonished to see his most cherished child in such a state. He once contemplated resealing Thor's powers, yet this notion was swiftly dismissed by Odin himself. He understands better than anyone that Thor's tribulations stem largely from his own experiences. Had it not been for these trials, he would not have undergone such drastic changes. In simpler terms, it all relates back to his own insistence on Thor becoming a true king of gods. Otherwise, Thor's future would have been exceedingly straightforward. He might have gradually ascended to become the ruler of Asgard due to his lineage. However, what concerns Odin most is his own deteriorating health, which has begun to manifest significant issues. Even though Hela's premature emergence has begun to sever the ties of her seal, one must not forget that Odin had previously stirred unrest throughout the cosmos. The most glaring instance was when the celestial beings were absent, and Odin single-handedly led Asgard in wreaking havoc across the universe. Wherever Odin set his sights, the land would soon fall under Asgard's dominion. Had no deities intervened to halt Odin in those days, the universe might have been renamed Asgard by now. Years of warfare have left Odin with countless hidden injuries, which, over time, have slowly ravaged his body. Even if Odin refuses to admit it, he is no longer the formidable king of gods who once towered over the pantheon. In his own estimation, he may not be able to maintain his current physical condition for much longer. Before Asgard is successfully handed over to the next ruler, he may face dire consequences. Odin will not permit such an eventuality to transpire. Thus, he must do everything in his power to nurture the next king of gods. Nevertheless, Odin's concerns extend beyond this, as he is astonished to discover the emergence of his daughter. Although she has suppressed her powers, how could Odin, as the king of gods, easily overlook such a force? It is one thing to not realize it, but upon seeing it, one would be taken aback. How could it be that such a daughter has emerged from Odin's lineage? As the king of Asgard, Odin possesses a unique pride. He can scarcely believe that his daughter, known as the goddess of death, has become involved with a mere human. Moreover, this human is utterly unremarkable, devoid of any power, seemingly possessing only wealth. As the king of Asgard, Odin does not hold much regard for money, but he harbors a profound obsession with power. He believes that even if his daughter has experienced discord with him, she remains, at the end of the day, Odin's daughter. She is still the daughter of a king, a being of great divinity. How could he allow a deity to consort with a mortal? This is absolutely unacceptable. Hence, he resolves to engage in a serious discussion with the supreme sorcerer. He hopes the sorcerer can expel this human from the realm of mortals. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee whether Asgard might launch an assault on Earth. This is a threat, and it is also Odin's most genuine thought. Chapter 43, Provocation. The supreme sorcerer never anticipated that Odin would seek him out for such a reason. Nevertheless, he begins to contemplate Odin's proposition. For he has always been a guardian of Earth's peace. He has covertly safeguarded the planet countless times, and he is well aware of the Destroyer's presence on Earth. However, he refrained from intervening, largely because he recognized that it was Odin's armor. If Odin truly harbored intentions against Earth, he would not have dispatched the Destroyer. Yet, the sorcerer does not dismiss Odin's suggestion. After all, he is merely a human. The sorcerer's sole desire is for Earth to persist. Maintaining equilibrium on Earth is paramount. After all, he wields the time stone, and beings like Yugia do not concern the sorcerer. Just as Odin surmised, in the sorcerer's eyes, Yugia is merely an ordinary human. Eliminating a human in exchange for the friendship of a king is undeniably a lucrative deal. Therefore, the supreme sorcerer readily acquiesces to Odin's request. Simultaneously, the sorcerer opens his barrier. He wishes to ascertain the whereabouts of this peculiar human and to discover whether he truly is as strange as Odin described. After all, the only adjective Odin has used to characterize Yugia is strange. It is precisely due to this peculiarity that he deems Yugia unworthy of existence. A sentiment rarely articulated by Odin. The supreme mage's claim of disinterest was a mere facade. And it was precisely this pretense that compelled him to begin surreptitiously observing Yugia's life. The moment he initiated this covert scrutiny, Yugia, still within the confines of his estate, suddenly furrowed his brow. He even turned around, inexplicably sensing a peculiar force permeating his surroundings. It felt as though this force was directed towards him, which left Yugia somewhat astonished. Could it be that an unknown entity was preparing to make a move against him? Yugia surveyed his surroundings, yet no matter how diligently he searched, he could not locate the source of this presence. After bestowing a gentle kiss on Hela's forehead, he addressed her, saying, "My dear, are you feeling weary? Perhaps we should return indoors for some rest. There is no need to worry. I simply wish to take a stroll." Upon hearing this, Hela cast a curious glance at Yugia, who promptly provided her with sufficient explanation. Indeed, the recent events surrounding the novel had been overwhelming, and although Hela was intrigued, she recognized that Yugia concealed within him a force unknown to others, assuring her that he would not be in imminent danger. Thus, she did not hesitate to follow him inside. Once they were back in the house, Yugia removed his glasses and sauntered towards the Porsche parked at the rear of the estate. He was aware that revealing his true power within the confines of the manor was unwise. While he felt no need to conceal anything from Hela, he understood that when the moment arose, preparation would be essential. Consequently, he chose to leave the premises. As the Porsche rolled out of the estate, Yugia sensed an encircling force enveloping him. However, this force felt distinctly unsettling, prompting him to furrow his brow further. The sudden manifestation of this power was unlike anything he had previously encountered. It resembled a strange force poised to expel him. Such an encounter was rare, and this force seemed to harbor an unsettling essence, leaving Yugia in a state of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he refrained from immediately engaging in a contest of power with it. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, grappling with the nature of this force. Yugia resolved to communicate amicably with this energy, allowing a more formidable power to materialize around him. He merely enveloped himself with his own strength, opting not to expel this force entirely. Rather, he sought to merge his own power with that of the unknown entity, curious to see where this confluence might lead him. It must be said that Yugia's intentions were commendable, and the Supreme Mage took note of the sudden surge of energy emanating from Yugia. Previously, Odin had informed the Supreme Mage that Yugia was merely an odd human. In essence, Yugia was still human and on Earth. The Supreme Mage harbored little fear of these so-called humans, despite their repeated indelible impacts on the planet. After all, they belonged to the same species. Yet, The power Yu Jie now exhibited stirred a sense of uncertain anticipation within the Supreme Mage. He could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Yu Jie, a disquiet that transcended mere power, emanating from the very essence of Yu Jie himself. It even led the Supreme Mage to erroneously conjecture that Yu Jie might not be human at all. How could a human possess such power? With the infusion of the Kryptonian template into Yu Jie's being, he had, in a certain sense, transcended humanity, delineating himself from all that was human. The peculiar might of Kryptonians belonged to an entirely different realm. Nonetheless, despite this transformation, remnants of humanity still resided within him. For even the most formidable Kryptonian strength was ultimately channeled through a human vessel. Before long, Yu Jie discovered that the force surrounding him had completely dissipated. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to find himself seemingly still within the Portia. However, this Portia appeared altered, and most strikingly, everything he beheld seemed inverted. This revelation left Yu Jie in a state of bewilderment. Where was he? It felt as though he had entered a world that was a complete antithesis of his own, with everything he had previously seen now perfectly mirrored in this new realm. Chapter 44. A clash of forces. The Supreme Mage observed Yu Jie in the mirror world with keen interest, noting Yu Jie's posture of profound perplexity. It was important to recognize that the internal power Yu Jie had displayed earlier had rendered the Supreme Mage somewhat uncertain. He was unaware of the true nature of Yu Jie's strength, prompting him to unleash his own power, eager to discern what capabilities Yu Jie possessed. However, he was taken aback by Yu Jie's calm demeanor upon entering this world. Instead of panicking, Yu Jie began to scrutinize his surroundings. In short order, Yu Jie emerged from the Portia, gazing around at the familiar road and the world that appeared the same, yet was somehow reversed. It was as if he had stepped into a realm akin to that of a reflective mirror. This realization compelled Yu Jie to ponder the origins of such a power capable of reshaping reality. No, it wasn't merely a world altered. It was the creation of an entirely new realm, strikingly reminiscent of Earth as he once knew it. Images of prominent figures flitted through his mind. Soon, Yu Jie came to the realization that this peculiar power belonged to the Supreme Mage. Only he possessed the ability to wield such extraordinary abilities. With this understanding, a smile crept across Yu Jie's face. Although he had yet to meet the Supreme Mage, he was aware of the 3 portals that existed within this world, which could lead him to the Mage. Despite this knowledge, Yu Jie had never actively sought out the Supreme Mage, preferring instead to take a passive approach. However, this did not mean he was oblivious to the Mage's existence. It was precisely this awareness that prompted Yu Jie to once again harness his power, allowing it to surge forth from within him. He was uncertain of the Supreme Mage's motives in seeking him out, but the Mage's actions indicated a desire to instigate some form of conflict. Yu Jie had never doubted the malice of an individual, especially one bold enough to approach him directly. Such audacity implied that the Mage harbored specific intentions towards him, and since the Mage had taken the initiative, it was only fitting that Yu Jie respond in kind. This was not his customary demeanor, and thus, he fully unleashed his power. In that instant, even the Supreme Mage, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow in response. The Supreme Sorcerer comprehended that Yu Jie was no longer the mere human that Odin had described. If Yu Jie were indeed an ordinary human, the sorcerer would not have felt compelled to speculate on the nature of his identity or the extent of his powers. However, given the evidence before him, it was evident that Yu Jie was far from an average mortal. The terrifying power housed within Yu Jie undoubtedly surpassed that which most humans could possess. In truth, the Supreme Sorcerer maintained a comprehensive grasp of Earth, having encountered numerous wretched mutants throughout his existence. Yet, from the sorcerer's perspective, mutants were, strictly speaking, still humans, merely an evolved form of humanity. This matter belonged to humanity itself. As long as mutants did not obliterate the Earth, the transformations they underwent were of little concern to him. It must be said that the Supreme Sorcerer, in certain respects, displayed a remarkable generosity. This very quality compelled him to observe Yu Jie with keen interest, eager to discern the nature of his capabilities. Just as he prepared to amplify his own powers, he sensed an impending collapse within his realm. Yet, Yu Jie merely summoned his own strength. Upon its emergence, the sorcerer could distinctly perceive a formidable force coalescing around Yu Jie. Though Yu Jie made no overt moves, there was no doubt that this power, belonging to him, was in direct opposition to the sorcerer's world. The sorcerer's realm was utterly incapable of withstanding Yu Jie's might, which began to cause him a measure of distress. It appeared that Yu Jie, who had so expertly feigned simplicity, was anything but ordinary. Now, his strength could contend with the mirrored world the sorcerer had created. No one understood the implications of this better than the supreme sorcerer himself, as the world he fashioned in his mind was, in fact, an alternate version of Earth. The sorcerer's formidable prowess stemmed largely from his utilization of the Time Stone to siphon power from Dormammu, the multidimensional overlord. Few on Earth could rival Dormammu, and only beings like the supreme sorcerer could contend with him, employing the Time Stone to sever certain controls to combat the threat. Moreover, the sorcerer had continually drawn upon Dormammu's power, enabling him to accomplish many feats. Otherwise, he would not have been able to covertly protect Earth time and again over the years. Even during his dialogues with Odin, the latter maintained a stance of relative equality. Though Odin spoke of threats, he was acutely aware that an unknown force bolstered the supreme sorcerer. Should that power truly be unleashed, the sorcerer would prove far more formidable than he appeared. Indeed, the influence he wielded far exceeded Odin's previous estimations. Once the power of Dormammu was summoned, the supreme sorcerer could create an entirely new world, one that mirrored Earth yet stood in stark contrast to it, with every facet of this new realm resembling Earth's. At this moment, the supreme sorcerer observed that Ujiah had yet to unleash his full might. He was merely gathering his strength. The mere act of this accumulation was sufficient to shake the very foundations of the world. The implication was clear. Should Ujiah unleash his full power, he could bring about the annihilation of Earth. The mere thought of this sent a ripple of uncertainty through the supreme sorcerer's mind. After all, he had dedicated himself to safeguarding the peace of Earth, where the utmost priority was to maintain order. Alas, Ujiah appeared to be a potential harbinger of calamity. Without a moment's hesitation, the supreme sorcerer amplified his own strength, striving to stabilize his world. Chapter 45. Let my fist speak for me. Ujiah remained resolute in enhancing his own power, for he perceived his strength as exceptionally formidable. However, the very presence of the supreme sorcerer signified that he did not desire for matters to conclude so simply. Even at this juncture, Ujiah remained oblivious to the sorcerer's motivations for confronting him outside his estate or for taking action against him. Yet, Ujiah merely aspired to be a carefree individual. It was not accurate to label him as truly idle. With the strength of a superhero and the augmentation of the Life Codex, even Ujiah himself was unaware of the extent of his current prowess. He believed he could even hold his own against the members of the Celestial Assembly. It is worth noting that the superhero template he had acquired was of the most comprehensive nature. As he absorbed the power of the sun, he could potentially evolve into a golden superhero. The significance of a golden superhero was that he would embody a power so immense that the multidimensional universe could scarcely contain it. It was precisely for this reason that Ujiah harbored confidence in his abilities. He understood that any attempt to subdue him through sheer force would be akin to chasing a mirage. This was his innate assurance, rooted not merely in confidence, but in the very power he possessed. At that moment, two forces collided with tremendous intensity, prompting the supreme sorcerer to furrow his brow. He sensed that Ujiah had become even more explosive than before, the power within him seemingly augmenting at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the supreme sorcerer manifested within this virtual realm, yet he still refrained from revealing himself to Ujiah. He sought to ascertain the true nature of Ujiah's strength, hoping to gauge it to the fullest extent. If possible, he still wished for Ujiah to stand alongside him, a notion that was admirable in theory. However, the very next moment, Ujiah's fist struck with such ferocity that it utterly unsettled the sorcerer. As the supreme sorcerer materialized in the virtual world he had created, Ujiah unleashed a punch towards the surroundings. This was the first instance in which Ujiah had concentrated all his strength into a single blow. The moment his fist connected, fissures erupted throughout the realm, cracks that signified the shattering of reality itself. With just one punch, Ujiah's power obliterated the world around him, causing the supreme sorcerer's brow to knit in concern. He had attempted to estimate Ujiah's strength countless times, and in his mind, he had calculated Ujiah's capabilities repeatedly. However, he never anticipated that a single punch could result in such complete annihilation. The scene before him left the supreme sorcerer in profound shock. Simultaneously, Ujiah gazed skyward, addressing the supreme sorcerer. "Are you here, Ancient One? Though I am unaware of your reasons for seeking me, I know there are 3 places on this earth where I can find you. I may refrain from causing you trouble this time, but next, I might just surprise you." Having issued his threat, Ujiah then entered a distant portia and departed, not even entertaining the thought of further communication with the supreme sorcerer. It was true that Ujiah was carefree, yet the power he wielded was undeniably far beyond that of an idle individual. Under the augmentation of power, Ujiah possesses the ability to do as he pleases. Yet he refrains from unleashing his might simply because he deems it unnecessary. Thus, he has always maintained a facade indistinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. However, this does not imply that he will greet every challenge with a smile. The recent actions of the Supreme Mage have, to a certain extent, provoked Ujia's ire. Upon entering his Porsche, thoughts of confronting the Supreme Mage in the Fog City to resolve this matter began to swirl in his mind. Although the Supreme Mage has consistently protected the Earth, it is perplexing that he would still seek to create trouble for Ujia. This is not a scenario Ujia wishes to entertain. Initially, their paths had remained separate, yet now the Supreme Mage has intrusively sought him out. If he does not teach the mage a lesson, it would be quite an embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Supreme Mage, who had been concealing himself in midair, furrowed his brow in astonishment. He had never anticipated the sheer magnitude of Ujia's power. The very notion that Odin would suggest eliminating this human seemed ludicrous. The force behind Ujia's punch, as perceived by the Supreme Mage, was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary human. Even at the height of his powers, Odin would likely find himself evenly matched against Ujia. As memories of Odin's descriptions occupied his thoughts, combined with the realization of Ujia's capabilities, the Supreme Mage recognized that he could not afford to confront Ujia directly. The power Ujia has displayed is sufficient to annihilate the Earth. This is no jest. At the moment the virtual world was created, the Supreme Mage had already siphoned power from Dormammu. It is only with Dormammu's strength that he could fabricate a planet identical to Earth. That world is both illusory and tangible, an exact replica of Earth. Merely by harnessing his latent power, Ujia could instigate tremors within that realm. A single punch could obliterate the world, and more importantly, the Supreme Mage found himself reflecting on what Ujia's recent display truly signified. It must be acknowledged that upon retrospection, the Supreme Mage discovered with astonishment that a considerable portion of Ujia's strength had not even been utilized in that punch. The fact that this was not Ujia's full power was the most terrifying revelation. With just one blow, he could extinguish an entire world. Such power belongs to the divine, and even Odin, the so-called king of gods, would likely struggle to obliterate a world with such ease. The Supreme Mage felt a slight headache, but soon shook his head. At least for the time being, it appeared Ujia was living a stable life on Earth. Perhaps in the future, he might even rise to protect it. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to provoke him, as that matter fell under Odin's purview. Chapter 46. The conclusion, Ujia swiftly returned to his estate, yet the matter concerning the Supreme Mage lingered in his thoughts. He began to ponder why the Supreme Mage had sought to trouble him. Since acquiring the template of Superman, he had been quietly living as an ordinary person. It was others who continually sought him out for trouble. First, the reckless gangsters, then S.H.I.E.L.D., and finally, even mutants attempted to threaten him. Despite his lack of wrongdoing, he found himself besieged by various adversaries, which left him somewhat exasperated. At this moment, Ujia could not help but clench his fist. He has never feared the so-called power of others. With the Superman template and the Life Codex, the potential of what he could achieve is boundless. Most importantly, with this power, he could once again become formidable in the future. Shaking his head, Ujia resolved to observe the situation further. In essence, the Supreme Mage still holds some significance, as he has continually safeguarded the Earth. Should Ujia impulsively eliminate him in Fog City, it would undoubtedly lead to an influx of troubles. It is well known that some reckless entities will always seek to jeopardize the Earth. The Supreme Mage can address these issues, alleviating Ujia from the need to rush to the Earth's defense. Unbeknownst to the Supreme Mage, it was merely the conclusion of a thought from Ujia that spared him from peril. Ujia's exhibited strength is sufficient to directly vanquish him. Without a moment's hesitation, upon returning to Fog City, the Supreme Mage had no inclination to seek out Odin. He suspected that Odin had likely set a trap for him. Since the latter enjoyed laying traps, the Supreme Mage saw no need to engage in communication. If he loathed this human, then let him pursue this human himself. Let Odin experience firsthand just how formidable this human truly is. With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto the Supreme Mage's lips, a rare sight for his disciples, who observed their master's unexpected joy with mild confusion. The Supreme Mage seemed to recognize his own transformation. He shook his head. It had been many years since he encountered such a scenario, and he found himself somewhat intrigued. After all, in his mind, these matters were still relatively trivial. Meanwhile, Odin awaited the Supreme Mage's response in Asgard, convinced that if the mage personally intervened, Ujia would stand no chance of survival. This notion led Odin to contemplate whether, after Ujia's demise, he should seek out Hela to ensure she acknowledges her misstep and subsequently imprison her. After all, the goddess of death posed a significant threat to Thor. Odin was uncertain about Thor's current state, and whether he could ascend to become a king of gods in a short time. His utmost priority was to pave a smooth path for this unfortunate child, resolving all potential troubles to the best of his ability. As a father, Odin endeavored to fulfill his responsibilities. Odin began orchestrating this plan, yet after a mere 3 days, he was astonished to discover that the Supreme Mage had not responded to his messages. While he initially dismissed this oversight, when he projected his power onto Earth, he was shocked to find that the wretched human was still alive. The man who had wed his daughter was still among the living. Odin's fury was palpable. His power surged toward Earth as he sought to inquire of the Supreme Mage the nature of this situation. However, upon his power reaching Fog City, he found that the Supreme Mage seemed unwilling to meet with him. This piqued Odin's curiosity, yet he harbored no desire to engage in battle with the Supreme Mage. He understood that the mage was not as simplistic as he appeared. Rather than continuing a conflict with him, it would be more prudent to check on his daughter and her husband. As a father, he could not allow such an occurrence to transpire. At that moment, his daughter, the goddess of the sky, approached Odin's side. This matter pertains to the children, so you ought not to interfere any further. Each of them possesses their own thoughts. As exemplified by my disciple, who has been undergoing constant transformation, I perceive this evolution as a positive development. The goddess beside him spoke up, and Odin cast a puzzled glance at his wife. He was taken aback that she would express such sentiments to him, yet he found it somewhat challenging to accept this notion. However, since his wife had interjected, to refuse her would seem rather unreasonable. After all, in Asgard, the dignity of a king among gods is of utmost importance. Yet, beyond this realm, there exist numerous concerns that weigh heavily on him. It is precisely for this reason that Odin relinquished the idea of seeking his daughter and son-in-law on Earth. Nonetheless, the goddess's gaze held a hint of disquiet. Hela was not his biological daughter, yet he had raised her since childhood. Their relationship was not particularly amicable, nevertheless. One could argue that he played a maternal role in her life. Furthermore, Odin's recent demeanor had not escaped the keen observation of the goddess. Who was she? The most formidable sorceress in the universe, capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. She could ascertain the authenticity of those thoughts, and she was almost certain that her husband was far more complex than he appeared. Perhaps, in the near future, he would indeed embark on a quest to find their daughter and son-in-law. Yet, should she confide in Hela regarding this matter? After all, she was undeniably his daughter. A millennium ago, they had been able to communicate amicably. However, relentless warfare had drastically altered Hela's character. Odin viewed this change as beneficial, while the goddess saw it as unbecoming of a young woman. Moreover, to have the eldest daughter of the king of gods labeled as the goddess of death felt, in some respects, like a derision. At least from the goddess's perspective, if given the choice, she would wish for her child to have autonomy and a promising future. Chapter 47. The Peace-Loving Ugia. What transpired in Asgard remained a mystery to Ugia and Hela, who were far away on Earth. However, Hela's gaze towards Ugia had begun to shift, revealing a sense of unease. After Ugia had stepped out, Hela discreetly followed him. Upon witnessing his actions, she was utterly astonished. She sensed that her partner was far more powerful than she had previously imagined. Most notably, Ugia had just been swept into a force of tremendous magnitude. Hela, still recovering from her own injuries, was unaware of the nature of the otherworldly force that had ensnared him. Nevertheless, she could feel that the power emanating from that realm was extraordinarily potent, rivaling that of her father. Yet, shortly after entering, Ugia emerged triumphantly, leaving Hela in a state of confusion. She had not anticipated that a mere human, whom she had casually encountered on Earth, could possess such incredible strength. Moreover, the magnitude of his power far exceeded her expectations. As the proud daughter of Asgard, Hela inherently wielded formidable abilities, vastly different from those of her two inept brothers. She was endowed with a terrifying strength, which would amplify boundlessly as long as she stood upon Asgardian soil. It was precisely this realization that left Hela feeling uncertain. She was unsure whether she could confront Ugia in battle. This was not an unrealistic concern, but rather a profound doubt that emerged after comparing their powers. Most importantly, she was acutely aware that the strength Ugia had just displayed surpassed her own at her peak. If she wished to continue the confrontation, she would need to return to Asgard. Only there could her powers grow in a truly formidable manner. Yet, how could Hela be oblivious to the fact that her father might indeed lead her into a trap? Seemingly sensing Hela's peculiar humility, Ugia approached her and gently stroked her hair, inquiring, "What troubles you? Have you encountered something disheartening? Would you like to take a stroll?" Hela shook her head, feeling somewhat disoriented by the sudden display of Ugia's strength. However, to her, this was not a matter of great significance. She understood that Ugia was no ordinary human, and that was sufficient. Moreover, she could easily discern his genuine affection for her. If he did not truly care for her, he would not have chosen to be with her. Of course, the most essential factor was the lengthy duration of their relationship. Hela believed that Yujia harbored no unexpected intentions towards her. Thus, she replied, "It's nothing, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. By the way, how has your writing been going lately? It seems you haven't penned any new stories in a while." In response to Hela's inquiry, Yujia couldn't help but shake his head before explaining, "I haven't had much inspiration recently, so I haven't written much. However, I've been earning quite a bit lately." This was Yujia's most genuine sentiment. He felt that he had indeed made significant earnings during this period, as relentless effort was not his style. Additionally, he had no pressing need to write anything, and there were numerous copyright issues to consider. For the time being, he decided to bide his time. No one understood better than him the peculiarities he had encountered during his recent excursions. Whether it was the SHIELD agents or those bizarre mutants. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, they had all focused their attention on him. This realization only added to his frustrations. He merely wished to live as an ordinary individual. Yet these individuals insisted on complicating his life. Despite not having done anything to provoke them, they still emerged. Consequently, Yujia felt it would be best to remain indoors. Venturing outside would only invite their scrutiny once more. Hela was somewhat surprised by Yujia's thoughts, but since they were his own, she chose not to comment. In Hela's eyes, whether Yujia went out or stayed in, his love for her remained unchanged. Furthermore, she wished that he could spend more time with her. Though Yujia had not faced any real threats during his outings, Hela was astonished to note that since his first departure, unexpected events had consistently transpired around him. Most notably, his powers had surged significantly as a result of his outings. This left her feeling increasingly uncertain. If these incidents were trivial, she might not have cared. But her partner was simply too formidable. The memory of that punch still echoed in her mind. Nonetheless, when Yujia expressed his thoughts, Hela did not reject them. On the contrary, she wholeheartedly agreed. Observing Hela's acceptance of his proposal, a smile crept across Yujia's lips. He felt that they could compose a beautiful symphony of life together. Meanwhile, SHIELD, which was vigilantly monitoring humanity, stumbled upon a particularly vexing issue. They had not anticipated that Hydra, the organization that had previously caused chaos, had resurfaced once more. This time, Hydra has descended into a state of utter madness, engaging in the bizarre practice of worshipping a motley assortment of items. Notably, the infamous destroyer armor, which had previously made an appearance, has also become an object of their veneration. It is as if they have transformed from a regimented force into a dangerously charismatic cult. Despite Hydra's historically enigmatic identity, their recent actions are entirely incomprehensible to SHIELD. For SHIELD, the mere fact that Hydra poses a threat to humanity's peace necessitates their swift eradication. Hence, SHIELD has sought the assistance of Iron Man, hoping he can help them eliminate Hydra once and for all. However, Iron Man is not particularly inclined to support this proposal. To him, Hydra's resurgence is not a matter of grave concern. His focus remains predominantly on his armor, and the emergence of the destroyer armor has instilled within him a sense of impending peril. He had previously believed that the Iron Man suit he created was the pinnacle of power, but now it appears to be somewhat trivial in comparison. Chapter 48, The Master of Self-Destruction. Iron Man might have entertained cooperation for minor matters, but Hydra's recent antics have been far too numerous. From his perspective, assisting SHIELD in dealing with such a troublesome adversary would mean sacrificing the time he could devote to perfecting his armor. This is a scenario Iron Man finds utterly unacceptable, leading him to outright reject Black Widow's entreaties. In her view, the Avengers ought to uphold Earth's peace. Yet, just as Black Widow prepares to persuade Iron Man once more, he delivers a blunt rebuttal. "If you insist that I confront Hydra, then I simply will not do it. Furthermore, I lack any interest in collaborating with SHIELD. Black Widow finds herself at a loss, recognizing that the Stark family has grown incredibly formidable. Both in terms of weaponry and Iron Man's own influence, they have reached an unprecedented zenith. In light of this, SHIELD's efforts to persuade Iron Man through their influence seem increasingly futile. Black Widow is powerless, discovering that the so-called Avengers appear to be little more than a hollow shell. Initially, she believed that during their last gathering, she had begun to forge a semblance of the Avengers, but now it seems rather ludicrous. Unexpectedly, Iron Man embarks on a path of self-destruction. Upon realizing the terrifying potential of the destroyer armor, he seeks out Thor. It is noteworthy that in the previous world, Thor and Iron Man's relationship was far from amicable. However, due to Thor's newfound demeanor, they have surprisingly become good friends. Moreover, Iron Man's curiosity regarding the destroyer armor leads Thor to regard him as a trustworthy companion, as even the dim-witted can be deemed good friends. Iron Man's sole intention in seeking Thor is to glean every detail about the destroyer armor, as he learned of its existence through Black Widow. This armor is, in a sense, a unique product of Thor's lineage, making Iron Man's pursuit somewhat convoluted. He desires to acquire the destroyer armor from Thor, believing it could help him create an even more formidable Iron Man suit. Yet, Thor declines. This refusal does not stem from a lack of desire to assist his good friend in enhancing his armor. Rather, it is primarily due to the impossibility of pilfering the armor from his father. If Loki were still around, the task would be much simpler. Unfortunately, ever since Loki's last appearance on Earth, he seems too fearful to return to Asgard. Thor is well aware that Loki's apprehension arises from his past misdeeds toward him, fearing the retribution he might face from someone capable of besting him. Iron Man is left feeling frustrated, having failed to obtain the desired outcome from Thor. What should have been a straightforward resolution has become unnecessarily complicated due to this pivotal obstacle. Despite his annoyance, Iron Man recognizes that Thor has been truthful with him. Nevertheless, a new idea suddenly sparks in Iron Man's mind. He senses that the destroyer armor possesses a form of consciousness. If this is the case, why shouldn't his own armor also be endowed with a degree of sentience? If his armor were to gain sufficient awareness, it would undoubtedly become even more powerful, and a more powerful suit would translate into greater strength for himself. With this thought in mind, Iron Man resolves to seek out suitable materials to craft his own armored suit. This endeavor is of utmost importance. Concurrently, he decides to enlist Thor's divine power. For the destroyer armor is, after all, a creation of the gods. Although Iron Man is not well versed in the realm of deities, having a god by his side presents an opportunity he cannot ignore. Thor readily agrees to Iron Man's request, viewing it as a minor undertaking. With his powers restored, even crafting another destroyer armor would pose no threat to him. Ironically, this collaboration leads to the premature emergence of Ultron. Originally meant to be created by Ant-Man, Ultron is now once again brought to life by Iron Man. His concept is straightforward: to engineer an armor endowed with significant intelligence, one that wields immense power. Not only will it possess self-awareness, but it will also evolve into a formidable weapon. With this ambition, Iron Man embarks on his research, and with Thor's assistance, the process becomes remarkably smooth. As the research progresses, Iron Man is astounded to discover that the armor he is crafting seems to be heading down a path of no return, one he had not anticipated, yet finds himself irresistibly drawn to. He understands that should he succeed in creating this armor, the world would undoubtedly celebrate. Moreover, his own Iron Man suit would regain its former greatness. Initially, Thor harbored limited thoughts on the matter, believing that crafting armor was a simple task. However, he did not foresee that Iron Man's brilliant ideas would lead them into an entirely new realm. Under the pressure of this new world, Thor too finds himself on a path of no return. In a mere 6 months, a new Iron Man suit is born. No one could have predicted that on the night of its completion, the armor would mysteriously vanish. The following day, when Thor and Iron Man awaken in the laboratory, they are astonished to discover that the armor they created has inexplicably disappeared. As Iron Man prepares to employ technological means to recover his suit, he is astounded to realize that it seems to bear no connection to him whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, an unforeseen event is unfolding. The armor, birthed from his own ingenuity, has developed an entirely different consciousness. Even relying on this peculiar consciousness, he directly embarked on an alternative path. Chapter 49, The Imminent Machine War. What do you think we should do about this situation? I have no idea. After all, you were the one who created it. Yet, doesn't it possess your power? According to your assertion, if it embodies your strength, you should be able to control it. The issue is, I have no idea where it is. How can you expect me to find it? I simply cannot locate it. There is no other option but to retrieve it as best as we can, otherwise, that thing. Following a brief exchange, Thor and Iron Man departed. He had no intention of continuing the conversation, for they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the armor they had created. Initially, they believed that the most crucial aspect of crafting an armor was its lethality. Thus they infused it with unparalleled and terrifying killing intent. This murderous intent was painstakingly devised by Iron Man. In his view, as long as the armor was endowed with sufficient lethality programming, its inherent power would, to some degree, be significantly enhanced. It must be said that Iron Man is indeed a prodigious genius, and precisely because of this trait, the creation of Ultron was expedited. However, the Ultron birthed by Iron Man this time was far more menacing than the one from that world. After all, having established lethality is paramount. Iron Man reasoned that since it possessed a self-aware consciousness, it should be endowed with something distinctly unique. For instance, the ability for self-improvement. This concept of self-improvement was originally mere rhetoric. Yet, as time progressed, this ability would gradually evolve, becoming increasingly cunning and intelligent. Simultaneously, it could endow the entity with immensely terrifying power, signifying that from the moment of its creation, it represented the advent of a divergent reality. Thor and Iron Man were naturally cognizant of this, hence their urgent need to locate the armor. After all, if the armor remained unfound, it would soon become a harbinger of destruction. What terrified Iron Man and Thor the most was the immense investment of their efforts in this armor. The weight of their dedication was overwhelming. If previously Thor believed that since it was his creation, it would not pose a threat to him, he now wished he could slap himself twice. He understood better than anyone how ludicrous his thoughts were. Prior to its creation, one might envision it in a certain light. However, upon its realization, one would continuously seek to rectify flaws, thus unleashing unforeseen power, exemplified by the current Ultron. It had transformed into a being of nearly unimaginable terror. After a brief period of growth, Iron Man could foresee that Ultron would evolve into an exceptionally formidable and perfect machine. This power would threaten the Earth and the entire world. This was precisely why Iron Man and Thor felt compelled to retrieve it. Moreover, this matter was known solely to the two of them. They understood better than others that if this situation persisted, it would soon yield a profoundly terrifying threat. One far more dreadful than the Destroyer. After all, the Destroyer could be restrained by Thor, but if this armor continued to lurk in the shadows, augmenting its power, no one could guarantee that it would remain akin to their initial expectations. While the Destroyer could indeed annihilate, it required no one to command it. Regrettably, the Ultron created this time did not need any external control. Endowed with self-awareness and continuously improving itself, its potential threat could, in certain respects, be hundreds of times greater than that of the Destroyer. For 3 consecutive months, Thor and Iron Man searched in vain for any trace of Ultron. It must be said that it was truly terrifying. It is worth noting that Iron Man possesses a remarkably high intelligence, and having crafted this entity, he had left numerous concerns unaddressed. Originally, these concerns should have facilitated a swift recovery of Ultron. However, as he began searching, he was astonished to find no trace of it whatsoever. The opportunities he had previously seized now appeared as nothing more than a farcical jest. In reality, while Iron Man and Thor sought Ultron, it had already transformed itself into a simple human. It had created sufficient robotic bodies, utilizing them to incessantly explore every facet of the human world. Its purpose for creation was to serve as a weapon, and due to Iron Man's excessively extreme ideologies, Ultron had adopted an exceedingly terrifying extremist mindset to annihilate everything, perceiving all living humans as pollutants to the Earth. To a certain extent, Ultron had become remarkably radical. Had it not been for the programs subsequently implanted by Iron Man, Ultron may have required additional time to emerge. However, it was far too extreme, especially with Thor's power assisting alongside. Thor likely never anticipated that when he saw Ultron again, its power would be capable of utterly obliterating him. It is crucial to note that during its creation, Iron Man proposed a preposterous idea to infuse Ultron's body with the power of Thor. Only in this manner could Ultron become nearly omnipotent. Even divine power could not sway Ultron's form. Thor initially rejected such a notion. Yet Iron Man's relentless persuasion eventually led Thor to acquiesce to Iron Man's request. The amalgamation of technological prowess, Iron Man's intellect, and divine power yielded a creation whose terror remains unknown to all. However, Ultron proved through his actions that he was the epitome of perfection. Over the course of 3 months, he had encountered Thor and Iron Man countless times. Yet they still failed to locate him, a testament to Ultron's mechanical cunning. He believed that to obliterate humanity, he must first understand them. He sought to comprehend not only humanity, but also the minds of his creators. Thus he did not merely appear before them once. Yet, whether it was Iron Man or Thor, they remained oblivious to the fact that Ultron had so brazenly presented himself before them. After these 3 months, Iron Man and Thor were reluctantly compelled to compromise. They recognized it was time to make a decision. Chapter 50, The Dawn of the Robot War. Thor and Iron Man were acutely aware that their first step was to seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. they needed to collaborate with them. They had to locate Ultron's presence in a short time frame, for if Ultron continued to evolve as it had been, he would soon grow to become the enemy of all humanity. In truth, Iron Man understood better than anyone that during Ultron's creation, he had implanted a myriad of uncontrollable programs within Ultron's mind. These programs were the most terrifying entities in the world, utterly uncontrollable. Just before Iron Man and Thor set out to find S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man, somewhat uncertain, employed his machines for a simulation. He sought to discern what kind of existence Ultron would ultimately become. Yet, prior to the simulation, Iron Man was more cognizant than others that his actions had, to a certain extent, led Ultron astray from its original trajectory. If Ultron were to be under one's control, he could potentially evolve into the ultimate weapon. However, the current predicament is that one is utterly oblivious to his whereabouts, which implies that everything amassed in the short term may vanish into thin air. Following a thorough analysis, Iron Man was astounded to discover that the outcome of the simulation aligned perfectly with his worst fears. Ultron would indeed become a harbinger of global annihilation. Notably, Ultron has already been active in the human realm for a full 3 months. During this period, his location remains a mystery, and no one comprehends the extent of the powers he may have garnered or the transformations he has undergone. It is entirely plausible that, with the passage of time, Ultron has morphed into a figure of unimaginable terror. Nevertheless, Iron Man and Thor are acutely aware that they must expedite their search for Ultron. According to the simulation, within 6 months, he will possess the capability to extinguish all of humanity. Furthermore, as his power escalates, the obliteration of Earth will become a trivial endeavor. Most individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. are well acquainted with Iron Man, recognizing him as a genius whose technological prowess surpasses even that of the current S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, they could not have anticipated that Iron Man, without their assistance in combating Hydra, would audaciously embark on creating an armor capable of eradicating humanity. When Black Widow received this news, he nearly toppled from his seat, utterly astonished that Iron Man could conjure such a catastrophe. Yet, he understood that, regardless of Iron Man's mischief, he would ultimately need to manage the fallout. Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. utilized its authority to issue an urgent alert to humanity, cautioning them to be wary of various intelligent devices that, in due course, could transform into lethal weapons. To this warning, humanity paid little heed, as they were entirely oblivious to the implications of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s message. The sole individual who reacted promptly was Ujia, who resided in the manor. He speculated whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had inadvertently manufactured Ultron. From his perspective, this world diverged significantly from the one he had previously encountered. If this world were indeed connected to that of the comics, he would not have encountered these individuals so prematurely. However, the most astonishing aspect for Ujia was that, from the news, he could almost definitively conclude that Ultron had come to life. Yet, whether Ultron had truly been resurrected or merely created remained uncertain for him. Nevertheless, with Iron Man's arrival, Ujia swiftly deduced the likelihood that Ultron's existence was a result of Iron Man's handiwork. If it were not for him, Iron Man would not have taken the initiative to warn him about the intelligent devices in his home, asserting that these devices could soon become deadly weapons. From Iron Man's words, Ujia inferred that Ultron was indeed a creation of Iron Man. Otherwise, he would not express such concern for him. Their camaraderie was strong, and Iron Man, as a friend, would undoubtedly offer a warning, though Ujia could not ascertain the current stage of Ultron's evolution. Villains invariably acquire greater strength in a short span. Moreover, as Iron Man spoke, Ujia began to speculate whether Ultron had been created long ago, but had simply evaded capture due to his remarkable intelligence. Iron Man's failure to locate him might have prompted the issuance of such a notification. It must be said that even as an underachiever, Ujia's foresight regarding the situation was remarkably accurate. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. However, just as Ujia commenced pondering Ultron's next move, Ultron made his appearance, accompanied by his legion of robots. Who could have predicted that this being would erupt onto the scene in such a brief period? In these 3 months, Ultron had indeed forged his own robotic army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, which represented a formidable force, differing greatly from Iron Man's expectations. Initially, Iron Man had presumed that Ultron would clandestinely cultivate his power, waiting until he could control all machines globally to unleash a cataclysm upon humanity. However, he never anticipated Ultron's audacity to eschew such stealth. instead opting to construct a massive army of robots. This revelation allowed Iron Man to exhale with relief. If Ultron merely produced a so-called army, it would pose little threat to Earth. After all, attempting to annihilate humanity with machines already in existence was somewhat fanciful. At least in Iron Man's view, his technological prowess could easily neutralize such a threat. The once formidable dilemma seemed to diminish into a mere inconvenience, prompting Iron Man to breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, he had overestimated Ultron. After all, he was merely a creation of his own making. What harm could he truly inflict? Chapter 51. Transformers vs. Iron Man. Previously, Iron Man harbored significant trepidation towards Ultron, for he alone understood the immense effort he expended in crafting Ultron. He had equipped Ultron with an arsenal of weapons, and if these weapons matured, Ultron would become the most powerful weapon Iron Man ever created, without exception. Yet, while Iron Man grappled with his anxieties, Ultron brazenly emerged, and this time, he employed no covert tactics. Instead, he boldly assembled his own army, an act that exacerbated the situation considerably. Iron Man commenced the creation of his own robotic forces, insisting that S.H.I.E.L.D. refrain from involving themselves in this conflict. After all, strictly speaking, this was a familial matter for Iron Man. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene, it would be a considerable affront to his pride. Even Thor, who had initially intended to join the fray, was rebuffed by Iron Man. In Iron Man's view, this was entirely his own predicament. Having made a mistake, he must bear the consequences himself. In this regard, Iron Man was unwilling to delegate responsibility. With such confidence, Iron Man found no objections from anyone. However, no one could have predicted the dire straits he would soon face. Upon donning his armor and arriving at the battlefield, Iron Man was astonished to discover that his robotic forces were rendered utterly ineffective. Before even engaging in combat, they had turned against him. Indeed, Ultron's power had fully coalesced. And besides Iron Man's own suit, every other robot hastily constructed by Iron Man had been subverted. These robots launched an immediate assault against him, leaving Iron Man unable to modify their internal programming. Witnessing this unfolding calamity, Iron Man could only shake his head in disbelief. Faced with the inability to command his own creations, he resolved to unleash his own power to obliterate the chaos. After all, this was a predicament of his own making. It must be said that Iron Man's aspirations are indeed admirable, yet the harshness of reality stands in stark contrast. The might of Iron Man is exceptionally formidable, a fact clearly evidenced by his previous suits of armor. Moreover, the devastation wrought by the Destroyer, coupled with his experience in creating Ultron, has led Iron Man to conceive a multitude of innovative ideas for his armored suits. These fresh concepts inadvertently transformed into weapons, instilling Iron Man with an eager anticipation for the chaos that lay ahead. However, what Iron Man could not foresee was that these weapons would prove utterly inconsequential to Ultron. Just as he was poised to launch an assault with these newly crafted armaments, all the robots coalesced into a colossal transformer. At least for Ugia, witnessing this battle, his first thought was of Transformers. He could hardly believe that his adversary could conjure such a spectacle. In truth, Ugia was no stranger to such constructs. Yet he never anticipated Ultron's prowess to be so formidable. It was astonishing that during this time, Ultron could manifest a transformer. Both Ugia and Iron Man were taken aback, yet Iron Man had no choice. After all, the calamity he had initiated was one he must resolve himself. Unfortunately, this notion remained mere thought, as countless robots amalgamated into a gigantic transformer. At that moment, Ultron was at the helm, and the devastation wrought by this transformer was beyond imagination. It could be said that Ultron represented Iron Man's crowning achievement. Perhaps even Tony himself could not fathom that the weapon he had created would ultimately turn against him in such a fashion. Within the span of just 2 rounds, Iron Man was whisked away by Thor. Although Thor did not partake in the battle, he observed the unfolding events from the periphery with keen awareness. He quickly realized that Iron Man's current strategy to vanquish his foe with sheer force was utterly futile. The transformer was simply too immense, and its arsenal far too extensive. The battle was rife with unpredictability. One moment it wielded machine guns, the next it transformed into lasers, an utterly chaotic exchange. Most importantly, Thor sensed the presence of his own power within this transformer. Clearly, Ultron had not only perfected himself, but also amplified all the powers he had previously acquired. In that instant, Thor felt a sinking realization that he was likely not a match for this formidable foe. This was no mere fantasy, but a stark reality. Upon recognizing the presence of his power within the transformer, Thor's first thought was one of despair. Previously dismissive of counsel and colluding with Iron Man, he now found himself in a predicament of his own making, unable to voice his grievances. After all, he bore the weight of these consequences and found it daunting to seek redemption. Thor yearned to engage in battle, but felt ill-equipped to do so. Yet in that moment, he recalled his sister at the manor, believing she would not stand idly by. Thor had previously sought Hela's counsel several times in secret, but to Hela, Thor was nothing short of a fool. Having already made her rejection clear, he still persisted in his unwelcome visits, even shamelessly fawning over her husband, Yu-Jie. Due to Yu-Jie's awakening of the Codex of Life, he found Thor's presence somewhat peculiar. He could sense that while Thor appeared odd, there was an undeniable strength coursing through him. This revelation piqued Yu-Jie's curiosity regarding Hela's true nature. Initially, Hela claimed to be an orphan, yet Thor's emergence complicated matters. The power residing within Thor seemed to suggest that Hela was far more complex than he had initially surmised. However, these musings were fleeting in Yu-Jie's mind, as he promptly dismissed them. Hela was unequivocally his wife, and indulging in such doubts held no practical significance. Far more pressing was the desire to conceive a child with Hela, which he deemed the utmost priority. Thor's sole purpose in seeking Hela was to implore her assistance in rectifying his mistakes. As for seeking his father's intervention, he deemed that unnecessary. After all, it was well known that his father was not the most astute individual. Chapter 52. Depart. Thor held on to the notion of seeking his sister's aid, perceiving it as a potential avenue for communication. His desire to restore their previous relationship with Hela was evident, despite the strained bond between her and their father. Thor understood that they were family, and any issues could be resolved through dialogue. However, prior to this, Thor had taken the initiative to understand the implications of his actions. To his astonishment, he discovered that his sister was a far more formidable figure than he had ever imagined. In the past, she had been a nightmare for nearly every race, a harbinger of death for those who dared to threaten Asgard. This knowledge made him acutely aware that Hela was not as simple as she appeared. Yet, over the course of their recent encounters, he was struck by the realization that she seemed to have changed. Most notably, it appeared that all he had previously understood about her was now irrelevant. At least when facing him, she exhibited no hostile intentions. She had not even attempted to strike him. This realization led Thor to believe that there remained ample room for reconciliation between them. Regardless of whether Hela would return to Asgard, her assistance in alleviating his troubles would be invaluable. It was noteworthy that while Hela had previously shown him little kindness, she had refrained from any violent action against him, suggesting she might wish to mend their relationship. One must admit, Thor was an exceptionally optimistic individual. To a certain extent, he was even somewhat fanciful. Unbeknownst to him, Hela's reluctance to engage him stemmed more from her indifference than any desire for conflict. In Hela's eyes, Asgard had long owed her, and thus she felt no compulsion to harbor any affection for it. Nevertheless, she still contemplated her return to Asgard to reclaim what she had lost. Causing trouble for Thor was not something she deemed worthy of her time. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a sense of disdain. After all, Thor was merely a child in her eyes. Upon Thor's arrival at the manor, he encountered Hela and Yu-Jie. Yu-Jie regarded Thor with curiosity, though he remained uncertain about the nature of the power within him. However, given the familial connection to Hela, he felt no need for excessive concern. After all, as they claimed, they were siblings, and thus any issues should ideally be resolved amicably. Should amicable resolution prove elusive, Yu-Jie, as Hela's husband, would gladly intervene to assist in resolving any complications. At this moment, Yu-Jie still had no awareness of Hela's true identity. For Yu-Jie, simply enjoying his current life was already more than enough. Thinking about all these messy, complicated matters was pointless, and even when Ultron appeared, Yu-Jie didn't pay it much attention. Yu-Jie understood better than anyone else. Ultron looked powerful, but that was only on the surface. In the face of true power, Ultron was nothing more than a joke. There was no doubt about that. Whether it was the strong individuals on Earth who had yet to reveal their full potential, or the supreme sorcerers who constantly maintained Earth's peace, these were not simple characters. To put it bluntly, if the X-Men were to show up at this moment, there was a very high chance that Ultron would have to pay a heavy price. This was not a joke, it was reality, and Yu-Jie understood this better than anyone. Precisely because of this, Yu-Jie didn't care whether Ultron would escalate things. S-H-I-E-L-D wouldn't allow it to happen. Mutants wouldn't allow it either. And those who quietly protected Earth's peace would be even less likely to tolerate such a thing. Watching Yu-Jie give the two some private space once again, Hela had followed Thor into the backyard. Hela didn't speak immediately. Instead, her gaze focused on Thor. She wanted to see what words he would speak this time. Unexpectedly, Thor saw his sister speak with a bitter expression. "Sister, if you don't help me this time, I'm really going to be in trouble. And I know this is my own fault. I know I shouldn't have come to you, but there is no other choice. This situation is very bad. Based on my assumptions about that guy, it won't be long before the whole earth pays the price." Hela stared at her brother like he was an idiot. Thor had come to her many times before, but Hela had never really interacted with him. She had only maintained a semblance of family harmony in front of Ugia. Yet now, he shamelessly came to her, asking for her help. Hela laughed disdainfully. "Are you joking? You're a god of Asgard, and I am just a prisoner. You want a prisoner to help you. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Thor was stunned. He hadn't expected his sister to speak to him like that. But he quickly realized that Hela had no affection for Asgard at all. Everything he had said meant nothing to her. This made the situation even more troublesome. In reality, the matter was simple. It was only because of unexpected complications that it had become so complex. Thor briefly regretted listening to Tony Stark. He should have stayed away from Stark earlier. After all, the man wasn't exactly brilliant, and now he was surrounded by people of questionable intelligence. It made Thor feel almost foolish himself. Hela seemed to notice Thor's slightly off state. She spoke again. "Now leave my home. If you don't leave, don't blame me for saying unpleasant things, like get lost." Thor hadn't expected his sister to reject him so quickly. He looked at her with some reluctance. But Hela's aura was already rising. Chapter 53, Ultron Crisis. I'm going. Is that enough? Ultimately, Thor chose to compromise. Not because he wanted to, but because he could see that Hela wasn't joking. He understood better than anyone that if things escalated, he could very well be caught by his sister in an instant. Thor was extremely cautious. He had already been schooled countless times in Asgard, and he didn't want to be scolded again in his sister's home. After a fleeting thought, Thor left the mansion. Ugia watched him go, somewhat frustrated and unsure of what to say. His wife was beautiful, but also formidable. It was intense, not just for Ugia, but for his brother as well. From Ugia's perspective, Hela treated him well, certainly better than she treated his brother, who had visited countless times. Yet as far as Ugia could recall, they hadn't even shared a meal. Strictly speaking, his brother hadn't even had a single glass of water in her home. Because of this, Ugia could be sure that his brother didn't have a good relationship with his sister. But he didn't intend to interfere. He knew Hela would handle it herself. There was no point in him thinking about these things. Hela noticed Ugia's curious gaze and walked up to him. She spoke softly. "We don't have a good relationship. I think you already know that. But perhaps in the future, this matter will give you an answer." Ugia nodded. He didn't need Hela to make any promises to him. It was up to her to decide. He was willing to be the man supporting Hela from behind. Meanwhile, after leaving Hela's mansion, Thor grew even more frustrated. When he had delivered Tony Stark back to SHIELD, he had confidently guaranteed he could find someone to help him with this problem. Stark thought he had it under control. Now, Thor felt a chill run down his spine. What seemed like a simple matter had become extremely complicated because of his sister's refusal. A thought flashed in his mind. This time, it concerned Asgard. He hadn't forgotten that Asgard had a very powerful presence. His father, King Odin. Ultron appeared powerful on Earth, but Thor wasn't a fool. He knew exactly how strong Ultron really was. If he couldn't deal significant damage to Ultron, bringing his father into the matter would make things far simpler. After all, his father's power wasn't something mere robots or Transformers could counter. It represented the ultimate strength. It was truly terrifying. The title God King said it all. Yet this thought didn't last long. Thor knew his father wanted him to grow and develop his abilities. If he relied on Odin every time, his father would just send him back to Earth. Thor longed to face things on his own, but he also knew his limits. If one possesses sufficient strength, one would inevitably charge forth to confront Ultron, to meticulously resolve the troubles one has inadvertently provoked. Yet, the most exasperating reality lies in the painful acknowledgement that one is utterly incapable of addressing these issues. For one is not a match for the adversary. And though it is a bitter truth to articulate, Thor is acutely aware that this is the stark reality, being unable to overcome a formidable foe. Concurrently, Thor has begun to ponder whether he should seek assistance from others. Given the current circumstances, he cannot afford to grant Ultron any further time to develop. Should Ultron gradually muster a more powerful army, it would signify the emergence of even greater complications ahead. According to Iron Man's prior assessments, within a month at most, Ultron would undoubtedly evolve into a being 100-fold more terrifying than the Destroyer. The Destroyer had once appeared as fragile as paper before Thor, easily crumpled and dispatched. However, even the tiniest ant, if magnified 100-fold, would cease to be regarded as insignificant. The terror of an ant, once grown to such a scale, is palpably evident. And Thor is no fool. From Iron Man's words, he discerns that Iron Man is not deceiving him. Moreover, Thor possesses a profound understanding of Iron Man's character. He knows that Iron Man often downplays troubles, making them seem less daunting than they truly are, creating a deceptive illusion. It must be said that matters have devolved into a rather dire state. Even Thor, in the present day, is at a loss as to whom he might turn for aid. To rely solely on his own strength to vanquish the opponent would be akin to chasing an impossible dream. Thor harbors ample ideas. Yet he recognizes that mere thoughts are futile without the requisite power to execute them. He cannot help but reflect on how he has previously navigated through challenges. At that very moment, Ultron exacerbated the situation, for he had long ago devised a plan to eradicate all of humanity on Earth. His robotic legions had begun to take shape, yet Ultron remained unsatisfied. He required an even greater army, one that could surpass the human numbers. This way, even if he suffered losses, he could swiftly recover. Chapter 54, The Secretive Couple. Ultron, a being of pure robotics, has, over time, evolved into something even more formidable than humanity, fueled by the intelligence that proliferates within his mind. Furthermore, his ability to manipulate electronic energy to enhance himself renders his terror exceedingly extreme. Previously, Iron Man had not contemplated the full implications, believing that because Ultron was his creation, any situation that arose could be resolved by him. However, as encounters with adversity multiplied, Iron Man was compelled to concede that he had indeed underestimated Ultron. In this era, Ultron navigates with unparalleled ease, exploiting the digital realm to launch a series of offensive or defensive maneuvers. He transforms all non-sentient beings into sentient machines, collectively termed robots. Yet, their capabilities extend beyond mere aggression. Their defensive prowess is equally formidable. Iron Man can affirm this, having sought to confront Ultron on numerous occasions, yet to this day, he remains unaware of Ultron's precise location. Following the last display of his robotic forces, Ultron vanished without a trace, as if he had never graced the Earth with his presence. Iron Man is no fool. Ultron has flexed his muscles. It is inconceivable that he would depart quietly. Rather, it is a demonstration of his strength, a harbinger of his imminent ascendance. This notion, while somewhat terrifying, is not without its stark realism. For Iron Man knows that as time progresses, Ultron will swiftly accumulate more power, rendering him increasingly fearsome. If, prior to this juncture, Iron Man believed he could manage the situation, he has now abandoned such optimism. After all, he understands better than most that Ultron requires but the slightest opportunity to flourish. And his growth is alarmingly rapid, far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. Although he received encouraging news from Thor, he has not forgotten the necessity of fortifying himself. He is acutely aware that relying on others is ultimately insufficient, and he must augment his own power. Most importantly, Iron Man is not one to concede defeat. As Ultron is his creation, he bears the responsibility of containing the threat he has unleashed upon the Earth. The thought of having brought humanity to the brink of annihilation is one he cannot accept lightly. A mere moment's contemplation sends shivers down his spine. It must be noted that, in many respects, Iron Man possesses an admirable sense of responsibility, likely a result of the world's upheavals and the trials he has faced. Without such transformations, he would never have become the person he is today. This evolution, in part, has been observed by Yujia, who recognized that Iron Man's character has subtly shifted following his tribulations, and this change is, indeed, positive. Iron Man has become far more human than the version of himself that once existed. The Iron Man of the past underwent a series of trials before awakening to his humanity, rendering him akin to an ordinary individual. However, it appears that the recent, harrowing experiences have catalyzed a rapid and profound transformation in him. Yet, this change pertains only to those whom Iron Man deems worthy. Should he not recognize you, you would lack even the right to converse with him. He remains that cold, detached observer. Unbeknownst to many, Ultron's troubles have escalated to a new echelon, as within S.H.I.E.L.D. Every agent has begun to heed Iron Man's directives, preparing for the forthcoming strategy. Previously, Black Egg had regarded Iron Man's integration into S.H.I.E.L.D. as a fortuitous development. After all, Iron Man's involvement would gradually facilitate retribution against the Alliance, an endeavor that would undoubtedly confer prestige, for the Stark family's might is well acknowledged by S.H.I.E.L.D., a force capable of collaborating with the military. However, Black Egg could never have anticipated that Iron Man not only possessed formidable strength, but also exceptional design capabilities, enabling him to construct a robot capable of annihilating the world. Furthermore, based on simulations from Iron Man and Hela, the power possessed by this creation could escalate to terrifying levels within a short span of time, with the potential to obliterate the Earth in merely a few days, effectively dismantling it from within. Black Egg could never have anticipated the terrifying events that would unfold before him. The Earth was still peaceful, still stable. Yet an inexplicable surge of chaos had recently emerged. As a result, none of his meticulously crafted plans had come to fruition in a timely manner. To put it bluntly, the Avengers lacked even the most rudimentary foundation, not due to ignorance, but rather because Black Egg found himself devoid of superior strategies. He was aware of certain formidable entities, but these powerful beings were unwilling to form a so-called League of Kings. Even the Hulk residing in the Yugia Manor had sparked numerous thoughts in Black Egg's mind. Yet he understood that these were merely his own musings. Setting aside whether the Hulk would be inclined to join his Avengers, he was hindered by Yugia's presence. If he wished to recruit the Hulk into SHIELD, the first obstacle would indeed be Yugia. Black Egg was reluctant to utter a single word regarding Yugia and his wife, for he was uncertain of the immense power they possessed. In this regard, SHIELD's confidential files had labeled this couple with 2 words, top secret. Such classified documents were likely a result of one individual's identity. However, who could have foreseen that the creation of this so-called top secret file stemmed more from their overwhelming power? The terrifying strength spoke volumes, compelling Black Egg to concede. Chapter 55, The Director Takes Action. Although Thor and Iron Man were diligently seeking ways to save the Earth, Black Egg did not halt his own endeavors. He understood better than anyone that these individuals were engaging in highly specialized tasks. However, if they were to be entrusted with the salvation of the Earth, the situation might become extraordinarily complex, a reality he had to acknowledge. This was also something he wished to avoid. Long before, Black Egg had commenced contact with other entities, including mutants. This was the last group he desired to engage with, for the number of genuinely benevolent mutants was exceedingly scant. The X-Men could be considered one such group. Yet those individuals were perpetually preoccupied with the notion of coexisting peacefully with humanity. In Black Egg's perspective, this was an exceedingly naive notion. To some extent, mutants represented the evolutionary trajectory of humanity, existing as a superior life form. However, such beings need not interact with humanity. If possible, he would prefer that they find a sanctuary akin to a paradise of their own. Only then could mutants truly thrive. Who would have thought that they lacked such foresight and still desired to remain in close proximity to humanity? Wasn't that a recipe for disaster? Yet, as Ultron's power grew increasingly formidable, even Black Egg had to concede. If this situation persisted, it would yield no favorable outcome. The optimal course of action was to unite the available forces. For instance, SHIELD had begun to bridge connections and seek information regarding the X-Men. Only by locating the X-Men could one establish collaboration with those mutants who had been under constant surveillance. In his view, he ought to assume a role akin to that of a shadowy puppet master, observing the unfolding events. Of course, Black Egg's previous thoughts bore a hint of dark humor as he awaited potential conflicts between the two factions. After all, the mutants were not currently united. Regardless of whether it was the X-Men or Magneto, both possessed terrifying powers, and attempting to resolve matters in the face of such strength had become exceedingly complex. Nevertheless, Black Egg believed that no significant issues would arise. At the very least, the X-Men would likely step forward to assist him in resolving troubles. After all, the X-Men were a group of individuals who fervently professed peace. Considering this, Black Egg promptly reached out to Professor X of the X-Men. Professor X was already aware of the situation regarding Ultron, yet he was not fully cognizant of the true nature of Ultron's existence. Thus, he thought it prudent for SHIELD to handle the matter until Black Egg appeared before him, prompting a realization that the situation was far from simple. Otherwise, the director of SHIELD would not have come to see him, and the smile on his face was a rarity for the X-Men. Even Professor X had never witnessed Black Egg display such an unusual smile. Observing this expression, he quickly deduced that Black Egg must have come for a significant reason. Otherwise, he would not have approached him with such a peculiar demeanor. Clearly, you have come seeking something from me. Since you are here, please enlighten me regarding the crisis posed by Ultron Professor X stated directly, his gaze fixed upon Black Egg. In response, Black Egg realized that Professor X was no fool. He understood that the latter had surmised the purpose of his visit, simplifying matters considerably. Soon, with a smile, Black Egg remarked, "It's not an insurmountable issue. It merely involves the potential destruction of the Earth." Had Black Egg merely made a passing comment, Professor X might not have taken it seriously, but he was taken aback by the gravity of the statement regarding the impending annihilation of the planet. One could not deny that S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed somewhat terrifying, as the atmosphere shifted palpably. At that moment, other X-Men, including Cyclops and Wolverine, appeared around them. The director of S-H-I-E-L-D recognized that they likely perceived his words as a jest, prompting him to shake his head. Yet, there was indeed a hint of humor in the situation. Given the current state of affairs, one had little choice but to approach it with levity. Nonetheless, Black Egg proceeded to inform the X-Men and Professor X of the present circumstances. Since he sought their assistance, transparency was essential. In this regard, S-H-I-E-L-D had consistently excelled, and Black Egg had done well in this aspect. He understood the importance of knowing both oneself and one's adversary to avoid defeat. He was acutely aware that concealing crucial information at a pivotal moment could lead to unforeseen perils in battle, a lesson he had learned previously. Thus, he was determined not to allow such a situation to recur. It must be said that Black Egg had many thoughts swirling in his mind. As he laid bare all the details concerning Ultron, Professor X was left momentarily stunned. However, he soon began to contemplate whether he should independently seek out Ultron, utilizing his abilities to reprogram the entity. Yet, this idea was fleeting, as Professor X quickly dismissed it. Although he was unsure of Ultron's true nature, it was clear that Ultron was merely an artificial intelligence, devoid of human-like thought processes. Therefore, attempting to control it was akin to chasing a dream. Such an endeavor was likely to fail, making it unnecessary to pursue. Meanwhile, Black Egg noticed a shift in the gazes of those around him, prompting him to smile knowingly. Regardless, everything has already been said, and it remains to be seen how the other party will choose, for the current situation is as it is. What one deems good may not truly be good, while what one considers bad is not exceptionally dreadful either. After all, the Earth has yet to be entirely annihilated, which can be deemed the best news of all. As Black Egg introduced the matter, the X-Men fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 56, The News of Ultron. Neither party wished to squander excessive time here, as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Black Egg was well aware that his quest to seek out mutants was merely a pursuit for collaboration. It sufficed for him if the other party agreed. But should they refuse, there was no need to waste any more time here. Presently, projections indicated that Ultron might soon emerge once more with lethal intent. If he could not command the front lines, who could predict what other noteworthy events might transpire? Notably, Professor X ultimately represented the X-Men in consenting to Black Egg's request. This revelation allowed Black Egg to breathe a sigh of relief, for he understood that his presence here was, in essence, a gamble. Should fortune favor him, it could potentially double their combat capabilities. Conversely, should his gamble fail, the term total loss would not be an exaggeration. One must admit the idea was commendable. Events appeared to unfold in alignment with Black Egg's expectations, yet they had not yet genuinely escalated to extremes. Meanwhile, Black Egg received a more troubling piece of news. This update came from Iron Man, who had been diligently researching ways to subdue Ultron. According to earlier projections, Ultron was poised to enhance his artificial intelligence once again in a short span. Such advancements typically require time to cultivate, yet this notion seemed entirely absent in Ultron's case. It appeared that Ultron was on a rapid developmental trajectory, eager to evolve and grow stronger at will. Due to this very factor, Iron Man was still on the lookout for any semblance of opportunity. Any trace left in the network could provide a clue to Ultron's whereabouts. However, despite his exhaustive efforts, Iron Man had found no sign of the entity until a recent, casual search revealed Ultron's existence. It seemed Ultron was utilizing the network for some form of cover while continuously constructing his own domain online. Initially, this revelation astonished Iron Man, as he had not anticipated Ultron's capacity to orchestrate such activities in the digital realm. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Ultron was still in the phase of accumulating power. Once Ultron completed his adjustments and revealed his true capabilities, even the best-laid plans would be no match for him. Thankfully, Ultron appeared to be maintaining a degree of restraint, not fully exposing his fangs, while still seeking opportunities. Seizing this moment, Iron Man perceived it as a long-awaited chance and collaborated with S.H.I.E.L.D. to lay an intricate web of traps. Since the future actions of Ultron remained uncertain, the best course was to launch a preemptive strike before he could take action. Only then could they hope to impede Ultron's advance. Upon Black Egg's return, he learned of Iron Man's strategy and expressed his wholehearted agreement with the plan. This notion was indeed prudent. Eradicating Ultron before he could obliterate the Earth was a venture that offered ample room for maneuver. Consequently, Black Egg dispatched all available personnel. They needed to simplify the combat swiftly, and the foremost element in achieving simplicity was possessing sufficient strength. One must concede that the execution of ideas is paramount, and S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the capability to act swiftly. Within a mere 2 days, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully pinpointed Ultron's location once more. Just as Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. were preparing to act, the X-Men sent a new message to S.H.I.E.L.D. They believed they could take the initiative to probe Ultron to ascertain his current state. After all, the X-Men were not characterized by overwhelming collective strength, but rather excelled in individual combat prowess. Initially, Black Egg contemplated dissuading them, but upon recalling their mutant identities, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Having someone step forward to assist in countering Ultron was welcome. Subsequently, Iron Man employed his technological prowess to directly locate Ultron's position, deploying more mechanical suits to track him down. However, just as Iron Man initiated his actions, it seemed Ultron also became aware of the movements. The continuous learning and evolution he had undergone led to a qualitative leap in both his strength and intelligence. For this reason, he promptly detected Iron Man's presence. Moreover, he contemplated defeating Iron Man's aspirations. Despite Iron Man being his creator, he believed humanity had no reason to exist on this planet. This notion had become alarmingly entrenched in Ultron's mind, yet he perceived it as the singularly significant purpose of existence, the annihilation of all humankind. Shortly thereafter, the mutants took action, guided by the coordinates previously provided by Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. They located Ultron's temporary base. The term temporary base was fitting, as it served merely as a storage site for Ultron's robots. During this time, Ultron had been relentlessly producing robots, but they were incapable of acting on their own volition. Thus, he constructed additional robot facilities. These bases could efficiently manage the newly birthed robots and swiftly awaken them when combat was necessary. One must acknowledge that Ultron's concepts had transcended what humanity could fathom. He was akin to a fully realized human, albeit one with a fully developed brain. Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. utilized their surveillance methods to observe the impending battle. They perceived this as an opportunity to gauge Ultron's growth. After all, the power Ultron had previously displayed was terrifying enough that even S.H.I.E.L.D. could not resolve the issue swiftly. At this moment, Thor also returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. as he too sought to resolve this dilemma. Chapter 57, Mutants vs. Ultron. So these are the mutants? The advanced evolutionary beings among your kind? Thor inquired, regarding the mutants present on the battlefield. Beside him, Black Egg nodded in affirmation. However, Thor exhibited greater curiosity, noting the powerful abilities they possessed within their forms. It was astonishing that such forces could exist within humanity. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Black Egg couldn't help but cast another glance. Finally understanding why Thor and Iron Man could forge such a strong friendship, they both seemed somewhat inept at engaging in conversation, as few would utter such words in normal discourse. Moreover, before the eyes of humanity, Iron Man nodded in agreement with the words spoken by Thor. In his perspective, the existence of mutants, in a certain sense, could hardly be considered human. What defines humanity, after all, is the possession of characteristics typical of ordinary people to a significant extent. Even Iron Man himself, with all his enterprises and accomplishments, owes them merely to a slight edge in intellect over the average individual. Yet mutants, whether it be their cerebral prowess, physical forms, or immense powers, in many ways, they transcend the boundaries of humanity. Nevertheless, Iron Man was acutely aware that it was futile to voice such thoughts at this juncture, even if they had indeed departed from all semblance of humanity. However, when humanity finds itself in peril on Earth, they still rise to battle. The conflict had yet to commence, yet Thor could not suppress a frown, realizing the formidable strength of the mutants. More crucially, the adversary appeared to be making no immediate moves. This time, Ultron was markedly different from before. Most importantly, Ultron had not unleashed his robotic army in a widespread manner. It is worth noting that during the previous confrontation, Ultron had indeed deployed his robotic legion. These mechanical units were, to a significant extent, the very capital upon which Ultron relied for survival, serving as both his offensive weaponry and defensive shield. Yet why, during this current skirmish, had he refrained from unleashing such assets? Thor cast a puzzled glance at Iron Man, who, at that moment, also furrowed his brow, acknowledging that his discovery of this robotic base had been largely fortuitous. Yet, at this moment, Iron Man and Thor shared nearly identical thoughts, as the number of robots present in this base was woefully insufficient. Had Ultron underestimated them, or had Iron Man overestimated him? Iron Man, observing Thor beside him, could not help but voice, "Do you think this could be a trap? I suspect that fellow may not be as uncomplicated as we presume." In response to Iron Man's inquiry, the Black Egg chimed in, "According to your speculation, isn't it precisely the time for Ultron to gather strength? It cannot be as simple as it seems. Perhaps he has not summoned all his forces." However, Black Egg's comments failed to capture Iron Man's attention, for he perceived Black Egg as possessing an exceedingly erratic mind. In such a combative environment, even the smallest detail could precipitate a significant catastrophe. This was indisputable. This very concern caused Iron Man to furrow his brow further. If at all possible, he wished to discern Ultron's underlying intentions in orchestrating these events. Understanding Ultron's cognitive patterns might afford them an opportunity in the forthcoming battle. Simultaneously, as the three engaged in their deliberations, the combat between the mutants and Ultron underwent a dramatic transformation. Wolverine and Cyclops re-entered the fray, yet this time they were not alone. Others joined the battlefield as well. This was far more terrifying than the Destroyer, as the latter could be addressed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. However, the mutants were aware that they need not take center stage themselves. Others would handle the Destroyer. Although the threat posed by the Destroyer appeared formidable, time would gradually mitigate it. This was one of the pivotal reasons why Professor X consented to the X-Men's involvement in this conflict. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never proactively seek assistance from mutants. Their objective had always been to subdue them, ensuring that no issues arose along the way. Should the mutants harbor any nefarious intentions, S.H.I.E.L.D. would resort to extreme measures to obliterate them. Professor X was acutely aware of this, given that, to a certain extent, those who thrived on chaos were far too numerous. Consequently, the mutants charged towards the robotic army. The robots appeared formidable, yet before Wolverine, they could not withstand even a single round. "Be cautious. These creatures do not seem so simple. How could they fall so easily? You all must be vigilant," Wolverine shouted, having just dispatched a robot. Wolverine was no fool, an enemy capable of prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to shed its facade and seek help from mutants was assuredly no simple adversary, a fact he understood better than anyone else. Thus, he warned his teammates to remain alert. Might the opponents possess peculiar tactics? Thanks to Wolverine's caution, the previously apocalyptic mindset of the others shifted slightly. For not only had Wolverine eliminated more robots, but others had also engaged in similar actions. This led to a momentary relaxation, with the belief that their current adversaries were not as formidable as initially imagined. The slaughter continued unabated, countless robots falling, while Iron Man and the other two, observing from above, furrowed their brows in uncertainty. The mutants' battle seemed alarmingly effortless, akin to slicing through vegetables. All robotic foes attempting to instigate trouble before them were swiftly dispatched. Not even a single round could they endure, and at this moment, even Black Egg began to feel a twinge of doubt. He turned to Iron Man and remarked, "Something feels amiss." In reality, there was no need for Black Egg to remind Iron Man. He could arrive at that conclusion independently. This battle was indeed peculiar. Ultron, who could evidently overwhelm his adversaries in a short span, had inexplicably refrained from doing so. Instead, the mutants surged forth as if fueled by a surge of vitality. Their power was terrifying. No robot could endure even a single exchange. Under Wolverine's leadership, they charged forward, previously seeking the robot's weak points to strike. But now, such precision was unnecessary. Upon spotting an opponent, Wolverine would recklessly advance, unleashing his full might. The transformation in the battle was indeed surprising, and it was no wonder Iron Man harbored such odd thoughts. However, Thor suddenly interjected, "These robots have been vanquished without so much as a skirmish. It is exceedingly strange. Could there be some conspiracy afoot?" Initially, Iron Man had been mulling over the situation, but with Thor's sudden remark, he seemed to snap back to attention. Previously, Iron Man had not pondered deeply on the matter at hand. Could it be that Ultron was merely testing his opponents? Yet, upon hearing Thor's words, Iron Man quickly grasped the implications. He had likely underestimated his adversary. Ultron's actions were evidently a clear test of his opponents. He was probably gathering data on them. Although Ultron had always been in pursuit of such intelligence, for him, the data could be deemed superfluous, as it did not accurately represent the realities of the battlefield. One miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. It is highly probable that they will face complete defeat, and Iron Man is acutely aware of this, having contemplated such a battle strategy immediately. As for the robots that have been obliterated, they are of little concern. After all, they are mere creations of Ultron, who can conjure countless replicas in the blink of an eye if he so desires. However, the invaluable combat data has already been acquired by Ultron. Observing the unfolding battle, Iron Man feels a strong likelihood of their loss. As from the very moment the conflict ignited, they had already fallen into Ultron's trap. It is no wonder that Ultron has dispatched only a handful of robots. He likely anticipated their actions here long before. One must concede that surprises often bring joy, yet this particular surprise is overwhelmingly terrifying. One might even call it a fright. Iron Man is now prepared to directly contact the mutants, urging them to vacate the battlefield. With the true purpose of Ultron's presence now unveiled, it becomes evident that the entities on the battlefield are not real. In light of this revelation, why waste time entangling with the adversary? Such efforts are devoid of purpose. Consequently, Iron Man confides his suspicions to Black Egg, who appears incredulous. Gazing at Iron Man, he did not expect such an answer, his gaze shifting between the battlefield and Iron Man, weighing both before ultimately conceding. It is not that he believes in the righteousness of this course of action, but rather he understands the corrupt hearts of these individuals. Their thoughts are almost universally aligned. To assert that Iron Man is akin to Ultron's progenitor would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, Ultron was indeed a creation of Iron Man himself. Thus, who better to comprehend Ultron than Iron Man? Dr. X did not anticipate Black Egg's demand for a withdrawal, especially since this battle could be deemed a resounding victory, providing an opportunity to extend their reach further. They could even leverage SHIELD's technology to completely eradicate Ultron. Yet, Black Egg's stance is unmistakably clear. This battle should conclude immediately, and there is no necessity for further combat. Dr. X harbors some doubts, but ultimately chooses to cease hostilities. He is well aware that this engagement was merely a probe, a preparatory measure for the wars yet to come. The X-Men too feel a semblance of confusion. However, since a truce has been decided, they have no desire to linger in battle. Just as the X-Men prepare to depart the battlefield, they notice something amiss with the robots they had previously vanquished. Most notably, the lifeless forms that had lost their luster now begin to flicker with light. At this moment, all the mutants recognize them, bewildered by the sudden resurrection of the very robots they had just defeated. What is most alarming is that these robots now inch closer to one another, seemingly intent on uniting. Dr. X, who has been observing the battlefield intently, immediately grasps the gravity of the situation. These machines are not so easily dispatched, and they can coalesce their strength in a remarkably short span of time. With such a formidable assembly, even Dr. X realizes that matters are far more complex than they initially appeared. He issues a renewed retreat order. There is no need to continue fighting here, as prolonging the engagement would likely make them targets. Yet, even Dr. X must concede that he has underestimated these robots. At the outset of the conflict, Dr. X felt a hint of disdain, believing these so-called world-destroying machines to be fragile, easily shattered, less substantial than a mere sheet of paper. Now, witnessing the towering presence of the robots, even Dr. X understands that his earlier thoughts were perhaps little more than a jest. The X-Men, taken aback by the sudden emergence of Transformer-like robots, find themselves momentarily stunned. However, due to the imperative of retreat, none are inclined to continue fighting. In swift order, the mutants withdraw, while the robots begin to move with deliberate slowness towards the nearest city. Iron Man, observing this unfolding scene from above, is left momentarily speechless. Initially, he believed Ultron was merely gathering data, but it is now evident that the adversary seeks to escalate matters. Iron Man understands that Ultron will seize every opportunity to instigate chaos. However, this abrupt maneuver indicates that Ultron has merely been toying with him from the start. In essence, this endeavor could lead to something far more significant, necessitating a reassessment of the battle's trajectory. Given the current circumstances, the evolution of the conflict has taken a decidedly grim turn. Most conspicuously, Although Ultron displayed intentions to instigate chaos at the outset, he would not have been so reckless, akin to a madman. Yet, even as Iron Man considers this, he finds himself lacking better strategies to confront Ultron's current actions. Not only does Ultron aim to incite turmoil, but he also seeks to gather data, extinguishing all hope. For this reason, Iron Man advises against provoking Ultron at this juncture. In plain terms, Ultron has transcended the mere existence of a destroyer. His threat far exceeds that of a typical annihilator. The destroyer has at least a Thor to contend with him. However, Ultron's displayed prowess is beyond what any singular destroyer could compare. Thor, witnessing the sudden appearance of these robots, feels a flicker of opportunity ignite within him. This is a chance that belongs to him. Had Ultron manifested before him previously, Thor may have felt powerless, but now, these are merely robots. He glances at Iron Man and Black Egg, then boldly proclaims, "Though this creature appears somewhat different, it lacks my essence of power. I should be able to vanquish it. Watch me." Without regard for Iron Man's or Black Egg's thoughts, Thor charges forth with resolute confidence. In truth, Thor's inability to confront Ultron stems from the fact that when Iron Man created Ultron, a fragment of Thor's power inadvertently imbued him. This very power has fortified Ultron's defenses. Ultron's core, to some extent, has been augmented by Thor's divine might, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. It is a scenario where Thor finds himself at a disadvantage. Thor comprehends that battling Ultron is akin to fighting oneself, a concept he is all too familiar with. Aware that there would be no fruitful outcome, Thor refrained from attacking Ultron initially, but now he faces a mere robot. The robotic form lacks the essence of his own power, indicating that this colossus is simply an ordinary machine. Thus, with this understanding, Thor takes a deep breath and readies his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, for battle. Meanwhile, the sky was filled with ominous gray clouds. These clouds were summoned into existence by the formidable power of the Thunder God. Within these darkened clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, each hue distinctly different from the others. Initially, the Thunder God merely grasped his hammer, which was devoid of lightning. However, upon deciding to confront his adversary, he found himself entirely enveloped in thunderous brilliance. As the dark clouds gathered, lightning converged upon both the Thunder God and his hammer, propelling him directly above the robotic foe. With his hammer under his command, he struck down upon the opponent's head, unleashing a terrifying force in the next instant. This power was far more horrifying than one could have anticipated, as thunder rained down. At that moment, Ultron, who had been on the verge of retreat, glanced back, for he was no stranger to this lightning. He distinctly recalled the peculiar force being infused into him by an individual during his early awareness. This force was entirely unlike any on Earth, and most importantly, it had the capacity to augment his own strength. Yet, the nature of this force remained a mystery to him. Realizing this, Ultron deduced that it was indeed this very human before him who had bestowed that strange power upon him. However, he was acutely aware that a robot could not withstand such overwhelming power. Unless he intervened personally, he sensed that a collision of their forces would not harm him. Both powers originated from the same source, and under such augmentation, he believed that his adversary would not inflict any damage upon him. Yet, the towering robot began to fracture from head to toe. It was utterly incapable of enduring the might of the thunder. Especially since the Thunder God approached this strike with lethal intent, determined that his opponent would not survive this encounter. This was non-negotiable. Otherwise, akin to his previous battle with the mutant, failing to eliminate his foe would allow Ultron to exploit the remains and construct a colossal machine anew. Though he could still defeat it, that would merely be a waste of time. Hence, the Thunder God unleashed nearly all of his strength in this moment, ensuring that no vulnerabilities remained for the opponent to exploit. Once he struck, his adversary must perish. Lightning flickered across the sky, and the earth darkened beneath it. The unparalleled power wielded by the Thunder God reverberated throughout the world, while Ultron chose to withdraw. He did not seek revenge for his minions. They were, after all, mere pawns. He had granted them a semblance of intelligence akin to artificial sentience. Yet this intelligence required sustenance to endure. To this day, Ultron had failed to create an entity akin to himself. All his robots, while possessing a degree of artificial intelligence, were still far too feeble to be of any consequence. This inadequacy drove him to ceaselessly create and devise new strategies. Chapter 60. Temporal Tremors, Future Unforeseen. The Thunder God's defeat of Ultron's robotic minions brought forth good news for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man. However, both were acutely aware that this resolution bore little significance For Ultron's intent in this battle was far from earnest. He had merely come to collect combat data. Yet, as Iron Man observed, he felt a measure of reassurance in the Thunder God's presence. It appeared that only Ultron possessed the power of the Thunder God, meaning that on the battlefield, the Thunder God could not contend with Ultron. Conversely, he could easily dispatch all the lesser minions. Watching the Thunder God's hammer, Iron Man contemplated a similar notion. If the Thunder God could handle the majority of these minor nuisances, why couldn't he assist in vanquishing them as well? With this thought, Iron Man hastily returned to his laboratory, inspired by the recent battle. He resolved to seize this moment of enlightenment and devise a more perfect battle strategy. Elsewhere, the Black Egg felt compelled to seek additional allies to join the fray. Judging by the recent battle, though it could be deemed a victory, he was no fool. Understanding that luck had played a significant role, were it not for fortunate circumstances, how could such a colossal robot have been defeated in such a short span? It was only due to the Thunder God's divine nature. Had an ordinary person been cast into that battlefield, they would have been utterly terrified by the looming giant. Recognizing this reality, the Black Egg sensed the impending crisis and contemplated seeking Ugia. In his view, the most formidable presence on Earth was elusive. He was uncertain of the specifics, but knew that the author and the manor and his wife were undoubtedly significant. Should those two join the battle, they could resolve most issues. However, he recalled that Ugia was not particularly welcoming towards him. Faced with this dilemma, the Black Egg found himself at an impasse. After all, at the very least, his counterpart needed to grant him an opportunity to address the situation. Without that chance, everything would be in vain. It must be said that the Black Egg had some measure of intelligence. Regrettably, despite his commendable ideas, reality was far from perfect. News of the enormous robot appearing in the bustling city spread rapidly online. Even Ugia caught sight of this information on his computer. However, after a fleeting glance, he dismissed it. He harbored some doubts regarding Ultron's capabilities, for according to the narratives from his original world, Ultron was merely a trivial threat. Any individual could easily dispose of him, yet he never anticipated that Iron Man would conjure such a colossal surprise. Most notably, instigating trouble amidst such a battle was exceedingly challenging. Even those Avengers yet to make their presence known would likely find it difficult to resolve these matters. While Ugia felt a twinge of curiosity, he was confident that others would step in to address the situation. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it, content to lead his blissful life with his wife. At that moment, in the Misty City, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, furrowed her brow as the Time Stone pulsated with a sudden tremor. This disturbance caught her attention, for the Time Stone had always maintained an extraordinarily stable demeanor. It had rarely prompted her, the few instances being when Earth faced near extinction due to catastrophic events. However, now, in the eyes of the Supreme Sorcerer, she sensed no immediate threat to the planet. Regardless of whether it was the Dark Lord Dormammu or any other external force, there were few that could impact Earth. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, found himself increasingly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, the vibrations he sensed soon intensified, to such an extent that even he felt a bewildering daze wash over him. He was determined to uncover the extraordinary occurrences that lay ahead. Pondering the source of this bizarre sensation, could it be that something had been triggered from within? As anticipated, upon using the Time Stone to peer into the future, he was left utterly astonished. He had not foreseen that Earth was on the brink of annihilation, and shockingly, this impending doom was to be caused by robots. The Ancient One was well acquainted with these mechanical beings. He understood that they were advanced creations of humanity, designed ostensibly to assist mankind. Yet, why would these robots seek to obliterate the very planet that birthed them? The message conveyed by the Time Stone was unequivocal, prompting the Ancient One, who had initially intended to remain in meditation, to rise decisively. His duty was to safeguard Earth, and whenever humanity faced peril, he was obliged to act promptly to uphold peace. In no time, a portal materialized before him, compelling him to investigate the actions of these so-called robots. The next moment, he emerged into a cavern, confronted by an array of dataless robots, which bore some distinctions from those he had glimpsed in the future. It was noteworthy that the robots he had seen were entirely black, while those before him shimmered in silver. Were his teleportations misguided? Contemplating this possibility, the Ancient One reopened the portal, eager to discern the truth. As he stepped through the portal once more, he was again met with an array of robots, albeit different from the previous ones. This was not the same location, nor was it the same scenario. The distance traveled through the portal was predominantly determined by the sorcerer's own prowess. He had not anticipated that his deliberate opening of the portal would lead him directly into the heart of a robot base. Soon, portals began to manifest incessantly. The Ancient One embarked on an extensive journey across the globe, with each portal leading him to locations reminiscent of caverns. Within these caves, countless robots were stationed, which only deepened the Ancient One's confusion. Despite his ability to pinpoint their locations, he could find no trace of the source, which struck him as exceedingly odd. Chapter 61. The Weary Ancient One. The Ancient One continued to open portals, determined to trace the robot's origins, yet each teleportation seemed to lead him further from his intended destination. At that moment, he realized that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. It appeared that unseen forces were at play, waiting for him beyond his comprehension. Why did the robots seek to destroy Earth? Based on the vision he had witnessed, it was evident that events were spiraling towards an unpalatable conclusion. Considering this, the Ancient One refrained from reopening the portal and instead unleashed his formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive force of the Ancient One was unleashed at that instant. He was uncertain of the robot's true nature. Yet one fact was indisputable. These machines were destined to bring about Earth's ruin in the future. With that in mind, why should he permit these harbingers of doom to persist? As he teleported repeatedly, each time he would unleash his powers, systematically obliterating the wretched robots. He may not have known their exact whereabouts, but he was resolute in his determination to wreak havoc wherever they were present. The Ancient One's actions were swift, fueled by his immense strength. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Iron Man, who were monitoring the situation, were taken aback by the unexpected developments. Earth seemed to be in a state of disarray, with the most peculiar phenomenon being the robots' energy signatures. They observed that, following the Ancient One's actions, a completely different force was manifesting across the globe, rapidly causing disturbances, with the speed of energy bursts being alarmingly rapid. Within mere seconds, the energy signatures would vanish. Once these energy readings dissipated, they sensed that something significant had transpired. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. initiated an investigation, seeking to uncover the events behind each energy surge. However, what they discovered was startling. They had not anticipated that, coinciding with these energy responses, a multitude of robots would face utter destruction. Previously, they had been strategizing on how to tackle their adversaries, yet they found themselves far from achieving the outcomes they desired. Just as they were poised for action, the signal from Ultron had vanished entirely, and Iron Man had only stumbled upon Ultron's location due to sheer luck. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. Most notably, the energy surges from emergence to obliteration occurred in mere instants, producing an overwhelmingly potent reaction. Throughout the day, such energy surges had manifested incessantly. Initially filled with curiosity, Iron Man eventually grew numb to the occurrences. He and War Machine speculated on who might be behind these actions. Yet it was evident that this was beyond their comprehension. After all, they had only been privy to fragmented information. Consequently, they chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Content that someone was addressing the threat on their behalf. The impending cataclysm unfolded silently and imperceptibly, which, to them, was perhaps the most reassuring news imaginable. Meanwhile, the Ancient One was astonished to realize that the Time Stone had not provided him with further clarity. Had he altered the future? Or was the future simply deviating once more? He remained uncertain. Nevertheless, an instinct within him suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. His actions might have had some impact, yet it was likely negligible. This realization only added to his frustration, for he believed he had done all he could to mitigate the crisis. Despite his efforts to control the ensuing turmoil, the future remained unaltered and veered toward a different trajectory altogether. For 2 consecutive days, the Ancient One traversed the nation, ultimately extending his campaign globally to annihilate the robot bases. He began to feel a sense of numbness, as he had no knowledge of who was responsible for creating these bases. Yet, the sheer number of robot facilities was overwhelming, and it appeared that each time he dismantled one, new bases sprang up almost instantaneously. This relentless cycle ignited a growing fury within the Ancient One. What should have been a straightforward resolution had become convoluted due to the interference of another party. On the other hand, Ultron found himself in a predicament, tirelessly constructing robotic bases with the intention of appending the entire human world within a short span of time. His goal was to eradicate humanity completely. Yet who could have anticipated that his aspirations would become somewhat ludicrous? Countless bases had vanished one after another. While Ultron had not invested much effort into these bases, he had nevertheless harbored a flicker of hope that these robots would surprise him in due course. However, rather than the anticipated surprises, he was now confronted with unforeseen troubles, which left him in a state of uncertainty. He recognized that if events continued to unfold in this manner, they might spiral into an entirely different extreme. It must be said that Ultron had begun to adopt a mindset of preparedness for the unexpected. Nonetheless, this attitude seemed rather trivial in the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme. Doctor Strange. The power of Doctor Strange represented a pinnacle. Should he choose to act, he could render many situations exceedingly extreme. After a relentless series of eliminations, even Doctor Strange found himself somewhat vexed. Following 3 consecutive days of purging, he paused, as portals opened continuously and he relentlessly vanquished foes. Yet, with no clear direction, he decided to bide his time, eager to observe what tactics Ultron would ultimately employ. After all, he possessed both the time and the energy to resolve this situation. It was merely a matter of whether Ultron would display the same resolve. Chapter 62. The Aftermath. Doctor Strange certainly possessed his own thoughts, yet according to his prior deductions, the adversary had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment. Even with his own insights, he needed to reassess in order to uncover a glimmer of opportunity. Otherwise, if the opponent continued to conceal even the slightest trace, the situation would diverge significantly from his earlier plans. It was for this reason that Doctor Strange chose to wait. Although waiting might seem somewhat protracted, he understood that without pinpointing the opponent's location, he could not annihilate them completely. There was little chance of capturing the adversary in plain sight. Meanwhile, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves entangled in a web of confusion, as they had no inkling of the unfolding events. However, based on the information at hand, it was not difficult to deduce that Ultron was likely at the center of the issue. Otherwise, such a significant energy response would not have occurred. Iron Man was quick to react, concluding that Ultron had likely fallen victim to a cunning scheme. Some individuals had even begun to launch attacks on Ultron's robotic army. From the recent energy fluctuations, he could ascertain that the situation aligned closely with his assumptions. S.H.I.E.L.D. began to follow Iron Man's lead, diligently investigating the current state of affairs. The most pressing concern was whether Ultron would strike directly as they anticipated. This uncertainty weighed heavily on Iron Man's mind. He believed that if a confrontation were to occur, it was imperative to eliminate Ultron entirely. After all, with such a formidable existence, failing to neutralize him at the outset would allow Ultron to seize the opportunity and extinguish all possibilities in their infancy. Thus, if there was any chance of Ultron's emergence, action was essential. Iron Man's reasoning was commendable, yet it did not align with Doctor Strange's perspective, as the latter continued to open portals, searching for traces of Ultron's whereabouts. Still, he found no signs of the adversary's presence, leading Doctor Strange to temporarily abandon his search. He understood that since he could not locate the opponent, it would be wiser to wait. The adversary would undoubtedly appear. Mending the fence after the sheep had wandered away still held value, and waiting for a hare to stumble upon one's path was a necessary strategy. On the other side, Iron Man began discussions with S.H.I.E.L.D. In his view, once the adversary appeared before him, it would be crucial to resolve all matters expeditiously. The paramount goal was to devise a strategy to strike while Ultron was still reeling from an attack, effectively snuffing out every opportunity in its cradle. It must be acknowledged that Iron Man possessed a keen sense of crisis awareness. Before he could take action, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already initiated their own maneuvers. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., many complexities were not as straightforward as they appeared, particularly regarding the sudden emergence of Ultron. They had long been aware of Ultron's machinations, but knowledge and resolution were two distinct concepts. Ultron had, to a significant extent, become a source of exasperation for everyone. Should they decide to confront Ultron, meticulous consideration of all possibilities was imperative. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was compelled to reassess their original plans. Initially, they believed that if they were to act, they must seize every opportunity available. The ideal scenario would be to locate Ultron's lair before he could fully react, thereby capturing him entirely. Yet, despite the abundance of energy responses, they had yet to uncover any information regarding Ultron's whereabouts, which was precisely what vexed them. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Doctor Strange anticipated that, following their actions, Ultron would take new measures. The destroyed robots, in some respects, were indeed Ultron's minions. Yet Ultron remained indifferent to their fates. Just as Ultron had previously contemplated, he sought companions who could advance alongside him. These subordinates had yet to earn that privilege. Thus, even if all of them were annihilated, he would not cast them a second glance. According to his calculations, Nurturing someone as powerful as himself within a short time frame was highly improbable. However, cultivating similarly formidable entities remained a possibility. Moreover, the looming presence of Doctor Strange instilled a profound sense of crisis within Ultron. Previously, Ultron had merely perceived the existence of strong individuals among humanity as inconsequential threats. But from Doctor Strange, he detected an inkling of danger. It was akin to the instinctual awareness of artificial intelligence. This realization in Ultron's mind suggested that the descriptors of the human world were rooted in intuition. Most likely, it was this very intuition that instilled a degree of trepidation in Ultron. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. or Iron Man confront him, he would charge forward without hesitation, eager to demonstrate the meaning of ruthlessness. However, the terrifying power displayed by Doctor Strange made Ultron acutely aware that should he approach, there were myriad methods to meet his demise. This was no jest. Ultron comprehended this reality clearly. His sense of crisis was unmistakable. From the moment he fled Iron Man's laboratory, he understood that his decision might draw humanity's scrutiny, potentially leading to an irretrievable crisis. It was precisely for this reason that he could not tolerate such a threat. In the short term, it could adversely affect him. However, Ultron had not anticipated that Iron Man was preparing to join forces with Thor in the pursuit of crafting a more formidable weapon. Iron Man harbored the belief that Thor could have vanquished Ultron. If Ultron were solely a creation of Iron Man, he would have merely been a slightly more potent version of the Destroyer. However, with Thor's involvement, Iron Man discerned that Thor's reluctance to engage Ultron stemmed largely from the fact that Ultron possessed the very essence of Thor's own power. The synergy of these two forces rendered any opportunity for action virtually non-existent, making the prospect of using this situation to eliminate an adversary exceedingly improbable. Chapter 63. The imminent battle. The outside world appeared rather tumultuous, yet within the confines of the manor, Ujia and Hela reveled in their shared solitude. From Ujia's perspective, while Ultron's existence could indeed wreak significant havoc in the short term and potentially impact the human realm, should S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene or the Avengers make an early appearance, Ultron would find himself unable to instigate any turmoil. Moreover, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who had previously crossed paths with him, would never allow Ultron to create an insurmountable mess. Though the Ancient One typically remained detached from earthly events, she, as a guardian of order, held human life in high regard. Humanity and the Earth were intrinsically linked. She safeguarded not only the planet, but also its inhabitants. Given Ultron's increasingly extreme ideologies, it could be surmised that should he turn against humanity, the Ancient One would certainly take action. However, Ujia, considering these factors, felt no inclination to dwell on such chaotic matters. He believed that even if he were to contemplate them, it was unlikely that any unforeseen events would transpire in the immediate future. Early on, Ujia had sensed that Ultron continued to amass power, and based on Ultron's relentless accumulation of strength, it was evident that he required more time to simplify his plans. At present, it seemed that the Avengers could swiftly curtail Ultron's ambitions. It was undeniable that S.H.I.E.L.D. still wielded considerable deterrent power. Yet Ujia had perhaps overestimated their capabilities, for Iron Man was presently the most troubled individual. He was perplexed as to why he had entertained such bizarre ideas while creating Ultron, ideas that ultimately transformed him into a terrifying weapon of war. Faced with such a formidable instrument of destruction, humanity had little room for arrogance, a fact Iron Man was acutely aware of. This understanding compelled him to seek new possibilities once more. He needed to forge a weapon that could assist him in a timely manner. As a fervent creator of weaponry, Iron Man possessed ample talent in this domain, yet he grappled with the realization that some issues could not be resolved solely through aptitude. Even if Iron Man believed he could effect change, the might displayed by Ultron instilled a sense of unease within him. Iron Man knew better than anyone that Ultron had yet to reveal his true capabilities. With each passing day in the human realm, Ultron's learning capacity and computational prowess escalated, and in Iron Man's estimation, Ultron's capacity for learning far surpassed that of any human, including his own creator. While everyone busied themselves with their respective concerns, none anticipated the gradual approach of a colossal, celestial body toward Earth. Although its movement was exceedingly slow in the vacuum of space, it would be described as remarkably swift where it's situated on Earth. Meanwhile, various aviation authorities on Earth began to take note of this anomalous planet. Its peculiar nature raised questions, as Earth was already surrounded by a sufficient number of satellites capable of addressing most issues. Who could have foreseen the emergence of an entire planet in such an environment? This planet exhibited a menacing demeanor, as if it sought to resolve all matters at hand. The solar system comprises not only 8 planets, but also an array of lesser celestial bodies that have yet to be fully revealed. However, it seemed as though all stars obstructing this planet were being consumed, akin to being drawn into a black hole. The aviation authorities continued to monitor the situation, ultimately arriving at an astonishing conclusion. This planet, which appeared to be approaching Earth, was indeed a black hole, a phenomenon capable of traversing the cosmos while incessantly absorbing all surrounding celestial entities. This realization sent shivers down their spines. The aviation authorities had always been vigilant, deeply attuned to cosmic occurrences. The sudden appearance of this black hole suggested an ominous intent to devour all sources of light. Its actions were utterly outrageous, as if it aimed to obliterate everything in its path. The existence of a black hole in the universe was already peculiar enough, yet its bizarre manifestation left many within the aviation community perplexed. What could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon? Why were they facing such an unprecedented dilemma? The aviation authorities promptly relayed this discovery to the high echelons on Earth, seeking their decisive input. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. received this news post-haste. Yet, preoccupied with Ultron-related matters, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not afford much attention to the existence of the black hole. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., the reclusive supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, abruptly opened her eyes as the Time Stone began to resonate once more. This time, the tremors of the Time Stone were far more formidable than anticipated. Not long ago, it had reacted due to Ultron's influence. The Ancient One, harnessing the stone's power, glimpsed into the future, allowing her to foresee the state of the Earth for a limited time. To her dismay, it appeared as though Earth was shrouded in an overwhelming darkness, a darkness far more terrifying than that of the Dark Lord Dormammu. Prompting a grave expression to mar her countenance, she sensed that the unfolding events exceeded her expectations. As she grappled with the implications of Ultron's situation, it became evident that the most pressing concern was the sudden emergence of the black hole, which threatened to annihilate Earth entirely. This realization weighed heavily upon the Ancient One, for the power of such a force was beyond what Earth could withstand. Chapter 64. He has arrived. The Ancient One felt a chill run down her spine, uncertain of how to articulate the gravity of the situation. Yet, she was acutely aware that if immediate action were not taken to thwart this impending catastrophe, Earth would soon face devastating repercussions. As the guardian of the planet, the Ancient One resolutely refused to allow such a calamity to transpire, consequently reaching out to the former Allfather, Odin. In this contemporary era, it is an insurmountable challenge to endeavor to save the Earth relying solely on one's own strength. A coalition of various other powers is imperative. As for the inhabitants of this planet, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, harbors few illusions, for he is acutely aware that many formidable beings have already departed from Earth. Even if he yearned for their assistance, it would be a near impossibility. Ultimately, it is Odin who holds the greatest promise. After all, Odin possesses a unique sentimental attachment to Earth, albeit to a limited extent. It is precisely due to this sentiment that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, reached out to Odin. The latter, who was preoccupied with the arduous task of contemplating how to communicate with his progeny in Asgard, was taken aback by the unexpected contact from Ancient One. However, upon hearing Ancient One's description, Odin summoned his powers and gazed into the cosmos beyond Earth, and to his astonishment, he beheld none other than Devourer, one of the 5 primordial deities. Odin was not unfamiliar with Devourer, for in truth, they had crossed paths before. In the bygone days of Asgard, invincible and formidable, Odin had even aspired to wield the unmatched might of Asgard to dominate the entire universe. Yet, he never anticipated that the Pantheon would ultimately manifest. While he did not fear the Pantheon, he soon learned of the existence of the 5 primordial deities, whose powers eclipsed his own in a manner that was nearly overwhelming. Although Odin had grown stronger in subsequent years, he was acutely aware that a disparity in strength remained between them. While he was unlikely to be vanquished, the prospect of enduring a beating was all but certain. This was precisely why, after his ventures across the cosmos, Odin decisively returned to Asgard, for he understood that he had no alternative but to do so. The emergence of the Pantheon served merely as a forewarning. When the primordial deities were ready to intervene, it would herald his impending doom. While he might contend with a single primordial deity, if all 5 had intentions toward him, they would undoubtedly disregard all else. Not one to be foolish, Odin promptly abandoned his aspirations of universal dominion upon contemplating this reality. He He understood all too well that such ambitions were mere fantasies. The primordial deities would only entertain that which they could control. As for beings like Odin, who eluded their grasp, they had never taken him seriously. It must be said that Odin had certain thoughts regarding these matters, yet alas, he found himself unable to acquiesce to Ancient One's request. Devourer, in many respects, was a familiar entity to Odin, who recognized that Devourer was among the lazier of the 5 primordial deities. Much of its behavior was governed by whim, driven by instinct due to its colossal form. Consequently, it required the continuous consumption of countless planets to sustain its life force, setting it apart fundamentally from the other 4 primordial deities. The most pronounced distinction lay in its fluctuating power. When satiated, even eternity might find it challenging to combat it. After all, a well-fed devourer was a terrifying force, far exceeding the level of a primordial deity, yet a famished devourer was quite another matter. If its energy reserves were insufficiently replenished, it would rank among the weakest of the 5 primordial deities, a fact well understood by Odin. He realized that should Devourer be in a weakened state, he could indeed subdue it. While he could not slay it, he could induce a slumber. However, based on the recent intelligence transmitted by Ancient One, coupled with the visions he witnessed through the 9 realms, Odin discerned that Devourer's condition did not appear to be one of weakness. It might be marginally superior to its output, but that slight advantage had become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back for Odin. After all, Odin's body bore the scars of countless battles, typically dormant. Yet, upon engaging in combat and unleashing his formidable power, those injuries would manifest instantaneously. This would even shorten Odin's lifespan, a reality he was more acutely aware of than anyone else. Unless absolutely necessary, Odin was reluctant to deploy his powers, as it would be an exercise in futility. To him, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster. It was precisely for this reason that Odin felt compelled to decline Ancient One's request. He even contemplated whether to summon Thor and Hela back, given the formidable presence of Devourer. Should Devourer arrive on Earth after amassing sufficient strength, the planet would inevitably become its prey, a truth that Odin understood all too well. Thus, he could not help but entertain such thoughts. However, unbeknownst to Odin, far away on Earth, Ugs suddenly furrowed his brow. He inexplicably sensed a peculiar aura manifesting beyond the Earth, as if something harbored intentions toward the planet. He could even perceive a tinge of fear emanating from the Earth, a concept almost unfathomable for a planet. Yet Ugs was certain he had distinctly felt the emotion of terror from the Earth. It was as if a child feared admonishment from an adult. In the wake of such thoughts, Ugs was struck with a more concrete hypothesis. Perhaps it was the Earth itself that the entity wished to manipulate. Contemplating this, Ugs narrowed his eyes once more. He deemed it necessary to investigate what transpired to elicit such fundamental awareness from the Earth. This revelation astonished him greatly. At that moment, Ugs was most concerned about whether the Earth was on the brink of some calamity. Could it be Ultron? No, Ultron's power, in a certain sense, would only pose a threat to humanity. The Earth itself would remain largely unresponsive. However, the sudden surge of awareness led Ugs to realize that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Chapter 65, The Plan to Save Earth. For a long time, Ugs had been contentedly residing in his estate, living the life of a carefree little fish. And it was precisely for this reason that he had not paid much attention to events unfolding outside. Even when Ultron re-emerged, Ugs chose not to intervene. He recognized that beings like Ultron could inflict considerable harm upon humanity in the short term, but one must not forget the multitude of powerful entities that existed on Earth. As long as those beings were willing to take action, Ultron would have no chance of resistance. Thus, Ugs had chosen to disregard Ultron's emergence. Yet, he had never anticipated that, while he remained oblivious, an even greater crisis would suddenly materialize. He could distinctly sense that this newly emerged threat seemed aimed squarely at Earth. Could it be that Thanos was making a move? A flicker of doubt crossed Ugs' mind. However, based on his understanding of Thanos, he knew that the latter would require time, more coincidences, to be precise. For instance, the formation of the Avengers was undeniably crucial. Only after their inception would all events unfold in a sequential manner. Even the prior emergence of several Infinity Stones was contingent upon such coincidences, without sufficient happenstance. The stones could not all manifest on Earth, and only their appearance would attract Thanos' covetous attention. Although Ugs didn't know exactly what Thanos was thinking at this moment, he was confident that it was absolutely impossible for Thanos to appear on Earth in the short term. If Thanos couldn't appear, that meant someone else might show up on Earth. Considering this, Ugs narrowed his eyes once more. In the next moment, the power of Superman surged within him. For Yujia, it was better that Earth remained relatively intact. After all, his life with Hela was perfect as it was. If Earth were destroyed now, it would completely shatter his peaceful life. While he could survive in space, Hela could not. He still wanted to spend his life with Hela. How could he allow such a catastrophic crisis to occur on Earth? In the next moment, Yujia had already entered the cosmos, and he immediately noticed a black hole not far away. At the first sight of the black hole, Yujia immediately realized what kind of being was before him. If he wasn't mistaken, this entity was likely the source of the internal cosmic force that had drawn his attention. From the manifestation of its power, it was clear that its strength was truly terrifying. Could it be one of the Genesis gods? Yujia already knew of the existence of the Genesis gods and understood the kind of power they possessed, because he had never encountered them in this world before. He had never paid much attention, but at the instant he saw the black hole, he fully realized that it was likely one of the 5 great Genesis gods, and this one seemed different. After a brief glance, Yujia deduced that the one before him was likely Devourer. Yujia was no stranger to Devourer. He knew that it was a strange kind of life form, whose entire existence revolved around consuming. Without food, its massive body could not be sustained. But why would Devourer appear near Earth? By its current scale, Earth alone was hardly enough to draw its attention. The power Devourer represented was at the highest level in the universe. With this power, it could even contend with eternity. Yet even so, its body required a constant intake of more planets. Only by absorbing more planets could it maintain its peak state. Otherwise, its strength would gradually decline. Yujia understood that what was happening far exceeded his expectations. Of all the unusual events occurring now, Devourer's appearance demanded the most attention. If necessary, he might even have to fight it. With this in mind, Yujia advanced toward the black hole. He knew better than anyone that as long as Devourer lingered near Earth, the next moment could see the entire solar system devoured. Even Earth itself could become its meal. Since this was about to happen, Yujia could not stand idly by. The best approach was to step forward now and use his power to confront Devourer. Yujia's resolve was firm. A terrifying aura began to emanate around him. It spread in all directions, and almost instantaneously, the life codex of Superman within him unleashed its immense power. Yujia quickly arrived before the black hole. Looking at the terrifying sight, he spoke aloud. As a Genesis god, why have you come to this world? This world does not welcome you. Moreover, the energy here is insufficient to satisfy your needs. With so many powerful worlds out there, why have you come here? The black hole trembled as Devourer, one of the Genesis gods, responded. To be devoured by me is your honor. You should be proud of it. Devourer had no intention of considering Yujia's questions. All the planets appearing in the universe were simply its food. It followed its instincts and consumed. Yujia drew a deep breath. After Devourer spoke, he understood there was no point in trying to reason with it. It had no desire for communication. In the next instant, Yujia charged directly into the black hole. He intended to use his power to silence Devourer, even if this attack seemed reckless or meaningless. Chapter 66. Even a Genesis god must leave. Yujia had previously assessed his own strength, setting aside whether he could truly contend with Devourer. The most important factor was that the life codex within him could elevate Superman's power to a whole new level. With the life codex, Superman could resurrect infinitely. This gave Yujia the confidence to challenge Devourer. During the Golden Age, Superman could even defeat the strongest of gods. Although Yujia hadn't fully developed the Golden Age level of Superman's power, the essence of that strength still resided within him. It required time and effort to fully assimilate it, but once done, he would be capable of confronting Devourer. With this in mind, Yujia plunged into the black hole without hesitation. Devourer had been dormant within the black hole. Its previous words were merely an echo of its consciousness. But when Yujia entered, Devourer finally became aware that a human had intruded, and even attempted to resist it. This caught Devourer's attention. Its massive body had been in a near-constant state of slumber, driven by instinct to consume. It rarely paid attention to the so-called living planets, since they were merely food. Yujia immediately realized he might have made a dangerous decision. The black hole was clearly Devourer's home turf. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Whether or not this was Devourer's territory, he had come this far and intended to resolve the matter here. Moreover, Devourer's strength was immense. Even from the first instant, Yujia felt the overwhelming threat it radiated, far beyond what he had imagined. His body trembled involuntarily, even before Devourer revealed its true form. Sensing this danger, Yujia narrowed his eyes. The power of the life codex began to continuously condense within him, ready to confront the Genesis god. Yujia, how could he not be aware of the limited choices that lay before him in the present moment? Since he had arrived in this realm, it was imperative that he endeavored to safeguard the Earth. Moreover, the Codex of Life could bestow upon him boundless strength, and perhaps even elevate the powers derived from the Codex to an entirely new echelon. The entity known as Devourer had been observing this fifth-tier human. To him, humans seemed almost non-existent in the vast expanse of his mind. Their physical forms were far too diminutive, and even the energy contained within their bodies hardly warranted his attention. Yet, the individual now standing before him was strikingly different, most notably due to the formidable power that emanated from him. It was as if a seed named Strength resided within this human's being, gradually unfurling as battles erupted around them. Devourer could even sense that this human was perpetually augmenting his strength, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him to understand this intriguing being. In a mere breath, an even more terrifying force erupted from Devourer, and this power seemed poised to rise yet again in a short span. It was precisely this circumstance that prompted a smile to grace Devourer's countenance. He could acutely perceive the overwhelming might within him. As time elongated around him, his opponent had yet to strike, nor posed any immediate threat, yet Devourer swiftly discerned that the adversary intended to engage him in a contest of strength. Indeed, he nearly forgot how long it had been since he had felt such a sensation, for the might of his opponent was truly formidable in the cosmos. Apart from those four detestable beings, few dared to challenge him. After all, no matter how feeble he might appear, he was a creator god, a being of such stature that the legendary celestial race was but a plaything in his hands. Before long, a surge of power began to manifest within Devourer. Yu-Jie had been silently scrutinizing his opponent. The moment he sensed any anomaly within his adversary, he would respond accordingly. Presently, he could feel an energy gradually radiating from his opponent, coalescing into an imperceptible network that, in an instant, enveloped him entirely. Although this energy felt somewhat unfamiliar, its strangeness bore no hindrance to him. The terror it evoked was ineffable. At this moment, the power of the Codex of Life reached its zenith. Yu-Jie found himself devoid of a legitimate rival's capabilities, yet he realized his own body was undergoing a continual disintegration. While the power of the superhuman was indeed immense, it had not yet reached its pinnacle. Once it did, the terrifying force would rival even Devourer, allowing Yu-Jie to maintain his pride. Subsequently, Yu-Jie's body commenced the cycle of destruction and creation, a spectacle that Devourer witnessed without intervening. Although they had not yet engaged in combat, he could sense a peculiar disturbance from his opponent. Despite having seemingly erased him, Yu-Jie appeared to be regenerating at an astonishing rate. Even the parts he had just obliterated re-emerged instantaneously. This anomaly only intensified Devourer's curiosity about Yu-Jie, who swiftly stabilized from his state of annihilation. Casting a glance at Yu-Jie, he could not help but exclaim, "I must admit, humans possess some intriguing traits. However, if this power is your trump card, it may prove rather inconsequential before me." In response to Devourer's taunts, Yu-Jie remained unfazed. He understood his own strength more profoundly than anyone else. As long as his abilities remained within his grasp, he had earned the right to speak. The opponent's words held no weight, even if their power could presently suppress him. As long as the Codex of Life continued to circulate within him, even Devourer, the creator god, could not obliterate him. Furthermore, Yu-Jie's combat instincts were inherently robust, intertwined with the essence of the Codex of Life. While others might hesitate to fully unleash their power, Yu-Jie was different. He could harness this force to elevate himself to an unprecedented level. Just moments ago, the struggle against power had almost led to his demise, yet now, the situation had transformed entirely. Though his body appeared on the brink of obliteration, he found the strength to advance further. Before long, under the influence of Devourer's might, Yu-Jie's form was once again obliterated. Yet, in a fleeting instant, he reconstituted himself, prompting even Devourer to take notice. This human's body undoubtedly harbored a force that even he did not comprehend fully. It is essential to recognize that true annihilation signifies absolute destruction. There is no room for luck in such a reality. Previously, he had sensed this distinction between Yu-Jie and other humans, yet at that moment, Devourer could not ascertain the nature of this difference. Now, as Yu-Jie faced destruction once more, Devourer fully grasped the power that resided within him, one that could indeed stand against his own. However, if this was the extent of that power, it did not warrant a reconsideration of his stance. As anticipated, in the next moment, Devourer unleashed another wave of potent energy, convinced that he could not be vanquished by his opponent. Yet, in the depths of his mind, he recognized that this power was, indeed, rather peculiar. However, it was not formidable enough to completely subdue him in the short term. In the following second, Yu-Jie's body began to unravel once more, having expended nearly everything, including his life. for the sake of standing before Devourer. Each stride forward had resulted in his annihilation. Yet the energy of the Codex of Life would coalesce again in due time. With the power of the Codex, Yu Jie could swiftly resurrect from the brink of death. And now, gazing upon Devourer's colossal form, he felt a twinge of astonishment. He understood that his opponent's strength was formidable. Yet he also sensed something rather strange about the manifestation of that power. It was likely that this was not the true form of Devourer, but rather a body conjured from his consciousness. After a brief glance, Yu Jie quickly deduced the truth. The essence of Devourer was far too immense to be encapsulated in what he presently observed. At this moment, Devourer's body stood only 5 meters tall. Yet in Yu Jie's memory, it should have been comparable in size to a planet. However, considering Devourer's characteristics, it dawned on Yu Jie that if a battle were indeed necessary, Devourer would likely create a suitably sized body for combat. For the sheer enormity of his form necessitated a constant drain on his strength. Given this consumption, there arose a need for absorption, compelling Devourer to roam the cosmos in search of targets to devour. In contemporary times, Yu Jie, feeling the weight of his circumstances, shook his head. He recognized that these matters held little relevance to him. He understood that if he could not repel the Devourer, Earth would face a catastrophic fate. As for the notion that Jiang Dong could bring about this destruction, it was quite improbable. The military's might was formidable, and even in its weakened state, he doubted his ability to vanquish his adversary. After all, the prowess of the superhuman required more time to flourish. While Yu Jie pondered these thoughts, an even more terrifying force descended from the heavens. He refrained from striking, yet his opponent could no longer contain itself. A fist imbued with destructive intent plummeted from above, striking Yu Jie with overwhelming force. Before he could even react, he was obliterated by this power. However, this state of annihilation lasted merely a few seconds before Yu Jie once again harnessed the power of the Codex of Life to resurrect himself. His gaze fixed upon the avatar of the Devourer, he sensed that even as a mere projection, its power remained extraordinarily formidable. After taking a deep breath, Yu Jie shook his head. Although he could fight here by utilizing the Codex of Life, akin to cheating, he was acutely aware that such tactics would not suffice to eliminate his opponent. In this environment, his only course of action was to preserve his advantage, seeking every opportunity to force his adversary into retreat. Holding this thought, Yu Jie launched another assault. This time, however, it was somewhat different. The previous attack had been a mere ambush. In truth, to truly obliterate his opponent in battle, a direct confrontation was required. Yet the Devourer's actions were anything but straightforward. It more often exploited the moments when Yu Jie was unprepared to strike him down. Unlike before, Yu Jie now possessed clarity of thought, rendering him unlikely to be directly annihilated by his foe. A terrifying power began to take shape within him. After inhaling deeply, the force residing within him erupted forth. The Devourer, observing him intently, furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that a mere human would dare to strike against him. Such audacity was truly reckless. To the utmost extreme, this time the Devourer refrained from countering. Even neglecting to defend himself, he sought to instill a sense of despair within Yu Jie. It was all so deceptively simple. Yu Jie's unleashed power met the Devourer without so much as a ripple. At this moment, even Yu Jie realized the absurdity of attempting to inflict harm upon the Devourer with his own strength. It was utterly laughable, verging on impossible. Chapter 68. Until we meet again. Terrifying power can emerge within a brief span, and it was precisely this reason that Yu Jie continually amassed his strength, aiming to inflict damage upon the Devourer. However, Yu Jie was utterly unprepared for the realization that after gathering his energy, he could not shatter his opponent as he had envisioned. His body began to tremble slightly. The laws of force are reciprocal, a truth that holds in any realm. The power Yu Jie had unleashed was immensely potent, yet if the opponent's defenses surpassed his own strength, then his assault would inevitably rebound upon him. This force would return entirely to him, and sensing the tremors within his body, Yu Jie inhaled deeply once more, launching yet another assault against the Devourer. After a series of relentless strikes, Yu Jie's eyes narrowed. Even a planet should have been obliterated by now. Yet, the Devourer remained unfazed, unchanged from before. And at that moment, Yu Jie felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Sure enough, as their gazes locked, the Devourer lunged at him with frenzied aggression. This terrifying force erupted almost instantaneously, and Yu Jie could feel his body succumbing to the rhythm of annihilation once again, helpless to resist against such overwhelming power. Mere seconds later, Yu Jie emerged from the state of destruction, slowly regaining his former condition. It must be said,
The force displayed by his opponent was astonishingly fearsome, capable of obliterating him in the blink of an eye. As he sensed the atmosphere around him, Yu-Jie gradually returned to his previous state. A brutal and relentless battle had commenced, yet it was worth noting that each time he was destroyed, a more potent force would erupt from the depths of the Codex of Life. After all, the Codex itself was an extraordinarily terrifying existence. Whenever the host faced obliteration, it would enhance the host's power and defenses for a limited time. The battle between Yu-Jie and the Devourer did not endure for long. After hundreds of deaths, even Yu-Jie grew numb to the experience. He had forgotten what death felt like. However, his skirmish with the Devourer underwent subtle changes. Previously, the Devourer had regarded Yu-Jie with indifference, viewing him as nothing more than a mere insect. Why would a being of such stature concern itself with the life or death of an ant? Yet, as the battle persisted, even the Devourer began to realize that Yu-Jie was far from the simple creature he had assumed. Yu-Jie seemed to possess an immortal essence, repeatedly being slain, only to resurrect in a more formidable form. It was precisely this realization that compelled the Devourer to take a deep breath. If his opponent could wield such power, it implied that Yu-Jie could withstand him for a time. This revelation astonished the Devourer. Even among his brethren, few could match his strength. Having witnessed their powers, he had never placed much emphasis on them, yet Yu-Jie's emergence had taken him aback. Following a series of relentless slayings, the Devourer halted his assault. Acknowledging Yu-Jie's surprising potential, "You have truly astonished me. This planet deserves to persist. I hope you will bring me even greater surprises in the future. Farewell." With that, the Devourer chose to depart. The black hole vanished in an instant, leaving Yu-Jie in the cosmos, momentarily bewildered, pondering whether he would once again fall victim to the Devourer's wrath. It should be noted that throughout, an inexhaustible power had been born within Yu-Jie's body. Following this battle, he discovered that every time he was slain by the Devourer, his strength would increase. Previously, Yu-Jie had been utterly numb to this cycle. He understood that he could only utilize this strategy to contend with his opponent, allowing himself to be repeatedly killed. However, now Yu-Jie had fully grasped the situation. If he could continue to be slain, his power would ascend to new heights. This was indisputable, and he could hardly believe that a superhuman could possess such capabilities. How was this any different from a scion? It must be said, even Yu-Jie felt a glimmer of anticipation for what he might become in the future. However, in the present moment, Yu-Jie has come to comprehend the concept of devouring. The reason for the departure of the other party can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, he recognized Yu-Jie's growth and became aware of the extraordinary powers Yu-Jie possesses, particularly his uncanny ability to continually enhance his strength despite repeated deaths. This phenomenon has transcended the boundaries of devouring's understanding. Secondly, the incessant battles have caused devouring's power to diminish significantly within a short period. Even if such power seems trivial, yet, each fragment of strength requires the consumption of a sufficient number of planets to maintain its peak condition. Squandering one's power on an ordinary human is not something devouring would condone. In his eyes, even a spendthrift should exercise some restraint. However, with the crisis posed by devouring averted, it signifies that Earth has once again returned to a state of peace. Reflecting on this, Yu-Jie felt a twinge of fatigue and, controlling his powers, he returned to the Earth once more. At this very moment, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, also furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, the frown soon relaxed, for he had just received an indication of power from the Time Stone. The force that had threatened Earth had inexplicably vanished, as if someone had intervened and forced devouring to retreat. While Ancient One could not discern the identity of the savior from the Time Stone, it was evident that someone had stepped forward, and this individual was unlikely to be Odin. For some reason, a vision of Yu-Jie appeared in Ancient One's mind. He felt a strong premonition that this matter might be related to Yu-Jie. Chapter 69, The Return of Odin. On the surface, the crisis seemed to have been resolved. Yet for Yu-Jie, he gained a clearer understanding of himself. He realized that his strength was still insufficient. Prior to this, he believed his power would gradually increase over time. However, who could have anticipated that an unexpected force would emerge along the way? Given the current circumstances, it is plausible to predict that further unforeseen events may arise. This implies that he must enhance his strength once more within a certain time frame. After all, if things continue to unfold in this manner, even Yu-Jie would be unable to grasp the future. Currently, Yu-Jie harbors a yearning for superhuman strength, fully aware that if time continues to elapse, the opportunities to gain power may be stifled. This recent confrontation with devouring has imparted many lessons to Yu-Jie. Consequently, he finds himself somewhat eager to grow stronger. recognizing that the situations faced are far more complex than initially imagined. Meanwhile, Odin has also learned of Devouring's departure from Earth, which perplexes him greatly. He has long been deliberating whether to assist Earth. Even though Odin is no longer a match for Devouring, he once belonged to the same echelon. He believes that, at the very least, there should be an exchange of opinions. However, he did not expect Devouring to leave without a word, which left Odin feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has intervened? Yet, even if Ancient One were to act, Odin quickly shook his head, realizing that such thoughts were overly naive. He knows well the extent of Ancient One's power. Unless all of Dormammu's strength were unleashed, even Ancient One would not be able to contend. More importantly, the current stage of Devouring remains unknown, as it is categorized into 3 phases: the weak phase, the sated phase, and the normal phase. The combat capabilities exhibited during these periods are entirely different. In the weak phase, even Odin could defeat him. However, in the normal and sated phases, the power displayed would escalate terrifyingly. Most notably, during its explosive power, Devouring can execute numerous unforeseen maneuvers. It is particularly alarming that during the sated phase, Devouring can even challenge Eternity, the most formidable among the known 5 deities, who wields an unparalleled force. Strangely enough, Devouring is entirely different from Eternity, as the latter can maintain its peak state at all times, rendering it the most terrifying and powerful entity among the 5 deities. Nonetheless, Devouring possesses sufficient potential to contend with Eternity, provided it continues to consume an adequate number of planets to remain at its pinnacle. This perception leads other deities to underestimate Devouring. However, only Odin recognizes that it is not as simple as it appears. A being aware of the terror of its peak power would undoubtedly possess numerous hidden trump cards. This is indisputable. It merely depends on how that being chooses to act. After contemplating for a while, Odin still found no answers and decided not to dwell further on the matter, as the crisis on Earth had been resolved. Thus, he had no need to overly concern himself. Soon, Odin closed his eyes, not forgetting his earlier thoughts. He knew that his daughter still resided on Earth, which is what troubled him most. The reason Odin contemplated whether to converse with Devouring primarily stemmed from his desire to understand what had transpired. If possible, he hoped his daughter could return to remain in her sealed state, for Odin had confirmed that Thor was the next in line for the throne of the gods. Therefore, if anything could be done, he wished to prevent further alterations to the situation. Yet, the current developments have already alerted Odin to a sense of unease. Most critical of all is Hela's power, which is exceedingly formidable. Even Thor cannot thwart her. It is this very fact that makes Odin acutely aware that to resolve certain matters here, decisive action is necessary. At this moment, darkness has enveloped the earth, and due to the aftermath of battle, both Ugia and Hela have fallen into a deep slumber. Even Hela has sensed something amiss with Ugia today, as he exhibited an unusual air of despondency. She had never witnessed such a demeanor from him before. He had always been an optimist in her presence, perpetually sporting a smile, which piqued her curiosity regarding his current state. However, she refrained from probing further, respecting his need for personal space. Yet, at that moment, Hela felt the emergence of a familiar power, causing her eyelids to grow heavy, as if something were manifesting nearby. Suddenly, her countenance darkened considerably. She understood all too well what this power signified. Previously, she had been sealed beneath it for thousands of years. This realization sent a chill down her spine, as she had never expected her father to come searching for her. While Hela believed Odin might be aware of her hiding on Earth, she had assumed he would not find her so swiftly. However, unforeseen circumstances invariably arise, and the current events have left Hela utterly astounded. Soon, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, she encountered her father. Hela realized that she had been drawn into a dream by Odin. Observing his daughter, Odin perceived a significant transformation in her, yet he refrained from speaking, instead fixating his gaze upon her. There were matters he found difficult to articulate, while Hela, with a disdainful expression, confronted Odin, exclaiming, "You dare to come here?" Chapter 70. The Father-in-Law's Sense of Crisis. You are undeniably my child, and as your father, am I not permitted to see my escaped daughter? With Odin's words, Hela's countenance darkened further. She had not expected Odin to utter such sentiments, and she regarded him intently. But was it not the daughter who erred, or the father? Do you not know? I have never believed I was in the wrong. It is simply that you have never been willing to grant me that opportunity. At this moment, radiant light enveloped Hela, for even within the dream, she could still harness her powers. More importantly, Hela did not concede that Odin's assertions were entirely accurate. What troubled her most was that Odin seemed unchanged after millennia. He remained as obstinate as ever, as if his words were the ultimate truth, while disregarding her own. Odin, witnessing Hela's demeanor, appeared profoundly exasperated. I had thought that the passage of thousands of years would have brought you sufficient change, yet you remain unchanged. Hela, in her previous state, had paid little heed to Odin's words. However, upon hearing such declarations, she could no longer maintain her composure. She had not forgotten that she once was a joyful goddess, with the potential to inherit Odin's throne. Yet, just as she harbored such naive aspirations, Odin had violently disrupted all her plans. He had even shattered her dreams entirely, asserting that to become a god king, one must endure sufficient warfare and undergo the baptism of blood to qualify as a true force. It must be said, Odin's words fundamentally altered Hela's life trajectory, compelling her to rigorously train her abilities, determined to become immensely powerful. Odin indeed observed this transformation, but he had always envisioned using his daughter to become the mightiest god king. He regarded himself as a formidable shield. Yet a shield could not ascend to the throne of Asgard. Hence, he sought to cultivate his daughter. More crucially, he recognized that Hela possessed a peculiar power, one that could gradually evolve over time. Hela's most terrifying talent lay in the fact that as long as she stood upon the soil of Asgard, she could continuously draw strength, amplifying her abilities. This realization illuminated a different path for Odin. He believed he could leverage his daughter's power to become the true God King of the universe. The God King of Asgard was merely a title. Only by becoming the legitimate God King of the cosmos could one truly be deserving of such a title. Odin's ambitions were admirable, yet as these thoughts emerged, Hela found herself paying a steep price. She relinquished all her emotions solely to become a sharper blade. This very sacrifice led Hela to cultivate unconventional ideas. For instance, while the power of the God King was undeniably formidable, let us not forget that the God King possessed no authority to prevent her from becoming the next God King. Yet, at the moment Hela voiced such demands, Odin abruptly interrupted her, asserting that it was all merely her delusions. Asgard has always had but one God King. In the past and henceforth, do not harbor fantasies of becoming the God King. With Odin's true intentions laid bare, everything was revealed to Hela. It turned out she had always been the one being exploited. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Hela decisively launched an attack on Odin. However, Odin was presently at the zenith of his power. Despite Hela having endured countless battles, her strength still paled in comparison to Odin's. This disparity resulted in her being thoroughly sealed away. For Hela, this was undoubtedly the darkest moment of her life. Yet even so, she found herself powerless. For her father was the God King. Moreover, Odin's power far surpassed her own, relegating her aspirations to mere thoughts. Now, Odin presented himself before her with a visage of benevolence, instructing her to remain calm and return to the boundless confines of her imprisonment. One must question, would any father treat his child in such a manner? Hela's power erupted. She directed her energy not at Odin, but rather shattered the dream. She could not bear to gaze upon her father for another moment. This father's mind was deeply flawed, and she saw no need to continue their dialogue. After all, he would not heed her words. Consequently, in that instant when the dream crumbled, Odin grew increasingly exasperated. He had not anticipated that after all these years, Hela would still be so explosive. Regrettably, he found himself powerless. Odin was no fool. He understood that everything occurring with Hela was intricately linked to him. Had it not been for his own ambition, Hela might still have been that joyous girl. However, with the swelling of his desires, Hela had transformed into someone else entirely. Nevertheless, Odin's gaze remained fixed upon Hela. If memory served, this very mortal had wed Hela. As the God King, Odin could never allow his daughter to associate with a human. A formidable force began to surge towards Ugia, and soon the divine presence manifested before him. Ugia glanced at the being before him, taking in the divine attire and the eye covering, suddenly realizing that this illusion was likely conjured by Odin. Yet, why would Odin appear before him? He had never interacted with Odin. While he might have encountered Thor, he had never truly met him. What could the God King possibly want with him? In response to Ugia's inquiry, Odin appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Ugia's appearance, nor had Ugia foreseen that he would pose such a question to Odin. Could it be that this mortal was unaware that his wife was Odin's daughter? At this thought, Odin felt a pang of headache, yet at that moment, Thor also materialized beside him. Chapter 71. There will be opportunities. Lowly human, do you grasp the gravity of your actions? There are matters beyond your reach. Now, please depart. Odin's words came as a shock, even to Ugia, who struggled to comprehend how Odin could suddenly address him in such a manner. In his recollection, he had never had any genuine interactions with Odin. While he was aware of the deity's existence, he had never set foot in Asgard. Yet, there was an unmistakable underlying meaning in Odin's words. Ugia observed Odin, and simultaneously caught sight of Thor. The sudden surge of thunder manifested as the will of Odin, striking Ugia almost instantaneously, igniting a flicker of anger within his eyes. He had not anticipated that Odin would unexpectedly appear before him, let alone launch an assault. It is well known that while Superman possesses immense strength, he is particularly vulnerable to magical attacks. Indeed, the entire Superman lineage exhibits exceedingly low magical resistance. They lack sufficient magical fortitude to counter any magical onslaught. Even the simplest of sorcerers could inflict indelible harm upon their bodies. Not long ago, although Ugia had engaged in battle with Devourer, the enhancement of his powers due to the Life Codex was minimal and did not extend to an increase in his magical resistance. Consequently, Ugia departed from the dream realm, tinged with anger. Before his exit, his gaze lingered upon Odin, where he discerned a look of utter disdain in the god's eyes. It was evident that he had unwittingly offended the king of gods. Otherwise, Odin would not have invaded his dreams. Soon, Ugia awakened, acutely aware of a tingling numbness pervading his body, a sensation likely carried over from the dream. Unable to contain himself, he clenched his fists, yearning for an opportunity to converse with Odin about the events that transpired, questioning why he had sought him out and initiated an attack. This curiosity gnawed at him. However, he quickly set aside this notion. While Superman's strength is formidable, it pales in comparison to the prowess of Asgard, which is predominantly filled with sorcerers rather than warriors. The might of those sorcerers could deliver catastrophic blows to him, and until his powers and the abilities granted by the Life Codex matured, he preferred to avoid provoking them. Nonetheless, Ugia meticulously recorded Odin's actions in his mind. He required time, ample time, to address this matter. He would not permit Odin to continue causing havoc. Ugia's philosophy was quite straightforward. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, I shall retaliate. While Ugia faced his own tribulations, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, furrowed his brow, likely surmising that Ugia was the one destined to save the earth. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Odin's power had manifested on Earth and had even attacked Ugia. This predicament caused Ancient One considerable distress. If his memory served him correctly, Ugia's current strength was sufficient to repel such a great entity, implying that Odin was no longer a match for Ugia. Yet, against all logic, Odin had recklessly sought out Ugia. Ancient One sensed that if this situation were not adeptly managed, an unforeseen war might erupt, a conflict between humans and gods. While Odin might lack the strength to obliterate the earth entirely, he could certainly inflict devastating damage upon it. Aware of this, Ancient One promptly initiated communication with Odin, striving to convey the necessity of distancing himself from Ugia. If possible, maintaining a posture of peace was paramount. Failure to do so could lead to further danger. Ancient One's unwavering conviction was to uphold peace on Earth, irrespective of external circumstances. It was imperative that Earth remained a bastion of tranquility. Consequently, Odin was taken aback by Ancient One's unexpected visit. In truth, Odin had numerous inquiries he wished to pose to the Supreme Sorcerer. For instance, he had previously contemplated instructing Ancient One to eliminate Ugia, yet Ancient One had refrained from taking such action or even contacting him. Subsequently, Earth faced a crisis, which, remarkably, was resolved in a short span of time, piquing Odin's curiosity. However, upon establishing contact with Ancient One, the latter only uttered a single caution. If he wished to avoid the destruction of Asgard, he should refrain from provoking Earth, for some matters were beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing this, Odin was taken aback. He never anticipated that Ancient One would approach him merely to deliver such a message. Nevertheless, silence soon enveloped Odin as he grappled with the true implications of Ancient One's words, leading him to a bold hypothesis. This situation appeared to be intricately linked to someone, most likely Ugia. Odin remained oblivious to the identity of the entity that had driven Devourer away. However, it was evident that a powerful force had emerged on Earth, safeguarding it from significant peril. This realization initiated a wave of hesitation within Odin. He was uncertain of the circumstances at hand, but it was undeniable that something extraordinary had surfaced on Earth. Otherwise, Ancient One would not have personally sought him out to deliver such veiled threats, an occurrence that would have been inconceivable in the past. Odin contemplated the implications of Ancient One's words, pondering their deeper meanings. This led him to scrutinize Earth more closely. He understood that something unknown was transpiring there, which implied that he could not afford to provoke Earth in the immediate future. After all, No one could predict what unforeseen events might unfold. Years of warfare had instilled in Odin the importance of this understanding. Chapter 72. The Thunder God's astonishment and sense of crisis. Odin remained unaware of why Ancient One had offered him such warnings. Nevertheless, it was clear that significant events were unfolding behind the scenes, for Ancient One would not have spoken in such a manner unless provoked. Their relationship had always been amicable, characterized by frequent exchanges and communications, yet they had never encountered a situation of this nature. Initially intent on formulating plans regarding Earth, Odin ultimately relinquished these thoughts. Until he comprehended the true nature of the events transpiring on Earth, he resolved to maintain a stance of peace with Ancient One. Doubtless, following their exchange, the relationship between them deteriorated rapidly. At least from Odin's perspective, this situation had transcended his expectations. He did not wish for events to spiral towards an extreme outcome. If possible, it was best to retain control over the situation. Meanwhile, Yuji commenced his daily training regimen on Earth. Following his confrontation with Devourer, he sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities. However, he recognized that these powers required more adept application. Fortunately, the Life Codex helped regulate his power surges, rendering his training akin to that of an ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to him, Hela observed him with an increasingly peculiar gaze. As a deity, Hela possessed a keen sensitivity to power and could discern the emergence of an exceptionally potent force within Yuji during his training. This power felt distinctly different. Hela, driven by a tinge of curiosity, slowly advanced towards Yuji. Yet, as she neared him, she became acutely aware of the terrifying force that surrounded him. Her body trembled slightly, and while she had anticipated some unforeseen events, she never imagined they could pose a threat to her very existence. However, Odin's sudden appearance last night, coupled with Yuji's unexpected training session, instilled in Hela a profound sense of crisis. She realized it was imperative for her to recover swiftly. Otherwise, with her current strength, the prospect of safeguarding herself and her family in the forthcoming tribulations seemed laughable. Casting a glance at Yuji, Hela chose to distance herself from him, recognizing her need for more time and opportunities to regain sufficient power. It must be noted that after encountering Yuji, Hela had subtly begun to embrace the identity of a homemaker. Yet, Yuji had no time to ponder such matters. He yearned to unleash the Codex of Life and the full might of his powers. Should he manage to transcend his current limits, he felt compelled to ascend to a realm akin to Asgard. Had everyone maintained a tranquil demeanor, Yuji might not have harbored many thoughts. However, with Odin now looming before him, posing a direct threat, he could not allow such a situation to persist. He absolutely refused to permit his adversary to orchestrate chaos repeatedly in his presence. Consequently, Thor, the god of thunder, arrived at the estate at this moment. It was worth mentioning that last night, not only did others sense their father's presence, but Thor did as well. His initial thought was that their father was likely summoning his sister back, for otherwise, he would not have ventured into this domain. Upon arriving in the Central Plains, Thor observed that Yuji's power was not on par with Hela's. Thus he failed to grasp the sheer magnitude of the force Yuji had just unleashed. Curiosity led him to approach, eager to discern what his brother-in-law was engaged in. Yet, before he could get closer, Yuji suddenly launched a backward punch, a display of power so fearsome that Thor was sent flying, his expression one of disbelief as he regarded Yuji's unleashed might. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere human. How could a human possibly strike with such force that it sent him, the god of thunder, reeling? Even though he had concealed his own powers, his essence remained that of a deity, formidable in nature. There was nothing on earth capable of annihilating him. Yet, Yuji's recent display had evoked a sense of peril within him, as though his brother-in-law could utterly obliterate him with a subsequent strike. Doubts began to cloud his mind. Perhaps his brother-in-law was not an ordinary human after all. After all, how could someone so formidable stand beside his equally powerful sister? Realizing he had perhaps misjudged the situation, Thor decisively chose to withdraw. He saw no reason to linger. The power Yuji had exhibited had instilled a profound sense of danger within him. And with Ultron's situation still unresolved, he knew he must return promptly. It was best for him to avoid visiting his sister if he could help it. Originally, Thor had come seeking Hela's assistance with his troubles, but having witnessed the terrifying might of his brother-in-law, he realized his earlier thoughts were nothing short of fanciful. Considering the extent of Yuji's power, it seemed he could easily extinguish their father's life with just 2 strikes. Such strength was indeed formidable. Thor's trepidation steadily intensified. Meanwhile, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. began to delve into crucial research, fully aware that should Ultron re-emerge, it would not be as simple as before. he was bound to possess even greater power, bolstering his arsenal with formidable trump cards. This realization instilled a palpable sense of crisis among Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ultron had previously exhibited a glimpse of his capabilities, and if he maintained such strength, it could spell catastrophe for the Earth. In light of this, Iron Man felt compelled to ally once more with S.H.I.E.L.D. They needed to forge a more potent existence to ensure that the situation did not spiral further out of control. Iron Man's intentions were commendable, yet Ultron had different plans. Chapter 73, The Twilight of Ultron. The actions of the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, finally stirred within me a sense of impending peril. For in Ultron's mind, he believed he could orchestrate events. Moreover, his artificial intelligence far surpassed that of most humans, and he should seize this opportunity to accelerate his own evolution. However, given the current circumstances, humanity possessed an abundance of resources, leaving him with scant opportunities. Therefore, Ultron resolved to tentatively explore the terrifying entities that resided within the human realm, to see if he could exploit them to augment his own power. This, indeed, was a form of evolution for Ultron. It is worth noting that Ultron had contemplated such notions more than once before. Yet, he understood better than anyone that his strength, in certain respects, remained woefully inadequate. Take, for instance, his previous attempt to amass an army. Thanks to the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, the forces he had painstakingly constructed were nearly obliterated. Yet this failure illuminated a different path for Ultron. Robots, he mused, if he continued to develop along this trajectory, he would stand no chance against formidable foes like the Ancient One. This was not a fate Ultron wished to accept. The sudden emergence of the Ancient One had alerted him to the existence of superhuman entities within the human world. These beings appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet when the Earth faced peril, they would undoubtedly rise to thwart any plans of destruction aimed at the planet. Thus, Ultron felt compelled to reassess his strategies. Upon reaching Wakanda, it became evident that many remained oblivious to this world. After all, the Black Panther had yet to make a significant appearance. Consequently, the implications of Wakanda were largely unknown. Nevertheless, through exploiting information discrepancies, Ultron uncovered the secrets of Wakanda and learned of the existence of a substance known as vibranium, a material of immense strength. If he could acquire such a resource, he would undoubtedly attain a power of terrifying magnitude in a short time. As time passed, vibranium would further augment his might. It must be said that Ultron's ambitions were indeed daunting, and his methods were explosive. For Wakanda's technology was, to a certain extent, far superior to that of the outside world. He merely exploited a minor vulnerability to infiltrate Wakanda and, utilizing its designs, swiftly established a more formidable robotic army. The power exhibited by this new army left Ultron immensely satisfied. According to Ultron's calculations, if he could transform Wakanda into his own harem, he would be able to harness everything Wakanda has to launch an assault on the human world. Perhaps it would not take long before he could annihilate the entirety of humanity. This thought filled Ultron with exhilaration. At this moment, Black Panther was oblivious to the notion that a robot could harbor intentions towards Wakanda. By the time Black Panther realized the gravity of the situation, it became evident that Ultron's ambitions were indeed coming to fruition. Everything in Wakanda had fallen into Ultron's grasp, compelling even Black Panther to retreat. To Ultron, any high technology was merely a toy, and Wakanda's advanced state provided him with an abundance of playthings. Considering this, Ultron's behavioral patterns became clearer, and S.H.I.E.L.D. received news from Black Panther without delay. In contrast to S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Panther truly existed independently from the world. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely unaware that a nation like Wakanda even existed in Africa, let alone the terrifying power it wielded. Black Panther demonstrated his might to S.H.I.E.L.D., yet as he did so, both Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. chose silence. They were taken aback that Ultron would dare to target Wakanda, whose strength surpassed anything S.H.I.E.L.D. or Iron Man could contend with. It was inconceivable that such a formidable force could be overtaken by Ultron, leading them to foresee a future where Ultron would exploit Wakanda's power to gradually subdue humanity. At that juncture, their influence would be rendered inconsequential. However, Black Panther's arrival sparked new thoughts in Iron Man's mind, as he recognized the necessity of additional manpower to confront Ultron. Unfortunately, he found himself at a loss, faced with individuals who were somewhat extraordinary. After a meaningful exchange between Black Panther and Iron Man, both parties affirmed their intentions, finding little to dispute, united by a common enemy. Furthermore, Black Panther had not ventured out alone. He had brought forth the majority of Wakanda's elite forces. These brilliant minds, combined with Iron Man's technology, facilitated the establishment of a colossal research laboratory. They commenced investigations into Ultron's capabilities, striving to uncover all his strengths and weaknesses in a brief period. For only then could they devise a strategy to obliterate him swiftly. Yet, just as they were making progress in their research during the second week, Ultron emerged. This time, he appeared before everyone accompanied by his vibranium robots, just as he had envisioned. He required an extensive army to obliterate the human world. Moreover, due to Wakanda's resources, Ultron's power had escalated to a formidable extent. His robots, predominantly crafted from vibranium, possessed a terrifying strength, a fact known only to Iron Man and Black Panther. Previously, Iron Man had acquired a small amount of vibranium, but it had been insufficient to warrant significant attention. Little did anyone anticipate that Ultron had seemingly obtained an entire vibranium mine, utilizing it to manufacture a vast army of robots, whose imposing presence was far from trivial. As the human forces began to mobilize, the military, initially reluctant to intervene, found themselves compelled to act as Ultron displayed an utter disregard for life, wreaking havoc upon cities. His destructiveness surpassed even that of the Harbinger of Destruction, and his power had grown exponentially. Chapter 74, Elimination. Had Ultron not learned of Wakanda's resources beforehand, he might not have acted with such urgency. However, now that he had acquired the full resources of Wakanda, he was acutely aware that he could seize this opportunity to strike against humanity, leaving them no chance to thwart his plans. Consequently, Iron Man and his allies had to prepare for battle. At this moment, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, sensed the emergence of those robots. For long, she had awaited Ultron's arrival before her. Having vanquished opponents in the past, Ultron was well aware of what his adversaries might do. Yet, for Ancient One, annihilating these foes was merely a matter of convenience. However, she was taken aback by the sheer number of robots, and even after her attempts to eliminate them, Ultron's presence remained elusive, inciting her fury. As Ultron led his robotic army across the globe, Ancient One became increasingly agitated, for she understood more than anyone else her desire to obliterate this wretched machine. It had been ages since she had felt such fatigue, and Ultron's actions had only exacerbated her exhaustion. A wave of terrifying power began to manifest. Before Ancient One, a portal appeared. In the next moment, she found herself on the battlefield, unleashing her formidable powers. It must be noted that while vibranium was indeed impressive, its efficacy depended significantly on the opponent. Faced with a force as terrifying as Ancient One, their tasks became far simpler than anyone could imagine. They merely needed to unleash their power to obliterate their adversaries in mere moments. The sheer force behind their breaths was immensely terrifying. Ultron, too, was caught off guard, not anticipating that Ancient One would appear before him so swiftly. More importantly, he witnessed her strike. As she unleashed her power, countless robots began to disintegrate, prompting even Ultron to sense that her strength was unlike any other. The materials he had painstakingly procured seemed utterly insignificant before her, much to Ultron's chagrin. Originally, he believed he had captured a decisive opportunity to demonstrate the meaning of cruelty to his opponents. Yet he never fathomed that all his meticulous efforts would amount to so little. It became painfully apparent that despite mobilizing all his resources, he was unable to alter the course of events as he had envisioned. All conceivable possibilities evaporated into thin air. Ultron understood better than anyone that if a certain event had not transpired, he would still have ample opportunities. However, once that event occurred, the chances he could seize would diminish considerably. As a robot, he was keenly aware of the balance between risk and reward, and thus he adhered strictly to the intelligence he had gathered. Consequently, Ultron chose to retreat once more, recognizing that it was an unrealistic ambition to secure victory in this battle using his current power against such a formidable opponent. Ancient One, however, was astonished that Ultron, after a mere encounter, would choose to flee so decisively. Yet, how could she permit such an occurrence? The last time she had acted, Ultron had not revealed his true form, preventing her from transforming her intentions into reality. However, the present circumstances have shifted dramatically. The audacity of the adversary to appear so brazenly before him signifies their readiness to embrace death. The entire battalion of robots was utterly vanquished by the Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange, without even a semblance of resistance. It is essential to note that prior to this, the Supreme Sorcerer had exhibited formidable power. albeit with a restraint that stemmed from his own strategic considerations. For instance, he deemed it unnecessary to unleash his full might in a fleeting moment, especially when the extent of his opponent's capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. A direct assault could inadvertently provoke a premature response from the enemy. This notion was perhaps something Ultron had not anticipated, as all his meticulously crafted plans seemed trivial in the eyes of certain individuals. Most conspicuously, Ultron remained oblivious to the true extent of the terror his opponent represented. The Supreme Sorcerer had yet to genuinely unleash his power, but the courageous advance of the robotic troops to shield Ultron prompted a wave of satisfaction within him. Only such a worthy opponent could compel him to fully manifest his strength in a brief span. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from the Supreme Sorcerer. Almost instantaneously, a terrifying power emerged. Even Ultron was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual was far from ordinary. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that the Supreme Sorcerer could annihilate his robotic battalion in a heartbeat. This revelation completely shattered his previous assumptions. He had even contemplated launching a surprise attack before the sorcerer could fully react, to demonstrate that he was not without his own temper. Now, however, such thoughts were utterly obsolete. He distinctly felt the vast chasm of disparity between himself and his opponent. To seek conflict with the Supreme Sorcerer under these circumstances would be nothing short of foolishness. Consequently, Ultron fused with other robotic entities, understanding that this was his sole chance for escape. Unbeknownst to him, a portal suddenly materialized before the Supreme Sorcerer. Following this, numerous portals appeared across the battlefield. As a radiant light emanated from the sorcerer's hand, the light, initially a mere beam, expanded across the entire battlefield, transforming into a most terrifying weapon. The robots had no opportunity to struggle before being obliterated. Chapter 75. The Retreat. A must. The power displayed by the Supreme Sorcerer was overwhelmingly formidable. A single glance was enough for Ultron to realize that he was no match for his adversary. After painstakingly assembling an army with the intention of eradicating humanity, he could hardly believe that his forces were so utterly feeble. In the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer, not even a chance to resist was afforded, as that almost frightful power erupted in mere moments. Simultaneously, the Supreme Sorcerer focused his gaze upon the robotic army, having already discerned Ultron's presence moments ago. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that Ultron appeared to have vanished. The sorcerer's instincts swiftly deduced that Ultron had likely employed some peculiar method to disengage from combat, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. It seemed he had missed his opportunity. Nevertheless, gazing upon the overwhelming number of robotic soldiers, the Supreme Sorcerer raised his hand, unleashing a formidable force that erupted from him in its entirety. The adversary had approached him, leaving no possibility of escape, and the radiant light once more surged forth through the portal, obliterating the area anew. The Supreme Sorcerer was uncertain whether Ultron had been destroyed. Yet there was no doubt that Ultron's strategies had been thwarted. Should he attempt to employ similar tactics again, it would be nothing but a delusion. The sorcerer quickly opened another portal to exit the battlefield, and as he departed, Iron Man and his companions, who had been observing from the shadows, emerged at that moment. They had been keenly monitoring the situation and were aware of the sorcerer's arrival, but they had not anticipated the extent of his power. Only Thor, witnessing this scene, could not help but furrow his brow. He was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation, and thus, he understood better than anyone else what the Supreme Sorcerer truly represented, a being of the same caliber as his father. Although Thor recognized the sorcerer's identity, he was unaware of his exact position. According to his father's accounts, the sorcerer seemed to exist not on Earth, but in another dimension entirely. Thus, despite his desire to seek the sorcerer's assistance, it was impossible. Ironically, before Thor could reach out for help, the sorcerer had already stepped forth, resolving a significant portion of the dilemma. Thor's gaze shifted to Iron Man, eager to discern his thoughts. He felt an inexplicable intuition that the enigmatic figure might still be alive amidst the robotic ranks. Following Thor's inquiry, Iron Man nodded in agreement. His instruments had detected no trace of Ultron. Undoubtedly, Ultron had once again evaded capture, which only exacerbated Iron Man's concerns. The mere presence of Ultron posed a considerable threat. Yet no one could have anticipated his swift resolve to flee. It seemed he was adept at finding opportunities, and thus, Iron Man, despite knowing that the situation was far from resolved, could only endure in silence, grappling with his frustrations. After all, his immediate task was to track down Ultron's whereabouts. Yet with the Supreme Sorcerer's overwhelming might on display, Iron Man had every reason to believe that Ultron, not being foolish, would not continue to hide. After all, If one were to analyze the situation critically, Ultron's primary goal would be to seek better opportunities to act. Otherwise, any intentions he harbored would be futile. Given that the Supreme Sorcerer's power spoke volumes, anyone seeking to disrupt Earth's peace would face swift retribution. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was also lost in contemplation, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. However, it was clear that formidable organizations existed on Earth, of which he was oblivious. For instance, the astonishing power exhibited by the Supreme Sorcerer had left even S.H.I.E.L.D. in trepidation. Such power transcended what a mere human should wield. He was akin to an entire army, and a truly terrifying one at that. Even Ultron's robotic forces were rendered impotent. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man had crafted weapons tailored for Thor, enabling him to unleash tremendous strength in a short span, which was the foundation of their confidence. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to engage with this formidable force. First, eliminate Ultron's forces, and then we can address the trouble Ultron poses. Little did they anticipate that before any action could be taken, the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, would appear, assisting them in resolving their most significant dilemma. Even though Ultron's whereabouts remain unknown, it is evident that he must be astute enough to comprehend that he cannot engage in any nefarious activities in the near future. Otherwise, he risks drawing the attention of the Supreme Sorceress once more, whose displayed powers can obliterate numerous troubles in a fleeting moment. This undeniable truth is well understood by the Black Egg, who realizes that any endeavor to stir chaos in this realm necessitates establishing a connection with the Supreme Sorceress. Consequently, Black Egg issued a directive for S.H.I.E.L.D. to urgently trace the Supreme Sorceress's whereabouts, aiming to forge a long-term cooperative relationship. After all, none can guarantee their ability to handle Ultron should he resurface. Iron Man and Thor promptly chose to withdraw, as this battle proved to be far briefer than they had anticipated. Yet, this also afforded them additional time to confront Ultron. Having faced consecutive failures, Ultron is bound to unleash a more formidable force in the forthcoming conflict. This is a matter of utmost concern. If possible, it would be prudent to eliminate the threat altogether. After all, they still have ample time. However, should Ultron recklessly emerge in the short term, the Supreme Sorceress may very well resolve the matter directly, rendering the trouble relatively minor. Chapter 76, Curiosity. With the intervention of the Supreme Sorceress, the crisis instigated by Ultron has now reached a definitive conclusion. For Iron Man and Thor, this marks a hard-won opportunity to catch their breath, especially considering they previously feared an imminent disaster. Thankfully, no such misfortunes have unfolded, for the Supreme Sorceress's might is unparalleled. The army Ultron painstakingly assembled could not withstand even a single round before the Supreme Sorceress. Iron Man is acutely aware that as long as the Supreme Sorceress remains, there will be no opportunity for the opposing side. Unless they foolishly seek their own demise, it would be sheer folly to attempt any mischief under her watchful eye. Meanwhile, Yu-Jia has also learned of the Supreme Sorceress's intervention to save Earth. For Yu-Jia, this revelation comes as no surprise. Rather, it is expected, as he is well aware of the Supreme Sorceress's unwavering guardianship over the planet. Whenever Earth faces peril, she is invariably the first to rise to the occasion. Her emotional bond with the planet beyond mere words. However, Yu-Jia is now more preoccupied with Odin's warning. To this day, he remains perplexed about what transpired with Odin and why he sought him out to utter such foreboding words. Generally, Yu-Jia prefers to keep a low profile, remaining within his estate, not actively seeking trouble. Yet, despite his restraint, someone has dared to provoke him. This has left Yu-Jia utterly bewildered, and he intends to seek answers following his next power enhancement. After all, it is unacceptable for others to threaten him while he remains powerless to reciprocate. At this moment, Yu-Jia notices that his wife seems to be acting somewhat strangely. As he continues to augment his strength, his physical prowess has reached an alarming level, a fact he is acutely aware of. Thus, he becomes increasingly concerned about Hela's condition, pondering how an ordinary woman could endure his power. Yet, Hela not only withstands it, but also consistently displays an insatiable desire, igniting Yu-Jia's curiosity about her true nature. It seems Hela is far from ordinary, a realization he had not contemplated until now. However, with Odin's appearance before him, Yu-Jia has begun to question whether there is something amiss in his surroundings. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he discovers that the most significant enigma lies within his wife. Yu-Jia has no intention of inquiring about Hela's true nature. But he has begun to notice that there are indeed aspects of her existence he has overlooked. After all, how could she endure his power? This question perplexes Yujia, who previously believed he harbored secrets, only to realize that his wife, too, possesses her own mysteries. Nevertheless, even with the existence of these secrets, Yujia feels no need to bring them to light. The most apparent fact is that neither party intends to openly disclose their respective truths, making it possible for them to maintain the status quo for the time being. However, resolving matters in this manner has become increasingly complicated. Ultimately, what Yujia seeks is merely an answer. Previously, he was unaware of what transpired with Hela, but as he directs his attention toward her, he becomes increasingly aware that she harbors secrets yet to be revealed. Curiosity gnaws at him, yet he has no intention of directly questioning Hela. It is akin to how he has kept his own power concealed, since he has not divulged his abilities to Hela. She is entitled to her own privacy regarding her matters. Yujia is unwilling to confront her directly, and on the other side, Hela has perceived that Yujia's gaze toward her has shifted. In truth, Hela has already discerned that there are aspects of Yujia that she had previously overlooked. For instance, she can sense the immense power he possesses, a force palpable to her every evening. Previously, she regarded him as merely an ordinary man from Earth. However, as time has progressed, she has noticed a conspicuous transformation within him. Initially, the scope of his power was clear to her, but recently, even Hela has been astonished to find that she struggles to comprehend the extent of his abilities. This realization has left her in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, Hela's thoughts align with Yujia's. Since he has not fully revealed his intentions, she sees no reason to do so herself. In essence, they are both waiting for the other to take the initiative. Today, however, Yujia is set to finalize the sale of the copyright to his latest novel. Reluctantly, he finds himself once again negotiating the terms of the copyright, even though the wealth he has amassed is more than sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. Yet, who would ever complain about having too much money? As Yujia departs the estate, Hela notices an unusual presence surrounding the manor, with numerous gazes fixated upon it. This peculiar development raises her suspicions, as the estate has always maintained an air of seclusion. Not long ago, a human had stationed someone to protect the premises. Yet due to various circumstances, those individuals were subsequently dismissed. Yet now, the sudden appearance of these individuals allows Hela to sense their malevolent intent almost instantly. From top to bottom, a palpable malevolence permeated the atmosphere, as if it sought to eliminate everyone in its path. This very notion provoked an involuntary smile from Hela, who had long been estranged from such a potent force. The realization that there were individuals harboring intentions towards his estate unleashed a terrifying power that began to emanate from Hela. He was not one to provoke others. Yet should anyone dare to actualize their designs upon him, Hela would make them intimately acquainted with the essence of cruelty. Chapter 77, Hydra. Hela remained oblivious to the fact that the individuals venturing into his estate hailed from Hydra. Not long ago, Hydra had dared to raise its head, even contemplating mischief in this domain. However, the relentless suppression by S.H.I.E.L.D. had compelled them to abandon their ambitions shortly after they surfaced. To orchestrate any schemes here, they required ample opportunity and sufficient strength. Yet, over the years, Hydra's clandestine power had considerably waned. Even if they wished to instigate trouble, their might was insufficient. Nevertheless, Hydra's inclination towards world destruction remained unwavering. If annihilating the world was within their grasp, these lunatics would pursue it without hesitation, undertaking actions beyond imagination. For instance, they had recently devised a plan to befriend the affluent. They commenced the search for individuals with potential billionaire status across the nation, targeting those already ensconced in wealth. Hydra's intentions were straightforward: to extract sufficient funds from these wealthy individuals to sustain their daily operations. After all, Hydra was an immensely vast organization, perpetually absorbing fresh blood and amassing greater power, with its mission consistently centered on orchestrating turmoil. Previously, Hydra had enough power to generate its own wealth. However, with the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D., their plans had deviated significantly, and they no longer possessed the financial prowess they once did. In times past, acquiring money had been a trivial endeavor for them. Yet now, to amass sufficient funds, they found themselves expending considerable time and manpower. This predicament was a source of great frustration for Hydra. They were not inclined to squander time on trivial matters. Thus their gaze shifted towards others, particularly the affluent. By directly extracting money from the wealthy, they could attain everything they desired. One must acknowledge that Hydra indeed possessed a flair for such endeavors, but this time they remained unaware of the formidable individual they had provoked. As Hela sensed the movements of those outside the estate, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. Both he and Yujia were acutely aware that they each had unspoken thoughts to share with one another, yet such notions ultimately lingered as mere aspirations. They could not transform this situation into reality. This very realization piqued Hela's curiosity about the true intentions of these intruders. Before long, the group boldly entered Yujia's estate. This time, Hela refrained from taking immediate action. Instead, he intentionally allowed them entry, eager to discern their motives. Their intentions were, rather plainly, elementary, prompting Hela to instruct the Hulk to refrain from engaging. The Hulk had assumed a role akin to that of a bodyguard within Yujia's estate. Whenever an issue arose, the Hulk was the first to respond. He had sensed the approach of some oblivious individuals and contemplated dispatching them, for the thought of Hela having to intervene was unsettling. However, just as the Hulk was about to act, Hela halted him, even instructing him against such actions. This left the Hulk somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom Hela's reasoning. Nevertheless, since Hela had spoken, he opted not to complicate matters further, reassured that Hela would bear the burdens should the sky fall. As the Hulk spent more time with Hela, he became increasingly aware of the latter's formidable nature, recognizing that Hela possessed an almost unfathomable power. This power was not something ordinary individuals could contend with, as evidenced by the terrifying aura that Hela radiated almost incessantly. Had this been in the past, the Hulk might not have paid it much heed, but now, having spent extended periods in Hela's presence, he could keenly perceive the sheer magnitude of the force emanating from him. He understood that any attempt to defy Hela would be akin to a fool's errand, and he might very well be met with a fatal consequence. The Hulk was acutely aware of this reality, which deterred him from considering any rebellious thoughts. Whatever Hela decreed was law. Yet, the Hulk harbored a lingering curiosity regarding the peculiar dynamic between Hela and Yujia. The couple seemed to possess an awareness of one another's existence without fully disclosing their respective insights, behaving as if they were strangers. This peculiar state of affairs only intensified the Hulk's bewilderment. Despite his multitude of inquiries, he recognized that these matters did not directly concern him. Thus it was prudent to keep such thoughts to himself. To voice them might invite unforeseen peril. Soon, Hydra's operatives arrived at the estate, and the first figure to catch their eye was Hela. They regarded Hela with a hint of confusion, for prior to his appearance, they felt assured of their impending victory. However, upon encountering Hela, their expressions shifted dramatically. Hela did not present himself as an ordinary individual. As he materialized, an overwhelming force erupted from him. This power was terrifying, enveloping everything in its vicinity in an instant, leaving even the Hulk wide-eyed with astonishment. He had not anticipated such an event unfolding before him. While he had suspected that something unexpected might occur, witnessing Hela exhibit such a peculiar demeanor was an unsettling experience. Nonetheless, after a fleeting glance, the Hulk chose to observe quietly, reminding himself that the repercussions would not befall him. On the other side, Hydra's members exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the situation. Who was this individual? Was he a mutant? Chapter 78. We choose to submit. Pray tell, who are you? Why do you emanate such an extraordinary power? One of Hydra's operatives, watching Hela, finally spoke up, recognizing that Hela was no ordinary person. This realization prompted him to furrow his brow. He could not ascertain whether Hela was human or one of the legendary mutants. Regardless of the interpretation, it was clear that Hela was far beyond Hydra's capacity to provoke. In the past, Hydra would have dismissed such inconsequential matters without a second thought. With Hydra's enormous size, they could easily deal with anyone trying to cause trouble. But the beings standing before Hela now were no longer the same as those back then. They clearly understood that attempting to stir up trouble here was tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, they could immediately sense that what lay before them was far from simple. Hela hadn't even unleashed her full power, yet from start to finish, she exuded a terrifying aura. Just by glancing at it, they knew they were no match. They even had a gut feeling that if they acted recklessly here, Hela could easily kill them. Hela's gaze upon them was even more unsettling. It wasn't a look one would give humans. It was more like the way one regards something utterly insignificant. Like blades of grass. Life was as trivial as grass in her eyes. Hela hadn't expected them to attempt communication at first. She merely smiled. You're a clever human. But clever humans don't tend to live long. As she spoke, a burst of radiance erupted from Hela. She didn't waste time pondering the human's intentions. One thing she knew, they had come into her home and dared to make trouble there. For such beings, Hela naturally showed no mercy. Since it was already clear they were not to be trusted, there was no reason to keep them around. Her thinking was extreme but decisive. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Hydra agents immediately fell to their knees. This scene stunned not only Hela but also the Hulk, who had been quietly observing. No one expected this group to storm in and, without uttering a word, kneel before Hela. Hulk couldn't help but glance at her. He sensed that Hela might not kill them after all, and indeed, as they knelt, a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Interesting. You're smarter than I expected. But now you have 1 minute. In this minute, tell me why I shouldn't kill you. The Hydra leader, who had been speaking on behalf of his group, was taken aback but quickly responded. It's not that we wish to be killed, esteemed one. Being slain by you would be our honor. But if you spare us, you will gain loyal followers, the strongest on Earth. We hope we won't disappoint you. Hearing this, even the Hulk chuckled. He had underestimated these people. He had assumed he could predict their behavior and tactics, but he never expected them to kneel immediately and showcase their value to Hela. As expected, Hela laughed. They are quite interesting. At least for Hela, she no longer intended to kill them. Your answer isn't entirely satisfying, she said, but since you've spoken, I'll give you a chance. Show me what surprises you can bring me. Hearing this, the Hydra leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hydra was on the verge of collapse, especially as SHIELD had recently intensified its crackdowns. SHIELD and Hydra had always been at odds. Recent raids had decimated many Hydra bases, leaving the organization fractured. The once dreaded Hydra of World War II was now split apart. Even this small Hydra team that had entered UGA's estate was just a remnant of the fractured organization. Hydra had splintered into multiple factions worldwide. While they had once been united in their ambition to dominate the world, SHIELD's growing power forced them to rethink their strategy. They realized that without sufficient strength, any confrontation could lead to catastrophic losses. Previously, SHIELD had already warned Hydra using its power, and Hydra paid a heavy price. This was why the organization eventually fractured. The Hydra team at UGA's estate belonged to one of 7 splinter factions. Specifically, they were the 3rd squad of the 6th Battalion. Their immediate kneeling to Hela was a calculated move. The squad leader recognized that Hela was no ordinary human and saw an opportunity. Align with her, submit to her, and perhaps have this mutant aid him in becoming the head of Hydra. Given the current circumstances, they had nothing left to lose. The squad leader's cleverness earned Hela's recognition, a remarkable feat, even in Asgard. Chapter 79. New subordinates. The Hydra squad leader had indeed shown sharp intelligence, gaining Hela's approval at the first instant. Though, in Hela's eyes, these humans were still far from ideal. Those who truly impressed her were beings like the Hulk, whose power was immense. If she had a team of warriors with the Hulk's strength, Hela would feel confident enough to return to Asgard and discuss her reputation with her father. As the former death goddess, Hela could immediately perceive a unique trait in Hulk. His power was limitless, and with the right stimulus, he could become a terrifying killing machine in battle. Unfortunately, Hulk currently had only a single aspect of that potential and had been restraining it because of his immense strength. This caused Hela a slight headache, not only regarding Asgard, but also because Earth was more complex than it seemed. For some time, strange incidents had been occurring on Earth, beyond her control. Previously, Hela had been able to handle unexpected situations quickly, but now she sensed a shift. Even the opportunities she had seized before seemed to have changed. There are occasions when certain events, had they not transpired, would render their significance considerably diminished. However, once such occurrences take place, the endeavor to rectify them necessitates a considerable exertion of effort. It is precisely for this reason that Hela, in this context, aspires to cultivate Hydra into a formidable force, even envisioning them as covert sentinels surveilling Earth. In this manner, regardless of what transpires on the planet, Hela would be poised to receive immediate intelligence, thus avoiding the lamentable ignorance that currently plagues her, wherein she remains oblivious to occurrences until they have long passed, a reality that she finds utterly intolerable. Consequently, Hela possesses a clarity of purpose that surpasses that of anyone else in her vicinity. Upon articulating her intentions, the members of Hydra nodded in agreement. Yet, the squad leader of Hydra raised a pertinent concern. My lord, while we are eager to assist you in this matter, our current capabilities are rather lacking. However, rest assured, we have devised ample plans. We simply require you to accompany us on a brief journey. The squad leader's proposition was straightforward, to harness Hela's power to consolidate Hydra once more. If they could unify their strengths, there was a glimmer of hope that they might even contend with SHIELD. The magnitude of Hela's displayed might was daunting. Even a mere glance at her left them trembling, as if their very souls were on the brink of overwhelming submission. Thus, They were acutely aware that should they gain Hela's assistance, any forthcoming challenges could potentially be resolved with remarkable swiftness. Hela, casting a discerning gaze upon them, conjured forth a dark luminescence within her hand, initiating a transformation within each individual present. The radiance that had manifested in Hela's grasp began to dissipate, subtly altering the demeanor of the dozen or so Hydra operatives, their eyes seemingly transitioning to an inky black. Moreover, a dark blade materialized upon their foreheads, prompting Hela to declare, "Each of you now harbors a fragment of my power. Should you encounter adversaries you wish to vanquish, simply whisper my name, and this force shall surge forth to aid you in overcoming any foe. But remember, this opportunity is singular." Hela had no desire to indiscriminately bestow her power upon these individuals, yet their potential to assist her in resolving numerous predicaments was undeniable, albeit at a modest cost of her own strength. Even though Hela's own powers were not fully restored, the prospect of acquiring loyal subordinates compelled her to seize this opportunity. The Hydra squad leader was taken aback by Hela's willingness to empower them. Each operative felt an overwhelming surge of formidable energy deep within their being. Should they unleash this newfound strength, they would possess the audacity to confront any opponent. In a moment of reverence, all knelt before Hela, expressing gratitude for her generous endowment. Hela, however, refrained from elaborating further, urging them to depart swiftly. For Yugia was soon to return. Hela was not inclined to disclose her alliance with Hydra to Yugia, wishing instead to maintain a facade, as Yugia perceived her merely as an ordinary Earth woman, much like he aspired to regard her as an ordinary Earthman. Both parties harbored similar sentiments, yet they were intertwined with a playful intrigue. Not long after, Yugia returned home and encountered Hela. Though he couldn't shake the feeling that the Hulk's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar, laden with unspoken thoughts, a demeanor never before exhibited by the Hulk. Most strikingly, the Hulk was not manifesting as Bruce Banner but rather in his true form, which surprised Yugia significantly. Typically, the Hulk would adopt Banner's guise, rarely revealing his true state. Was it possible that the Hulk had developed feelings for Hela? Yugia regarded both the Hulk and Hela with a hint of suspicion, sensing that events had transpired in his absence which he remained unaware of. Yet, it seemed neither of them intended to divulge the truth. Chapter 80. The Secrets We Keep from Each Other. Despite Yujia's intense curiosity, he respected Hela's reluctance to share and opted for silence, trusting that she would eventually reveal any significant matters. Meanwhile, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves united once more, the emergence of the Supreme Sorcerer affording them precious time. However, both Iron Man and the formidable Doctor Strange were acutely aware that Ultron's escape signified an impending search for further opportunities. Ultron had never been one to allow circumstances to unfold passively. He would undoubtedly escalate his endeavors. Hence, Iron Man felt an urgent need to devise means of counteracting this menace in the shortest time possible. Initially, Iron Man regarded Ultron merely as a technological creation. Yet through their ongoing encounters, he recognized the complexity of this mechanical entity, realizing that even he could not conceive a superior strategy in a timely manner. On S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side, while they collaborated with Iron Man to develop more weaponry, they were prudent not to place all their hopes upon him. For S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly for Nick Fury, it was imperative to diversify their resources to mitigate potential complications. Pinning all their hopes on Iron Man could lead to disastrous outcomes. This was why Nick Fury sought to contact the Supreme Sorcerer, instead of merely fighting alongside Iron Man. It would be more beneficial to enlist the Sorcerer's aid in safeguarding Earth. While his idea was commendable, even after sending all agents to search, they found no trace of the Supreme Sorcerer. Meanwhile, within Asgard, developments were unfolding. Odin had initially refrained from launching another offensive against Earth due to the recent events involving the Sorcerer, but he soon discovered that Loki had seemingly vanished. Odin was well aware that Loki had remained on Earth to plot against his brother, yet following the last incident, he was astounded to find Loki completely missing. Previously, he had contemplated whether Loki harbored ulterior motives toward his brother, but despite extensive searches and even employing his divine powers, he could not uncover any sign of Loki's whereabouts. This absence instilled a sense of unease within Odin. Although Loki was not his biological son, he had been by Odin's side for many years, almost becoming like a child to him, a reality Odin was reluctant to deny. Yet, the current disappearance of this child had left Odin feeling quite anxious. Could it be that a certain group had returned? With this thought, Odin once again utilized his powers to erect a protective barrier. He wanted to see if those guys had really returned. The moment Odin stepped into the abyss, He was immediately engulfed by darkness and cold. Almost instantly, Odin sensed that something was amiss. Those beings had indeed returned. Realizing this, Odin understood immediately. Loki's disappearance was not without reason. More precisely, Loki had likely been captured by those beings while Odin had been distracted. Otherwise, with his ability to track, Odin would have been able to locate Loki. Long ago, Odin had given Loki a small gift, through which he could always sense Loki's whereabouts. Now, although Odin could still feel the presence of the gift, he couldn't pinpoint Loki's location. This strongly suggested that the frost giants were involved. Otherwise, why would Odin sense the gift, but not Loki himself? Clearly, the frost giants had captured Loki and placed some sort of constraint on him. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. In the dark abyss, Odin searched tirelessly. He even unleashed the full extent of his power, but after wandering for a long time, he found no trace of the frost giants. Reluctantly, Odin returned to Asgard, not because he didn't want to continue searching, but because in the abyss, he constantly felt his power being suppressed. Continuing without pause might give the frost giants an opportunity to strike. Asgard could not be left undefended. However, Odin had no intention of giving up on Loki. He immediately summoned Thor. As Loki's brother, Thor naturally had a responsibility to protect him. Thor, who had been on Earth, quickly returned to Asgard. He was puzzled by his father's summons, but once Odin explained the situation regarding Loki, Thor was shocked. He had never had a favorable view of Loki. He was constantly scheming, and everyone in Asgard knew of Loki's ambition to become the God King. Even as a child, it was obvious. Odin, however, seemed unwilling to let Loki take the throne. Despite this, Loki never gave up on his ambitions, which only fueled Thor's disdain. Seeing Thor's hesitation, Odin spoke firmly. He is your brother. No matter what he has done, he is still a child. As his brother, you should protect him. Thor had not expected his father to say this. From Odin's words, he could sense that his father wanted to convey something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so. But Odin, after saying this, did not elaborate further. Changes often occurred unexpectedly, and even Thor couldn't anticipate them. Even Thor began to feel that perhaps everyone in his family was a little unusual. He seemed normal, but being normal didn't seem to offer any advantage in this family. Chapter 81. The rescue plan for the brother. Previously, Thor hadn't thought much of Loki. In his view, Loki always brought trouble upon himself. From the beginning, Loki had never done anything proper in Asgard. He was always scheming, which made Thor secretly hope that Loki would fail. Yet, Thor didn't expect that his wishes would recently become reality. Misfortunes seemed to arrive unexpectedly whenever Thor tried to intervene or take action. Even with countless ideas in his mind, Thor knew they were just thoughts. His father would not allow him to act freely. Thor knew Odin well, outwardly authoritative, but deeply caring about family. If Odin didn't care, he wouldn't have summoned Thor from Earth. Though Thor felt reluctant, he had no choice. Odin's expression changed slightly as he observed Thor's unwillingness. He may not believe Loki is fit to be God King. Thor himself was the most qualified, but Loki was still his child. No matter what happened outside, it shouldn't involve Loki. Now, with the frost giants involved, Odin's anger only intensified. He knew the frost giants well and understood their nature. Normally, he had not worried about them much. Having sealed them away, he knew that, in the short term, they could not act. But unexpectedly, the frost giants had not only escaped, but also captured his child. Odin felt his dignity as God King had been challenged. Thor, witnessing his father's anger, was surprised. It had been a long time since he saw Odin truly furious. He also understood that if the situation escalated, it could quickly exceed his expectations. Indeed, Odin turned to Thor and said, I know you dislike your brother, but he is still your brother. If this had happened behind closed doors, nothing would have happened. You could have humiliated him without issue. But now he has been taken. Are you still willing to wait? Thor immediately understood his father's intent. Given Odin's anger, it was clear that this matter would not end easily. Sure enough, shortly after Thor left, Odin summoned the entire Asgardian army. Now it was his third child, Loki, who was in danger. Although Odin often found fault with Loki, he was still his child. In this sense, no one could dare challenge the dignity of the God King. Loki's safety was a matter tied to Odin's honor. Despite the prolonged peace that has enveloped Asgard for many years, one must not forget that Odin, in his illustrious past, once commanded all the armies of Asgard to wage war across the cosmos. As the mightiest king of gods in this universe millennia ago, his presence still lingers today. No longer willing to maintain the low profile he has upheld for thousands of years, Odin appears intent on reminding his adversaries of the terrifying essence of his divine kingship. Thus, he refuses to squander time in idle pursuits. If you wish to instigate conflict, then let it unfold. All that is required is your readiness to bear the consequences. The soldiers of Asgard swiftly assembled, and at this moment, Odin harnessed his formidable powers to open a portal. The might of the Bifrost shall aid in their offensive. Yet Odin seeks not such an approach. Instead, he aims to instill a profound understanding of cruelty within those who dare oppose him. The phrase "the wrath of a god leaves countless corpses in its wake" is no mere jest. Before long, Odin had organized his forces entirely. A colossal portal manifested before them, leading the Asgardian army to their destination, the Abyss. With the awakening of the frost giants, Odin was no longer inclined to waste time. His foes awaited him in the Abyss, and although engaging in battle there may not bode well for all of Asgard, Odin remained steadfast in his confidence. He was acutely aware of the powers his adversaries wielded, yet he was certain they would not match his own. For countless millennia, Asgard has not forgotten its former glory. As the king of gods, he had carved out a formidable reputation throughout the universe. This is indisputable. The frost giants had previously crossed paths with Odin, only to meet their demise in sealing. Now that they had resurfaced, Odin resolved to eradicate them entirely. He was unwilling to grant them any opportunity. After all, he had sealed away far too many adversaries over the years. With age, Odin increasingly perceived the folly of merely sealing his foes. If he could vanquish them, what reason remained to spare their existence? Chapter 82. The Deceived God. The Thunder God was entirely unaware of his father's true intentions. Yet he suspected it stemmed from Odin's own pride. For so many years, Odin had been revered as the king of gods. But it seemed that the passage of time had led some to forget what such a title truly represented, audaciously provoking Odin himself. In the very moment Odin was poised to act, the Thunder God's gaze fell upon his father, and in an instant, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from him. He could ascertain that this presence was extraordinarily terrifying. With but a fleeting moment, it could obliterate all who dared to confront him. It must be said, even the Thunder God was astounded. It appeared that throughout all this time, his father's strength had remained at its zenith. Soon, Odin's forces penetrated the Abyss. The current state of the Abyss was starkly different from Odin's previous visit. No longer merely a sensation of cold, it was now a tempest of snow and ice, rendering the very air frigid. The landscape was a desolate expanse of chill. Within this abyss, the Thunder God could not help but grip his hammer tightly. Accompanying his father into battle, the Thunder God had stumbled upon certain realizations, such as his father's intent to immerse him in war to hasten his growth. Regrettably, the Thunder God had already discerned Odin's underlying motives. He appeared indifferent to the conflict at hand. For so many years, Odin had scarcely intervened, yet as Odin's offspring, the Thunder God was acutely aware of what the name Odin signified. For millennia, the title of king weighed heavily upon the hearts of countless races throughout the universe. Odin's prior actions had effectively challenged every formidable entity in existence. Not only the Aesir, but even the primordial deities had felt the might of his challenge. Because of this, Odin's fearsome reputation, though it may fade with time, would not diminish the strength he possessed. The frost giants, a race the Thunder God had previously learned about, were indeed formidable, yet that was a mere remnant of their past. Odin had decisively dismantled them in but 2 battles. It cannot be understated how terrifying Odin truly was. Yet now, the frost giants had emerged, not seeking to flee, but rather attempting to establish a stronghold within the abyss. Was this not an exercise in folly? Similarly, the Thunder God began to contemplate Yugia and the matters concerning himself. In truth, following their last encounter, Yugia had, to some extent, become a nightmare for the Thunder God. He could not erase the memory of Yugia's instinctive maneuver, which had caught him off guard, leading to a moment of realization. It was not merely his sister, a fearsome deity in her own right, but even his brother-in-law, who, in certain respects, exhibited a terrifying power that left him trembling involuntarily. This was no jest. It was an exceedingly tangible reality. In previous encounters, the Thunder God had calculated his own strength, especially after being schooled by the Destroyer on Earth. He felt an immense surge in his power. Not only had his divine abilities escalated, but his physical prowess had also seen significant enhancement. With this in mind, the Thunder God felt a confidence that transcended mere self-assurance. However, these thoughts were starkly misaligned with reality, as the Thunder God's strength lay bare before him. Yet he lacked the means to mold events to his expectations. The power Yugia had demonstrated was perhaps something Yugia himself was unaware of. But the Thunder God had spent an inordinate amount of time replaying that moment in his mind, as if it had been an instantaneous release of power. Furthermore, he was certain that this was not the full extent of Yugia's capabilities. To the Thunder God, It seemed as though Yugia had merely acted with casual intent. Before long, the Thunder God cast aside these thoughts. He understood better than most that the time for battle was at hand, and indulging in such musings was utterly futile. In a single breath, an overwhelming force surged throughout the abyss. Even the king of gods, Odin, recognized it, as he had been searching for traces of the frost giants. Yet, after an extensive search, he still found nothing, though he could sense that the frost giants were likely aware of his arrival. Otherwise, such an aura would not have manifested. Yet, what right did they have to instigate turmoil? On the other hand, as Odin had surmised, the frost giants, having just escaped from their seals, were deliberating on how to confront Odin. Although they had only recently emerged, they had not forgotten the lessons imparted by Odin years before. At that time, they believed Odin could not pose a threat. However, with the emergence of such thoughts, as Odin's path of slaughter commenced, they began to comprehend the extent of their own absurdity. At the zenith of his power, Odin had effortlessly subdued all the frost giants with nothing but his innate strength. Just as they were resigned to their demise, Odin, in a display of disdain, imprisoned them all. Rather than slaying them, Odin opted for sealing, which instilled in the frost giants a mix of fear and a flicker of hope. Although sealed, they believed that should they find a way to break free, the vast world would be theirs to roam. They were not convinced that Odin would relentlessly pursue them forever. However, their sentiments towards Odin were far from favorable. Having been vanquished by him and subsequently sealed, the trauma of nearly a millennium of such misfortune was an unbearable burden for any being to bear. Regrettably, it was evident that Odin's power had only grown stronger. Through the abyss, they could sense their adversary's condition, and the radiance emanating from Odin was the most resplendent. A mere glance confirmed this. Chapter 83. You are the sole pride of the frost giants. Among the remaining frost giants, not a single one harbored anything but hatred for Odin. Although he had spared their lives, one must not forget that their battle with Odin had resulted in the near annihilation of their entire race. Once, there existed thousands of frost giants in the abyss. Yet now they numbered fewer than 1,000. All of this transpired because of Odin, who had subjected the entire frost giant race to a baptism of destruction. Every frost giant that bore hostility towards him had perished. Fortunately, even during their time of confinement, they discovered their own burgeoning powers, gradually growing stronger unbeknownst to them. This was the most uplifting news, for no creature wishes to remain shackled, especially for a millennium. Previously, they had been oblivious to the torment of sealing, and it was only upon experiencing it that they grasped its true agony. Even if they had gained sufficient strength during this sealing, in their hearts, being bound equated to being imprisoned, leading to the loss of everything. In times past, they had no opportunities, and this time they would not permit such a fate to persist. They needed to make Odin pay a heavy price. And unlike Odin's earlier actions of mere sealing, this time they sought to utterly annihilate him. After all, their adversary was so prideful. At that moment, the frost giants brought forth Loki. Loki had not anticipated being abruptly stripped of his agency by a familiar force while on Earth. He had been contemplating whether to confront his unfortunate brother, but before he could act on that thought, he felt a sudden surge of power that he recognized all too well. In the blink of an eye, he was expelled from Earth. And when he next opened his eyes, he found himself in this familiar yet alien abyss. The strangeness was undeniable in Loki's limited memory. He felt as though he had never been here before. Yet, inexplicably, there was a sense of profound familiarity, as if this place were intricately connected to his very being. However, if he could ascertain that he had never visited this realm, what then was this unfamiliar sensation? It was only when the frost giants appeared before him that he realized they were the very beings his father had once banished. In truth, Loki might possess even more knowledge of these frost giants than Thor. Long ago, he had perused all the texts of Asgard. He was aware of the existence of the frost giants, having learned that they were sealed due to their transgressions against Odin. Observing these frost giants, he pondered how a group of sealed beings could have emerged to seize him. Yet, the next moment, all the frost giants knelt before him, each whispering fervently, "Esteemed king, you have finally returned." The peculiar words left Loki momentarily speechless. He had never envisioned the frost giants kneeling before him, nor did he comprehend their declarations. He had assumed they had brought him here to leverage against Odin, given that he was Odin's child. Only by seizing Odin's most cherished child could they threaten him and exact revenge for past grievances. After all, Loki knew well that the frost giants had been sealed by Odin. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would not only refrain from attacking him, but would also acknowledge him as their king? In the following moments, Loki learned from these beings that he was, in fact, the prince of the frost giant race. Odin had nearly obliterated their entire kind. Ultimately, He had forced all the frost giants to submit to him. Otherwise, their entire race would face annihilation. With no other choice, they had opted for a meager existence. But such survival held no significance. After Odin had discerned their answers, he sealed them away completely. His methods post-sealing were brutal and straightforward. He captured the youngest prince of the frost giants, as only this could compel them to bow their heads. Otherwise, should they escape their confinement, they might harbor thoughts of rebellion. Odin's actions were undeniably outrageous. Even in the aftermath, it was hard to believe. When the frost giants made a ritual of mingling their blood with Loki's, he discovered that his body transformed into a hue of blue. The familiar essence of his former self seemed to fade, replaced by an identity that mirrored these frost giants. Every one of them exuded an uncanny sense of familiarity, not merely because he recognized them, but rather due to an acknowledgement rooted in bloodline. It was an intrinsic recognition, and with this realization, Loki was compelled to confront the truth. He had never truly been Odin's child. This revelation was difficult for him to accept. However, soon after, the frost giants revealed their history to Loki. They had once ruled this abyss, which had not always appeared in such a state. All of this devastation stemmed from Odin's actions. Odin's influence was far more complex than Loki had ever imagined. In a strict sense, the frost giants once harbored a remarkably bright future, yet with Odin's arrival, everything had changed dramatically. The most conspicuous alteration was the complete disappearance of their former glory, leaving only a desolate void. Loki struggled to reconcile this harsh reality, but he also understood that despite his reluctance, he must accept the undeniable truth of their blood connection. It could not possibly be fabricated. As a prince of Asgard, Loki was acutely aware of the implications. Yet the thought of his father's actions filled him with a profound sense of disillusionment. The notions he once harbored in his heart now seemed tragically naive. He had carried the burdens of national grievances only to ultimately mistake the enemy for kin. Chapter 84, The Horn of War. Loki found it challenging to come to terms with his current identity, yet amidst this turmoil, a flicker of anger ignited within him. It was a revelation to realize that from the very beginning, he had been the one deceived. The expectations he once harbored now appeared utterly ludicrous to him. In this moment of reflection, Loki found himself unwittingly agreeing to the frost giants' nefarious scheme. Long before, the frost giants had devised a particularly dreadful plan to resurrect their ancient king. In the primordial times, there existed a formidable warrior among the frost giants, a being whose unmatched strength was most evident. Because of this attribute, the frost giants once commanded dominion over an entire era. However, this epoch was fleeting, brief yet resplendent, and they failed to amass greater power, resulting in their significant decline after the king's disappearance. Even so, the frost giants were acutely aware that, in the distant past, they had been the most powerful entities in this world. That legacy was etched into their very bones. Odin's actions had rendered the frost giants unable to accept their fate, prompting them to summon their ancient king, a task requiring Loki's unique lineage. Among all the frost giants, only Loki possessed the necessary bloodline power. Should Loki consent, the frost giants could marshal all their resources to transform him into their king. Loki hesitated, yet soon, the frost giants inundated his mind with the entirety of their past. Even Loki could not have anticipated such an overwhelming influx of memories. As he beheld the recollections swirling within his consciousness, maintaining his composure became an insurmountable challenge. The stark reality of it all was painfully evident, and he felt compelled to take action. While he could not alter the past, it seemed that the future lay within his grasp. Could he still remain calm? He was uncertain, but a voice within urged him to abandon any pretense of tranquility. His kin awaited him, and he could not afford to remain indifferent. Ultimately, Loki acquiesced to their request, fully aware that these beings might represent his sole connection to his heritage in this world. He had no justification to reject them. Indeed, as they articulated, he had long been mistaking a thief for a father. Odin's deeds were unforgivable. Thus, Loki agreed to their entreaty, while the ancient king began to awaken. Odin, oblivious to the fact that Loki had been subjected to such torment and inundated with memories, felt a growing agitation as he traversed the abyss. He had no inkling of the tribulations Loki was enduring, yet it was undeniable that the situation had unsettled him. Although Odin was not Loki's biological father, their years of shared experience had forged a bond akin to that of a parent and child, particularly with the youngest among them, whom every parent cherishes most dearly. This connection intensified Odin's anxiety. At that moment, the armies of Asgard began to radiate outward. All the forces converged, poised to unite under Odin's command to annihilate the frost giants once and for all. However, it was unforeseen that, after wandering the abyss for so long, Odin found no trace of the frost giants. Realization struck him. They must be in hiding. When they had been but a solitary entity, the frost giants had dared to reveal their presence. But now, with Odin's formidable army encroaching, they had lost the inclination and justification to maintain their former boldness. Thus, even in his fury, Odin could only disperse his forces as widely as possible. This strategy would create a more terrifying pressure in a short span of time. Otherwise, the potential for unforeseen calamities loomed large. Odin's plan was astute and closely aligned with the current reality, and the Asgardian army swiftly exhibited their formidable might. As time stretched on, Odin's patience waned, leading him to command the Asgardian forces to unleash their power without restraint. They needed to instill a sense of pressure among the frost giants. Only then could they expedite their search for them. Thor had not witnessed Odin's wrath in such a manner for a long time, and it was in that moment that Thor comprehended just how significant Loki was to their father. Not long after, traces of the frost giants emerged. In truth, they had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the Asgardian forces to lower their guard before striking. Yet, it was evident that they had bided their time in vain, as it was only when Odin dispersed his troops that the frost giants recognized their opportune moment had finally arrived. The frost giants' best strategy lay in striking one by one. Shortly thereafter, Odin discovered that a small squad had suddenly lost contact. Each squad maintained a tenuous link to Odin. Though subtle, it allowed him to gauge their status. Yet, in an instant, a 200-member squad vanished without a trace. Odin's instincts kicked in, deducing that the frost giants had begun their assault. As thunder crackled around him, he was taken aback by the audacity of their actions. Given Odin's temperament, he could hardly tolerate such a provocation. A torrent of raw power surged through him, and his expression darkened as the very fabric of the abyss trembled under the force of his wrath. Thor had never witnessed Odin in such a state of fury, but now he beheld an unparalleled power radiating from his father. As Odin stood at the center, the previously dark and frigid abyss transformed completely. Under the illuminating glow of the thunder, everything became strikingly visible, even revealing numerous ice sculptures, each resembling soldiers of Asgard, encased in their armor. At that moment, Thor found himself perplexed, questioning the nature of these frozen figures. Chapter 85, Another Story. You would not presume that the conquest of the entire universe was achieved merely by a single command of mine, would you? Odin seemed to notice the curiosity in Thor's gaze and, finding it peculiar, began to share a different narrative with him. Thor, taken aback, struggled to comprehend why his father was suddenly divulging such information. Odin proceeded to recount an alternate version of events. In the early days, Asgard, owing to Hela's influence, was embroiled in relentless warfare, leading Odin to feel an inflated sense of power. Yet, the transformation of his daughter gradually eroded the goodness within him, ultimately culminating in a clash between his benevolence and his madness. He realized that perpetuating conflict was unnecessary. Peace was also a viable option. Perhaps it was the burden of age that prompted Odin to abandon his ambitions of universal conquest. However, in that very moment, his daughter betrayed him. Or perhaps Hela simply failed to grasp the reality that it was her father who had orchestrated these events. At the most critical juncture, Odin chose to retreat, leaving Hela's betrayal to catch him off guard. Yet, at that time, Odin still possessed the strength to subdue Hela, resulting in her imprisonment. It was only then that Odin came to the painful realization that, after years of conflict, he had never truly understood his own daughter. Odin felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he did not perceive this situation as particularly embarrassing. However, at that moment, something unimaginable transpired beside him. Odin, who should have been considered as having laid down his armor and returned to a simpler life, could hardly have anticipated that he had indeed chosen to relinquish his former role. Some, like the frost giants, found this intolerable. In that era, a king capable of reviving the ancient bloodline had finally emerged among the frost giants. His intentions were straightforward: to restore the former glory of the frost giants across the cosmos, and the most effective means to achieve that was to annihilate all races. At that time, Asgard had already garnered significant acclaim, which inevitably drew the ire of the frost giants. Consequently, they initiated an assault on Asgard, inflicting severe casualties, which roused Odin from his newfound tranquility. He had scarcely entertained the notion of peace when foes dared to encroach upon his domain. Odin swiftly reorganized the Asgardian forces and launched a devastating counteroffensive against the frost giants. Although Asgard's army had been somewhat weakened by previous conflicts, Odin remained a formidable presence. Yet, who could foresee the terror lurking within the abyss, which exacted a heavy toll even from Odin himself, resulting in the loss of thousands of soldiers from Asgard? The ice sculptures witnessed by Thor were remnants of this grim reality. As Thor gazed upon his father, he was astonished to discover such a chapter in Asgard's history. Yet it seemed to affect Loki differently. For reasons unknown, Thor felt that Loki possessed a distinct essence, and more importantly, his memories of Loki appeared hazy, as if Loki were a brother who had materialized out of thin air. Even his mother had refrained from sharing anything about Loki with his father, opting instead to relay her own story to Thor, which only deepened his confusion. In the midst of his contemplation, Thor's foremost concern became clear. He believed his father would not deceive him. Rather than dwell on these perplexing matters, he resolved to find Loki's whereabouts, deeming it the most critical task at hand. A terrifying power rapidly enveloped Odin, as his thunder emanated outward from his very core. This time, the force he unleashed was not merely a display of martial prowess. It was an effort to maintain connectivity with every squad he had dispatched, recalling the heavy price they had paid in that abyss. He did not wish to witness a recurrence of such calamities. Hence, he urgently sought updates on the status of each contingent he had sent forth. As Odin's power surged, the frost giants, who had been observing from the shadows, maintained their composure. Initially, they viewed this as an opportune moment to strike individually. Yet they could hardly fathom the extent of Odin's terrifying might. As he unleashed his full power, the abyss's clarity diminished, and even the frost giants' advantages seemed to wane. Once more, they fell into silence, while Odin's expression bore a hint of fatigue from the exertion of his strength. However, this weariness was transient, as he steeled himself. Acutely aware that the frost giants had taken Loki back and would not permit matters to conclude so easily. They might exploit Loki for their own machinations. Odin was well aware of the frost giants' former grandeur and understood that they could manipulate their royal lineage for their schemes. Yet, none of this should involve Loki. He was merely his son. To Odin's dismay, after he had released his power, traces of the frost giants became elusive. His countenance darkened. For what he intended as a protective measure for his soldiers had inadvertently alarmed the enemy. They remained silent once more. If it were any other circumstance, it might not have posed much trouble. However, the current predicament, where even the enemy's tracks were obscured, rendered his dispersal of power futile. Soon, Odin sensed a deeply unsettling aura. 2 squads had inexplicably vanished, and this disappearance occurred without any warning, catching even him off guard. The moment Odin unleashed his strength, he realized that his soldiers had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Most alarming was that this ominous energy had manifested without any forewarning. Odin quickly deduced that the frost giants had indeed taken action. They could no longer maintain their composure, yet it appeared that some unforeseen complication had arisen among them. Even Odin, despite his formidable nature, had to muster his wits, for these adversaries were peculiarly unpredictable. Chapter 86, Loki's Pride. Unbeknownst to Odin, the frost giants' tentacles were not solely their doing. It was also because of Loki. Upon discovering the frost giants' history, he learned that he was, in fact, their prince. The realization that his parents and relatives had all been annihilated by Odin was a burden too heavy for Loki to bear. Although Odin had once been his father, this man had obliterated every aspect of his existence, transforming him into his son, which extinguished the kindness within Loki's heart. Swiftly, he acquiesced to the frost giants' ancient ritual, allowing the primordial power to return to him. The moment that strength surged back, Loki chose to strike against the soldiers of Asgard, once his subordinates. They now appeared to him as mere executioners drenched in blood. Simultaneously, Loki began to relish this newfound power. Astonished by the strength he derived from merging with the ancient bloodline, a squad of 200 fell effortlessly beneath his hand, leading him to become somewhat enthralled by this force. Yet, he could not shake the sensation of his father's presence. Odin had imbued each squad with his power. Should any harm befall them, it would surely draw Odin's attention. However, Loki's speed in this instance was astonishingly swift, leaving Odin no time to react. Yet, Odin's instincts sharpened. He sensed that this adversary was far more formidable than he had anticipated. How else could one explain the annihilation of over 400 soldiers in mere moments? Odin commanded all units to regroup. He could no longer afford to scatter them, for the enemy's willingness to strike individually signified their confidence in overcoming all. Just moments after issuing his command, another squad suffered a devastating blow. Before long, the majority of the army returned, yet a small contingent remained absent. Witnessing this, Odin fell into a profound silence. He understood all too well that the soldiers who had not returned would likely never see home again, destined to join their forebears in the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, an unsettling aura began to emanate from Odin, causing Thor to freeze in astonishment. He soon detected an even more terrifying energy radiating from his father. Long before, when Odin had been enraged, Thor had sensed something amiss with his father. Most notably, the power of the father seems to radiate uncontrollably, much as it does now. Positioned at the rear of the army, Odin suddenly ascended into the air, effortlessly moving from his previous position to the forefront of the troops. Immediately enveloped by a cloak of thunder, the armor forged from lightning rendered Odin strikingly extraordinary at first glance. The god of thunder could tell with a mere glance that his father was merely showcasing his most formidable strength. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of dread as he gazed upon his father. It was the majesty of the king of gods, a presence he had not witnessed in many years, yet unmistakably, his father remained as terrifying and powerful as ever. Even a mere hint of his aura instilled an overwhelming sense of fear within him, causing his very body to feel stifled. This overwhelming sensation compelled the god of thunder to abandon his silence. He understood that if his father were not genuinely infuriated, he would not display such a terrifying force. With every breath, this power was fully unleashed. Almost every second, an immense force continued to swell, which was precisely what the god of thunder was most concerned about. For he was aware of his father's immense strength. However, he was astonished that after the first wave of power, his father was now amplifying his strength even further. Many soldiers began to retreat slowly, and the god of thunder followed suit, for as his father's power radiated outward, the closer one drew. The more palpable the overwhelming might became, slowly transforming. Soon, a radiant light emanated from Odin's eyes, enveloping the entire abyss. At this moment, the god of thunder finally comprehended that his father intended to utilize his divine power to perceive everything within the abyss through his own eyes. The light swiftly surrounded Odin, illuminating the entirety of existence, and the brilliance emanating from his eyes seemed to behold everything within the abyss. Finally, there came a shift in Odin's gaze, and even the god of thunder could not suppress a sense of astonishment. He had never anticipated that his father would suddenly display such an expression, one of surprise, doubt, and even self-reproach, all of which appeared on Odin's face, leaving the god of thunder feeling somewhat disconcerted. He had never envisioned his father exhibiting such a demeanor. Then, the god of thunder suddenly sensed something amiss, as the earth beneath them began to tremble. An inexplicable force was approaching from afar, one that even the god of thunder could feel, as if it were deliberating with his father. Before long, Loki also noticed the emergence of several hundred giants before him. The god of thunder recognized at a glance that these were the frost giants chronicled in ancient texts. They were precisely the targets they had been seeking. And to his astonishment, standing before these giants was none other than his brother, Loki, a revelation that caught the god of thunder completely off guard. He had never expected that the being among the giants would be his brother. Yet, something about Loki seemed rather unusual. This power felt entirely different from anything he had encountered before, but Loki could sense it too. His once ineffectual brother had transformed. Just as the god of thunder gazed upon Loki, he could feel an immense power radiating from him. Was this truly the same brother he had once deemed a failure? Even the god of thunder was taken aback by this newfound strength. He could not help but compare himself to Loki, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. He understood all too well that if he were to engage in battle with his former brother, the cost would likely be catastrophic, a fate he was unwilling to confront. Chapter 87. The Arrival of the Queen. On Earth, Hela inexplicably sensed a disquieting turmoil within her heart, as if something ominous were unfolding in the ether. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cast her gaze towards the horizon, yet saw nothing amiss, which left her feeling unsettled. Concurrently, Yujia also noticed that his wife was behaving strangely. Though she was known as the Ice Queen, her demeanor had always been unyielding, akin to a block of ice standing resolutely within a glacial realm. Even the sun could not melt her, yet for reasons unknown. He now perceived a flicker of anxiety and peculiarity etched upon her face. Yujia approached Hela, gently caressing her hair as he murmured, "What troubles you, my dear? Is something amiss?" At his inquiry, Hela shook her head, unsure of the source of her unease, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted. The cause of her distress likely stemmed from her bloodline connection. If this connection signified something significant, did it not imply that something had transpired in Asgard? The only being in this realm with whom she shared blood ties was her father. Even Thor and the others could not evoke such feelings within her. Only if Odin were in peril would Hela sense such an aura. Yet, before long, she forcibly suppressed these thoughts. Hela did not feel surprised by the possibility of her father's misfortune. In fact, she felt a tinge of excitement, at least on the surface. Yujia could sense that his wife's disposition had been off all day, even during the evening when she typically played the symphony of life. It seemed she could not maintain her usual vigor. Despite his bewilderment, he recognized that it was not his place to interfere. As night fell, they both succumbed to slumber. And it was at this moment that Hela found herself transported to an unfamiliar forest. Soon, a familiar woman appeared before her. It was the queen. Upon seeing the queen, Hela furrowed her brow, astonished that the latter had entered her dreams. The queen then slowly spoke. I did not wish to seek you out. But your father currently faces a grave crisis. He is battling the frost giants in the abyss, and time is of the essence. If you still consider yourself his child, I implore you to assist him. Undeniably, the queen's words bore a weight of entirely different significance, yet Hela fell silent. Her gaze fixed upon the queen without uttering a word. The queen's intentions were clear. She desired Hela to lend her aid to her father. However, Hela was unwilling to allow this to transpire, instead breaking into derisive laughter. The father who once sought to seal me away now requires my assistance? Absolutely not. If he wished to confine me, then let him continue to harbor such intentions, though I wonder who will meet their downfall first, him or I. With that declaration, Hela disregarded the astonished expression on the queen's face and shattered the dreamscape. In the stillness of the night, Hela opened her eyes, her gaze drifting towards the window, as memories of the past flooded her mind. At this moment, Ujia extended his hands, one resting upon Hela's chest and the other upon her shoulder. It was only then that Hela realized, perhaps Ujia was akin to herself. However, Ujia slowly began to speak. I never anticipated that my wife would be the goddess of death, Hela. To be honest, I find it rather exhilarating. Hela was taken aback by Ujia's sudden address, yet the look in her eyes towards him suggested a noticeable shift in her demeanor. In an instant, Hela comprehended why Ujia was aware of her true identity. It was most likely due to the goddess of the sky, just as Hela suspected. Ujia had indeed learned of her identity because of the goddess of the sky, the most formidable sorceress among the 9 realms. Her knowledge far surpassed that of Odin. And crucially, her quest to find Hela was not merely for the sake of seeking Hela's aid in rescuing her father. The goddess of the sky was intimately aware of Hela's condition, more so than anyone else. To put it bluntly, Hela was merely a secondary concern. The goddess's gaze remained fixated on Ujia. During that battle in the cosmos, even the supreme sorcerer was unaware of the events transpiring. Yet as the most powerful sorceress among the 9 realms, the goddess of the sky had swiftly discerned who was involved in the cosmic conflict. To her astonishment, it was the husband of her own daughter. The power exhibited by her son-in-law was extraordinarily formidable, a fact the goddess recognized with clarity. She even suspected that if her son-in-law so desired, he might be concealing even greater strengths. Currently, Odin was embroiled in a fierce battle, and as the goddess, she could not intervene, but she could certainly assist Aotion in seeking additional powerful allies, such as her daughter and son-in-law before her. Hela gazed at Ujia, uncertain of his thoughts, yet she perceived a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, indicating that he did not reject his identity. Hela then boldly stated, "You are aware of my identity, yet I remain oblivious to yours. Do you find this arrangement fair?" At that moment, Ujia merely rubbed his nose. To Ujia, Hela appeared as a delicate woman, a side of her he had never encountered before. Whether as the former Ice Queen or the current gentle soul, he found himself thoroughly enchanted by her. However, Ujia then spoke slowly. If you wish to become the God King of Asgard, this is your opportunity. Yet I believe you should meet your father. Chapter 88, The First Move. Ujia had observed Hela's demeanor throughout the day and understood that her behavior stemmed primarily from Odin. Were it not for Odin's involvement, Hela might have retained her former self. If not for her lingering concerns from the past, she would likely be much more cheerful. Yet, the reality was quite different. Hela seemed somewhat distracted, prompting Ujia to realize that his wife still cared for her father. Similarly, Ujia's contemplations were far from straightforward. He had previously encountered Odin, who had even issued a veiled threat to him in a dream. Who could have imagined that the tides had turned? With the father-in-law who once threatened him now seeking his assistance? The thought amused Ujia, who couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps even Odin himself was unprepared for such a turn of events. Hela was surprised that Ujia would speak such words to her. Yet she found herself not entirely opposed to the idea. Soon, Hela and Ujia decided to set out, for according to the goddess's intel, Odin's time was running short. At present, Ujia was unaware of the circumstances befalling Odin, but he had every reason to believe that Odin was indeed the most powerful entity in all of Asgard. This was indisputable. The title of God King was not granted by mere coincidence, for without sufficient strength, no one would willingly submit to Odin. This realization piqued Ujia's curiosity, as he was completely in the dark regarding the events unfolding in Asgard. Moreover, it seemed improbable that such events would occur at this juncture. UGF fancied himself well-versed in the happenings of the current Marvel Universe. Although the ensuing narrative promised to be fraught with complications, he felt he could anticipate certain developments. It must be said that unexpected occurrences seemed to transpire precisely when one least anticipated them. Shortly thereafter, Hela divulged information to UGF that he had not anticipated. The frost giants currently engaged in battle with Odin had once been a terrifying presence. Their ancient bloodline was such that even Odin might struggle to contend with them. This had been known long ago, yet at that time, the ancient bloodline had not fully awakened. Thus, neither Odin nor Hela had considered the ramifications of such an awakening after all these years. It was this realization that led Hela to understand that the situation may not be as simple as she had imagined. The awakening of the frost giant's bloodline suggested that Odin's predicament was likely more dire than she had assumed, though she claimed to harbor no thoughts about Odin. The truth was otherwise. Utilizing the power of the goddess of the sky, Ugia and Hela swiftly returned to Asgard, and upon their arrival, Ugia was astonished to notice an unusual flickering emanating from Hela. At that moment, Hela addressed Ugia, stating, "I am still somewhat injured and require time to recuperate. You may proceed to assess the situation without me." Ugia was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his wife was still wounded. He looked at Hela puzzled. However, Hela provided him with an explanation, assuring him that upon her return to Asgard, her strength would rejuvenate, and her former wounds would heal in due time. Even Ugia had not anticipated such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, since Hela had made her statement, there was no reason to linger. Guided by the goddess, Ugia soon found himself within the abyss where the frost giants resided. Upon entering the abyss, he sensed that everything within was far more astonishing than anything he had previously encountered in his own world. Most notably, the power present here was so potent that it instilled a chill within him, which was truly remarkable. With the powers of the Superman template and the Codex of Life, Ugia was impervious to both extreme cold and heat. Yet, the unfolding events before his eyes seemed to convey an unusual force within the abyss. His body instinctively recognized something amiss. At that moment, Ugia noticed a fierce battle not far from him. It was not merely a clash between Asgard and the frost giants, but also involved Thor and Odin. They were besieging none other than Loki. Could it be that the one possessing the ancient bloodline was Loki? In an instant, Ugia grasped the implications of Hela's earlier words regarding the ancient bloodline. Surprised by the magnitude of the transformation, as Ugia observed the unfolding events, he began to ascend into the air, and in the next instant, an explosive surge of speed and strength emanated from him. In almost no time at all, both Loki and Odin, even Thor, found themselves widening their eyes in astonishment. The unexpected appearance of Ugia was completely unforeseen, and they could sense an overwhelmingly terrifying power radiating from him, emanating from within. Odin's expression was one of shock, while Thor exhibited a degree of recognition. Earlier, Thor had visited Ugia's home and had encountered a rather peculiar situation, yet at that time, he had not given it much thought. After all, his interaction with his brother-in-law had been brief. He believed that as long as he did not provoke him, there would be no issues. However, now that his brother-in-law stood before him, Thor realized just how naive his assumptions had been. It turned out that his brother-in-law possessed such formidable strength, and even before Ugia made a move, he already projected an aura that surpassed that of everyone present. Ugia gazed at Odin and slowly spoke, "Father-in-law, I have come not only to assist you in resolving your troubles, but also to discuss a matter of significance." His sudden declaration caught even Odin off guard, and the fact that this human would address him as father-in-law ignited a flicker of anger within Odin. Yet, as if a thought had dawned upon him, Odin began to reflect on his son-in-law. Chapter 89. Loki vs. Ugia. Odin had some understanding of his son-in-law, though not an extensive one. Most notably, he recalled having sought him out previously and even having threatened him, a fact Odin was well aware of. Yet, now observing Ugia, Odin found himself uncertain if this individual truly was his son-in-law. Did his son-in-law indeed possess such incredible power? A multitude of thoughts rushed through Odin's mind, particularly a growing suspicion regarding a past threat from the Supreme Sorcerer. The relationship between the Supreme Sorcerer and Odin was not particularly amicable, yet it was not entirely hostile either. They shared a bond akin to longtime acquaintances. Much remained unsaid. Yet Odin now found himself understanding the implications of Ugia's presence. Odin could not resist exclaiming, "The human who battled the Devourer must be you." He had not forgotten the creator god who had appeared beyond Earth, a being with whom he was quite familiar, one capable of standing against eternity, and in certain respects, even more formidable. Having once fought beside the creator god, Odin was acutely aware of the fearsome power they wielded, yet he now realized he had underestimated Ujiah. In response to Odin's inquiry, Ujiah did not shy away from answering. Rather, he nodded affirmatively. There was nothing to conceal, and Ujiah believed it wouldn't take long for those around him to learn the truth. Given this, he saw no reason to hide. His forthrightness momentarily stunned Odin, who then exchanged a glance with Thor, both gradually descending from the sky. They understood that with Ujiah joining the fray, there was no longer a necessity for them to continue the battle. Ujiah's power was evident. If, after his arrival, they still found themselves unable to resolve the conflict, the fault would lie with them. An overwhelming force radiated from Ujiah, and as he regarded Loki, he recognized him as his brother-in-law. Yet, he was perplexed as to why his brother-in-law had transformed into this formidable entity. Moreover, an aura of ancient bloodline seemed to emanate from Loki. Ujiah shook his head slightly, deeming further communication unnecessary. The ongoing battle had evidently altered Loki's demeanor, and Ujiah had little inclination to engage in dialogue with an opponent. In the next moment, Ujiah propelled himself towards Loki like a cannonball, channeling all his might into his right hand, which he clenched into a fist before delivering a powerful blow to Loki's chest. The impact sent Loki crashing backward. Yet Ujiah did not relent. He pursued him relentlessly. His fists rained down upon Loki's chest as though they were free of cost. And Thor and Odin bore witness to this unfolding spectacle. They exchanged glances, both astonished, for they were still grappling with the bewildering turn of events. Most glaring was their realization that they were utterly unaware of how the situation had escalated to this point. In the midst of the earlier conflict, Odin had been the first to strike, only to discover that he was no match for Loki. Thor, noticing this, had joined the fray as well, yet even united. Father and son found themselves incapable of defeating Loki, who again underwent a transformation. The power of the ancient bloodline surged forth once more, augmenting Loki's strength significantly in a short span of time. This was the source of the greatest frustration for both father and son, as Loki had been engaged in battle with them for more than 2 days and nights. Throughout this duration, both Thor and Odin had begun to feel the toll of exhaustion, for their strength had been consistently depleted without sufficient replenishment. In stark contrast, Loki, possessing the ancient bloodline, appeared to be in a different realm altogether. He continued to enhance his power as the fight progressed. It seemed that as long as he engaged in combat, he could continually recover and even grow stronger. This realization left Odin and Thor feeling trapped in a deadlock. If their opponent so desired, he could very well dominate the battlefield in the ensuing moments. This notion was difficult for both Odin and Thor to accept. The battle had seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. And who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Fortunately, Ujiah's timely arrival heralded the emergence of a powerful force, as he had swiftly subdued Loki in just one exchange. However, beyond their astonishment, Thor and Odin shared a sense of uncertainty. Given their extensive experience battling Loki, they were acutely aware of the transformations he was capable of. At that moment, Odin spoke. The power this child wields is indeed formidable. It appears he is merely probing. What did Odin's statement imply? Thor paused momentarily, but quickly grasped the meaning behind his father's words. He understood that Loki, at this juncture, was primarily testing Ujiah's capabilities, refraining from unleashing his full strength. The thought of this realization cast a shadow over Thor's countenance. He couldn't help but glance at his father, feeling as though he had miscalculated something significant, hoping for an explanation. Upon noticing the look in Thor's eyes, Odin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Thor's suspicions were correct. While Loki's current display of power may seem feeble and insignificant, it was, in reality, a strategic maneuver to gauge Ujiah's true potential. Recognizing this, Thor's expression darkened significantly. Although his brother-in-law was undeniably powerful, he felt there must be more to his strength than what was presently evident. Who could have imagined that the mischievous Loki would find the time to scheme against his brother-in-law amidst such fierce combat? It is undeniable that the Thunder God's prior impressions of Loki have been utterly obliterated. It seems that his brother is, in fact, a formidable Dark Lord. Chapter 90. An unforgiving one-sided assault. After taking a deep breath, Ujiah turned his gaze toward Loki. He had launched countless attacks against the trickster, yet none appeared to have any effect. Loki's body had endured an unimaginable number of terrifying strikes without displaying any signs of damage, which left Ujiah somewhat astonished. In truth, the current Ujiah was markedly different from his former self, the most evident change being his profound transformation after facing the Devourer, a journey marked by countless deaths that had ultimately empowered him. Recently, he felt he was on the brink of grasping the threshold of the Silver Superman, which was the primary reason for his presence in this confrontation. He was eager to elevate his powers further. Under such circumstances, no one should stand as his opponent. The Golden Superman was the mightiest. However, this did not imply that the Silver Superman was inept. On the contrary, the Silver Superman possessed immense strength, should he choose to. Obliterating a planet would be a trivial task. Yet, after taking action, Yu-Jie was unable to suppress his adversary, which troubled him. The ancient bloodline was indeed terrifying, perhaps even on par with that of the creator god. Although Loki remained passive, receiving the blows without retaliating, the defensive capabilities he exhibited far exceeded Yu-Jie's expectations. After a considerable period of assault, Yu-Jie abruptly ceased his attacks, recognizing that his instinctive offensives were futile. They failed to disrupt Loki's defenses, let alone leave any signs of defeat. Taking a deep breath, the power of the Life Codex erupted within Yu-Jie. Until now, he had relied solely on his innate strength to battle his opponent, refraining from taking any overly aggressive measures. However, upon sensing the profound difference in his opponent's power, Yu-Jie understood more than anyone else that he could not afford to remain calm. He needed to resolve the fight in the shortest time possible. He was unaware of what trump cards Loki might still possess, and rather than squander time, it was wiser to strike decisively. A terrifying force began to emanate from him, swiftly overpowering his opponent. This time, Yu-Jie felt a notable change in Loki. He seemed capable of breaching the defenses that had once seemed impenetrable. A smile crept across Yu-Jie's face as he sensed the shift. He was unafraid of the formidable power his opponent might exhibit. More importantly, the slightest alteration in Loki allowed him to witness the fruits of his prolonged struggle. After a prolonged engagement, he had yet to perceive the evidence he sought. But now he sensed that something extraordinary was about to emerge from Loki. Sure enough, shortly after this realization, he observed Loki's form gradually transforming. If the Loki of before had merely matched his height, the Loki before him now towered over 3 meters. Moreover, it appeared as though he was destined to grow even larger. Stunned by this revelation, Yu-Jie was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an ability from his adversary. Suddenly, he recalled Loki's earlier description, the power of the ancient bloodline. This indicated that Loki would, to some extent, metamorphose into an ancient frost giant. The phrase frost giant alone suggested a wealth of implications, leaving Yu-Jie to shake his head in bewilderment. He was uncertain of what was transpiring, but it was evident that Loki's actions signified the presence of factors that he had previously overlooked. In the next moment, Yu-Jie charged forward, unleashing his formidable might. The brilliance emanating from him struck Loki directly, and despite Loki's transformation into a giant over 5 meters tall, a single punch from Yu-Jie sent him crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Loki's face was etched with disbelief. He had refrained from fully unleashing his ancient bloodline, attempting merely to test Yu-Jie. However, who could have foreseen that after fully revealing the power of the Cloudbone bloodline, he would still fail to achieve his desired outcome? Yu-Jie even managed to keep him subdued, enduring the pain coursing through his body, leaving Loki astonished. What manner of human was this, possessing such overwhelming strength? It seemed even his father, Odin, could not compare. Nevertheless, after taking a deep breath, Loki gradually stood up, consolidating his power to strike back. Not only was he prepared, but Yu-Jie too was eagerly anticipating Loki's response. As Loki's fist surged toward him, Yu-Jie extended his own fist in readiness. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of their fists reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble and the very fabric of space to resonate with an ominously powerful sound. The Thunder God and Odin had been overseeing this clash, and as the two fists met, the incredulity in Thor's eyes was unmistakable. In truth, when Loki had enlarged himself, Thor had realized that his brother had been concealing his power all along. Yet, who would have imagined that, even after unleashing that power, Loki would still be unable to defeat Yu-Jie? Earlier, he had seemed to have the upper hand, with Loki suppressing him. Yet now it appeared to be a mere farce. Everything Loki had employed seemed to dissolve into a joke, one that was hardly worth consideration. In the next instant, a far more terrifying force erupted. Almost instantaneously, Yu-Jie's voice struck Loki's body with tremendous impact. Loki was caught off guard. Yu-Jie's speed was such that it felt as if time itself conspired solely for him, preventing Loki from discerning Yu-Jie's every strike. However, his body conveyed an ominous message. If Yu-Jie were allowed to continue battling unimpeded, his very existence might soon be obliterated. Realizing this, Loki could not help but furrow his brow, feeling utterly powerless in the face of this threat. Chapter 91. Resolving the Dilemma. Yu-Jie had completely unleashed his power. As he did so, a more terrifying aura began to coalesce around him. Loki's gaze, which had been fixed on Yu-Jie, was filled with curiosity. The latter's emergence had piqued his interest. In truth, Loki had previously observed everything pertaining to Ygea during his time on Earth, including Thor's visit to Ygea's estate. At that time, Loki had been perplexed as to why a deity like Thor would ally himself with a mere human. Yet now, witnessing Ygea exhibit such formidable power, Loki felt as though he was beginning to understand. It is not by the volition of the god of thunder that he engages in this tumult, but rather due to the sheer terror elicited by the formidable power exhibited by the human before him. This is unequivocally a force that no mere mortal should possess. The frost giants, in ancient times, bore the bloodline of their forebears, and with such a lineage, they could unleash an unimaginably terrifying strength. This very aspect has rendered Loki, to a certain extent, nearly invincible, and it is precisely for this reason that he harbors profound confidence in his abilities. However, he never anticipated that, in the presence of Ygea, he would find himself devoid of any opportunity. From the moment Ygea initiated his attack until now, an overwhelming force has been continuously emanating, far more complex than he could have fathomed. As this power draws nearer, the sense of impending doom burgeons within Loki, igniting his curiosity. How could a human possess such formidable strength? Even Thor or his own father would be incapable of wielding such might. Alas, Loki's queries remain unanswered. For Ygea charges forth, his terrifying power escalating with the passage of time. It is worth noting that prior to this, while Ygea had augmented his own strength, he had maintained impeccable control, with hardly any discernible change. Yet, witnessing Loki's continued machinations, Ygea has no inclination to squander time in this affair. What should have been a straightforward encounter has become convoluted due to his adversary's interference, a scenario Ygea had no desire to witness. Under Yujia's command, the power of the Codex of Life envelopes him in an instant. He can feel himself drawing ever closer to the stature of a silver Superman, as the power of Superman has been gradually maturing within him. Nevertheless, Ygea is acutely aware that even Superman's strength necessitates ample solar energy for sustenance. Without sufficient solar energy, his might cannot ascend. However, over this prolonged duration, the solar energy within Ygea has surged to a staggering level, which elucidates why he is now capable of tapping into the powers of the Silver Superman. With the augmentation of solar energy, Ygea finds himself with an abundance of possibilities. Furthermore, with the presence of the Codex of Life within him, he propels himself forward once more. In the face of Loki's astonished countenance, Ygea lands a powerful blow to his chest, catching Loki off guard and leaving him reeling from the shock of the impact. It feels as if his very being is on the verge of shattering. Loki gazes in disbelief, recognizing that Ygea is far more formidable than he appears. Yet he cannot fathom how a human could unleash such an overwhelming and nearly insurmountable power. Confusion flickers in his mind as he realizes that this human is significantly more powerful than he initially perceived. If he wishes to triumph in this confrontation, he must elevate his bloodline's power once more. Although the ancient bloodline has already manifested within Loki, this power requires time to fully awaken. Of course, Loki can actively enhance this bloodline strength, provided he is willing to pay the necessary price. Prior to the battle, the bloodline he had activated was merely at a level of around 30. Now, feeling the weight of the pressure Ygea exerts upon him, Loki can no longer maintain his composure. The power of the ancient bloodline surges directly to 50 in mere moments, a near doubling of strength. Concurrently, a chilling aura begins to emanate from Loki. The ancient bloodline does not merely amplify an individual's strength, it can revert one to a primordial state. The frost giants have endured through the ages because their very constitution is fundamentally different. Moreover, Loki has never fully unleashed the power of the frost giants, resulting in immense suffering as he bears this burden. After a deep breath, Loki shakes his head, acknowledging that his previous thoughts were somewhat naive. His opponent, standing resolutely before him, is unlikely to engage in rational discourse. Ultimately, he must unleash his most formidable strength. He cannot afford to grant his adversary any opportunity. Enduring the pain coursing through his body as he charges toward Ygea, mirroring the assault Ygea had previously launched against him. Regrettably for Loki, Ygea has been keenly observing him all along, anticipating his every move and predicting that Loki would seek to amplify his power. However, the outcome is far from what Loki expects. Ygea can already sense that his own strength has ascended to the level of a silver Superman. Thus, this encounter with Loki is less a battle and more an experiment for Ygea to test his capabilities. To Loki, he is merely a living target, a fact that he remains unaware of. Yet, it does not take long for Loki to discern that something is amiss. As he finds himself unable to mount an offensive upon reaching Ygea, Ujia's speed is astonishingly swift, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly within the blink of an eye. Loki attempts to draw closer, striving to alter the tide of battle, but finds himself utterly powerless. With each passing moment, his opponent's strength continues to escalate, and with it, Ujia's speed also intensifies, leading to a palpable shift in Loki's expression, which now reflects his growing dismay. Chapter 92, The Frost's Final Chapter. The god of thunder and Odin have been closely monitoring the unfolding battle, and it is precisely for this reason that they are acutely attuned to the dynamics of the battlefield. Among them, the most astonished is none other than Thor himself. He is aware that Ujia is not as simple as he appears, yet he never anticipated that his seemingly ineffectual brother could possess such formidable power. For Thor, Loki has always wielded a relatively weak force, which is why he never placed much emphasis on Loki's potential to pose any real threat. However, now, what does he witness? Loki has unleashed an astonishing level of strength. It seems he is capable of engaging Ujia in a fierce back-and-forth exchange. After a deep breath, Thor shifts his gaze toward their father, noting the peculiar glint in Odin's eyes at this moment. It is not only Thor who perceives the strangeness of the ongoing conflict. Even Odin harbors similar sentiments. He has been observing the battle closely, fully cognizant of the events transpiring before him. Yet, what concerns Odin most is the enigma of how this human, Ujia, possesses such immense strength. While Loki's power can be attributed to his heritage of the frost giants, an understanding that is indisputable, the question remains, how can a mere human wield such extraordinary might? Odin's thoughts echo with the words of the supreme sorcerer, who had once conveyed to him the notion that Earth is beyond Odin's reach. At that moment, Odin found it rather peculiar. Why should the supreme mage exhibit such audacity, daring to speak to him in such a manner? However, upon witnessing the formidable power displayed by Ujia, Odin began to comprehend. The audacity of his opponent stemmed largely from the overwhelming force that Ujia had showcased. Although Loki appeared to possess immense strength, it was not difficult for Odin to deduce that Loki had been afforded no opportunity from the very beginning until now, as Ujia's power was utterly terrifying. It seemed as though Ujia had not even exerted himself in earnest, which was the most troubling aspect. Clearly, prior to this, his opponent's strength had been considerable, but it had not reached an astonishing level. Nevertheless, from Odin's perspective, it was evident that Ujia merely needed to reveal his true strength in this moment. If he did so, Loki would stand no chance of resistance. As expected, in the next heartbeat, Ujia surged forward once more, a visible radiance enveloping him entirely. This luminescence cast a divine glow over Ujia, making him appear as if he had transformed into a being of pure light. Odin squinted his eyes at this sight, for he was the most astute observer of the battle. Any minute change upon the battlefield would be captured by his keen senses, and the information he gathered now was indeed difficult to digest. Most notably, Ujia's strength had once again escalated. It was imperative to recall that Ujia had already unleashed a formidable power, one that had astonished even Odin. Now, he was unleashing yet another wave of power, even more potent than before. In the blink of an eye, Ujia's fist struck relentlessly against Loki's form. It was evident that Loki was being forced to retreat, not out of a desire to withdraw from battle, but rather because he sought to unleash his own strength. However, he found himself bereft of any opportunity, as Ujia's assaults were simply too fearsome, with each passing moment amplifying his might, seamlessly integrating this power into the fray. The terrifying nature of this escalating strength caused the very air around them to seem to coalesce. Loki was no fool. He could sense the formidable power his adversary was exhibiting. Thus, he contemplated a tactical retreat, hoping to unleash his own latent strength, which he deemed to be his best course of action. Yet, he could never have anticipated that when Ujia finally decided to strike, he would crush any semblance of resistance. In this environment of battle, Loki found himself utterly incapable of activating the latent power within him, rendering any attempt to release his strength utterly futile. A glimmer of struggle flickered in Loki's eyes. Previously, he had believed that the tide of battle might shift, but never would it impact him so severely. In retrospect, he found his earlier thoughts laughable, as Ujia's exhibited power far surpassed any prior estimation, escalating with each fleeting moment. Due to Ujia's overwhelming dominance, the frost armor that Loki had solidified upon his body using his bloodline power began to dissipate. It was worth noting that prior to the battle, Loki had summoned this visible layer of frosty armor around himself. Yet, under Ujia's relentless onslaught, it had not withstood even a single exchange, and Ujia could sense that he could utterly shatter it if he so desired. Nevertheless, Loki's expression shifted continuously. He needed to seek an opportunity, for he could not allow his opponent to continue unhindered. Just as this thought crossed his mind and he attempted to retreat, he noticed that Yu-Jie too was withdrawing. Before he could process this, however, Yu-Jie charged forward once more. This time, a radiant glow flickered around Yu-Jie, even more terrifying than before. A single punch collided with Loki's chest, causing the remnants of his armor to crumble away. The armor shattered as if it had not even been able to endure the initial impact. In a state of disbelief, Loki finally recognized the sheer terror of his opponent's strength. He had believed that he could leverage the power of his bloodline to engage Yu-Jie once more. But who could have foreseen that this was merely a figment of his imagination? Chapter 93, A Decisive Blow. Loki gazed at Yu-Jie with incredulity, never having anticipated such a display of overwhelming power. Earlier, during their confrontation, he had sensed Yu-Jie's formidable nature, yet he had thought it improbable that he could be subdued so swiftly. The strength he had exhibited seemed simple, yet it was undeniably potent. It had not afforded his adversary even the slightest opportunity, and he now recognized the naivety of his prior thoughts. As the shattered armor upon his body seemed to echo this realization, Odin and Thor exchanged glances, both having witnessed the entirety of the battle unfold before them. It was precisely because of this that they understood just how formidable Yu-Jie had become, with Odin realizing that Yu-Jie's power had been continually suppressing him. Unlike himself, Yu-Jie had not unleashed all his might, while both he and Thor had previously fought against Loki. Back then, Loki had donned his armor, and the most troubling aspect for both of them had been this very layer of armor. Despite their combined strength, they had been unable to shatter it. This realization led them to understand that defeating Loki hinged upon breaking through his armor. Once that was accomplished, vanquishing Loki would be a matter of course. However, they could never have anticipated that their efforts would yield no results. While Yu-Jie demonstrated that true strength could alter the course of battle without the need for such endeavors. In that moment, Loki's armor was utterly obliterated. Having not even a moment to struggle, Yu-Jie's fists descended upon Loki once more, as he understood perfectly well that if he were to strike his opponent, he must afford him no opportunities. After all, Loki had no chance to retaliate in this scenario. With each powerful blow, Loki's breath diminished, his ancient bloodline power waning. Although it still resided within him, Yu-Jie's overwhelming force had effectively sealed it away. Loki found himself bereft of opportunities to counterattack. Consequently, it was not long before Yu-Jie descended from above, grasping Loki as if he were a lifeless dog. This scene astonished Odin and Thor, who were left in disbelief by how swiftly Yu-Jie had dispatched Loki. They had known Yu-Jie was formidable, but to witness him eliminate Loki so quickly was simply beyond comprehension. In that moment, Loki and Thor exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Some things, if merely heard of, might not seem significant, yet when witnessed firsthand, they took on a far more terrifying reality. In the present moment, the formidable power exhibited by Yu-Jie is a clear testament to the adage that seeing is believing. Moreover, it appears that Yu-Jie has yet to unleash his full potential, which is undoubtedly the most terrifying aspect of the situation. However, the matter at hand transcends the question of whether the common folk can rise to power. It marks the definitive end of Loki's actions. The might demonstrated by Yu-Jie is overwhelmingly powerful, having swiftly subdued his adversaries in mere moments. Yet, beyond this, there emanates an even more fearsome aura from Yu-Jie, suggesting that something far more daunting is at play. It is precisely due to this that Thor and Odin remain silent, fully aware that the current state of affairs is largely a consequence of Yu-Jie's unparalleled strength. Were it not for his extraordinary capabilities, the situation would not have unfolded in such a manner. As events took a turn, Yu-Jie found that this was no longer of particular significance to him, for his power remained firmly in his grasp. As long as he willed it, no circumstance could alter the unfolding of these unforeseen events, which, in a certain light, aligned with his own aspirations. Earlier, Yu-Jie had sensed the possibility of unforeseen complications, yet Loki's power had not surpassed his own, which led Yu-Jie to remain undeterred. After exchanging knowing glances, Odin and Thor came to the conclusion that the matter must reach its conclusion. With Yu-Jie's assistance, they would no longer face any challenges. Yu-Jie promptly handed Loki over to Thor, as the matter at hand was, strictly speaking, a family affair. Although he had aided Loki, he had no desire to prolong their engagement. Loki, gazing at his father and brother, found himself at a loss for words. He had emerged from the blind folly of his power, yet Odin refrained from offering further commentary, instead directing his attention elsewhere. At that moment, Odin had intended to speak with Loki, but he keenly sensed that something profound had transpired within Loki. For this reason, Odin reacted swiftly, understanding that perhaps Loki himself was unaware of the changes occurring within him. Nevertheless, the wretched frost giants would undoubtedly pay the price for their provocations. In Odin's view, this entire debacle had been instigated by the frost giants. Had it not been for their interference, such events would never have transpired. Consequently, Odin would not permit this race any chance of survival. In the next moment, the army of Asgard launched yet another assault on the remaining frost giants. Asgard's strength was already formidable, and following their recent defeat, their combat prowess surged to new heights. In a matter of moments, they had completely encircled the frost giants. Each warrior of Asgard demonstrated terrifying power, swiftly suppressing their foes. The frost giants, who had once harbored plans for further chaos, now found their resolve utterly shattered. They were acutely aware that their actions had, in a significant way, irked Odin beyond measure. Their chances of survival had all but vanished, leaving behind a monumental surprise for the people of Asgard. Chapter 94. The God King and I. Ugia's unexpected arrival was beyond Odin's anticipation. However, following the defeat of the frost giants, Odin recognized that he must confront certain matters directly, such as his daughter and son-in-law. Soon, the group returned to Asgard, and Odin's gaze fell squarely upon Ugia. Before he could utter a word, Hela approached, asserting, "You now face a singular choice. Either submit to me or be defeated by my hand. How shall you proceed?" Hela's abrupt declaration caught Odin off guard. In fact, it stunned not only Odin but also Thor, who stood beside him. Loki, now a prisoner, turned his attention to this sister he had never met before. For the first time, he witnessed a woman boldly speaking such words in Odin's presence. Yet, it did not take long for Loki to realize that the strength of this woman was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the formidable man who stood behind her. Although Ugia remained inactive at that moment, those familiar with the recent battle knew that Hela's prowess was sufficient, even without her direct involvement, to reflect the terrifying strength Ugia had displayed. Thus, anyone daring to challenge Hela would face dire consequences. This was no jest, but a harsh reality. And for this reason, Odin remained silent. Instead, he relinquished the scepter that symbolized his kingship, feeling a sense of weariness. Previously, Odin had held a singular perspective, that what belonged to him was his by right, and if he chose not to share it, others had no entitlement to it. Yet now, without the need for dialogue, he comprehended that he had no chance in the presence of his daughter. The terrifying power exhibited by Ugia was beyond even the purest version of himself. Furthermore, as of now, Ugia's full strength had yet to be revealed, piquing Odin's curiosity regarding the true extent of this human's capabilities. Who could have anticipated that, within just a few days, the throne of Asgard would be claimed by Hela? Even the inhabitants of Asgard were astonished by such developments, yet they understood that, in a certain light, she possessed the potential to ascend to the throne, being the daughter of Odin and wielding unparalleled martial prowess alongside her husband. In Asgard, prestige was vital, but strength was equally critical. One could not aspire to rule Asgard without possessing formidable power. The ensuing events left all in awe, for the people of Asgard could not have foreseen that, following Hela's ascension to the throne, she would depart Asgard once more. She chose to accompany Ugia back to Earth, a decision that even Ugia found puzzling. During their journey, he could not help but inquire of his wife, "Is this not what you have longed for? Why do you not wish to pursue it now?" In response, Hela shook her head, revealing, "I have always dreamed of becoming the God King, seizing that which is rightfully mine from my father. Yet, having attained it, I find myself indifferent. After all, circumstances are ever-changing, and I rather enjoy being with you." Once aspiring to be the man behind Hela, Ugia suddenly recognized the evolution of their relationship. Unbeknownst to him, his bond with Hela had deepened significantly. Her willingness to forsake the title of God King for his sake was, in Ugia's eyes, the most gratifying outcome. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, he hoped Hela would retain her independence and her own aspirations. It would not do for her to remain perpetually dependent on another. Meanwhile, on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. was vigorously cleansing the remnants of Hydra. They were utterly unprepared for the resurgence of Hydra, which had previously been subdued. This time, however, the power displayed by Hydra was nothing short of terrifying. Who could have foreseen that such a lethargic organization would coalesce in this manner? Moreover, there exists a trace of mutant essence within the ranks of Hydra. Not long ago, mutants had been causing disturbances in this vicinity, and it appears that these mutants have engaged in such activities on multiple occasions, whether it be theft or arson. These unforeseen actions have been continuously orchestrated under the aegis of Hydra. It can be said that Hydra seems to have returned to its zenith whenever they desire. They can wreak havoc in this area. It is undeniable that even S-H-I-E-L-D has begun to feel a degree of vexation. For the power of Hydra is exceedingly fragmented, and this time, the reasons behind their resurgence remain elusive. They have not united. Could it be that they have dispersed to instigate chaos across the globe? In this moment, S-H-I-E-L-D finds itself at a loss. For their original assumption was that Hydra would certainly coordinate their efforts. Thus, they believed there was no need to track down their locations. Simply identifying the region of their activities would suffice to assemble their forces and swiftly neutralize the threat. Of course, S-H-I-E-L-D also entertained the notion of relying on Iron Man's might to eradicate Hydra, considering that, to a certain extent, Hydra harbors animosity toward Iron Man. Furthermore, Iron Man's armored suit is truly formidable. Due to Ultron, he has been utterly drained. He has tirelessly explored several research avenues, which, even for S-H-I-E-L-D, has been somewhat overwhelming. They never anticipated that Iron Man could unleash such tremendous potential in such a brief span. From a certain perspective, Iron Man has indeed proven his own terrifying prowess. However, it is at this juncture that they are astonished to discover that Iron Man has not sought out Hydra. His troubled demeanor resembles that of a madman, consumed by relentless research to counter Ultron. Ever since Ultron's encounter with the Sorcerer Supreme, he has remained elusive. Yet this does not imply that he has vanished completely. On the contrary, both S-H-I-E-L-D and Iron Man are acutely aware that he is undoubtedly lurking, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. S-H-I-E-L-D believes that once they locate the Sorcerer Supreme, their troubles will be resolved. However, Iron Man is different. In his eyes, any issue he can resolve does not warrant assistance from others. Chapter 95. The impending revelation of Hydra. It is likely that S-H-I-E-L-D is unaware that Hydra's current might is largely attributed to Hela. Hela previously encountered a faction of Hydra operatives. At that time, her intention was to annihilate these humans entirely, viewing their existence as devoid of significance. The audacity of these humans to offend her was indicative of their impatience with life. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would exhibit such prudence? At the very first opportunity, they chose to submit. This mirrors Hela's experiences from millennia past. It is well known that during her campaigns, her actions were often dictated by her whims, and she is particularly one to favor the submissive over the defiant. Should one choose to yield upon her arrival, they would face no threat. However, to persist in conflict with Hela would reveal to them the true meaning of cruelty. Consequently, Hela readily accepted Hydra's loyalty, and with her assistance, Hydra gained an overwhelming strength that far exceeded their expectations. Within that cohort, Hela infused them with a terrifying power capable of rapidly enhancing their physical attributes. This power could even manifest abilities surpassing those of mutants. While mutant strength is indeed formidable, to Hydra, it pales in comparison. Only they comprehend the sheer terror of their master. That glimmer of power within them not only amplifies their physical prowess, but, to a certain extent, continually metamorphoses their bodies over time, an ability beyond human grasp. Hydra members swiftly realized that the power bestowed upon them by Hela was akin to divine strength, a form of power not attainable by mere mortals. They could conceive of no other than a deity capable of such feats. It must be said that Hydra possesses considerable intelligence, as their benefactor, Hela, is indeed a deity. Upon returning to the manor, Ujia continued to maintain his previous rapport with Hela. Only the Hulk could perceive that this couple seemed markedly transformed compared to before. It was evident that previously, they had harbored unspoken issues, yet now, they appeared to have dispelled such concerns. Both parties seemed able to engage in open and honest discourse. This was nearly inconceivable in the past, as the Hulk had anticipated potential complications. Yet, no one expected the situation to evolve in this manner. The Hulk distinctly felt the emergence of pressure. Previously, he might have navigated through such dynamics, but now, with the couple wholly aligned, it indicated that he might be in jeopardy. The Hulk surmised that as long as he did not introduce any unforeseen mishaps, all would remain well. However, now that the couple had unified completely, the Hulk truly grasped what it meant to feel apprehensive. Ujia and Hela were unaware that their candor had inadvertently placed immense pressure upon the Hulk. Nevertheless, they were wholly indifferent to this development. After all, the world they previously shared as a couple bore no distinction from their current state. Upon his return home, Ujia immediately resumed his former routine, watching television and exercising. To his surprise, News of Hydra appeared on the screen, prompting memories of S.H.I.E.L.D. to surface. While the reasons behind Hydra's emergence remained unclear, it was highly probable that they would attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, signaling that their conflict was imminent. UGM merely glanced at the broadcast before swiftly changing the channel. Concurrently, he noticed Hela's gaze. It seemed that she had been fixated on the television. Despite his awareness that she was not particularly fond of watching TV, she often presented as an aloof and icy beauty, seldom engaging with the trivialities displayed on the screen. Yet, in that moment, Yu-Jia keenly sensed that Hela's focus was indeed captured by something on the television, as if it held her interest. Suddenly, Yu-Jia recalled Hela's original identity as the goddess of death, and it seemed fitting that she would be drawn to matters of war. With this thought, he shook his head once more. After all, his wife had become so powerful. Why should he concern himself with such matters? It sufficed to be the formidable man standing behind this woman. Should Hela encounter anything insurmountable, he would be there to support her, for the time being. It appeared that no situation could jeopardize him. Precisely for this reason, Yu-Jia paid little heed to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself in a state of exasperation, as they believed they ought to be seeking the Sorcerer Supreme. They aimed to forge an alliance with him, so that in the face of any calamity on Earth, they might call upon the Sorcerer Supreme for assistance. Yet, who could have predicted that they had not even begun their search for the Sorcerer Supreme? Confronted with the malevolence of Hydra, the organization exhibited an unprecedented frenzy, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to swiftly discern the essence of Hydra's scheme. Astonishingly, the adversary aimed to amass a substantial fortune in a remarkably brief span. What nefarious intentions could Hydra, with such a presence, harbor upon acquiring such wealth? Primarily, it would serve to expand their dominion. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. unearthed hints of an additional clandestine plan orchestrated by Hydra, shrouded in secrecy, thus denying them concrete intelligence. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. was resolute that this ongoing endeavor was, in certain respects, far more harrowing than mere monetary accumulation, thereby exacerbating their concerns. Managing a single Hydra was already a formidable challenge, and now they had to contend with covert machinations as well. According to their stratagem, this was tantamount to self-sabotage. Nonetheless, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained undeterred in their resolve. After all, if Hydra was bold enough to instigate chaos, they must be dealt with decisively. No one had ever successfully provoked S.H.I.E.L.D. multiple times and emerged unscathed. This had never happened before, and it was certain to never occur in the future. Such was the unwavering conviction of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 96, The Ambitions of Dormammu. The conflict between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. raged on. Meanwhile, on another front, Earth faced a series of unforeseen calamities, leading to a significant number of human fatalities under rather mysterious circumstances. To most extraordinary organizations, this occurrence seemed inexplicable. Many were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who had vigilantly safeguarded the peace of Earth, became acutely aware of the situation. He sensed an array of disturbances on Earth, far beyond his immediate understanding, compounded by the absence of any forewarning from his mystical gems. This left the Ancient One in a state of uncertainty. He was unaware of the precise nature of the occurrences, but it was evident that some unforeseen disturbances were transpiring in realms unbeknownst to him. Moreover, these anomalies appeared to be veering towards an extraordinarily extreme direction. The Ancient One had measured Earth's condition more than once. Should external adversaries emerge, he could rely on allies for assistance. But if the upheaval originated from within, he would need to intervene preemptively. Regardless of the circumstances, the Ancient One resolved to act against any threat to Earth, yet at present, he remained utterly in the dark regarding the unfolding events. This was the source of his greatest vexation. Clearly, this issue was resolvable, yet unexpected complications continued to arise. Thus, the Ancient One initiated a divination, eager to unveil the truth behind the current events. However, upon gazing into the depths, he was startled to discover that the source of the turmoil was none other than Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. The Supreme Sorcerer was no stranger to this Dark Sovereign, for a portion of his own power was derived from Dormammu, and he had long siphoned strength from him. Yet, Dormammu had been confined to the Dark Dimension, with scant hope of escape. Presently, however, Deducing from the multitude of human deaths, it could be inferred that Dormammu was indeed the primary instigator of this calamity. This realization piqued the Ancient One's curiosity. Despite Dormammu's immense power, it was presumed that he would require a significant duration to manifest it. Based on the Ancient One's previous assessments of time, it was estimated that Dormammu would need at least 10,000 years to unleash his powers fully. During that span, Earth would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, making it quite possible to confront him. Yet, astonishingly, Dormammu had seemingly breached his confines. Moreover, the state of Dormammu appeared markedly different from before. The Ancient One had consistently monitored all matters pertaining to Dormammu, and should any connection arise, he would endeavor to resolve the issue with utmost urgency. This time, however, he realized that his assumptions might have been overly naive. Most importantly, the power Dormammu exhibited felt peculiar. This led the Ancient One to sense that Dormammu had devised a plan. Throughout history, Dormammu had sought to engulf the entire Earth. Yet due to the Ancient One's influence, he had been denied that opportunity, remaining ensnared in the dark dimension. If Dormammu intended to instigate chaos, he would need to act decisively and promptly. Nonetheless, even with these considerations, Dormammu had not abandoned his ambitions. As long as there remained even the slightest possibility, he would strike with full force. No openings could be afforded to Dormammu. After all, his strength was formidable, rendering him one of the most terrifying entities within the dark dimension. Contemplating this, the Ancient One once again recalibrated his strategy. Previously, he had contemplated extracting further power from Dormammu to augment his own strength. After all, the might displayed by his rival was truly daunting, and unbeknownst to him, Earth had attracted considerable attention from powerful entities within the cosmos. The Ancient One, whose sole desire was to preserve the peace of Earth, now faced the grim realization that his power was insufficient to maintain that peace. He yearned to draw more strength from Dormammu. However, this notion merely flickered momentarily in the recesses of his mind. He had not yet formulated it into a concrete plan. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he harbored a tentative suspicion that Dormammu had become aware of his intentions and had consequently taken action. This turn of events rendered the situation exceedingly complex. Swiftly, the Ancient One summoned his powers, recognizing that he needed further insight into the situation. The most prudent course of action was to venture into the dark dimension for a candid dialogue with Dormammu. The latter was an entity of consciousness. Otherwise, he would not have persistently sought to obliterate Earth. Yet, Dormammu was equally a creature of awareness. In an instant, the Ancient One's form vanished from Earth, reappearing in the dark dimension, where he encountered the colossal figure of Dormammu. At that moment, Dormammu addressed the Supreme Sorcerer, remarking, "I did not expect you to have the audacity to come and meet me in person. It appears you truly have no fear of death." In response, the Ancient One shook his head. "We both understand the true nature of our current predicament, and thus, there are certain truths that need not be spoken aloud. You are likely more aware of this than you realize. Moreover, the reason I have confined you is not out of malice, for you could have simply departed from Earth. Why cling to this endeavor?" As the Supreme Sorcerer spoke, Dormammu could no longer conceal his fury. Indeed, he had harbored more than 1,000,000 thoughts regarding Earth. Yet who could have anticipated that the emergence of the Supreme Sorcerer would skew his plans? Not to mention the cunning machinations that had ensnared him on this planet. Presently, he felt akin to a mere sanguineous vessel, allowing the foe to siphon his strength at will, which incensed Dormammu the most. As the Dark Lord, when had he ever endured such indignities? Chapter 97, Dormammu's Plot. The Supreme Sorcerer sensed a flicker of rage emanating from the Dark Lord before him. Alas, even fury could not remedy his predicament. The power of the Time Stone could enhance the Supreme Sorcerer's abilities in a fleeting moment. Moreover, he could wield this gem to alter many circumstances, such as devising schemes against Dormammu with the stone's assistance. This realization sharpened the Supreme Sorcerer's perception, as he noted that Dormammu had undergone significant changes since their previous encounters. Previously, Dormammu would never have revealed such vulnerability, yet now, the Supreme Sorcerer detected a subtle alteration in his demeanor. It seemed as if Dormammu was concealing something, and had it not been for his heightened intuition, the Supreme Sorcerer might have overlooked this shift. However, he was acutely aware that the deaths of those humans bore a crucial connection to Dormammu. Thus, he was certain that Dormammu had orchestrated something of great significance, which had previously escaped his notice. Some matters go unnoticed until they manifest, but now that they had, no one could afford to ignore them, not even the Supreme Sorcerer. Consequently, he directed his gaze towards Dormammu, hoping to glean some insight from him. Yet the Dark Lord showed no inclination to continue their discourse. After all, The Supreme Sorcerer had ensnared him. Not only had he been outmaneuvered, but his power was being relentlessly drained. Was he angry? Naturally. Yet, reflecting on past encounters, the Dark Lord felt a twinge of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that those accursed beings would venture to Earth. Moreover, they sought to strike a bargain with him. This was one of the pivotal reasons why Dormammu was inclined to cooperate with them. Furthermore, he had paid little heed to the Supreme Sorcerer's recent appearance, primarily due to this unfolding situation, a fact that the Supreme Sorcerer himself had not foreseen. Not long ago, a host of angels had inexplicably descended upon Earth, their target unmistakably the Dark Lord. They had made a promise to Dormammu. Should he agree to forge an alliance with them, they would liberate him, contingent upon the humans of Earth possessing their own faith. Dormammu had been slumbering in the dark dimension. Yet who could have imagined that such fortuitous news would reach him while he slept? Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to their proposal. The prospect of liberation appeared to offer him only advantages, for he had previously entertained thoughts regarding Earth. However, the Supreme Sorcerer, this unprincipled adversary, had been scheming against him, rendering him a slave to his will. Regrettably, even if he wished to flee, escape was not an option. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would not need to run at all? A cadre of fools had come forth, promising that if he allied with them, they would set him free. During this period, Dormammu could sense his power gradually returning. Perhaps it would not be long before he could cast off all restraints. At that point, darkness would once again envelop the Earth, and within his heart, Dormammu had conceived 100 different ways to torment the Supreme Sorcerer. He did not wish to eliminate the Supreme Sorcerer at once. The torment he had endured over centuries had twisted his psyche. Above all, he was determined to torment the Supreme Sorcerer 1,000-fold. No one understood the agony of imprisonment better than he did, and he recognized that to instigate chaos, one must seize opportunities. Those so-called angels represented his best chance for infiltration. Once allied with them, he would undoubtedly gain sufficient power. He might even seize Earth in a short span of time. No matter how one viewed the situation, it was the optimal choice for him. Thus Dormammu harbored no reluctance, but rather a fervent excitement. Dormammu's unabashed emotions did not escape the notice of the Supreme Sorcerer, who had previously visited Dormammu on multiple occasions to gauge his demeanor. He had not anticipated that Dormammu would now exhibit signs of eagerness and exhilaration. This revelation further unsettled the Supreme Sorcerer. He sensed a profound transformation in Dormammu, particularly in his emotional state, which now bore traces of delight. This perplexed the Supreme Sorcerer, as Dormammu remained imprisoned, and he could still siphon his strength. Yet, how could Dormammu appear so pleased? As the Supreme Sorcerer furrowed his brow, he squinted slightly and resumed draining Dormammu's power. As with previous encounters, he could continue to extract energy, but what was amiss? In mere moments, the gem embedded in his chest vibrated once more. Even the Supreme Sorcerer could perceive that a significant change had transpired, one that was considerably grave. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, some event had unfolded. Utilizing the gem, the Supreme Sorcerer soon discovered a group of peculiar entities. It is well known that the Time Stone allows him to glimpse future occurrences. This had always been a point of pride for him, enabling him to subdue any who dared to threaten him. Yet now, he beheld beings reminiscent of angels, seemingly poised to dominate the Earth, with Dormammu allied with them. At this moment, the Supreme Sorcerer began to grasp the unsettling truth. Why did Dormammu appear so altered? It was highly probable that he had secured assistance from these beings. Not only had he escaped, but he had also transformed Earth into their banquet hall. Clenching his fists, the Supreme Sorcerer could hardly fathom that the future unfolded in such a manner. No wonder he had been unable to foresee the future through the gem. Likely, it was the interference of these angels that obscured everything. Chapter 98. The Choice of Ancient One. A profound sense of crisis surged within the Supreme Sorcerer. How fortunate it would have been had such events not transpired. Yet, he realized that this was not the moment for contemplation. Initially, he had intended to seek out individuals to serve as his successors. However, given the current circumstances, that necessity had vanished. Observing the situation, it became evident that the wretched Dormammu, should he unite with these beings, would eliminate all constraints. At that juncture, Earth would face unparalleled catastrophe. Upon contemplating the situation, the Supreme Sorcerer found himself unable to maintain his silence any longer. He resolutely seated himself before Dormammu, and simultaneously, a radiant luminescence began to flicker around him. Dormammu, somewhat perplexed, pondered what the Supreme Sorcerer was endeavoring to accomplish. However, he soon discerned that the power within him was rapidly dissipating. In an instant, Dormammu grasped the situation. The Supreme Sorcerer must have become aware of his scheme with the avian beings and was likely intent on thwarting their plans. Consequently, the Supreme Sorcerer resolved to absorb his own power, rendering himself in a state of frail weakness. It must be said, this notion was indeed terrifying. The execution of such a plan was exceedingly reckless. Should it succeed, the Supreme Sorcerer would inevitably succumb to a state of vulnerability. Yet, could his body endure such a torrent of power? Even Dormammu could not ascertain that. However, one thing was certain. The Supreme Sorcerer was unwilling to relinquish his strength. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over him once more. As long as the Supreme Sorcerer continued to siphon his own energy, Dormammu would inevitably succumb to slumber. In that fleeting moment, Dormammu, just before succumbing to sleep, unleashed his own formidable strength once again. This time, his power was not aimed at annihilating humanity, but rather at transmitting a message. The dark dimension fell eerily silent once more. Dormammu was in slumber, while the Supreme Sorcerer desperately endeavored to absorb his adversary's energy. At this juncture, the Supreme Sorcerer had no alternative but to exert every ounce of his strength to absorb Dormammu's power, uncertain whether Earth would once more face calamity. Yet, at that very moment, a figure from humanity materialized in the Supreme Sorcerer's mind. The mere thought of this individual's power brought a sigh of relief from the Supreme Sorcerer. Regardless of the might of Dormammu or the angels, before this human, they perhaps held no reason for pride. Meanwhile, within the third layer of Earth's dimension, the angels, who had been biding their time, suddenly opened their eyes. They sensed a familiar power emerging. It belonged to the Dark Lord, after all. They had recently ventured into the Dark Dimension and even encountered Dormammu. They had hoped for an alliance with him to garner the faith of the entire human realm. Yet now, the message Dormammu relayed appeared somewhat peculiar. He urged them to act swiftly and seize control of the Earth, otherwise, he would be unable to unite with them. However, he had already entangled himself with the most formidable being on Earth. Presently, Earth should not face any further issues. Dormammu's message was substantial, yet for the angels, it was the best news imaginable. They were aware of the existence of guardians on Earth. These guardians were indeed powerful, but the angels were not to be underestimated. They had assessed the strength exhibited by their current adversaries and deemed it prudent to ally with Dormammu. Only in this manner could they reap the greatest rewards at minimal cost. One must concede that the angels possessed a certain cunning. Moreover, now that Dormammu had informed them they could strike within a short time frame, it was tantamount to revealing that Earth had become theirs for the taking. Immediately, all the angels mobilized. Not a single one wished to overlook the faith present on Earth. The sheer number of humans was staggering, and they could easily be cultivated to perpetuate their faith in the angels. In time, even the court of life would lack the authority to reprimand them. One cannot deny that the angels' aspirations were both grand and naive. Yet in reality, this notion was the most pragmatic, for the universe harbors countless races. However, none can match humanity in sheer numbers, and human intelligence is renowned throughout the cosmos. Should they convert humanity into their followers, everything would transform into an entirely different paradigm. The angels commenced their assault, and simultaneously, their visages began to manifest across the globe. Even Yu-Jie, upon glancing upwards, could see the traces of angels in the sky. When did angels exist in this universe? Yu-Jie merely caught a glimpse and was rendered speechless, for in his understanding, angels resembled legends and myths. Yet, even myths should not manifest upon Earth, should they? However, Yu-Jie soon grasped the true implication of the recent occurrences. Those figures were indeed recruiting followers, harvesting faith from them. In an instant, Yu-Jie comprehended that their intentions were nefarious. These beings aimed to dominate Earth, employing remarkably sophisticated methods. They sought to transform all into their followers. At this moment, Hela approached Yu-Jie. She cast a glance at the angels in the sky, her brow furrowing. To her astonishment, these beings were still alive. Was their arrival on Earth driven by their insidious designs? Yu-Jie, unaware of the full weight of Hela's words, directly inquired about their meaning. Did these beings intend to annihilate Earth? Hearing Yu-Jie's question, Hela shook her head. She was no stranger to these angels. It is worth noting that many centuries ago, she had fought against this race alongside her father. Yet, this race was peculiar. It seemed as though their physical forms were non-existent. They could reconstruct themselves through various beliefs, which prompted Asgard's forces to decisively retreat when facing them. Such adversaries could not be vanquished swiftly, rendering combat unnecessary. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that they were a band of lunatics. Chapter 99. Yu-Jie takes action. They were a group utterly devoid of morals. In their eyes, the mere act of harvesting faith sufficed. Long ago, A significant portion of the races in the universe had been ensnared by them, even contributing their faith, which served as their sustenance and nourishment. They utilized this faith to continually augment their power, thereby achieving their vile objectives. Following Hela's explanation, UGS swiftly came to a realization. This was akin to the tales of mythology. The angels' appearance on Earth had but one motive: to convert humanity into their followers. Once they achieved this, humanity would provide them with faith. One must acknowledge that the angels' ambitions were indeed grand. However, it was equally clear from Hela's words that she had perhaps not fully conveyed the gravity of the situation. Since the beings had arrived to harvest faith, it signified that they would go to great lengths for their beliefs. For instance, they could directly transform Earth into a colony, compelling all humans to furnish them with faith. Contemplating this, UGF furrowed his brow once more. He had never anticipated the existence of such a race in the universe, a race referred to as angels. Observing Hela beside him, UGS smiled once more and declared, "I must address a few matters. Stay at home and wait for me obediently." Hela nodded. She understood the implication of UGS' words. It was evident that he had resolved to confront these angels, for they had, in a certain sense, provoked his ire. Naturally, survival was no longer a possibility for them. Although it is true that Asgard did not completely annihilate the angels long ago, this does not imply that the angels are impervious to destruction. While they can utilize the power of faith to perpetually resurrect, in the face of absolute strength, any prospect of resistance is utterly futile. Hela began to contemplate whether she should return to Asgard and mobilize her forces. However, upon reflecting on the formidable power displayed by Ugia, she abandoned this notion. The terrifying might that Ugia exhibited instilled in her a sense of dread. Should she summon her army, it might provoke his ire, for this man is known to possess a rather volatile temperament. In some respects, Hela found this trait endearing. Yet she preferred it if Ugia refrained from displaying such irritability. Soon, Ugia showcased his superhuman strength. Not far above the city, an angel hovered, and in the blink of an eye, Ugia was before this celestial being. He beheld the angel, who radiated a pearlescent glow. Were it not for his knowledge of their true nature, one might have perceived this luminescence as sacred and resplendent. However, upon recognizing the reality of these beings, Ugia found their brilliance utterly repugnant. In the next moment, the essence of superhuman power erupted from him. In mere instants, he struck the angel with a devastating blow. The speed and force Ugia demonstrated were beyond the angel's expectations. They had never anticipated that a human would dare to confront them, let alone possess the ability to fly. When did humanity attain the privilege of soaring through the skies, which had long been the domain of angels, the undisputed rulers of the heavens? Yet, this thought barely lingered in their minds before it began to dissipate. The angel, startled by the gaping wound in its body, wondered how such an anomalous figure had appeared. Nevertheless, this angel soon dismissed its concern, despite the destruction inflicted upon its corporeal form. As long as the power of faith remained, it would soon be resurrected. But disbelief soon etched itself across the angel's face, for it sensed a force of annihilation emanating from its wound. In that moment, Ugia's expression twisted into one of disdain, as though he could see through the angel's very essence. Yet, Ugia chose to avert his gaze, focusing instead on another direction where several angels lingered. Since they dared to linger, they should be prepared to pay the price. In the next instant, Ugia vanished, and when he reappeared, he once again confronted the angels. They had no chance of even enduring a single exchange against his might. Ugia's fist collided with the chest of one angel, and immediately, darkness enveloped them. Their radiance began to fade, the pearlescent glow gradually succumbing to a shroud of blackness, a sight that appeared eerily unsettling. However, some angels soon realized the gravity of the situation. Following Ugia's assault, the life force within them began to vanish entirely. Indeed, it was a complete disappearance. The audacity of the angels to act so arrogantly across the cosmos stemmed largely from their ability to resurrect indefinitely. As long as the power of faith persisted, they could resurrect endlessly, which emboldened them to provoke others without fear. Yet now, Ugia's intervention made them acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of his power. After all, how could a mere human annihilate them so thoroughly? Many angels sensed an impending crisis, for the demise of a fellow angel resonated within them on a profound level, an instinctual, bloodline connection. The demise of one angel could easily stir the concern of the entire kinship. The news they perceived was that one of their own had been utterly obliterated, without even the slightest chance for resistance. They had been entirely erased from existence. And even with the power of faith, there was no possibility of resurrecting those fallen angels. In an instant, The angels congregated, seeking to uncover the identity of this intruder. Why would someone dare to attack angels? And who was this peculiar individual? However, they had no information regarding Ujiah. He left no survivors in his wake. Every angel that crossed his path was met with obliteration, each punch imbued with an overwhelming force, each strike filled with terror. Anyone bold enough to provoke him should be prepared to pay with their life. Ujiah's gaze soon shifted to the northeast. Chapter 100, The 12-Winged Archangel. Several days prior, during his quest for rewards, Ujiah had acquired the absolute law of annihilation. This law possessed a singular effect. Any being slain by Ujiah would be rendered entirely non-existent, obliterated from the fabric of reality. This very fact rendered the angels incapable of contending with him, as Ujiah's power was intertwined with this law of destruction. Although they could resurrect infinitely, it was only because they had yet to encounter a force as terrifying as Ujiah. In the next moment, he appeared in the northeastern direction, having slain numerous angels. Ujiah could sense their presence with remarkable clarity, almost instantaneously. He felt an overwhelming congregation of angels in the northeast, as if every angel on earth had gathered there. Thus, he hastened to their location. Upon laying eyes on this assembly of angels, Ujiah couldn't help but shake his head. This flock of avian beings dared to aspire to enslave the entire earth. One could only marvel at the sheer folly of their ambition. Yet, at that moment, Ujiah shook his head once more. While some ideas were noble, others were woefully delusional. Most notably, the belief that they could subjugate the entire planet. In the next moment, Ujiah unleashed his power, radiating outward from his core. The expressions of many angels shifted dramatically as they realized the magnitude of the terrifying force emanating from this human. They could scarcely fathom that such formidable power resided within a mere mortal, and this power was only growing stronger. At that instant, every angel's demeanor began to change. They did not perceive Ujiah's arrival as an omen of their destruction. Instead, they approached him cautiously, their pearlescent glow reappearing with even greater brilliance than before. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped them, with power flaring up every moment. Even Ujiah felt a twinge of surprise. He had yet to strike, relying solely on his presence to intimidate his adversaries. Yet, he could distinctly sense an unusual aura emanating from his opponents. There was not a vast disparity between their powers. But was this truly their full strength? In reality, Ujiah had not fully unleashed his capabilities from the outset. His superhuman strength no longer represented his current state. As he journeyed towards Asgard, he had already awakened the powers of the Silver Superman. The strength of a superhuman grows progressively through different stages. It can be asserted that as long as Superman is willing, he can elevate his powers to an extraordinarily formidable level in a remarkably short span of time. Furthermore, the current Ujiah is continually enhancing the power of the Superman template, which, to a certain extent, distinguishes him from Superman himself. For instance, while Superman's strength requires time to develop, Ujiah is similar. However, he possesses no limits. Superman is bound by certain thresholds. Moreover, Superman requires specific opportunities to augment his abilities to that stage. Yet, Ujiah does not need such chances. As long as he absorbs sufficient solar energy each day, he will gradually transform every aspect of the template. The angels, it seems, remain oblivious to just how terrifying Ujiah has become. Each face is etched with confidence as a milky white radiance is directed towards Ujiah's position, their expressions brimming with delight. Under the weight of this power, they believe no mere mortal can withstand it. But is Ujiah an ordinary human? Long ago, he had contemplated taking action, yet he concealed his intentions. Now, Ujiah gradually harnesses this power, and in an instant, he charges towards the oncoming force, enveloped swiftly by the milky white light. The angels squint at this scene, sensing that Ujiah is courting death. Had he chosen to flee from this power, perhaps he might have had a sliver of hope. Yet, he does not retreat. Instead, he boldly moves into the zone of the encasing force. Is this not a call for demise? Alas, in the next moment, Ujiah bursts forth from the milky white glow, and rather than merely escaping, he utterly rends the force asunder. Even the angels are taken aback. They had envisioned 100 different ways in which Ujiah might meet his end, but never did they anticipate that he could emerge from their sacred light barrier. It is essential to note that the sacred barrier represents the pinnacle of their current capabilities, and as the number of angels increases, the power unleashed by this barrier becomes increasingly terrifying. Yet now, what do they witness? This wretched human, relying solely on his strength, has completely torn apart their sacred barrier. Even they must concede that the power exhibited by this human is truly frightful. Simultaneously, a radiant glow begins to flicker around Ujiah, and in the next moment, he charges forward, targeting this group of oblivious beings. All the angels stand before him. Regrettably, these angels lack even the strength to withstand a single exchange. The mightiest sacred barrier proves useless against him. They are acutely aware that this human is beyond their capacity to confront. In the next moment, an aura of destruction begins to spread. Yu Jie then declares, "You worthless beings still wish to stir up trouble?" His words resonate with disdain for these so-called angels. Once again, the power of Superman erupts, and a black aura of destruction swiftly envelopes his adversaries. With each breath, all the angels before Yu Jie begin to plummet. They cannot endure it. The power Yu Jie now displays is beyond the comparison of any ordinary individual. Just then, the first angel to fall suddenly exclaims, "Damnable human! You shall soon pay for your actions." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white light emerged from the black aura of destruction. With a mere glance, Yu Jie sensed something different. A seraphim? Then let me witness what you so-called angels are truly capable of. Chapter 101, A Fragile Existence. Upon discovering the archangel, Yu Jie hesitated not for a moment, as a far more terrifying power began to manifest within him. Compared to before, Yu Jie has undergone a significant transformation, most notably in the continuous enhancement of his power. It is worth noting that prior to this, Yu Jie had never wielded such formidable strength. The archangel, witnessing this scene, expressed slight astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yu Jie could augment his power here. However, the archangel swiftly launched an offensive toward Yu Jie, unleashing a terrifying force in an instant. It is crucial to acknowledge that Yu Jie had previously contemplated the nature of his opponent's power. He had even considered what alterations this force might bring about. Yet from the archangel's actions, it became apparent that this power posed no threat to him. A slight smile curled at the corner of Yu Jie's mouth. "If you believe that merely utilizing this current strength can defeat me, you must be deluded." As Yu Jie spoke, he initiated an assault toward the archangel's position. For the power of the Silver Superman had fully erupted within him. Compared to before, the magnitude of Yu Jie's strength had transformed dramatically. Most notably, everything within Yu Jie's perception now lay encompassed around him. Previously, he had been meticulously controlling his power, though he had not fully unleashed it. However, as his opponent drew nearer, attempting to impose a threat upon him, Yu Jie would certainly not allow such an occurrence. In mere moments, a terrifying force radiated forth, gradually advancing toward the archangel. The archangel had already sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yu Jie's power. Yet, for the archangel, this was not of concern. For he was a seraphim, a being of immense dread among the angelic race. A lowly human dares to provoke divinity. You shall face divine retribution. As the archangel spoke, a pure white light manifested behind him, distinctly different from the glow Yu Jie had encountered previously. Earlier, during his battles with other angels, Yu Jie had felt the flickering light upon them, but the power within those lights had posed no threat to him. Thus, he had not paid it any heed. Yet now, from the aura of his opponent, he could distinctly perceive a terrifying power slowly radiating, seemingly with signs of amplification. Precisely due to this, Yu Jie shook his head. "Then let me see what surprises you so-called deities can bestow upon me." In a breath, Yu Jie refrained from unleashing his full power. Since his opponent was willing to display this so-called strength, Yu Jie was eager to observe. His power still resided within him. He simply had not unleashed it completely. The archangel's gaze remained fixed upon Yu Jie, for in the archangel's eyes, Yu Jie was merely a lowly human. If this human wished to enact any change here, it would be akin to a dreamer chasing illusions. The archangel possessed not only strength among the angelic race, but also divine retribution. A beam of light descended in accordance with the archangel's will, while simultaneously, numerous bolts of lightning began to envelop the area around him, as if at that moment, the archangel had become the very embodiment of lightning. However, from the great angel emanated a radiance that gradually spread forth, and a flicker of compassion flashed in his eyes. Yet, to Yu Jie, such compassion resembled nothing more than crocodile tears. Despite displaying his most formidable power, the angel still felt the need to adopt such a demeanor. Was this not an act of feigned benevolence after having committed a transgression? Little did he expect that hypocrisy could become synonymous with an individual. As Yu Jie spoke these words, he gradually retracted the power radiating from his being, for unleashing it here would serve no purpose. Rather, it would be more enlightening for the angel to witness the true visage of despair after his own force had been unleashed. In the blink of an eye, all the strength emanating from Yu Jie vanished without a trace, leaving even the great angel momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the total disappearance of the might that had just surged forth from Yu-Jie. Not only that, but he could also sense that something peculiar was occurring within Yu-Jie. Miserable human, you are unaware that your provocation will reveal to you the essence of true despair. With the great angel's utterance, a more terrifying power emerged. It was noteworthy that prior to this, only thunder had incessantly flickered about the angel. Yet now, this very thunder began to coalesce around the angel, radiating outward in all directions, causing even a hint of disdain to flash across the angel's visage. This thunder could, in a sense, be deemed the most potent representation of divine retribution. Should he desire, he could elevate this divine punishment to its apex, where no one could possibly contend with him. One must acknowledge the excellence of the angel's strategy, but alas, he seemed to have underestimated his adversary. Yu-Jie's lips curled into a slight smile. He had initially intended to say something further. However, observing the angel's proud demeanor, he ultimately shook his head. At this moment, any words spoken would fall on deaf ears. It was far more prudent to allow power to speak for itself. Let my fists articulate my intentions. The thunder had now fully coalesced before the great angel. In an instant, this thunder surged forth, charging directly towards Yu-Jie's position. At that moment, Yu-Jie raised his right hand, and in the next heartbeat, he clenched his fist, striking directly at the lightning. To the great angel, this scene was utterly ludicrous. A mere mortal attempting to withstand the terrifying might of a divine being through sheer physical strength was tantamount to courting death. Yet, in the next moment, the angel's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the thunder had vanished, dissipating without a trace beneath Yu-Jie's unremarkable fist, yet Yu-Jie did not pause in his advance. Now it is my turn. Chapter 102. I shall toll the bell of doom. Yu-Jie's voice was neither too high nor too low, sufficient for the great angel to hear, yet upon hearing it, the angel's expression subtly altered. He had never imagined that a human would dare to utter such words before him, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely. This realization prompted the great angel to shake his head. Humans are perpetually so self-assured. Let me witness the power you so boastfully claim. Even if your body can withstand divine punishment, what then? The great angel's sudden proclamation did not capture Yu-Jie's attention, for he had initially wished to see what surprises this great angel could bring forth. Yet who could have anticipated that the power wielded by the angel would fail to excite him? Instead, it evoked a sense of mediocrity. At that moment, Yu-Jie suddenly recalled something. He had always existed in a state of lethargy, yet now he felt as if he had transformed into a warmonger. It seemed that this battle had somewhat altered his mindset. Thus, he could not let the angel remain unscathed. As if justifying his impending strike, a shimmer of light flickered around Yu-Jie, though it appeared rather subdued compared to the angel's thunderous brilliance. It was as if a visible membrane of light enveloped Yu-Jie, yet this luminous film moved with astonishing swiftness. Initially, Yu-Jie would have required a second or two to reach the angel, but in the blink of an eye, the angel found Yu-Jie had already appeared before him. And it did not end there. Yu-Jie once again clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the great angel's chest. The angel felt his body tremble under the force. It was overwhelmingly potent. His current form could not withstand even a single strike. The great angel began to retreat. His hands pressed against his chest, while light flickered from his palms as he attempted to heal the wounds upon his torso. He had not anticipated the tremendous strength of Yu-Jie. He could not even muster the strength to resist. Even a casual punch from Yu-Jie left him feeling as though his very being was on the verge of collapse. Unable to contain himself, the great angel exclaimed, "How can this be? How can a mere human possess such immense power? You cannot possibly be human." The great angel's reaction reflected his utter disbelief at Yu-Jie's displayed strength. He understood humanity to be an exceedingly frail race, one where true strength could not possibly arise. Yet, before him, Yu-Jie exhibited a might that was truly formidable. In mere moments, he felt an impending sense of danger, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Humans cannot possess such power. The great angel's sudden outburst stemmed from an acute awareness of human limitations. He knew that Yu-Jie, as a human, could not threaten him. Yet, the unfolding events were shattering all his preconceived notions. Most evident was the sheer magnitude of power contained within Yu-Jie's punch, which swiftly subdued him. The great angel sought to eradicate his opponent, yet he also recognized that, given his current state, it was a futile aspiration. In the blink of an eye, Yu-Jie once more closed the distance between them, and the great angel could see the disdain reflected in Yu-Jie's eyes. He found it difficult to fathom that he felt fear due to the relentless spirit of a human. Yu-Jie's disdain stemmed from the undeniable strength he possessed. In the span of a breath, a terrifying force radiated forth, far surpassing what others could conceive. Leaving the great angel utterly unprepared for the sheer might Yu-Jie could unleash in such a brief interval. A wave of dread-inducing power emanated from Yu-Jie, causing the great angel to widen his eyes. Was he not merely a human? How could a human possess such formidable strength? His own body began to tremble. Unfortunately, the great angel would not receive the answers to his questions at that moment, for the power unleashed by Yu-Jie was overwhelmingly potent. In an instant, it suppressed his opponent, and the force continued to swell, while Yu-Jie's expression remained one of indifference. The so-called great angel was nothing more than this. Even as he spoke, Yu-Jie's power began to erupt in tandem with his movements. Before this moment, Yu-Jie had merely been gradually reintegrating his strength into his own body. However, now, he has unleashed this power in its entirety. The eruption of energy centered around Yu-Jie caught everyone off guard. Even the archangel present felt an overwhelming sense of impending annihilation, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yet, in the next instant, he resolved to use his own fists to convey the reality of that disbelief. Indeed, Yu-Jie possessed the power to obliterate him. Now, can you tell me if your strength can be summoned again? Yu-Jie's voice resonated as his hand grasped the archangel's throat, catching him completely off guard. Initially, the archangel anticipated that Yu-Jie would release an even more formidable power, but he never fathomed that Yu-Jie would seize him by the neck. The force belonging to Yu-Jie had come into contact once more, and during this encounter, his intuition intensified. Terrifying power does not require justification to manifest, much like the strength Yu-Jie was currently exhibiting. Without even casting a glance at the archangel's power, it had already completely taken effect on his neck. And soon the archangel's form began to shatter, transforming into radiant shards scattered across the heavens. Yu-Jie shook his head disapprovingly. There was no such thing as a lingering power in the presence of one who wielded strength. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, Yu-Jie gazed skyward, sensing an indistinct yet palpable threat approaching. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 103, None shall be spared. These accursed angels would undoubtedly not spare Earth, for the faith harbored within it was their long-cherished desire. Thus, they could not allow Earth to flourish unchecked, and the recent demise of their kin served as a grim reminder to the entire angelic race. However, it was not only the angels who were pondering this. Both Yu-Jie and Shang had fixed their gazes upon the sky, sensing that the threat was drawing nearer to Earth. After glancing at the planet, Yu-Jie chuckled once more. Ordinary beings should not appear in this realm. He understood better than anyone that if the battlefield were to expand to envelop Earth, it could face unforeseen calamities. This was not a scenario Yu-Jie wished to witness. Naturally, what concerned him most at this moment was the actions of his adversaries. The entire race had emerged, yet he needed to eliminate any presence akin to the archangel he had just vanquished. If the opponents were merely of the archangel's caliber, he might not even need to unleash the full extent of his silver adult power. In the next moment, Yu-Jie found himself amidst the cosmos, standing before Earth, his gaze fixed upon the distant glow. Soon, he discerned a vast circle of angels gradually closing in, approaching from all directions, swiftly encircling him. A human? How could a human possibly exist in space? This human appeared somewhat peculiar. Some angels noticed Yu-Jie's presence, and one of them spoke up, causing the others to turn their attention toward him, eager to unravel the mystery behind this anomaly. However, Yu-Jie merely shook his head. Let us not waste time. Let us engage collectively. Having uttered these words, Yu-Jie disregarded the expressions of those around him, his power erupting instantaneously. Since this group sought to stir trouble, he would not choose to remain passive. The optimal strategy was to ensnare them all at once. Yu-Jie's strength erupted in an instant, embodying the power of the Silver Superman. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming number of foes, Yu-Jie not only unleashed the Silver Superman's power, but was also enveloped by the essence of the Life Codex from the very first moment. The aura of power emanating from Yu-Jie intensified, and the angels who dared to strike first felt an immediate difference, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. He is merely a human, some angels mused. Why does he dare to utter such audacious words? While some were curious, others were skeptical, yet a few were resolute. In their view, even though Yu-Jie possessed some peculiarities to be in space, he remained, after all, just a human. When did humanity gain the ability to converse with angels? It must be said that these angels remained as arrogant as ever, oblivious to the true strength of their opponent. Since they had not chosen to attack, Yu-Jie was unwilling to linger in anticipation. In mere moments, the power of the Silver Superman began to radiate forth. And this time, Yu-Jie did not merely release his strength. He formed an existence akin to a domain. should he desire it. This power could swiftly manifest a realm of catastrophic lethality. Within this domain, none could escape, and the angels closest to him were about to face Ujia's devastating wrath. The first one shall fall. Now let all relish the joy of death. As Ujia spoke, he unleashed his power with unrestrained ferocity, and it could not be denied that his current strength was overwhelming. Within the span of mere moments, he had already vanquished dozens of angels, and those who had merely been spectators began to experience a shift in their demeanor. Their faces reflected the most pronounced change. Why does a human possess the power to contend with angels? They wondered, perplexed. Moreover, the nature of this power emanating from Ujia was utterly bizarre, far beyond what any human should possess. Some angels, while observing the battlefield, voiced their opinions, for in their minds, Ujia was merely an ordinary human. Typically, humanity was synonymous with weakness and ineptitude, yet here was a human exhibiting such formidable strength. Even they could not help but furrow their brows at the unexpected turn of events. They did not wish for such an anomaly to arise at the most critical juncture of battle, but alas, their thoughts remained mere thoughts. For Ujia's movements showed no signs of halting. In that very moment, Ujia expanded the battlefield further. His velocity increased, and his power grew ever stronger, a smile blossoming upon his face. So this is what it means to be divine. It seems the divine are not so remarkable after all. Ujia had not forgotten their previously haughty demeanor, yet that arrogance now stood in stark contrast to the current atmosphere of tension and panic. This human-esque strength was overwhelmingly potent. To defeat him, they would need to summon more archangels in a brief span. Some angels voiced their thoughts aloud, for from the scene unfolding before them, it was evident that Ujia was indeed terrifying. All the lower-tier angels found themselves utterly helpless before him, effortlessly dispatched. This realization dawned upon the angels. They could not hope to confront Ujia with their current strength. Simultaneously, the other angels nodded in agreement. They had to concede that without the assistance of the archangels, relying solely on their combined powers to battle Ujia was utterly futile. The situation was akin to courting death. Soon, Ujia discerned an unusual change upon the battlefield. Most notably, a familiar radiance had once again manifested upon this cadre of angels. If his memory served him correctly, he had previously encountered a similar luminance emanating from the 12-winged archangel. The brilliance now erupting was strikingly identical, and Ujia could sense the formidable power of the archangels descending upon him once more. Chapter 104, The Cleansing Offensive. This time, the adversary had summoned not just one. By the time Ujia glanced again, there stood over 30 archangels before him. Witnessing this spectacle, Ujia couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said that these beings possessed a certain audacity, launching an assault despite the dire circumstances. Furthermore, the potency they wielded seemed to be on the rise. It appeared they truly would not shed tears until faced with the grave consequences of their actions. At that moment, an even more terrifying force surged within Ujia. Although he had previously unleashed the full might of the Silver Superman, he had refrained from employing it extensively, aiming merely to dispatch his foes swiftly. However, with the emergence of these archangels, Ujia understood that the situation was far from straightforward. The most apparent concern was the likelihood of unforeseen complications arising in short order. What Ujia despised most were these unforeseen events. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing before the 12 archangels. During the summoning process, he had also witnessed 36 archangels, each group of 12 coalescing into a singular, formidable formation. One could not help but remark that such a reckless display bordered on foolishness. As he regarded his opponents, Ujia spoke slowly, his voice dripping with disdain. In truth, these angels had previously harbored certain reservations. For instance, had they chosen to flee before Ujia made his move, they might have evaded utter catastrophe. Yet, who could have anticipated that, after he had slain so many of their comrades, they would dare to provoke him further? These archangels were hardly a match for him. Of that Ujia was utterly certain. In the next heartbeat, his fist pierced through the first archangel with the force of the Silver Superman, unparalleled in both speed and strength. Moreover, as the battle unfolded, Ujia could effortlessly adjust his state of readiness. Indeed, he had not fully mastered this power until now. However, the sheer number of his opponents had begun to impose a slight constraint upon him, not in strength, but in numbers. Although they deemed humanity a pitifully weak entity, in his eyes, their might was hardly impressive. As he spoke, Ujia surged forward once more, fully aware that once he unleashed the full force of the Silver Superman, these archangels would become mere fodder. With each strike, he felled one archangel after another, and soon, he was laughing heartily. The archangels they had so painstakingly summoned now appeared as little more than a jest. Even the remaining angels were astonished, unable to fathom the sheer terror Yu Jie exuded. In what felt like a fleeting moment, he had annihilated all the archangels. This scene transcended mere simplicity. Was this man truly human? Since when could a mere mortal contend with archangels? What was the source of the strange power he possessed? It was at this juncture that someone finally spoke up. The appearance of archangels had never been on such a grand scale before, yet the power they wielded was undeniably formidable in the eyes of the other angels. They seldom called upon archangels, for each time one was summoned, it could swiftly resolve the majority of adversaries. Presently, Yu Jie was merely an ordinary human. Yet this human had accomplished feats that countless races across the cosmos could not achieve. Moreover, compared to before, the angels had shed their naivety. They recognized that the foes Yu Jie had slain would have no chance of resurrection, as if they had grasped a fundamental law of existence. Were Yu Jie able to hear their inner voices, he would surely commend them with a thumbs up, for they had indeed surmised correctly. However, Yu Jie's actions did not waver. The death of the archangels was merely the beginning. Let us not forget the multitude of angels surrounding him, all of whom were watching with predatory intent. If they had any tricks left, they best reveal them within the next second. Otherwise, Yu Jie considered himself merciful for still allowing his opponents a chance to demonstrate their capabilities. Yet the angels paid no heed to his words. They were preoccupied with devising strategies to vanquish Yu Jie. At that moment, one angel suddenly spoke up, declaring that with their current strength, they could be swiftly annihilated. If they continued this battle, victory would be impossible. Thus, summoning was imperative. As this angel voiced their thoughts, the others fell silent, fully aware of the implication behind those words, yet recognizing the predicament it posed. Within the angelic ranks existed a king. But summoning the angel king required a grievous sacrifice, over 2,000 angelic lives, just for a single summoning. Even for angels, this was an exceedingly heavy toll. And just like the angels Yu Jie had slain, those offered as sacrifice would be lost forever. However, the power of the angel king was well acknowledged. And because of this, the angels present ultimately nodded in agreement. They had to concede that Yu Jie was too powerful, relying on their current strength. It was utterly impossible to defeat him. Rather than sitting idle, it was better to take a bold risk. Soon, at the rear of the angelic formation, figures began to emerge. Over 2,000 angels, their eyes resolute, closed their eyes. In the next moment, a radiant light erupted from them once more, and even Yu Jie, standing at a distance, could feel the familiar luminescence being born anew. Moreover, this light bore a distinct difference from before. It seemed they had not let him down. However, if this was all the power they possessed, he felt it would scarcely pose a threat to him. As he uttered these words, Yu Jie did not charge forward. Instead, he smiled and awaited their next move, fully aware that these beings had something in mind. Yet, intentions often failed to translate into reality. If they sought to manifest something extraordinary, he would grant them a moment. But how terrifying the aura that began to coalesce alongside Yu Jie's thoughts. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes. Chapter 105. Is this the Angel King? The light always manifests unexpectedly. At this moment, Yu Jie also noted that, with the sacrifice of thousands of angels, a massive angel was slowly taking shape behind them, in stark contrast to the 12-winged angels of yore. The archangel now appearing possessed 36 pairs of wings. As Yu Jie beheld this scene, his eyes narrowed. It was akin to a game where, after vanquishing the smaller foes, one faces the elder, and after defeating the elder, the undying. Nevertheless, he felt an immense pressure emanating from this angel king, for the being now before him radiated an aura of annihilation. It was akin to facing his own annihilation. Yet it was precisely this realization that caused Yu Jie to feel an involuntary tremor coursing through his entire being. It was as if something momentous was on the verge of transpiring. However, upon contemplating this, Yu Jie quickly shook his head, dismissing the sudden occurrence and instead allowing a smile to grace his face. One must admit, you still managed to surprise me. As he spoke, Yu Jie surged forward, unwilling to grant his opponent any excessive time, especially since he had already endured a protracted wait. In the next moment, Yu Jie's fist struck his adversary with force. Yet to his astonishment, he discovered that his blow had inflicted no damage. The opponent's form appeared to solidify, as if something were attempting to escape from within. The following instant, a blinding white radiance enveloped Yu Jie entirely, unexpectedly revealing that his earlier assault had shattered his opponent's chest. Even Yu Jie himself was taken aback. But as realization dawned upon him, the brilliance emanating from his opponent's chest surged forth, almost instantaneously engulfing Yu Jie. This radiance continued to ravage him. While an ordinary individual might succumb to such a light, Yu Jie gritted his teeth. To think that merely employing this so-called power could stifle me is nothing short of a delusion. As he spoke, a more terrifying force erupted from Yu-Jia. He had long been harnessing the powers of the Silver Superman and the Codex of Life. Yet, Yu-Jia also wielded the Codex of Life in combat. It not only bolstered his combat abilities, but also enhanced his vitality for a limited duration. For instance, the destructive beam unleashed by his opponent would have obliterated an ordinary person. However, due to the Codex of Life, Yu-Jia absorbed that very power. And as his body gradually healed, his gaze returned to focus upon his adversary. The previous skirmish could only be regarded as a warm-up. Now that the preliminary round was concluded, the true battle was set to commence, and Yu-Jia's fist once again collided with the Angel King. Cracks reappeared across the Angel King's body, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yu-Jia felt as though his opponent resembled a ticking time bomb. Regardless of the assaults his opponent might unleash, he would instead initiate a self-detonation. Meanwhile, another angel suddenly questioned why this human could possess such formidable strength, given that this was the Angel King, whose sacred light was being recklessly drawn out. In truth, not just this angel, but several others wore expressions of grave concern. They were acutely aware that Yu-Jia's actions were draining the very essence of the Angel King. To them, the opponent seemed akin to a time bomb, capable of unleashing destructive light indefinitely. Yet only the angels understood that had the Angel King not sustained a fatal blow, he would never have unleashed such power. I am eager to ascertain just how powerful you truly are, and how long this armor can sustain you. As he uttered these words, Yu-Jia charged once more, this time unleashing his full might without reservation. In an instant, the blinding light enveloped his opponent entirely, while the force of destruction encapsulated them completely. Unlike before, Yu-Jia did not temper this power. Instead, he drew closer to his foe. Yu-Jia's fists rained down upon the Angel King as if they were utterly devoid of cost. And while previously the Angel King had retaliated with beams of annihilation in response to Yu-Jia's onslaught, this time he exhibited no such reaction. This was primarily due to the sheer magnitude of Yu-Jia's strength, a sight witnessed by the other angels. I refuse to believe it. How can one human possess such overwhelming power? After all, this is the Angel King, our pride, our glory. Some angels began to wail in despair, for they understood better than anyone what the Angel King's presence signified. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that even the Angel King, despite his emergence, could not subdue Yu-Jia. Instead, Yu-Jia relentlessly suppressed the Angel King with his extraordinary might, and this force continued to surge forth. As a consequence, the angels began to contemplate retreat. They fully understood that provoking Yu-Jia in such a context was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, Yu-Jia delivered a final blow to the Angel King's forehead. In the next instant, beginning from his brow, the entirety of the Angel King's form began to shatter. Devoid of even the will to struggle, this force erupted with increasing intensity over time. The power contained within Yu-Jia's strike could manifest 3 times. The first to obliterate the opponent's body, the second to extinguish the opponent's soul, and the third to strangle all of the opponent's powers. With these 3 forces combined, Yu-Jia encountered virtually no resistance. Yet at that moment, he turned. Having spotted the angels attempting to flee, it seems you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your current predicament. As he spoke, Yu-Jia charged once more, and all the angels attempting to escape fell prey to his grasp. Hardly a single angel could evade Yu-Jia's onslaught, for both his speed and strength were terrifying. With both attributes combined, evasion was nearly impossible, particularly since these angels had already been thoroughly intimidated by Yu-Jia's might. In mere moments, tranquility returned once more. The angels had been utterly exterminated. Chapter 106. God. Dead. How is that possible? The angels are no more. Is this Earth? Or another planet? It appears to be Earth. Then let us declare retribution. For Yu-Jia, the angel's downfall was anticipated within his grand design, especially since these beings seemed to harbor intentions toward Earth. Following Yu-Jia's annihilation of all the angels, a surge of white light suddenly radiated across the entirety of Earth. This caused Yu-Jia's previously calmed senses to heighten once again, as he discerned the unsettling emergence of light that felt distinctly amiss. It transcended his understanding, and in that moment, Yu-Jia felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura spreading. It far exceeded his imagination. As Yu-Jia surveyed his surroundings, he hesitated to return to Earth, choosing instead to observe what beings would emerge next. Unbeknownst to Yu-Jia, while the angelic race was renowned throughout the cosmos, to most, they were merely a unique species within the universe. Little did anyone know that behind the angelic race loomed the presence of God. In some respects, God is a creator within the lore of Earth, the very essence of existence. It is through God that all came to be, life, Earth, and the cosmos. Regrettably, though God exists within the universe, he is not as powerful as legend would have one believe. For even Yu Jie recognizes that the most formidable force in the universe is likely the tribunal of life, the only entity beyond reproach. At this moment, Yu Jie's gaze shifted once more to the distance. He could sense that the aura approaching this time was somewhat abnormal, even more intense than he had anticipated. Contemplating this, Yu Jie quickly furrowed his brow. Having just dealt with a horde of lesser foes, was he now to face another group of birdmen? It seemed that the trouble he had stirred was far from trivial, uttering words of utter despair. Yet in Yu Jie's hands, light continued to shimmer, reminiscent of his recent encounter with an angel, as he once again summoned his power. Moreover, this time, the force he wielded appeared even more terrifying. The fact that a more formidable entity could be summoned upon the defeat of its predecessor implied that this new arrival was not to be underestimated. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to remain in this location. The terrifying power gradually birthed around him with each breath. Just as Yu Jie was about to act, he noticed an immense portal of light materializing above the palace gate. There was indeed an angel, and he even glimpsed a mural depicting the divine savior of humanity, a scene Yu Jie found all too familiar. Such murals were abundant on Earth, predominantly tied to various religious beliefs. Yet, what unfolded before him now utterly shattered his expectations. Most striking was the extraordinary potency radiating from this spectacle, palpable at a mere glance. Behind this grand door, something awaited him, and ultimately, Yu Jie shook his head, realizing that pondering these matters was futile. If the entity did not emerge, his thoughts bore no weight. As anticipated, while Yu Jie lingered in expectation, a beam of light slowly emanated from the portal, followed by the reappearance of an angel, though this time it was entirely different from those Yu Jie had encountered before. The angels now revealed were archangels, their wings shimmering with radiant light. Witnessing this scene, Yu Jie suddenly felt a sense of ownership over them, completely taken aback by the fact that the angels were still alive. Wait, something felt amiss. In that moment, Yu Jie discerned that the eyes of these angels bore an unusual quality. He recalled that during his previous battle with the angels, they had exhibited their own consciousness. Now, however, he could immediately identify that these beings lacked awareness, as if they had been thoroughly subjugated. This revelation left Yu Jie momentarily dumbfounded. Subsequently, he shook his head. Since the adversary had made their appearance, further contemplation was pointless. Having arrived, why not introduce himself? Did they expect him to approach them directly? Yu Jie suddenly spoke, and as he did, the once open inner door vanished entirely, with a white light beginning to glow within the portal. The number of archangels also significantly increased, compelling even Yu Jie to concede that the grandeur of this gathering was truly remarkable. For prior to this, even amidst the might and numbers of the angelic race, nothing compared to what lay before him. The presence of these archangels spoke volumes. Humbling human, you have slain a revered messenger of the divine. Should you not face the consequences? As the portal opened, a peculiar voice echoed. Yu Jie was astonished, for the sound seemed not to emanate from a single mouth, but rather directly from within his mind. His expression darkened. The notion that someone could transmit thoughts into his consciousness was unsettling, prompting him to gather his strength once more. In the next moment, Yu Jie surged forward. Explaining himself to these shadowy figures held no significance. Rather than endure their ramblings, he preferred to assert his stance with his fists. Yu Jie's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he had arrived at the portal. The archangels appeared almost dazed, devoid of any consciousness. Yet, upon Yu Jie's arrival, each archangel began to radiate distinct glimmers of light, indicating that they could still perceive basic concepts, such as foes, dangers, and entities akin to Yu Jie himself. The might he displayed was far beyond their comprehension. Although the archangels recognized that Yu Jie's intentions were hostile, they were utterly powerless against his formidable strength, falling prey to his onslaught as he obliterated dozens of them in mere moments, defeating them before they could mount a single counterattack. Meanwhile, Yu Jie smiled faintly. It seems you are even less fearful of death than I imagined. Chapter 107. Then, let me be thoroughly entertained. Humbling human, you provoke the divine. You shall pay the price. I will separate your corpse, your soul, and your flesh completely. No sooner had Yu Jie uttered these words than a new voice resonated from the portal, echoing in his mind just as before. Yu Jie's expression darkened further. He harbored countless secrets and despised any intrusion into his thoughts. In my view, you are the one courting death. Yu Jie charged once more at the archangels, who had now formed a visible wall of flesh in an attempt to thwart his advance. However, they had entirely forgotten the insignificance of their powers in Yu Jie's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed his full strength. The fusion of the Silver Superman's power with the Codex of Life unleashed a force beyond their comprehension. Centered around Yu Jie, a tempest of power began to swirl, each punch signifying a dire outcome. Amidst the deafening roar, the terrifying force erupted, compelling all who sought to resist Yu Jie to retreat, not out of desire, but due to the impossibility of advancing. Their bodies trembled, soon to crumble. Even the divine messenger observing from the portal was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the terrifying extent of Yu Jie's power. The strength possessed by these archangels was regarded as formidable even among the entire angelic race. Furthermore, they had been stripped of their consciousness, rendering them the most authentic of war machines. Yet, such weapons of war displayed no semblance of resistance before this human. This realization left the divine messenger's expression grim. Perhaps this individual was not as simple as he appeared. The messenger could not suppress his astonishment, but while he pondered, Yu Jie had already stepped through the portal. Initially, Yu Jie had contemplated waiting for the opponent to emerge. However, it seemed they lacked such awareness, compelling him to enter on his own accord. Resolving to let his strength speak for him, Yu Jie fully unleashed his power, swiftly advancing into the portal. Within, he encountered an exceedingly peculiar entity, one enveloped in radiant light. It appeared almost devoid of a physical form, yet Yu Jie recognized that familiar voice emanating from this being, clearly. It was the same presence that had been conversing within his mind. A smile crept across Yu Jie's face. It seems you are even more eager to court death than I had anticipated. I never imagined you would dare to appear before me in such a manner. The terrifying power erupted completely within Yu Jie in the next instant. Just as he had previously contemplated, no one could act recklessly within their own mind. Not even a deity could claim dominion over the might of the Silver Superman. For the first time, this power surged through Yu Jie's being, and simultaneously, he extended his hand, swiftly seizing the opponent's neck. Although it appeared devoid of any physical form, Yu Jie, wielding his formidable strength, managed to bind his adversary. Rather than lacking a tangible presence, it was more accurate to say that the foe had dispersed their essence throughout the space. This maneuver could facilitate better offense and defense for them. However, they could never have anticipated encountering someone like Yu Jie, whose power unfolded instantaneously. In fact, as Yu Jie unleashed his strength, the divine messenger found even the possibility of struggle utterly beyond reach. The messenger's countenance darkened as he exclaimed, "You are courting death. Do you even comprehend the enemy you face? Release me at once, or you shall pay dearly for this transgression." In an instant, the divine messenger threatened Yu Jie, who gazed back in astonishment. He had not expected this captive to possess the audacity to threaten him. One must admit, those associated with angels often exhibit such naivete. Yu Jie recalled how, during their previous battle, the angels had relentlessly mocked him with their taunts, each moment filled with derision, as though they were exalted beings beyond reproach. Yet now, who truly stood above whom? I am somewhat intimidated, but despite my fear, I wish to send you to the heavens first, as you seem quite fond of this so-called paradise. Yu Jie's power erupted forth, and the divine messenger, who had intended to resist, was utterly crushed by Yu Jie's might. Yu Jie had never displayed his utmost strength, aware that his opponent was not worthy of his full might. However, the consciousness before him was indeed seeking death. Thus, why should he allow them to remain? After extinguishing the divine messenger, Yu Jie shifted his gaze once more. He was eager to discover the identity of this individual who had cloaked themselves in mystery, presenting a facade of paradise. Just as Yu Jie turned, a human figure gradually emerged before him. Indeed, a human. Yu Jie regarded the being with a hint of perplexity. Who are you? How can there still be humans here? While uttering these words, Yu Jie began to accumulate his power. He was no fool. From the very first glance, he could ascertain that the individual was not truly human, merely attempting to communicate with him in this guise. Ironically, what Yu Jie despised most at this moment was meaningless discourse. I am the deity who created you. You may refer to me as the creator or the god of Genesis. These are but a few of my many identities, though you may also call me God. The seemingly human entity suddenly spoke. Alas, while he was speaking, Yu Jie charged forward, intent on ignoring the nonsensical ramblings of the other. He even wished to inquire whether masquerading as a deity brought them any thrill. Yu Jie's fist, a substitute for his words, struck the being squarely in the face. In the next moment, the figure vanished, leaving Yu Jie momentarily stunned. He was certain that his punch had connected, yet it felt as though he had struck nothing. Chapter 108. God? You might as well perish. It seemed you preferred to hide rather than play God. So let us see how you handle this gift. Surprise, indeed. As he spoke, Yu Jie's power erupted forth, for he had consistently maintained control over it. Even upon encountering a formidable opponent, he still refrained from revealing his most potent abilities. Should he choose to unleash his full strength, it would signify the end of all matters for the foes present. In mere moments, all his power coalesced, and then he noticed that the being before him could freely condense its form, much like the previous consciousness, yet also dissipate into the surroundings. Yu Jie's expression shifted, but he quickly cast these thoughts aside. He did not believe that such tactics could impede him, for in the face of absolute power, all else was mere illusion. Yu Jie relentlessly threw punches in every direction. Concurrently, his strength continued to amplify, as he set a definitive limit for himself. Targeting this limit, he struck repeatedly, and all who attempted to assail him were met with the influence of his might. As anticipated, mere moments later, the one who proclaimed themselves as God appeared before Yu Jie. Such terrifying power had manifested in a human's grasp. It was evident that I had overestimated myself while underestimating you. As he spoke, a brilliant white light emerged behind him, revealing silhouettes that followed. Yu Jie merely glanced and felt an inexplicable familiarity with these voices. Were they angels? He suddenly squinted, recognizing that any connection to angels indicated this individual was far from ordinary. Indeed, as Yu Jie began to focus on his opponent, the angels behind them slowly revealed their true forms. The Angel King. Upon seeing the figure, Yu Jie immediately realized that the phantoms accompanying his opponent were indeed the Angel Kings, and the number was rather disconcerting. Behind this individual seemed to stand an army of Angel Kings. No wonder they were the leaders of the angelic race. They could orchestrate such a display. Yu Jie had already discerned during his previous battles with the angels that summoning the Angel Kings for combat required a considerable price. This price was irrevocable now. Behind the one who claimed to be God, there existed a multitude of Angel Kings, leaving Yu Jie increasingly uncertain. He could distinctly sense that the movements of his opponent were peculiar, and that they could manipulate their power to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, Yu Jie simply shook his head. What significance did pondering such matters hold? Even if they were Angel Kings, so what? Let me witness your abilities and see if they can astonish me as much as your strength claims. Though God did not understand the meaning of a flowered pillow, he could sense Yu Jie's disdain in his words. Allow me to unveil the terrifying potential of humanity. God, too, engaged in action. As his intentions toward Yu Jie intensified, the Angel Kings behind him surged forward. Their speed was so astonishing that even Yu Jie was taken aback at that moment. He realized that the Angel Kings he faced possessed no consciousness whatsoever. It was precisely due to their lack of awareness that they could be deemed weapons of war, with their power escalating every moment, threatening Yu Jie. Yet his expression remained unfazed. The first Angel King to reach Yu Jie found no opportunity to struggle, as he was swiftly kicked away. In the next instant, Yu Jie's life code erupted with a more terrifying radiance, enveloping him completely in its luminescence, surpassing even the brilliance of the King of Angels by a staggering margin. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by God, whose countenance reflected a flicker of astonishment. The source of this light was unfamiliar to him, yet he could sense an unsettling power emanating from it, clearly indicating that Yu Jie was exhibiting an extraordinary strength, far exceeding his expectations. After taking a deep breath, God seemed to reach a momentous decision. He raised his hand, and the encirclement of Yu Jie by the Kings of Angels gradually dissipated. They stood united, and before long, the Kings of Angels began to merge. In a short span, a colossal King of Angels materialized before Yu Jie, adorned with countless wings. If previously Yu Jie could discern the number of wings and even speculate on the opponent's strength, now, merely gazing upon the immense form left him in awe of the formidable power contained within. But what of that? If you can vanquish the mightiest of war machines, then I shall take my leave. God inhaled deeply, and none could fathom the cost he had paid to summon this King of Angels. However, the strain etched upon his face revealed that summoning this being had drained a significant portion of his power. Yu Jie, of course, heard the words spoken. Yet he had no intention of engaging in dialogue, for he could sense that despite the King of Angels' formidable strength, it was still insufficient to contend with his own. With a fierce determination, Yu Jie charged directly toward the heart of the King of Angels. To God, this act appeared to be one of sheer folly. As the creator of the King of Angels, he was acutely aware of the terrifying defenses it possessed. Yu Jie's current endeavor was to utterly shatter that defense. Was such a feat even possible? Boom, boom, boom. Just as God believed Yu Jie's attack would be in vain, Yu Jie's form pierced through the chest of the King of Angels. In his grasp, He held a pulsating heart of light. God's mouth fell agape, wide enough to accommodate several eggs. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. When he looked again, Yu Jie was on the move once more, and astonishingly, his target was none other than God himself. With astonishing swiftness, Yu Jie closed the distance to God, forcefully shoving the heart he had just extracted into God's mouth. In the next moment, Yu Jie smiled and uttered, "Farewell." Chapter 109, Hela's Ambition. "How much do you know about angels?" Yu Jie asked, gazing at Hela before him. Upon hearing his words, Hela shook her head. This race was peculiar. Although they had interacted long ago, she lost interest upon learning of their racial traits. Even her father refrained from harboring thoughts about angels. Listening to Hela, Yu Jie nodded in understanding. He comprehended her implication. Why provoke an adversary that could never be vanquished? While they might not pose a direct threat, they could indeed torment one incessantly. However, Yu Jie no longer needed to concern himself with this dilemma. All the angels, including that self-proclaimed god, had been utterly annihilated by him mere days prior. He vividly recalled the astonished expression on God's face as he swallowed that heart. For Yu Jie, it had been a remarkably straightforward task. Who could have anticipated that the opponent would be so reckless? Time and again, they attempted to assert dominance, yet without sufficient power. Such words should not have been uttered. You've engaged them, haven't you? Aren't they truly bothersome? Once my power elevates once more, I believe I shall seek them out. Hela seemed to notice the expression on Yu Jie's face, prompting her to voice a question she could not suppress. However, in the next moment, Yu Jie shook his head. No need, I have already dealt with them. Hela was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yu Jie to reveal such news. She lifted her gaze to the sky, then back at Yu Jie, incredulous. She inquired, "You've eradicated them all, including that being who calls himself God?" Her question was swiftly answered as Yu Jie nodded, recounting the events of his battle from 2 days prior. In Hela's eyes, Yu Jie's earlier excursion to confront the angels was likely an attempt to intimidate them into abandoning Earth. Yet now, it seemed she had underestimated the depths of Yu Jie's power. Hela had long known of Yu Jie's strength, but she had not anticipated it to be so formidable. He had even vanquished the angels, who were renowned as an immortal race in the cosmos. At this moment, Hela realized just how powerful her partner had become. It was important to note that she had previously witnessed Yu Jie as an ordinary individual, and she had envisioned sharing a fleeting yet splendid life with him. Who could have foreseen that this man would rise to annihilate an entire race of angels? As astonishment washed over her, Hela took a deep breath, feeling the need to regain her composure. The revelations about this man had been overwhelming. If she continued to dwell in this state, she feared she might shatter under the weight of it all. After all, as a woman of formidable strength, Hela found it challenging to accept that her partner had surpassed her in power. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Hela's eyes. If her memory served her correctly, not long ago, Hydra had delivered a message regarding a terrifying dark force lurking on Earth, shrouded in secrecy. Hela had previously utilized some means on Hydra, which not only served as a token but also acted as a means for her to monitor the state of Earth. She could sense the current condition of the planet through them. As they provided this information, Hela had dispersed them, and once her subordinates had scattered, she immediately felt the presence of that dark power. In an instant, the memory of her father's mention of the Dark Lord Dormammu surfaced in her mind. Overcome with excitement, Hela could hardly contain her anticipation for the power Dormammu possessed, for it seemed that he existed perpetually within that realm, thus wielding a truly terrifying strength. Yet, Hela did not forget that her father had once told her that if Dormammu's power resided within her, her own strength would experience a terrifying enhancement in a short span. With Yu Jie's presence igniting a sense of urgency within her, Hela contemplated advancing alongside him. However, she absolutely could not accept that he was so vastly more powerful than herself. At this moment, Yu Jie also noticed that Hela's expression had shifted, revealing signs of distress. He recalled that as he spoke moments ago, her demeanor had subtly altered. What's wrong? Has something happened? Or do you wish for a few angels as playthings? Hela also noticed that her peculiar behavior had captured Yu Jie's attention, prompting her to quickly shake her head. It's nothing, merely a sudden thought, she reassured him. However, I may need to be away for a few days. There are matters in Asgard that remain unresolved. Yu Jie nodded in understanding, harboring little suspicion, though his curiosity regarding what had transpired with Hela lingered. Yet, since she chose not to disclose anything further, he deemed it unnecessary to pry. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and Asgard indeed required its queen. With this in mind, Yu Jie paid little heed to the matter and soon retired to bed, feeling quite fatigued from the past few days. After vanquishing the angels, He and Hela had engaged in several exhilarating symphonies of life, and it must be said that Hela was exceptionally gifted in this regard. Ujia had to concede that on multiple occasions, he nearly found himself outmatched. As a man, how could he possibly be bested by his wife in such an intimate endeavor? Nevertheless, with Hela heading back to Asgard, Ujia felt a sense of relief. He couldn't very well rely on the powers of the Silver Superman while engaging in the Symphony of Life, could he? Meanwhile, Hela followed the Hydra to the Fog City, a place she found somewhat unfamiliar, having spent most of her time on Earth in the company of Ujia, rarely venturing outside their estate. However, upon her arrival in the Fog City, she sensed an exceedingly terrifying power emanating from Dormammu. This was indisputable, and a slight smirk appeared at the corners of Hyla's mouth. Chapter 110. The assault on Dormammu begins. Great Master, we have arrived at the location of that entity. Shall we proceed? A member of Hydra suddenly inquired, his gaze toward Hela filled with fervor. Only by being in her presence could he comprehend that miracles were never merely miracles, so simplistic. Hela turned to regard him, noticing the fervent glints in the eyes of all present Hydra members. However, she shook her head. She was acutely aware of the power they had discovered. Yet, she understood even better the absurdity of wanting to exploit these individuals for strength. I shall handle the remaining matters myself, Hela declared. You stand by and ensure that no one approaches. With her words, everyone present sprang into action, preparing for any unforeseen eventualities. They had long since gathered Hydra members from across the globe, a sight that left even those in S.H.I.E.L.D. astonished. Black Egg was particularly perplexed, exclaiming, "What in the world are these Hydra members up to? Why are they causing such a commotion at this time?" Black Egg promptly instructed his subordinates to head to the Fog City. They needed to intervene before Hydra made its move, as their actions had now become intertwined with acts of terror. Anywhere Hydra existed, peace and tranquility were but a distant dream. Nevertheless, S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly broadcasted the monitored information onto the large screen, revealing that the Fog City appeared remarkably unchanged, just as familiar Hydra members remained unchanged as well. However, when Black Egg glanced back at the screen, his expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? How can it be him? How could he possibly be there? 3 questions in quick succession left those beside Black Egg stunned. They had not anticipated their leader would voice such concerns. Each person exchanged bewildered glances. While Black Egg shook his head, he felt certain this incident was likely unrelated to S.H.I.E.L.D. Not forgetting the oppressive sensation he had experienced when confronting Hela, he had no doubt that she could swiftly eliminate all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This was no jest, but a grim reality. Quickly, Black Egg shook his head again, feeling little inclination to ponder the current situation. With Hyla's emergence, what more could he say? He knew he was no match for her. He did possess a pager that could summon Captain Marvel, but he was reluctant to squander such a singular opportunity. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, and soon, a change washed over his face. Ultimately, Black Egg chose to remain an observer. From Hyla's previous demeanor, it was clear she harbored no intentions of annihilating Earth, since she would not destroy the planet. He saw no reason to dwell excessively on the matter. After all, as long as peace could be maintained on Earth, eradicating a Fog City was hardly a significant concern. Embracing this mindset, Black Egg ultimately decided to turn off the large screen, calling all deployed agents back. There was no need for further action. Should they engage now, it was almost certain that complications would arise, and such complications could lead to death. While S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were indeed curious about what had transpired. With Black Egg's declaration, their inquiries could only transform into mere uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the Fog City, Hela began preparations to enter the Dark Dimension, where the Dark Lord resided, a realm accessible solely to Dormammu himself. However, with her own mastery of deathly powers, Hela certainly possessed the qualifications to enter. She simply required a moment to prepare. At that very moment, Thor unexpectedly arrived at the estate, initially seeking to ask his sister some questions. After all, Asgard had a new ruler now, and upon seeing Thor, Ujia was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? Where is your sister?" At Ujia's inquiry, Thor was momentarily flummoxed, not having anticipated his brother-in-law would ask him such a question. How was he to respond? For a moment, Thor found himself at a loss for words, his instincts telling him something significant had transpired, particularly between his sister and Ujia. Yet he had inadvertently become embroiled in their affairs. "I don't know, brother-in-law. I know nothing at all. I was just passing through. I just remembered that my water at home seems to be running, and I need to check on it." With that, Thor attempted to leave. But before he could even take a step, Ujia had instantaneously appeared before him, leaving Thor utterly astonished. He understood that his brother-in-law was incredibly powerful. Yet such instantaneous movement seemed absurd. Surely, even his father lacked such teleportation abilities? This was a power Ujia had recently acquired, the ability to teleport. As long as he wished, Ujia could instantly move to any location across the globe. Ujia regarded Thor once more and inquired, "Didn't your sister say she was returning to Asgard? What matters await her there? Why have you come alone? Where is your sister?" As Ujia posed these questions, he began to realize that Hela had likely deceived him. She was probably up to something, but hadn't he deemed it appropriate to share the details with him. Hence the lie. Could it be an accident? Meanwhile, Thor was at a loss for words, as he had suspected. Clearly, some issue had arisen between his sister and brother-in-law. Unbeknownst to himself, he had merely failed to recognize the situation at hand. Presently, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. What should he say? Wasn't my sister in Asgard? Indeed, that was correct. She must be in Asgard. Yet, given her recent busyness, she had not found the time to visit, leaving him to extend his greetings to his brother-in-law and inquire about his well-being. In terms of sheer deception, perhaps there remained a significant disparity between Thor and Hela, akin to the gap that once existed with Odin. Ujia harbored no intentions of stealing glances at the other's thoughts. In the next moment, his latent powers erupted forth. The art of teleportation commenced. That little minx, always stirring up trouble. Chapter 111. Where has my wife gone? Ujia was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet from Thor's hesitance, it was not difficult to deduce that something must have transpired with Hela. Or perhaps Hela was engaged in matters she wished to keep from him. Prior to this, Ujia might not have cared much about such affairs, for he believed in his wife's formidable strength. The likelihood of her encountering trouble seemed minimal. However, as Ujia's experiences multiplied, he became acutely aware of the myriad troubles lurking within the vast cosmos. Many of these troubles remain hidden, giving rise to a sense of concern within him. Could Hela be facing a significant crisis? Teleportation was executed repeatedly across the earth. Thor caught sight of Ujia's presence on several occasions. At that moment, Ujia had entirely transformed Thor's perception of him. Initially, Thor recognized his brother-in-law's strength, but lacked a concrete understanding of it. Now, with Ujia's relentless displays of teleportation, Thor realized just how limited his own perspective had been. The power Ujia exhibited was beyond even that of his father. Odin, how is my brother-in-law so formidable? I once thought my sister was impressive, but it seems I am the most ineffectual one in the family, Thor mused. A trace of melancholy etched upon his features, a sentiment known only to himself. The current situation appeared exceedingly grim for him, especially considering that even the previously perceived weakling, Loki, seemed to surpass him in strength. The bloodline power within the latter had been fully awakened, granting him terrifying strength, a truth Ujia was well aware of. Thus, Thor, in this dire strait, chose to recline in resignation, while Ujia traversed nearly every corner of the earth. Yet, he still had not caught a glimpse of Hela. Was it possible that she was no longer on Earth? The thought caused Ujia's brow to furrow slightly. Once again, he initiated teleportation, this time directing his efforts toward the entire solar system. With the might of a superhuman, Ujia possessed a certain capacity for survival within the cosmos, especially after having once battled the 5 deities. His physical prowess had reached a level capable of withstanding the pressures of space. In the blink of an eye, Ujia had traversed the entirety of the solar system, yet still found no trace of Hela. A sense of urgency began to well up within him. He understood that Hela must have her own motives, yet he hoped that, to some extent, she could revert to her former self. A sudden pang of regret struck him. Why had he confronted Hela so directly? Had they not taken that step, perhaps matters would not have deteriorated so drastically. In that moment, Ujia recalled Hela's indomitable spirit as a woman of strength. How could she permit her partner to overshadow her? For a fleeting instant, he felt that the power of templates seemed overwhelmingly potent. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon his quest for Hela. Meanwhile, in the shadowy realm, Hela encountered the Supreme Sorcerer and the Dark Lord, Dormammu. The two appeared to be locked in a standoff. But Hela's gaze flitted briefly toward the Supreme Sorcerer before shifting away. Though this human possessed a commendable strength, it paled in comparison to that of Dormammu. A fact Hela could clearly discern. It seemed that the presence of this human had rendered Dormammu somewhat unsteady, although his power remained intact. His consciousness appeared to be in a state of slumber. After a moment's observation, Hela comprehended the situation. It was evident that the power of sealing was at play, and as a human, one must admit they possessed a remarkable technique. Hela's keen observation swiftly yielded insight. It was indeed the supreme sorcerer who had illicitly appropriated her power, thus subduing Dormammu, leaving him without any signs of awakening. This was nothing short of fortuitous news. Hela had long harbored numerous intentions regarding Dormammu's formidable strength, initially bracing herself for an arduous battle. Yet, who could have anticipated that a confrontation would be entirely averted? Dormammu, ensnared in a state of weakness, was ripe for exploitation. Hela could readily utilize her power to forcibly strip him of all his might. With this realization, Dormammu found himself in dire straits once again. Hela extended her hand, placing it upon Dormammu, and in the following moment, the dark energy enveloping him began to dissipate. Even shifting towards Hela's position, before long, a smile graced Hela's lips. She had not anticipated that Dormammu's power would prove so overwhelming. A mere fraction was enough to satiate her, yet it was merely the beginning. Hela knew full well that the energy within Dormammu was vast beyond measure. She would require time to fully absorb it. However, as Hela embarked upon this endeavor, both the Supreme Sorcerer and Dormammu sensed the impending threat. The sorcerer's power, in part, stemmed from Dormammu. Thus he was acutely aware of the latter's diminishing strength. Dormammu, though still ensnared in slumber, instinctively sensed a looming crisis. Swiftly awakening, he realized the alarming rate at which his power was waning. In mere moments, he felt a significant portion of his strength vanish. Over 40%. The loss continued to escalate. Damn it, who are you? What are you doing? Are you courting death? With the loss of power, Dormammu was jolted awake. His first gaze fell upon Hela, and he could sense his power transferring into her very being. At that moment, Dormammu's fury could no longer be contained. He felt compelled to consume this woman whole. I merely seek to convert your strength into my own. Should you not feel honored by this? Chapter 112, A Fierce Battle. Hela addressed Dormammu with a calm demeanor. Her strength, in its own right, was exceedingly formidable. Thus, she remained unfazed by Dormammu's wrath, especially since, prior to this, she had already siphoned off a significant portion of his power. From Hela's perspective, if previously her and the Dark Lord Dormammu were evenly matched, now, with Py Eagle's help and the power she drew from him, she could completely suppress him. This wasn't a joke, it was a fact. Dormammu's weakened strength directly translated to Hela's enhanced power. Moreover, she had directly siphoned his energy, which in some sense made him far inferior to her expectations. At this realization, a fierce grin appeared on Hela's face. This time, she was determined to drain all of Dormammu's power completely. There was no doubt about it. At the same time, Dormammu's anger flared. He had never imagined that this seemingly human being would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Worse, there was a trace of contempt in her eyes. You will pay for this. Your arrogance will cost you your life, Dormammu slowly said to Hela. Immediately, an extremely terrifying wave of dark energy erupted from him. Even the Supreme Mage sensed everything happening, but he had no way to stop it. He had originally sealed Dormammu to maintain a level of containment, ensuring Dormammu wouldn't become too active. Yet Hela's appearance had shattered all of that. The Supreme Mage was now worried. Had an angel appeared? But even worrying didn't help, as he had not been awakened. He could only continue his watch while the battle between Hela and the Dark Lord erupted. Despite Dormammu's dwindling strength, he had spent countless years mastering the dark, and still had his trump cards. As he began to act, a wave of ultimate darkness enveloped him. Dormammu's body, already shadowy, now merged completely with the darkness, leaving no visible trace. This time, you will pay for your arrogance, and the price will be your life. As he spoke, he channeled all the dark energy toward Hela's position, confident that she couldn't evade it. But he had underestimated Hela. She had already absorbed much of his energy beforehand, and she was intimately familiar with this power. With a gesture, almost instinctively, Hela absorbed the dark energy entirely in an instant. If these are your only tricks, you might as well give me all your power. Then at least you'll go out with a shred of dignity, she taunted, her words laced with sarcasm. Dormammu, furious, couldn't he believe this lowly human dared to attack him, absorb his energy, and even mock him with it. Such insolence was unprecedented. The darkness erupted violently around him, and his body expanded enormously. In this dark world, Dormammu was king. He could constantly absorb the surrounding darkness. Although Hela had siphoned off much, his power gradually replenished itself. Now let us see what true despair feels like. As he spoke, Dormammu unleashed all the dark energy around him. Before Hela, the single figure of Dormammu multiplied into countless forms. Even Hela was momentarily taken aback. Dormammu was far more complex than she had imagined. Initially, she thought that absorbing some of his power would let her defeat him quickly, but now she realized she hadn't fully prepared. Yet Hela acted immediately. She refused to admit inferiority, and she knew that soon Dormammu's power would fully belong to her. So confident in yourself? Then let me show you what true death feels like. With that, she began releasing her own terrifying power. Dormammu had unleashed his strongest force. But Hela would not remain passive. Her own energy spread rapidly, even surpassing Dormammu's in magnitude, for she intended to seize his power entirely. Dormammu could sense the difference. Hela's power now far exceeded before. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned more darkness, forming a barrier around her. Hela, however, drew forth a black longsword. From its appearance to its swing, it was instantaneous, shattering the barrier that had confined her. The power was so immense that even Dormammu hadn't anticipated Hela could erupt with such strength in such a short time. Dormammu was now genuinely curious. Was this being truly human? He could feel nothing of humanity in her. Chapter 113. In this once and for all, Hela did not care what Dormammu was thinking. Since returning to Asgard, all her injuries had healed. As long as she set foot on Asgard, her strength increased, with no pain to hinder her. Hela's power had become comparable to Odin's, and her time in Asgard had further boosted her strength in a short period. Though such growth had limits and required accumulation, she was now at her peak. Furthermore, she had absorbed a significant portion of Dormammu's power. With a single breath, her full strength erupted, and Dormammu's gaze fixed on her once again. He could distinctly perceive that the disparity between the two was rather substantial. And nothing exemplified it more strikingly than the power he had previously harvested here. It seemed to inflict no harm whatsoever on Hela, which was the aspect he found most perplexing. There must be some attribute of her physique that he had overlooked. In this vast cosmos, it was unfathomable that a force capable of rivaling his own existed. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. The Dark Lord Dormammu's silhouette gradually approached Hela, ensnared by shadows. And he had decided to employ darkness once more to test Hela's mettle. He was curious to see what kind of trickery she might conjure. Yet his actions inadvertently dug a pit for himself. At the very least, Hela had never paid heed to his maneuvers, as the shrouded power of darkness had completely enveloped her. Hela smiled in this moment. The Dark Lord Dormammu's intentions remained unclear to her. Yet this did not hinder her from taking decisive action, for Hela was acutely aware that the power resided firmly within her grasp. It was impossible for him to maneuver against her, especially relying on the strength he had exhibited. He still wished to suppress her in a short span of time. Such power fused seamlessly with Hela's own, but what transpired in the next moment utterly surpassed Dormammu's expectations. He could feel his power being siphoned away. Indeed, once their forces began to contest, he discovered that Hela was absorbing his strength. This exceeded his wildest conjectures, and simultaneously, he furrowed his brow. After absorbing my power, you can still draw more? How is this possible? This is absolutely unfathomable. Dormammu's words were laced with skepticism, for he could not comprehend how she might achieve such a feat. He was intimately aware of the nature of his own power, yet she was capable of absorbing it through contact. This left him increasingly uncertain, as he could distinctly sense their powers once again clashing in a brief span. In the next moment, Hela burst into laughter. Surely you do not believe your power can subdue me? There was a hint of mockery in Hela's words, and only she could fathom their true meaning. Previously, she had managed to gather her strength here precisely because she understood the dynamics better than anyone else. The Almighty wished to exert influence here, undoubtedly due to the sheer magnitude of his power. However, if his strength were not formidable, then his desire to manipulate everything would be nothing more than a delusion. Yet, it was largely due to Hela having absorbed his power previously. This was the true essence of the goddess of death's might. Once she comprehended her opponent's strength, even deconstructing it entirely, her body would respond accordingly. The terror that lurked within each breath was always so incomprehensible, at least for the Dark Lord Dormammu, who remained oblivious to it. But when Hela's ferocious power finally manifested, Dormammu realized that this woman before him was also a thief, akin to the sorcerer. The supreme sorcerer was formidable primarily because he could siphon power from others. If one were to ask what the Dark Lord Dormammu despised most, it would undoubtedly be these petty thieves. He could sense that the actions transpiring here mirrored those of the supreme sorcerer. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. While he could summon the dark forces to sustain the sorcerer's absorption, Hela was different. Her actions were brutally savage, seemingly not only extracting the power from the dark realms, but also wholly absorbing her own physical strength. Even he, the Dark Lord Dormammu, found himself somewhat flustered. He had no idea how to confront her now. You wretched thief, do you truly believe you can absorb all my power? You are merely dreaming. The fury in Dormammu's words was fully unveiled, yet beneath that rage lay a profound helplessness. He knew all too well that as she continued to absorb his power, it was akin to a frog being boiled alive. Even if he recognized it, he had no means to control his own strength, which gradually radiated outward. Ultimately, the Dark Lord Dormammu shook his head once more. The opportunities he could seize were far too scarce, and the chances for him to effect change were equally limited. Yet he would not concede defeat. Hela could clearly discern that Dormammu was now fundamentally different from before. It was highly probable he intended to engage her in a mutual demise, yet Hela narrowed her eyes at this thought. If he truly harbored such intentions, it was of little consequence. After all, a fish caught in a net without power was no more than a jester. You appear eager to vent your frustrations, but do you think merely discovering this will be of any use? Hela's words undoubtedly provoked him in the final moments, yet it seemed to come too swiftly. For at that instant, Dormammu unleashed his power. He sensed that his strength was insufficient, but he was unwilling to retreat. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would ensure she accompanied him to the grave. Chapter 114, Epilogue. Did Hela have plans? Indeed, she did. And at the moment she witnessed the Dark Lord Dormammu gradually unleashing his power, a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes. It was as if what was unfolding before her was precisely what she had anticipated. However, at that moment, Hela broke into an unrestrained smile. This expression caught Dormammu off guard, for he had never anticipated that his actions would, to some extent, be anticipated by Hela. At present, he found himself with no opportunity to strike. The most evident indication was that his power was on the verge of overflowing within him. Slowly, Dormammu endeavored to control his power, directing it towards Hela's position for an eruption. However, his thoughts were, to some extent, merely flights of fancy, for Hela would not grant Dormammu any chance for a sudden counterattack. Even before, she had sensed that his power paled in comparison to her own. What he now sought was merely to take someone down with him before his demise. Alas, even in that, he lacked the qualifications. An unparalleled force erupted between the two, and Hela squinted, observing the final display of fireworks in Dormammu's life. Indeed, to her, the power Dormammu unleashed at that moment resembled a grand fireworks display. In the next instant, Dormammu completely vanished from this world. Hela nodded in satisfaction. This was an unexpected little surprise, yet she mused that such power was still insufficient. After briefly attuning to the strength within her, Hela couldn't help but shake her head. She could distinctly sense that, although the power she had acquired from Dormammu was formidable, it was not significant enough in the grand scheme of things. Most notably because the powers of both had yet to reach their zenith. Especially now that he possesses this newfound power, he is acutely aware that, to some extent, it pales in comparison to that of Ujiha. Having witnessed firsthand the formidable strength Ujiha displayed, he harbors an unwavering obsession with power, aspiring to augment his own capabilities and keep pace with Ujiha. Hela's gaze once again swept across the entire dark expanse. He could sense the lingering aura left behind by the Dark Lord Dormammu in this realm. It is precisely because of this that Hela found himself smiling once more. One cannot deny that the Dark Lord Dormammu is indeed a benevolent figure. The surprises he brings are far more profound than he initially anticipated. Although Dormammu has departed, the power he left behind is substantial, prompting Hela to resolve to return daily to absorb sufficient strength. This dark space seems capable of aiding him in his ascent, just as Hela returned to Earth, and at the very moment he did. Meanwhile, Ujiha, who was still traversing the cosmos, suddenly sensed Hela's trace re-emerging on Earth. He activated his teleportation ability and swiftly arrived before Hela. "Where have you gone? You could have at least informed me." The urgency was evident on Ujiha's face, while Hela was momentarily taken aback by Ujiha's sudden appearance. Yet, Hela had an instinctual feeling that Ujiha's power had undoubtedly increased. "I merely wished to return to Asgard, but suddenly recalled an important matter, which delayed me." Although Ujiha sensed Hela's deception, he contemplated that she must have some significant thoughts, and thus refrained from voicing his doubts. With this in mind, Ujiha nodded, choosing not to contradict her. He trusted that Hela would not encounter issues with other matters. Most likely, she simply wished to keep certain trivialities from him. "Let us return. Lingering outside serves no purpose." Prior to speaking, Ujiha embraced Hela's shoulders, and together they initiated their teleportation. Before Hela could fully comprehend the situation, they had already arrived back at the manor. However, at that moment, Hela felt a slight headache, suddenly recalling the existence of Hydra beyond the dark space. He had left Hydra there, but reflecting on their unwavering loyalty, he silently recited their name in his heart. Simultaneously, he began to arrange the forthcoming plans. Hydra had become Hela's greatest surprise during this period. Initially, he regarded them as a mere assembly of idle humans, incapable of offering any assistance. Yet now, Hela could distinctly sense their marked difference. Most notably, they could bring him considerable fortune, and thus it became imperative to deploy this cadre once more. Although Yu was curious about what Hela was up to behind his back, he understood that such thoughts must remain unspoken. Hela was an individual of immense pride. Some matters, if left unvoiced, would not lead to issues, but once articulated, the dynamic between them could shift dramatically. Yu preferred to avoid such a scenario. Thus he refrained from further commentary, trusting that Hela would likely not encounter significant problems. Meanwhile, as Hela had surmised, Hydra was evidently aware that their goddess required more information of this nature. Consequently, they dispersed promptly, feeling that their current channels of information were more formidable than those of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all manner of individuals were under Hydra's surveillance, while S.H.I.E.L.D. seldom concerned themselves with affairs occurring right beneath their noses. For Black Egg, things had indeed grown a bit too quiet of late. He initially anticipated that Hydra's emergence alongside Hela would incite tumultuous chaos. However, he could never have predicted that. Shortly after their appearance, not a whisper of news would surface. This realization allowed Black Egg to exhale in relief, yet he shook his head. You claim to be continuously scheming, yet why must you be so exceptional? It makes me feel utterly inept. These seemingly derisive words escaped from Black Egg's lips. However, he understood that such remarks could only come from himself. Ultimately, further words would serve no purpose, given the current situation. It was evident that if those prominent figures so desired, their machinations would be far more intricate than he could ever imagine. Chapter 115, The Ten Commandments. Just as Black Egg resolved to enjoy a peaceful retirement, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Ten Commandments were once again mobilized. Compared to Hydra, their actions appeared even more deranged, instigating chaos in various cities. The previously unperturbed S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly relayed this news to Black Egg. Initially contemplating retirement, Black Egg's first reaction to this revelation was, could this perhaps be the work of that lunatic Hela? However, before he could ascertain the nature of the situation, an even more shocking development transpired. The Ten Commandments commenced a brutal slaughter of ordinary citizens. They even executed terror attacks across multiple cities, prompting an immediate mobilization of S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, Black Egg considered Hydra to be the most troublesome element. However, it now appeared that Hydra remained relatively composed. The real headache lay with the freshly emerged Ten Commandments. Simultaneously, the Ten Commandments began issuing threats, declaring that if governments could not meet their demands promptly, they would unleash terror upon the world. It must be said that even S.H.I.E.L.D. was taken aback by this declaration. When did anyone dare to utter such brazen words? Yet, Black Egg could not have anticipated what would unfold next. The Ten Commandments were not jesting. Shortly after that proclamation, catastrophic explosions erupted in various cities. These explosions were far more horrific than anyone could have envisioned. Countless civilians lost their lives as a result. At this juncture, Black Egg could feel the ominous portent of impending turmoil. He had every reason to believe that the Ten Commandments were anything but ordinary, likely possessing direct connections to certain individuals. Otherwise, this organization would not have remained so silent before launching such a thunderous assault. This sudden upheaval made those who had sensed the brewing storm acutely aware that something was amiss. Black Egg immediately contacted Iron Man, urgently requesting reinforcements for S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the Ten Commandments were far more formidable than initially anticipated. As expected, Iron Man had only just begun his involvement when S.H.I.E.L.D. received new intelligence that the Ten Commandments had assassinated several key leaders in multiple cities. This revelation left S.H.I.E.L.D. utterly astonished. The Earth was ostensibly at peace. At least there were no significant conflicts occurring, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had remained comfortable in their status quo, as their mission was to maintain world peace. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of an entity like the Ten Commandments, whose methods were even more explosive than anyone could have imagined? Iron Man was also compelled to take action, as resolving the Ultron crisis remained his foremost priority. However, during this period, Ultron's whereabouts remained elusive, which somewhat dulled Iron Man's concerns. Coupled with the sudden emergence of the Ten Commandments, Iron Man could not afford to remain idle. As he prepared to take action, Black Egg received yet another warning. Should they fail to provide the desired recompense, the Ten Commandments would unleash further destruction within a specified time frame. Such declarations, promising another surprise for everyone, were difficult for even Black Egg to accept. Yet, as he began plotting a counteraction against the Ten Commandments, new information reached Iron Man. The strength possessed by the Ten Commandments was far greater than anticipated. Iron Man found himself outmaneuvered during his initial engagement. This revelation obscured his previously straightforward intentions to eliminate the adversary. Thus, Iron Man diligently gathered intelligence on his opponent, determined to obliterate their stronghold. It was worth noting that his first abduction had been orchestrated by the Ten Commandments, leading him to believe they had vanished. However, it became evident that he had severely underestimated them, as they had managed to conceal their true tracks all along. Consequently, Iron Man was acutely aware that his adversary was not as simplistic as he had envisioned. There was even the potential for them to employ cunning strategies akin to a crafty rabbit with multiple burrows. Yet, upon actual engagement, Iron Man realized he had underestimated them once more. The enemy had almost immediately unraveled his strategies, and Iron Man was astonished by the formidable nature of their equipment, which seemed excessively powerful. Initially, he had assumed that, despite their movements and tactics, they would not pose a significant threat. After all, his armor had undergone several upgrades during this period. Little did he anticipate that these continuous enhancements would not afford him the security he sought, and it appeared the enemy had acquired new technological advancements. This realization led Iron Man to conclude that the Ten Commandments were not merely a solitary entity. There seemed to be other formidable forces at play behind the scenes. Some matters, once dismissed, now seemed to warrant serious consideration. Iron Man swiftly analyzed the situation and surmised that it was highly probable the mutants were involved, as few among them could be deemed honorable. Indeed, it was rare for anyone to willingly embrace mutation. After formulating this hypothesis, Iron Man promptly conveyed his suspicions to S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Egg, too, began to investigate this lead. To his astonishment, upon conducting inquiries, he discovered that Iron Man's conjecture was accurate. Recent activities among mutants had indeed escalated. Their intentions were alarmingly radical, aiming to annihilate humanity to forge a new world order. It must be said that the mindset of these mutants was exceedingly reckless, even bordering on genocidal. In response, Black Egg immediately dispatched all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, recognizing this as a battle between humans and mutants. The Ten Commandments, while playing a significant role, were ultimately just a band of miscreants seeking to exploit the chaos. The true threat lay with the mutants. Those individuals possessed terrifying powers, and their motivations were exceedingly difficult to decipher. Chapter 116, The Mutants' Plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself in a state of considerable distress, as the current situation was likely rooted in the actions of the mutants. It was worth noting that this group of lunatics had, prior to this, undergone a rare period of tranquility, a brief respite for Black Egg. However, it soon became apparent that this was merely the calm before the storm. The mutants had been biding their time, awaiting a more opportune moment. Black Egg had not anticipated that they could orchestrate such chaos in such a short span of time. Initially, it appeared they might take a stand or seize an opportunity, but he never imagined they would align themselves with Kongba Fenzi to execute terror attacks in the current climate. This left S.H.I.E.L.D. struggling to manage the situation. If the plan involved mere terror attacks, suppression would suffice. Yet, the reality was far more complex, as the enemy lurked in the shadows, seeking opportunities, complicating what had once seemed manageable. Consequently, Black Egg promptly devised a new operational strategy. I care not what methods you employ. I demand to see a viable plan within 3 days. Those wretched mutants shall not be afforded any leniency. If they choose to intervene, let them pay the price, he roared. During this time, he had believed the mutants might opt for a period of silence. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the depths of their madness. They dared to instigate chaos and launch terror attacks, as if believing humanity's world could accommodate them. Previously, humanity had organized several anti-mutant demonstrations, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had dismissed them. From their perspective, the issue of mutants seemed more a matter of internal human conflict, one that humanity could resolve independently. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mandate was to safeguard the Earth and maintain global peace and stability. Yet, they had not anticipated that the mutants would refuse to remain docile. At this moment, they brazenly emerged to instigate turmoil. Meanwhile, as Black Egg had surmised, events were indeed unfolding, and the mutants experienced a series of developments in rapid succession. For them, the current challenges aligned with their psychological expectations. Hence, they recognized that the optimal strategy was to strike while everyone else's attention was diverted outward. The mutants seized a fortuitous opportunity, gaining the answers they sought. Simultaneously, Professor X initiated his own actions. The X-Men had long endeavored to foster peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, and Professor X pursued this vision wholeheartedly. Yet, just as he was nearing the completion of his mission, Magneto emerged, his threat proving far more intricate than anticipated. Presently, the entire X-Men team was mobilized, and Professor X realized that if he could not rein in Magneto's actions swiftly, the repercussions of terror attacks could once again escalate. This was not a scenario he wished to witness. The mutants had shown signs of restraint lately, even indicating a potential for peaceful coexistence with humanity. Although numerous radicals had surfaced within their ranks, they had managed to suppress their more extreme tendencies. However, under Magneto's influence, circumstances had shifted dramatically. All previously captured opportunities now seemed increasingly untenable. Wolverine and others were swiftly deployed by Professor X. The X-Men needed to gain control of the situation without delay. The terror attacks were ongoing. This battle belonged to the mutants, and it was merely the beginning. It must be noted that prior to this, the X-Men had engaged in combat. However, the X-Men have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of their adversary, which has left everyone, including Professor X, in a state of profound bewilderment. Initially, they believed that by tracking down their opponent's trail, they could impose justice upon them. Yet, who could have anticipated that Magneto's maneuvers would far exceed their expectations? Magneto had meticulously orchestrated a more intricate plan well in advance. Each time the X-Men believed they had discovered his location, they found him conspicuously absent. This left all members of the X-Men, including Professor X, filled with curiosity. Had Magneto unlocked a new ability? Otherwise, how could he so swiftly anticipate the movements of all the X-Men? Although similar incidents had occurred in the past, there had at least been confrontations between the two sides. Now, however, their opponent chose to retreat before they even arrived, leading to two possibilities. Either Magneto had undergone another transformation in his abilities, or there was a traitor among the X-Men. Considering the recent changes in Magneto's behavior, Professor X promptly convened a strategy meeting, recognizing the necessity of thorough communication regarding Magneto's unexpected actions. If they could not ascertain his forthcoming moves, it would imply that they were powerless to suppress him during this period. Given Magneto's methods, it was not difficult to deduce that he could exacerbate any damage in a short span of time. What they desperately needed now was to locate his position for a decisive strike. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seek out further opportunities. As Professor X spoke, he cast his gaze upon all the X-Men, marking the first strategy meeting in quite some time. It is worth noting that although the X-Men had been diligently striving for peace among humanity, they had been operating in isolation. Now, due to this unexpected turn of events, they were compelled to join forces and urgently locate Magneto's whereabouts. They could not allow him to continue his schemes. After Professor X spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware of the implications of Magneto's presence. Should he find an opportunity, it could lead to an irreversible catastrophe. Chapter 117, Terrorist Attack. Previously, Professor X had indeed met with Magneto, but that encounter ended in mutual dissatisfaction. Both were steadfast in their beliefs, mirroring the convictions they held in years past. Once, Magneto and Professor X had engaged in a brief dialogue, forging a strong partnership, yet they diverged onto entirely different paths. Magneto's resolve had remained largely unchanged. He still perceived humanity as the principal obstacle to mutant advancement. To elevate mutants, he believed the most effective solution was to eradicate humanity altogether. Conversely, Professor X held a different perspective. He believed that mutants had already surpassed humans, and that fostering harmonious coexistence and collaboratively creating a better future with humanity was the true calling of mutants. Their divergent views led to a deepening rift, and in a short time, the two became adversaries. However, Magneto's methods grew increasingly extreme compared to Professor X's. The mutants he led had all suffered oppression at the hands of humans, engendering a profound resentment towards humanity, which amplified the threat posed by Magneto beyond Professor X's expectations. Even he had not anticipated the extent of the abuse and oppression faced by so many mutants. Nevertheless, this did not justify a violent retribution against humanity, for among humans, there exist both good and bad individuals, a truth that also applies to mutants. For instance, Professor X considered himself a benefactor among mutants, while Magneto stood in stark opposition. consumed by thoughts of annihilating humanity at the first opportunity. While the X-Men convened their meeting, Magneto remained undeterred in his pursuit of his plans. To him, this opportunity was truly extraordinary. Previously, he had believed he could instigate trouble for humanity, but they always seemed to evade disaster, leaving Magneto with a sense of uncertainty. He feared that unforeseen complications could arise, altering his plans to plunder the wealthy. Magneto had long harbored ambitions regarding these affluent individuals, recognizing that mutants required resources for their development. However, he discovered that continually robbing the wealthy did not yield the immediate wealth he sought. Instead, it introduced flaws into his plans, a scenario he wished to avoid. Consequently, Magneto opted for an alternative course of action: terrorism. For him, terrorism was somewhat child's play. Given the powers of mutants, leveraging their abilities, Magneto could achieve far more. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that this seemingly simplistic endeavor could yield substantial financial gains in a short period. These riches emerged from the very acts of terror he orchestrated. Furthermore, to a certain extent, mutants were not to bear the blame. While Magneto harbored a profoundly negative view of humanity, he understood the importance of not allowing mutants to become the object of humanity's ire. If mutants were to engage in terroristic acts, they would undoubtedly become the primary targets of humanity's wrath. At that point, all of humanity would harbor animosity towards mutants, a scenario Magneto did not wish to witness at this time. Even though he recognized that they stood on opposing sides, it was not yet the time for a final confrontation. He lacked sufficient strength. Thus, he needed to maintain a degree of concealment. While most were aware that mutants were orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, humanity had not yet completely positioned itself against them. Seizing this opportunity, he could once again expand his influence. One must admit that Magneto's gradual approach was astute. The market had not been thrown into chaos, and his mutants continued their acts of terrorism. According to Magneto's plans, the terrorist activities needed to persist for several months. He certainly did not wish to ignite global conflict. Rather, he aimed to target the wealthiest regions, places that could provide him with the essential capital accumulation. Once he reached a certain threshold, he would acquire substantial economic power, enabling him to confront humanity without significant repercussions. Magneto and Professor X essentially chose similar courses of action. They both required a pre-war meeting. Addressing nearly 1,000 mutants before him, Magneto spoke slowly. "Comrades, this is our moment. We have endured the oppression of humanity for far too long. They are reckless, ignorant, and foolish. They regard our kind as their slaves, committing the gravest error of their lives. This time, we shall rise and make them pay." As Magneto concluded his speech, all the mutants were captivated, their minds consumed by the traumatic experiences of oppression they had endured in earlier years, leaving their psyches irrevocably twisted. They are acutely aware that humanity harbors no affection for them, and likewise, their sentiments toward humanity are devoid of any warmth. They feel compelled to reveal their fangs in this realm, determined to inflict suffering upon humankind once more. Following this, Magneto meticulously orchestrated yet another plan for terroristic attacks. For him, these assaults were deemed necessary, and he was resolute that the execution of these steps must not falter as it had previously when confronted by Iron Man. This, indeed, was a source of great vexation for Magneto. When Iron Man had first arrived, Magneto had already anticipated his presence and had devised a comprehensive strategy. He believed he could capture Iron Man, but was taken aback by the latter's formidable prowess. Despite sustaining injuries, Iron Man managed to escape unscathed, a fact that haunted Magneto. The current association of mutants with terrorism likely stemmed from this very incident, as Iron Man had eluded his grasp. It was precisely this realization that instilled in Magneto an unwavering determination to avoid such elementary errors in the future. Chapter 118. The Hulk Takes Action. Regarding the mutants' terroristic actions, Jia, residing within the manor, remained utterly oblivious. This period had been a rare time of respite. After resolving most external troubles, Jia relished the most peaceful moments he had experienced in a long while. However, he was slightly taken aback by Hela's recent frequent excursions, as each time she returned, her aura seemed to shift in remarkable ways. Jia surmised that she must have discovered some form of power. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her daily outings. Fortunately, Jia was also harnessing his own strength, and the rewards from his recent endeavors had significantly bolstered his capabilities. Some of these rewards were trivial, while others greatly enhanced his combat prowess. He even acquired Scion blood, a terrifying lineage that could rival even Superman. What pleased Jia the most was that this power could be continuously augmented through battle. While Superman possessed a semblance of similar abilities, his strength was hindered by substantial limitations. In contrast, the Scion's power was entirely different, as long as they sustained injuries in combat. Both their recovery and combat capabilities would experience a rapid enhancement. This allowed Ujia's strength to explode forth, and combined with Superman's augmentation. The potential these two powers offered far exceeded his imagination. Nevertheless, Ujia was cognizant that Earth would likely remain free from significant threats for the time being. After all, the enemies that could manifest had mostly already made their presence known, leaving only the relentless Thanos, who was likely still in pursuit of the so-called gems. Yet, compared to the past, Ujia had grown increasingly indifferent to merely possessing Superman's abilities, which were now sufficient to deal with Thanos. Similarly, having acquired Scion strength, Ujia felt that if Thanos were to confront him now, he could effortlessly vanquish him with a few quick teleportations. Just as Ujia believed that matters would quiet down significantly, a terroristic attack unfolded. This time, the assault occurred alarmingly close to Ujia's manor, coinciding with Hela's absence. As he heard the distant explosions, a frown creased Ujia's brow. His gaze swiftly shifted to Dr. Banner, who had long been idling in the manor, rarely called upon. Yet, it seemed the moment had now arrived. Noticing Ujia's intense stare, Dr. Banner rose from his seat. Rubbing his head, he assertively declared, "I understand. Leave it to me." Previously, Dr. Banner had harbored a deep-seated fear of Hela due to her formidable strength. However, he now recognized that Ujia's power was no less formidable. In fact, compared to the initial encounters, Ujia had undergone an astounding transformation, to the point where even the Hulk felt an involuntary shudder at his proximity. It was evident that the Hulk was far more intimidated by Ujia than he was by Hela, which left Dr. Banner in a state of uncertainty. What had transpired within such a short span that granted Ujia such overwhelming strength? Yet, these questions would remain unanswered. Nevertheless, as he observed the distant explosions, a surge of anger welled within Dr. Banner. It was crucial to note that within this manor resided two formidable deities, and yet, there were still those foolish enough to provoke chaos. Dr. Banner's fury erupted in an instant, manifesting physically. The Hulk could only be unleashed through rage. For so long, he had strived to control himself, suppressing his anger. The Hulk understood that it was best to remain concealed within the confines of the manor. For neither of the two deities were adversaries he could contend with. They had maintained a delicate understanding, yet now, one deity was absent while the other had been disturbed. Even the Hulk sensed an elusive threat approaching. He would not allow such an occurrence to transpire. The peace he had so painstakingly attained would not be shattered by anyone. In short order, Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, and in the next moment, he charged forth. The Hulk's power surged forth with an intensity that was more terrifying than ever before. In mere moments, he arrived at the battlefield. The manor where Ujia resided was situated some distance from the city. However, it was in a wealthy district, surrounded by numerous grand estates. The site of the attack was centered on the largest and most affluent manor among them. By the time the Hulk arrived, the area lay in ruins, with numerous mutants rampaging through and plundering its riches. The Hulk's gaze fell upon the group of mutants. Yet, upon his sudden appearance, an unexpected exchange occurred. One mutant, seemingly astonished, remarked, "Are you a mutant too? Why haven't I seen you before? But you certainly look worse for wear. Is it because you've been oppressed by humans?" In the past, mutants would not have been unfamiliar with the Hulk. However, the current Hulk had spent his entire existence within Ujia's manor. Thus, he had not left behind many traces of his presence, leading the mutants to perceive him as one of their own. Nevertheless, their words did not capture the Hulk's attention. "You have only one option, death," the Hulk stated abruptly. His thought process was straightforward. Should anyone cause trouble, he would crush them without hesitation. Moreover, he could sense that these individuals bore a distinct aura. It was precisely this essence that assured the Hulk of their lack of worthiness to survive. In the next moment, the Hulk unleashed his full power, charging toward the mutants with the force of a small mountain. The mutants could scarcely fathom that the Hulk would strike without provocation, and the sheer terror of his charge was overwhelming. In scarcely a moment, they found themselves confronted by an overwhelming force. Chapter 119. The Magneto prepares to strike. Although the Hulk had not engaged in battle for some time, he harbored within him an unfathomable reservoir of terrifying power. It merely required an opportunity to unleash this might upon the gathering of mutants before him. Despite their myriad tactics, they stood no chance against the colossus that was the Hulk. With a single, mighty swipe, he flattened them, leaving them utterly astounded by his formidable strength. In a mere exchange, they were thoroughly subdued, never anticipating that their demise would come so swiftly. The Hulk surveyed his surroundings, choosing silence over words as he opted to depart. Soon, He returned to Yu Jia's estate, where Yu Jia met his gaze. Has the matter been resolved? Were those individuals human, or? Yu Jia refrained from scrutinizing the identities of those individuals, yet he sensed they were up to no good. After all, they could not have invaded this affluent neighborhood without cause. At that moment, the Hulk, now embodying Dr. Banner, nodded. They appear to be mutants. Although there is something amiss about them, their presence seems solely for the purpose of chaos and destruction. After uttering these words, the Hulk's gaze shifted to the surroundings. Choosing not to elaborate further, he understood that this matter bore little relevance to him. Moreover, from Yu Jia's perspective, it was quite evident. Even he would refrain from intervening in this affair. Indeed, Yu Jia had spent most of his time at the estate, engaging in little else. While Hela had been the only one venturing out, though she too would likely remain indifferent to such trifles. The three individuals within the estate possessed ample confidence in their abilities, thus ordinary matters seldom captured their attention. The Hulk had vanquished the mutants, and news of their demise swiftly reached Magneto's ears. Magneto had been aware of this situation for some time, but previously, due to the Ultron incident, he had paid little heed to it. After all, unforeseen events are always possible, yet he never anticipated encountering trouble once more, seemingly linked to that estate. Magneto and Yu Jia had crossed paths on several occasions, the first nearly culminating in conflict at Iron Man's estate. However, Yu Jia deemed it unnecessary to engage directly at that time, and subsequently, Magneto appeared to harbor some curiosity about Yu Jia, even dispatching his subordinates. Yet neither Magneto nor Yu Jia sought each other out afterward. This time, Magneto's resolve was stirred, as he recognized that if circumstances continued to unfold unchecked, the mutants would certainly face greater peril. This marked the first instance of an unexpected occurrence amid a terrorist attack. Even during the assault on Iron Man, significant issues had not arisen, largely due to the absence of casualties among the mutants. This was the source of Magneto's confidence. However, who could have foreseen that the very first step of their plan would encounter a setback? This left Magneto somewhat irked. He promptly notified his subordinates of the necessity to cleanse all surrounding estates. He could not permit any affluent individuals to intervene at this juncture, for there existed a distinction between ordinary citizens and the wealthy. Should merely average citizens suffer casualties, Magneto would hardly be concerned. Yet, if the affluent became involved, it would mean that those without scruples would quickly join the fray. After all, everyone knew that in this nation, there existed no service for the populace, only for the wealthy, who could serve as their most crucial trump card. Magneto's prior plan had been to stealthily ambush these magnates, catching them completely off guard. In truth, he had succeeded in this endeavor. However, he had not anticipated that complications would arise at this moment. His strategy seemed to be faltering, compelling Magneto to accelerate his efforts and prevent further mishaps. It must be said, Magneto's intentions were commendable, and his speed was indeed remarkable. Yet, he appeared to have overestimated himself, as a squad of over 30 mutants swiftly made their way to the affluent district. Magneto needed to eliminate these wretched beings in short order. He had no desire to be thwarted at the inception of his plan. One must acknowledge the perfection of Magneto's scheme, yet this time, his actions were grander in scale compared to the last. The mutants chose to strike under the cover of night, as darkness afforded them better concealment and rendered their targets unable to react. Regrettably, they were unaware that Yu Jia's estate lay within this region. At that moment, Yu Jia and Hela had already retired for the evening. However, as the estate's bodyguard and servant, Dr. Banner had not yet succumbed to slumber. Although he remained in his human form, his body had undergone changes due to the Hulk. He could almost perceive distant sounds, and soon, the Hulk furrowed his brow. Could it be those wretched beings returning? As he spoke, the Hulk narrowed his eyes, abandoning his rest to step outside the estate. The distant flames soon captured his attention, and with a mere glance, he grasped that the mutants had returned. Those same insufferable mutants ignited a flicker of anger upon the Hulk's visage, and before long, Dr. Banner transformed once more into the Hulk. Compared to before, his size seemed to have expanded significantly. Only he understood that it was indeed his rage that had caused him to take on such a form. For the Hulk inherently drew strength from his fury. This time was no different, and in light of previous events, the Hulk appeared even more enraged. He had known prior that they were a band of lunatics, yet he had not anticipated their reckless audacity. Chapter 120, A Rampage Unleashed. Had it been earlier, the Hulk might have pondered the identities and motives of these assailants. However, the current Hulk no longer needed to concern himself with such trivialities. Within the estate, Yu Jia and Hela, as a couple, were a testament to the fact that anyone wishing to cause trouble in this realm would first have to contend with them. Furthermore, he regarded himself merely as a bodyguard. If even that, merely a worthless entity dependent on others. This, the Hulk was keenly aware of. Yet the mutants before him harbored a different perspective. Their gazes exchanged signals as they swiftly dispersed. The Hulk's massive form was a clear indication of his formidable strength, and they understood that they need not deliberate too long. They must seek opportunities, for his size would surely hinder his speed. One mutant voiced, "Let us scatter and find our openings. His bulk will slow him down." From the words of this individual, it is not difficult to deduce that the opponent has already begun to seek the weaknesses of the Hulk. Alas, it is unfortunate that his thoughts are somewhat naively optimistic. Anger will enhance both the speed and strength of the Hulk. His augmentation is not one-dimensional. Rather, it is an all-encompassing surge in both speed and strength that leads to a terrifying escalation during combat. The Hulk, of course, has heard this, and upon the sudden utterance, he cracked a grin. "I am immensely curious about the source of your confidence that emboldens you to speak such words to me." The Hulk's words were laced with cruelty, and at that moment, he sprang into action. His speed was astonishingly swift. The group of mutants had initially hoped to leverage their smaller size to suppress the Hulk's speed. However, now that the Hulk has demonstrated his velocity, the first mutant closest to him was mercilessly swatted away, leaving no trace of his existence, obliterated by a single punch. This turn of events was utterly unexpected for all present. The mutants believed the Hulk to be immensely powerful, yet they were convinced that in their encirclement, he would have no chance to struggle. Who could have anticipated that the Hulk could be so fearsome? A mere fleeting encounter had completely subdued the opponent, and moreover, an almost imperceptible sense of threat began to emanate from him. They were utterly oblivious to the true nature of the Hulk. But one thing was certain. If they could not eliminate him in a short span of time, he would methodically eradicate them one by one, just as he had done to their comrade. In a mere breath, the Hulk moved again, and this time, his speed had increased further. In truth, it is not only anger that amplifies the Hulk's attributes. If he revels in the thrill of battle, his physical potential can be unleashed for a limited time. For instance, at this moment, the Hulk felt a flicker of joy, and this joy could catalyze a surge in his strength. Before long, 2 more mutants fell victim to the Hulk's wrath. There was no time to waste. They could not afford to give this wretched creature a moment to contemplate his next move. He was far too savage, and they must act decisively. Another mutant spoke up, and as comrades continued to be slain by the Hulk, some within the mutant ranks began to respond, seeking to engage the Hulk in battle. They had to find a suitable opportunity, and the most fitting chance would undoubtedly be through coordinated efforts. Should they disperse, they risked being picked off by the Hulk one by one, as he had just demonstrated by eliminating several of their companions. The Hulk, naturally, had overheard their discussion and soon displayed a hint of a smile, a cruel smile filled with disdain. "It seems you possess quite the confidence in your abilities. Allow me the pleasure of indulging in this battle." Prior to this, those individuals had felt an overwhelming sense of frustration within Yu Jie's estate. Despite the semblance of safety, an undercurrent of peril loomed large, given the formidable prowess of Yu Jie and his wife. He was acutely aware that at any moment, this couple could easily bring about his demise. Before this couple, the Hulk felt no inclination to resist. He understood the terrifying extent of their strength. To engage them in a life-or-death struggle in such a brief time frame was utterly unrealistic, especially considering Yu Jie's rapid ascension in power. The Hulk harbored no doubts that they could obliterate him in an instant. For these reasons, the Hulk was indeed quite vexed. If it were possible, he would rather not find himself in such a predicament. Thus, if bullying the weak was an option, it was undoubtedly the Hulk's preferred pastime. His gaze quickly shifted to the surrounding mutants, and it seemed that a radiant aura began to emanate from him. In the next moment, the Hulk charged forth once more. His speed significantly heightened compared to before, a development that the mutants had not anticipated. Initially, the mutants had perceived the Hulk's strength as finite. Yet with each of his successive moves, they realized just how naive they truly were. The Hulk's power consistently transformed with every strike, but most importantly, his speed. The Hulk's physique was overwhelmingly massive. In the general understanding, one would assume that such a size would impose limitations on speed. However, with the Hulk, this principle appeared to defy all basic logic, especially when he seized another mutant. It was evident that his speed had become the very capital upon which the adversary should focus. The Hulk wore an unsettling smile. Yet it was at this moment that the mutants finally grasped the severity of their situation. This giant before them was utterly terrifying. If they wished to defeat him, they needed to adopt far more suitable tactics. Relying solely on their current strength to vanquish the Hulk was an impossibility. Indeed, they found it necessary to retreat in search of greater assistance. "We must depart. We cannot continue to engage this behemoth." We cannot hope to defeat him. We must return to report. Chapter 121. Die together? You wish to leave? Since you have come, do not depart. After all, I rather enjoy your company. The Hulk had also heard the words of the mutants, and he spoke back, his tone dripping with mockery. In swift succession, everyone began to move. The mutants were acutely aware that their ambition to defeat the Hulk had devolved into an illusory fantasy. The Hulk's speed and strength were beyond what ordinary mutants could contend with, and it was clear to everyone that they would need to deploy more powerful individuals to stand a chance against him. Furthermore, as the battle raged on, the mutants remained uncertain. Was the strength the Hulk had exhibited truly his most formidable power? They had previously encountered him and engaged in combat. Yet the aura he exuded was so peculiar that they found it impossible to discern. Let us cease fighting and withdraw. This creature is far too ruthless. Another mutant spoke up, for they had just witnessed 3 of their comrades fall to the Hulk's wrath. This state of battle was entirely unforeseen. The mutants were acutely aware that if the conflict continued to escalate, it would only be a matter of time before they were all annihilated by the Hulk. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that the sense of threat emanating from the Hulk seemed to intensify. As evolved beings, the mutants possessed a more acute intuition for danger than ordinary humans. Especially in the midst of battle, they could sense even the slightest disturbance. Whatever thoughts the mutants harbored, Director Liu could discern them with a mere glance. This bunch of fools sought to stir up trouble without possessing the necessary courage, even contemplating retreat during their struggle against him. How could they, having finally escaped, wish to flee when they had the opportunity to demonstrate their worth before Yujia? Is this not a way of losing face? The Hulk roared as he launched an assault on all the mutants, and this time, his speed had escalated yet again. The remaining mutants numbered merely 11 or 12, but with the Hulk's charge, 3 to 5 mutants were brutally smashed to death in an instant. It was at this moment that the group of mutants finally grasped the sheer terror embodied by the Hulk. Ironically, they had previously entertained the notion of defeating him. Was that not a daydream? In the blink of an eye, the Hulk had slain several more mutants, leaving only 2 or 3 desperately fleeing for their lives. They seized the precious moments when the Hulk was preoccupied with battling their comrades to escape without hesitation. They understood all too well that engaging the Hulk alongside their remaining allies would equate to delivering themselves to death. After all, the Hulk's strength was undeniable, and within the minds of these fleeing mutants lay a naive thought. They believed that the strength the Hulk exhibited was but a fraction of his true power. Surely, he must be concealing many aspects that were imperceptible to the naked eye, and this instinct compelled them to flee swiftly. Why leave when they had come this far? Let them all remain. Just after dispatching a few mutants, the Hulk's gaze fell upon the distance. Those few who still wished to escape remained within his sight, which was fortuitous news for him. For as long as the adversaries were visible, he could pursue them. How could these hapless prey elude the grasp of their relentless hunter? Damn it, could this fellow also be a mutant? I find it hard to believe that even among mutants, there exists such a formidable entity. After all, those within the X-Men do not boast of such power. For most mutants, the presence of the X-Men looms like a nightmare. These individuals possess terrifying abilities, and their powers are exceedingly extreme. However, when compared to the Hulk, they realized he appeared to be even more ferocious. After all, there are occasions when the X-Men opt for capturing their foes, but such mercy was entirely absent in the Hulk. He harbored no intention of communication. His sole action was to ruthlessly obliterate all in his path. The weak, when confronted, hold no significance in surviving. I told you, your endeavor is futile. Just as the last 3 mutants believed they might escape, they discovered, not far ahead, a figure had appeared unbeknownst to them. Who else but the Hulk? Furthermore, at that moment, the Hulk was uttering provocations, and the 3 mutants exchanged glances before shaking their heads. They realized they could no longer evade, with the Hulk before them. Their only option was to fight to the bitter end, since this colossal brute sought to eradicate them. All they could do was confront him in a desperate struggle. None would gain any advantage. Magneto's underlings had always been a band of lunatics, seeing no avenue of escape. They resolved to make a last stand against the Hulk. Of course, for them, it was a desperate gamble, while for the Hulk, it was merely a warm-up. Moreover, the strength embodied by these individuals hardly warranted the Hulk's full combat prowess. They could scarcely fathom that their opponent would stifle his own power due to their weakness. As the Hulk surveyed the mutants, the next moment his fist launched an attack. In mere seconds, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Not a single mutant was left intact. They were entirely annihilated by the Hulk. He even shook his head in disbelief, feeling that this group ought to possess some hidden trump card. What was the outcome? They merely resorted to throwing random objects at him, which barely scratched his defenses, akin to a mere tickle. Simultaneously, he cast a glance over the battlefield. The Hulk resolutely chose to cleanse the scene. He did not wish for Yu-Jie to harbor any discontent, especially since, strictly speaking, the battlefield was a result of his own actions. If he did not conclude matters here, it was likely that some misfortune would ensue. By nightfall, after the battlefield had been cleared, the Hulk returned to the manor. Had all matters been resolved? Chapter 122, The Return of the Uninvited. Upon Yu-Jie speaking up, the Hulk nodded vigorously in affirmation. Everything had indeed been addressed, yet it seemed this group might still have further plans. Previously, those individuals had been entirely unaware of the intentions harbored by this group. However, from the events of today's battle, it was not difficult for the Hulk to deduce that these individuals were likely not so simple. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance they would return. From their actions, it was evident they aimed to victimize everyone they encountered. After hearing the Hulk's words, Yu-Jie nodded in agreement. It was indeed a trivial matter compared to the adversaries he had faced before. These mutants were undeniably lacking in strength, and their abilities could not inflict significant devastation in a short span. Of course, with Magneto as an exception. He possessed unwavering confidence in his power and was exceptionally skilled in causing chaos. These thoughts did not linger long in Yu-Jie's mind. All he desired was to lie back and relish in the joy of being a slacker. As for other matters, the Hulk's present strength was more than sufficient to alter many circumstances. It was nearly impossible for anyone to reach him in the short term. However, not long after this thought crossed Yu-Jie's mind, an unexpected incident occurred. It is worth noting that prior events had transpired, wherein the military sought to utilize the Hulk to create more of his kind. Such an army of giants could assist them in overcoming numerous challenges. Yet, the previous plan had been thwarted due to the Asgard incident. The military had not relinquished its research on the Hulk, and compared to their earlier studies, this new research was even more frenzied and clandestine. They were not only testing the terrifying power derived from the Hulk cells, but also contemplating how to amplify this power. Thus, it could transform into the finest weapon at their disposal. The most astonishing aspect of their recent research was that it finally bore groundbreaking results. The second generation of Abomination was officially born at this moment. The combat prowess exhibited by the first generation of Abomination was indeed fearsome on the battlefield. Alas, it had encountered Odin's armor, leaving it no chance to struggle before being utterly vanquished. Fortunately, scientists had once again managed to resurrect it, rectifying its previous shortcomings. One cannot deny that the cells extracted from the Hulk possess boundless potential. This is one of the primary reasons why these individuals were willing to persistently follow the military in their research endeavors. Only through continued investigation did they uncover the multitude of miracles within the Hulk. It is only through the term miracle that one can aptly describe everything that has developed from the Hulk. After all, a single cell is enough to replicate an existence comparable to the Hulk. Moreover, before these mad scientists, they believed they could conduct a secondary development of this cell. In fact, they succeeded. General Ross was now present with a new army of giants. Compared to before, he now exuded a more vibrant spirit, for only he could comprehend the true terror of the small team he currently led. Since their initial emergence, there had been significant transformations among General Ross's subordinates, most notably the 3 giants under his command, who were utterly formidable. Remarkably, they maintained their sanity during combat, far surpassing the strength of the Hulk. Although General Ross yearned to capture the Hulk at the earliest opportunity, he was not a fool. He understood that such an entity was a double-edged sword. If wielded skillfully, it could annihilate countless foes, yet if mishandled, it could result in significant self-damage. Hence, it would be wiser to enhance and upgrade the giants he already possessed. According to predictions from scientists, if they could capture the Hulk, they would be able to conduct further dissection studies, ultimately unveiling all the secrets concealed within the Hulk's being. That would herald the true emergence of a giant army, a scenario that would yield the best outcome for General Ross. The affluent district lay enveloped in an eerie silence that night, particularly following the recent attacks by mutants. Many wealthy individuals had opted to flee, valuing their lives above all else. The audacious actions of the mutants during this period made them acutely aware that they were likely being targeted. Remaining in such proximity could lead to far graver consequences than mere financial loss. It could cost them their very lives. Consequently, the affluent district had dwindled in population. Yet, Yu-Jie remained, having even expanded his estate as several neighboring properties were vacated. With no one willing to stay, property values had plummeted. For Yu-Jie, this was an unexpected boon. Thus, he promptly invested in the surrounding estates, purchasing and demolishing them to further enhance his own. Should property prices continue to decline, This affluent enclave might well transform into Yu Jie's private garden. After all, the other two estates he acquired were nearly demolished, and within a few days, they would seamlessly connect with his own. Originally, Yu Jie had just shared a bed with Hela when he suddenly opened his eyes. A heavy sound reverberated through the earth, and in an instant, he realized someone was approaching. Not only Yu Jie and his wife, but even the Hulk downstairs suddenly awakened. He sensed a familiar aura, one he had encountered not long ago. Moreover, from the intensity of the earth's tremors, he could discern the impending arrival. Before Yu Jie could react, he had already transformed from Dr. Banner into the Hulk, surging out of Yu Jie's estate. This night, which should have been peaceful, was disrupted by the sudden appearance of intruders. The Hulk was not only concerned for himself, he was more worried about Yu Jie and his wife being provoked, which would bode ill. Therefore, he sought to ensure that those intruding would pay a price and understand that while they could roam the earth, this place was beyond their reach. Chapter 123, The Giant Squad Strikes. As the Hulk burst forth from the estate, he quickly spotted General Ross. However, the Hulk was not particularly troubled by Ross's presence. He was quite familiar with this human. After all, it was this very wretched individual who had attempted to capture him not long ago. Yet, the Hulk's attention was drawn to the towering figures surrounding General Ross. At a glance, he realized these were giants comparable to himself, albeit with a distinct glimmer of intelligence in their eyes. They possessed ample rationality, and before the Hulk could make a move, the giants charged towards him. Their orders were clear: defeat the Hulk and capture him. General Ross, meanwhile, began to withdraw from the battlefield. The culmination of this encounter was imminent. Although the battle had only just begun, he understood that the strength of the four giants before him far surpassed that of the Hulk. In previous skirmishes, Ross's subordinates had meticulously mapped out the Hulk's power model, granting them insight into the extent of his abilities. Thus, all that was required was to enhance the inherent strength of their own giants. Having recognized the Hulk's formidable prowess, the simplest approach was to ensure that his subordinates surpassed him in strength. While this task had previously seemed arduous, they had ultimately succeeded. Over the past few months, General Ross's team had successfully engineered giants far superior to the Hulk. These giants swiftly encircled the Hulk, who sensed the power emanating from these four entities that resembled comrades. Squinting slightly, the Hulk assessed the situation. While the strength of these giants was not overwhelmingly potent, their combined force was sufficient to subdue him, creating an immediate increase in pressure. Taking a deep breath, the Hulk attempted to create distance between himself and his adversaries. However, he soon realized that the task was not as straightforward as he had imagined. As they sought to overwhelm him, the Hulk gradually muttered, and in the next moment, an immense power surged from within him. Although he was uncertain of the strength these four giants possessed, he knew that his fury would unleash the latent power within his being. Throughout his existence, both the Hulk and Dr. Banner had mastered emotional control. Now, feeling the mounting pressure from his foes, the Hulk could no longer contain himself. Thus, he began to seethe with rage, and his strength surged. The Hulk was a natural warrior, and his repeated battle experiences had elevated his prowess. Coupled with the enhancements provided by his anger, the explosive force he unleashed in an instant took the four smaller giants by surprise. With a single punch, he struck the first opponent squarely in the chest, and in a flash, his speed intensified. He delivered a devastating kick to the second giant's abdomen, leaving the other two giants astonished at the Hulk's astonishing swiftness. By the time they reacted, both of their faces had already been struck by the Hulk's fists, sending all four giants hurtling through the air. Feeling the surge of power within his own body, the Hulk cast a disdainful glance. While these four giants could indeed subdue him under normal circumstances, their strength was hardly worthy of his regard, for he alone knew the true extent of his might. The Hulk's gaze quickly shifted to General Ross, the most irksome of all, who had persistently sought to trouble him. It was this man who had relentlessly pursued him, yet he had never been able to locate Ross's whereabouts. Now, however, the situation was different. Having just sent the four smaller giants flying, General Ross was left without any protective measures. The Hulk resolved to surprise General Ross. In no time, the Hulk began to sprint towards the direction of General Ross. However, at that very moment, the four small giants who had fallen to the ground rose once more. They could sense the immense power that the Hulk had just displayed, yet it was insufficient to utterly vanquish them. The four small giants could not help but roar in response. They quickly positioned themselves in front of the Hulk, prompting him to scrutinize these four beings. It must be said that the strength emanating from these small giants had indeed seen a significant increase. As replicas of the Hulk, they had undergone extensive cultivation. However, due to the absence of the Hulk's complete cells, the scientists could not replicate a being akin to the Hulk to its fullest extent. Nevertheless, those cells were adequate for them to devise entities that could rival the Hulk. For instance, the Hulk's power escalates with his rage, and these four small giants possessed similar capabilities. Furthermore, in the heat of battle, they had an additional advantage: rapid recovery. Even if the Hulk were to sustain injuries during combat, his healing abilities would be constrained. Conversely, due to the scientists' forced interventions in cellular cultivation, these four small giants could continuously mend their physical conditions throughout the fight. Initially, they would not stand a chance against the Hulk, but as the battle wore on and their adversary's strength waned, victory would inevitably be within their grasp. The Hulk's fists relentlessly pounded upon them, leaving scars upon their forms time and again. However, it did not take long for the Hulk to realize something was amiss. These creatures, who had barely managed to survive his earlier onslaught, quickly regained their vigor. It became apparent to him that he had underestimated them. Given this realization, he knew he could not afford to take the situation lightly. Drawing a deep breath, the power within him surged dramatically. He had to become serious. After all, if he did not eliminate these four beings, it would be impossible to confront General Ross. With a swift leap, he charged forward once more. Chapter 124. General Ross on the run again. The Hulk moved with remarkable speed, for he perceived that none of these four were to be taken lightly. Their ability to stand and confront him was undoubtedly rooted in their confidence in their own strength. Moreover, during their initial confrontation, the Hulk had sensed a significant disparity in their physical prowess compared to his own. Most notably, although they were vastly inferior in terms of strength and speed, their recovery capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, allowing them to restore all damage inflicted upon them in mere moments. Thus, the Hulk harbored a singular thought: he must dispatch them swiftly. Without delay, should he grant them more time, his own strength would inevitably lag behind their recuperation, leading to a predictable outcome. Meanwhile, General Ross had his gaze fixed upon the battlefield, well aware of his subordinates' capabilities even before their departure. After all, they had repeatedly reminded him that this would be their best chance in recent times. After taking a deep breath, the Hulk launched his assault on the nearest giant. Recognizing that to defeat them before they could fully recover, it would be prudent to concentrate his efforts on eliminating one of them first. This time, the Hulk would not hold back. The perfect fusion of speed and strength propelled him towards his foe in a heartbeat. With a single punch, he pierced the giant's chest. And before the creature could react, he unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving the first giant barely half intact. The Hulk's power was simply overwhelming, far exceeding what any singular opponent could withstand. Previously, the four giants had effectively coordinated their assault, managing to constrain the Hulk for a brief period. However, once the Hulk resolved to take the fight seriously, they were left with no opportunities to recover. Within moments, the severely wounded giant was entirely vanquished. The Hulk chuckled at this turn of events. "I expected you to provide me with some semblance of a challenge. It seems you are still too feeble." As he spoke, his terrifying strength erupted once more as he charged towards another giant. He was well aware that eliminating the first giant was merely the beginning of the challenge. After all, solving a single problem does not equate to the end of all troubles. It would hinge upon how the remaining giants would adapt and respond in the short term. Based on his understanding of these beings, they would undoubtedly reorganize their formation, attempting to encircle him without leaving any openings. Yet, this scenario had already been anticipated by the Hulk, leading to his disdainful demeanor. The roar of his power reverberated through the air. As long as he unleashed his full strength, they would not be able to restrain him, and thus another giant was abruptly severed in half. This turn of events was utterly unforeseen by General Ross. Prior to their departure, the scientists had adamantly assured him that these four beings, united, were far beyond the current capabilities of the Hulk. Yet, within such a short span, two giants had already been reduced to mere fragments. Faced with this reality, General Ross realized he had gravely underestimated the Hulk's power. Initially, he believed, based on the scientists' analysis, that they could eliminate the Hulk and perhaps even capture him this time. However, it was clear that such assumptions were naively optimistic. The Hulk's formidable strength surged across the battlefield in an instant, and he recognized that his energy was dwindling. Thus, he chose to press on with unwavering determination, as this was indeed the most opportune course of action. His overwhelming force suppressed his adversaries, and within moments, the two remaining giants were completely subdued. As the Hulk turned to seek out General Ross's whereabouts, he discovered that the general had vanished without a trace. The Hulk shook his head slightly. This adversary would eventually be dealt with, yet he knew better than to pursue him without caution. After all, General Ross was not alone. He commanded an entire army equipped with various strange weaponry. Glancing skyward, the first hints of dawn began to appear in the east, and ultimately, the Hulk simply shook his head and made his way towards Ujia's estate. The battle had concluded, and it was not long before the Hulk returned to the mansion. He looked up at the second-floor room, which was devoid of light, clearly indicating that Ujia had already fallen asleep. With this thought in mind, the Hulk proceeded towards his own bedroom. On the other side, General Ross had returned to his troops, his demeanor unusually furious. He had come to realize that this group of scientists seemed to regard him as a fool, repeatedly assuring him that the presence of the Hulk was not a significant concern. They claimed that given enough time, they could develop something even more terrifying than the Hulk. Yet, what was the outcome? After 2 attempts, they produced nothing but inferior specimens. The battle this evening marked General Ross's closest encounter with the Hulk, and he could sense that the power displayed by the Hulk was not something that could be resolved in a short span of time. Thus, he addressed the scientists before him in a low voice. I have afforded you ample time, sufficient funding, and even favorable conditions. I implore you not to present such trivialities to me again. If such inadequacies reappear before me, you shall find yourselves transformed into mere relics. I trust you will heed my warning. The scientists exchanged glances, remaining silent, fully aware of the implications of his words. They had observed the events of the night's battle through their monitoring instruments, and their spirits were weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Chapter 125, The Apocalypse of Annihilation. The recent battles had left Ujia more informed than anyone else. The first round was instigated by the mutants, while the second was a consequence of that damned military. However, what truly troubled Ujia more than the military was the mutants themselves. These individuals were unpredictable, capable of executing crazed acts in the blink of an eye. As for General Ross, Ujia preferred to refrain from meddling in the Hulk's affairs. The Hulk's power was still in a phase of growth. Given sufficient time, he could elevate his strength to a truly fearsome level. At that juncture, General Ross's doom would inevitably follow. Nevertheless, Ujia was also cognizant of the peculiar relationship that had developed between Dr. Banner and the General's daughter, a matter best left to their own devices. Ujia chose to remain passive, for the recent days had yielded little of interest. Even he found it hard to muster enthusiasm. Yet, Hela's spirits were notably high, having completely absorbed the powers received from the Dark Lord. During this period, she had traversed between 2 worlds almost daily. Hela had successfully assimilated all remnants of power left behind, and she could sense a monumental transformation within herself compared to her former self. If her past self were to stand before her now, Hela believed she could effortlessly vanquish that version with a mere flick of her wrist. However, this elation was short-lived, as Hela was astonished to discover that Ujia's power had, in some inexplicable manner, also surged. Moreover, the nature of his strength was utterly bizarre. Hela could not fathom how Ujia was augmenting his abilities. Yet, with each passing moment, his power grew, and with every day, Ujia emerged as a wholly renewed individual. This left Hela increasingly uncertain about what kind of monstrosity her partner truly was. Why did such strange powers manifest? He had previously seemed as ordinary as anyone else, but now appeared to possess the terrifying ability to alter the world. The couple resumed their normal lives. While the mutant's existence grew increasingly chaotic, the apocalypse had arrived. To others, apocalypse was a profoundly unfamiliar entity. However, if Ujia were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as one of the most notorious mutants. This being had always harbored intentions of annihilating the Earth, compelling even Professor X and Magneto to unite against him. Yet, it was only with the formidable power of the Phoenix that they could hope to obliterate him entirely. Magneto never anticipated that Apocalypse would awaken at this moment. Perhaps Ujia's involvement had significantly altered the original narrative leading to Apocalypse's emergence. This time, Apocalypse stirred from his slumber in Antarctica, and upon awakening, his singular thought was to obliterate the Earth. To this end, he secretly sought out a cadre of mutants, resulting in a complete schism within the mutant community. Led by Professor X, the X-Men endeavored to foster peaceful coexistence between all mutants and humans, while Magneto's faction relentlessly pursued a world dominated solely by mutants. As for Apocalypse, he was a madman, a thoroughly deranged individual who neither sought peaceful cohabitation with humanity nor desired mutants to dominate the human realm. His sole, simplistic, and pure ambition was to eradicate the Earth entirely. To label him a war madman would not be an exaggeration. The most terrifying aspect was that Apocalypse's power eclipsed that of the other factions. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long sought to uncover the whereabouts of the mutants, aiming to locate their stronghold, believing that the most effective strategy was to eliminate these troublemakers. Unfortunately, despite S.H.I.E.L.D. numerous operatives and strategies. They could find no trace of the mutants. Occasionally, they encountered some X-Men, but they were well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance. The agency had no desire to engage with these so-called heroes, as they had not posed a significant threat to human society. Quite the contrary. They seemed to uphold the peace of the earth. They had become akin to an extension of S.H.I.E.L.D., which preferred to remain uninvolved. However, the emergence of Apocalypse disrupted this delicate balance entirely. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. was searching for signs of mutants, Apocalypse burst forth with a vengeance. His actions were profoundly reckless. From the moment he appeared, he fixated solely on destruction, intending to eradicate all life on Earth. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. presumed that this was yet another of Magneto's scheming ploys, given the multitude of crises he had instigated recently, each time exacerbating the situation and even attempting to encroach upon the lives of ordinary humans. This was not the first time that ordinary lives had been adversely affected. Yet, this time, Magneto had unleashed something truly sinister. Strictly speaking, this marked the first large-scale assault by mutants, brazenly manifesting within the human world. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s immediate reaction was one of elation, for tracking down these elusive beings had consumed far too much time and energy. Their emergence was the most desirable outcome. However, when S.H.I.E.L.D. finally intervened, they quickly realized how naive their assumptions had been. The power Apocalypse exhibited was utterly terrifying. S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched several teams of agents, yet each encountered swift obliteration at his hands. It was at this moment that director Nick Fury comprehended the gravity of the situation. The mutants they faced this time were unlike any they had encountered before. The most glaring distinction lay in the sheer magnitude of Apocalypse's power. Previously encountered mutants could be subdued through sheer numbers. Moreover, one is capable of swiftly identifying the weaknesses of their opponent, thereby securing victory. However, this particular mutant presents an entirely different scenario, as he has not discerned any vulnerabilities in his adversary. Chapter 126. Iron Man takes action. The current events have utterly overturned the predictions made by S.H.I.E.L.D., yet the organization recognizes the urgency of neutralizing this threat within a limited time frame. Given the destructive potential exhibited by Apocalypse, it would not take long for him to inflict catastrophic harm upon the Earth. Furthermore, his demeanor is excessively extreme, devoid of any inclination to communicate with others. He is solely intent on annihilating the world. This reckless behavior has already begun to impact the Earth to a considerable extent. According to the data currently gathered by the Deep Squat Bureau, he has obliterated 12 cities, and at the rate of his devastation, it won't be long before he can completely eradicate the planet. In a state of desperation, Black Orchid once again reached out to Iron Man. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to establish the Avengers, but due to Ultron's interference, the formation has yet to materialize. Even Iron Man has remained merely a collaborator of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessing his own sense of justice and occasionally undertaking actions that starkly oppose the organization's directives. Fortunately, their cooperative relationship remains intact, and it is due to this bond that Black Egg was able to swiftly contact Iron Man, relaying the details concerning Apocalypse. Iron Man had recently engaged in combat with these mutants. This prior encounter had left him somewhat irked. He held unwavering confidence in his iron armor. He did not believe for a moment that his opponent could best his suit. The last defeat was merely a fluke, and with the recent upgrades he had made, he anticipated no further complications. With unbridled confidence, Iron Man approached Apocalypse, who turned his gaze upon him, despite having slumbered for an age. Apocalypse found Iron Man's presence somewhat unfamiliar, directly questioning him. "You are another strange mutant. Why does my memory not recall your existence? Yet, I can sense your formidable power." At this moment, Apocalypse exhibited a hint of avarice, for his ultimate goal has always been to absorb the powers of other mutants to bring about global annihilation. Thus, he harbored unique thoughts regarding such a powerful entity. If this individual were indeed a mutant, there would be no escaping his grasp. In his eyes, Iron Man was a mutant, and upon hearing this assertion, Iron Man chuckled. "Compared to you monstrous beings, I indeed feel inadequate, for I am still merely human, while you are not even human." As he spoke, beams of laser light erupted from Iron Man's eyes. Due to prior battles, his demand for weaponry had escalated significantly. His armor had undergone several upgrades, And it is important to note that during this period, Iron Man's suit was still in its nascent stages. Yet, who could have anticipated the multitude of troubles and challenges he would face? Time and again, obstacles had arisen before him, heightening his sense of crisis. As a man profoundly lacking in security, he could not afford to expose himself to such perilous conditions. Thus, he promptly upgraded his armor. Each crisis he encountered fueled his desire to enhance his suit. Consequently, his armor was now an arsenal of weaponry. The lasers struck Apocalypse, who displayed a flicker of regret upon his visage. I had thought you were a mutant too. You could have merged with my greatness. But you are no longer afforded that privilege. As he spoke, radiant energy erupted from Apocalypse's hands. If Iron Man's earlier lasers had inflicted any damage, the current eruption of energy from Apocalypse's body sent Iron Man hurtling away in an instant. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Iron Man's expression shifted. This mutant was indeed quite formidable. Although he had battled mutants not long ago and had endured fierce struggles, it was precisely those experiences that had led him to upgrade his armor. He was aware of the terrifying capabilities of his suit. Yet, despite this, it appeared he could not withstand even a single blow from his adversary, and his countenance darkened, as if all his efforts had been rendered futile. Rage simmered within him as he swiftly retrieved his ultimate weapon. Behind Iron Man, a colossal cannon was slowly taking shape. Simultaneously, he pressed a button on his device. A massive iron box soon materialized in the sky. As Iron Man descended, he landed before this iron box, seamlessly connecting it to the cannon on his back. In no time, an even larger cannon emerged. Apocalypse regarded Iron Man's actions with curiosity and could not help but remark, "Is this toy your trump card? It appears less formidable than I had anticipated." Undeniably, Apocalypse's taunting demeanor incited Iron Man's fury once more. He had no intention of engaging in conversation. He sought to demonstrate that what you perceive as a mere toy would usher you into paradise, not hell. After all, a scoundrel like you does not deserve entry to paradise. Light began to coalesce within the cannon, and in the next moment, a tremendous beam of energy was unleashed. Striking Apocalypse, a smile graced Iron Man's face, for he could scarcely believe that his opponent could endure such overwhelming power. This was his most successful invention yet, and the strength contained within was incomparable to any ordinary cannon. It represented the pinnacle of advanced technology, with its energy source recently acquired from Thor. The power was so formidable that Iron Man himself struggled to find adequate words to describe it. Yet, in the following moment, an event transpired that shattered Iron Man's understanding. What did he see? His opponent had not perished? Apocalypse was even smiling back at him. Chapter 127. Thor to the rescue. Iron Man could scarcely fathom that Apocalypse had withstood his meticulously assembled cannon, which had been unleashed with great effort. It was evident that Apocalypse had endured the onslaught with minimal exertion, leaving Iron Man perplexed. He certainly did not wish for events to unfold in this manner. With a deep breath, Iron Man distanced himself from his opponent. He recognized that if he continued to battle in such an environment, there was a high likelihood that Apocalypse would seize the opportunity, leading to his own demise. The power Apocalypse wielded was indeed formidable, comparable to that of an average mutant. Yet he remained too weak. As Iron Man retreated a short distance, Apocalypse spoke again, echoing his prior sentiments almost verbatim. The adversary continued to mock Iron Man, and upon hearing such taunts, a flicker of anger surged within Iron Man's heart. However, beyond this ire, he found himself bereft of any recourse. For he understood that relying on his current self to vanquish his foe was somewhat laughable. After all, the strength of his opponent posed a considerable threat, capable of inflicting harm upon him in a matter of moments. Moreover, should he impulsively strike, there was a high probability that his opponent would seize the opportunity. With this in mind, Iron Man refrained from acting rashly, aware that such impulsiveness would incur dire consequences. Yet, while he pondered how best to confront his enemy, a radiant glow flickered around his opponent. In the next instant, as he sought to exploit his aerial advantage and escape the range of his adversary's attacks, Iron Man was taken aback. He realized that he was unable to fly. In fact, his body was being inexorably drawn closer to his opponent's position. A glance at Apocalypse's location sparked a sudden realization within Iron Man. His foe possessed the ability to manipulate gravity. He could even exert gravitational force upon Iron Man himself. In an instant, Iron Man's countenance darkened, but just as swiftly, Apocalypse's power erupted forth. "I had already warned you," he declared, "that such a feeble power as yours ought not to grace my presence, for you lack even the qualifications to merge with me, you worthless wretch." Apocalypse swiftly ensnared Iron Man with his gravitational might. The latter, incensed by the taunts yet powerless to retaliate, recognized the overwhelming prowess of his opponent. In a fleeting moment of desperation, Iron Man shouted towards the heavens, "If you don't come down here soon, I might very well be beaten to death." Apocalypse, taken aback by Iron Man's sudden proclamation, furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful force approaching from the sky. This force seemed to carry a hint of threat, prompting Apocalypse to lift his gaze. He paid no mind to whom Iron Man was calling, but it was evident from this force that the impending arrival was that of a formidable ally. In an instant, Apocalypse felt a surge of anticipation. If Iron Man had summoned a mutant, it would be the most fortuitous news for him. After all, Apocalypse sought to absorb the powers of more mutants to augment his own strength. However, those mutants were often deeply concealed, making it exceedingly difficult to locate them in a short span of time. This was precisely why Apocalypse had resolved to obliterate the world. He believed that flattening the earth would lead him to those elusive beings, allowing him to absorb their powers. Before long, a silhouette materialized in the sky, revealing none other than Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. Prior to this, Thor and Iron Man had forged a strong camaraderie, frequently indulging in revelry together, with Thor even providing Iron Man with a means to summon him in times of peril. Upon spotting Iron Man ensnared by Apocalypse, Thor chuckled and remarked, "I didn't realize you were in such a classic predicament. Had I arrived a moment later, I might have had to collect your remains. I somewhat regret coming too early." Iron Man, unfazed by Thor's jest, felt an urge to deliver a sharp retort. Did Thor not recognize the gravity of the situation? He was in imminent danger of being crushed by this accursed mutant, yet Thor still had the audacity to jest. True to form, Apocalypse's gaze shifted towards Thor, perceiving the immense power emanating from him. Given Apocalypse's own formidable abilities, he could discern the hidden strengths within others. A mere glance at Thor sufficed for Apocalypse to sense the terrifying power contained within him. However, a wave of disappointment washed over Apocalypse's face. He understood better than anyone that while this human appeared remarkably powerful, the essence of his strength was not one befitting a mere mortal. Apocalypse had initially considered the possibility that Thor might be a mutant, but the familiar aura he sensed from Thor made it clear that he was most likely just another human. And to Apocalypse, any human held no significance. With determination, Apocalypse clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped Thor. The god of thunder, taken aback, found himself launched away by this overwhelming power. "It seems you possess a modicum of skill," he remarked, "but do you truly believe you can defeat me with such strength? That is a rather foolish notion." As he spoke, Thor conjured Mjolnir, the legendary hammer. He had intended to engage in a friendly exchange with Iron Man, given their long absence from one another. Yet Apocalypse, dismissive of Thor, had unwittingly incited his wrath. For Thor, the principle was simple. If one did not provoke him, he would not retaliate. However, should one seek to invite their own demise, he would ensure that they met their end without a chance for reprieve. In the blink of an eye, Thor closed the distance between them, radiant energy erupting from behind him. Apocalypse, however, displayed no intention of retreat. Chapter 128, Thor vs. Apocalypse. When confronting a human, Thor inherently bore a tremendous sense of superiority. After all, he was a deity. When had a mere mortal ever dared to disregard him so brazenly, even uttering words of profound disrespect? Without a moment's hesitation, Thor grasped Mjolnir, unleashing a tempest of thunderous energy that radiated outward, encircling Apocalypse in mere moments. Yet, contrary to Thor's expectations, Apocalypse did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he opted for silence. The power emanating from Thor was indeed formidable, but Apocalypse remained unfazed. Even before Thor had manifested before him, Apocalypse had sensed that this adversary was not to be underestimated. The most evident sign was the overwhelming aura radiating from Thor. Now that the clash had begun in earnest, Apocalypse could discern the true nature of this strength. Nevertheless, like Thor, Apocalypse harbored his own pride. Having lived through countless epics, none had imparted any meaningful significance to him, only fueling his disdain for the world. As he felt Thor's power gradually enveloping him, a smile crept across Apocalypse's face. "Although I do not know who you are, if you think you can defeat me with such power, you are sorely mistaken." As those words left his lips, a force began to coalesce in Apocalypse's hand. In the next instant, he appeared before Thor with astonishing speed, leaving the god of thunder momentarily stunned by the swiftness of his approach. In that fleeting moment, Apocalypse's fist erupted before Thor, the force exceeding all expectations, and with it, the power steadily intensified. The god of thunder had scarcely been propelled by Apocalypse when he was astonished to discover that his adversary had followed suit. Once more, he found himself cast aside, and at that moment, a fierce battle erupted. Yet this time, the god of thunder failed to seize any opportunity, instead being relentlessly assailed by his opponent, forced to retreat continuously. The trajectory of his physical form veered towards an exceedingly extreme fate. At this juncture, the god of thunder realized that he had underestimated this human before him. The power presently exhibited by his foe was far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary human. He suddenly recalled the peculiar state of Iron Man from before. Logically, Iron Man's designs should be regarded as formidable weapons within the entirety of the human realm. Yet, here was an individual capable of suppressing him. In this moment, the god of thunder grasped his hammer, Mjolnir, seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by being knocked away. With ferocity, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon his opponent. Determined to take the initiative, should he remain passive, there was a grave possibility that he would be overwhelmed, leading to an outcome most undesirable. His actions were resolute. However, the instant the hammer was in his grasp and the lightning erupted forth, Apocalypse extended his hand in response. This development left the god of thunder somewhat astonished. Surely, he did not intend to withstand this force merely with his corporeal form? This was the god of thunder's most genuine thought. For the might of this lightning transcended the natural elements of this realm. It was divine power. Divine power is not something that the human body can withstand. Yet, the god of thunder seemed to forget that during his previous use of Mjolnir, his opponent had withstood it. This time proved no different, and indeed, the impact was far more staggering. Previously, one could surmise that Apocalypse had engaged in some form of defense. However, this time, he displayed no intention of resisting, allowing the force to strike him directly. The terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, igniting the battlefield. In this moment, the god of thunder finally found an opportunity to distance himself from his adversary. Observing the power coursing through his opponent's body, he furrowed his brow. For as he had suspected, Iron Man had indeed found himself a worthy, if not superior, challenger. If I defeat this fellow, you, too, shall receive a thrashing later. The god of thunder refrained from immediate action, instead addressing Iron Man, who stood not far away. After all, Apocalypse had proven to surpass both Iron Man's and the god of thunder's own expectations. Oblivious to the significance of the god of thunder's words, Apocalypse clenched his power. The next moment, the ground around him began to fissure, a sensation that even the god of thunder felt from a distance. An inexplicable force not only impacted his body, but also encroached upon his very soul. The god of thunder narrowed his eyes, gripping Mjolnir tightly. In the blink of an eye, lightning flickered within his gaze. Not just his eyes, but his entire being shimmered with electric energy. In the next moment, all of this lightning surged into his hammer. With that surge, the god of thunder charged towards Apocalypse, delivering a forceful strike to his opponent's chest. Apocalypse, too, reached out, grasping Mjolnir. This occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye, nonetheless. The god of thunder remained astonished that his opponent could withstand the might of his hammer through sheer physical strength. Yet this was merely the beginning. The god of thunder's assault merely unleashed the power residing within him. It is crucial to remember that as the deity of thunder, he commanded the very elements of lightning that permeated this realm. Soon, storm clouds gathered around his hammer. In that moment, both forces of lightning erupted forth. This time, the god of thunder would not grant his opponent any opportunity for a comeback. A deity, after all, is not something mere mortals can rival. Boom. A fearsome force began to erupt, radiating a more formidable power centered around the god of thunder. Even Apocalypse furrowed his brow. Before him, it seemed that something unexpected was transpiring. Such power was indeed formidable. Apocalypse spoke slowly, yet his countenance remained indifferent. In the eyes of the god of thunder, his opponent was merely a human, and how powerful could a human truly be? Despite the possibility of possessing abilities akin to Iron Man's, such capabilities would not suffice to alter the situation. On the contrary, in the god of thunder's steadfast understanding, only those who genuinely wielded power earned the right to speak. Now, to rely solely on this meaningless strength in an attempt to vanquish him was nothing short of absurd. In a heartbeat, the god of thunder surged forward, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from his very being. Previously, he had been testing his opponent's capabilities. He sought to discern what tricks this individual possessed. While Apocalypse's gaze remained fixed on the god of thunder, what kind of power could a self-proclaimed deity command? Apocalypse's words were simple. If you believe yourself to be a god, then demonstrate the strength that can vanquish me. It must be said that Apocalypse's words, in a certain light, provoked the god of thunder's ire. He had not anticipated such audacity, nor the attempt to provoke him. As he furrowed his brow, he tightened his grip on Mjolnir. If it is merely this, then you may as well perish. As he spoke, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from him. This radiance coalesced with the lightning above, and Iron Man observed this spectacle with a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Could it be that these two intended to showcase their abilities? It appeared less like a battle and more like a display of power. Nevertheless, Iron Man distanced himself from the unfolding events, having come to a grim realization. The situation could very well be worse than anticipated. The God of Thunder did not, as Iron Man had presumed, immediately subdue his opponent. Quite the opposite, the power displayed by Apocalypse was exceedingly formidable, nearly matching that of the God of Thunder in an instant. Having previously fought Apocalypse, Iron Man understood better than others. The reason this adversary had yet to engage might stem from the fact that his true power remained concealed. With this thought in mind, Iron Man resolved to find a secure vantage point from which to observe the battle. After all, he was well aware of the God of Thunder's capabilities. However, he found Apocalypse's strength to be unfathomably deep, already contemplating the possibility of intervening should the need arise to rescue the God of Thunder. For it would be quite embarrassing to let him perish here. The God of Thunder, of course, was oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through Iron Man's mind in such a brief span of time. Yet for the God of Thunder, the unfolding events had already surpassed his expectations, as he had previously conveyed to Iron Man. The individual before him was undoubtedly no match for himself. The notion that the opponent could stir up trouble here was nothing short of a delusion. However, as the battle wore on, he came to a stark realization. His current adversary was, to a certain extent, not someone an ordinary person could compare to. More importantly, a subtle smile lingered on the opponent's face. If this continued, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Perhaps it was time to unveil his true capabilities. Suddenly, Thor addressed the apocalyptic figure, uttering words that caught the latter off guard, causing a flicker of surprise to cross his features. In Apocalyptic's view, Thor would likely hold back his true power until after a prolonged struggle. Yet, the fact that he was willing to unleash his strength immediately implied that he did not wish to waste any more time. Taking a deep breath, Thor initiated the assault. In truth, his urging Apocalyptic to strike first felt akin to a high-speed confrontation. Apocalyptic himself could no longer afford to remain passive. He needed to unleash the full extent of his formidable prowess, and in that fleeting moment, the mightiest forces of both combatants surged forth. An astonishing aura erupted, spreading in all directions as Thor unleashed his most potent power. After engaging in a series of battles alongside Ugia and others, Thor's strength had, in some way, been enhanced. Even his younger brother, whom he held in disdain, had evolved into a being far more formidable than himself. This was a reality he struggled to accept. Unbeknownst to him, the divine power within him gradually began to awaken. Odin had long been troubled by his offspring. Despite possessing terrifying power, Thor had never genuinely sought to harness it. He had never made a concerted effort to explore his own capabilities. Yet, after enduring numerous battles, a transformation finally occurred within Thor. He began to excavate his inner treasures. This was one of the reasons Odin permitted Thor to persist on Earth. He recognized it as Thor's opportunity. Should Thor seize this moment, he would uncover his latent potential. At that juncture, Thor would ascend to become the king of Asgard, although Hela had ostensibly claimed that title. However, the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. In Odin's eyes, until Thor matured, any words held no weight. Only when Thor genuinely developed and engaged in a true battle with his sister would the situation shift significantly. In the blink of an eye, Thor's speed was remarkable. He appeared before Apocalyptic in an instant. This time, an even more ferocious lightning crackled around Thor, causing Apocalyptic to squint. Yet, the next moment, a more arrogant grin spread across Apocalyptic's face, leaving Iron Man utterly stunned. Thor's technique was unfamiliar to Iron Man, yet he surmised that Thor believed this maneuver could eliminate his opponent. However, he could scarcely fathom how Apocalyptic could be so audacious and unrestrained. In an instant, Apocalyptic radiated a brilliant glow, catching even the already engaged Thor off guard. The unexpected presence of lightning around Apocalyptic was astonishing. Chapter 130, a reflection of one's own methods. The emergence of the lightning was exceedingly abrupt. Yet, upon their forces colliding, Thor immediately recognized the lightning emanating from Apocalyptic. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. How could this be? This power belonged to the divine. How could a mere mortal possess such identical strength? Was the opponent also a god of thunder? Or perhaps a bastard son of his father? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but the power in Thor's grasp showed no signs of waning. In the next moment, the lightning in the heavens converged once more. But this time, the gathering was markedly different from before. Previously, the lightning had surged solely towards Thor, yet now, a portion surged towards Apocalyptic as well. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Thor understood that this individual was highly unusual. "You can absorb your opponent's battle energy during combat," Thor uttered, disbelief etched on his face. For he could hardly fathom that a person could siphon their adversary's strength in the midst of battle. The most significant revelation was that the dynamics of their encounter had shifted dramatically. Previously, he could subdue his opponent with his lightning power. But now he found that not only could he not suppress Apocalyptic, but his own strength was being subtly siphoned away. Had it merely been that, Thor might not have been as astonished, but he was acutely aware that there was more to this than met the eye. The most startling revelation was that Apocalyptic's lightning power could inflict harm upon him. This was a truth Thor found utterly unacceptable. After all, he had been bestowed with the power of thunder by Odin, the All-Father of the gods. Combined with his innate talent, he had possessed the might to command the thunder, and lightning could never harm him. Yet, the current turn of events defied all his expectations, most glaringly the fact that the opponent's power could indeed cause him pain. When had lightning ever been capable of wounding him? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Thor took a cautious step back. "It seems you harbor a modicum of curiosity regarding my power. Do not be surprised. This strength was inherently yours. I merely transformed it into mine. Now, as you experience this power, do you still retain your earlier arrogance?" Apocalyptic spoke slowly, but it was evident from his expression that he felt little emotion regarding this development. It felt more like a taunt directed at Thor. With a deep breath, Thor closed the distance, for if Apocalyptic sought to stir trouble, he would not shy away. He certainly did not believe this battle would end so swiftly. "Let me witness the true extent of your power, or is it merely the ability to pilfer from others?" Thor was not one to be easily ridiculed. On the contrary, he retorted with defiance. On the other side, Iron Man observed the unfolding scene, shaking his head in disbelief. From an outsider's perspective, Iron Man believed Thor was no longer a match for his opponent. After all, although Thor had displayed a power capable of subduing his foe, it was merely a fleeting moment. Who could claim a moment of glory as everlasting? Now that Apocalyptic possessed a power similar to thunder, Iron Man was further convinced that this opponent had concealed far more than met the eye. Thor's mockery did not capture Apocalyptic's attention. Rather, Apocalyptic clenched his fist. And in the next instant, a terrifying force enveloped Thor. Thor himself had not anticipated that his opponent could coalesce such formidable energy in such a brief period. Even his own body felt a twinge of astonishment. As the power within his body gradually awakened, the god of thunder decisively departed from the controlled area of his adversary. His gaze once again fixated upon Apocalypse. He perceived that Apocalypse was utterly distinct from any opponent he had previously encountered, the most evident difference being the peculiar power emanating from him. Although he felt capable of engaging in a life-and-death struggle, even overpowering his foe in a brief span, he found himself at a loss due to the enigmatic forces at play. As the god of thunder inhaled sharply, his attention shifted to Iron Man, his intent unmistakably clear. Should he find himself unable to prevail, he would require Iron Man's assistance to extract him from this perilous situation. Iron Man, merely casting a glance at the god of thunder, understood his implication and nodded in agreement. After receiving Iron Man's response, the god of thunder turned his focus back to the battle. It must be said that since Apocalypse's emergence, the pressure he exerted had indeed been substantial. However, that did not equate to the god of thunder conceding defeat. In the next moment, a surge of lightning erupted from within him. For he was not one to surrender easily, especially considering the formidable beings that resided in his own realm. Although he currently felt like a mere shadow of his former self, even a shadow possessed its own pride and dignity. As a deity, he would not allow repeated misfortunes to befall him, even if he felt diminished. In an instant, he charged forth once more, radiant energy flickering around him. This light was far mightier than any power he had previously exhibited. Most notably, as he unleashed this force, he closed the distance to Apocalypse. This marked the first instance of the god of thunder approaching his adversary since the battle commenced, but in the next heartbeat, a glow emanated from Apocalypse, momentarily halting the god of thunder in his tracks. The realization struck him. He had ventured close to his own power, and as this thought crossed his mind, retreat was no longer an option. At that moment, he collided directly with the force of lightning. The god of thunder finally comprehended that his foe was siphoning his lightning, transforming his own power into that of his adversary. Yes. Not only that, but additional strange elements were intermingled with this thunderous force, rendering him unable to withstand its effects. A series of unsettling sensations coursed through his body, prompting the god of thunder to contemplate retreat. Chapter 131, "Help, brother-in-law." The numbing sensation intensified, confirming to the god of thunder that he was indeed no match for Apocalypse. Consequently, he resolved to cease his resistance, fully aware that if he continued to fight, he would almost certainly meet his demise at the hands of his opponent. With this realization, he cast another fervent glance towards Iron Man, his eyes ablaze with urgency. The implication was consistent with before. He needed to be extricated, for the forces within him were spiraling out of control. What astonished the god of thunder most was that his adversary seemed to have seen through him all along. Otherwise, such an unexpected maneuver would not have been executed while he was caught off guard. It was a calculated strike, exploiting his moment of inattention. Moreover, the power wielded by his opponent suggested that if the battle persisted, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The god of thunder could not allow such an outcome to transpire. Thus, he required Iron Man to orchestrate a rescue. From the moment the god of thunder first turned his attention to Iron Man, the latter had begun devising an escape plan, summoning his iron armor designated for a hasty retreat. However, before witnessing the god of thunder's actual collapse, Iron Man decided to wait a moment longer, hoping against hope that the god of thunder might yet surprise him. Yet, as the battle unfolded, Iron Man quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The god of thunder was no match for their foe. Without further ado, Iron Man initiated his escape. Under the guidance of his escape armor, Iron Man swiftly navigated the battlefield. Not only that, but he seized the god of thunder, extricating him from the clutches of Apocalypse right before his very eyes. However, the moment Iron Man grasped him, his expression shifted. What had he just pulled? Why did his body tremble slightly? It felt as if an exceedingly strange power was infiltrating his armor. As the armor reacted to the intrusion, Iron Man cursed under his breath, perplexed as to how rescuing the god of thunder had turned into such a convoluted ordeal. He had anticipated that saving him would be a mere trifle, yet he now found himself ensnared as prey, grappling with an opponent who could absorb power and was far more formidable than he appeared. Not only was Iron Man voicing his grievances, but the god of thunder was equally dismayed, never imagining that events would spiral to such a degree. He knew that Iron Man would only seek his assistance in dire circumstances, yet this was hardly a situation of mere necessity. It felt like a death sentence. The enemy was simply too powerful, and as the god of thunder glanced back, he was struck by a chilling realization. Apocalypse was still watching them, a sinister smile gracing his face. The emergence of that smile made the god of thunder acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. This adversary would not allow them to escape easily. The battle had only just begun, yet the god of thunder wished to flee. Thus, he mused. So this is what it means to be a deity. Apocalypse then spoke, his words laden with an unsettling quality that both the god of thunder and Iron Man perceived. Shortly thereafter, they were startled to hear a voice not far behind them. Especially for the god of thunder, he realized that Apocalypse was brazenly pursuing them. Panic surged through him. They needed to flee immediately. There was no time for contemplation. They had to escape, for this foe was simply terrifying, and should he catch up, they would surely meet a grim fate. The strange power still emanating from within him rendered the god of thunder incapable of controlling his own body. Yet he understood that he was now akin to a mere mortal, powerless to fight back or even attempt a desperate stand against his adversary. The only viable option was to flee. Unbeknownst to him, Iron Man was also in a precarious position. The strange power was transmitting through the god of thunder to him, and his armor had issued a warning. In no more than 20 minutes, the entire suit would lose functionality, rendering him incapable of maintaining high-speed movement or even sustaining the armor's operational state. "We are running out of time. You must think of a way out, or we shall perish," Iron Man exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. He had never anticipated that their predicament would escalate to this point. The battle had likely lasted no more than a few minutes, yet they had recklessly faced their opponent, only to be utterly overwhelmed. Now, even facing the prospect of being utterly vanquished by his opponent, Iron Man would be disingenuous to claim he was not perturbed. However, he was reluctant to bring his adversary to S-H-I-E-L-D, fully aware that neither he nor Thor could contend with the threat at hand. If they were to deliver their foe to S-H-I-E-L-D, it was highly probable that the agency would face ruin as well. Although Iron Man had evolved beyond his former selfishness, he could not bring himself to obliterate S-H-I-E-L-D in its entirety. Upon Iron Man's utterance, Thor sensed that his time was limited, and the thought of seeking his father in Asgard seemed overwhelmingly daunting. After all, he currently lacked the divine strength to summon aid from Asgard. Yet, a flicker of realization ignited in Thor's eyes. He recollected that there were indeed relatives from Asgard residing on Earth. He had two beloved kin among the mortals. To the estate, the one we visited previously. We must hasten there, for it holds our salvation, Thor exclaimed urgently. Although Iron Man was bewildered by Thor's intentions, circumstances left him with little alternative but to heed Thor's words and proceed to the affluent estate. In no time, propelled by the urgency of their escape, they successfully reached the manor. Brother-in-law, help me. Chapter 132, The Hulk Takes Action. Today, Hela was not at home, having dedicated herself to arduous training. She decided it was time for a well-deserved respite and ventured to the city center for some shopping. Meanwhile, Ujia remained behind at the estate, having drawn a rather peculiar reward. In fact, prior to the arrival of Thor and Iron Man, he had already sensed a familiar aura not far off. Accompanying that familiar presence was a rather strange energy. With Thor's declaration, Ujia's gaze fixated on the Hulk in the distance. It was time for the bodyguards and servants to spring into action. Not only did Ujia hear the voices of Thor and Iron Man, but the Hulk had heard them as well. However, without Ujia's command, the Hulk would remain still. As Ujia's attention turned to him, Dr. Banner quickly bowed his head. When he raised it again, he had transformed into the Hulk. Leave it to me, came his deep, resonant voice. The Hulk then strode purposefully out of the estate, while Iron Man and Thor remained outside, as per Thor's request. He was acutely aware that his brother-in-law possessed a notoriously volatile temperament. Should they enter the estate uninvited, they would likely face not only the impending threat of apocalypse, but also the wrath of his brother-in-law. As the Hulk emerged, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Thor's eyes. He understood that his brother-in-law had arrived. Most likely, he would not meet his demise today. It's all right now, we can observe the battle. That cursed foe still wishes to end my life. What a fool's errand, when I have the mightiest brother-in-law in existence. With this declaration, Thor could not help but lift his chin, fully aware of his brother-in-law's unparalleled prowess. The man could shatter Asgard itself. Words could scarcely convey the terror he inspired. Now that his brother-in-law's ally had joined the fray, the ensuing events would surely unfold effortlessly. While Iron Man could not fathom why the Hulk exhibited such bravado, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the estate, as if its owner were a cherished friend. He recalled the renowned novelist from earlier, if memory served. That very novelist was Thor's brother-in-law. Previously, Thor had shared glimpses of his family life with Iron Man, and Iron Man could only marvel at the peculiarities of Thor's lineage. What normal individual would endure such a family dynamic? It was inconceivable. Yet, it was undeniable that Thor was likely the weakest link in a family of formidable individuals. Moreover, Thor had previously indicated that his brother-in-law was, without a doubt, the most formidable being in the entire clan. Iron Man found himself grappling with uncertainty. Could that novelist indeed be Thor's brother-in-law? Just then, Apocalypse arrived at the estate, directing his gaze away from Thor and towards the Hulk. Another mutant, I see. I must admit, this one seems rather peculiar. But if you two merely sought to present me with such a foe, you may find yourselves accompanying him to the grave. With Apocalypse's words, both Iron Man and Thor quickly grasped the situation. It was not that Apocalypse was unable to catch up to them, but rather that he intended to bait them into a confrontation. Thor responded with a scoff of disdain. You seem quite confident. I hope you can still wear that smile after you defeat this behemoth. Thor did not regard the Hulk as an overwhelming threat, for the Hulk had yet to unleash his full potential before him. Thus, he remained unaware of the Hulk's true strength. However, he was acutely aware of his brother-in-law's might. Should the Hulk falter against this adversary, it was likely that even his brother-in-law would be unable to remain uninvolved, and in that moment, this foe would surely prove formidable. Only those who had truly witnessed Ujia's power understood how terrifying he could be. Fortunately, Thor had experienced Ujia's strength firsthand. He knew how formidable Ujia was. Once he became serious, the power he displayed would far surpass that of any so-called deity. In the next instant, Apocalypse summoned the energies surrounding him and directed them towards the Hulk, astonished at Thor's audacity upon arriving at the estate. Yet, since his confidence stemmed from a reason, it was likely due to the formidable presence of the Hulk before him. Let me see what surprises your prized asset can unleash. As he spoke, a radiant light flickered around Apocalypse once more, for he felt no need to squander time here. He unleashed his most potent abilities, determined to eliminate his foe in the shortest time possible. In a breath, his power erupted forth completely, but it seemed he had underestimated his opponent. At that very moment, the Hulk charged forward, a cruel smile adorning his face. Unbeknownst to the Hulk, the true extent of his opponent's strength was beyond his comprehension. Yet, such concerns were never paramount for the Hulk. He merely needed to give it his all. However, as he sprinted, he felt as though something unseen had ensnared him, preventing him from unleashing his full might. Suddenly, the Hulk's expression shifted. What kind of power is this? Are you also a monster? As a warrior hero, the Hulk despised such elusive forces. They could restrain him in an instant. Unable to harness his complete strength, the Hulk voiced his concerns, only to be met with a mocking response from Apocalypse. Is this all you possess? If these are your true capabilities, I suggest you consider ending your life, as you are not worthy to challenge me. Apocalypse remained unapologetically arrogant, and once more, a radiant light enveloped him, far more resplendent than the earlier radiance. It seemed poised to unleash an extraordinarily formidable and terrifying power in a mere moment. Chapter 133. Why cause a commotion here? The Hulk roared, eager to launch an assault. However, he soon realized that his aspirations for attack were rather naive. The adversary stood right before him, yet he found himself unable to make contact, his fury surging within him. As for Apocalypse, he spared the Hulk little more than a cursory glance. The existence of such a being hardly warranted his concern. After all, the opponent was merely a brute, a worthless entity whose brute strength might prevail on the battlefield. Yet, before him, the Hulk was nothing but an insignificant wretch, incapable of even approaching his proximity. Did he truly believe that this power could vanquish me? Was he proud or boastful of it? It seemed the Hulk could no longer suppress his urge to speak, sensing the other's reliance on this force. Nevertheless, Apocalypse had no intention of giving him even a moment's consideration. He was acutely aware that, despite the difficulty in dispatching the Hulk in the short term, this so-called power would ultimately lead to the latter's demise. He was indifferent to wasting time here. However, the Hulk's current state was particularly displeasing to Apocalypse. In the next instant, a thunderous brilliance enveloped Apocalypse, beginning to flicker. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Quick, retreat. This power is different." Only Thor grasped the true nature of the force unleashed by his opponent. It was his own power that the adversary had absorbed, now wielded as their own. Thus, should they choose to refine this power, the Hulk would undoubtedly be no match for them. Yet, Thor's warning held little effect, for the Hulk currently had no possibility of evasion. Thunder swiftly descended upon the Hulk, his body erupting into chaos. The Hulk, who had been in pursuit, suddenly found himself kneeling. The sensation of paralysis was intensifying, as he had never anticipated such a force from his foe. Moreover, this power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. His breath quickened in response. However, he refused to accept that he was about to be slain by this opponent. On the contrary, the Hulk's rage was reaching a boiling point. What kind of battle was this? From its inception to this moment, he had not been afforded a single opportunity, not even the possibility of a direct confrontation, which only fueled his fury. He never expected such an occurrence in battle. While similar encounters had transpired, they at least allowed both parties to experience the visceral thrill of combat. Yet this time, the Hulk felt none of that, only being subdued by his adversary. How could he accept such a fate? His anger continued to swell, for all of the Hulk's strength stemmed from his rage. As long as he remained sufficiently enraged, the power he could unleash would be dreadfully formidable. No one could hope to defeat the Hulk in a short span, not even Apocalypse. The latter's actions had, in a sense, utterly incensed the Hulk. In the next moment, Apocalypse's expression shifted. What did he behold? The behemoth before him possessed an astonishingly peculiar power, having appeared near death only moments ago. Yet, in an instant, an immensely powerful force emerged from him. This power was gradually manifesting, and then his control dissipated, akin to the gravity formed by one's body weight. It could be said that a person's weight is immutable, hence, gravity is undoubtedly the most effective means to subdue an opponent. Under threefold gravity's restraint, no one could escape such confinement. Yet, Apocalypse keenly sensed that the Hulk was somehow breaking free from this constraint through sheer brute force. At this moment, the Hulk was anything but ordinary as he approached Apocalypse, confirming that his strength was indeed on the rise. Only an ever-increasing power could defy the shackles of gravity. In the next second, the Hulk lunged toward Apocalypse. Yet, no one anticipated that Apocalypse showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he extended his hand, resolutely exchanging blows with the Hulk. This scene left even Thor dumbfounded. The Hulk's form loomed large, and even Thor would hesitate to confront him directly. Yet Apocalypse dared to trade blows with the behemoth, indicating that he, too, harbored immense power. At this moment, Thor finally grasped that throughout the entirety of this conflict, he had never truly battled Apocalypse. Though he had continually attacked, he had yet to even graze his opponent, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Was he truly a worthless being? Yet in the next moment, the battle between the two escalated once more, and the disparity in their abilities became glaringly evident in mere instants. Their fists collided relentlessly, their powers surging with each exchange. It was as if they had succumbed to madness. Thor tugged at Iron Man's sleeve. Am I dreaming? How can this guy be so formidable? Able to contend with such a monster? Does this mean we are all worthless? Iron Man initially shook his head, then quickly nodded in agreement. He understood precisely what Thor's words implied. More importantly, the events unfolding were indeed beyond their wildest imaginings. For prior to this, they had battled Apocalypse, and he understood the essence of that confrontation. Yet upon witnessing the clash between the Hulk and Apocalypse, they realized they had been mere frogs in a well. The true Apocalypse now stood before them, and astonishingly, he had managed to subdue the Hulk. This was the most unfathomable revelation. At that moment, Ujia arrived on the battlefield. Initially, he had intended to enjoy a brief respite within the manor, but the commotion outside proved too disruptive. Hence, he sought to discover which misguided individual dared disturb his midday slumber. With Ujia's arrival, a glimmer of light flickered in Thor's eyes. Iron Man too was taken aback, astonished to see his dear friend. Chapter 134. Ujia takes action. Ujia materialized on the battlefield, and at that moment, all eyes were drawn to his presence. Not only that, but upon his arrival, Ujia fixed his gaze upon Apocalypse. Unlike others, Ujia was well acquainted with Apocalypse, having a deeper understanding of him than most. He recognized the man before him as a madman. He had gleaned insights about him previously, yet he had not anticipated his emergence under such circumstances. While Ujia was somewhat astonished, he then turned his attention to the Hulk. Although the Hulk had occasionally made moves during this time, Ujia was still unaware of the extent of his power. Upon revisiting the scene, Ujia was astounded to discover that the strength of the Hulk had vastly intensified compared to before. This realization prompted him to shake his head slightly. If you wish to resolve this matter, then I shall leave it to you. Meanwhile, Thor, who had been observing the battle, found himself momentarily taken aback. He had expected his brother-in-law to display his formidable prowess and swiftly eliminate the threat. To his surprise, not only did his brother-in-law refrain from intervening, but he also delegated the task to his subordinates. A feeling of foreboding washed over him. It was not that Thor lacked faith in the Hulk. Rather, he believed that should his brother-in-law choose to engage, the adversary would be vanquished in a fraction of the time, thus avoiding any unnecessary delays. Yet, something felt amiss. He sensed a change in his brother-in-law, who no longer seemed to revel in violence as he once did. Simultaneously, Apocalypse shifted his gaze from the Hulk to Ujia. The unexpected arrival of Ujia was an unforeseen variable for Apocalypse, but he could sense an overwhelming power emanating from Ujia at that very moment, far exceeding his expectations. Consequently, Apocalypse began to reposition himself, striving to maintain a safe distance. He understood that a single misstep could grant his opponent an opportunity, and this adversary appeared to be more formidable than anticipated. However, he seemed to overlook the Hulk entirely. The Hulk, oblivious to the implications of the situation, was singularly focused on eliminating Apocalypse, believing that he had never truly suffered a setback against any foe since his encounter with Ujia. Even the soldiers had merely been a source of evasion for him. He never perceived himself as the weaker party. Let us see if this power satisfies you. With a sudden declaration, the Hulk unleashed another surge of strength. His rage, well known to all, was continuously escalating. His might was intrinsically tied to his fury. Theoretically, as long as the Hulk remained sufficiently enraged, there would be no limit to his power. Thus, he once again transcended his limits. Previously, Apocalypse could restrict his opponent with his abilities, but as the Hulk's strength shattered Apocalypse's preconceptions time and again, the latter grew increasingly vexed. Coupled with Ujia's abrupt appearance, Apocalypse's demeanor shifted uneasily. Apocalypse was acutely aware that in this phase, any offensive action required a suitable opportunity. Yet, Ujia loomed like a sword hanging over his head. Taking a deep breath, he summoned thunderous energy to his hands. This time, his target was not merely the Hulk, but the broader battlefield itself. He aimed to expand the conflict and prevent his adversaries from seizing any chances. It must be said that Apocalypse's strategy was commendable, yet he remained oblivious to the true strength of the opponent he had provoked. Ujia had no desire to involve himself in the Hulk's battle, having observed the latter's combat prowess throughout this period. However, seeing Apocalypse's intent to widen the battlefield, Ujia shook his head in resignation. I have offered you your chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Thus, you must face the consequences. In Ujia's view, some individuals are prone to overestimating their intelligence, and Apocalypse was no exception. The absurdity of his self-congratulatory actions was almost laughable. In the next moment, the power of a Superman erupted from Ujia, who had evolved beyond mere Silver Superman strength, enhanced by numerous templates. The might he could unleash was exponentially greater than before. Most notably, he could amplify his power with each breath. Because of this, Apocalypse was caught off guard as Ujiha approached, and by the time he attempted to react, he found himself unable to move. Ujiha's speed was unparalleled, swift to the point where human eyes could scarcely keep pace. How could this be? He was merely a human. How could he possess such formidable strength? I refused to believe it. In the wake of this realization, Apocalypse roared in fury. A surge of even greater power erupted from within him, as if he sought to unveil his most potent abilities, yet he underestimated his opponent. At that moment, a slight smile crept onto Ujiha's lips, and he extended a finger, summoning a beam of light, the magical beam cannon. This technique, acquired not long ago, had become a testament to Ujiha's growing strength. He had noticed a rise in the quality of the skills obtained through his sign-ins, and the magical beam cannon, a signature move of Demon King Piccolo from the Dragon Ball universe, was among them. The longer he charged this attack, the more formidable its power became. However, Ujiha had no intention of accumulating strength for this encounter. He believed Apocalypse was not worthy of such an investment. In the next heartbeat, a horrifying aura erupted forth. When Apocalypse glanced down once more, he found himself staring at his own feet. His head had been severed. The magical beam cannon had left him no chance to struggle. Ujiha shook his head in disappointment. He had extended the best opportunity to his opponent, yet it had gone unappreciated. Chapter 135, The Hulk's Thoughts. Thor had long known that his brother-in-law was extraordinarily powerful, yet each time he witnessed Ujiha in action, he sensed a distinct difference. Most notably, Thor could perceive an increase in Ujiha's strength. It seemed far mightier than before, as Ujiha had never showcased such techniques in their previous encounters. Thor wished to say something to Ujiha, but the latter did not even glance his way, heading directly back to the manor. At that moment, the Hulk exchanged a glance with Thor. The relationship between Ujiha and Thor was not lost on the Hulk. However, it was apparent that they shared little in common. Their time together had been brief, and their exchanges sparse, so after a mere glance at Thor, the Hulk chose to turn away. The unfolding events stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within the Hulk. He had not anticipated encountering such a scenario. What troubled him more was the realization that he had not fought in quite some time, and he desperately needed a battle to awaken his somewhat lethargic body. Yet, this also exposed numerous shortcomings, particularly his inability to contend with bizarre powers. This predicament weighed heavily on the Hulk's mind. However, upon focusing on Ujiha, the Hulk suddenly had an epiphany. Rather than wallowing in self-doubt, it would be wiser to seek counsel from Ujiha. Even Ujiha was taken aback when the Hulk, upon returning to the manor, sought him out immediately. Ujiha regarded the Hulk with a hint of confusion. What seems to be the matter? Have you sustained injuries in the recent battle? If so, you may rest. It is of no great concern, as there is little happening at the manor these days. Ujiha naturally had his reasons for saying this, although he didn't know exactly how chaotic the mutants outside had become. Now that the most dangerous one had been eliminated by him, similar incidents shouldn't happen again. Because of this, Ujiha took charge of this wealthy estate area, preparing to restore it to its former state. Hearing Ujiha speak, the Hulk shook his head. It's just I feel my power is still insufficient. I used to think I was strong, but after seeing you and Madam, I realize how small I really am. The Hulk's words seemed unusual. Even Ujiha couldn't help but glance at him. In Ujiha's memory, the Hulk rarely spoke like this. Yet now, it seemed he had something on his mind. Because of that, Ujiha didn't say much and chose to wait for him to continue. Now I realize how weak I truly am. Can I become stronger? It was hard to imagine the Hulk asking such a question. Ujiha first looked at him curiously, then nodded. As long as you have the desire to become stronger, you can. That much is certain. In Ujiha's eyes, the Hulk didn't truly understand himself. Strictly speaking, the Hulk had never fully explored his own potential. Ujiha was certain of this. The Hulk's concern shouldn't be about the strength of his opponents, but about how far he could push himself. The angrier he became, the simpler everything would get. This was an undeniable fact. Ujiha took a deep breath and explained everything about the Hulk's own power. The Hulk hadn't expected that Ujiha could understand him even better than he understood himself. As Ujiha described the Hulk's power, the Hulk squinted. He had had similar thoughts before, realizing he was somewhat different. Most notably, during each battle, there would be moments when he lost control, and in those moments, his strength surged to its fullest. Because of this, the Hulk could now be certain. This was his opportunity, and he could seize it. I want to control my emotions and wield my power freely. Will that be difficult? The Hulk asked tentatively. Ujiha nodded in response. Actually, gaining strength is much simpler than you think. You already possess immense talent. You just haven't tapped into it yet. If you truly want to seize this opportunity, you must battle gradually, channeling all your emotions and firmly grasp everything you perceive. Jie didn't offer shortcuts, only the most realistic path. In his understanding of power, this was the method best suited for the Hulk, who had never truly mastered his own strength. In some ways, he had never gotten what he wanted. Because of this, Jie was certain a small nudge in the right direction, and the Hulk would quickly grow stronger. Yet, after a moment, he noticed a change in the Hulk's expression. Previously, he had seemed pleasantly surprised, but now that surprise was gone. Right now, to become stronger, I need more battles, but I don't have opportunities to fight, the Hulk said, revealing his main concern. In the safety of Jie's estate, he enjoyed freedom, but that same freedom prevented him from gaining strength through other means. Jie understood his thoughts. The Hulk wanted to fight, but feared the military wouldn't allow it. Jie spoke up, then go do what you need to do. If you don't do it now, you might regret it later. Go, and if things get too dangerous, you can always return. Jie didn't mind the Hulk seeking opportunities, and he hoped the Hulk could make the best choices. Staying in one place wouldn't offer him better chances. It was better to seize potential opportunities. Hearing this, the Hulk knew what he had to do. He was certain this was one of his opportunities. The details of battle resonated in his mind, making him keenly aware that he couldn't miss the chance to grow stronger. In this era, though the Hulk didn't know what challenges lay ahead, his instincts told him they might surpass his current abilities. This was a grim reality, and he could foresee it. When that day came, he might be powerless, forced to watch events unfold without any influence. Thinking of that possibility filled him with genuine dread. He would not allow such a thing to happen, nor would he endure it. After bidding Jie farewell, the Hulk decisively left. Jie watched his back and shook his head. Even at home, the Hulk could have helped guard the estate, but now he was gone, something Jie was not used to. However, what mattered most was the Hulk's own decision. If he truly wanted to act, Jie wouldn't stop him. Everyone deserved their own sky. Jie understood this clearly. Don't regret what you do, Jie said, watching the Hulk's retreating figure. After a brief pause, Jie shook his head again. The Hulk had his own plans. Worrying about him was pointless. It was better to handle current affairs properly. Soon, Hela returned. Seeing unusual activity outside the estate, she fixed her gaze on Jie. What is going on? Do we have visitors or some uninvited guests? Hela's expression darkened. This was her cherished home, meticulously cared for, mostly by the Hulk. Jie smiled and recounted everything that had happened to her. So it was because of my brother? Hela, who had already formed an opinion, chose to remain silent. Concerning Thor, Hela's sentiments were somewhat askew, particularly as he had always perceived their relationship as one that, despite sharing blood ties, lacked the amicable nature he had envisioned. Consequently, he harbored reservations about allowing Jie to engage with the other party, but it now appeared he had underestimated them. Upon encountering adversaries, the first audacious act was to brazenly approach and instigate trouble. Should that young man dare to return, you needn't concern yourself with him. Hela contemplated before imparting this to Jie. She believed that the crux of the matter lay in whether Thor could exhibit a modicum of self-awareness. If he did, matters would become considerably more manageable. Unfortunately, in Hela's estimation, Thor was an exceedingly restless individual, likely to create chaos unbeknownst to anyone. This was an undeniable fact, and Jie, undeterred by Hela's concerns, remained indifferent. Ultimately, his assistance was merely a byproduct of his connection with Hela, devoid of that link. He wouldn't spare a glance. As a laid-back individual, Jie was acutely aware of his priorities. Thus, he and Hela exchanged few words regarding Thor, as both had recently adopted an overly leisurely approach to the situation. On another front, unexpected events had transpired concerning the mutants. No one had anticipated the demise of Apocalypse. This was a shocking turn of events for all. Although numerous surprises had arisen in the past, they had been manageable. Even Magneto had not foreseen such unforeseen occurrences unfolding in a moment of carelessness. Nonetheless, Apocalypse's death was, in a way, fortuitous for him, for they were fundamentally not aligned. Should Apocalypse have sought to stir trouble, Magneto would have had no option but to remain a passive observer. Furthermore, Magneto was well aware of Apocalypse's insanity. If provoked, he would not relent and would employ every means to wreak havoc. In truth, it was not solely Magneto who found the situation considerably simplified. Even Professor X sensed that matters had grown less convoluted. Prior to this, numerous incidents had arisen from Apocalypse's emergence, a being long in slumber, whose origins were known to many mutants. However, with the understanding that he was dormant, many concerns could be set aside. Yet the recent turn of events indicated that even a sleeping mutant could instigate monumental shifts. Magneto remained relatively inactive, but Professor X's response was markedly different. Growing increasingly apprehensive of those still in slumber, she resolutely initiated an investigation into this group. Her intentions were straightforward: to eliminate all potential threats. No one could ascertain when these dangers might manifest, but adopting a stance of preparedness was the wisest course of action. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency emerged as the greatest beneficiary in this scenario. Previously, they had encountered crises stemming from mutant affairs. However, with the dissipating threat of apocalypse, the city began its gradual revival. This was the most favorable news for S.H.I.E.L.D., which hoped to avert further unforeseen complications. Nonetheless, the agency recognized that their primary objective remained the containment of those lunatic mutants, regarded as the most significant threat in their eyes. In Chapter 137, Thanos approaches. In the cosmos, Ugia initially believed that Thanos would require additional time to commence his quest for the Infinity Stones and to invade the universe. Yet, Thanos had already set his plans into motion, exhibiting a level of madness far surpassing expectations. The most conspicuous evidence of this was his immediate dispatch of all his forces. Thanos understood that to acquire the Infinity Stones swiftly, it necessitated a considerable allocation of manpower and resources. Only through such means could he hope to amass the stones in a short span. Moreover, these stones were, in many respects, treasures, without adequate power. One would have no right to wield them, a fact Thanos fully acknowledged. However, along with this awareness came the need for a more opportune moment. After all, up to this point, he had secured merely one stone. Yet, due to this singular acquisition, he recognized it as his ultimate chance. No one could have predicted that Thanos would commence his collection of the stones at this juncture, and he appeared far more formidable than anticipated. At this moment, he had even located a seer, gaining insights into future events, something previously unimaginable in the cosmos. The origins of this unforeseen occurrence remained unclear, but it provided him with greater clarity. To fulfill his grand aspirations of obtaining the stones, he needed to reach Earth swiftly and obliterate any potential formation of the Avengers. Little did the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. know that they had unwittingly caught Thanos' attention. At this point, the Avengers had yet to manifest even in their preliminary form. Despite this, Thanos did not abandon his plans for turmoil. Ugia, who had been peacefully enjoying retirement on Earth, was equally unprepared for Thanos' swift arrival. Within just a month, Thanos' spaceship had reached Earth, and this time his actions were reckless compared to before. While resting at home, Ugia suddenly sensed an entirely different energy emanating from Earth. Just days prior, he had acquired an unexpected treasure during his sign-in, a global monitoring system. This device would detect any force not belonging to Earth, and for the first time, Ugia's expression shifted. Having recently dealt with the mutant issue, he was taken aback by yet another unforeseen development. To claim he was not irate would be a falsehood. Concurrently, a radiant glow began to emanate from Ugia. He had little tolerance for disturbances, and the relentless intrusions of these reckless individuals were transforming Earth into their playground. Consequently, he felt no obligation to hold back. Not long after, Ugia appeared in the skies above Earth. Meanwhile, before him loomed hundreds of spaceships, and merely witnessing this sight conjured thoughts of Thanos' arrival. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take Thanos a while to reach Earth, but it became clear he had underestimated his speed. His arrival was swifter than he had imagined. However, even now that Thanos was on Earth, Ugia remained unfazed. Ultimately, the adversary's power was not sufficient to warrant significant concern. Ugia's strength surged instantaneously. Although he recognized that his opponent was formidable, he was equally determined not to grant them any opportunity to instigate chaos. In that very moment, an overwhelming force erupted. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Ugia's lips as he eagerly anticipated a comparison between Thanos' Legion and its previous incarnation. However, at that very moment, he was astonished to discover that the unexpected had arrived with alarming swiftness. Before he even made a move, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the opposing forces, heralding the arrival of dozens of cosmic warriors. Ugia narrowed his eyes, for he believed that while his adversaries possessed formidable strength, they should not present him with any significant surprises. This was merely Ugia's prior assumption. The reality he now beheld revealed that every single spaceship contained exceptionally powerful warriors. Strangely, each warrior bore a peculiar smile, which rendered Ugia somewhat uncertain about the situation at hand. Despite not choosing to strike first, his opponents could scarcely contain their eagerness. Just as Ugia directed his gaze toward the cosmic warriors, They simultaneously launched an assault upon him, seemingly convinced that such an attack would suffice to vanquish him. Jia, of course, took note of their actions, yet his expression revealed no hint of concern. Only he was aware of the true extent of his power. If mere laser guns could indeed defeat him, then all his days of diligent training would have been in vain. The Silver Superman was not solely defined by strength. In fact, his defensive capabilities were equally formidable. Coupled with the enhancement from the Codex of Life, he could elevate his defenses to an astonishing level in a remarkably short span of time. Consequently, Jia felt no inclination to attack. Rather, he gradually approached his foes. This unfolding scene was undeniably peculiar, as all his adversaries stood momentarily stunned. These warriors had been meticulously selected by Thanos from the cosmos, and thus held a certain self-awareness of their prowess. Yet, the events transpiring before Jia utterly dismantled their self-perception. They had never anticipated encountering someone capable of forging ahead while enduring their weaponry. They could even perceive Jia's smile as audacious and dismissive. In an instant, some warriors chose to retreat, for the combat prowess Jia displayed was beyond comprehension. It was a level of power not characteristic of an ordinary human. Chapter 138, Thanos' Trump Card. Jia did not spare a glance at his adversaries. He understood that these individuals sought to eliminate him, but their strength was hardly a cause for alarm. In fact, he had long harbored curiosity regarding Thanos' audacity to arrive on Earth at this juncture. Was he truly mad? Although the Avengers were absent, Earth was by no means as feeble as they might have imagined. To a certain extent, Jia regarded himself as a part of Earth. It seemed clear that they remained woefully ignorant of true power. As he uttered these words, a dazzling radiance emanated from Jia. Previously, he had refrained from unleashing his full potential, but the moment he began to contemplate his opponents, they all sensed that something was amiss with him. If Jia were to strike, it would be a different matter. However, merely standing there exuded an immense aura of intimidation. This pressure continued to escalate, and some individuals found their fears blossoming inexplicably, particularly as they faced Jia at that moment. They could feel their bodies trembling involuntarily, a manifestation of primal terror. Simultaneously, Jia began to harness the power characteristic of the Silver Superman. Wasn't he Earth filled with frail humans? Wasn't he merely a lowly civilization? What was happening? Why did this human possess such extraordinary strength? Faced with overwhelming fear, even the cosmic warriors perceived a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from Jia. At that precise moment, he chose to strike, and a brilliant light erupted from his hand. Those who had dared to confront him were utterly unprepared for the terror Jia unleashed. Before they could fully engage, a significant number of warriors were dispatched on the spot, leaving everyone momentarily uncertain. They had no comprehension of who Jia truly was. He was merely a human after all. Yet, his strength was unfathomably terrifying, leading some warriors to exchange bewildered glances. In the next heartbeat, their decision to flee was utterly absurd. Thanos, who had remained in the main control room, witnessed everything unfold. The seer had warned Thanos long before his arrival on Earth that the current state of the planet diverged from his expectations. To conquer Earth and acquire the Infinity Stones would demand more time than he had anticipated. Furthermore, if he failed to subdue Earth, his ambition of obtaining the Infinity Stones would remain unfulfilled. It must be said that Thanos found himself in a predicament from the moment he set out. He could only act, as action was the sole means to ensure his desires could be realized. Should he choose to retreat, both the stones and his aspirations would be irrevocably lost, a scenario Thanos could not tolerate. At this juncture, Thanos' gaze shifted to his surroundings. His subordinates, who had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to strike, bowed their heads. My beloved master, should you require it, your warriors shall carve a path strewn with thorns for you. One subordinate knelt, pledging fealty to Thanos. Yet, Thanos displayed no reaction. His attention remained fixed on the screen, where Jia was wreaking havoc. To Thanos, Jia had become somewhat of an eyesore. However, he was not yet prepared to employ his most loyal subordinates, for he understood that Earth had yet to reveal its true strength. This was not a favorable situation for Thanos. He surmised that he must witness Earth's hidden capabilities before proceeding. Once he discerned their trump card, he could annihilate them in an instant. Simultaneously, he would acquire the coveted Infinity Stones. Yet, at this moment, Thanos appeared to underestimate Jia's lethality. Jia's gaze fell upon the cosmic beings, initially believing they might present him with something extraordinary. Instead, it became evident that they merely relied on their higher-dimensional weaponry to put on a facade. With this thought in mind, Jia resolved not to grant his opponents any opportunities. In the next instant, flames ignited around him, and he grinned widely. Let me show you what true despair looks like. As he spoke, a more brilliant light flickered in his hand, one far more radiant than before. Within this radiance lay a power that was altogether more terrifying, entirely distinct from what had come before. It is important to note that while Yu Jie had been prepared for combat, he had refrained from unleashing his strength on a grand scale. However, after enduring this prolonged wait, he had yet to see any glimmer of hope from his adversaries. Thus, Yu Jie resolved not to squander any more time in this place. For with each passing second, his power was being forged anew. Radiance shone around him, emanating outward in ever-expanding waves, and within this brilliance, the strength contained within grew increasingly formidable. All who dared to approach Yu Jie, including those warriors attempting to flee the battlefield, were utterly obliterated by the initial surge of his might. This was not the magic of a mere sorcerer. Witnessing this spectacle, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He was indeed probing Yu Jie, eager to discern the true nature of his abilities. However, it now appeared that Yu Jie deviated somewhat from his expectations. Most strikingly, the sorcerous power he exhibited was something he had speculated about more than once prior. What kind of abilities did Yu Jie actually possess? Would they offer him an experience unlike any other? Yet, at present, he seemed merely a feeble magician. It is well known that within the cosmos, sorcerers are the most destructive beings. However, there exists a significant disparity in this destructive power. Most notably, the physical forms of sorcerers are exceedingly frail. This starkly contrasts with their immense strength. They wield tremendous power, yet cannot apply it to fortify their own bodies, rendering the task of vanquishing a sorcerer relatively simple. At least in Thanos' view, he believed he could dispatch a sorcerer endowed with terrifying strength in a matter of moments. This confidence stemmed from the fact that he indeed possessed such power. Chapter 139, The General of the Deathblade. For Thanos, the power Yu Jie displayed served to convey a message. Yu Jie was not a figure worthy of his excessive concern, especially considering that aboard his spacecraft lay another entity hailed as the mightiest sorcerer across the 9 realms. Contemplating this, Thanos could not help but chuckle. He had anticipated that Earth might present him with some semblance of surprise, yet it seemed he had merely overestimated them. As he spoke, an even more terrifying force began to emanate from him. He was no longer willing to witness his so-called subordinates being continuously annihilated, and at that moment, several of Thanos' formidable allies also lifted their heads. They could perceive that the Thanos before them was markedly different from the one they had known moments prior. Most notably, the aura he exuded had entirely transformed. While Thanos had exhibited similar behaviors before, he had not fully revealed his intentions at that time. Now, however, he showed no restraint in expressing his thoughts. In an instant, all his subordinates knelt, understanding that the Thanos present was fundamentally altered. The most apparent change was that Thanos was now resolute in his seriousness. Let us not waste any more time here. Eliminate them. With these words, his subordinates sprang into action. The first to move was none other than the General of the Deathblade. As the most formidable entity under Thanos' command, he could not allow any affront to his master to go unchallenged. Yu Jie's actions had already signaled to him that this individual was provoking his master. In a breath, he stepped forth as Thanos' representative, and as he emerged from the spacecraft, he was enveloped by a more terrifying force. Moments later, he stood before Yu Jie. Yu Jie's gaze fell upon this General of the Deathblade, and he sensed that this opponent was unlike the others. Upon reflection, this seemed to be one of Thanos' 5 great lieutenants. Amused, Yu Jie thought that perhaps he had miscalculated this encounter. However, upon closer inspection of his adversary, he was certain that Thanos had indeed come to Earth. Yet, a flicker of confusion remained in Yu Jie's heart. Why would Thanos arrive on Earth at this juncture in search of the Infinity Stones? According to the trajectory of events, he should have required more time to arrive. At this moment, even the most fundamental Avengers had yet to coalesce, and yet here he was, ready to strike. Yu Jie found this perplexing, but before he could take action, his opponent spoke directly. Those who dare offend my master shall pay a price, and that price shall be your life. As he spoke, a radiant glow erupted around him, enveloping him in dark luminescence. Simultaneously, his power surged forth. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated Yu Jie. At the instant he made his move, Yu Jie's own brilliance began to flicker. Moreover, the light emanating from Yu Jie was far more resplendent than his own. When he finally struck at Yu Jie, he realized that the force surrounding Yu Jie was not to be trifled with. However, it was too late for any reaction. At that moment, as he made contact with Yu Jie, the latter's unleashed power ensured that any entity daring to encroach upon his vicinity would pay the ultimate price. If that individual is worthy of your reverence, then you are indeed nothing but a worthless wretch, Yu Jie declared, and in the same breath, His fist pierced through his opponent's chest. In the next instant, the general of the Deathblade was sent hurtling away. For Yu-Jie had not only shattered his heart, but had thoroughly sent him flying. Though this foe appeared fearsome, the strength he possessed was far from what his words suggested. At least after Yu-Jie unleashed his might, the opponent demonstrated no capacity for defense. In that moment, Yu-Jie shook his head once more. He sensed that his adversary still believed he could cause trouble here, but alas, it seemed the opponent was blind to the reality of the situation. After being cast away, the general of the Deathblade came to the realization of just how terrifying his opponent was. The wounds upon his body seemed to convey the message of the formidable nature of the adversary he faced. Nevertheless, even so, the general exhibited no inclination to retreat. Instead, he disregarded his injuries and charged at Yu-Jie once more. When he closed the distance to Yu-Jie, the latter noticed that the wounds on his opponent's body had begun to heal. At this moment, Yu-Jie had begun to understand. The peculiarities of this foe were indeed remarkable, yet not entirely unexpected. Most striking was the fact that this opponent possessed an ability to resurrect infinitely, seemingly impervious to any wound, due to an exceedingly terrifying regenerative capability. On the battlefield, in one heartbeat, one could sever his arm, and in the next, it would swiftly mend itself. There was no cost to such power. Even Yu-Jie found himself somewhat envious. After all, the Codex of Life required a certain expenditure of energy to facilitate faster resurrection or enhance one's abilities. However, Yu-Jie soon set aside such thoughts. As the bloodline of the Super Scion coursed through him, he recognized that the Scion bloodline was indeed one of the most fearsome existences in the world. One allowed for infinite resurrection, while the other provided the means to continually augment one's combat prowess. With each injury sustained, the next surge of power would double. This was the terrifying essence of the Super Scion. At this moment, the general of the Deathblade had become notably more cautious compared to before. As he sensed, Yu-Jie proved to be a far more formidable adversary than he had initially anticipated, despite having made his second attempt to engage. He still could not fathom how he had been vanquished by Yu-Jie the first time, especially given that he had already made contact with his opponent. He could even approach Yu-Jie with ease, yet he had still been evaded and severely injured. Thus, in the midst of this battle, he sought not only to defeat Yu-Jie, but also to comprehend the intricacies of his opponent's techniques. Chapter 140, A Couple Returns Home. Yu-Jie had no desire to speculate on his opponent's next moves. In his view, as long as his strength surpassed that of his adversary, any strategy the opponent might employ would be futile. Simultaneously, Yu-Jie extended his hand once more, for the power he now exhibited was exponentially greater than before. He understood that his opponent was exceptionally skilled in healing and possessed a formidable offensive capability, thus he was not inclined to squander any more time. In the next moment, Yu-Jie unleashed his power again, catching the Deathblade general completely off guard with his brutal ferocity. In a mere breath, Yu-Jie had obliterated the general's heart. This time, however, Yu-Jie targeted the entirety of his opponent's upper body, annihilating it in one fell swoop. Waiting was an utterly pointless endeavor. As the general's body began to mend, Yu-Jie surged forward once more. Do you truly believe I would grant you another opportunity to recover? Is that not a touch presumptuous? As he spoke, Yu-Jie's strength erupted anew, and compared to before, the magnitude of his power had undergone a significant transformation. Most notably, this time he had seized a most evident opportunity. Yu-Jie remained indifferent to the identity of his opponent, nor did he concern himself with the general's actions. However, as the general began to heal, Yu-Jie discerned the nature of his opponent's capabilities. He would not permit such a scenario to unfold, and thus, his strength surged once more, crashing down upon his foe. Even the Deathblade general could not fathom Yu-Jie's decisive brutality, yet he remained incapacitated, unable to recover. Meanwhile, Thanos, observing this spectacle from aboard his spacecraft, furrowed his brow. Initially, he had perceived the opponent as merely a moderately skilled sorcerer. But as Yu-Jie demonstrated his extraordinary powers, even Thanos was compelled to acknowledge that this adversary was unlike any other. He was not merely an exceptional mage. Within him resided a warrior's strength as well. Our opponent has delivered an unexpected surprise, Thanos remarked, his gaze shifting to the side. There stood the Deathblade general's wife, Dark Knight Proxima, who was now springing into action, aware of Thanos' intentions. My great master, I shall return with the head of our foe. Please await my word. As she spoke, she launched herself forward. Without waiting to reach Yu-Jie, her spear flew through the air. As a warrior, she bore a striking resemblance to her husband, yet her power was terrifying in its own right. The weapon she wielded was a divine spear forged by Thanos himself. Once thrown, the spear would split into 3 black projectiles that tracked their target. Ensuring immediate death for any creature they touched, there was no chance of survival. Even before she arrived on the battlefield, she had released her spear entirely. Simultaneously, the rays of death surged toward Yujie, who was still engaged in his final confrontation with the Deathblade General. Although he noticed the incoming rays at that moment, Yujie remained entirely unconcerned with any tactics his opponent employed. The next instant, the rays struck him, but an unexpected twist occurred. Dark Knight Proxima, believing that escape was impossible for her foe, was taken aback when Yujie exhibited no signs of reaction whatsoever. Engaged in battle, he did not show any signs of weakening or peril, and now even she was forced to reckon with this reality. Yujie's physique was extraordinarily robust, having attained a strength that allowed him to disregard the threat posed by this deadly force. In a fleeting moment, she furrowed her brow, and the next second, she charged forward. She sought to buy time for her husband's revival. Yet, as she reached Yujie, he extended his hand, and their fingers clasped around her divine spear. Yujie regarded her weapon, then her. Was it you, this foolhardy creature, who sought to ambush me? A smile graced Yujie's face as he spoke. He had not anticipated that this individual would prove so formidable as to seize his weapon. To grasp his weapon with bare hands signified that her body and strength were of a terrifying caliber. However, in the next heartbeat, the situation shifted dramatically. For Yujie shattered her weapon with his bare hands. This was a weapon bestowed by Thanos, a creation of the Mad Titan himself. Yet such a weapon was easily crushed by Yujie, which transformed Dark Knight Proxima's expression entirely. She had never imagined that this opponent could be so powerful. But the very next moment, Yujie was upon her. Yujie seized her head, and unlike her husband, Dark Knight Proxima's strength did not possess the capacity for healing or resurrection. Thus, the instant Yujie gripped her head, he unleashed his power, and she was overwhelmed by a piercing pain that radiated throughout her being. Within moments, she was utterly vanquished. The Deathblade General, who had just returned to corporeal form, stood in shock, unable to fathom that his wife had died before him in such a manner. Anger flooded his mind as he grasped his weapon and charged at Yujie, but Yujie simply shook his head. Let you both return home together. A wave of energy manifested before Yujie, a power he had acquired during his previous sign-in. This force, when coupled with his scion strength, unleashed a terrifying might. And in an instant, the Deathblade General and his weapon vanished. That weapon had been his very essence, as long as it remained intact. He could resurrect infinitely, but once destroyed, he had no hope of revival. In the next moment, Yujie turned his gaze. Chapter 141, The Most Powerful Sorcerer. Just as he dispatched the 2 oblivious spouses, a beam of light surged toward him from behind. A black radiance, imbued with the essence of annihilation, rushed toward Yujie. In an instant, it sought to obliterate him. Given the formidable nature of Yujie's physical form, evasion was unnecessary. Yet he still feigned a dodging maneuver to accommodate his assailant. It appeared that the most powerful sorcerer had also made his move. As he spoke, Yujie fixed his gaze upon this so-called mage. Ebony Red, as the most formidable sorcerer, possesses an immense power that transcends mere spells. He wields the uncanny ability to manipulate human hearts. This is one of the pivotal reasons why many were profoundly disappointed by his portrayal in the film of his previous life. His demonstrated prowess is on par with that of Thanos, and his allegiance to Thanos appears to stem more from personal interest than any other motive. The true reason remains shrouded in mystery. Now, Ebony Red stands before Yujie, showcasing his formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, his power surges towards Yujie, yet he harbors no intention of engaging in dialogue, which leaves Yujie somewhat astonished. This figure, known as the tongue of lies and wickedness, seemingly revels in wielding his words to control opponents. However, the nature of this confrontation deviates from the norm. It is unexpected that such a loquacious individual has opted for silence, hinting at a desire to present Yujie with a so-called surprise. As the exchange unfolds, Yujie unleashes his own power. If his adversary chooses silence, then he shall let the results of their encounter speak through the opponent's very body. Yujie moves with remarkable swiftness, but upon reaching Ebony Red, he is once again taken aback, for he discovers that his opponent possesses the ability to teleport. In an instant, Ebony Red is gone from his line of sight, and once more, the darkness of deathly magic rushes towards him. The power displayed at this moment surpasses Yujie's foresight. Nevertheless, Yujie displays no signs of concern. It must be said that although this adversary can indeed surprise him, it is but a meager astonishment in the face of true strength. Such surprises are rendered insignificant. Yujie focuses his hands, and in the next moment, a multitude of energy waves emanate from him, transforming everything around him into targets for annihilation. All entities that dare to oppose him will be obliterated by this overwhelming force. Yet, his gaze remains fixed on Ebony Red. As the energy waves disperse, they fail to locate their target, for Ebony Red also possesses the ability to teleport. This renders the battle increasingly complicated. On board the spaceship, Thanos observes this scene with a hint of surprise. He is well aware of Ebony Red and his formidable powers, but did not anticipate that his subordinate would refrain from utilizing his language manipulation magic. Instead, he engages Ujiah in combat using sheer force, which both surprises and intrigues Thanos as he watches Ujiah dispatch 2 of his generals. This has ignited a flicker of anger within the tyrant, yet he remains curious about the surprises this adversary might bring. After all, Ebony Red is not merely a being renowned for strength. His power to manipulate hearts is far more terrifying than the might he displays. However, this time, Ebony Red refrains from exhibiting such abilities and instead resorts to a futile and laborious approach, causing Thanos to furrow his brow. His gaze shifts to the seer, eager to discern the situation. Noticing Thanos' scrutiny, the seer shakes his head. "My dear master, I am uncertain of what transpires. Even the future I now glimpse is shrouded in chaos, as if an immensely powerful force is interfering with my vision." The seer's sudden utterance catches Thanos off guard, prompting him to regard the seer with disbelief. "Did you not claim that no future event could escape your sight? Why do you now tell me you see nothing? Are you jesting with me?" As he speaks, an overwhelming force emanates from Thanos, who is now somewhat enraged. After all, Ujiah's emergence has disrupted all his plans, and the current performance of Ebony Red further complicates his understanding. Meanwhile, the battlefield undergoes a transformation. Ujiah suddenly perceives something peculiar about this so-called strongest sorcerer. Since his appearance, Ebony Red has not showcased his powers. Rather, he has engaged in tentative assaults. This leads Ujiah to conclude that there is no malice intended. It is more akin to an evaluation. With this realization, Ujiah smiles. A mere so-called strongest sorcerer dares to test him. Who granted him the audacity to undertake such a venture? It must be said, this individual is far more reckless than he initially presumed. I offered you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. In that case, you shall no longer have the chance. Ujiah does not linger in anticipation of his opponent. He has no desire to prolong this contest. In his view, the time wasted here is excessive. He is resolute in not allowing any further delays. An even more terrifying force erupts from within him. Centered upon himself, this power begins to permeate the surroundings, even exerting control over the very fabric of space. Ebony Red initially intended to observe what remarkable qualities Ujiah possessed, hence his reluctance to strike directly. However, he never anticipated that Ujiah would abandon the pretense of battle and unleash his most potent force. A mere glance at this newfound power reveals its destructive essence. There is no doubt, Ujiah aims to obliterate him. Chapter 142, Manipulating Hearts. Ujiah is unwilling to squander any more time, for he understands that, to a certain extent, the current events remain within his control. Yet, his opponent appears intent on prolonging the encounter. Considering this, Ujiah will not permit such intentions to persist. As a result, the radiance emanating from him grows increasingly resplendent. Initially, Ujiah did not fully unleash this brilliance. But in light of his opponent's forthcoming actions, he can no longer maintain his composure. An even more fearsome power radiates in all directions. Under the influence of this dreadful force, the very essence of creation itself can be felt. Among the most palpable sensations is that of annihilation. Prior to this moment, Ujiah had not revealed such power. Even the state of destruction had remained hidden. Yet, this sudden outburst of energy causes his adversary to furrow his brow. After a moment's contemplation, Ebony Red refrains from immediate action. He comprehends that continuing to battle an opponent like Ujiah requires more than mere time. It necessitates a deeper understanding of Ujiah's next moves. After all, each time Ujiah unleashes his power, it has been overwhelmingly formidable and terrifying. Should an unexpected turn of events occur, it would mean he has no means of retreat. You squandered the chance I provided. Thus, you shall meet your demise. Ujiah's sudden declaration coincides with the full eruption of the power he had been preparing. Just as Ujiah envisioned, he is indeed granting his opponent an opportunity. He would allow his opponent to showcase their most formidable power here. However, he never anticipated that the adversary would fail to appreciate this opportunity and even attempt to create chaos. In light of this, it was time for the opponent to witness the true essence of cruelty. The terrifying power erupted in a breath, far surpassing any force previously displayed. At this moment, Ujiah's eyes narrowed once more. He sensed that his opponent had once again utilized teleportation. Yet this time, the teleportation employed was entirely different from before. The opponent persistently attempted to influence his judgment through repeated uses of teleportation for offensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, despite the teleportation, it leaned more towards a transformation than mere relocation. Each time an attack was launched, the opponent would unleash teleportation. This only resulted in Yu Jie being attacked while he struggled to pinpoint the enemy's location. Ironically, upon sensing Yu Jie's immense power, the opponent chose to teleport again, seemingly hoping to find a chance for survival in that fleeting moment. However, this scene appeared somewhat ludicrous to Yu Jie. No one understood better than Yu Jie how terrifying his own power truly was. At least prior to this, he had kept that power within certain bounds. But this time was different. The menacing threat radiating from him was something Yu Jie could control. Once his mind was set, his power would erupt, and under such terrifying might, no existence could withstand it. Countless forces converged upon Yu Jie, yet the opponent remained oblivious, believing that his teleportation could evade the onslaught. After all, he had survived the previous wave of assault through his own teleportation. One must acknowledge the sheer folly of those who harbor such delusions. As Yu Jie observed the opponent's incessant teleportation, he couldn't help but chuckle. The next moment, a surprising turn of events occurred for Wu Mu Ho. He considered teleportation one of his trump cards. As long as he kept teleporting, no attack could reach him. He only needed to find a suitable position. However, in the next instant, he realized that Yu Jie had vanished. When he looked again, he discovered that Yu Jie had somehow appeared right behind him. Without even contemplating an attack, Wu Mu Ho activated teleportation again, wishing to escape Yu Jie's offensive. How could this be? How could he also teleport? How could he possess such power? This was utterly impossible. After successive teleportations, Wu Mu Ho's eyes reflected not just surprise, but sheer disbelief. He was acutely aware of the power he wielded. It was an exceptionally rare and terrifying force. This power would not erupt without the right opportunity. Yet now, everything he witnessed had completely shattered his expectations. The most evident shift was in the opportunities he previously grasped, which were now entirely transformed. Yu Jie's teleportation was mirroring his own, and on several occasions, he even found himself in front of Wu Mu Ho. Had Yu Jie's teleportation merely followed behind him, Wu Mu Ho might not have found it so strange. Yet now, the power Yu Jie exhibited had upended all of Wu Mu Ho's understanding. This realization altered Wu Mu Ho's demeanor. He began to suspect that Yu Jie might be far more formidable than he had initially imagined. In terms of teleportation alone, even Thanos could not master such power. Taking a deep breath, Wu Mu Ho finally spoke. I must concede that you possess an exceedingly terrifying and powerful force, but if you cannot wield it effectively, it will hold no significance, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps Yu Jie did not expect to be toyed with while his opponent uttered such words. From Wu Mu Ho's remarks, it became clear he wished to instruct Yu Jie on how to utilize his power. This realization made it difficult for Yu Jie to contain his amusement. It was the first time he found this adversary somewhat endearing, attempting to impart knowledge on the usage of power. Did he truly believe that with his so-called understanding, he could teach Yu Jie how to harness his own strength? At this moment, Yu Jie regarded Wu Mu Ho with the same incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Only he understood how ludicrous Wu Mu Ho's words were, unlike anyone else. All of Yu Jie's power was acquired through his diligent efforts, and he was fully aware of what that power entailed. He required no so-called techniques. He only needed to unleash his strength. Chapter 143, Thanos Strikes. Yu Jie's sudden proclamation caught Wu Mu Ho completely off guard. However, it was not difficult to discern from Yu Jie's tone that he was utterly disdainful. Particularly since Wu Mu Ho's previous statements had been disregarded, it rendered him momentarily speechless. The next moment, disbelief flickered in his eyes as Yu Jie, after uttering those words, chose to strike once more. Yu Jie wasted no time. Just as he had previously contemplated, he had squandered far too many opportunities, granting his opponent excessive chances. Yet this adversary failed to recognize the value of the moment, and because of this, Yu Jie resolved to eliminate him. As Wu Mu Ho activated teleportation once more, Yu Jie had already anticipated his position. Perhaps the opponent still believed that his teleportation was akin to Yu Jie's. In some respects, Wu Mu Ho's teleportation resembled a spell. It required continuous application of the inherent principles of the spell itself to be effective. But Yu Jie did not need that. He only needed to sense the opponent's aura, even predict it, to execute teleportation at speeds far exceeding Wu Mu Ho. This was precisely why, at a moment Wu Mu Ho least expected, Yu Jie appeared right in front of him. Simultaneously, Yu Jie grasped the opponent's head. Before Wu Mu Ho could react, Yu Jie intensified his grip, and in the next instant, The head burst apart like a watermelon, splattering brain matter from his hands. Yu shook his head, fully aware that Wu Mu Ho might have more to say, words to express. However, all that became utterly meaningless, for Yu had already granted him ample opportunity. Yet the opponent seemed to have squandered that chance. Thus, Yu would not allow this matter to continue. Soon, Yu's gaze shifted once more toward the spaceship in the distance. From the beginning of the conflict until now, Thanos had dispatched 3 formidable generals under his command. These individuals were incredibly powerful. Should they be unleashed upon Earth, it would take but a day for the planet to face its doom. Yet clearly, such destruction was no longer feasible, for Yu's strength had already proven everything to Thanos, who was observing it all. In truth, he could sense that his mages were not quite right. From the onset of the battle to this moment, even Thanos felt that the situation was not as it should be. Thanos held a certain understanding of the mage before him, and at this very moment, a vague suspicion flickered through his mind. He surmised that this was merely a projection of the mage, and that the true individual had likely already fled. In the absence of both himself and his adversary being aligned, it was quite possible that the mage had escaped. However, Thanos had no inclination to dwell on this matter any further. Yu now stood directly before him, and he pondered what justification he had to permit such a human to exist. In the next instant, Thanos halted his subordinate, stepping forth from the spacecraft himself. Meanwhile, Yu who had been patiently awaiting this encounter in the void of space, fixed his gaze upon Thanos. He could sense a hint of fury emanating from Thanos. Do you not find your anger somewhat perplexing? I was peacefully resting on Earth when your arrival compelled me to return to work. I am the one who ought to be enraged. As he spoke, a radiant light began to flicker around Yu. He would not grant Thanos any opportunity. His speed was astonishing. Utilizing instantaneous teleportation, he swiftly closed the distance to confront Thanos. Thanos, still mulling over the meaning of Yu's words, was utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. It was only when Yu's power surged forth that Thanos turned to him with a look of astonishment. The displayed strength was peculiar. It did not resemble that of a mere mage. Until now, Thanos was convinced that Yu was not a pure mage, but rather a valiant warrior. The might he exhibited was far beyond his initial assumptions. Previously, Thanos had scrutinized Yu, seeking to discern what differentiated him. But now, it was evident that Yu's power was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With a swift motion, Thanos wielded his weapon, forcefully pushing Yu away. He could not help but acknowledge that if Yu were indeed just a human, the power he wielded had completely shattered Thanos' expectations. According to his understanding, Earth was still an ignorant and primitive planet. How could such a formidable being exist within it? Thanos had roamed the cosmos for an indefinable duration. He was acutely aware of the various races throughout the universe. He knew which were powerful and which were feeble. For instance, he recognized that Earth harbored no so-called strong beings. It was not a particularly dominant planet, and he was now certain that Yu was far from an ordinary Earthling. Not only did his comprehension falter, but the power Yu displayed also diverged entirely from his expectations. Considering this, Thanos felt compelled to uncover the true identity of Yu, for otherwise, matters could become exceedingly complicated. The Infinity Stones were a necessity to gather, yet Yu's appearance had complicated this endeavor. At that moment, Yu merely shook his head. He understood the implications of Thanos' words, but he chose not to engage in further explanations. In fact, from the moment he initiated his attack, Yu had already deemed Thanos a dead man. Was it necessary to clarify so much to a corpse? It was not. Once again, light flickered around Yu. Thanos had not anticipated that Yu would forego any desire for dialogue. He unleashed his power, and in the blink of an eye, that force surged forth. Thanos could only raise his weapon once more to defend himself. From the moment you offended Earth, we have been adversaries. Thus, anything you say now is meaningless. Yu had never considered himself a protector of Earth. However, to him, Earth was, in many respects, the most significant place at present. After all, it was here that he and Hela had made their home, and with enemies suddenly appearing at his doorstep, how could Yu allow such a thing to transpire? Moreover, he had long been aware that Thanos was far from the simple creature he had initially presumed. Thanos was, to a significant degree, an extreme force of destruction. What rational person would consider exterminating half of all life in the universe to maintain peace? Only a lunatic like Thanos would entertain such notions. Yet at this moment, Yu was also contemplating the sinister force that lurked behind Thanos. He understood that Thanos was not as uncomplicated as he appeared, particularly considering that he was closely associated with the eternal race. Furthermore, he seemed to possess seemingly endless life. This realization led Yu-Jia to comprehend that there was little to be said between himself and Thanos. They were already entrenched on opposing sides. What reason did they have to engage in idle chatter? Thanos' gaze shifted. He recognized that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer animosity Yu-Jia harbored towards him, resulting in a frigid glimmer in Thanos' eyes. Some matters could be resolved, such as the possibility of amicable dialogue between the two. However, some issues were insurmountable, as demonstrated by Yu-Jia's current actions, which indicated a clear intent to engage in combat rather than pursue any semblance of friendly interaction. With this realization, Thanos brandished his weapon. Having confirmed the adversarial nature of his opponent, he would not squander time. A more terrifying force erupted from Thanos, far stronger than before. In an instant, his power reached its zenith. Yu-Jia narrowed his eyes, unable to suppress his scrutiny. He had long suspected that Thanos might differ from his previous encounters. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that the most significant deviation lay in Thanos' command over his strength. Initially, Yu-Jia believed that Thanos would require time to elevate his power to its peak. Yet now, it was clear that he had underestimated Thanos. The most apparent difference was that Thanos' power continued to escalate. Since it seems we can never reconcile, you shall perish. It was difficult to fathom that beneath Thanos' immense physique lay a speed that was extraordinarily terrifying. After uttering these words, Thanos' speed surged, far exceeding any expectations. Not only that, but as he moved, the seamless integration of speed and power was evident. This left Yu-Jia momentarily astonished. Was this truly the Thanos he remembered? How could he wield such power with such finesse? With each assault, it seemed Thanos had meticulously calculated his strikes, erupting forth with force aimed directly at Yu-Jia. Because of this, Yu-Jia could not help but furrow his brow. He sensed that the Thanos he faced now was somewhat different. Certainly more evolved than the one etched in his memories. Concurrently, Thanos was equally taken aback by Yu-Jia's actions. In Thanos' eyes, Yu-Jia appeared to be a fusion of mage and warrior, regardless of the terror embodied by the sorcerer or the resilience exhibited by the warrior. He could perceive both qualities in the figure of Yu-Jia. However, what astonished him the most was the revelation that Yu-Jia Xian Rongxin had not utilized his own powers. Instead, he seemed more engaged in evasion, prompting a curious contemplation of how the current Yu-Jia appeared so distinct from the one he had previously known. Yet, Thanos' actions remained unceasing, mirroring the essence of their earlier exchange. It had become abundantly clear that they stood at opposing ends, rendering any notion of amicable negotiation utterly futile. The focus shifted towards a complete eruption of power, with Thanos relentlessly amplifying his might while launching continuous assaults against Yu-Jia. Meanwhile, Yu-Jia merely observed the unfolding events surrounding Thanos. He understood that this wretched being might soon attract the attention of the goddess of death. Yet, whether this was in the past or the present, Yu-Jia found himself uncertain. The most apparent difference lay in the current state, which diverged from the understanding he had previously held. The displayed power was subtly distinct, yet immensely formidable. However, the internal force remained within a controllable realm. At this juncture, the adversary he faced had also evolved. The most conspicuous change was the palpable danger that accompanied the outburst of power. This realization prompted Yu-Jia to narrow his eyes with a degree of caution. He was now convinced, even assured, that Thanos had indeed fallen victim to the curse of the goddess of death. Among the 5 great deities, the goddess of death was an entirely different entity from his own wife. His spouse, albeit somewhat unfortunate, shared a name with the goddess of death. Yet, the true goddess of death was simply known by that name. She presided over life and death, and as long as she willed it, no life could perish. In Yu-Jia's recollection, Thanos was a pervert, reveling in death. Equally, he had developed an infatuation for the goddess of death, a sentiment that could be described as love for all that she encompassed. This peculiar admiration led him to a unique reverence for death. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to Yu-Jia, the goddess of death harbored no affection for Thanos. Instead, she favored the monstrous Deadpool, a pity since Deadpool stood opposed to Thanos. Upon discovering the goddess of death's preference for Deadpool, Thanos resorted to a similar tactic. He employed his divine power to curse himself with immortality, mirroring the curse the goddess had placed upon him. Thus, neither he nor his rival could encounter the goddess of death. This realization solidified Yu-Jia's conviction. Thanos, perhaps long ago, had already exhibited a fondness for the goddess of death. Consequently, the goddess had directly cursed him, rendering him incapable of death. This revelation altered the entirety of Thanos' existence. In Chapter 145, titled Triple Overlap, although Yu-Jia now possessed a terrifying strength, He remained uncertain of his ability to break the curse imposed by the 5 great deities. He understood that his power could annihilate Thanos infinitely. However, what significance lay in defeating an immortal foe? Within the span of a breath, Yu contemplated various possibilities. Yet, his actions remained unwavering. For he recognized that since the adversary had arrived on Earth, there was no chance of retreat, and a deadly confrontation loomed ahead. This was precisely the aspect Yu detested most. He was aware of his own invincibility. Armed with the might of a super scion, coupled with the framework of the Codex of Life, Yu had transformed into an indestructible behemoth. Furthermore, he would only grow stronger. Initially, Yu had envisioned that should he engage the 5 great deities in battle, as long as they continued to exhaust each other, it might take merely a year or several years for him to vanquish them completely. Unfortunately, that required far too much time, relegating this notion to mere fantasy. Presently, the Thanos he confronted was, in some respects, an anomalous product. As he was immortal, no matter what Yu attempted, he could never claim victory over him. I can sense that your current power is entirely different from before. Are you beginning to fear me? While Yu was still deliberating on how to strike against Thanos, the latter spoke. His words brimmed with arrogance. Unable to contain himself, Yu shook his head. Without the power of the goddess of death, what right do you have to stand before me and utter such words? Yu's sudden proclamation took Thanos by surprise, but immediately, Thanos' expression shifted. Concerning the goddess of death, Thanos was certain he had divulged nothing to anyone, safeguarding this secret with utmost diligence. He was confident that he had never disclosed this secret. Even his most cherished adopted daughter, Gamora, was oblivious to this matter. Yet, this stranger from Earth, whom he had never encountered, dared to speak of the goddess of death. This left Thanos feeling fundamentally unsettled. How could you possibly know this? You are merely an earthling, not even a deity. Who are you truly? Just as Thanos was about to act, he abruptly halted, redirecting his gaze towards Yu. From Yu's recent utterance, he gleaned much information. Yet it was precisely this knowledge that rendered him uncertain about Yu's true identity. Could it be that he was a follower of one of the 5 great deities, or perhaps a direct descendant of one? Only such a connection could explain his awareness of such esoteric matters. However, Thanos was certain that no one was privy to his relationship with the goddess of death. After all, despite Thanos' profound admiration for the goddess, it was not a blatant affection but rather a deeply twisted infatuation. He had long harbored these feelings without ever expressing them. Only the goddess of death, as a deity, had discerned Thanos' perverse admiration. Thus, she had cursed him to prevent his death, ensuring he would never encounter her. Yu realized that Thanos was indeed peculiar. He should be contemplating the strength of his opponent rather than fixating on such trivial matters. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from Yu. He had no intention of squandering any more time. Your affections are your own concern. I am indifferent. However, if you believe that the curse of the goddess of death renders you immortal, then you are sorely mistaken. Yu recognized, to a degree, that he had fallen into a misconception. Initially, he believed that the goddess of death had cursed Thanos, ensuring his immortality. However, such immortality was merely a matter of semantics. Once his power reached a sufficient magnitude, no one could remain immortal. As long as he unleashed his true strength, he could obliterate Thanos in a short span of time, rendering any resurrection impossible. In Yu's perspective, he was merely performing a virtuous deed. After all, Thanos adored the goddess of death, did he not? So let him meet her. In the span of a breath, a terrifying force erupted from Yu. At that moment, Thanos finally noticed that Yu's hair color had seemingly transformed from black to a brilliant golden hue. In the following instant, the power emanating from Yu took an entirely unprecedented turn. Even Thanos himself could sense a flicker of fear arise within him. Could this be the peak of Yu's power? Yet, Yu did not revel in this newfound state. It was merely the strength of a super scion coursing through his veins. However, the might unleashed by the Silver Superman and the Law of Life was equally formidable. In a single breath, Yu summoned all 3 forces to erupt at that moment. This caused Thanos' expression to shift once more, for he was acutely aware that Yu was not as simple as he appeared. Yet, as Yu unleashed his own tremendous power without reservation, even Thanos sensed a subtle shift in the situation. The power displayed by his opponent had far surpassed his expectations. In the next instant, after taking a deep breath, Yu executed his instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, he had already materialized behind Thanos, a radiant glow flickering around him. Thanos was utterly unprepared for Yu's astonishing speed, and the strength he now exhibited was entirely different from before. By the time Thanos reacted, he discovered that Ujia's power had already manifested behind him, with a gaping wound opened in his chest. Blood began to flow freely. Thanos' gaze transformed entirely at that moment, and as he prepared to strike back, he found Ujia had inexplicably closed the distance to stand directly before him. There seemed to be a radiant glow emanating from Ujia's fist. This time, Thanos did not attempt to defend himself, nor did he counterattack. The light erupted suddenly. Chapter 146. The road awaits. Ujia's gaze was fixed intently upon Thanos, and he could discern that Thanos' current state was somewhat different from before. Although Thanos' eyes remained locked on Ujia, he appeared indifferent to Ujia's onslaught. A flicker of surprise crossed Ujia's eyes as he fully unleashed his power. He was not one to hesitate. On the contrary, he sensed that Thanos was indeed different from before. If Ujia had known Thanos harbored ulterior motives, it might have been easier, but the truth was, Ujia was oblivious to Thanos' thoughts. Naturally, Ujia would not allow any mishaps to occur under his watch, and a surge of even greater strength erupted from him. In mere moments, he completely enveloped Thanos. However, Thanos' demeanor seemed unchanged, and all of Ujia's power was unleashed in that initial moment. Though this power was somewhat different from before, Ujia narrowed his eyes. He could sense that his strength, in a short span, did not pose a genuine threat to his adversary. Initially, Ujia had merely intended to harness his power to resolve the magical barrier before him, but he was taken aback by Thanos' unexpected resilience. According to what he knew of Thanos, despite his numerous peculiar abilities, such formidable defenses should not have manifested. It seems you are far more powerful than I initially imagined. This sudden strength of yours is unprecedented, Ujia remarked, only to have Thanos shake his head in response. Just as Ujia had surmised, Thanos was indeed biding his time, contemplating his next move. However, what Thanos did not disclose to Ujia was the unforeseen event that had transpired within him. As a descendant of the eternal race, one of the 5 great deities, his power was nearing its zenith. Yet, it did not end there. Not long ago, Thanos had encountered a tremendous opportunity. This fortuitous encounter had granted him an unexpected surge of power, enabling him to surpass numerous thresholds. Presently, he had acquired a terrifying level of defense as a result. He had certainly taken note of Ujia's earlier display of strength. Yet Thanos chose not to defend himself, fully aware that this power would not threaten him. If your strength is limited to this, then you shall not triumph over me, Thanos spoke slowly. At that moment, a purple radiance began to emanate from him. Long before arriving on Earth, he had amassed the Power Stone, and now, it had fully fused with his innate strength. The threat it posed exceeded anything witnessed earlier. At least, Ujia had not even grazed Thanos before being repelled by the force radiating from him. In a heartbeat, Ujia adjusted the distance between himself and Thanos. He needed to reassess the magnitude of his opponent's power, for the strength Thanos had just exhibited was worlds apart from what he demonstrated earlier. As Thanos' aura shifted, Ujia could feel that Thanos was no longer the same as before. Most notably, both Thanos' power and defenses appeared to have received a sudden enhancement. It was precisely due to this realization that Ujia narrowed his eyes. He could even sense that Thanos seemed to be waiting for something. Previously, Thanos would never have assumed such a posture. The only reason he could do so now was that he believed he could orchestrate events to his advantage. Considering this, Ujia couldn't help but smile. Some things, if left unaddressed, might remain unchanged, but once they occurred, they could not be undone. In the past, Thanos had refrained from revealing his full strength. Now, he sought to leverage that power to alter the course of events. This was rather laughable. In the next moment, the powers of the Silver Superman within Ujia erupted once more. This was the foundation of Ujia's confidence. The strength he possessed was immensely formidable, rendering him unconcerned about whether his opponent would unveil even greater might. In a heartbeat, the two clashed once more, and this time, Thanos did not find himself sent flying as before. Not even a scratch marred his form, and Ujia narrowed his eyes once again. It seems your power has progressed since our last encounter. I am genuinely curious about which deity you encountered that granted you such formidable strength. As he spoke, Ujia did not cease his assault. In an instant, his power surged forth with even greater ferocity. It seemed as if everything around them transformed in that very moment. Thanos could feel that Ujia's current state was markedly different from before, perhaps believing he could defeat Thanos in a short span. With this thought in mind, Thanos couldn't help but shake his head. He had not merely received the curse of the goddess of death, but, in a sense, he had also inherited the glory of his ancestors. In a breath, a surge of dreams enveloped Thanos. This time, it was not merely the Power Stone that erupted within him. In truth, Even Thanos' inherent power had been amplified due to the Power Stone's influence. With merely a slight punch, Thanos sent Ujiah flying. The aura emanating from Thanos had distinctly changed, and as Ujiah sensed the burgeoning strength within him, he furrowed his brow. He understood well that Thanos was capable of unleashing such formidable power in such a brief period. The likelihood is that it stems from the extraordinary events surrounding him. It appears that I must resort to my fists in lieu of words. As Ujiah spoke, his body surged forth, hurtling directly towards Thanos. A far more terrifying force erupted, and this time, the energy he unleashed was entirely distinct from before. Previously, Ujiah had merely harnessed the strength of a Superman, while two other powers within him remained untapped. Yet, upon sensing a slight change in Thanos, Ujiah resolved to no longer conceal his might. He intended to make his opponent understand the true essence of terror and despair. Chapter 147, Thanos, Dead. Thanos certainly did not anticipate that Ujiah could once again summon his full strength in such a brief span. Most notably, the power Ujiah wielded this time exhibited a transformation compared to earlier. Previously, Thanos could detect a formidable aura emanating from Ujiah, but this time, it seemed that Ujiah had deliberately masked it. Just as Thanos contemplated his next move, Ujiah's fist struck him with resounding force. A massive wound rapidly appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth. Despite instinctively glancing down at his injury, his gaze remained fixed upon Ujiah. The magnitude of Ujiah's power was far beyond what Thanos had anticipated, for while he had sensed a disparity between himself and his adversary, he believed he could maintain equilibrium for a short duration. However, with the overwhelming strength Ujiah unleashed, Thanos understood that their balance had been irrevocably shattered. Taking a deep breath, Thanos acknowledged, "You are far more formidable than I imagined. A being like you on Earth is indeed a boon for that planet." Yet, Thanos did not voice all his thoughts, for at that moment, he clenched his fist and charged at Ujiah. The wound inflicted on Thanos' chest had vanished, as if he had never been harmed at all. This fact compelled Ujiah to observe that Thanos' regenerative abilities surpassed his expectations to a considerable degree. Initially, Ujiah believed that as long as his power was sufficiently potent, it would render any recovery by his opponent meaningless. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated his adversary. Most evidently, Thanos' strength was undergoing a transformation, whether in terms of offensive might, defensive prowess, or terrifying regenerative capabilities. All were evident in Thanos. The current Thanos was markedly different from his former self, yet despite this, Ujiah merely shook his head. He did not perceive Thanos as a threat in the immediate term. He could sense that the gap between them was narrowing, leading him to wonder if Thanos had indeed returned to his peak condition. This thought lingered in Ujiah's mind, for he recognized that Thanos was no ordinary cosmic being. In a sense, he belonged to the lineage of the 5 cosmic deities, possessing a power that surpassed that of typical cosmic entities. The display of his capabilities was nothing short of remarkable. While many believed him to be merely an ordinary titan, how could such a lineage possibly yield a being stronger than the titans themselves? Even amidst transformations and uncontrollable mutations, the emergence of an entity like Thanos was inconceivable. The only plausible explanation was that Thanos' bloodline had reverted to its ancestral roots. Considering the changes occurring within Thanos, Ujiah gradually moderated his own power, moving closer to Thanos' position. He could discern that Thanos had unleashed a degree of strength that had indeed altered from before, yet even so, he did not believe it would be sufficient to defeat him. Though he could not ascertain the nature of Thanos' dealings with the deities, he questioned whether Thanos realized that those gods were merely toying with him. Perhaps Thanos lacked the capacity to contemplate such matters. Ujiah had initially intended to engage Thanos in a conversation regarding those deities, but upon speaking, he deemed it unnecessary to continue. He understood that certain matters were not as simple as they appeared. Those beings dared to manipulate Thanos precisely because they possessed absolute confidence. They likely recognized that Thanos could not react swiftly enough in such a short time frame. Since Thanos himself could not comprehend that he had been ensnared, Ujiah saw no reason to enlighten him. After all, Thanos had already approached him. The best course of action was to make Thanos aware that death is not solely under the dominion of the goddess of death. Once more, the energy wave surged forth from Ujiah, this time embodying a significant transformation from before. Previously, he had merely fragmented his power into countless shards. Yet now he sought to amplify the strength contained within this energy wave to an extreme degree. With this enhancement, Ujiah found himself capable of many things, most notably. Before Thanos could react, this force enveloped him completely, causing Thanos' eyes to narrow in surprise. "What is happening? Why has your power increased so dramatically in such a short span?" It was no wonder Thanos expressed such bewilderment, for his recent experiences had been nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, he believed he could manage Ujia's power, but with each successive display of might, he realized the absurdity of his previous assumptions. Ujia had never truly unleashed his full strength until now, which had led to the current state of affairs. In a swift motion, Ujia's hands coalesced with a far more potent force. Just as Thanos sought to locate Ujia, he discovered that Ujia had inexplicably positioned himself behind him. The opportunity was presented to you earlier, yet you did not cherish it. Now, convey my regards to the goddess of death. As he spoke, the power in Ujia's hands erupted uncontrollably, contrasting starkly with his previous restraint. Before Thanos could react, he found himself utterly annihilated by this force. As Ujia had surmised, there was no such thing as an immortal entity. Only the inadequacy of one's strength rendered them vulnerable. Ujia obliterated Thanos at the very core, leaving no trace behind. Neither cells nor hair remained. At that moment, Ujia turned to gaze into the void of the cosmos. He sensed that the instant he vanquished Thanos, the very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble. Chapter 148, The Celestial Assembly? Long before Thanos arrived on Earth, he had encountered one of the 5 cosmic deities, Eternity. As the strongest among the 5, Eternity possessed boundless life and unparalleled combat prowess. Yet even so, this entity appeared perpetually unsatisfied, continuously casting various lures throughout the cosmos. After all, for the other party, eternal life signifies nothing but monotony. He yearns to transform into a truly omniscient and omnipotent being. To achieve this, he must acquire more civilizations and greater power. It is precisely due to this desire that Thanos unwittingly became a pawn in the hands of others. Perhaps even Ujia himself is unaware that while battling one of the 5 divine beings, the Devourer, he had long since attracted attention. Yet, at that moment, Eternity was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was oblivious to the true extent of the potential possessed by his adversary. An individual devoid of potential would naturally not capture his interest. However, in such a brief span, Ujia had grown to a level that even Eternity found slightly astonishing. This realization confirmed to Eternity that an entity like Ujia could indeed become his most exquisite sustenance. Consequently, he directly contacted the Celestial Group, leveraging their influence to expedite Thanos' growth. This explains why Thanos was able to arrive on Earth in search of the so-called Infinity Stones in such a short period. In the Void universe, events generally go unnoticed, yet under Ujia's full manifestation of power, nothing could remain concealed. He could even sense a tremor in the Void universe at the very moment he was about to obliterate Thanos. Soon, Ujia narrowed his eyes. Since the adversary had arrived, there was no need to hide. Let me see who dares to scheme against the Titan race. As he spoke, Ujia unleashed his power instantaneously. Although his opponent had not yet truly revealed themselves, since they had come, they would surely not maintain a low profile for long. It was highly probable they would strike during the moments he analyzed the situation, and the forces between them erupted in full force. As expected, with Ujia becoming aware, the tremors in the Void universe grew increasingly pronounced. The power that had just erupted surged once more, altering the very fabric of the universe. Ujia searched for weaknesses in the power surging around him while observing everything in the cosmos. He sought to discern who this new adversary truly was. Was it one of the 5 divine beings? Or perhaps that wretched celestial group? Based on his understanding of these individuals, it seemed highly likely they were aligned with Thanos. Otherwise, Thanos would never have manifested Ujia's power at this moment, which erupted centered around Ujia after he detected the other's presence. Now, the normalcy within the Void universe became increasingly apparent. Moreover, this tremor felt markedly different from the previous one. Ujia could sense that after his power had erupted, another force had emerged, seemingly countering him. It even revealed its presence, prompting Ujia to smile. The power that had previously vanished from him now erupted in full force. Since they had arrived, there was no need for concealment. Let me behold what manner of being you are. Seizing the moment of the cosmic tremor, Ujia unleashed his power. This new force, while still somewhat lesser than before, was markedly different as Ujia amalgamated the myriad energies he had previously emitted. If this force could be likened to a Kamehameha wave, it would be incredibly dispersed. When facing multiple targets, unexpected effects could occur. However, when the target is singular, the most effective strategy is to coalesce the attacking power, thus striking the opponent more effectively. In a mere breath, the power erupted, and due to Ujia's earlier detection of his adversary, he could ascertain their presence almost instantly. Following the eruption of this power, the entire universe trembled slightly. At that moment, traces of the hidden adversary slowly emerged, and Uchiha instantly spotted the figure lurking in the shadows. As anticipated, it was indeed the Celestial Group. A broad smile spread across Uchiha's face. He harbored no fondness for the Celestial Group. They appeared to uphold the universe's integrity, yet in reality, they were a pack of bullies who preyed on the weak. Driven by the existence of the 5 divine beings, they had become, in essence, their sycophants, never engaging in genuine matters. He is a crucial part of our plans. We believe he is absolutely capable of fulfilling the roles in our other schemes. Yet now you have slain him. It was at this juncture that a member of the Celestial Group spoke, barely casting a glance at Uchiha. To them, it was unnecessary to spare a moment's attention on Uchiha. Though he possessed immense power, such an individual was not worthy of their scrutiny. Only beings like Thanos, who would meticulously execute their orders, warranted their focus. In contrast, Uchiha, once endowed with formidable power, had become uncontrollable. Such individuals were beneath the Celestial Group's notice, and their customary response to beings like Uchiha was to eradicate them entirely. A radiant light enveloped the group, and as this illumination emerged, Uchiha realized their intention to strike. He chuckled, for as the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Since they were foolishly unaware of their impending doom, let them witness what true hell entails. Whether it be the strength of Superman or the might of the Super Saions from the Dragon Ball universe, these 2 powers converged upon Uchiha. In an instant, Uchiha's hair stood on end, as the power of the Super Saiyan required cultivation. Fortunately, Uchiha had already developed his strength somewhat. With this power coursing through him, even if the Celestial Group harbored ulterior motives, they would have to tread carefully. Chapter 149, Die for Me. Uchiha had never tested his strength, yet he was aware that he possessed tremendous power. It was merely that he had not yet had the opportunity to unleash it. Now his gaze was firmly fixed on his opponent. He sensed that the adversary's aura was subtly different from before. It seemed they had concealed their true form within the universe. This implied that to strike at them, one must locate their genuine position. Had Uchiha only possessed Superman's abilities, he would have had little recourse against such an opponent, for relying solely on strength to uncover their location seemed too far-fetched. However, with the acquisition of Super Saiyan power, this endeavor became markedly simpler. The so-called Celestial Group was nothing extraordinary. While speaking, the power of the Super Saiyan erupted completely. The strength of a Super Saiyan is divided into several stages. Until now, Uchiha had only tapped into the first stage of this power. If the first stage could not vanquish these foes, he would not hesitate to unleash the second stage. The fact that Uchiha's hair stood on end signified that he was now employing the power of the second stage. In the briefest of moments, Uchiha had encompassed all that existed within the cosmos into his gaze. In the next instant, his power radiated outward, an overwhelming force that, rather than directly assailing his adversary, exerted pressure upon the entirety of the universe. Any flaw within this vast expanse would be sensed by Uchiha, who would then unleash his might into the breach. It was precisely due to this capacity that Uchiha swiftly identified the vulnerability of his target. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated his strength within the fissure, shattering it with terrifying force without the slightest hesitation. In the following moment, his opponent was expelled from the cosmos. His face a mask of disbelief as he beheld Uchiha. What is happening? You cannot possibly possess such immense power. You are merely an earthling. When has a human from Earth wielded such formidable strength in the universe? The members of the Celestial Assembly had never anticipated that the opponent they faced would be so extraordinary, concealed within the cosmos. They had relied upon this tactic to ambush any foe, confident that even if discovered, they would remain unscathed. After all, they had shrouded their true forms and could move freely. While others were forced to perpetually seek opportunities, they could manipulate the energy within their own bodies at will. It was this very confidence that made Uchiha chuckle. Relying on such a trivial power, they indeed could achieve great advantage, yet their hubris bordered on the ludicrous. Uchiha had never pondered the tactics of his opponents or the implications of their capabilities. Ultimately, it boiled down to whether one was strong or weak. If one were truly powerful, no challenge would be insurmountable. Conversely, if one were weak, every obstacle would be a problem, for weakness itself was a transgression. Though the adversaries could act with impunity due to their formidable strength, they would find themselves powerless against a stronger foe. Currently, Uchiha's might far surpassed theirs, granting him a plethora of options. After expelling his opponent from the breach, he did not cease the momentum of his power. In the next moment, an even greater force erupted from within him. This time, the strength Uchiha exhibited was markedly different from before, as he had previously maintained a semblance of control over it, allowing it to disperse around him. Now, however, he felt no such need. Harnessing the essence of both forces, Yu locked onto all surrounding targets. Even the very fabric of space trembled in response. The Celestial Assembly's understanding of Yu had remained rooted in their initial assessments of Earthlings. They had not considered the possibility that he was anything but ordinary, for Yu had concealed his true strength from the outset. Until he sensed his opponent's affinity for a particular power, he would not reveal his trump card. Now, the power he displayed exceeded their expectations, and they found themselves utterly powerless against it. The members of the Celestial Assembly squinted, hastily erecting defensive barriers around themselves. They understood that to engage Yu, they must first comprehend the nature of their opponent. If Yu were to strike, the force unleashed would be beyond their capacity to withstand, implying that they might very well be vanquished in the ensuing conflict, a notion that the Celestial Assembly could scarcely accept. Alas, Yu was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts. If you harbor intentions, then let them accompany you to the depths of despair. As he uttered these words, the brilliance emanating from his hand no longer concealed itself. This power radiated outward. This surge of energy was far more formidable than the previous one, creating a stark contrast between the two forces. It was evident that the Celestial Assembly could not act in this moment. As Yu attempted to advance, but discovered that his adversaries had vanished before him. This revelation astonished Yu. He sensed that their power could not contend with his own. Yet, the fact that they resorted to such trivial ruses rendered the battle seem, in a sense, utterly pointless. The might of the Super Saiyan erupted once more in the form of a Kamehameha wave. The space and cosmos trembled far beyond mere quaking. The force descending from Yu was terrifying, permitting no existence to move in his vicinity. Because of this, the members of the Celestial Assembly were completely unprepared. The invisibility barrier they had meticulously crafted was shattered by Yu's overwhelming power. By the time they regained their composure, Yu had already closed in upon them. So this is your tactic? Nothing more than this. Chapter 150. Together to meet the goddess of death. Yu's power erupted swiftly, precisely as he had anticipated. Here, no one stood a chance against him. The moment an adversary revealed their true essence, Yu would seize upon it. It was for this reason that Yu unleashed his power. The Celestial Assembly had previously sought to test the limits of Yu's strength, hoping to find a chink in his armor to facilitate a swift victory. However, as waves of energy surged forth, they swiftly realized how naive their assumptions had been. The contrast between their energies was stark. The Celestial Assembly, a pinnacle of civilization within the universe, possessed powers nearly divine. Moreover, the five great gods had entrusted much of their responsibilities to them, and the Celestial Assembly could sense that Yu had transcended their expectations. Faced with such an adversary, they harbored no thoughts of resistance, but that did not equate to surrender. They immediately transmitted the news of their impending demise. Though they could not match Yu, the Celestial Assembly was a formidable entity within the universe. When one problem could not be resolved, they would simply send more allies to crush him. Yu sensed the universe around him begin to tremble anew. Despite the Celestial Assembly being scattered across the cosmos, news of any member's demise would swiftly reach the others. Just as was happening now with the opponent, Yu confronted. Soon, a smile crept across Yu's face. I initially thought there were only one or two foolhardy individuals. It seems many more have arrived. Since you all wish for death, let us expedite the process. The Celestial Assembly now numbered in the dozens. Their gazes fixated upon Yu. Sensing the presence of their slain comrades, the pallor of their faces shifted instantaneously, for the Celestial Assembly represented the apex of existence within the universe, as they were the emissaries of the five great gods. To a certain extent, they may be regarded as the most terrifying and formidable beings. However, it is utterly astonishing that one of their own has been slain by a mere earthling. This is a sight that all members of the Celestial God clan are loath to witness. An overwhelming surge of power began to erupt among the Celestial group as they resolved that this individual, Yu, must be eliminated. None among them were willing to linger any longer. On the contrary, they were determined to showcase their might in the most powerful manner possible, and in an instant, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the scene. These lights were incredibly resplendent, encasing Yu in a moment. Yet, Yu did not even spare a glance at these so-called lights. He simply waved his hand dismissively. From his own hand, an even more blinding radiance erupted, far more terrifying than the previous display. Unbeknownst to him, Yu's hair had inexplicably lengthened considerably. The power of the Super Saiyan is categorized into several stages. Having already utilized the first two stages, this moment marked the emergence of the third stage. His hair cascaded almost to his waist, and the aura emanating from him was so potent that even the celestial group dared not gaze directly upon it. They could hardly fathom that a mere earthling could unleash such tremendous power in such a short span of time. Is this truly how an earthling should comport themselves? After exchanging glances among themselves, the members of the celestial group resolved to launch another assault against Ujia. Regardless of whether he was an earthling, he had slain one of their own, and he must pay for this transgression. He must understand that some beings are not to be trifled with. Naturally, Ujia overheard their words, and upon doing so, he could not help but chuckle. For the first time, he realized just how foolish these individuals truly were. The 5 divine beings should not engage in certain actions, yet their subordinates ought to possess greater intelligence. After all, they were meant to be the finest representatives. However, Ujia was astonished to discover that the members of the celestial group were hardly sharp-witted. The most apparent folly was the absurdity of the aura they emitted. The power they unleashed with each breath was equally laughable. Almost every time, a more terrifying force was expelled. Yet, before this power could even approach, it was thoroughly repelled by Ujia's own aura. Indeed, just as Ujia surmised, as long as these individuals' power failed to match his own, they would find it exceedingly difficult to even draw near. The explosive force intensified moment by moment. In an instant, the power surged outward, radiating in all directions. Ujia shook his head, for he sensed that if his adversaries wished to approach him, they must first breach his defenses. Yet, it was evident that they lacked the requisite strength. In the next moment, Ujia made his move. He had afforded his opponents far too much time. While awaiting their assault, he acted as they remained unprepared. The duration of waiting had grown tiresome, and Ujia was reluctant to prolong it any further. Countless energies coalesced around him, leaving no room for those intent on causing trouble to struggle. Almost every second saw a more formidable force erupt forth. At that moment, the members of the celestial group were astonished to discover that their opponent had surpassed their expectations. What astonished them most was that the previously dormant Ujia now began to unleash his power. As this force erupted, several members of the celestial group were already vanquished. In a mere exchange, Ujia had eliminated one of their own, rendering their expressions grim. They held ample confidence in themselves, aware that they were the earthly representatives of the 5 divine beings. Yet, how many in the universe could truly contend with them? This was a pressing question, and it had now found an answer. The answer was Ujia. Observing the fallen members of the celestial group, Ujia shook his head once more. Fragile. These beings were so fragile, akin to mere paper. With a mere flicker of his force, he could utterly obliterate them. Chapter 151, Annihilation. Had these adversaries exhibited formidable power prior to this, Ujia might have regarded them with greater respect. Yet, at this moment, he felt no sense of threat emanating from them. On the contrary, these individuals who viewed themselves as deities had failed to exhibit the strength befitting such status. Moreover, as Ujia continued to unleash his power, he sensed an overwhelming pressure building within him. It was due to this that he soon found himself laughing. Terrifying power was gradually being born with the passage of time. Many within the celestial group fixed their gazes upon Ujia, for they had previously believed that daring to offend them would warrant a death penalty. However, as they continued to engage, they realized that the might Ujia displayed far exceeded their imagination. With each breath, Ujia showcased his power once more, centered around him. This terrifying force continued to radiate. It was more blinding than any previous display, prompting Ujia to chuckle once again. In his view, these individuals held no redeeming qualities. Although he mused that perhaps they could find some semblance of opportunity in a swifter combat scenario, yet it was evident that as their opponents continued to strike, Ujia sensed they lacked the capacity to persist in battle against him. One by one, members of the celestial group fell, yet Ujia's gaze shifted, no longer fixated on them, but rather scanning the surroundings. He could not believe that after eliminating so many from the celestial race, others would remain silent. Most importantly, the 5 divine beings were of utmost concern to him. This was the aspect Ujia cared about the most. Although he had previously battled with Devourer Star, that being had still presented the demeanor Ujia recognized. Among the 5 divine beings, perhaps only Devourer Star was the most capricious of them all. What he sought were merely more planets to provide him with energy. He was fundamentally different from the other divine beings, primarily because he perpetually existed in a state of weakness. If he could not acquire energy in a timely manner, he risked drawing the attention of others. Despite the 5 divine beings appearing exceptionally powerful within their respective domains, should one of their companions exhibit a state markedly different from before, they would not hesitate to suspect that a far more terrifying presence would emerge shortly to obliterate all opportunities. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie was eager to see if anyone would dare to confront him this time. His gaze roamed the surroundings, revealing a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, for in Yu Jie's estimation, this was the most opportune moment. Should he not be defeated here, the adversary's subsequent plans would grow increasingly arduous, for he had effectively disrupted all their strategies. Were he in their position, Yu Jie believed he would never relent. However, as he began to survey the surroundings, he was taken aback. He felt no distinct aura manifesting around him. Originally, he perceived this as the opponent's finest opportunity. Once the adversary contemplated making a move, it was inevitable that they would launch an assault upon him at this very moment. However, as Yu Jie's gaze wandered across the surroundings, he soon realized that he was not encountering the adversary he had anticipated. In an instant, Yu Jie's expression shifted. Yet he exhibited no hesitation. He unleashed the formidable power residing within him. At every fleeting moment, energy surged forth with greater intensity than before, uncertain of the opponent's presence. This did not deter Yu Jie from initiating tentative strikes against them. Should the adversary harbor any intentions in this vicinity, the force he emitted would swiftly uncover their whereabouts. It must be noted that Yu Jie's current battle strategy differed greatly from his previous tactics. Previously, after vanquishing his opponent, he would depart the battlefield without delay. Yet this time, he faced adversaries predominantly hailing from the cosmos. Yu Jie was acutely aware that these were no ordinary beings in the throes of combat. Should he grant them the slightest opportunity, they would undoubtedly seize it to enlighten him on the true essence of cruelty. Shaking his head resolutely, Yu Jie's attention was suddenly drawn to the distance, sensing a subtle tremor within the universe. This tremor was markedly distinct from any he had experienced before. Previously, Yu Jie had employed his powers to probe the cosmic surroundings. Any anomaly would have been detected by him. Yet, following the eruption of his power, he found no trace of his opponent. Ironically, it was upon deciding to halt that he miscalculated. Yu Jie's expression transformed. Yet, the power within his grasp remained manifest. Unaware of what the adversary was contemplating or their forthcoming actions, this did not preclude Yu Jie from taking decisive action. He would not afford these beings any opportunity. As he had resolved earlier, he must eliminate his opponent swiftly. He could not permit them to seek further chances. Should they manage to dispatch him, even the slightest shift in circumstances could ensue. With each exertion of his power, Yu Jie was simultaneously on the lookout for opportunities, while the cosmic tremors grew increasingly pronounced. Nonetheless, he exhibited no signs of hesitation. Yu Jie unleashed his power once more, a brilliance far exceeding what he had previously demonstrated. The inherent strength of the Silver Superman, combined with the might of the Super Scion, culminated in a cataclysmic force, as evidenced by the recent demise of the Celestial Group at his hands. Thus, without a moment's pause, Yu Jie embraced his most potent form. He aimed to extinguish his opponent before they could react or make any move, effectively quelling them in their infancy. Chapter 152, The Unveiling of Terrifying Power. The strength Yu Jie exhibited prior was indeed traceable, yet he refrained from showcasing it extensively. He understood that any action taken before witnessing the opponent's movements would prove futile. Consequently, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. As anticipated, a dark figure appeared somewhat incongruous against the black void of the universe. The two shades of darkness were starkly at odds. Yu Jie could sense a suffocating aura emanating from the figure before him. As he scrutinized the being, he began speculating about their true identity. Previously, he could have easily defeated them in a short span. Yet he was astonished to discover that the power they unleashed could evoke such astonishment within him. Marking the height of Yu Jie's surprise, it was imperative to note that Yu Jie's current strength had reached unprecedented heights. With this amplification of power, he could scarcely fathom any opponent capable of contending with him. Just as he sensed the aura radiating from this entity, with barely a squint of his eyes, Yu Jie sprang into action once more, unwilling to grant his adversary any leeway. He would not permit them to apply continuous pressure upon him. Just as he had contemplated earlier, should they wish to attack him, they must be prepared for annihilation, even the 5 gods of creation. Let us not forget that Yu Jie now wielded a confluence of 2 powers, one that granted him the ability to resurrect infinitely, and another that perpetually amplified his combat prowess. The amalgamation of these forces posed a threat so formidable that Yu Jie could scarcely imagine it. For, in his estimation, even if the 5 gods of creation united against him, it was unlikely they could vanquish him, given that his power had transcended all limits. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie was entirely confident. Even if the 5 gods endeavored to conspire against him, he possessed the means to ensure they remained grounded on Earth. Yu Jie had wasted far too much time here. From the onset until now, he had not paused since dispatching his first opponent. Thus he could not afford to linger idly. The optimal strategy was to obliterate his adversary before they made any move. And it was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. Nevertheless, he could also sense that the opponent had been scrutinizing him all along. Concealed yet audacious. Did they truly believe they could extinguish him? Yu Jie spoke abruptly. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in dialogue with his foe. However, observing their reluctance to initiate an assault prompted him to assertively vocalize his thoughts. At that moment, the adversary emerged from the shadows, revealing their form. It was nothing short of astonishing to discover such a formidable entity on Earth. Even he had not anticipated this. It appeared that Thanos' demise was not in vain. Yet the Eternals have no use for the weak. Upon hearing the adversary speak, Yu Jie immediately grasped the identity of the being before him. Just as Yu Jie had surmised earlier, this individual was none other than the Eternal among the five gods, the singular entity that appeared peculiarly enigmatic. Their power was nearly boundless. Although it had yet to reach the true pinnacle of omniscience and omnipotence, it was undeniably formidable. Thus, Yu Jie spoke once more. Earth has not provoked you, nor have I. The five gods of creation pursue their own aspirations and notions, which are their own affairs. Yet, I must inquire, why have you come to Earth? This planet has not instigated any conflict with you. This was the crux of Yu Jie's curiosity. Despite Earth's seemingly formidable appearance, it was, in truth, merely an ordinary planet within the Milky Way. In fact, if one examined it closely, it hardly possessed any noteworthy attributes. Most importantly, there were presently few strong beings on Earth, rendering it unworthy of the scrutiny of any cosmic race. Those races, if they harbor a fear of Earth, must first recognize the potential that this planet possesses. At least in Yu Jie's perspective, the current Earth has yet to manifest such potential. If Earth lacks promise, why should it attract the attention of others? This planet is not at fault. Indeed, you are not at fault either. However, as a deity, I believe that Earth should not exist. Eternity spoke once more, and it was evident from his words that he questioned the very existence of Earth. He was indifferent, and in his subjective reality, Earth had no necessity to persist, all merely based on his whims. If he deemed it suitable, Earth could remain. If he found it unsuitable, then it deserved annihilation. Upon hearing the other's words, Yu Jie chuckled. He had long known that none of the five supreme deities were particularly amiable. The devourer of stars he had battled previously was no exception. Were it not for the opponent's inability to eliminate him swiftly, it was likely that they would not care about Earth at all. Rather, they would have consumed it at the earliest opportunity. One must admit, the rhetoric of these deities is truly unpleasant, and I am not particularly magnanimous myself. Since you have voiced such ungracious words, I naturally cannot extend you any courtesy. As Yu Jie spoke, an extraordinary radiance erupted from him, far more potent than before. In fact, as he began to take action, the very space around him began to tremble. This force was overwhelmingly formidable, far more terrifying than anything previously exhibited. In such circumstances, even Eternity squinted his eyes, realizing he had underestimated Yu Jie. Prior to this, he had considered Yu Jie powerful, yet not to the extent of invincibility. Now, Yu Jie appeared to be trending in that direction. This compelled Eternity to cast a second glance at Yu Jie, as he had unexpectedly become an anomaly. Chapter 153, Yu Jie versus Eternity. Eternity's gaze remained fixated upon Yu Jie, as Yu Jie exhibited his formidable combat fervor. Eternity was eager to witness what surprises this human could potentially present. However, it seemed that Eternity had not truly focused on Yu Jie. He had scarcely noticed that from the very moment Yu Jie commenced battle, he had refrained from directing much attention towards Eternity. This was simply Yu Jie's habitual way of engaging in combat. Though you are divine, I am curious to know whether gods can perish. Yu Jie suddenly remarked with a smile, causing Eternity to narrow his eyes. In the vast cosmos, he was unsure of how long he had existed. He had encountered many powerful beings, including the so-called king of gods, Odin, whom he had once observed slowly transform into a formidable force. At that time, he held high hopes for Odin, for the latter's potential was evident. Yet, even such a promising youth as Odin had never contemplated opposing the divine. Nevertheless, the seemingly ordinary earthling before him, Yu Jie, was audacious enough to challenge the gods. This incited a flicker of anger within Eternity. It was imperative that this human comprehend the true essence of despair. Certain actions are permissible, while others are not. As he breathed, the radiant light surrounding Eternity erupted forth with renewed vigor, and this time, he appeared more powerful than before. Both parties showcased their mightiest forces in this confrontation. Yu Jie's gaze remained steadfastly locked onto his adversary, acutely aware that with each surge of the opponent's aura, the focus would shift towards him. Clearly, the other sought not only to strike, but also to find an opportunity to exploit any potential vulnerability. This realization prompted Yu Jie to chuckle. No one understood the current predicament better than he did. It was precisely for this reason that he found amusement in the situation. Even deities experience hesitation. Yet have you not heard the saying? Hesitation leads to defeat. In the midst of his words, Yu Jie unleashed a tremendous surge of power directed at eternity. He understood that with his current strength, it was impractical to eliminate a deity entirely. However, Yu Jie's intention was never to defeat his opponent in a single blow. Rather, he required more time. Only with additional time could his body acclimate to the circumstances, allowing him to resolve the situation. This understanding brought forth a smile from Yu Jie. However, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying force erupted from eternity, precisely as Yu Jie had anticipated. Eternity would not allow Yu Jie to mount an unrelenting offensive. It must be understood that both parties represented entirely divergent stances. Yu Jie could not retreat, nor could eternity. Thus, both needed to unleash their most potent powers. Each time they clashed, eternity scrutinized Yu Jie. Yet now, in eternity's eyes, the strength Yu Jie displayed was markedly different from before. Should Yu Jie be permitted to further develop his abilities, eternity was uncertain what would transpire next. This realization compelled him to squint his eyes. One must concede, as a human, you are indeed formidable. However, even a human cannot provoke a deity. Moreover, your current strength attempting to vanquish me is nothing short of a pipe dream. Eternity spoke, yet Yu Jie paid no heed, maintaining his previous demeanor. He allowed his power to pour forth unrestrainedly upon the other. With each eruption of strength, Yu Jie assessed eternity. He was eager to see if this deity would continue to exude unwavering confidence in his actions. Little did he know that eternity was shaking his head. Do you not find your current actions somewhat laughable? So laughable that one might wish to eliminate you. A flickering black light danced in eternity's hand, penetrating Yu Jie's heart in an instant. However, in the following moment, eternity's expression shifted, for the power he had unleashed was, in his view, immensely potent. No one could possibly obstruct the birth of this force. Yet he had not anticipated that Yu Jie's heart had already been pierced. It seemed impossible for him to rise again. The troubling aspect was that the opponent's heart was still beating. A dazzling radiance erupted from within Yu Jie's form. And it was this light that caused a significant alteration in the aura surrounding him. Narrowing his eyes, eternity sensed the distinct shift in Yu Jie's essence. Evidently, the current Yu Jie was vastly different from the one just moments prior. This was unmistakably evident as Yu Jie seized every opportunity with each surge of power. Yet now, it was not a matter of seizing chances, but rather how Yu Jie could possibly survive amidst such overwhelming forces, two powers utterly devoid of rationale. The increasingly terrifying and astonishing revelation was that Yu Jie not only survived under his own assault, but the power he exhibited had grown exponentially stronger. This very fact rendered eternity's situation even more precarious. Could it be that this Yu Jie was truly a human from Earth? How could a mere earthling disregard such grievous injuries? After all, the heart is the Achilles heel of all earthlings. Indeed, for many races across the cosmos, the heart serves as their ultimate vulnerability. The cessation of its beat signifies the irrevocable end of life for that species. The peculiar strength Yu Jie now displayed warranted a renewed respect from eternity. Simultaneously, eternity was concocting a new force in his grasp. Intending to make Yu Jie comprehend that offending a deity entails a heavy toll, his very life. Chapter 154, The Indestructible Yu Jie. Once more, a black radiance enveloped eternity. Reminiscent of the moment when the ancient kingdom's dream erupted upon him, Yu Jie sprang into action, acutely aware of the advantage of striking first. Yet, as he approached eternity, he noticed a mocking smile upon his opponent's face, as if this scene had been anticipated long before. Yu Jie narrowed his eyes, though this gesture brought him no advantage. Rather, the opposing force erupted violently against his chest. This time, the power wielded was far more formidable than before, and despite Yu Jie's attempts to resist, his body succumbed to the onslaught. Unlike the previous instance, where the pain was fleeting and minimal, this assault was maddeningly relentless. It appeared that eternity had learned from his prior experience, opting not to place all his hopes on a momentary explosion of power. Instead, he cursed Yu Jie, believing him to be acutely aware of the strange sensation gnawing at his very being, rendering him defenseless. Yet, this realization only elicited laughter from eternity. You are indeed a remarkably exceptional human, a fact I must concede. However, Even the most outstanding of mortals must confront death and endure its trials. As eternity continued to speak, Yu felt an unsettling resemblance between him and the personification of death itself, constantly invoking the specter of mortality, a behavior befitting the Grim Reaper. The life code within Yu gleamed brilliantly, and the synergy between his extraordinary resilience and the life code unleashed a formidable recuperative power. In mere moments, the discomfort within his body dissipated entirely, replaced by a smile upon his visage. You are indeed far more powerful than I had anticipated. However, should you merely seek to utilize this strength to vanquish me, you are rather naive. Even deities can possess moments of folly. At that moment, Eternity's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that a human would dare to speak to him in such a manner. It had been ages since he encountered a human bold enough to confront him with such audacity. Soon, the black radiance that had previously enveloped him blazed forth once more. Though this time, the brilliance bore subtle differences. The most noticeable change was that as the power surged, Yu furrowed his brow. He understood that the divine being before him was far more complex than he initially perceived. However, he was taken aback by the magnitude of Eternity's wrath. Having merely uttered a few words, his opponent seemed on the brink of fury. Incomparable power need not be cloaked in pretense to manifest. Indeed, the force now emanating from his adversary exemplified this truth. Yu never entertained thoughts of whether Eternity could eliminate him in a fleeting moment. After all, his innate talent was evident, and Eternity's gaze scrutinized him intently. The preceding power had undeniably stemmed from anger, yet Eternity swiftly quelled this fury. Recognizing that rage would not resolve anything or aid in his quest to eliminate Yu. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to succumb to anger, instead conjuring a black hole with casual ease, which in an instant ensnared Yu completely. Within this black hole, another force seemed to linger, prompting Yu to freeze in astonishment. He was oblivious to the extent of his opponent's capabilities. However, he surmised that if Eternity adhered to his previous approach, he would undoubtedly unveil his most formidable strength. Yet, the black hole now appeared to be a mere test of his mettle. Yu could hardly believe that Eternity was actually probing his limits, uncertain of whether he might surprise him. Was this the nature of deities? It seemed they were not as invincible as one might imagine. In the midst of his musings, Yu surged forward, a radiant glow erupting from his hands. This time, he transcended the confines of the black hole, charging directly towards Eternity. However, as he launched his attack, he found that Eternity's form seemed to meld seamlessly with the cosmos itself. Although his strike had manifested and even produced an effect, the impact vanished in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Yu definitively realized that Eternity had shifted significantly since their earlier encounter. Most crucially, Eternity was now genuinely earnest. Such a tactic would not have been employed previously. He would never have revealed his true form otherwise, and now, with that revelation, Yu felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, he understood that once Eternity's true essence was laid bare, landing a blow upon him would prove exceedingly arduous. His combat prowess had yet to reach a level capable of contending with a cosmic entity. Yet, Eternity chuckled. Though I am uncertain how you discern the nature of my power, it is evident that you differ greatly from your former self. Nevertheless, you remain merely an ordinary human. From the inception of their battle to the present, Eternity had not ceased his mocking taunts, seemingly oblivious to Yu current state. Yu unleashed the Kamehameha wave once more. It was worth noting that he had previously utilized this technique to reverberate through the universe. Presently, Yu had no intention of slaying his opponent. Rather, he aimed to shake the cosmos itself, thereby influencing Eternity. Even if he could not inflict a fatal wound, he could at least disrupt his foe's focus. Due to this intent, Eternity's countenance shifted. He perceived that the universe had suddenly spiraled beyond his control. Even his own body trembled slightly, prompting a change in his expression. It seems I have underestimated humanity. I had no idea they possessed such capabilities. Chapter 155. Yu. Death. Eternity had been observing Yu intently, eager to see what surprises he might unveil. In his eyes, Yu was an exceedingly unconventional existence. Even if the opponent possessed power, it could never be overwhelmingly formidable. However, as Yu continued to engage in battle, consistently showcasing his abilities, Eternity observed all of this, leading him to ascertain that, to a certain extent, the situation had transformed entirely. It was precisely due to this realization that Yu narrowed his eyes. He never contemplated the nature of his opponent's strength, for what Eternity exhibited, in many ways, surpassed his own maximum comprehension. In this moment, Yu Jie even allowed previously dormant powers to gradually manifest around him. The terrifying might of his breath erupted, as the adversary had initially summoned but a singular black hole. Now, multiple black holes appeared in proximity to Yu Jie, incessantly tugging at his form in an attempt to exert influence over him. Yet, Yu Jie's body remained unyielding to any control. Prior to this, he had not employed his own powers, which did not imply that he could be manipulated by his foe. Currently, the strength Yu Jie wielded was that of instantaneous movement, and from Eternity's perspective, he merely needed a fleeting moment to vanquish Yu Jie. However, upon witnessing Yu Jie exhibit an almost immortal strength, Eternity found himself momentarily stunned. I truly did not anticipate that you were connected to the goddess of death. In my understanding, that entity should not be associated with any human. As he spoke, radiance flickered around Eternity, just as he himself had proclaimed. He was unaware of Yu Jie's connection to the goddess of death, yet within his limited understanding, he recognized that a person could not be slain by his own hand. Much of this was attributed to the favor of the goddess of death. As he had heard numerous tales regarding her lately, he knew that she had been orchestrating events to a certain degree, bestowing her favor upon those she favored, and those she did not, rendering them exceedingly bothersome. Eternity's expression shifted, yet he failed to notice the trace of disdain upon Yu Jie's countenance. To Eternity, this matter was tied to the goddess of death. However, Yu Jie remained indifferent. If, in your view, my strength is linked to the goddess of death, then is your seemingly boundless power also connected to this universe? As the battle persisted, Yu Jie, in some sense, began to comprehend the power Eternity possessed. Eternity had previously revealed his true form, yet Yu Jie's strength had yielded no results against him. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie was fully convinced that his opponent had become irrevocably intertwined with the universe. To defeat him, one would need to obliterate the universe or possess the power to do so. The recent shock to the universe had, to some extent, affected Eternity. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to summon those black holes. But swiftly, Yu Jie advanced towards the black holes. Mere moments after emerging from a black hole, Yu Jie astonishingly plunged back into one in the next instant, leaving Eternity utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. This development rendered him momentarily speechless. Yet the next second, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, for he perceived that Yu Jie evidently possessed the ability to disregard black holes. Yet now he willingly immersed himself within one. This was entirely incongruous. No one would opt for such an extreme display in a battle of this nature. Yet Yu Jie had chosen precisely that. Subsequently, under Eternity's very nose, he was utterly torn apart by the black hole, causing Eternity to gasp in shock. The continual fluctuations in power led Eternity to notice a novel action from Yu Jie, which he had previously been unable to focus upon. He believed that Yu Jie would not reveal any more peculiar powers. Yet, after being thoroughly shredded by the black hole, Yu Jie reappeared before him once again. More crucially, Yu Jie's strength was on the rise. Could it be that he sought to wield the power of the goddess of death to oppose him here? Upon contemplating this, Eternity chuckled to himself. He found Yu Jie somewhat laughable. Indeed, while the goddess of death could grant you infinite revivals, do not forget that with each death, your soul and state of mind diminish to a certain extent. Eternity was unbothered by the passage of time. Hence he continued to channel his own power into the black hole. He did not wish to squander time here, nor did he want to provide his opponent with an opportunity. In an instant, the energy within the black hole surged, accelerating Yu Jie's demise. Yu Jie naturally sensed this occurrence. However, he did not dwell on it too much. On the contrary, he appeared quite content. Only because of this unexpected turn of events could the battle return to its rightful course. After all, if the combat were to prolong, there was a high chance of being granted an opportunity. Eternity had persistently withheld his true form, leaving Yu Jie unable to exert his power against him. The battle had reached a stalemate, which was not favorable for Yu Jie. Yet, he was acutely aware that in such an environment, to defeat his opponent, he must continually refresh the codex of life and the power of the Super Saiyan. One could enable him to resurrect infinitely, while the other could augment his combat strength endlessly, and Eternity would undoubtedly not allow him to survive here. His foe would strive to utterly tear him apart. Yu Jie sensed that the power of the Super Saiyan had elevated significantly. Now, he merely required a single opportunity to unleash it completely. However, considering the strength of his opponent, Yu Jie opted to continue waiting. He understood that his power must be utilized under conditions of utmost abundance. Otherwise, it would be an exercise in futility. For this reason, Yu Jie was once again completely torn apart by Eternity. Yet at this moment, Eternity's countenance had altered. Yu Jie seemed somewhat off, entirely different from before. Chapter 156, A Stalemate. Eternity had never anticipated that Yu Jie could continually revive amidst such fierce warfare. The current battle transcended mere conflict. If one were to describe it, perhaps the term war would be more fitting. Yu Jie's display of immortality left Eternity utterly astounded. Previously, Eternity had thought that this human might be somewhat different, but he could never fathom being defeated and revived countless times before him. At this moment, he could not help but begin to question if this was the work of the goddess of death, even pondering whether Yu Jie might be her illegitimate child. Why else could he endure for such an extended duration? It is well known that death can inadvertently erode a person's will and soul. Yet, none of these elements had manifested in Yu Jie. The Yu Jie of yore was no longer present. The present one bore a striking resemblance. Yet the most crucial aspect was that Yu Jie's current state seemed to exhibit some remarkable changes. He could sense that Yu Jie's strength had qualitatively improved to a certain extent. What is your relationship with the goddess of death? How come you can gain so much power after each demise? After perceiving Yu Jie's transformation, Eternity could no longer maintain his silence and found himself compelled to speak directly. As the moment of confrontation arrived, Eternity discerned a profound shift in circumstances. Initially, amidst the unfolding events, Eternity believed that, through his own formidable prowess, he could glean some understanding of his opponent's true nature. However, in the present moment, he perceived that Yu Jie had undergone a complete transformation. The power that Yu Jie now exhibited was markedly different from before. Previously, Eternity had merely entertained a slight suspicion of Yu Jie's divergence from the norm. Now, however, that suspicion had evolved into a certainty. More crucially, he recognized that something significant had transpired within Yu Jie, a development of which he was entirely unaware. After taking a deep breath, Eternity began to meticulously regulate his own power, propelling himself towards Yu Jie's location with relentless determination. In earlier encounters, he might have employed the force of a black hole to gain the upper hand and subdue Yu Jie. Yet, he had since abandoned that notion. For he understood that Yu Jie's demeanor in battle had undergone a radical change, something wholly unexpected. This transformation could, in some respects, be perceived as an opportunity for Eternity. The rapid enhancement of Yu Jie's combat capabilities within such a brief span made it abundantly clear that this adversary was unlike any he had faced previously. To vanquish Yu Jie, a decisive strike was imperative. A vast and menacing aura of black radiance began to coalesce behind Eternity. Simultaneously, stars shimmered in his grasp, illuminating the unfolding scene that Yu Jie had not anticipated. However, Yu Jie could sense that the power emanating from Eternity this time was of an entirely different magnitude than before. Most significantly, as Eternity unleashed this force, Yu Jie discerned that the intensity of his opponent's aura continued to escalate. The increase in aura signified a forthcoming surge in power to an exceedingly formidable echelon. Given this realization, Yu Jie refrained from overthinking the nature of his opponent's strength. The potency unleashed in a fleeting moment was the most terrifying of all. Consequently, Yu Jie surged forward once more towards the position of Eternity. Previously, he had been aware of Eternity's whereabouts, but knowing where his opponent stood provided no answers. For even with that knowledge, he could not strike. The disparity in power between them was unmistakable. The optimal strategy to eliminate his foe lay in elevating his own strength to match that of Eternity. Only by standing on equal footing could the battle attain any significance. A truth Yu Jie comprehended better than anyone else. Yet, Yu Jie was also acutely aware that the power erupting from Eternity surpassed anything he had previously contemplated. This understanding spurred Yu Jie to amplify his own strength. The remarkable prowess he had recently displayed was largely attributed to the passive enhancement bestowed upon him by his scion heritage. Nevertheless, with each increment of power gained, Yu Jie was able to store it within himself. Presently, an opportune moment had arisen. If his opponent sought to engage him, Yu Jie felt compelled to make Eternity aware of the consequences following his countless deaths, a testament to his thousand-fold growth in strength. In a mere breath, Yu Jie unleashed his power anew. At that very moment, Eternity's gaze fell upon Yu Jie. He was eager to witness the extraordinary feats Yu Jie could manifest. Yet, as his attention fixated on Yu Jie, he realized just how naive his previous assumptions had been. The disparity between Yu Jie's previous display of power and his current might was nothing short of astronomical. The aura radiating from Yu Jie had intensified, and with each surge of power, it was evident that Yu Jie posed a legitimate threat to him. It was crucial to note that in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Yu Jie had previously resorted to cunning tactics to strike him. Now, however, Yu Jie was attacking with his own strength, signifying that he had ascended to a level comparable to Eternity himself. Eternity's expression shifted, and he sensed that Yu-Jie remained largely unchanged from before. This implied that Yu-Jie could still resurrect infinitely in the impending battle, sowing seeds of doubt within Eternity's mind. It was inconceivable. How could Yu-Jie elevate his combat prowess so dramatically in such a short span? And that aura still lingered within him. Could it be that he, too, possessed divine attributes? Eternity uttered in disbelief, for he had always believed that no human could wield the power Yu-Jie now displayed. Thus, he began to question Yu-Jie's very identity, though regrettably, his inquiries garnered no answers. Chapter 157. The Projection of the Ancient God. Eternity was utterly unprepared for the formidable threat Yu-Jie was now capable of unleashing. Although he had previously fixated on Yu-Jie and sensed a significant transformation, he had consistently restrained their engagement, ensuring that events did not spiral into chaos. Yet, the current circumstances had utterly shattered his expectations. Most importantly, the strength Yu-Jie exhibited had completely overturned Eternity's prior judgments. In such a volatile combat environment, if the battle were to persist, Eternity could scarcely fathom the consequences that might unfold. Yet within Eternity's thoughts, allowing matters to progress in this manner would be a profound affront to the five divine beings. Eternity's pride, above all, was anchored in his identity as a deity. The threat posed by Yu-Jie had become intolerable, compelling him to resolve to alter the course of events. The black radiance enveloping Eternity intensified once more, and from a distance, it was clear that he was no longer the being he once was. However, the aura emanating from him had shifted subtly. At the moment of this change, a direct confrontation might yield surprising results. Yu-Jie understood this all too well, yet after a careful appraisal of his opponent, he opted for restraint. Yu-Jie refrained from initiating an attack, for he surmised that Eternity would undoubtedly reveal additional strategies that could potentially impact him. Thus, rather than squander time, he resolved to wait. Only after Eternity fully unleashed his power would Yu-Jie make his move. As anticipated, while Yu-Jie contemplated his strategy, an even more terrifying force emerged. Eternity had calibrated his entire being to its utmost potential. Just as he had envisioned, Yu-Jie would not be easily vanquished. However, he would not permit Yu-Jie to maintain his current state for long. As Eternity adjusted his strength, Yu-Jie reappeared before him. I have waited so long for you. And this is the challenge you present? It seems you are far weaker than I had imagined. At this moment, Yu-Jie's condition mirrored that of Eternity's, who had previously belittled him during their battle, seemingly striving to elevate himself to a higher echelon. Yet, who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, Yu-Jie would substantiate his superiority over his adversary to an extraordinary degree? This very realization caused Eternity to furrow his brow, refraining from directly responding to Yu-Jie's words. Instead, he chose to amplify his own power once more. Until now, Yu-Jie had merely managed to suppress him slightly, but he had not completely vanquished Eternity. In fact, from Eternity's perspective, it seemed they were merely at an impasse, having lost mutual interests. The current battle could not be resolved as easily as a mere examination. Without sufficient strength or confidence to overcome his opponent, all efforts would amount to naught but folly. Eternity, now controlling his power, unleashed a force that even astonished Yu-Jie. As Yu-Jie focused his gaze on Eternity, he inadvertently noted a resemblance between him and the Devourer of Stars. Most striking was their shared approach to action. For a long time, Yu-Jie had believed that only that lunatic, the Devourer of Stars, would engage in such planetary consumption. However, he was taken aback to discover that Eternity, recognizing his own inadequacy against Yu-Jie, would also opt to devour planets. As these celestial bodies were consumed, Yu-Jie could distinctly sense a substantial enhancement in Eternity's strength. This was one of the divine trump cards, allowing him to siphon power from other planets. As the energy he absorbed surged, his combat prowess would inevitably escalate in a short period. Consequently, Yu-Jie inhaled deeply, aware that it was time to elevate his own power, especially since his opponent showed no inclination to delay the confrontation. Naturally, he could not allow the situation to linger, and he was eager to witness the clash of their unleashed powers to determine which was superior. If he were still to be subdued by Eternity, then his declaration would indeed hold no significance. In the midst of their exchange, Eternity took the initiative to attack for the first time, wielding countless planets as weapons against Yu-Jie. Only Yu-Jie understood the terror embedded within this assault. The planets, when hurled, carried not just their inherent power, but also the terrifying force imbued by Eternity. The explosive might of these combined energies was far more formidable than it appeared. Feeling this, Jie chose to use instant teleportation to appear directly before Eternity. To Eternity, Jie's previous reckless maneuvers suggested a lack of fear towards any assault, as he seemed to confront challenges head-on. Yet, he was unprepared for Jie's sudden teleportation into his proximity, which somewhat shattered his expectations, causing his eyes to narrow in intrigue. He was eager to see what Jie intended to do, especially since he had not previously engaged in such a manner. Jie, however, opted for action over words, his fist replacing dialogue, with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. To Jie, Eternity appeared foolish. Why choose a slower, more arduous path when a swifter, more advantageous one was available? Jie's force once more impacted Eternity, causing him to stagger backward. However, Eternity's expression soon shifted. He sensed an unexpected power emerging in the cosmic expanse above. Not only did Eternity take notice, but Jie also raised his gaze. The sudden manifestation of this power was entirely unforeseen by both. Narrowing his eyes, Jie remarked, "It seems you are far more treacherous than I initially imagined. Setting traps, this is your trump card, is it not?" Surprisingly, Eternity did not respond, instead fixating intently on the cosmic energy above. Damn it, how is this possible? Why is this being here? They should have perished long ago. Eternity's sudden exclamation took Jie back, for he believed this was Eternity's ultimate gambit, with the previous attack merely a diversion to capture his attention. After all, the strange power emerging above was immensely threatening, even causing Jie's superhuman physique to tremble slightly. Based on his understanding of Eternity, it was not difficult to deduce that this newly appeared entity was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing his expectations, and likely possessing even more terrifying capabilities yet to be revealed. Indeed, Jie was still only seeing the tip of the iceberg. In his memory, the 5 deities of this universe were the most fearsome entities, with Eternity being among the strongest. Yet, why did he feel that this newfound power bore no relation to Eternity? Jie noticed a subtle shift in Eternity's demeanor. Following the emergence of the cosmic force, Eternity's expression changed drastically. Previously indifferent to Jie, he now appeared unsettled. Jie could keenly sense the turmoil in Eternity's aura, which was markedly different from before. This only reinforced Jie's belief that Eternity was intimately familiar with this sudden power, perhaps even more formidable. At this moment, Jie shook his head. Eternity, however, erupted in anger. "You know nothing. Silence, you fool. Do you even comprehend what you are facing? That is a deity of the old era. Even I cannot contend with it." Eternity's sudden outburst surprised Jie, but he seized upon a key piece of information from Eternity's words, a deity of the old era. This indicated that the being was also a deity, albeit from a time far preceding Eternity. Jie's mind raced to recall everything he knew. In his memory, deities of the old era were akin to ancient gods, truly malevolent entities. Yet, had they not been sealed away in the annals of the past? Time, after all, is intricately connected, comprising the past, present, and future. Events from these 3 eras unfold simultaneously, yet exist in disparate realms, much like the concept of parallel worlds within a single universe. However, Jie soon realized that the emergence of this old era deity was likely due to its possession of power that transcended the past, allowing it to breach into the present era. He refrained from engaging directly, recognizing that the ensuing conflict was not primarily his concern. After all, Eternity, in a sense, was the target of this entity. As a deity of the new era, Eternity inherited everything from the old era, having eradicated its remnants. Thus, this group would undoubtedly face reckoning. At this moment, Jie began to understand why Eternity had been so alarmed earlier, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Just as he was about to depart, Jie noticed that the cosmic force had suddenly locked onto him. Originally, Jie intended to depart from this place directly, as these matters bore little relevance to him. However, who could have predicted that the adversary would cast their gaze upon him, causing Jie to narrow his eyes in surprise? Yet, he never anticipated that Eternity would smile and remark, "You still wish to flee? How is that possible? This group will not let you go. Their escape from the old era signifies that they have paid a considerable price, perhaps one that is unbearable for them. However, as far as I know, regardless of the cost, they require sustenance to compensate, and I am their food. But you are likewise in the same predicament. And I dare say you may be even more delectable in their eyes, for the divine bear a mark, while you do not." Eternity's declaration was unexpected for Jie, who believed that this conflict belonged solely to the gods. As an ordinary earthling, he saw no reason to engage in such a battle. Involving himself in their familial matters would only seem laughable. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself targeted due to his overwhelming strength. Yu squinted at the vast cosmos above. He was not daunted by the so-called gods of the old era, and the notion of being devoured and transformed into sustenance was utterly preposterous. The power he possessed now could, to some extent, assist him in resolving numerous issues. For instance, he did not linger after unleashing his formidable strength. Upon Eternity's utterance, Yu realized that he was viewed as a rival by the other party. Since they had deemed him an opponent, what purpose was there in remaining passive? He resolved to take the initiative. It appeared that an invisible membrane enveloped the cosmos. But as Yu unleashed his power, that barrier vanished. A colossal form materialized before him, rendering Eternity completely astounded. Eternity pondered whether he should summon the other four to confront this new challenger. After all, the return of the old era implied a challenge to the new age. Yet, the moment he witnessed Yu recklessly charging forth, he could not help but think, what a madman. Why provoke them now? Clearly, the adversary had not yet made a move. Observing the situation would have been the wisest course. However, who could have anticipated that the other party would act so irrationally? As Eternity narrowed his eyes, he too had no intention of retreating like Yu for he understood that even if he joined the fray, it would bear no significance. He wanted to ascertain whether these ancient beings had regained their former strength. If they had not, Eternity would relish the opportunity to strike a fallen foe. Yet, should they return to their peak, unforeseen complications could arise. Yu's actions could inadvertently provide him with an opportunity to escape. After all, once the adversary fully regained their power, it would surpass all expectations. Chapter 159, The Shadow of the Ancient God. Yu was utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of an entity with intentions towards him. Initially, he believed this conflict to be a matter between deities, questioning why he should be ensnared in it. However, since they had set their sights on him, he resolved to let his strength do the talking. Yu shattered the barriers between them entirely. In that moment, he found himself face to face with his opponent, acutely aware that the aura emanating from them was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With each passing moment, the intensity grew. Unlike Eternity, who merely observed, his thoughts were straightforward. He aimed to discern whether the ancient god had truly regained its former might. Should the ancient deity recover its strength, he would need to summon other gods to intervene. Yet, from his vantage point as a spectator, Eternity was unaware of the true nature of Yu's confrontation. Conversely, Yu could perceive the stark differences. These gods truly provoke revulsion, Yu mused, to think they could conceal their battle prowess. Engaging in combat allowed him to witness far more than the mere surface of things. It was a reality more vivid than what he had previously grasped. Most notably, he perceived the adversary's power growing steadily. Long before he made contact, Yu had sensed a degree of strength within his opponent. Yet it was rather muted and posed little threat. However, the moment their bodies collided, he realized that the opponent had been concealing their true capabilities. The actual extent of their power eclipsed his expectations. This revelation led Yu to narrow his eyes. He detected a significant increase in his opponent's strength, realizing that defeating them would be more challenging than he had envisioned. What surprised him, however, was the peculiar state of his opponent. Initially, he sensed a distinct difference in their combat abilities. Now, it felt as if they lacked any fighting consciousness, resembling a mere puppet devoid of awareness. With this in mind, Yu launched another tentative assault, only to find that their power had only marginally increased since their last encounter, perfectly matching the slight rise in their combat prowess. In that instant, he comprehended that his opponent was vastly different from what he had imagined. Most of their strength was indeed tied to their combat capabilities, leading to their lack of initiative. At this moment, Yu abruptly turned his gaze towards Eternity. Did these gods possess specific expectations regarding combat, even restraining their power during battle? Yu was unfamiliar with the nature of these gods. Yet, beside him stood someone knowledgeable about the divine. Eternity, caught off guard by Yu's sudden inquiry, was momentarily perplexed. Although he did not grasp Yu's intent, he shook his head in response. The power wielded by these gods was exceedingly formidable, particularly the ancient ones, who possessed terrifying might, enabling them to transcend the past and arrive in the present. This implied that their strength had, in some capacity, undoubtedly increased. Otherwise, they could never have broken their seals. Yu did not receive the answers he sought from Eternity, but he nonetheless charged towards his adversary. His reasoning was simple. The power of his opponent was, for the time being, insufficient to overwhelm him. For Yu this represented the perfect opportunity. If his adversary could not unleash their true strength, then what lay ahead would be considerably simpler. He viewed this moment, when the opponent had yet to fully awaken, as their peak. intending to exploit his superior power to vanquish them. With this thought in mind, Yu-Jia harnessed all the strength within him, gradually channeling it as he surged towards his foe. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he discerned an apparent change in his adversary. The most conspicuous difference was that, during their previous encounters, he could detect every subtle fluctuation in the opponent's aura. However, this time, he sensed that the aura was dissipating, as if the opponent had subconsciously restrained their own power. To articulate it, the foe had previously wielded formidable might, yet had not transformed that might into genuine strength. Even during combat, they failed to timely adapt to the terrifying power they possessed, but now, everything had shifted dramatically. Most evidently, the aura emanating from the opponent was undergoing a transformation with the passage of time. The adversary had begun to consciously exert control over their own body. At this moment, Eternity narrowed his eyes, oblivious to the specifics of the battle unfolding before him. Yet, he observed everything concerning this deity. This entity was not his true form, but rather a projection, and they were on the verge of breaking the seal. This projection had emerged from the outside. Some peculiar words escaped Eternity's lips, yet this time, Yu-Jia grasped the meaning behind Eternity's utterance. Initially, Yu-Jia had harbored doubts regarding whether his opponent possessed any genuine consciousness. For had they truly been aware, they would undoubtedly have taken the initiative in directing certain events. They would have attacked or seized more opportune moments for defense during the conflict. However, the adversary had refrained from such actions, instead controlling their own power and retracting the previously unleashed might. This further solidified Yu-Jia's conviction that this individual resembled a puppet unleashed by another, its purpose being quite simple: to shatter the seal. Therefore, strictly speaking, the gods sealed away in the past had not returned to this era. Nevertheless, what the adversary intended to do next was of paramount importance. Since they had arrived here, it was evident that their purpose was far from a mere excursion. Their aim was to release the sealed ancient gods and, in conjunction with them, obliterate the prison confining those ancient deities. Contemplating this, Yu-Jia prepared to depart, but at that moment, the adversary stirred. The previously dormant projection suddenly sprang into action. Furthermore, it seemed to have a target. That target was unmistakably Yu-Jia. Chapter 160, Ancient God? Projection? Both must perish. The instant Yu-Jia sought to withdraw, the adversary had already set its sights upon him. At that time, Yu-Jia did not choose to wait. He shattered the barrier between them and advanced toward his opponent. However, following the battle, Yu-Jia realized that the opponent was far from a complete life form. The myriad powers contained within their being were, to a certain degree, not under their control, thus Yu-Jia did not dwell on it too much. Yet, the adversary's actions now seemed to convey a clear message to Yu-Jia. I have set my gaze upon you, and I intend to devour you. Provocations occurred repeatedly, and even Yu-Jia resolved to no longer tolerate such affronts. In an instant, even Eternity, who stood aside observing, narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Yu-Jia's current state was markedly different from before. Previously, he had clashed with Yu-Jia on several occasions and grasped the nature of the power Yu-Jia wielded. However, this time, he discovered that Yu-Jia was entirely unlike his previous expectations. Most notably, the power Yu-Jia had unleashed was exponentially more formidable than before. The forces at play erupted in a matter of moments. At this juncture, Eternity's eyes narrowed. He recognized that Yu-Jia was not as simple as he appeared. He understood that Yu-Jia had been concealing his strength, yet this time it was no longer a mere act of hiding power. For the might Yu-Jia had unleashed far surpassed any previous display. It was precisely due to this realization that he began to reflect on the recent skirmish. He could sense that Yu-Jia's sudden surge of power was advantageous for him, for he could ascertain that the ancient god manifesting now was merely a projection. This projection could not alter the course of events here. Instead, it could complicate matters further. Eternity could intervene. But he was aware that if this entity realized he was acting, it would only incite further recklessness and frenzy. At that point, it would inevitably ignite a new round of divine warfare. In this moment, he had abandoned the thought of confronting Yu-Jia, hoping instead that Yu-Jia would swiftly resolve the situation. Eternity merely cast a fleeting glance before opting to depart. For him, the best course of action was to seek out the other deities. Joining forces with them to seal away this group was the optimal choice. Otherwise, as time progressed, it was certain that the adversaries would plunge everything into chaos. Such an outcome was not something Eternity wished to witness. Yu-Jia took note of Eternity's departure. Yet he paid it little mind. The projection now before him had thoroughly provoked his ire. The power of the Super Scion enveloped Yu-Jia in an instant. Just as Yu-Jia had previously mused, he had afforded the adversary an opportunity. Yet, they failed to cherish it, repeatedly scrutinizing him. There was no veiling the greed glinting in their eyes. Yu Jie was unaware of the true extent of these beings' powers, nor did he comprehend the terror they harbored at their peak. However, Yu Jie recognized that should they extend their clawed hand toward him, he would be compelled to sever that hand. In the next moment, Yu Jie surged forward, unleashing a power far surpassing his earlier display. It was worth noting that, although Yu Jie had previously unleashed a portion of his strength, that power remained within his control. This time, however, everything was different. Previously, Yu Jie had constrained his power, yet now he chose not to do so, instead allowing all of it to erupt forth. The energy surged from Yu Jie's hands, subsequently forming a new wave of power. The opponent's body found itself utterly incapable of withstanding the force Yu Jie wielded. With each successive eruption, Yu Jie's strength only intensified. Perhaps owing to the overwhelming might Yu Jie exhibited, the projection now suddenly opened its mouth. Are you the god of a new era? Why is it that I detect no scent of smoke upon you, yet instead a fragrant aroma that intoxicates? It seems you are my most delectable find. The words were somewhat peculiar, yet it was evident that this being had fully revealed its ambitions. Yu Jie simply shook his head. He was unaware that the adversary would engage him in dialogue. However, he was more certain than ever that such discourse bore no significance. From the moment the adversary chose to strike, the situation had spiraled into utter chaos. This time proved no different. Yu Jie's power relentlessly battered against the projection, which found itself momentarily astonished. The being, which had initially regarded Yu Jie merely as a source of sustenance, had unexpectedly unleashed a strength that defied the natural order of food. Even the projection could sense that the threat posed by Yu Jie was escalating. At last, the projection managed to rein in the surging power within its own body. Prior to this, the ancient god had dispatched its projection. It was merely to shatter the seal. However, due to the nature of being a mere avatar, coupled with the seal's formidable strength, the ancient deity found itself incapable of immediately exerting control over its own manifestation. This led to a moment where the avatar's full combat prowess was laid bare. Yet, the situation has drastically transformed. As the ancient deity's consciousness began to infiltrate the avatar, it commenced suppressing its own power, seeking to amass this strength in order to collaborate with the deity sealed away to completely unravel the confinement. Who could have anticipated that Yu Jie would emerge victorious in this realm? Furthermore, the power Yu Jie exhibited was overwhelmingly terrifying, compelling the ancient deity's avatar to alter its strategy. According to the original plan, Yu Jie was destined to completely disrupt their designs. In the next moment, however, Yu Jie's force struck mercilessly upon the avatar's cranium. To Yu Jie, the opponent's plans were of no concern. He was solely aware that this entity harbored intentions against him, and thus he resolved to obliterate this unparalleled power. As Yu Jie's energy erupted forth, it coincided with the avatar's strength, which was also unleashed under its control. Yet, following the collision of these two forces, the ancient deity's avatar could no longer maintain its prior state. Its massive form began to shrink incessantly, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Yu Jie's assault. Chapter 161. Return, the Unexpected Black Phoenix. The scale of the combined forces unleashed was beyond imagination. The Avatar had never anticipated that a mere human could unleash such formidable power in such a brief span. Not only that, but Yu Jie showed no signs of halting his display of strength. Even greater power erupted from him. The terrifying ramifications of the fusion between Silver Superman and Super Saiyan were unfathomable. No one could possibly know. Prior to this, Eternity had slain Yu Jie thousands of times, each instance elevating Yu Jie's power to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Yu Jie's combat ability had multiplied exponentially, for each death signified an enhancement to his life code and Saiyan strength. This enhancement was multiplicative. Leveraging such power, Yu Jie underwent a new metamorphosis in mere moments. Bolstered by this transformation, Yu Jie could not claim to annihilate the entire universe, but even a so-called divine avatar was no match for him, despite its vital mission. Regrettably, under Yu Jie's might, the avatar could not even withstand a single exchange. Shortly thereafter, as the divine avatar was utterly vanquished, Yu Jie cast a glance at the void where the avatar had vanished, ultimately shaking his head. Let us hope that when you next appear, you will not be so feeble. As he uttered these words, Yu Jie turned towards Earth, while Eternity, who had departed, suddenly glanced back. He surveyed the emptiness of the universe, having just felt a disquieting aura. The source of this sensation was somewhat enigmatic, yet as a deity, he immediately recognized its significance. It must be closely tied to him, otherwise he would not have sensed its emergence. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier battle between Yu Jie and the Avatar. Yet, What astonished him even more was how it was possible for the battle to conclude in such a brief period. This was certainly not consistent with his memories, for he believed that while Yu-Jie possessed certain merits, he was merely a terrestrial being. Furthermore, the opponent's power should be directly linked to the goddess of death. It was highly improbable that he could prevail against that avatar, even if the avatar's consciousness was not entirely intact. However, the events unfolding now seemed to mock eternity's preconceptions. Yu-Jie stood there, undeniably powerful. His terrifying strength was beyond the realm of ordinary comparison. Precisely because of this, Eternity shook his head. He realized that circumstances had spiraled beyond his control, yet even as events progressed to this extent, Eternity did not forget that the deities of the old era were poised to return. This was far from good news, and the most troubling aspect would likely be for their cadre of New Age deities. The ancient beings would never permit the existence of deities in the new era. Though referred to as deities of the old era, their inherently tyrannical nature would compel them to dominate all epochs. In light of this, Eternity knew he must swiftly reach out to his comrades. Should they fail to appear, it would signify that the ancient deities were preparing to reorder the universe. Eternity soon vanished into the cosmos, with numerous tasks awaiting him, for he was well aware of the volatile tempers and personalities of the other four. On Earth, Yu-Jie returned to the manor. Upon his arrival, he encountered Hela, who had also noticed him. Worry was etched across Yu-Jie's face. What transpired? Why were you gone for so long? I sensed numerous fluctuations in your aura. What is going on? Although Hela had not witnessed the battle in the cosmos, she could nonetheless feel its gravity. The confrontation that had unfolded was evidently far from simple, leading her to suspect that you had encountered some unforeseen peril. Observing Hela's distressed expression, Yu-Jie shook his head. It's quite straightforward. A band of oblivious fools sought trouble with Earth, so I dealt with them. As you can see, I'm perfectly well. Yu-Jie understood Hela's concerns, but to him, such matters were trivial. The adversaries that had appeared posed a challenge to some extent, yet their strength remained insufficient. Moreover, he currently possessed what could be termed an immortal essence, bolstering him against defeat. With this immortality, no one could vanquish him. Furthermore, upon his resurrection, all his combat power would experience a tremendous surge. During the previous battle with the Devourer, despite facing numerous setbacks and uncertainties regarding his mortality, Yu-Jie had felt a tinge of aversion towards dying repeatedly. Just as Eternity had previously stated, even the goddess of death could not utterly eliminate the retribution of death. However, now Yu-Jie had grown indifferent to such penalties. His strength was manifest, and each resurrection equated to a full revival, amplifying his combat prowess significantly, far more potent than any punishment could ever be. Hela, observing Yu-Jie, recognized his attempt to comfort her and could not help but clench her fists. She understood that he was reassuring her. Yet, the reality of her beloved facing threats, while she felt powerless, ignited a profound rage within her. As the goddess of death, Hela would never allow such occurrences to transpire. Recollections of the previous contact from Hydra surfaced in her mind, relaying news of a particularly formidable mutant emerging among their ranks, one imbued with a terrifying power. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had commenced a manhunt for this individual. Initially, Hela had not paid this news much heed. However, following Yu-Jie's recent ordeal, she deemed it imperative to glean more about the mutant's power through Hydra. If possible, she wished to claim this power for herself. Before long, Yu-Jie, accompanied by Hela, once again returned to the manor. Yu-Jie could sense that Hela was not quite herself at that moment. However, he understood that the resolution of these matters ultimately depended on Hela's ability to process them. Chapter 162, The Arrival of the Dark Phoenix. Yu-Jie remained oblivious to his wife's innermost thoughts. He had not paid much attention to Hela's recent circumstances, for after a grand battle, the most restorative course of action for him was naturally sleep. Coincidentally, Hela had not shared a bed with him for quite some time, making this night exceptionally remarkable. It was also the first time Hela realized that Yu-Jie could sleep for such an extended period following a fierce conflict. In the early hours, Yu-Jie was still in slumber, while Hela slowly rose from his side. Casting a glance at Yu-Jie, a flicker of determination shone in her eyes. Only she knew what she was about to undertake, for she was acutely aware of her forthcoming actions. In a sense, she felt she could no longer assist Yu-Jie. She was uncertain about the nature of Yu-Jie's battles in the cosmos, yet she understood that remaining stagnant would offer him no aid. This was not a reality she was willing to accept. Hence, she resolved to become stronger. Earlier, Hydra had been aiding Hela in gathering various intelligence. Having previously harnessed the power of the Dark Lord, Hela recognized that her subordinates were not entirely ineffectual. At the very least, they could still bring her surprises for a limited time, which contributed to the enhancement of her own powers. Hela had grown accustomed to her previous life, but the incursion of external forces instilled a sense of urgency within her. Especially after witnessing Yu-Jie participate in the grand battle, she had never felt so helpless. The man she loved was out fighting, while she remained confined within the manor, anxiously awaiting his return. This was a sight Hela could not bear to witness. As a goddess, she possessed her own pride. Soon, under Hydra's guidance, Hela found herself in a desolate mountainous region. According to the intelligence provided by Hydra, the Dark Phoenix resided within this forsaken terrain. Hydra had conducted extensive investigations into the Dark Phoenix. They had not anticipated that this being, so similar to a human, possessed the power to annihilate the entire universe. When this information reached the mutants, even they were incredulous. However, by mere happenstance, Hydra acquired this intelligence and promptly relayed it to Hela. They understood that their revered deity was immensely powerful, and thus, she might be indifferent to other matters. Yet, when it came to power, their perspective was entirely different. Consequently, they unhesitatingly chose to take action. Hela swiftly commenced her search for the Dark Phoenix in the desolate mountains. In this moment, she had reclaimed her divine demeanor, and under this guise, her unleashed power was formidable. More importantly, having absorbed an abundance of dark energy previously, she found herself capable of controlling the entire area for a limited duration. As Hela fully unleashed her power, the entire mountainous region transformed into her personal dominion. Her eyes narrowed as she sensed the location of the Dark Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before the Dark Phoenix, who was currently grappling with the sudden influx of power within her body. Even the Dark Phoenix herself was bewildered as to why she possessed such overwhelming strength. Yet, upon receiving this power, she realized she had begun to lose her grasp on her own consciousness. Most alarmingly, she seemed unable to control this power, becoming a mere slave to it. How terrifying and ironic it was. Power that should rightfully belong to oneself had turned traitorous. It felt as if she had no agency over this power. Rather, it dictated her actions, a reality she found intolerable. Thus, the Dark Phoenix distanced herself from the human realm, unwilling to become a puppet of power. At this moment, Hela scrutinized the Dark Phoenix, recognizing the terrifying strength contained within her. This power was indeed, as rumored, capable of obliterating the universe. Hela spoke, as a human. You likely cannot withstand this force any longer. Fear not, for I shall handle what comes next. As she spoke, darkness began to envelop Hela entirely, transforming her into the very essence of darkness itself. From a distance, Hela appeared unrecognizable, as if she had morphed into the most profound shadows. Beneath the tranquil blackness, there was no trace of her former self, prompting Hydra to hastily retreat from the battlefield. Though they were curious to witness the true terror of their revered deity, their instincts warned them that this battle was beyond their involvement. Even as mere spectators, they felt unworthy, for their goddess was simply too powerful. Consequently, the Dark Phoenix narrowed her eyes. The power within her surged uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. I do not wish to be consumed by this power. Release me. Let me go? The Dark Phoenix screamed in desperation, feeling the terrifying force within her. She was not enamored with this power. In fact, she despised it. For as it emerged, her very consciousness began to wane. She felt as though she had become a marionette of power. What should have been her rightful strength had instead become a hypnotic shroud, dulling her eyes until the spark of humanity vanished, replaced by an unsettling indifference. An indifference towards life, a perfect declaration of power. The Dark Phoenix now focused her gaze upon the encroaching darkness, akin to her second persona. She began to laugh. It seems you wish to make me your prey, but do you truly believe you are worthy? I must concede, your power is formidable, yet it holds no significance for me. Flames ignited in response to the Dark Phoenix's words. Simultaneously, an even more intense force began to radiate around her. The surroundings, once engulfed by darkness, now slowly began to recede. Chapter 163, Dark Phoenix vs. Hela. Hela did not rush to strike. Yet she had not anticipated that her opponent would prove far more impatient than herself. From her adversary emerged a far more terrifying force. Strangely, this peculiar energy seemed to intensify with the passage of time. At this moment, Hela could finally confirm that this opponent was indeed stronger than she had initially imagined. The most evident indicator was the aura emanating from her foe, which surpassed her expectations entirely. In the moments prior, she had fixated her gaze upon her opponent, contemplating the tactics they might employ. However, She had never expected that her adversary would unleash this power so recklessly. Certainly, this is merely the first part. In the subsequent segment, Hela could sense that her opponent was not only unleashing their power, but also gradually augmenting it. It seemed that as the duration of the battle extended, the adversary's strength would escalate to an even loftier echelon. This was what astonished Hela the most. Based on her prior assessments of the opponent, they were presumed to possess an exceedingly formidable and terrifying power. Moreover, this power was expected to manifest explosively in the initial moments of confrontation. However, the reality diverged from this expectation. It appeared more akin to a sustained eruption of energy, progressively enhancing their strength as the battle endured. Feeling the sudden surge of her opponent's might, Hela couldn't help but smile. In her essence, power was abundant, especially with the unfolding of the realm of darkness. The magnitude of her potential far exceeded her initial expectations, allowing her to merge her formidable energies seamlessly in a brief span. This exceptionally potent force emanated from her adversary. Yet even the Dark Phoenix failed to anticipate that her own strength would prove insufficient to contend with Hela. Shortly after the battle commenced, the Dark Phoenix recognized this truth. Your power exceeds my initial estimations, she conceded, but if this is all you possess, it poses no threat to me. In the Dark Phoenix's eyes, the power displayed by her opponent appeared impressively formidable, yet it was still inadequate. To put it bluntly, the adversary merely utilized this power for defensive purposes and failed to convert it into an offensive strategy, signifying that the true aggressor would still be herself. Once she seized the rhythm of the attack, how could her opponent hope to triumph? With a breath, a terrifying force erupted forth, and the Dark Phoenix once again unleashed her power toward Hela. This time, the intensity of her strength far surpassed the previous display, causing even Hela to narrow her eyes. While observing her opponent, Hela pondered whether the Dark Phoenix might employ different tactics against her. The current display of power seemed to affirm this possibility. Unlike the previous strategy of gradual escalation, it appeared this time that her opponent aimed to unleash all of their strength in one fell swoop, incinerating everything in their vicinity. Countless forces erupted forth, and at this moment, Hela's essence within the realm of darkness began to dissipate. It seems I have underestimated you, she acknowledged. What I presume to be your limitations reveals itself to possess certain merits. As neither combatant had unleashed their most potent abilities, a profound calm enveloped the arena. Yet, as the epicenter of the storm, Hela could distinctly perceive the transformations in her opponent's strength. Previously, the adversary's power had been on a continuous ascent, enhancing their innate momentum to a degree. However, now it appeared they had eradicated their own limitations, obliterating the darkness they had painstakingly cultivated. This served as testament to the Dark Phoenix's superior strength. You are but a wretched fool, a mere waste wishing to usurp my power. How dare you? The Dark Phoenix suddenly declared, dismissing Hela as nothing more than an ordinary failure. Unbeknownst to her, upon uttering these words, Hela's mindset underwent a radical shift. The impetus for Hela's presence here was primarily rooted in witnessing the battle of Ujia, her beloved, whose peril she felt utterly helpless to alleviate. How could she reconcile with such an unbearable reality? Thus, once more, Hela released her dark powers, matching the flames of the Dark Phoenix with an equally formidable force. The Dark Phoenix believed she could quickly erode her opponent's strength, presuming Hela's power to be inferior. Yet, as the two forces began to collide, an epiphany struck the Dark Phoenix. Hela had merely concealed her true capabilities. It was not that she lacked the strength. Following the clash of powers, Hela revealed her authentic self. Simultaneously, a black longsword materialized in Hela's grasp, emanating a far more terrifying aura than anticipated. The Dark Phoenix had not foreseen that upon turning around, she would find herself surrounded by a multitude of deathly blades, all shrouded in black, a color that seemed to conceal a potent essence of demise. Cease your struggles. The strength you wield is, to me, mere child's play. If such power could vanquish me, what purpose would my existence serve? As the Dark Phoenix spoke, flames erupted anew around her, yet this time, they bore a stark contrast to their previous incarnation. If the earlier flames were a mere exhibition of power, the present flames had become frenzied. Most notably, the temperature of these flames soared to unprecedented heights, causing even Hela, despite keeping her distance, to sense the perilous implications of this fiery display through her deathly arrows. Hela narrowed her eyes, yet exhibited no inclination to retreat. With such a foe standing before her, how could she allow their existence to persist unchallenged? Chapter 164, Absolute Power. The Dark Phoenix did not conceal her strength, allowing Hela to discern her true capabilities. The adversary could elevate their power in a brief span, a maneuver that bore a striking resemblance to Hela's own. for upon close examination, she too could execute a similar feat, and the temperature surrounding them was rising. The Dark Phoenix remained oblivious to the significance of such actions. Yet the mere fact that her opponent could enhance their temperature suggested an imminent unleashing of even greater power. Unparalleled strength began to manifest within Hela. The actions she had previously refrained from executing were now beyond her hesitation, for she was acutely aware that the facade of civility had been irrevocably torn asunder. What lay ahead was a contest of their respective powers. If your strength is formidable enough, you can achieve anything you desire within this realm. Should you lack the requisite might, any ambitions here would be nothing but folly. Yet, due to this very understanding, the Dark Phoenix refrained from immediate confrontation. She sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a divergence from her earlier assumptions regarding Hela's capabilities. Previously, the Dark Phoenix had not genuinely considered Hela a noteworthy adversary. The nature of her strength was not a matter deserving of her attention. However, as Hela began to unleash her power, the Dark Phoenix was compelled to acknowledge that Hela indeed represented a formidable challenge. For the essence emanating from Hela was now clashing against her own fiery heat. The two forces, while sharing similarities, were distinctly different, and their energies engaged in an escalating struggle as time progressed. The Dark Phoenix had consistently taken the initiative, leaving little room for speculation regarding her opponent's potential. What shall be done with this newfound power? Yet, it is precisely due to this that Hela refrains from unleashing her might in this moment. She has concealed her strength within her weapon, and for Hela, this presents an opportunity. The most advantageous manifestation of an opportunity is, undoubtedly, to strike when least expected. Though Hela harbors thoughts, she does not reveal them. Instead, she scrutinizes the Black Phoenix, keen to ascertain whether this adversary might discover an opening in the forthcoming battle. However, after but a fleeting glance, the Black Phoenix speaks. The power you wield appears trivial to me. The potency embedded within these weapons is something I can perceive at a mere glance. But do you comprehend the true extent of my power? In this universe, I have yet to encounter any being capable of defeating me, not even you. As she speaks, the Black Phoenix unleashes the full force of her being. In an instant, Hela senses a shift. Her opponent seems to have transformed entirely. Most notably, the adversary's entire demeanor appears to have undergone a significant enhancement. Where Hela could previously detect subtle differences, she now perceives that her opponent has seemingly become a celestial body, no longer a mere human, but akin to a lifeless planet radiating immense power. Hela has always been aware of her opponent's considerable strength, and she understands that the power being unleashed is more formidable than she initially envisioned. Yet, the notion of her adversary evolving into a planetary entity is something she could never have anticipated, prompting Hela to take a deep breath. Gradually, she gathers her composure, allowing the dark energy to coalesce within her being. She understands better than anyone that in order to vanquish her opponent, it is crucial to unleash a greater force within a brief span of time. At least in Hela's prior musings, she believed her opponent's power would not be able to contend with her own. Although a slight deviation from her expectations has occurred, it remains manageable. Your power is indeed more formidable than I had anticipated. However, if this is all you possess, you shall not defeat me. Hela speaks, echoing sentiments similar to those of her adversary. The Black Phoenix, at this moment, reveals her most potent state, intent on annihilating her opponent swiftly. Yet, she remains blissfully unaware of the naivety and absurdity of her own ambition, for the aura surrounding her cannot alter the course of battle. Rather, it is Hela who begins to emanate a similar energy. Thus, the clash resumes with renewed fervor, both combatants unleashing their most formidable abilities, elevating the conflict to a fevered intensity. Meanwhile, on the distant hillside, Ujia has arrived unbeknownst to anyone. In truth, he had awakened the moment Hela stealthily departed, eager to uncover what secrets she might be concealing. As Hela engages in battle with the Black Phoenix, Ujia realizes the folly of his beloved. Yet, he chooses not to intervene, merely observing his wife, unwilling for any unforeseen calamities to befall her. In his grasp lies latent power, accumulating steadily. Should he perceive any uncontrollable factors arising from the Black Phoenix, he shall act decisively to obliterate them. No one shall harm his wife. Of course, should she surprise him with her prowess, that would be welcome as well. After all, her happiness is what matters most. It must be noted that these two forces have undergone a transformation. While Ujia watches the duel unfold, he discerns that the Black Phoenix is vastly different from his memories. He comprehends the nature of her power, yet he never anticipated that she could endure so many exchanges under Hela's onslaught. Of course, the strength she now wields is somewhat altered. For Hela has yet to reveal this dark power. Yu-Jie remains oblivious to the events that transpired, but as long as it proves beneficial, he shall not interfere. The battle between the Black Phoenix and Hela escalates to a new echelon. The two women have laid bare their ultimate trump cards, each intent on eradicating the other. Chapter 165 draws to a close. Yu-Jie's gaze is fixed upon the adversary, as he senses the Black Phoenix's power. He cannot help but shake his head, recalling that she should have been altered by the cosmic energies during a space rescue mission, resulting in her transformation. This metamorphosis has bestowed upon her a terrifying augmentation of power. However, this force is exceedingly unstable. Yet, based on Yu-Jie's observations, it is evident that this is not mere instability. Rather, it appears to have birthed a second persona. The first persona seems utterly obliterated, while the second persona manages to wield this terrifying strength. This power, in certain respects, is immensely formidable. Yet, even Yu-Jie cannot ascertain whether this persona can stabilize such overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Hela presses forth, directing her power against her opponent. Although she has acquired the strength of the Dark Sovereign, Hela has kept this power suppressed within herself, refraining from unleashing its full potential. She possesses an instinct that once the dark energy is released, the tranquility of the cosmos shall be irrevocably shattered, potentially spiraling into chaos. The two forces continue to clash, and even Yu-Jie grows anxious. Both parties have unveiled their most potent displays. The emergence of this power signifies that there is no turning back. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Yu-Jie remains curious whether another twist of fate might unfold. An unparalleled force erupts, yet this time, there is a discernible difference. Hela bears no wounds, while the Black Phoenix's form is marred. Almost immediately, the expression in the Black Phoenix's eyes shifts. The reality is that she has gained some measure of control over her newfound power, yet it is not a mere persona that can contain it. The first persona failed to dominate the Black Phoenix, even being annihilated by her own power. Although the second persona exhibits a terrifying level of control, it proves ineffective against the overwhelming force of destruction. Presently, that power begins to separate and crumble. How is this possible? I thought I had mastered it. Why then does it continue to manifest these changes? What in the world is this cursed power? The Black Phoenix cries out in despair, having never anticipated that her once docile strength would spiral into uncontrollable chaos. Under this force, her attempts to assail her opponent are rendered futile. She has become a mere puppet to this power. The second persona begins to dissipate, unable to govern the body or to manage the rampaging force that has erupted. This has escalated into a rather dire situation. For Yu-Jie, such events are somewhat surprising, yet he can sense that Hela is on the brink of victory. As long as her opponent's power has not yet erupted, it is possible to forcibly strip away that strength. Indeed, just as Yu-Jie anticipated, Hela has also discerned the sudden surge of the Dark Phoenix's power. Consequently, without the slightest hesitation, Hela unleashed her own dark powers at the earliest opportunity. The dark energies she commands are entirely akin to the rampaging strength of the Dark Phoenix. Yet the manner in which these forces manifest is fundamentally disparate. It is precisely the inability to control such power that leads to being subjugated by it. However, Hela is different. With her conscious control over this force, she can wield it within a certain time frame. The power, unleashed in a mere breath, has erupted in its entirety, far surpassing the strength previously displayed. Yu-Jie could not help but shake his head. The commencement of this battle was baffling, and its conclusion is no less so. As Hela fully expressed her dark powers, her body began to absorb the strength belonging to the Dark Phoenix. In an instant, this power enveloped her being, and as Hela thoroughly absorbed this force, she did not cease her actions. Instead, she continued to draw in energy from her surroundings. The dark energies that had just dissipated were once again reclaimed by Hela. Even Yu-Jie was taken aback by such a maneuver, for he believed that these two powers could never coexist harmoniously. Yet, perhaps due to Hela's extraordinary talent, she astonishingly managed to endure this force. However, before Yu-Jie could fully grasp the weight of the situation, he noticed a change in Hela's expression. And in the next moment, her figure vanished from the earth. Yu-Jie immediately activated his teleportation abilities, having long since locked onto Hela's aura. As long as Hela remained within this universe, she could be tracked. In a moment of urgency, Yu-Jie felt a twinge of anxiety. He was unaware of what had transpired with Hela. The recent unexpected turn of events made it evident to Yu-Jie that the situation had undoubtedly spiraled beyond his control. Upon utilizing his teleportation, he found himself in Asgard, Hela's homeland. At that moment, Hela had arrived in a desolate mountainous region, kneeling upon the ground. Two forces surged within her, continuously manifesting. Yujia longed to approach and assist Hela in suppressing this power, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He understood that this was a necessary ordeal, as these two forces were inherently discordant, and to harness them, both must be thoroughly subdued. For now, Hela could only strive to overcome this challenge with her own strength. Meanwhile, Yujia could do naught but wait for his beloved to endure this trial. Nevertheless, he harbored confidence in Hela. After all, she was, in many respects, Asgard's chosen one. No other deity could compare to Hela, who, upon setting foot in Asgard, could continually augment her power. Hela's return was, in part, a quest to leverage her innate fortune to subjugate this power entirely. This conviction led Yujia to believe that Hela would undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 166, The Sentinel. As the aura surrounding Hela gradually dissipated, Yujia came to a realization. The two forces had been successfully absorbed by Hela. With this thought, Yujia took a deep breath. He had long been aware of the events unfolding around Hela. However, he believed this was not something he could prevent. It was ultimately up to Hela to transform this power into her own. Sensing the change in Hela's aura, Yujia chose to depart. If his wife wished to keep her little secret from him, he saw no reason to intrude. Shortly after you returned to Earth, Hela glanced around, feeling as though a familiar presence had been observing her, yet when she turned to look, there was seemingly no one there. Shaking her head, Hela dismissed the notion as a mere figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, after absorbing the Dark Phoenix's power, Hela could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in her own abilities compared to before. Most importantly, the two forces within her had reached an uncanny equilibrium, a feat that had been nearly impossible prior. Now, these two balanced powers were adopting a trend that had never existed before. With this in mind, Hela began to control her strength, dispersing it into her surroundings. The most crucial aspect was that her body had, to some extent, grown increasingly formidable. She could even sense that this newfound power was entirely different from her previous acquisitions. While she had gained dark power before, it had only endowed her with immense capability without fully integrating it as her own. Now, however, the situation was utterly transformed. Although this power still lingered around her, Hela could unmistakably feel her body subtly being remodeled by it. This revelation was a tremendous surprise for Hela, as her physique had, in some respects, always possessed certain flaws. The increase in power did not necessarily enhance her body's inherent strength. Yet now this force continually resided within her, significantly augmenting her physical form. With this thought, Hela couldn't help but smile. The Dark Phoenix's power had brought her so much joy that her strength had, in many respects, surpassed its limits. Yet, she could also sense that her body was gradually ascending to an exceptionally high realm. Moreover, the power she had acquired this time was different from before. Previously, she had required time to fully adapt to such strength. Now, Hela felt that she would not need much time to acclimate to this formidable force. Her body and power had achieved a flawless synergy, leading to a gradual restoration of strength to an unimaginable level. Meanwhile, on Earth, Yujia had returned to his estate, eagerly awaiting Hela's return. At that moment, however, he suddenly squinted, sensing something unusual on Earth. An extraordinarily potent aura had just manifested, prompting Yujia to narrow his eyes. It seemed yet another unwitting entity had unleashed some bizarre beings. As he uttered these words, Yujia activated his teleportation once more. Shortly thereafter, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin. Observing the unfamiliar remnants, Yujia furrowed his brow. He was uncertain of what this ruin signified. Nonetheless, he could feel that an incredibly powerful force had recently emerged within these ruins. Something was amiss. Why would such a formidable power manifest here? Logically, the Earth should be in a state of normalcy at this time. In Yujia's recollection, despite the many unforeseen events that have transpired on Earth, it seems that the planet has not undergone significant changes compared to the past. Even those few individuals prone to causing chaos have yet to emerge at this moment, which brings Yujia a modicum of solace and reassures him that trouble may not be prevalent on Earth. However, the power he has recently sensed surpasses his previous understanding to a considerable degree. It is precisely due to this anomaly that Yujia employs teleportation once more. Were this the work of the Supreme Sorcerer, he might have remained indifferent. Yet, the Supreme Sorcerer has seemingly shown no inclination to intervene lately, indicating that something entirely unexpected has indeed manifested on this Earth. The sudden emergence of this anomaly leaves Yujia increasingly troubled. Is the hard-won peace about to be shattered? As he surveyed his surroundings, attuned to the energies that coursed through the air, Yujia squinted slightly. To him, the situation unfolding now was a stark departure from his prior imaginings. The most striking difference lay in the dense aura of power that pervaded the atmosphere. This essence of strength has fundamentally overturned all of Ujia's previous conjectures. While attempting to trace the source of this energy through teleportation, he found it peculiar that, after several consecutive attempts, he failed to locate his target. This perplexity gnawed at him, for teleportation should enable one to discern the traces left by another's presence. Yet, the absence of any detectable signs suggested that his adversary was also engaging in high-velocity movement. With this thought, Ujia ascended into the air. His teleportation necessitated the ability to sense the opponent's aura, yet he found himself unable to do so, implying that he would need to expend more time here. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Ujia's eyes. It was the power of a Kryptonian. With an almost terrifyingly acute intuition, he could sense any anomalies occurring on Earth. Within moments, his gaze sparkled with newfound clarity as he pinpointed the figure moving at incredible speed. Strangely, this figure felt somewhat familiar. Memories of this individual flooded Ujia's mind until, at last, he realized. Was this not the Sentinel? But why would the Sentinel appear here? Logically, he should not be present at this juncture. Chapter 167. The failure of Kryptonian power. As Ujia discerned the traces of his opponent, astonishment washed over him. The entity he had discovered exceeded his comprehension. It was indeed the Sentinel. Moreover, Ujia could sense an unsettling distortion in the Sentinel's power, as he should not be manifesting on Earth at this time. Not only that, but the strength emanating from him continued to escalate. It was evident that the Sentinel stood as one of the mightiest beings in the Marvel Universe, second only to Superman. In fact, Ujia understood that, in certain respects, the Sentinel was far more formidable than Superman. Yet, at this moment, the Sentinel seemed intent on wreaking havoc upon Earth. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. were aware of his presence, they would be powerless to intervene. The Sentinel's passive abilities mirrored those of Superman to an almost perfect degree. He merely needed to absorb the ambient energies surrounding him to amplify his own power, leading to an ever-increasing strength. Based on the path of destruction he was creating, it was not difficult to deduce that, given a little time, he could obliterate the Earth entirely. The gravity of this realization darkened Ujia's expression. Were it merely external forces at play, he might not be so incensed. Yet, the fact that another entity sought to sow chaos on Earth, reminiscent of the mutant's past actions, was utterly maddening. What vendetta did this being hold against the planet? Upon detecting the traces of his adversary, Ujia wasted no time in teleporting to the vicinity of the Sentinel, who was equally taken aback by this sudden appearance. The Sentinel scrutinized Ujia intently. Who are you? What brings you here? I can sense an unfamiliar energy emanating from you. Ujia had not anticipated that the Sentinel would engage him in conversation, yet he quickly shook his head in response. Shouldn't Earth be considered your homeland? Can you not enlighten me as to why you are causing turmoil here? The planet can scarcely endure any further strife. Are you not aware of this? As Ujia spoke, he noticed a slight shift in the Sentinel's demeanor, which swiftly transformed into a smile. Do you truly believe that with my current power, I am constrained by any limitations? To me, Earth is merely a diminutive sphere. I can do as I please upon this planet without the need to justify myself to the likes of you. As the Sentinel spoke, Ujia realized that this incarnation of the Sentinel was a far cry from the one he remembered. The being before him was even more unhinged. There was undoubtedly something amiss with his mindset. Why did he so readily contemplate the destruction of Earth? What grievance did the planet harbor against him? With this in mind, Ujia unleashed the full extent of his Kryptonian power. As he did so, the Sentinel immediately focused all his attention on Ujia. Oh, so you are the one who seeks to save Earth. Does this mean I have now become the ultimate villain? What delightful news. Ujia considered the Sentinel's nature. He did not perceive him as inherently malevolent, a realization he was certain of. However, the Sentinel's current state was undeniably abnormal. He had utterly upended Ujia's perceptions of him. While the Sentinel had exhibited flaws in the past, he was never truly a villain, merely a being of moderate temperament. Yet, the developments transpiring in the Sentinel's existence now indicated that he was undoubtedly entangled in matters beyond Ujia's comprehension. This was of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Ujia understood that while certain issues could not be resolved at this time, others must be addressed without hesitation. Since you deem Earth unworthy of existence, I believe you, too, have forfeited your right to persist. The power of the Silver Superman surged within Ujia. The strength of a Kryptonian was, in many respects, immensely formidable. At least in his estimation, no being on Earth could withstand the might of the Silver Superman. The Sentinel, observing the eruption of power from Ujia, narrowed his eyes. While he might appear somewhat deranged at this moment, there was no denying the Sentinel's formidable presence. The power contained within him was steadily increasing with the passage of time. After all, a Kryptonian could absorb solar energy and convert it into their own strength. The Sentinel possesses a similar passive ability, yet the power it absorbs is significantly more formidable. Before long, Ujiah and the Sentinel collided directly. At that moment, both Ujiah and the Sentinel found themselves momentarily stunned, particularly Ujiah, who gazed at the Sentinel with a hint of astonishment. He understood that the Sentinel was supposed to have just been born. However, the power emanating from its body felt profoundly unsettling. It was as if it was on the verge of maturing into a fully developed Sentinel. He was acutely aware of the kind of power a mature Sentinel wielded, certainly not the strength one would expect from a mere newcomer. Conversely, the Sentinel could not help but cast a lingering glance at Ujiah. To his surprise, Ujiah possessed such power. He had initially thought him to be merely a meddlesome individual, but it seemed he had underestimated him. As he spoke, a radiant glow flickered in the Sentinel's hand. For the Sentinel, the strength exhibited by Ujiah was indeed beyond his expectations. Yet, for him, this was not a matter of great concern. The audacity of his opponent to stand before him implied that he was prepared to meet his demise. In the next instant, a brilliant light erupted from the Sentinel's hand. Before Ujiah could react, the luminous force struck him, causing him to stagger back several paces. Ujiah felt the pain coursing through his body and realized that relying solely on the power of the Silver Superman would likely render him no match for the Sentinel. The force unleashed by the Sentinel was far more potent than he had anticipated. Chapter 168. Human? Alternative? Monster? After the Sentinel attacked, his gaze fixated on Ujiah, as he sensed a certain change in him compared to before. However, the Sentinel dismissed these thoughts as meaningless. The most crucial aspect was that he had now harnessed an immensely powerful force. To the Sentinel, possessing power equated to having significant influence. Since his adversary dared to approach him and utter such audacious words, it was evident that he had prepared himself for death. This was the Sentinel's most genuine conviction. Simultaneously, a radiant aura enveloped the Sentinel. He would not grant Ujiah any opportunities. If Ujiah sought to court death, he would gladly assist him on that journey. There is an exceedingly peculiar power within you, one that bears a slight resemblance to my own. However, it is not identical. We are entirely distinct, he declared. Just as the Sentinel's words trailed off, the light surged toward Ujiah once more. Following their previous confrontation, the Sentinel concluded that while Ujiah possessed certain commendable traits, he was still no match for him. The radiant blows struck Ujiah almost instantaneously, prompting him to squint his eyes. He sensed an aura that was far more formidable than he had imagined. Most importantly, the power was evidently escalating. Ujiah shook his head. Although this opponent demonstrated considerable strength, he must not forget that he was not merely endowed with superhuman abilities. The earlier skirmish with the Sentinel was merely Ujiah testing the limits of his powers. It now appeared that prior to achieving the Golden Superman form, the Silver Superman's strength was likely insufficient to contend with the Sentinel. The terrifying aura displayed by the Sentinel was enough to confirm that his power had ascended to an extraordinarily peak state. It is worth noting that the Sentinel's abilities closely mirrored those of the Superman, and in a strict sense, the Sentinel could indeed suppress the Silver Superman. While the Superman had yet to attain the Golden level, there remained much he could not accomplish. However, Ujiah also recognized that while the strength of the Silver Superman was formidable, the path to enhancement had become somewhat arduous. Previously, Ujiah believed that augmenting his powers would be akin to the past, merely requiring the absorption of ample solar energy to elevate his strength to a new echelon. Yet, upon reflection, he found that notion somewhat naive. The most glaring issue was the invisible barrier seemingly separating the Silver Superman from the Golden Superman. This barrier was immensely daunting. Relying on solar energy to break through would likely demand an excessive amount of time. Soon after, Ujiah shook his head, dismissing such chaotic thoughts, for they bore no relevance to his current combat prowess. The Sentinel stood before him, and he seemed different from before. It was evident that previously, during their battle, the Sentinel had scrutinized him, contemplating how to engage. However, after the Sentinel first sent Ujiah flying, it appeared that something had shifted within him. Most notably, the Sentinel seemed to believe he could easily eliminate Ujiah. This realization confirmed Ujiah's certainty that the Sentinel now exuded an air of profound arrogance. Some individuals, upon acquiring power, come to regard it as the most vital aspect of their existence. Ujiah had previously been uncertain of how the Sentinel would respond to him. However, now, observing the Sentinel's demeanor, it was clear that his state of mind spoke volumes. Yet, Ujiah was not the same. For within him resided more than just superhuman strength. The Superman's abilities were merely a means to an end. What truly counted were the techniques of the Super Scion. whose power was terrifying in its own right. In a flash, Ujia's hair underwent a transformation, which the Sentinel observed keenly. Yet, he was unprepared for the ferocity of the aura that accompanied this change. As Ujia's hair turned golden, a terrifying energy enveloped his entire being. The Sentinel's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He realized that Ujia might not be as simple as he appeared. However, he still thought Ujia should not be his adversary. Yet, what he witnessed now utterly overturned his previous assumptions. In the next instant, Ujia charged forward, relying solely on his physical speed rather than the power of instantaneous movement. The velocity of his approach left the Sentinel no time to react. By the time he turned to face Ujia, the latter's fist had already slammed into his chest. A sensation akin to being struck by gravity surged throughout his body. The Sentinel's countenance changed dramatically. What was happening with Ujia's strength? Why had it surged so dramatically in such a short span? How could such a formidable force threaten him? This was inconceivable. Why was there such a monumental shift within you? Logically, your power should be straightforward, yet here you are, posing a threat to me. This cannot be. In the Sentinel's eyes, the manner in which Ujia unleashed his power seemed remarkably simple, which led him to believe he could swiftly dispose of Ujia. However, upon further scrutiny, he found that his assumptions were indeed far-fetched. The sheer terror of the power Ujia had just demonstrated was overwhelming. It had subdued him almost instantaneously. Yet, Ujia chose not to respond to the Sentinel's queries, instead charging at him once more. As his fist struck the Sentinel's chest again, a wave of energy surged forth from Ujia's hand in the form of a ki blast. The power contained within the Qigong wave is, in truth, profoundly terrifying. When confronted with eternity, the Qigong wave was capable of inflicting harm upon the adversary. How much more so now, as the Sentinel finds himself marked by wounds that are rapidly expanding. This marks the first time the Sentinel has sustained injury in battle, leading to a drastic transformation in his mindset. He could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Chapter 169. Farewell, Sentinel. The power exhibited by Ujia utterly subverted the Sentinel's expectations. The Sentinel was struck by Ujia's initial attack, leaving him injured right from the outset. As he felt the pain coursing through his body, the Sentinel was compelled to confront the reality of this battle. He had never imagined he would encounter such intense suffering in combat. Pain had not graced him for an extended period, yet now, as it swept over him anew, the intensity was unimaginable. His gaze remained fixed on Ujia, desperately seeking to understand the source of this strange power. Regrettably, Ujia had no inclination to elucidate the circumstances to the Sentinel. He merely unleashed his power, which surged to a terrifying crescendo. Throughout this phase, Ujia's attention remained unyieldingly averted from the Sentinel. The latter yearned for answers, wishing to comprehend how Ujia had transformed into this formidable being. However, he was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, Ujia was unlikely to divulge the reasons behind his metamorphosis. Nonetheless, the Sentinel inhaled deeply. He refused to concede defeat. Until he declared himself vanquished, there was no possibility of an unforeseen turn of events. He focused on amplifying the power within his body. Soon, the pain that had just manifested began to dissipate, and a smile reappeared on the Sentinel's face. How could he, once considered invincible, be felled by the slightest action of an opponent? As he continued to deceive himself, the Sentinel cast his gaze back upon Ujia. He would never allow Ujia to claim victory over him. In his memories, he was the strongest. No being in the universe could impose judgment upon him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ujia erupted with power once more. Each display of strength was meticulously controlled by Ujia. Yet observing the Sentinel's current demeanor, he could easily surmise that the latter was lost in a haze of delusion. Recognizing this, Ujia had no qualms about sending the Sentinel on his way. He unleashed the Qigong wave, his power exploding forth. A punch connected with the Sentinel's chest, and before the latter could react, Ujia followed up with his Qigong wave. The previously inflicted wound was now exacerbated, and the injury appeared to be spreading. This realization prompted a shift in the Sentinel's thoughts. He understood that Ujia was far from the simpleton he initially perceived. He recognized that something extraordinary had transpired within Ujia, but the reasons behind this current state eluded him. As uncertainty clouded his mind, Ujia's knee connected with the Sentinel's forehead, obliterating his thoughts. The intense pain radiating from his brow compelled the Sentinel to distance himself from Ujia. Yet escape was impossible. Ujia's speed had surpassed all expectations, far exceeding what it had once been. After his hair had turned golden, Ujia's velocity had reached an incredible peak. In the blink of an eye, confronted with the unfolding events, the Sentinel resolved to unleash his power once again. In an instant, a brilliant aura enveloped the Sentinel, yet Yu remained unfazed, not even squinting. He knew the Sentinel would soon launch an assault, and he would certainly not choose to await his demise. This was the Sentinel's most radiant display of power, but what significance did such brilliance hold? The strength the Sentinel possessed could not, in any meaningful way, threaten Yu or bring about his defeat. This was the undeniable truth. With this realization, Yu shook his head once more, and simultaneously, his own power erupted forth. I refuse to believe that anyone on this earth can defeat me. I am certain you are no match for me. Absolutely impossible. The Sentinel roared, yet his cries bore the weight of insecurity, akin to a feeble attempt to justify his own cowardice. Yu upon hearing such declarations, felt an urge to laugh. Yet he understood that the Sentinel's wavering confidence was a source of unexpected delight. However, even as the Sentinel recognized his own inadequacies against Yu it did not alter Yu's resolve to eliminate him. The Sentinel, imbued with power, had transformed into a maniac. While this was somewhat peculiar, the most intolerable aspect for Yu was the Sentinel's intent to obliterate the Earth. It was not that Yu had become a true guardian of peace. Rather, the planet was home to him and his beloved wife. If the Earth were to be destroyed, what would remain for him? The thought ignited a fierce rage within Yu compelling his power to surge violently against the Sentinel. With every surge of power, the Sentinel sought to discern the essence of Yu's abilities, hoping to exploit a weakness amidst Yu's assault. Yet, as Yu engaged, the Sentinel realized how naively optimistic his thoughts had been. While he could perceive his own state, he sensed no changes in Yu's demeanor. This was the essence of the Sentinel's despair. In his eyes, he had been rendered powerless. The strength of his opponent was insurmountable, and his attempts to influence the outcome felt increasingly futile. As Yu's power erupted fully, he thought, if you dare extend your claws in this realm, you must be prepared to face complete annihilation. The Sentinel had not even registered the shift before Yu's full might was unleashed upon him. The force was infinitely more terrifying than he had imagined, and in an instant, the Sentinel was obliterated. Chapter 170, The Return of Captain Marvel. Yu regarded the Sentinel's lifeless form with a hint of surprise. In his recollection, the Sentinel should not have appeared on Earth at this juncture, and the circumstances of his sudden emergence were utterly perplexing. The Sentinel had previously given no indication of his intentions, as if he had not even entertained the notion of becoming a Sentinel. Yet, upon his abrupt arrival, his primary impulse had been to annihilate the Earth, behaving as though he were mad. Despite the fact that his power remained unchanged and as formidable as anticipated, the mystery surrounding his appearance lingered. However, Yu remained deeply curious about the nature of the other party, pondering how they had come to assume such a form in this place. It seemed as though there was some peculiar reason lurking behind it all, yet based on the information currently available, it was still quite challenging to ascertain the truth. Yu shook his head and returned to his estate. Some matters, if they cannot be resolved, are best left untouched. After all, what is meant to happen will inevitably unfold. Worrying about it here serves no purpose. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomed a distinguished guest, at least from the perspective of director Nick Fury. As he gazed at the woman before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Inexplicably, he felt a surge of excitement. Only after assuming the role of director did he truly grasp the dire state of the Earth. Initially, he had envisioned establishing an Avengers team to safeguard the planet's peace. Yet, to his dismay, these individuals appeared completely disinclined to unite, which proved to be a significant source of frustration. It should be a straightforward endeavor. Protecting the peace of Earth is a duty every inhabitant should embrace. Regrettably, his aspirations remained just that, mere aspirations, especially with mutants causing havoc in the vicinity. Furthermore, a series of calamities had been unfolding, and what troubled him the most was that these disasters could not be resolved by human intervention alone. When did the Earth become such a place? As if its fate were no longer in the hands of its inhabitants? Fortunately, Captain Marvel had returned. Indeed, the individual standing before him was none other than Captain Marvel, his former ally. This peacekeeper of the cosmos was distinctly different from other pacifists. Captain Marvel embodied a peculiar essence, striving to uphold peace throughout the universe. Consequently, tales of her thwarting various malevolent forces circulated widely, which had fostered a strong rapport between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain Marvel. In the past, she had even provided Fury with a pager to reach her. Yet, to this day, he had refrained from using it. He knew it was their sole link, best reserved for dire circumstances, like when Earth faced annihilation, to summon her for a final stand for peace. Captain Marvel looked at her erstwhile companion and couldn't help but speak. Have you truly grown into the highest authority on this planet? Upon hearing her words, Director Fury was momentarily taken aback. What did Captain Marvel mean by that? Did she not consider herself a terrestrial being? If his memories served him right, she was indeed of Earth. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, for her formidable power loomed large. Instead, he shook his head. How could I possibly be the highest authority? This planet operates on principles of fairness. I am merely a custodian of peace. Much like you, while you uphold peace in the cosmos, I tend to the tranquility of Earth. Hearing the mention of peacekeeping, Captain Marvel nodded in agreement. It was precisely as she had anticipated. Though the Earth remained peaceful for now, she soon voiced her perplexity. While maintaining peace on other planets, I sensed something unusual in this universe, in this galaxy. Numerous large-scale battles have erupted, battles that are exceedingly rare in the galaxy. Has there been an influx of powerful beings on Earth? Why are there such significant energy fluctuations? Interstellar-level combat? Fury was taken aback by her inquiry. His recollections confirmed that while Earth had indeed faced numerous conflicts recently, and many formidable individuals had emerged like mushrooms after rain, he had to concede that the battles on Earth remained in a remarkably primitive stage when it came to civilization. However, if they were to discuss interstellar warfare, he could assure her that the current state of Earth offered no possibility for resistance. A single interstellar battleship could obliterate the planet, of that he was certain. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel remained unaware of Yu Jia's existence. After returning to his estate, Yu Jia had completely concealed his powers. Before he chose to wield them, no one could detect his presence, not even Captain Marvel. Previously, Captain Marvel had been steadfastly upholding her ideals and maintaining peace on other worlds. However, she soon detected the emergence of peculiar powers in the cosmos, and on some level, Earth was akin to her home planet. This was a truth she had to acknowledge, which prompted her swift return. Despite the vast distance separating her from Earth, her speed was unparalleled. Before long, she found herself back on Earth. Upon arrival, she was astonished to discover that the planet remained intact. Moreover, the formidable powers that had once threatened Earth seemed to have vanished in an instant. This was why she had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. In her view, S.H.I.E.L.D. was undeniably a prominent entity on Earth. Moreover, leveraging S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources would allow her to investigate the sudden emergence of these unknown forces. Fueled by this thought, she sought to ascertain whether unforeseen events had indeed transpired on Earth. As she contemplated this, she was struck by a realization. Something was different. After a period of reflection, Fury recounted all the recent occurrences to her. Indeed, there were not many interstellar events on Earth, and no satellites in the cosmos had detected anything. This revelation only heightened Captain Marvel's curiosity. Chapter 171, Departure. In Captain Marvel's eyes, something must have transpired on Earth. Perhaps a more powerful presence had completely erased these events. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have received word, and Director Fury himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. Analyzing the information at hand, it was evident that, although Earth had become far more chaotic, there were no particularly troubling incidents. Recently, mutants had been causing disturbances, yet they had not escalated to catastrophic levels. However, observing Captain Marvel's somewhat peculiar demeanor, Fury could sense that the situation might be far worse than he imagined. After all, she wouldn't have returned to Earth if she didn't care about its well-being, since she had been maintaining peace in the universe. It was noteworthy that she had hardly returned to Earth in over 30 years. Eyeing Captain Marvel, he couldn't help but suggest, if you truly have concerns, you might consider staying on Earth a bit longer. I can also dispatch individuals to investigate whether any crises have arisen that we might have overlooked. Captain Marvel initially nodded but then shook her head. For her, the unfolding events had exceeded her expectations to some extent. Prior to this, when she sensed something amiss on Earth, she had been at a loss to comprehend the situation. Captain Marvel nodded again, and then spoke. The situation may be far more dire than we can fathom. Something must have transpired on Earth, for I would not possess such an instinct otherwise. At this stage in my journey, articulating intuition is a formidable challenge, yet its emergence signifies its undeniable existence. Captain Marvel is resolutely convinced that events of significance have unfolded on our planet. Although these occurrences remain undisclosed, they can be surmised from his instincts. To a certain extent, this matter has undoubtedly exceeded his expectations, which has left the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such obstinacy from the other party. However, upon reflection, it is evident that their intentions are aligned with the peace of Earth. Otherwise, they would not be engaged in such nonsensical discourse with him, and he silently acknowledged this. Should something indeed have taken place, as long as there remains even the faintest trace upon the Earth, I am certain that I can assist you in uncovering it. Captain Marvel cast a glance at his counterpart, but refrained from speaking. For he understood well that the lack of information from the other party indicated a desire to remain concealed. This realization only deepened his perplexity regarding what might have transpired on Earth. It is likely that Captain Marvel could not have imagined that. Despite Ujia having saved the Earth multiple times, each act of salvation was not conducted on the planet itself. For Ujia, the conflicts occurring on Earth were of little consequence. They were matters for humanity to resolve. As long as they did not pose an immediate threat to him, he would refrain from intervening. However, matters beyond Earth were far more complex. Ujia was acutely aware that his arrival from the cosmos could hardly be attributed to a pursuit of amicable relations with Earth, a notion that no one would believe. Furthermore, while there may not be particularly remarkable entities on Earth, it nonetheless serves as a small nexus within the universe. Any incidents occurring within this center are not to be taken lightly. After briefly attuning himself to the essence of the Earth, Captain Marvel shook his head once more. According to his original hypothesis, any being that had set foot on Earth would undoubtedly leave behind traces, even if those traces were deliberately erased. The mere existence of such a being would preclude the possibility of their absence. Yet, after several bombings, Captain Marvel's expression shifted dramatically. Just as his previous investigations had yielded consistent results, he found himself devoid of answers once again. Undoubtedly, the other party had executed their actions with remarkable cleanliness, leaving him bereft of any discernible traces. This peculiar situation perplexed Captain Marvel, making it difficult to fathom how such a formidable presence could manifest on Earth. While these questions swirled in his mind, Captain Marvel couldn't help but shake his head. He felt he was being overly extreme. If the other party wished to remain undisclosed, it implied their intention to linger on Earth. With this thought, he ultimately resolved to depart from the planet. The cosmos was rife with matters demanding his attention, and upon his arrival on Earth, the signals he had left behind began to call for him urgently. It was evident that other planets in the universe were facing crises requiring his intervention, though he shared a strong bond with Earth and held deep affection for it. Captain Marvel, with his lofty aspirations, would not confine his focus solely to this planet. Since he could not derive answers here, he decided to refrain from wasting any more time. After one final release of his investigative energies, Captain Marvel squinted his eyes once again. The results of this last inquiry mirrored those of his previous investigations. No differing energies were detected. With this realization, he shook his head and promptly sought out the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He needed to bid farewell. For his initial visit to Earth had been prompted by a mere curiosity regarding the extraordinary powers manifesting upon it. The director, taken aback, had not anticipated that Captain Marvel would leave so soon after his brief visit. A sense of reluctance washed over him. The troubles on Earth were manifold, often teetering on the brink of extinction or collapse. Even he struggled to manage the overwhelming circumstances. It was a stroke of fortune to have Captain Marvel present, as he could have provided invaluable assistance in addressing some of these predicaments. Otherwise, the mutants would undoubtedly prove to be a relentless source of trouble. It was worth noting that even Iron Man had been exceedingly occupied of late. Chapter 172. The Incredible Hulk's adventures. Captain Marvel swiftly departed from Earth, and as he did, Ujia, far away in his estate, narrowed his eyes. In truth, he had sensed Captain Marvel's presence while the latter was exploring the Earth. Initially, Ujia had contemplated observing this individual further, but given his recent busyness, he had no desire to engage in prolonged dialogue. He understood that wasting time here would be utterly futile. It was far more prudent to rest, as he had scarcely allowed himself any respite of late. Nevertheless, Ujia found himself reminiscing about the Hulk. After all, the Hulk had previously served as a sort of caretaker in his household, attending to various matters with diligence. Now, the whereabouts of the Hulk were a mystery. The atmosphere in the estate felt somewhat amiss, and at that moment, Hela returned home. Perhaps it was the thrill of reunion, but they quickly resumed their most passionate activities. Meanwhile, the Hulk, having departed Ujia's estate, ventured onto an entirely different path. Within the confines of Ujia's domain, he felt an increasing pressure weighing upon him. As a former researcher, the Hulk would never have entertained such thoughts, believing that scientific inquiry was his true calling. However, after witnessing Ujia's immense power, even the Hulk's heart was stirred with a sense of dissatisfaction. He recognized that he possessed formidable potential, and it was this understanding that motivated him to strive for greatness. Unfortunately, remaining in Ujia's estate had left him with few opportunities to realize this ambition. Now, with Ujia's permission to venture forth, the Hulk embarked on his own journey of challenges. His desire to grow stronger was twofold: to unearth his own potential and to confront ever more formidable adversaries. In recent times, He had begun to carve out his own reputation. Previously, his relationship with the military had been fraught with tension as they had relentlessly pursued him. He had felt like a rat fleeing from the cat. However, with Ujia's support, the Hulk's confidence had been bolstered. He realized that rather than continuing to evade, it was far better to step forward. Only by genuinely standing up could he truly make a difference. Thus, all troubles shall not be yours. For the moment you seek to evade them, an avalanche of misfortunes shall ensue. This notion is indelibly etched in the heart of the Hulk. And it is precisely this realization that has piqued his curiosity. During this period, he has encountered numerous adversaries, the most notable being the battles against the mutants on several occasions. The Hulk has confronted that group of mutants, and news of him has thoroughly reached Magneto. Magneto harbors a modicum of curiosity regarding the Hulk, perceiving him as a life form akin to the mutants. However, this notion is swiftly abandoned. The Hulk is far from a mutant. He resembles a complete madman. Initially, many among the mutants aspired to collaborate with the Hulk, for his strength and destructive capabilities are formidable. If they could harness the Hulk's power, their ambition to conquer the world would become significantly more feasible. Alas, such aspirations are but a beautiful illusion. The harshness of reality is undeniable. Perhaps due to his numerous encounters with mutants, the Hulk harbors no fondness for them whatsoever. In fact, upon their first appearance before him, he instinctively launched an attack. It must be acknowledged that the Hulk's combat prowess has indeed been augmented, thanks in part to these mutants. In a sense, the sheer number of these mutants, potentially millions, while they may maintain a low profile on this planet, cannot obscure the fact that each mutant is an extraordinarily independent entity, endowed with an array of peculiar powers. Consequently, the Hulk is astonished to discover that with each battle he engages in, his strength experiences a fundamental enhancement. It is noteworthy that prior to this, the Hulk's power remained stagnant at a particular level, not particularly favorable nor unfavorable, only escalating when his rage intensified. This strength, however, was ephemeral. It would dissipate as his emotional state stabilized or when he reverted to Bruce Banner. Yet now, the circumstances have transformed entirely. The Hulk finds himself immersed in a perpetual state of combat, thereby rendering the power he unleashes somewhat habitual. The adage practice makes perfect aptly applies to the Hulk, as he seizes the opportunity to amplify all the strength within him. Moreover, this enhancement is not transient but rather permanent. Should he desire, he could elevate his power to an exceedingly high echelon. Meanwhile, the mutants remain oblivious to the Hulk's intentions, repeatedly dispatching individuals to provoke him. Regrettably for them, these encounters have become the Hulk's most beneficial allies, at least in his view, since these individuals assist him in augmenting his strength. Most significantly, power that had not seen improvement in 6 months surged forth within a mere week. This revelation has brought the Hulk immense joy. However, he could not have anticipated the military's return. This time, they have sent General Ross, who is no stranger to dealings with the Hulk. He harbors no affection for the Hulk, for the creature has evaded his grasp countless times, and behind him lurks a shroud of mysterious power. Thus, the General's thoughts remain largely futile. The scientists have not disappointed him. In the aftermath of the Hulk's previous defeat, these mad scientists have developed an even more formidable substitute, aptly named the Red Hulk. Chapter 173, The Red Hulk. As soon as the Red Hulk materialized, General Ross presented him. The General has always prided himself on being a man who does not let grievances linger overnight. Should anyone provoke him, he feels compelled to retaliate swiftly. Therefore, his feelings toward the Hulk are decidedly negative. He wishes nothing more than to dismantle the Hulk into pieces. Unfortunately, he lacks the strength to vanquish the Hulk. Yet this does not hinder his loathing. The Hulk's sporadic appearances have left Ross in a foul mood, yet he is grateful that the scientists have not let him down. After a period of relentless effort, they have successfully crafted a new experimental subject, which Ross has commanded to be named the Red Hulk. The image of the Hulk's previous form continues to replay in General Ross's mind, leading to an obsession with the Hulk's existence. If he cannot possess such a being, he questions the very meaning of his pursuits. As these events unfold, the Hulk's greatest adversary has come into being. The Hulk squints his eyes as he gazes at General Ross from a distance, harboring no positive sentiments toward this human. It is not merely a matter of Ross seeking trouble with him, for if it were only that, the Hulk might not have cared. However, Ross's various actions have directly provoked the Hulk, who now roars in fury. Damn you! You have returned. Do you have any idea how arduous it has been for me to seek you? It is difficult to imagine the rage igniting in the Hulk's eyes at this moment. Throughout this time, the Hulk has been tirelessly enhancing his combat skills while clashing with an array of formidable foes. Yet, he harbors his own motives. the foremost being to eliminate all those who have wronged him. General Ross has, for many years, exerted pressure upon him. Since the moment he transformed into the Hulk, Ross's gaze has remained fixed upon him, attempting to exploit him to alter certain circumstances, a fact the Hulk is acutely aware of. He may appear simple-minded, but he is certainly not a fool. This very realization causes General Ross to furrow his brows. Initially, you could have collaborated with us, but you were simply too problematic to work with. You have squandered such a golden opportunity. As he speaks, General Ross gestures, and a giant, comparable in size to the Hulk, emerges. It is none other than the Hulk's adversary, the Red Hulk. The Hulk scrutinizes his opponent while casting a glance at General Ross. In the Hulk's eyes, this figure before him is far from simple. More importantly, he has consistently evaded capture, despite the Hulk having dispatched several of Ross's subordinates. They seem to reappear, revitalized, before him time and again. Each encounter grows increasingly audacious, inciting disgust within the Hulk. He resolves to eliminate General Ross at the onset of this battle. Thoughts translate into action. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Hulk charges forward. A radiant glow emanates from him, this green luminescence capable of swiftly amplifying his strength. Yet, unexpectedly, the Red Hulk, who had previously remained dormant, now springs into action. The Red Hulk, rather than merely an experimental subject, is more accurately described as a true slave, currently shackled to General Ross. However, a terrifying power erupts between the two, causing even the Hulk to narrow his eyes. He gazed at the Crimson Giant with a tinge of curiosity, pondering why this formidable figure had risen at this moment. From the very essence of the being before him, he sensed an aura both familiar and slightly alien. The Green Giant remained oblivious to the fact that his opponent was, in essence, a creation born of his own genetic material, sharing a tenuous link of kinship. Alas, even the Green Giant could discern that something was profoundly amiss with the figure before him. The most conspicuous anomaly was the aura emanating from the adversary's body. It was a sensation he should have recognized long before. As memories flitted through his mind, he shook his head, realizing he had not unearthed the answers he sought. However, this did not imply he was compelled to expend everything in pursuit of an answer. Quite the contrary, some matters, when shrouded in ambiguity, are best left unexamined. With a thunderous roar, the Green Giant charged once more at the Crimson Behemoth, who seemed to have anticipated such a move. The Green Giant's actions were foreseen, prompting the Red Giant to surge forward as well, resulting in a colossal clash between the two titans. General Ross, observing from the sidelines, squinted his eyes. Opting to remain silent on the matter of this battle, he merely wished to ascertain whether those involved had once again deceived him. Prior to his imminent deployment, General Ross had eliminated several scientists due to their failure to yield the desired results. In his view, such individuals were unworthy of existence. His motives were largely to serve as a warning. He was acutely aware that the pace of advancement was still far too sluggish. If these scientists were solely engrossed in their research, neglecting their true responsibilities, it would signify that this ordeal was far more convoluted than anticipated. Thus, General Ross had no choice but to eradicate them. He needed to remind this group of what they ought to be doing. The clash of the Green Giant and the Crimson counterpart reverberated as the former, due to a sudden offensive, momentarily suppressed the latter. Yet, who could have foreseen that? Before the effects of the Crow's power had fully dissipated, the Red Giant would charge in anew. Ignoring the wounds adorning his form, even the Green Giant was taken aback. He had witnessed the Red Giant's previous display, but now the adversary resembled a lunatic, disregarding pain and bodily reactions, hurtling directly toward him. The thoughts that had previously occupied the Green Giant's mind were cast aside. The Red Giant had undergone a multitude of transformations. Nevertheless, the Green Giant understood that he must vanquish his foe swiftly. Otherwise, the night would stretch into a protracted nightmare. And at this moment, the Green Giant's strength surged rapidly. Chapter 174, The Overbearing Crimson Giant. In certain respects, both titans were fundamentally aligned, for the Crimson Giant had truly come into existence because of the Green Giant. However, due to the multiple prior experiments conducted by the scientists, the Red Giant had faced numerous failures. Yet now, the scientists could confidently proclaim to the world that their experiments had borne fruit. The Crimson Giant undoubtedly stood as their most exquisite creation to date, possessing not only immense strength and regenerative capabilities, but also inheriting the furious potential of the Green Giant. Provided the Red Giant felt sufficient rage, he could amplify his power. Though this was merely the baseline, the scientists were far from satisfied with these functionalities. They soon realized that they could implant even more potent genes within the Red Giant's physique. For example, the concept of becoming stronger through battle. This phenomenon hinged on the individual's genetic makeup, and the scientists discovered similar genes within the Crimson Giant. It was precisely these genetic factors that rendered the Red Giant a near-perfect specimen. The scientists had not anticipated that their efforts would yield such an extraordinary imitation. No, the present Crimson Giant could no longer be regarded as a mere replica. He had surpassed the original Green Giant in strength significantly. When the Green Giant and the Crimson Giant collided once more, the former gazed at his opponent with astonishment. He could feel the marked improvement in the Red Giant's power compared to their earlier encounter. This utterly shattered his expectations. Logically, one would require some emotional exchange to elevate their strength. The Green Giant was acutely aware of this, having repeatedly attempted to incite his own rage. Following such fury, his power would escalate exponentially. But what of the Red Giant? Despite still battling him, he was somehow able to enhance his combat prowess. Even the Green Giant had to concede the Red Giant's current display of strength. With another collision, both titans staggered back. Yet, the Green Giant sensed something amiss. While they both retreated, he alone recognized that he had fallen back much farther than his adversary. Though the Red Giant appeared to have also retreated, he had not done so to a significant extent. In truth, the Green Giant felt inferior. Contemplating this, the green radiance enveloping him intensified. At this moment, the Green Giant could only think, "I shall outshine you with my green." He had never doubted his ability to defeat his opponent, for the strength he possessed was overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, he could readily enter a state of fury at any moment. It is well known that the Green Giant's power is derived from his emotions. General Ross observed all of this with keen eyes. He was no stranger to the various displays of strength exhibited by the Green Giant. In fact, he was intimately familiar with them. The Green Giant's sudden display of power prompted General Ross to shake his head. He had expected the Green Giant to have made considerable progress since departing that estate. However, witnessing the eruption of power now, even General Ross found it somewhat amusing, for he understood better than anyone that the Crimson Giant had indeed reached a state of near perfection. Had he known that when seeking trouble with the Green Giant, the Red Giant had undergone a series of tests, he might have acted differently. This was no ordinary test. It revealed to General Ross the true potential of the Red Giant, which was indeed quite terrifying. He had not witnessed the authentic power of the Crimson Giant, but that did not hinder General Ross from estimating the disparity in strength between them. For instance, the Green Giant had elevated his power to an unprecedented level due to his rage. Yet, he could not fathom that the Crimson Giant radiated no light whatsoever, nor did he exhibit any emotional shifts from before. As the Crimson Giant charged forward, the Green Giant narrowed his eyes, feeling his strength steadily augmenting. Yet, the Red Giant showed no signs of gathering power. Rather, he locked onto his opponent once more, prepared for his fists to meet those of the Green Giant. Boom! The collision ensued, and the Green Giant's expression shifted. Once again, he was forced to retreat. Yet, his countenance bore signs of a new transformation. He was acutely aware that during the moments he had spent gathering power, he had contemplated whether to strike directly, seeking to impart a lesson upon his opponent swiftly. However, who could have anticipated that such thoughts would soon lose their significance? The Red Giant exhibited neither fury nor employed any other form of power. Completely relying on the instincts of the other, the Green Giant suppressed himself, embodying the very essence of his being. It was utterly incomprehensible. Logically, he should be on par with this Red Giant. Yet, what transpired was astonishing. The adversary was able to harness his own strength to contend against him. This exceeded the Green Giant's imagination, leading him to forego any thoughts of offense. He needed to reassess his opponent, to discern what was truly unfolding. Why could this entity unleash such formidable power without succumbing to rage? Having engaged in numerous battles before, he understood that one need not always be stronger than an opponent. However, the knowledge of oneself and the enemy is paramount. This was crucial. In the blink of an eye, the Red Giant's fists descended upon the Green Giant. Not just once. The Green Giant bore witness to it all, his body and limbs enduring the relentless torment inflicted by the Red Giant, whose unleashed power was overwhelmingly potent. In mere moments, the Red Giant's force was fully unleashed, and the aura emanating from him only intensified. This prompted a shift in the Green Giant's thoughts. He needed to observe his foe once more, to uncover any new stratagems. Yet, it seemed the Red Giant was unwilling to wait any longer. Rubbing the scars on his body, the Green Giant shook his head. These marks had, in a sense, transformed into a wellspring of fury. At this moment, his anger could potentially amplify his combat prowess within a short span. Regrettably, the Green Giant soon sensed an anomaly. A crimson glow began to flicker around the Red Giant. This luminescence manifested swiftly, coalescing into a fist that struck the green giant with tremendous force. Chapter 175. Am I to perish? Did the green giant have thoughts? Indeed, he did. However, he had not anticipated that his adversary could unleash such terrifying strength in such a brief interval. This power was nothing short of horrifying. In an instant, it had subdued him, and the pressure bearing down on him seemed to evolve further. As he gazed at his opponent, uncertainty clouded his mind. He was oblivious to what was transpiring or whether the situation would worsen. Yet, as the saying goes, he who strikes first gains the advantage. He could not allow his opponent to seize the opportunity. Thus, he needed to unleash his most formidable power in the shortest time possible. And this surge of strength would likely surpass his previous display. The collision of their powers occurred in an instant. General Ross had been observing the battle between the two giants, harboring unwavering confidence in the red giant. After all, the prior events had been utterly terrifying. During earlier scientific experiments, the time it took for the red giant to annihilate an entire army was alarmingly brief. It was so brief that many technologically advanced weapons paled in comparison to the destructive force of the red giant. Even if the green giant devised some new tactic, it could not alter Ross's perception. This was an unwavering conviction. However, as the atmosphere shifted, the green giant inhaled deeply. The battle had, in many respects, surpassed his expectations and overturned several of his prior notions. Nevertheless, he would not concede defeat so readily. Strength is ever-changing. One might exhibit immense power in a fleeting moment. But can such strength be sustained? Even the green giant had doubted whether the red giant could maintain such intensity. His objective was straightforward: to prolong the encounter, to buy time to discern what distinguished his opponent. Should he seize the opportunity, his adversary would undoubtedly pay the price. As his thoughts shifted, far away in the manor, Ujiah squinted, sensing a foreign aura disrupting his mark. Long before the green giant departed, Ujiah had inscribed a mark upon him, which allowed him to monitor the green giant's condition. Though the green giant was merely a bodyguard and caretaker, he was a competent subordinate, and the green giant's significance in Ujiah's perception had grown considerably. This mark enabled Ujiah to ascertain the green giant's whereabouts and current state with precision. He had previously observed some changes in the green giant's body, but now the aura he sensed was markedly different. Most notably, the green giant's energy was waning. Earlier, Ujiah had scrutinized the developments occurring within the green giant. He believed that while unexpected events might arise, they could be managed. Yet, the rapid decline in the green giant's aura was unprecedented, completely overturning Ujiah's prior understanding. He could not help but shake his head. It seemed the green giant had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. Otherwise, how could such a peculiar aura manifest? Shaking his head, Ujiah narrowed his eyes. The green giant was still his subordinate, and he wondered which foolish entities dared to provoke death. As he spoke, an immensely powerful energy began to surge within Ujiah. In his estimation, the green giant was valuable. Moreover, their recent interactions had altered the green giant's standing in his mind. Thus, he resolved that no one could take the green giant's life without his consent. Swiftly, Ujiah began to harness the energy within him. Through the course of ongoing battles, he had learned to control this power. Most importantly, he could wield it at will, even directing it to unexpected places, such as to his subordinates. Previously, he had refrained from such actions, as he had no worthy subordinate to merit using his power to assist. However, given the current circumstances surrounding the green giant, Ujiah understood that his assistance was likely required. Even so, Ujiah did not take immediate action. He wished to wait a little longer. He had previously advised the green giant that to grow stronger, he must seek an entirely different path. It could be said that the green giant's current predicament was closely tied to Ujiah, as he had recommended that the green giant venture outside to explore. Since the green giant was not yet on the brink of death, there was no need for him to intervene. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the green giant found himself once again overwhelmed. After the red giant gained a modicum of advantage, the power he unleashed underwent a dramatic transformation compared to before. Most importantly, each surge of strength was escalating, which bewildered the green giant. How could the red giant, whose power had already been formidable, further augment his strength in such a short time? This was the enigma that confounded him. Was there truly a monster capable of such continuous enhancement? Even after enduring numerous battles, he had yet to master such a technique. In the presence of the crimson giant, the green behemoth was astounded to witness the repeated utilization of such formidable power. This revelation had utterly transformed the green giant's perception, leaving an indelible mark of countless scars upon his chest, still seeping with fresh blood. As he grappled with the relentless pain coursing through his body, a frown of disbelief creased his brow. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Nor could he fathom how his adversary could harness such strength in such a brief span of time. The sheer force of suppression had completely shattered the Green Giant's expectations. He now realized, to his dismay, that his physique was waning. Even his rage seemed insufficient to manifest in the immediate future. What awaited him? Despair? Defeat? Or perhaps death? Chapter 176. Unleashed Potential. In this moment, Yu-Jie had discerned a significant shift in the state of the Green Giant. Such an occurrence would have been inconceivable prior to this juncture. This realization prompted Yu-Jie to squint his eyes, as he harbored a desire for the Green Giant to avoid further misfortunes. Consequently, he began to temper his own power, awaiting an opportune moment. The instant that opportunity presented itself, he would channel his entire strength to the Green Giant, who undoubtedly required such energy. This understanding instilled a sense of calm within Yu-Jie. Meanwhile, the Green Giant's gaze remained fixated on the Crimson Giant. I am curious as to why you choose to assist these humans. Do not claim to be devoid of consciousness. I sense a distinctly different aura emanating from you. As he uttered these words, the Green Giant scrutinized his opponent, eager to ascertain whether the Crimson Giant would respond. Throughout the battle, the Crimson Giant's demeanor had been peculiar, akin to that of a mute, devoid of any desire for communication. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in the Green Giant's mind, he ultimately miscalculated. After his inquiry, the Crimson Giant remained as unresponsive as before. Instead, a more potent force erupted from the Crimson Giant, prompting the Green Giant to swiftly recalibrate his understanding. Previously, the Green Giant had assumed that his adversary shared his plight as a mere unfortunate experiment. However, it became evident that the situation was far more complex. The Crimson Giant resembled a puppet, devoid of meaning or true power. Recognizing this, the Green Giant resolved to cease wasting time. The longer he lingered, the more the outcome would be beyond his control. Regulating his emotional fluctuations, he summoned his strength once more. Observing this unfolding drama, General Ross shook his head, fully aware of the Green Giant's intentions. Yet, in Ross's estimation, such thoughts were futile. What mattered most was that the Crimson Giant had transcended the bounds of mere humanity. Even if it were a creature birthed from human cells, what Ross and his team required was not humanity, but rather a monster, a war machine obedient to commands. In this regard, the Crimson Giant excelled, rendering General Ross unperturbed by the prospect of unforeseen developments during the conflict. On the contrary, he perceived a marked difference in the Green Giant's condition compared to before. The current state of the Green Giant indicated an acute awareness of his environment. This development could be deemed a rare stroke of fortune for General Ross, as the emergent threat posed by the Green Giant could be swiftly mitigated. At this juncture, the Green Giant narrowed his eyes, never pausing to contemplate the true might of his opponent. For as long as he could summon his fury, he believed he possessed the requisite strength to contend with any adversary. Yet, the Crimson Giant's power had shattered the Green Giant's previous convictions, as he now recognized that he and his foe were no longer evenly matched. Consequently, any unexpected occurrences within the battle could no longer be anticipated. The current events had thoroughly disrupted his strategy, and the Green Giant was acutely aware that prolonging this struggle would likely lead to greater complications than he had envisaged. Drawing a deep breath, he charged forward once more. However, as the Green Giant made his move, the Crimson Giant also sprang to action. The Crimson Giant's behavior diverged sharply from the Green Giant's expectations. From the outset, his orders had been to eliminate his opponent as expeditiously as possible. Throughout the skirmish, the Crimson Giant had unleashed his power repeatedly, but had yet to fulfill his objective. To General Ross, the Green Giant appeared to be a mindless lunatic. However, the Crimson Giant's intellect was even more limited, fixated solely on rigid adherence to commands. For instance, having been instructed by General Ross to eliminate the Green Giant, the Crimson Giant possessed no other inclination. He was intent on utterly vanquishing the Green Giant in accordance with prior orders. Once more, the Crimson Giant's fist detonated against the Green Giant's chest, this time with a force far more terrifying than before. Even the Green Giant felt the sting of pain emanating from his body, far more intense than anything he had previously experienced, rendering him incapable of controlling his own physique. This realization caused the Green Giant to furrow his brow. He understood that if this continued, he was likely to be slain. After taking a deep breath, he created distance between them, requiring time to recuperate. However, the Crimson Giant, fully aware of the Green Giant's deteriorating condition, would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. The Crimson Giant's speed and power surged once more, and in the blink of an eye, his fist crashed into the Green Giant's chest once again. The site of impact remained unchanged, the previous scars still visible, yet they appeared even more grievous than before. The green giant grasped the crimson giant's fist tightly, striving to seize a fleeting opportunity. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted as he sensed a peculiar and unfamiliar power emerging within him. A sudden surge that greatly enhanced his strength. Initially, the green giant had merely clutched the crimson giant, struggling to restrain him. However, with this newfound force coursing through him, he effortlessly hurled the crimson giant away, his eyes glimmering with newfound determination. Chapter 177, Conclusion. The power surging through the green giant at this moment undoubtedly emanated from Ujia, who had been meticulously monitoring the myriad conditions afflicting the green giant's body. The instant he detected even the slightest anomaly, he was prepared to intervene. He would exert control over his powers to assist the Hulk in resolving the troubles that had arisen. A palpable sense of danger had already begun to emanate from the Hulk's form. Under the looming threat of this crisis, Ujia could not simply stand by and allow the Hulk to be vanquished. Hence, he directly transmitted his strength, prompting an immediate response from the Hulk's body. With a firm grip, the Hulk channeled an even more formidable force that enveloped his entire being. This immense power even penetrated the chest of the red giant, leaving General Ross, who had been observing from the sidelines, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the Hulk could unleash such terrifying and overwhelming strength. The red giant had maintained an unscathed state throughout the battle until now, which led General Ross to confidently conclude that this creature was no match for the red giant. He believed that should they come into contact and unleash their combined might, there would be no possibility for the opponent to defeat the red giant. However, the unfolding events had completely overturned Ross's assumptions. The moment the red giant sustained an injury meant that his opponent would not have another chance to rise and cause havoc anytime soon. Taking a deep breath, General Ross found himself perplexed by the situation. He had expected to be able to subdue the Hulk, especially given the red giant's display of terrifying power. If these two forces were to merge, even the Hulk would stand no chance of resistance. Yet the current circumstances seemed to contradict his beliefs entirely. Once the red giant was injured, it signified a definitive end to any possibility of reversing the outcome. General Ross, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned away without hesitation. Understanding that the red giant could no longer alter the conclusion of this battle, the display of strength from the Hulk was far more potent than before. Even an ordinary person like Ross could discern that the red giant was now thoroughly subdued by the Hulk. And as long as the Hulk maintained his current stance and continued fighting, the red giant would have no chance for a comeback. General Ross did not wish to squander further time here. His mind raced with various thoughts. Chief among them was the notion that those damned scientists seemed to be mocking him yet again. The reality he witnessed had completely shattered his expectations. It was evident that the scientists from the university would not deceive him. They were surely dedicated to creating an exceedingly formidable entity. However, the red giant was not among those creations, despite multiple opportunities for such a being to manifest. Frustrated by the lack of answers after several attempts, General Ross resolved to confront those scientists upon his return. They needed to comprehend the true meaning of diligence and sincerity. Just as General Ross contemplated his next move, the Hulk decisively tore the red giant's head from his shoulders. The power bestowed upon him by Ujia had, in essence, simply amplified the Hulk's strength. This surge of power enabled him to unleash an extraordinarily terrifying threat in a short span of time. Such a force applied to his physique was ideal for the Hulk, who was inherently adept at harnessing rage. Following the red giant's demise at his hands, the Hulk's gaze shifted toward the distance, landing on General Ross, whom he held no affection for. He would not extend any opportunity for the general, who had provoked him on numerous occasions and had escaped his grasp more than once, an affront that had stirred his profound ire. Determined to prevent any further escape, the Hulk surged forward with renewed speed, his might exploding forth with even greater intensity than during his battle with the red giant. The power Ujia had just imparted still coursed through his veins. Before General Ross could react, he was swiftly dispatched by a single blow from the Hulk, bringing the conflict to an abrupt conclusion. The Hulk then lifted his gaze to the heavens. Although he was initially unaware of the source of this newfound power, it vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. Squinting his eyes, the Hulk mused, "This is certainly not my own power. Mine is nowhere near this formidable. But who, then, is the source?" As he pondered, Ujia's visage inadvertently flickered in his mind. In the Hulk's view, the peril he faced was indeed life-threatening, for the red giant was undeniably stronger than his current self. Moreover, the fact that the red giant had yet to reveal his full potential left the Hulk astounded. After all, they were both titanic beings capable of enhancing their strength through fury. Yet, the red giant had maintained a steady state throughout their confrontation. which indicated to the Hulk that the creature had many hidden reserves yet to be unleashed. However, before the red giant could employ those hidden abilities, the Hulk had acquired a strength that far surpassed them, obliterating his opponent in an instant. The Hulk was no fool. Such an occurrence could not simply happen to him by chance. A portion of his success stemmed from sheer luck, but a significant part was due to the assistance he received. How many individuals on this planet would lend him aid? He did not need to contemplate this, for he knew it originated from the couple in the manor. More specifically, it was Jia, for even Hela was unaware of his departure. Reflecting deeply on the distinctiveness of the strength he had just experienced, the Hulk shook his head once more. The debts he owed seemed to multiply, and all he could do now was strive to improve himself. Chapter 178, The Ancient God in Sealing. The events concerning the Hulk had reached their conclusion. At this moment, Jia also shook his head, for the occurrences surrounding the Hulk were entirely within his expectations. It seemed that the Hulk had most likely resolved his predicament this time. Based on Jia's understanding, the Hulk did not harbor many enemies aside from those who had initially triggered the gamma radiation incident. The Hulk lived relatively normally on Earth, and even if others harbored intentions against him, they needed sufficient power to act. Without such strength, harboring designs against the Hulk was akin to chasing phantoms. It was well known that the power unleashed by the Hulk in a fit of rage was extraordinarily fearsome, beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to compare. For this reason, Jia shook his head once more, concluding that the Hulk's troubles ought to be over. However, he hoped that he would not encounter further complications. As a layabout, Jia detested trouble, especially those that necessitated his intervention. In many respects, his inclinations leaned toward a life of ease. He had no grand ambitions or excessive aspirations. Even matters as significant as maintaining peace in the universe did not weigh heavily on his mind. Primarily, it is due to those events that, to a certain extent, have directly impacted Jia, prompting him to take action here. As for the notion of instilling such awareness in Jia, that is utterly implausible, for he possesses a deeper understanding than others. When the sky falls, naturally, there are drawbacks for those of greater stature. He merely considers himself a charming little salted fish in this realm. However, just as Jia had settled down, he found himself once again opening his eyes. He could sense an eerily familiar presence emerging from the cosmos, one that had seemingly clashed with him not long ago. It is precisely this connection that led Jia to swiftly vanish from the surface of Earth. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the vastness of space, and indeed, it was that detestable group once more. Jia could not comprehend why he had repeatedly encountered these individuals, according to his prior understanding. This should pertain to matters among the deities. Yet why did they insist on manifesting in the vicinity of Earth? The aura Jia sensed this time was significantly linked to previous encounters. Without a doubt, it was the very same faction that had battled against the deities, those sealed away in the bygone era. However, the deities of the New Age had yet to address this issue, leaving their adversaries to stir restlessly beyond Earth's atmosphere. Previously, Jia had not detected the power of this seal. Yet, as the opposition began to stir, he discerned an encroaching seal beyond Earth. Thanks to his prior confrontation with Eternity, Jia could accurately identify this so-called seal. It was most likely the force designed to confine the deities. And this realization left him somewhat troubled. Clearly, the situation was far from the simplicity he had envisioned, at the very least. It appeared that his adversaries harbored intentions to create turmoil here. Jia surveyed his surroundings, unleashing his superhuman powers, for he initially believed he need not involve himself in these affairs. However, since the adversaries had encroached upon his territory, remaining a passive observer was simply out of the question. Insignificant human, I sense your presence. What brings you here? Do you intend to thwart our plans? At that moment, Jia suddenly heard a familiar voice, one that seemed to belong to those ancient entities. He furrowed his brow, for although he recalled their intentions, he had not anticipated their swift appearance. Moreover, even if they were sealed, could they truly perceive his existence? After a moment of contemplation, Jia tentatively spoke. Why do you target the people of Earth? We bear no grievances against you. I genuinely wish to remain oblivious to your existence. Yet it is evident that you intend to create chaos upon my domain. Jia was disinclined to engage in extensive dialogue with these ancient deities. As beings of a bygone era, their powers undoubtedly surpassed his expectations. Otherwise, Eternity would not have chosen to flee at the first opportunity. In Jia's view, Eternity's departure was solely an act of escape. Yet, as a deity of the New Age, to flee from these ancient predecessors was a notion that left Jia somewhat contemptuous. However, before Jia could ponder further on Eternity, the voice in his mind resounded once more. Those wretches utilized despicable methods to seal us in the past, believing that by banishing us, we would never return. Such delusions. This world is not as simple as they presume. The old adage, old but not dead, is a thief, resonated in Ujia's mind. Previously, he had not given much thought to this saying, but with the emergence of these ancient deities, he recognized its truth. Having survived in the bygone era for so long, they still sought to emerge. In this moment, Ujia did not align himself with eternity. Rather, he stood firmly on the side of Earth. He may not comprehend everything, but he understood that should the ancient deities attempt to breach their seal around Earth, it would inevitably lead to unforeseen complications, most of which he would find unacceptable. Soon, Ujia inhaled deeply, aware that some matters were permissible while others were not. The presence of the ancient deities attempting to act within his jurisdiction was simply unacceptable. You may create havoc, you may even turn this place into chaos, but you shall not transform Earth into your battleground. Your disputes are your own. There is no need to extend them to the entirety of this planet. Moreover, Earth has not acted against you when you were in your decline, has it? He urged them, take my advice and depart to that universe to seek your opponents. Should those whom Ujia has slain return to life, they would surely be astonished. When Ujia uttered these words, it was evident that they perceived him as a madman, one prone to violence at the slightest provocation. How could he possibly speak thus? Chapter 179. Then let the battle commence. Insignificant human, do you comprehend with whom you are speaking? Do you grasp the price you must pay for such words? You know not, for you are merely a human, a mere insect. As Ujia's words fell, the voice of the ancient deities echoed once more in his mind. Yet their words were deeply unsettling to him, for he felt they had no need to utter such sentiments. The two sides were already entrenched in an irreconcilable conflict. What purpose did such dialogue serve? Moreover, Ujia now held a resolute intention. He awaited the emergence of these deranged beings, prepared to vanquish them. It seems you harbor an abundance of thoughts regarding imprisonment. If you detest confinement so much, then hasten your escape. Once you do, I shall present you with a grand gift. How does that sound? Ujia's words carried a hint of mockery, yet the ancient deities appeared oblivious to it. The four ancient deities exchanged glances, having not communicated with the new age for quite some time. Nevertheless, they believed the new age belonged to them eternally, that no one could seize it from their grasp. Although eternity had stripped them of everything, they regarded it merely as an unfortunate accident. They believed that it was merely a moment of carelessness that had cost them their most cherished treasures. Yet now, they had reflected upon their past and were determined to return. Soon, an overwhelming power erupted from the four ancient deities. They had long possessed the ability to break free from their seal. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched their avatars to collaborate in unsealing themselves, even though Ujia had thwarted those avatars. However, this did not imply that the seal would completely shift in another direction. In truth, their actions stemmed from their conviction that they could, through their own strength, dismantle the seal, though it might take a bit longer. Deploying their avatars to cooperate would expedite the resolution of these seals. Yet, due to this very reason, they soon found themselves frowning in discontent. Ujia's words, in a certain sense, provoked them to a great extent. They felt as though he was mocking them. It had been an eternity since a mere human dared to stand before them and utter such statements. In an instant, the powers of the four ancient gods surged toward the seal, which was already on the brink of collapse, shattering completely at that moment. The four ancient gods fixed their gazes upon Ujia, but they could discern no anomaly in his aura. He appeared as an ordinary human, standing amidst the cosmos, observing them. However, the ancient gods were acutely aware that if he were truly just a common human, he would lack the strength to remain in the vastness of space. Surviving in the vacuum of the universe posed a perilous challenge for many extraterrestrial beings, as their physical constitutions often rendered them incapable of enduring such an environment. Yet here stood Ujia, unwavering in the cosmos, his eyes scrutinizing them intently. This realization caused the four ancient gods to narrow their eyes, though soon thereafter, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickered within them. Only they understood the torment they had endured in the bygone era, a life more agonizing than death. Their powers had been, to some extent, diminished, yet they remained deities, exalted beings. This reduction was a form of torment, for now, the seal was entirely lifted, and the gods of the old age were returning. However, this time they would not simply be remnants of the past. They would be the gods who would reap the rewards of the new era. In every regard, past, present, and future, they would be the sole deities. Ujia remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the four ancient gods. Yet their unleashed power suggested that these deranged entities certainly harbored intentions. It was highly probable that they would strike at him, given the unmistakable glimmer of hunger in their eyes. They seemed eager to consume him. He recalled his previous encounter with one of their avatars during the battle with Eternity. That particular entity harbored many thoughts about him, almost as if it sought to devour him. It was not difficult for Yujie to surmise that the four ancient gods now regarded him with similar predatory intent. In truth, Yujie's assumptions were not unfounded. Throughout the old era, they had lacked adequate power replenishment, living daily in a state of decline. Gradually, their mentalities had shifted. Their yearning for strength was unparalleled, and upon beholding Yujie, they perceived him as the most delectable offering. In a swift motion, the four ancient gods encircled Yujie, each radiating an ethereal glow. This time, the luminescence they emitted differed significantly from before. Yujie had previously encountered their avatars and recognized that these beings were far from ordinary. After all, to break such a seal required a horrifying price to be paid. More critically, they possessed an exceedingly formidable power. Without such strength, they would never have undertaken such a feat. As Yujie shook his head, he decided to take action. Let me witness what surprises you obsolete beings of the old age can bring forth. Once they materialized before him, Yujie no longer concealed his thoughts. To him, they were indeed worthless. If they were not, how could they have remained sealed for so long? It was known that they must have been imprisoned long before Yujie ever set foot on Earth. With this premise in mind, Yujie understood that while these four might possess some unique attributes, they were ultimately still insignificant. Considering this, he was unwilling to withhold his strength in their presence. He launched an offensive against the four ancient gods, and even they were taken aback. It had been ages since they had encountered such a courageous human, one bold enough to strike at them. The ancient gods could hardly fathom that Yujie would dare to attack. This was the first instance in billions of years that they had met such a human. Before departing, they were aware that beings like him existed on Earth. But they had no interest in humans, fully cognizant of their extreme frailty. A species such as this was incapable of producing any formidable warriors. Yet now, Yujie had defied their expectations. At the very least, his courage astonished them. They had not anticipated that, after so many years, a human of such audacity would emerge from Earth. Alas, mere courage was insufficient. As one ancient god spoke, a radiant glow emanated from his hands. He would show no mercy to Yujie. In an instant, he unleashed his most formidable power. Simultaneously, the other three ancient gods also unleashed their might. Originally, it was Yujie's role to initiate the attack. However, upon noticing the distinct appearances of these four beings, he sought to seize the initiative, only to be astonished to find his assumptions overly naive. Even after enduring such prolonged imprisonment, the ancient gods retained an extraordinarily powerful and terrifying strength. Under this force, Yujie felt as if his very essence were melting away. His eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the confrontation would escalate to such intensity so quickly. The four ancient gods were eager to amplify their strength. Yujie relinquished his intention to attack and prepared to confront their onslaught. For a moment, the ancient gods were taken aback as Yujie opened his arms wide, presenting himself as though inviting death, a display they could never have anticipated. They exchanged bewildered glances, each ancient god's eyes reflecting confusion. They could not comprehend Yujie's current actions. Yet soon, their bewilderment transformed into astonishment. Boom! Had he perished? Under the combined assault of the four ancient gods, Yujie was slain. Nevertheless, in an instant, his aura revived, and he reappeared before them, this time emanating a power entirely distinct from before. Previously, they had sensed that while Yujie possessed strength, it remained under control and would not pose a significant threat. However, upon his resurrection, he exuded an energy that startled even the four ancient gods. One amongst them remarked, "The death of this new era diverges from my expectations. Or perhaps the beings of this age have acquired the ability to usurp divine power." It was no wonder this ancient god voiced such thoughts. Within his memory, death was an experience every life form, regardless of whether they hailed from Earth, must endure. The cycle of birth and demise is inherent to all life in the universe. Today, one is born, and tomorrow, another perishes. This seemed to encapsulate the immutable law of existence within the cosmos. Only true deities can disregard such laws. Naturally, there are formidable beings who, due to certain innate abilities, can also defy the forces of causality. However, in the presence of Yujie, they did not perceive these elements, which is why the ancient gods appeared exceedingly astonished. Yet, at this moment, Yujie could not help but chuckle. "It seems you are quite surprised by everything transpiring within me, but what if I were to inform you that this is merely the beginning?" Yu Jie had no desire to squander time in this place, and immediately unleashed the power befitting a Super Saiyan. His hair color underwent a transformation once more, as golden locks reappeared atop his head. Moreover, his gaze shifted at that moment. The might of the Superman converged with that of the Super Saiyan. This spectacle was so unexpected that even the ancient gods found themselves momentarily taken aback. It was at this juncture that the ancient gods sensed an aura of profound threat emanating from Yu Jie. Had they been aware of such a transformation in Yu Jie, this group would undoubtedly not have acted so recklessly. However, after exchanging glances, the four ancient gods unleashed their own power once again. Clearly, even though Yu Jie exhibited an unusually peculiar and somewhat formidable strength, it did not warrant their concern. As deities from an ancient era, they had endured far too much to be overly perturbed by any existence. They were acutely aware of their supremacy. No one could alter the circumstances in this realm. Consequently, everyone present shook their heads. Each ancient god began to amass their power, just as they had previously engaged Yu Jie with a unified assault. This time their might was even more formidable. As deities of the old era, they understood the concept of resurrection and the cyclical nature of causality. Yet they comprehended even more profoundly that with sufficient strength, death was inevitable. In the face of absolute power, nothing could escape. It just so happened that these four ancient gods possessed such lethal strength, which might appear terrifying and daunting to others, but to them, it was trivial. They had persevered from the ancient times into the new era, aspiring to become true deities in this new age. The power wielded by these four ancient gods was indeed formidable, as a dark luminescence radiated from each of them. They enveloped Yu Jie, channeling their energies in a manner distinct from their previous attempts. It is noteworthy that their earlier assaults merely sought to unleash their most potent powers, aiming to swiftly eliminate Yu Jie. However, the current situation was markedly different. Aware of Yu Jie's resurrection abilities, they needed to adjust their strategy. Forceful attacks would not suffice. Instead, they would resort to tormenting him. During this torment, they would seek opportunities to eliminate Yu Jie. Upon realizing this, each individual's power surged exponentially within a brief span. Even Yu Jie was somewhat taken aback. These four ancient gods seemed to differ from his initial expectations. Initially, he presumed they would continue their relentless assault, but it now appeared that he had underestimated them. Yet, in the next moment, the sensation of death once again enveloped Yu Jie. His body began to fade away at that instant. Chapter 181, The Ancient Gods Trial. All the ancient gods focused their attention on Yu Jie at this moment. They were acutely aware that the current Yu Jie was somewhat different. One must consider the power he had previously unleashed. Although they perceived it as somewhat formidable, it was, in their eyes, merely that. To them, true strength had never been as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even if Yu Jie could, to a degree, evade the consequences of death, as long as he remained present, he must bear the burden of everything. The terrifying power erupted from the ancient gods. In an instant, they amplified their strength. The previous notion of directly annihilating Yu Jie was entirely transformed. This time, the four ancient gods had altered their strategy. Since they could not eliminate Yu Jie in an instant, they would torment him slowly. They intended to strip Yu Jie of all hope through this torment, something he never anticipated. The four ancient gods could adopt such tactics at this juncture. However, as their powers began to take effect on Yu Jie, even he narrowed his eyes. He could distinctly sense that their strength had significantly impacted him in a short span. Yet it was still insufficient. Yu Jie began to smile, feeling death encircle him once more. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to these four ancient gods. Otherwise, he would not have experienced such a rapid enhancement in his own power. These four ancient gods understood precisely what abilities Yu Jie possessed. They would never engage in battle with him in the manner they currently were, for Yu Jie's power had undergone a fierce transformation from the very beginning. Previously, each encounter with death had posed a grave threat to him, but this time was entirely different. He was now trapped in an exceptionally dire predicament. One could surmise that Yu Jie's strength had been consistently suppressed, which fortuitously amplified the power of the Super Saiyan. It is known that the strength of a Super Saiyan grows with every battle. The more damage inflicted upon Yu Jie, the greater his combat prowess would surge in a brief period. This realization sparked a flicker of anticipation within Yu Jie. He looked forward to the opportunity for his adversaries to enhance their own strengths in this confrontation. With a deep breath, Yu Jie was swiftly drawn back from the brink of death, and the four ancient gods could clearly discern the transformation in him. The current Yu Jie was markedly different from before, with the most noticeable change being the evolution of his combat prowess. This sudden shift was entirely unforeseen. Consequently, the four ancient gods exchanged glances once more. How could they possibly remain oblivious to the unfolding events? Yet, from their perspective, it was not a matter of significant concern. Yu-Jie had previously showcased his resurrection abilities. Thus, the four ancient gods knew he would undoubtedly employ this power again in the forthcoming battle. Moreover, it might even surpass his prior strength. However, this was not the most critical issue. As long as their powers were sufficient, Yu-Jie would not be able to execute any new maneuvers in this realm. They simply did not anticipate that Yu-Jie would narrow his eyes at this moment. The movements of the ancient gods had been entirely captured by Yu-Jie, although he had not previously paid much attention to their actions. It now appeared he had underestimated them. The demeanor they exhibited had far exceeded his expectations. After all, the ancient gods had not previously revealed such power. Some matters could be discerned with remarkable simplicity. For instance, when an opponent was poised to strike, Yu-Jie did not need to speculate. A mere glance would reveal their next course of action. Just as the current state of the ancient gods was radically different from before, it indicated that they would soon take action against him. Upon contemplating this, Yu-Jie felt the strength within him gradually dissipating, for he understood that given his current state, it was utterly impossible to vanquish his adversaries here. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to conceal his powers, leading his foes to believe that he could merely resurrect, without any augmentation of his strength. Only by transforming the situation to align with their expectations could he gain greater initiative in the forthcoming moments. The ancient gods, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that Yu-Jie had already discerned his next course of action within such a brief span of time. In their eyes, he merely exhibited a modicum of resilience, a resilience that, under present circumstances, bore no significance. An unparalleled force erupted from them, and this time, the intensity of their power surpassed their prior assumptions. The most evident sign was that Yu-Jie could perceive the ancient gods amplifying their strength as they unleashed their powers. It seemed that each time they believed they could rely on their might to eliminate him, Yu-Jie narrowed his eyes at the thought. He was not inclined to reveal his own strength here. On the contrary, he aimed to continually shroud his powers, awaiting the opportune moment for his opponents to take the bait. Although one could resurrect, even gods have their limits, and their threshold for resurrection, in their view, was rather trivial. At this moment, one of the ancient gods slowly addressed Yu-Jie. It was evident from the expression on the god's face that he had complete confidence in his own abilities. They firmly believed that Yu-Jie could not possibly conjure any tricks in such an environment. Yu-Jie cast a glance at these beings, but had no intention of speaking further, for he was acutely aware that, to a certain extent, the unfolding events were acceptable. Since they were willing to suppress him, let them continue, as long as he could draw closer to death and become increasingly weakened. His combat prowess would grow exponentially in a short time. Yu-Jie's demeanor elicited a modicum of surprise from the ancient gods, who exchanged glances with one another. As deities who had traversed through the annals of time, they possessed wisdom far exceeding that of mortals. They could not be lulled into a false sense of security by Yu-Jie's sudden actions. Chapter 182, The Wheel of War? With each onslaught, they speculated about Yu-Jie's true condition. At this moment, they were somewhat uncertain about what had transpired with him. How could he manage to control the decline of his combat strength in such a brief period? They recalled the overwhelming aura he had exuded upon his recent resurrection. Had their minds not been clouded by uncertainty, they might have dismissed it. Yet, the notion of a person emerging from death with greater strength than before was inherently disconcerting. And the four ancient gods were quick to realize this. Surely, you do not intend to conceal your strength and then strike against us, pitiful human? Such thoughts are utterly futile. One of the ancient gods spoke with a mocking smile, having anticipated the potential strategies Yu-Jie might employ against them. Yet, he remained unconcerned, for he understood that, to a considerable extent, the events unfolding were still within their control. As long as they could steer the situation in their favor, no unforeseen occurrences would arise. The moment their power began to surge, Yu-Jie sensed that one of the ancient gods was gradually augmenting his strength. This spectacle, which had previously been less conspicuous, had now become strikingly apparent. It was as if they were deliberately provoking him. Even deities harbor moments of trepidation. Yet such provocations are devoid of meaning. Yu-Jie smiled at this moment, fully aware of their thoughts. Yet what did it matter? His sudden declaration took the ancient gods by surprise, for they had deemed him to be a certain prey. However, Yu-Jie's unexpected maneuver seemed to convey that matters were far from straightforward. The tallest among the four ancient gods stepped forward. Being the sole deity renowned for his sheer strength, and he was the most formidable executor of power among them. His might was unparalleled in the olden days. Consequently, the four ancient gods required no deliberation and dispatched him forthwith. They intended to observe how he would fare against Yu-Jie in battle. hoping to uncover any potential weaknesses in the clash between the two. It must be said that the ancient gods possessed a commendable strategy. Even Yu Jie had to concede this, as he discerned their intentions with just a glance. However, as death drew nearer, Yu Jie's expression remained unchanged. As it had been before, he was the same as he had always been. It seemed as though this was the way things ought to be, which left the ancient gods feeling somewhat uneasy, for they could perceive that Yu Jie had previously articulated such words with unwavering confidence in his own strength. Otherwise, how could he have acted in such a manner? With each breath, Yu Jie's power steadily ascended. In that very moment, he charged forward, exhibiting a speed that eclipsed his previous capabilities. Previously, Yu Jie had adopted a demeanor of resignation, enduring whatever his opponents wished to inflict upon him. Yet now, following the ancient god's actions, he refused to remain silent. Instead, he initiated an offensive, and their powers clashed in an instant. Yu Jie narrowed his eyes, sensing that the force emanating from his opponent had once again locked onto him. Not only this ancient god, but the gazes of the other three also swiftly fell upon him. Yu Jie had confirmed that their prior actions were akin to a trial. They sought to ascertain what manner of stance he would adopt. However, due to Yu Jie's passive reception of their blows, despite their intentions, they could not test him further. Now, with Yu Jie taking the initiative, the situation had transformed entirely, as they could discern the striking difference in his state compared to before. The disparity in their powers had once again widened in a remarkably short span of time. To others, this might evoke a peculiar sensation, yet Yu Jie remained indifferent, even harboring a sense of anticipation for the four entities to strike him once more. Should these four ancient gods directly engage him, his strength would surge dramatically in a brief period. Yu Jie was certain of this, for after enduring a series of deaths, his power had made significant strides compared to before. However, this enhancement necessitated continual confrontation and defeat at the hands of his foes. It appeared we had underestimated you. We never anticipated that you would indeed conceal your strength here. Yet, do you truly believe that merely hiding your power could enable you to defeat us? Such a notion is utterly delusional. The towering ancient deity suddenly spoke, for he believed he had discerned all of Yu Jie's schemes. The reason Yu Jie had deliberately concealed his strength until now was that he felt he could manipulate everything around him. However, the events unfolding before him had completely shattered that notion. Yet, Yu Jie merely shook his head slightly. In that moment, a more formidable power erupted from him, his golden hair flaring as a terrifying energy radiated around him once more. If you think I am hiding my strength, I regret to inform you that you are mistaken. I merely wish to gauge the pressure you could exert upon me. After all, you do not warrant my full attention, he declared. As for the matter of mockery, Yu Jie simply chose not to belittle his opponents. It was not that he was incapable. Indeed, he sensed that the other three ancient deities were beginning to stir restlessly. There was a possibility that they might strike him during a lull in battle. Had Yu Jie not awakened the powers of Superman and Super Saiyan, he might have been more cautious. However, with both powers surging within him, he was acutely aware of their intent to eliminate him while he was unguarded, a notion akin to a fool's dream. Chapter 183, The Black Hole Revisited. Lowly human, do you comprehend the words you utter? To defy the divine, you shall pay the price. The immensely tall ancient deity launched an attack once more. As he had proclaimed, he harbored no fondness for Yu Jie, especially given Yu Jie's audacity to speak so brazenly in his presence. He would afford Yu Jie no opportunities, thus amplifying his power once again, this time to a far more terrifying degree. Yu Jie merely cast a glance before smiling faintly. The strength you display may appear formidable to you, but to me, it is not so impressive. After all, I have fought against deities before. Yu Jie understood that his adversary would surely not grasp the significance of his words. They were unaware of the battles he had fought prior. Yu Jie had no intention of revealing that he had already clashed with the deities of the new era. In truth, ancient deities were still deities, albeit from a bygone age. In previous times, they were the most powerful entities, unmatched by any. Yet, Yu Jie was entirely different. From the deities of the new era to those of the old, he had faced countless battles. This had led him to comprehend that so-called gods were merely beings with greater strength. However, through countless deaths and subsequent power enhancements, Yu Jie realized that great power was fleeting. He possessed the ability to infinitely augment his strength, while he might not unleash an exceptionally potent power in the short term. As time progressed, the strength he would ultimately manifest would become even more formidable. The towering ancient deity observed Yu Jie, sensing a subtle shift in him. Yet he could not identify the precise nature of this difference. The other three ancient deities also turned their gazes toward Yu Jie. It appeared that after Yu Jie began to speak, The aura he exuded had undergone a slight transformation. The three ancient deities hesitated, uncertain whether they should strike Yu Jie at that moment. The duration of the battle was neither long nor short. However, they were oblivious to whether Yu Jie had any hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Their choice to engage in a war of attrition stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether Yu Jie possessed undisclosed abilities. Ideally, they aimed to uncover all of Yu Jie's secrets through probing. After a series of tests, the three ancient deities shook their heads, realizing they had gleaned none of the information they sought. Thus, they refrained from attacking, fully aware that without knowledge of Yu Jie's hidden cards, any assault could lead to unforeseen surprises in the ensuing battle. They once more restrained themselves. In contrast, the towering ancient deity harbored no such reservations. Vividly recalling Yu Jie's provocations, he was acutely aware that Yu Jie must pay for his insolence. No one could continuously challenge a deity and survive unscathed. Perhaps due to this understanding, waves of power erupted from him. Yu Jie could distinctly sense a change, especially as a dark hue suddenly manifested upon the deity's chest. In the blink of an eye, this darkness morphed into a vortex. This vortex seemed to incessantly absorb energy from its surroundings, and Yu Jie could easily discern that what he beheld was exceedingly abnormal. Indeed, this was likely the opponent's secret weapon. Thus, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. He was uncertain of the methods his adversary might employ, yet from what he observed, it seemed to suggest an answer. For instance, the opponent's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. In the next moment, the absorbing force coiled around Yu Jie, an eventuality he had not foreseen. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that he had previously battled opponents employing similar tactics. Eternity had utilized a comparable combat style. If Yu Jie had been unaware before, he now grasped the truth. Whether ancient or modern, the deities wielded identical powers, merely expressed in different forms. Eternity had once fought in a manner reminiscent of a black hole. Yet, that power had failed to vanquish Yu Jie. Now, this ancient deity employed a similar method, seemingly capable of absorbing strength. Yu Jie paid it little heed, knowing that even if his opponent showcased such power, it would not defeat him. Even as he was drawn into the black hole, the immense pull consuming his very being, this power was precisely what Yu Jie had long anticipated. As expected, within mere moments, Yu Jie's body was utterly torn apart. Not far away, the scene unfolded once more, leaving even the engaged ancient deity in shock. The three ancient deities, who had been merely spectators, squinted their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Yu Jie could resurrect himself even after being completely obliterated. Moreover, the ancient deity with the most acute perception during the battle could sense a significant change in Yu Jie's essence. Just as they had speculated earlier, Yu Jie was not simply resurrecting. It appeared that he was augmenting his power post-resurrection. Considering this revelation, the expressions of the three ancient deities shifted dramatically. If it was merely a trivial matter, they might have overlooked it. However, the fact that Yu Jie could enhance his strength upon revival meant he was akin to an indomitable cockroach. Regardless of their actions against him, he could resurrect in a short span, thereby augmenting his power. Such an opponent posed the greatest headache in the cosmos. Meanwhile, Yu Jie seized the moment to launch an attack, albeit one that appeared to be a reckless gambit, leaving the towering ancient deity somewhat astonished. What exactly is the nature of Yu Jie's actions, and how is it that he can augment his strength even after resurrection? Strangely enough, Yu Jie's first move upon returning to life was to charge directly at his opponent. He dashed straight into the black hole. Boom. In no time, his body was once again obliterated. Chapter 184, Alliance. Is Yu Jie powerful? Undoubtedly, he is formidable, a fact that is beyond dispute. Prior to this, the four ancient gods struggled to comprehend the true extent of Yu Jie's abilities. However, with the ongoing battles, even they could unmistakably sense that Yu Jie was far from an ordinary human. What manner of human can resurrect infinitely, and even enhance their strength with each revival? This realization prompted them to regard Yu Jie with renewed scrutiny. I now harbor doubts that you are even a human from Earth, for throughout Earth's historical narrative, there has never been a being of such immense power. Could you possibly be a deity from ancient times? The towering ancient god had always refrained from contemplating the hidden cards and powers of his adversaries during combat. He previously believed that no stratagem or force could eclipse his own. Yet, the revelations Yu Jie presented shattered his preconceived notions. It became imperative for him to grasp the essence of Yu Jie. Consequently, he unleashed his ancient powers, hoping to ascertain whether Yu Jie was indeed a terrestrial being, a matter traceable back to Earth itself. Regrettably, upon channeling his own strength, he did not receive the answers he sought. Most glaringly, he discovered no entity on Earth akin to Yu-Jia. In fact, Yu-Jia appeared to be the most potent deity within Earth's confines. At this moment, even the ancient gods were compelled to regard Yu-Jia as an evenly matched opponent, with the highest classification of adversary being a deity. The other three ancient gods, sensing the surge of power emanating from Yu-Jia, slightly distanced themselves from the battlefield. They could feel that Yu-Jia's unleashed strength far surpassed what they had encountered previously. Nevertheless, they did not believe their comrade would fall to Yu-Jia. As comrades, they understood the sheer magnitude of their allies' terrifying power. It was simply due to the nature of battle that their opponent had not yet unveiled his full strength. However, this did not imply that he lacked such capabilities. Upon hearing the ancient god's words, Yu-Jia shook his head. If the so-called deities are represented by beings such as yourselves, then I find the concept of divinity to be utterly meaningless. Moreover, such beings possess no justification for existence. When Yu-Jia was merely a human, his greatest aspiration was to lead a life of leisure. Hence, on several occasions when crises unfolded on Earth, he chose to remain an observer. He believed there was no need to intervene directly, but as Earth continued to face threats, he could no longer stand idly by. Yet, after stepping forward, Yu-Jia pondered the reasons behind his transformation into a powerful being. Was it merely due to boredom that he sought to attain strength? As he encountered increasingly formidable opponents in battle, Yu-Jia began to understand that the pursuit of strength was merely a means to enjoy a more leisurely existence. To be a detached observer. Yet, the gods before him seemed to tarnish that dream. According to their beliefs, deities should reign supreme over all, capricious and unpredictable. They destroy a planet in moments of joy and obliterate entire star systems in sorrow. What purpose does such divinity serve? Constantly annihilating this and that. What is the difference between them and madness? Acknowledging the fundamental disparity between himself and these entities, Yu-Jia naturally began to despise their validation. The towering ancient god was taken aback by Yu-Jia's unexpected words. However, he could sense that Yu-Jia genuinely recoiled from such an identity. If you are a deity of the new era, then we may be fated to fight to the bitter end. Yet since you do not consider yourself a deity and are unwilling to accept that identity, we can resolve this matter directly, perhaps by relinquishing this battle. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yu-Jia was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the opponent would propose surrender. Indeed, to Yu-Jia, the words seemed akin to capitulation. Yet, the prior actions of his adversaries indicated their intense resolve against him. Surrender and submission seemed almost inconceivable. Yu-Jia remained silent, gazing at them. Zzz, zzz, zzz. In the next moment, a black hole appeared behind him. He noticed a flicker of disdain on the ancient god's face. The patience of a deity is exceedingly finite. Do you understand? You have squandered far too much time. This opportunity was meant for you, yet you failed to seize it. Now, you shall face the wrath of the gods and perish, experiencing the grandeur of divinity in death. Initially, Yu-Jia wondered if his opponent had reconsidered, perhaps even embarked on the path of righteousness. However, it became clear that he had underestimated them. They had never contemplated sparing him. Even as they acknowledged his potential as a deity, Yu-Jia could sense the gleam in their eyes intensifying, as if they had encountered an exquisite delicacy. This realization steeled Yu-Jia's resolve, and he charged once more into the black hole, mirroring his previous action. When the black hole tore him apart again, the towering ancient god was left momentarily stunned. Yu-Jia re-emerged, just as before, yet with a striking difference. Most notably, Yu-Jia's combat abilities had once again escalated. Just as they had surmised, with each demise, Yu-Jia could unleash an even greater power. Consequently, the other three ancient gods found themselves restless. Initially, they had contemplated granting the ancient god an opportunity to eliminate Yu-Jia, but who could have anticipated that at this juncture, Yu-Jia would resurrect yet again? Moreover, the strength he displayed was far more terrifying than anything they had previously witnessed. Thus, they ceased their silence and charged forth together. As the four ancient gods surrounded Yu-Jia once more, he began to laugh. What difference did their actions make compared to before? In truth, they need not resort to a so-called wheeled battle. After all, I have encountered shameless deities like you before. We are all bound for death. Chapter 185. The ancient gods take flight. How dare a mere human speak to us in such a manner? Do you understand the gravity of your words? You shall pay dearly for this. The ancient god suddenly spoke, and as he did, a small planet materialized behind him. The planet, red in hue, emanated a wholly distinct radiance from within. Observing this scene, Yu-Jia squinted his eyes. He could sense a solar-like power emanating from this diminutive planet. Could it be that they could conjure a sun from nothingness? As he pondered this, Yu felt the gravitational pull of the black hole intensify once more. Before long, he found himself drawn back into its grasp. At this moment, the previously observed asteroid also came hurtling towards them. Witnessing this scene, Yu understood that the adversaries were still unwilling to relent. They intended to eliminate him here. They even harbored the absurd notion of augmenting their own power to enhance their destructive capabilities, a thought that was utterly laughable. They were entirely oblivious to the gravity of their actions, and before long, Yu was completely torn apart. Yet, not far away, his figure re-emerged before the onlookers. The gazes of the four ancient gods subtly shifted at this moment. In truth, as soon as they launched their attack, they had begun to suspect that Yu was anything but ordinary, especially given the power he wielded in battle. What human could possess such terrifying and formidable strength? Perpetually dying, and yet continuously amplifying his abilities? He defied their expectations, and in their memories of the old era, there was no entity akin to the goddess of death. They had encountered her before, but they were certain that the goddess of death could only resurrect infinitely. Yet, she would never grow stronger upon resurrection. Yu resembled an enhanced version of the goddess of death. Moreover, the degree of enhancement was astoundingly high, and Yu remained oblivious to the nefarious schemes the ancient gods were concocting. However, for Yu since these beings had already become his opponents, there was no necessity for them to continue existing. A more terrifying power erupted forth. With this revival, Yu strength surged once more. Each time, his power doubled. Now, Yu could regard the four ancient gods from a position of complete equality. Before the ancient gods could react, they felt an immense force surging from their chests. Soon after, the four ancient gods were sent flying through the cosmos. Who could have anticipated that Yu would launch an attack in such a brief interval? The power he exhibited this time was overwhelmingly potent. At this moment, the four ancient gods exchanged glances, and finally, one of them spoke. The power this human displayed seemed markedly different. If they continued to engage with him, victory was seemingly unattainable. The four ancient gods conversed amongst themselves, their words remaining unspoken to others. Following the utterance of this ancient god, the other three fell silent, narrowing their eyes instead. They communicated solely through glances, clearly recognizing that Yu was far more powerful than they had imagined. Moreover, there seemed to be an incredibly strong force emanating from him. The ancient gods were laden with thoughts regarding this power. Yet, having thoughts was not beneficial, as they could see but not touch. Yu's displayed power continued to escalate. Consequently, the four ancient gods found themselves in a decidedly passive position. Initially, they believed Yu to be immensely powerful. But such strength must have its limits. They could certainly strike when his power waned. However, with each death, Yu's strength terrifyingly increased. This meant they could not simply slay him. After all, who could predict how much stronger he would become upon his next resurrection? No one dared to gamble on such a risk. Eons ago, they had engaged in a perilous wager with the deities of the new era. An unforeseen gamble that cost them everything. While they could escape from their seals at any cost, the spirit of gambling had long since evaporated from their very beings. Thus, the first thought of the four ancient gods was to distance themselves from the battlefield. There was no need to continue battling Yu if they did. Not only was there no guarantee they could defeat him, but they might inadvertently cultivate him into a being so formidable that even gods could not confront him. Yu had no inkling that in such a short span, these beings had contemplated so much. Nevertheless, Yu did not halt his advance, charging forward with determination. Boom. Yu's speed and strength were dreadfully immense. No one could impede him. Previously, this might have posed some difficulty. However, now Yu no longer needed to concern himself with such matters. After dozens of deaths, the power he commanded had become exceedingly formidable. Moreover, Yu was acutely aware that should he experience death once more, he would surely grow stronger. Yet, he found himself unable to enhance his abilities through self-destruction. He could only attain strength through combat. Otherwise, if self-destruction were an option, Yu could simply end his life a few billion times at home. Then, throughout the universe, no one would be his equal. Yu charged forward again, his target the towering ancient god. This being had continuously mocked him since the onset of their battle, even adopting a condescending demeanor, which irked Yu immensely. But just as Yu unleashed his power, before he could reach his opponent, the adversary retreated. In the next moment, a subtle shift occurred in the universe, and the four ancient gods brazenly vanished before Yu. He attempted to utilize his instantaneous movement to locate their position, but upon activating it, he found no trace of their presence. At this juncture, Yu comprehended the situation. They must have concealed themselves in some unknown alternate realm. Only in such a manner could he not lock onto their position through instantaneous movement. How fortunate! Chapter 186, The Dawn of the Divine Era. With the departure of the ancient gods, Jie could only return to Earth temporarily, for he understood that they no longer wished to continue battling him. Even if he had intentions, it was unlikely he could locate them in the short term. These beings had long been masters of the cosmos, capable of traversing through various dimensions. Despite having signed in countless times, Jie still lacked similar abilities. Instantaneous movement, in strict terms, was merely a capability within this universe. It was insufficient to extend throughout the entirety of the cosmos. Because of this, even though Jie yearned to vanquish them, he had no suitable opportunity. Just as Jie returned to Earth, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The ancient gods had always been deities of the old era. These remnants of the bygone age were meant to be extinguished within it. Yet who could have anticipated that they would return, fueled by an indomitable will to live? Although they had engaged in an unpleasant battle with Jie, for the ancient gods, this was also an opportunity to declare their resurgence across the cosmos. Long before, eternity had begun contacting other gods, seeking to thwart the ancient gods' ambitions, to prevent them from truly escaping their seals. Unfortunately, before eternity could gather all allies, news spread throughout the cosmos. The ancient gods had emerged from their seals, and not only that, they sought to compete for the thrones of the new era deities. They were poised to transition directly from the old era into the new, a revelation that undoubtedly astonished eternity. Before this moment, he was aware that his opponent could only unleash a few avatars, managing to escape from the seal, but it was not sufficient for their true form to emerge. Now, with the unfolding events, I believed it necessary to inform him that circumstances had changed. Even that wretched group had commenced their plan for eternity, and upon receiving this news, my immediate thought was that they intended to instigate turmoil. Should they proceed cautiously, perhaps eternity might remain unaffected. However, given the current grandiosity of their actions, there was no need for contemplation. It was evident what their intentions were. They were determined to incite conflict among the deities. The universe is not solely populated by these 5 deities. There exist countless others, albeit those are far less formidable. Nevertheless, they too are deities, remnants of an ancient era stepping into a new age, and they seek to instigate war. The most effective strategy would be to draw all deities into this conflict. Eternity almost instantaneously discerned their intentions, yet this realization only served to exacerbate their headaches. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Eternity began to deliberate on the appropriate course of action. After all, should this matter truly escalate, even they would be powerless to intervene. There was the potential for even more unforeseen complications, a notion that stood in stark contrast to eternity's thoughts. The ancient gods had already proclaimed their return, and in an instant, numerous beings across the universe became aware of this revelation. Their astonishment surpassed even that of eternity. Some of these deities were newly ascended, while others hailed from the old era. They understood better than anyone what the emergence of these ancient gods signified. In a time long past, there were only 4 ancient gods, the very ones who had broken free from their seals. Only they could rightfully bear the title of ancient gods, for their power was unparalleled. Whether it be time, rules, space, or causality, each of these forces in their hands seemed as trivial as a child's plaything. Consequently, many ancient deities began to contemplate their own aspirations. Deities possess power, yet they do not merely crave strength, they require belief. Each life that comes into existence carries with it a measure of belief power. However, this belief power is exceedingly volatile. The universe is finite, and the belief power it harbors is drastically limited. Hence, the birth of new deities is hindered. The belief power diminishes significantly, which is an acute concern for most deities. To prevent such occurrences, their best choice is to halt any alterations or births here. To impede such developments, a conflict must ensue. Only through vanquishing their opponents can they safeguard their belief power. A large-scale leak is to be avoided, yet any deity capable of ascension possesses formidable strength. Of this there can be no doubt. Thus, once deities emerge, the prospect of battle becomes futile. All are deities, and the prospect of slaying one another is virtually impossible. They can only resort to sealing one another, but what then? The adversary does not perish and will continue to receive their share of belief power. This situation has led many deities to yearn for an unexpected divine conflict once more. Long ago, Odin, the so-called king of the gods, had instigated a battle among deities. With his absolute and terrifying power, he had overturned the influence of certain deities within the universe. Yet for most, that was merely Odin's personal display of might, yielding no tangible benefits for them. However, should a conflict arise between the new and old eras, it would signify a clear shift in allegiances. All would have the opportunity to obtain what they desired from this war. One party representing the old era and the other the new. They were eager to witness whether the old would utterly dismantle the new, or whether the new would flawlessly inherit all that was theirs, subduing that group entirely. Whatever the outcome, anticipation hung in the air, particularly among those who could no longer be classified as mere mortals. They are gods, destined to exist eternally within the cosmos. The four ancient gods have been closely monitoring these developments. After all, they orchestrated this entire affair, and as they observe the chaos brewing in the universe, they have entirely forgotten about Ugia. Chapter 187. Chaos, Hela's Ambition. Hela and Ugia were currently enjoying rare moments of leisure in their estate. But at that very moment, Ugia noticed a sudden shift in Hela's expression. "My dear, what is troubling you?" Upon Ugia's inquiry, Hela's countenance changed dramatically. She nodded, then shook her head. "There has been an unexpected occurrence in Asgard, or rather, it seems the entire universe has descended into chaos." Hela's words were somewhat peculiar, leaving Ugia momentarily bewildered, as he could not grasp the meaning behind her statement. Hela then relayed the startling news she had just received. And only then did Ugia begin to comprehend. It appeared that someone was deliberately inciting warfare, for some reason. The first figures that came to his mind were those four ancient gods he had previously spared. The four ancient gods had vanished to who knows where. Yet from Hela's recent description, it was not difficult for him to surmise that these nefarious beings were intent on causing trouble once more. Thus, they had resolved to instigate war, and this time, it was not merely a personal conflict, but a battle among all deities, an unexpected collision between the gods of the old era and those of the new. "It seems I was too lenient back then," Ugia suddenly remarked, for upon realizing this, he felt that, in a strict sense, he had set this chaos in motion. Had he slain the four ancient gods at that time, such a myriad of complications would not have arisen. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to eternal regret. The adversaries had deftly seized this opportunity to stir up trouble once more. However, he also noticed that Hela's demeanor was unusual. It was not merely due to the impending conflict. Ugia had come to understand Hela quite well. Given their daily companionship, even a single glance from Hela revealed that something was amiss. Most notably, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy. Previously, Ugia would have found this impossible to believe. But recalling Hela's frequent excursions to enhance her powers, he began to piece it together. She sought to gain strength from this upheaval. Although Hela had not explicitly articulated her intentions, Ugia grasped her motives with a mere glance. In truth, his suspicions were accurate. Hela had already experienced the conflict among the gods long before. At that time, she was the most formidable death deity under Odin's command, unmatched by any divine being. And those who dared to confront her paid the ultimate price with their lives. In that tumultuous and shadowy era, Hela stood as the soul blade, a weapon of such lethality that none could survive beneath its edge. Once upon a time, Hela pondered the possibility of instigating yet another divine conflict, for it was only through the battles among the gods that one could swiftly amass greater power. As a former deity, Hela was acutely aware of the significance of this impending divine war. The gods could not engage in battle without substantial cause. Their motivations were predominantly driven by self-interest. Absent sufficient incentives, these divine beings bore no distinction from mere mortals. However, when greed took hold, they resembled insatiable humans. At this moment, Hela found herself in a similar predicament. Yet, from her perspective, this occurrence was precisely what she required. She sensed that Ugia was seemingly enhancing his strength with each passing day, thereby unwittingly intensifying the pressure upon her. The emergence of a situation is often contingent upon its preceding circumstances. Hela now recognized with clarity that Ugia was exceedingly formidable, powerful enough that she could no longer catch even a glimpse of his silhouette. What does the causality of this entail? Hela dared not dwell on it. Her sole desire was to augment her own strength and draw closer to him. This time, she wished to intervene in the conflict. Suddenly, Hela turned to Ugia and spoke. He initially stood in astonishment before nodding in agreement. Ugia was well acquainted with Hela's intentions. Thus, he refrained from obstructing her, even offering his wholehearted support. Hela had never previously displayed her decisive nature before Ugia, but upon receiving his affirmation, she vanished from his sight. Ugia narrowed his eyes slightly, and, utilizing teleportation, pinpointed Hela's location. She had already returned to Asgard. To his astonishment, his wife seemed so eager to initiate war. Could it be that she was a fervent militarist? As he contemplated this, Yu also arrived in Asgard, opting for concealment. He had no intention of revealing himself. He wished to observe the battles his wife would face, primarily due to his concerns for her safety. In this chaotic realm, where all manner of creatures roamed free, no one could predict whether Hela might encounter a more formidable adversary. Yet, based on her previous demeanor, it was easy to discern that she would never seek aid when confronted by an opponent. Thus, the best course of action was to stealthily remain behind her and witness the unfolding events. Since her return to Earth, Hela had long departed from Asgard, relinquishing her title and status as the goddess. However, with the onset of the Divine War, she had returned to Asgard. Perhaps due to Yujia's previously exhibited combat prowess being so terrifying, many within Asgard had just begun to breathe sighs of relief. Yet, upon Hela's return, they were all taken aback, and despite their astonishment, none dared to oppose her. Hela's power was already well established, and with a partner as fearsome as Yujia, no one was willing to provoke her in such an environment. Hela appeared quite satisfied with the current state of affairs, as she understood that she did not require a council of strategists. She merely needed a cadre of obedient followers. The forthcoming war would be exceedingly ruthless and brutally savage. Therefore, she did not require external guidance. Her sole necessity was to lead the most elite warriors of Asgard into battle. Those who dared to conspire against her would swiftly fall beneath her blade. Chapter 188. Mobilizing for the Divine War. I know that many of you harbor thoughts about me, but I must inform you that it would be best to relinquish those notions for this time. I shall lead you to the battlefield, Hela swiftly proclaimed. At that moment, an overwhelmingly formidable power erupted from her. Instantly, all the soldiers turned their gazes toward Hela, many of whom were familiar with her. They recognized her as an immensely powerful entity, yet the question lingered. Had her strength truly reached a level that demanded their reverence? This was a dilemma, but at present, it was no longer a question. On the contrary, everyone here received an answer they had not wished to find. The power emanating from Hela seemed to surpass even that exhibited by Odin. In an instant, the soldiers found their mouths agape, rendered speechless. This is not merely my opportunity. It is the opportunity for all of Asgard. Are you aware of the current state of chaos in the universe? Wars rage across every corner. All the gods have readied themselves, eager to seize what they desire. And what does Asgard represent? Do you understand? It is the realm of the mightiest god king, the most powerful world in the entire universe. How can you accept the presence of the weak above you? It must be said, Hela possessed a remarkable talent for inspiration. Hidden in the shadows, Yujia listened to his wife and could not help but smile. In a strict sense, this was his first time witnessing her in such a light. However, this did not diminish his admiration for the goddess. Following Hela's declaration, many soldiers tightly gripped their weapons. Although her claim to the throne was not entirely legitimate, she remained Odin's daughter and a deity in her own right. This fact rendered them unqualified to question the events transpiring above them. Yet their own duties forbade them from retreating at this moment. On the contrary, their spirits were ignited by Hela's fervor. Asgard had not witnessed war in far too long. Many had even forgotten what Asgard truly signified. The battles of centuries past had cemented Asgard's unparalleled stature. Now more than ever, how many still remembered Asgard's legacy? In an instant, every soldier's demeanor shifted, their resolve fortified. Hela observed this transformation with satisfaction, also smiling at the sight of her most worthy warriors. On the other side of Asgard, Thor gazed at Odin, unsure of what to say in light of his sister's sudden return. He had been aware of her impending arrival, but he had not anticipated that she would seek to incite war upon her return. Thus, Thor sought insight into his father's thoughts. But who could have foreseen that Odin's demeanor was somewhat peculiar? He looked at Thor and then at his wife, seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation with his son. This left Thor feeling increasingly anxious. He had not come to witness his father showcase affection for his mother. My dear father, should you not stand forth at this critical juncture? Asgard is no longer tranquil. The hard-won peace is on the verge of collapse. Thor nearly uttered the words that Hela, the unfortunate child, was about to bring ruin upon Asgard. Fortunately, his reason prevailed, preventing him from voicing such sentiments. After all, he was currently in Asgard, and his sister was there organizing the army. Perhaps she was even watching everything unfold. At that moment, there was a very high chance that he would get into trouble. Odin had been chatting with his wife, but when Thor spoke, Odin fell silent and looked at him. At that moment, Odin appeared extremely serious, a faint gleam flashing in his eyes. Child, I have countless times thought that you were the most suitable choice. But now, it seems you are still far from ready. As the god king of Asgard, your first duty is to safeguard Asgard. Do you know how chaotic the outside world has become? I haven't even stepped out. Yet I already see all the gods going utterly mad. They seek to display their might and gain more faith. Isn't this our best opportunity? At this moment, Odin seemed almost like a war zealot. Thor had never seen his father in such a state before. Thor squinted, opened his mouth, yet didn't he know how to respond. Odin, however, cut him off. You should follow your sister and showcase the greatness of Asgard. This is our chance, and our only chance. Thor never expected his father to speak to him in such a way, but he could sense that a fire was burning in his father's heart. Perhaps Odin was reminiscing about past conquests. Even so, Thor was unwilling to simply follow behind his sister. After all, he had little interest in war. He only wished for Asgard to remain as peaceful as before. Unfortunately, his thoughts were at odds with reality. His perspective garnered no support. Odin didn't linger to argue. Instead, he used his power to place Thor directly among the army. When Thor came to, he found himself amidst the soldiers, some familiar, some strange. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yet he could feel that something was off about them. Each one seemed as if ignited, burning with an inner fire. Previously, these soldiers had been like a stagnant pond. Now they were like boiling water, ready to consume everything in their path. Chapter 189. Mephisto, so even my timid little brother harbors a desire for war, huh? The moment Thor appeared, Hela spotted him and smiled as she spoke. Thor, seeing his sister, was momentarily at a loss. He had no intention of participating in any battle, though he could sense the soldier's state was far more intense than imagined. He knew he was a mere bystander. War had nothing to do with him. It was his cursed father who had thrown him into the fire. In my eyes, you are a coward. You have no desire for war, want to take part in it. Yet I must admit, you still managed to surprise me a little. Now, fall in line, we move out. With that, she gestured, and Thor realized that the surrounding soldiers had already mobilized. This truly startled Thor. He knew Hela was not as simple as she appeared, but he hadn't expected her to display power and authority far beyond what he imagined. The control she exerted over the army was immense. Seeing the inevitable unfolding, Thor shook his head. There was nothing he could do now. Under Hela's command, Asgard's army moved out in full force. In no time, they reached the universe itself. Thor couldn't help but look around. He had no idea what Hela's strategy was, how she intended to wage this war. Normally, one would plan carefully, know the target, and devise tactics. Yet Hela didn't seem to communicate with anyone. She acted entirely on her own initiative. This made Thor uneasy. He suspected his sister was about to cause serious chaos. Nothing else explained such reckless behavior. Meanwhile, the soldiers' state further shocked him. They didn't question what to do or who the enemy was. They moved as if they were puppets. Observing these familiar yet strange soldiers, Thor had no clue how to even communicate with them. After a short while, the army halted. Ugia's attention focused on Hela. Indeed, he had been following her since the army set out. With the onset of the War of the Gods, all divine beings had now emerged. Who knew what trouble these gods would stir across the universe? As a devoted husband, Ugia naturally wouldn't allow his wife to face threats at any moment. Yet at this moment, he couldn't grasp what Hela intended. She seemed to act solely based on her own ideas and preferences. Looking at the unfamiliar planets surrounding them, Ugia was momentarily stunned. Soon, flames began to rise from the planet's surfaces. Ugia was first taken aback, then fully realized what was happening. The flames appeared inexplicably, yet the power contained within them was immense. Within moments, Ugia recognized that it was Mephisto. He could hardly believe his wife had dared to act so boldly, immediately confronting Mephisto. Could it be that Mephisto had, to some degree, surpassed the limits of divine power? He couldn't simply be classified as a god of the old or new eras. His existence was more like a symbol, a marker. Odin had fought him before, but many encounters had not yielded the results he desired. Odin knew clearly that Mephisto was abnormal. No ordinary god could deal with him. Even killing him would require an unimaginable cost. Soon, figures began emerging from the flames. At this moment, the god of thunder within the army became acutely aware of his surroundings. It is worth noting that upon returning to Asgard, he had immersed himself in the vast library, intent on uncovering the enigma that is Ugia. The power Ugia exhibited was far beyond what any mere human from Earth should possess. Yet, regardless of how one views it, Ugia was merely an ordinary human. Strangely, however, the god of thunder found himself in a perpetual state of trepidation when confronted with Ugia, which only heightened his unease. Nevertheless, he was determined to scour the texts for any mention of Ugia. It was precisely this quest for knowledge that led him to realize that the planet he had arrived on was, in fact, the abode of the flame demon Mephisto. Had his sister truly lost her senses by choosing to confront Mephisto as her first adversary? That was a deity known for his utter lack of reason. The mystery surrounding Mephisto was terrifying, and even Odin had repeatedly cautioned the god of thunder that if he were to encounter Mephisto in the cosmos, his foremost priority should be to flee. Mephisto's power was overwhelmingly formidable, to the extent that even his own father sought to avoid confrontation with him. Yet, here was his sister, willing to fight with all her might. Shadows flickered within the flames, launching an immediate assault upon the still advancing army. I see you are minions of Asgard, but have you forgotten the suffering of the past? Or does Odin, that old wretch, wish to once again taste the flames through me? A voice, somewhat profound, echoed suddenly, and at that instant, the flames surged anew. The figures within the flames began to dissipate, and shortly thereafter, an immense silhouette emerged from the inferno. It was none other than the flame god Mephisto. Chapter 190. The Fire of the Dark Phoenix. I am aware of Odin's defeat, but why do you presume I will share the same fate? Hela spoke slowly, stepping forward as she did. She advanced towards her opponent, flames encircling her form. The moment Mephisto beheld those flames, a flicker of confusion crossed his countenance, for he had never encountered such a blaze. Moreover, he sensed an incredibly terrifying force of destruction intertwined within those flames. Even Mephisto could not help but scrutinize Hela, for he was familiar with her lineage. In the legendary Battle of Yore, he had witnessed Odin's eldest daughter wielding an awe-inspiring power. To claim her invincibility would not be an exaggeration. Yet, he had not anticipated her growth to this extraordinary extent in such a short span. The terrifying power emanating from her now caused even him to feel a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ugia exhaled a sigh of relief. He was well aware of Mephisto's might and understood that the demon was not as simple as he appeared. Fortunately, Hela had fully mastered the power of the Dark Phoenix, which was one of the key reasons for Ugia's tranquility. After all, the power of the Dark Phoenix was of cosmic caliber. Given the time Hela had spent honing her abilities, Ugia felt little concern. I find myself curious as to whether a being such as yourself is capable of death, Hela suddenly remarked, her gaze fixed upon Mephisto, revealing an unsettling intensity. Mephisto was taken aback. He had not anticipated such boldness from Hela, daring to utter such words in his presence. Your words remind me of your father. Long ago, he too spoke similarly to me. You ought to inquire of him whether his chest still aches, Mephisto retorted. Hela was oblivious to the implications of Mephisto's words. In truth, during that fateful battle, Odin had not managed to suppress his opponent. He had even fallen victim to a surprise attack from Mephisto, leaving him with significant vulnerabilities. It was due to this that Odin's strength had been in a continuous decline, particularly because of the fiery mark left upon his chest. To this day, the mark of flames remained, incessantly eroding Odin's vitality. However, Hela paid little heed to Mephisto's insinuations, for she had no intention of questioning her father about the past. Regardless of the unforeseen events that had unfolded, those matters were now behind her. Her current focus was to rectify the path her father had once strayed from. And without hesitation, she charged forward. I must commend your bravery. You possess even more courage than your father, Mephisto remarked, observing her approach with a mocking smile, pondering what motivations lay behind her actions. Yet, undeniably, Hela's current action seemed akin to a death wish. Despite her mastery over fire, Mephisto's understanding of flames had reached its zenith, surpassing that of any other deity. Hela's speed was astonishing, and as the flames erupted around her, Mephisto barely had time to react before she had penetrated his form. Mephisto was an elemental being, not bound by the limitations of humanity, yet even as an elemental, he sensed something peculiar about the power emanating from her. It became evident to him that their flames could not merge, which altered his expression significantly. He understood better than anyone that flames could inherently blend. After all, as the god of flames, his control over fire was terrifyingly profound. Now, he felt that Hela's flames surpassed his expectations. Perhaps her flames were not flames in the conventional sense, but rather a different form of energy manifesting through fire. With this realization, Mephisto's perception of Hela transformed entirely. The adage "the student surpasses the master" aptly described her current state. You are more powerful than your father. I must concede this, for your flames are entirely distinct from mine. You have piqued my interest, girl, Mephisto declared, yet as he spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying force began to manifest. Although Hela's display of power was indeed somewhat extraordinary, it was still insufficient to compel him to concede. Moreover, as the god of flames, he possessed an inherent pride. The instant he unleashed his full might, he was resolute in his intentions. Mephisto's power was formidable, a fact that took Hela by surprise, for it was not until he surged forward that she realized he seemed to meld into the very fabric of the universe, able to attack at will within this space. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto had traversed from her front to her rear. His flames enveloped her entirely. The power of Hela's Dark Phoenix began to radiate, and she understood all too well that should she continue in her current state, there would be no opportunity for a comeback. Thus, the most critical task was to harness her strength and unleash it once more, ensuring that she afforded her opponent no chance to retaliate. The power of the Dark Phoenix, as Ujiha had anticipated, gradually erupted. Yet, this manifestation of strength was not as formidable as the previous one, although Mephisto's flames were entirely dissimilar to those of his opponent. This did not hinder him from conjuring a fiery barrier capable of restraining his adversary. As he observed Hela making her move, he quickly realized that she was certainly plotting something. Thus, he was resolute in preventing the situation from transforming into something else. Directly restraining Hela was undoubtedly his optimal choice. Hela, feeling her powers seemingly constrained, suddenly had a flicker of flame in her eyes, and the power of the Dark Phoenix erupted in full. Chapter 191, The Power of Flames. The strength of the Dark Phoenix was truly terrifying. Upon erupting from Hela, Mephisto was utterly astonished that she could amass such formidable power in such a brief span of time. However, the form that this power exhibited seemed somewhat different. Originally, Mephisto perceived that if Hela wished to continue battling him, she would first need to find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, victory over him would be impossible. Yet, Hela's choices appeared to diverge significantly. She was not contemplating her next move. Instead, like a madwoman, she unleashed her most potent power without hesitation. In an instant, the strength displayed was overwhelmingly powerful, causing even Ujiha, who had been watching his wife fight, to squint his eyes. After all, should a crisis arise, he could potentially rescue her at the first moment. However, Ujiha realized that he might have been overly cautious. Hela's power exceeded his expectations by far, and more importantly, he could discern that her strength seemed to be concealed. This was not a favorable situation for him. Her power, to some extent, was continuously veiled. For once the Dark Phoenix's strength was unleashed, it would manifest in a manner of widespread destruction. Ujiha understood this better than anyone. Yet, in his eyes, the situation seemed to have shifted slightly, most notably in that Hela was exerting control over the Dark Phoenix's power, which was currently in a particularly subdued state. Mephisto's gaze was now firmly fixed on Hela. He had initially contemplated defeating her with his own strength. However, it appeared that circumstances had taken a different turn, most conspicuously in the way her power was escalating in an exceedingly peculiar manner, fundamentally altering his perception. Nevertheless, Mephisto did not believe that this was the conclusion of their encounter. The most evident aspect was that the power she exhibited now enveloped him in an extraordinarily strange fashion. Previously, it had been Mephisto's energy that had ensnared Hela, yet now the dynamics were entirely reversed, for the power he wielded failed to bind her. At the onset of wielding her strength, Hela did not aim to defeat Mephisto outright. Instead, she gradually gathered her power within herself. Subsequently, she unleashed this force once more. And as a result, Mephisto could sense that the battle had, to a certain extent, transformed entirely. If he could not swiftly identify a more opportune moment, it was evident that he would soon find himself at the mercy of Hela's rhythm. I must concede that you surpass your father by a considerable margin. Even that Odin fellow would never possess such formidable power, Mephisto remarked, as two sharp horns gradually emerged above his head. The sight of this prompted Hela to narrow her eyes. In truth, Mephisto had initially appeared before her in a rather common demonic guise, a fact that Hela was acutely aware of. Yet, with the unveiling of his demonic features, it signified that he was about to become serious. Contemplating this, Hela narrowed her eyes slightly. She was not unaware of his intentions. However, she remained unperturbed, confident that he could not extinguish her flames with his strength. The Dark Phoenix's power, the most fearsome force of all, was characterized by its unquenchable nature. It embodied a form of ultimate destructive power that, once ignited, would never be extinguished. It would only cease when everything had been consumed in flames, a truth that Hela understood better than anyone. Although both wielded fiery powers, there were distinctions in their flames. Mephisto's fire, to a certain extent, could not be extinguished, and Hela took great satisfaction in knowing that her flames could not be assimilated by his. Having witnessed her father battle Mephisto, she understood that he was an exceedingly formidable presence within the elemental domain. Consequently, Hela was acutely aware that the best strategy to defeat him lay in identifying the right moment. Yet, such opportunities were not easily found. Fortunately, her adversary had chosen to forge a path with flames, an action that, to some extent, aligned with Hela's own expectations. Thus, her flames commenced their consumption of his fire. As Mephisto's actions played directly into her hands. No, this cannot be. Why is my power fading? Damn it, you are secretly siphoning my strength. Suddenly, just as he prepared to strike, Mephisto felt a disconcerting shift in his body, his gaze fixated on Hela. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a significant loss of his power. The diminishing strength was largely due to someone stealthily appropriating his energy, prompting Mephisto to realize the gravity of the situation. Hela appeared to be contending with him, yet unbeknownst to him, she was surreptitiously draining his strength, causing his expression to darken considerably. He could not permit this situation to escalate, for he understood that if Hela could consume his power, extending their battle indefinitely would render him no match for her. Alas, Hela had no intention of granting him any opportunity, for in her hands, a radiant glow began to shimmer. The flames were merely the manifestation of the Dark Phoenix's power. However, Hela possessed more than just the Dark Phoenix's strength. She also wielded the essence of darkness, which enveloped the flames. From a distance, a shadowy hue intertwined with the fire, rendering it indistinguishable. Mephisto was utterly unprepared for the sudden emergence of this unfamiliar power from Hela. In that instant, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to attack or defend. Yet, he could sense a significant difference in Hela. The aura surrounding her was intensifying, seemingly poised to annihilate everything. Mastering flames does not equate to mastering your own life, he remarked. Chapter 192, The Fierce Battle. You presumptuous little girl. Do you believe that this peculiar power can vanquish me? How naive you are, for you have no comprehension of the magnitude of my strength. With that, Mephisto's voice resonated, and simultaneously, an even more formidable force erupted from within him. Everything unfolded precisely as one would envision, yet for Mephisto, even with the knowledge that his opponent possessed hidden cards, retreat was not an option. Over the years, from the twilight of the old era to the dawn of the new, he had inherited an abundance of legacies. These legacies not only delineated his position, but also facilitated his growth over an extensive period. He harbored no doubt that Hela could vanquish him here. Consequently, he inhaled deeply, channeling a more terrifying force that began to coalesce around him, while simultaneously, everything that had previously vanished was reborn at this moment. Colossal fire giants materialized behind Mephisto, leaving both Hela and the lurking Yu Jie momentarily astonished. Among them, Yu Jie discerned a significant transformation in Mephisto's power, the most apparent being the aura he now emanated. It was worth noting that although Mephisto had previously made moves, those actions merely showcased his power to a certain extent. That power had not posed a threat to Hela, yet now, in Yu Jie's eyes, everything he witnessed shattered his preconceptions. The most striking aspect was how Mephisto's power seemed to gradually disperse. Were he merely dispersing his strength, Yu Jie would likely have paid little heed. However, he could distinctly sense that Mephisto was simultaneously augmenting his power. Indeed, the intensity of the battle escalated dramatically, and Yu Jie had not anticipated that Mephisto's avatars would be capable of self-evolution within such a brief span. This realization was not lost on Hela, who also recognized the phenomenon amidst the fray. However, Hela merely furrowed his brow. From the moment he stepped forward to confront Mephisto, he understood that retreat was not an option. The image of Yu Jie's back flashed in his mind. Countless times, he had watched Yu Jie engage in battle, only to see him return alone. He had often yearned to assist Yu Jie, yet he was acutely aware that he was merely a burden, unable to aid him in any capacity. Consequently, his thirst for power was driving Hela toward the brink of madness. The formidable prowess of his opponent only solidified Hela's resolve to seize Mephisto's strength, for he comprehended that by consuming his adversary, his own power would experience considerable enhancement. There were indeed numerous lives from which Hela could choose. However, he refrained from selecting the weaker ones. Hela understood that if his initial opponent lacked sufficient strength, he would not gain substantial power himself, a notion he could not accept. As he breathed, an even more terrifying force erupted from Hela, leaving Yu Jie astonished from afar. Yu Jie had myriad thoughts about his wife, yet he recognized that her powers were still in their nascent stage, lacking a formidable display. Yet now, Hela used her strength to convey a message to Yu Jie. Everything was far more intricate than he had imagined, especially this sudden surge of terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, it utterly overturned Yu Jie's expectations. The power previously exhibited had been rather conventional, leading Yu Jie to refrain from speculating on the nature of Hela's strength. He wondered if this would provide him with a novel sensory experience, but now, as the waves of a more horrifying force erupted, even Yu Jie could perceive the shift in aura. It was overwhelmingly potent. Hela seemed to have elevated his power to an entirely new echelon almost instantaneously. Do not presume that merely augmenting your so-called strength here will enable you to conquer my avatars. To be precise, We are forever more formidable than you can imagine. Mephisto, too, sensed the transformation of his adversary. Thus, he began to speak slowly, and as he did, an even more terrifying aura emanated from him, far surpassing anything he had previously exhibited. Hela observed this, but refrained from immediate action. If this was your trump card, then it was evident that it would not compel me to regard you with newfound respect. Hela, too, spoke up, and as he did, a more powerful force surged forth from him. Originally, Hela intended to unleash just a modicum of power to continue the battle, yet he had not anticipated that Mephisto could elevate his strength to such heights in such a brief time frame. Thus, Hela found himself unable to delay any longer. The flames of both parties began to coalesce anew. However, this time, Mephisto was far more formidable than before, as his avatars had attained near parity with his true form. 7 or 8 avatars swiftly enveloped Hela entirely, with flames incessantly converging upon him, seemingly intent on consuming him whole. Nevertheless, the black flames encircling Hela revealed their fangs. The two sides appeared to be locked in a fierce struggle, while Yu, concealed in the shadows, observed everything with keen eyes. He could also sense that Mephisto was markedly different from what he had initially perceived. The most apparent difference was that Mephisto had not resorted to the previously demonstrated tactics once again. It was well known that on this planet, the most effective strategy was to establish an appropriate barrier. With a sufficient barrier in place, one could directly restrain an opponent, leaving them with no chance of defeat. Yet, after employing it once, Mephisto had inexplicably abandoned the optimal combat strategy, opting instead to engage Hela in a direct clash of powers. This was the aspect that puzzled Yu most. He could sense that things were amiss. Chapter 193, Devour. In the midst of battle, one could clearly choose a more advantageous and simpler method to eliminate an opponent. Yet he suddenly opted for an entirely different approach, a notion that even Yu could not comprehend. Simultaneously, Yu was acutely aware that if the opponent truly harbored intentions, others might seize the opportunity to strike Hela when he was off guard. For this reason, Yu focused intently, carefully controlling his power to gradually emanate. Should the adversary genuinely entertain such thoughts of attacking, Yu had to ensure that he could unleash his full strength in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could arise. At this moment, Hela's gaze was fixed upon Mephisto. The multitude of Mephisto's avatars had swiftly enveloped Hela entirely, and the power contained within these avatars was nearly indistinguishable from that of Mephisto's true form. Consequently, Hela could distinctly sense that something was amiss. The opponent must possess some entirely different intentions. If not for such divergent thoughts, there would be no need for the opponent to initiate an assault against him. Moreover, at this juncture, the radiance emanating from Mephisto was far more dazzling than before, as his gaze locked onto Hela. It is because Mephisto is acutely aware that to vanquish his adversary swiftly, he must select an exceptionally astute approach. The optimal manifestation of this strategy, of course, is to strike while the opponent remains unprepared. One cannot deny that in the heat of battle, Mephisto's thinking is commendable. Regrettably, at this moment, his contemplations have become utterly inconsequential, for he has unleashed his power in its entirety, and Hela, more than anyone else, comprehends the magnitude of her own strength. Even if Mephisto intends to defeat her here, he must devise an exceptionally clever method. It is not merely sufficient for him to attempt to suppress her. An unparalleled force emanates almost instantaneously, a strength that surpasses what was previously displayed. It must be said that your power appears to far exceed my estimations. However, if this is all the strength you possess, I fear you are not my match, and you may indeed pay for this with your life. Mephisto speaks once more, and simultaneously, an even more resplendent luminescence bursts forth from him. Both parties unleash a terrifying radiance, and as these two energies collide, Hela charges once again towards her opponent. Hela is acutely aware that opportunities are scarce, especially if she continues to linger. Thus, she opts to unleash her power immediately. She will not afford her opponent any chances. It must be noted that Hela's choice is exceedingly reckless, yet for her, it presents the best opportunity. Mephisto certainly did not anticipate that during the collision of their powers, Hela would choose to abandon the clash entirely. Instead, she decides to bypass the doppelganger and rush directly towards him. By the time Mephisto lays eyes on Hela, she is already wielding a flickering light in her hand. This time, the radiance is completely black, devoid of any trace of flame. It is precisely because of this that Mephisto is momentarily taken aback by such an action. Some might deem it madness, even a subversion of his previous understanding. Yet one cannot deny that her actions are, to a significant extent, profoundly threatening. Mephisto glances at her and hastily retreats, for he knows that enduring such a force in this environment is patently impossible. He is unaware of the true potency of Hela's strike, but it is clear that she knows precisely what she intends to do. Vigilance is essential to overcome an opponent. Without it, any movement from the adversary becomes fraught with peril. A terrifying power is radiating forth, and in stark contrast, a fleeting smile graces Hela's face. How could she not recognize the madness of her actions? However, at this moment, she lacks the luxury of pondering the recklessness of her choices. What she must accomplish is far more straightforward. She simply needs to unleash her power while Mephisto remains unresponsive, and then her foe will possess no chance of resistance. It must be acknowledged that this collision has afforded Hela an opportunity. Even if Mephisto perceives her assault, seeking to evade, it is already too late. Once the most formidable force is unleashed, Hela has pinpointed her opponent's weakness. The radiance atop the demon's horn has always been blinding, a fact Hela has long observed. However, she is also aware that to strike, she must seize the moment. Fortunately, the prior clash has created the perfect opportunity for both. Hela capitalizes on this moment, unleashing her power in one fell swoop. This force strikes directly at Mephisto's demon's horn, and as he becomes aware, he realizes his strength is beginning to wane. The angle of her attack is exceedingly cunning, even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Mephisto previously envisioned the best scenario to involve him striking while his opponent was caught off guard. However, he did not foresee that before he could make a move, Hela had already taken action. She has even shattered his demon's horn. The shattering of the demon's horn signifies the onset of his power's depletion, and recovering this strength in a short span will prove to be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, a slight smile curves Hela's lips. Her power has erupted forth. Not only that, but Hela also meticulously controls her strength, enveloping her opponent and gradually siphoning his power. This spectacle astonishes Ujiah. His wife possesses quite a few tricks in battle. At the very least, such intricate calculations, if flawed, could lead to dire consequences. Yet Hela has proceeded, and she has succeeded. Chapter 194, Death. Hela's assault is exceedingly cunning, and the power she unleashes is terrifyingly potent. Mephisto can hardly react in time, and in tandem, his demon's foot shatters completely. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you know my weakness? How could your power increase so drastically in such a short time? Mephisto's face is etched with disbelief, for he perceives that while the opponent's power may differ slightly, it should not be sufficient to defeat him. Yet the very force seeping into his body continues to diminish, indicating that Hela's prior attack was undeniably effective. A hint of disdain flickers across Hela's face. Your arrogance and pride are the true harbingers of your demise. As she speaks, Hela once more amplifies her strength, fully aware that she must decisively suppress Mephisto. His demon's horn lies shattered, and while death is still a distance away, she can seize this opportunity to continuously absorb his power. Once his strength is siphoned away, even if he harbors thoughts of retaliation, he will remain unable to rise against her at this moment. With this thought in mind, she elevates her power to a higher echelon. In this heightened state, the potential for Hela's explosive capabilities grows exponentially, and even inadvertently, her control over her powers increases in a short span. Flames from the surroundings converge upon Hela, yet these flames are not of her own creation, they belong to Mephisto. However, due to the shattering of his demon's horn, he can no longer control them. Thus, these flames instantaneously become sustenance for Hela, who absorbs them while a gleam of light flickers in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the light within her eyes mirrors the very color of the flames that envelop Mephisto. Presently, Hela's being is not solely infused with the powers of darkness and the Phoenix. She also harbors Mephisto's strength. The fusion of these three forces quickly coalesces. And unlike prior experiences where the amalgamation of two powers would inflict significant harm upon Hela, her newfound experience allows her to subdue this additional force with ease. She can even wield this oppressive power directly. Controlling the energies within her, Hela gradually closes her eyes, and after a brief interval, she opens them once again. I must extend my gratitude. It is your hospitality that has once again elevated my power. If the previous confrontation between Hela and Mephisto could be described as a stalemate, the current situation has dramatically shifted with Hela's sudden surge of power. Hela can now perceive all of Mephisto's vulnerabilities, should she choose to strike. He stands no chance of survival. Mephisto, too, recognizes the futility of attempting to regain his strength in this moment, as Hela's unleashed power is overwhelmingly formidable. This force has even siphoned off a portion of his own abilities, causing his own power to dwindle. The potential for an unexpected resurgence always lies within the breath of life. Yet, despite this, Mephisto is unwilling to prolong the conflict with Hela. If he were to unveil all his hidden cards, he might manage a struggle, but he is acutely aware that such efforts would be in vain. Hela's earlier display has made it abundantly clear that her strength far surpasses his. She is not like Odin. He once managed to ambush Odin, leaving a lasting impression. But Hela outmatches him on every conceivable level. Your luck is extraordinary this time, but mark my words, I shall reclaim everything you have taken from me. With interest next time, flames erupted once more from Mephisto as he realized he could no longer afford to remain locked in a stalemate with Hela. Continuing this deadlock would yield him no advantages, so he opted to withdraw, fully aware that failing to escape would undoubtedly lead to his demise at Hela's hands, a fact beyond dispute. However, his movements were slightly too sluggish. With a cruel smile adorning his face, he stood amidst the flames, resembling a deity of fire. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression froze, for he realized that his assumptions had been overly naive. Most notably, the flames had vanished, leaving him still on the battlefield, face to face with Hela. It is apparent that you are even more naive than I had presumed. I initially thought you would fight with desperation. Yet it seems you gods harbor little desire for such a struggle. You are merely a pack of cowards. Fortunately, I am well aware of the fate that befalls cowards. As she spoke, Hela charged directly at Mephisto, her power surging with terrifying intensity. In an instant, she enveloped her adversary completely, and at that moment, Hela felt her strength escalate once more. Mephisto could hardly fathom that Hela would thwart his escape, and not only did she succeed, but she also intercepted all of his power. In that fleeting moment, he found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. Hela's overwhelming might had ensnared Mephisto completely, leaving him with but a breath of life. Yet even that breath afforded him no opportunity to speak. He could only watch as Hela extracted the last vestiges of his primal essence. Deities are notoriously difficult to slay, but that does not mean they are invulnerable. Hela, as a fellow being of divinity, possesses such lethal capabilities. Mephisto ultimately paid the price for his arrogance and pride with his life. Soon after, Hela turned her gaze toward her army. This battle commenced swiftly but concluded even more rapidly. For Hela, it was imperative to seek a sufficiently formidable opponent to ensure the success of this war. With Mephisto's demise, she could sense a shift in the morale of her soldiers. It was evident that they had glimpsed hope. This was merely the beginning. Henceforth, let the cosmos hear the voice of Asgard, my valiant warriors. Chapter 195, Conquest of the Cosmos. Ugia observed Hela's actions with keen interest. He gradually relinquished the power he had recently summoned, for he believed that Hela no longer required his concern. The strength Hela had just exhibited was undeniably awe-inspiring, far exceeding Ugia's expectations. In his view, Hela could effortlessly achieve her ambitions with such power, potentially amassing even greater strength within the cosmos. As for Mephisto, Ugia had little to add. The latter had just unleashed his strength, yet it seemed he failed to seize the opportunity. Even Ugia could discern that Mephisto might have been able to launch a last-ditch counterattack after his defeat, perhaps surprising Hela, but instead, he chose to maintain his composure. This very calmness led him to squander his optimal chance. It appeared that the ensuing battles would be even more intense than Ugia had anticipated. As he spoke, he began to follow the retreating army, aware that Hela had opened the door to victory. It could be said that Hela had indeed made a triumphant entrance, and the next step was to lead this band of soldiers into the cosmos to wreak havoc. Ugia became increasingly curious about how effectively Hela could navigate this endeavor, as he could now sense her slaying of numerous deities. Her actions were primarily aimed at augmenting her own power. The recently slain Mephisto had elevated Hela's strength by several tiers. Furthermore, the power within Hela seemed to have settled into a more tranquil state. One must understand that an individual's physical capacity for power is inherently limited. Of course, this does not apply to Ugia, who possesses a sign-in system that allows him to seamlessly integrate more strength. However, Hela is different. Hela's body should not accommodate such vast amounts of power. Yet Ugia observed that she appeared capable of controlling the influx of energy to a certain extent, consolidating it into a cohesive whole. This realization illuminated Hela's opportunity. He had no intention of interfering. In fact, he pondered whether he should capture some deities for Hela to absorb additional power. However, this notion was fleeting, quickly abandoned in light of Hela's own aspirations for self-improvement. Since she harbored such ambitions, Ugia was even less inclined to impede her progress. In a sense, he appreciated Hela's determination to strive for greatness. Even if he wished to obstruct her, he would find it impossible to do so. Her character had predetermined her as such a woman. Nevertheless, Hela remained his wife. Thus, Yu-Jie continued to follow closely behind her army, prepared to safeguard his beloved in this boundless universe where not only Mephisto existed. There were weaker deities, and potentially even more powerful ones, lurking in the shadows. Their absence did not imply their non-existence. Yu-Jie trailed behind Hela, observing her embark on her campaign. He could not help but marvel at Hela's fierce nature as a general. Her actions fundamentally reshaped Yu-Jie's understanding of military leadership, for Hela's combat style was undeniably audacious. As the god king of Asgard, he was aware of the precise locations of various deities, and thus, without hesitation, he charged forth, directly assaulting their stronghold. Within their lair, the war commenced, with Hela leading the charge with reckless fervor. The deities she sought this time were not particularly formidable in strength. Even so, Hela exhibited an exceedingly terrifying power. Within the span of merely a week, several deities had already perished at her hands, numbering around 7 or 8. Yu-Jie observed all of this unfold, yet an air of concern began to envelop him. Hela's actions were undeniably reckless. While he could comprehend the rift between the deities of the new era and those of the old, it was expected that even amidst war, there would be some semblance of factions. However, Hela operated without any allegiance, showing no distinction between the old and new deities. It seemed that all divine beings had suddenly become her adversaries, which caused Yu-Jie a degree of trepidation. He would soon become a target in the eyes of many. These deities were not easily swayed. If faced with an opponent of equal caliber, they might not show much response. However, if confronted by a single adversary who could offer them considerable benefits, they would undoubtedly reveal their true intentions without hesitation. Yu-Jie even found himself questioning whether Hela was deliberately orchestrating this situation. At that moment, he was unaware of Hela's true scheming. Yet, as he followed closely behind her, witnessing her various actions, he keenly sensed that Hela was undoubtedly devising a grand plan. What this plan entailed, however, remained unclear to him, though it did not hinder his contemplation of her motives. Any actions taken here would surely be aimed at a specific goal, and a glimmer of determination flickered in Yu-Jie's eyes. But he soon shook his head. Regardless of Hela's pursuits, as long as she was content, that sufficed. Moreover, her power was indeed on the rise. The 7 or 8 deities recently slain by Hela had contributed to her growth and strength. It could be said that each confrontation only served to amplify her might. Yu-Jie even entertained the notion that if Hela were to vanquish all life in the universe, she would become the most formidable being of all. For a moment, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, those troublesome deities constantly sought to stir chaos on Earth. However, if he could see his wife crowned as the singular God King of the cosmos, would that not allow him to bask in the warmth of family life every day? Yet, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed by Yu-Jie himself, as there remained many lurking in the shadows yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 196. How did it come to this? Feeling the continuous surge of power within her body, Hela smiled at this moment. With the onset of this war among life, she had garnered considerable strength from the conflict, strength that would have been unattainable in the past. No one was willing to step forward at this juncture, and it was precisely due to this that both sides began to harbor certain expectations. She knew that in the forthcoming days, a plethora of battles might ensue, potentially more terrifying than any conflict she had previously engaged in alongside Odin. This anticipation only fueled Hela's excitement. She understood that amidst all these wars, the most thrilling aspect lay in each kill she executed, drawing strength from her vanquished foes. As a deity, Hela was also acutely aware of the allure of the power of belief. This force held a fatal temptation for any living being, one that no deity could resist. The affinity for faith led to the unexpected downfall of numerous deities, inadvertently bestowing upon Hela a wealth of belief energy. This energy aided her in better regulating the power coursing through her being. Rather than merely being considered a form of strength, belief energy was an intangible and enigmatic force. When left unutilized, it bore no distinction from ordinary power. Yet, once harnessed, it could lead to profound transformations. The absorption of various deities' powers undoubtedly placed a burden on her body. However, as her belief energy grew, the absorbed powers began to assist her in maintaining equilibrium. Every force that entered her body swiftly reverted to its original state. It was precisely for this reason that Hela was acutely aware of her need for even greater strength. Strictly speaking, she required an unforeseen war to unify the powers within her. Although she had absorbed all these energies, she recognized that they retained subtle differences. Individually, they could not swiftly coalesce into her own power. This was a scenario Hela wished to avoid. Ideally, she aspired for these energies to amalgamate seamlessly into her own essence. This was of paramount importance. Yet, based on the powers exhibited within her, such a feat appeared somewhat ambitious. Hela had not yet received sufficient opportunities to attain such strength, and her gaze was directed toward the entirety of the cosmos. Whether they were the deities of the new era or the old, none emerged as anticipated. This deviation caused a shift in Hela's plans. Unbeknownst to her, the ancient gods had already set their sights on her. For the ancient gods, their interest in the deities of the new era stemmed from their desire to claim their place as the gods of this age, as well as to acquire vast reserves of belief energy. However, having intentions and executing them were two entirely different concepts. The most evident challenge was their inability to effectuate their desires. Their strength had not restored sufficiently within such a short span. After inciting wars, they had secretly slain some deities, yet the power of these fallen beings failed to expedite their recovery. Thus, the ancient gods sought to absorb the life force of more powerful beings to restore themselves to their peak. Once they regained their former strength, neither the deities of the old nor the new would stand a chance against them. Yet, aspirations remained merely aspirations at present. They lacked the strength to directly confront those at the pinnacle of power. Should they attempt to engage, they would face dire consequences. Furthermore, with Ujia's emergence, the ancient gods realized that the current state of the universe was vastly different from their expectations. Their gaze upon Hela was fueled by the recognition that she was, for the time being, the most chaotic of deities. Not only did she relentlessly slay her fellow divine beings, but she also amassed a tremendous amount of belief energy from them. To a certain extent, the ancient gods found themselves in dire need of the power she exhibited, prompting them to consider action. However, due to Ujia's prior confrontations, they were acutely aware that the current deities might be far more formidable than they had anticipated. If they were to act, they needed to identify an opportune moment. Without such a moment, a direct assault could lead to disastrous outcomes, particularly if they encountered a being as powerful as Ujia, resulting in a loss that would be irreparable. This point has been sufficiently demonstrated by Hela. The ancient gods have closely observed Hela's recent battles, recognizing that the power she wields is far more complex than it appears. Moreover, Hela has yet to reveal her true trump cards. Thus, their primary objective is to ascertain the true nature of Hela before they take any direct action against her. Until they have a definitive understanding of her capabilities, they will certainly refrain from harboring any intentions towards her. They are acutely aware that any premature aggression would eliminate any possibility of reconciliation, potentially leading them to become the next Hela. Both the deities of the new era and those of the old recognize that Hela has emerged with ferocity, embodying a fervent warrior spirit. She does not belong to either the new or the old pantheon. Rather, she is a third party, one who adopts a ruthless stance towards all life, one that seeks complete annihilation. Which deity would tolerate such chaos? However, the ancient gods will not allow Hela to slip through their fingers easily. Such a prime opportunity is not one they would relinquish. Chapter 197. The ancient gods emerge. Ujia appears. Hela has recently been beset by an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something significant is about to transpire. This feeling is somewhat perplexing for Hela, as she has never experienced such sensations before. Yet, the very emergence of this feeling suggests that something indeed looms on the horizon. Hela quickly realizes that it is likely connected to matters of faith, an aspect that many struggle to articulate. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the power of faith is the foundation upon which every being relies for existence. Prior to this, Hela had never encountered such sensations, primarily due to her lack of experience with such phenomena. Now, with this feeling manifesting, it signifies that she is about to face some tumultuous events. Hela finds herself in a state of uncertainty. However, soon enough, speculations arise in Hela's mind. She surmises that it is highly probable that the so-called deities are preparing to strike against her. Otherwise, she would not be experiencing such an odd sensation. Upon this realization, Hela does not hasten to act. Instead, she opts to establish a stronghold, understanding that her best course of action is not to attack impulsively, but to discern the true meaning behind her intuition. If there are indeed others contemplating an offensive against her, it implies that further complications are likely to arise. Simultaneously, Ujia, who has been covertly serving as a bodyguard, narrows his eyes. While he is somewhat puzzled by Hela's recent actions, he does not delve too deeply into his thoughts, recognizing that Hela has been engaged in battles for some time, and a period of rest is only natural. Nonetheless, Ujia senses an exceptionally powerful force lurking beyond this star system. This formidable presence has seemingly locked down the entire galaxy, undoubtedly indicating that something significant is manifesting in their surroundings. As Yu had previously considered, Hela's actions have, to some extent, drawn everyone's attention. The ancient gods are not inclined to engage in rational discourse with anyone. Their mindset has always been singular. If one does not act for oneself, one invites ruin. However, Yu refrains from initiating confrontation. Instead, he chooses to attune himself to this powerful force, seeking to uncover the identity of those behind it. As he begins to take action, his eyes narrow, and in an instant, he comprehends the truth. The source of this power belongs to that group. Not long ago, Yu had battled the ancient gods, and he is all too familiar with the power they wield. Yet, he had not anticipated that the ones seeking trouble for Hela would be those four ancient gods. To this day, Yu remains unaware of their names. But it is indisputable that these four are a significant reason the universe has plunged into conflict among the deities. They have complicated matters to an extent that reconciliation between the old and new gods has become nearly impossible. Throughout this time, Yu has witnessed countless wars while following Hela, many of which were entirely unnecessary yet still erupted. For Yu, the four ancient gods lurking in the shadows represent the most vexing of adversaries. Their complete disregard for boundaries allows him to easily predict their moves. Previously, he had not given much thought to the conflict among the gods, but observing Hela's demeanor, he surmises that the gods are particularly eager for this war, as if it promises them unparalleled excitement. Consequently, Yu understands that the ancient gods' ambitions extend beyond mere skirmishes. He gradually begins to unleash his own power. If he were facing a typical opponent, he might not feel the need to mobilize his strength. However, in the case of these four, there is no room for complacency. They are far more terrifying than other gods, and he knows their strength has likely been restored during this time. Yu recalls that when he first encountered these ancient gods, they were in a weakened state. He has yet to witness them at their peak, but he knows that their true forms must be drastically different. After all, the Eternal, one of the five divine beings, had fled upon their first encounter, indicating that the ancient gods in their prime are formidable entities. Before long, Hela raises her head, sensing a grave shift within the galaxy. It appears that an unfamiliar force has infiltrated this realm, with the star system seemingly locked down and four distinct auras advancing towards her. Without hesitation, Hela charges forth, eager to confront the entities that have come to challenge her. Moments later, Hela finds herself face to face with the four ancient gods. As she gazes upon them, her mind races to recall any memories associated with their presence. However, after searching her recollections, Hela finds no information about these four ancient gods. She can feel that the power emanating from them is akin to that of the divine, confirming that they too are deities. Yet, why does their power seem so peculiar? So ancient and dark? It must be said that upon hearing news of her existence and sensing her power, the four of them have become utterly frantic. The realization that there exists another being of her caliber within this universe drives them to madness, especially since they cannot attain the one they truly desire. Yet they believe they can seize her. The ancient gods finally lay eyes on Hela and immediately begin to speak, leaving her momentarily perplexed. The meaning behind their words eludes her, but Hela quickly discerns from their avaricious gazes that these four ancient beings harbor intentions toward her. It seems they are eager to consume her, a notion that Hela finds utterly repugnant. Despite not knowing where these beings originated, she feels an instinctive disdain towards them. When others harbor designs upon her, Hela certainly has no intention of greeting them with a warm smile. However, before Hela could make a move, a familiar figure materialized before her. Yu appeared, adorned with a faint smile as he stood before the four ancient gods. Chapter 198, Long Time No See. It's been quite a while. I almost assumed that the four of you had perished, but to my surprise, you've been hiding here. Yu did not address Hela directly. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the four ancient gods. It was not the first time he had dealings with these entities, and encountering them once more was, in fact, a fortuitous event for Yu. After all, these beings were known for their propensity to stir trouble. For Yu, it would be preferable if such instigators were no longer around, yet here they stood before him. There was no need for him to exert effort in searching. Hela also turned her gaze toward Yu. So, you've been trailing behind me all along. As Hela's voice resonated, Yu turned his attention to his wife, his eyes filled with affection. You left without a word, and it's exhausting being your man. The four ancient gods were taken aback, realizing that the two before them were indeed a married couple. However, they exchanged glances, acutely aware that Yu's arrival complicated matters significantly. Yet, the four ancient gods did not retreat. Having engaged in slaughter during this time, they had gained considerable strength, their bodies having recovered substantially. Reflecting on their previous battles with Yu, The ancient gods were filled with indignation. As deities, when had they ever been so humiliated by humans, forced to flee from their relentless pursuit? Earthling, you should not have come here. Do you truly believe that after our last encounter, you can vanquish us? This time, we shall not evade. We shall make you pay the price. The towering ancient god maintained his gaze upon Yujia, and it was evident that he harbored intentions toward him, almost as if he yearned to devour Yujia right then and there. For Yujia, such a gaze held no significance. Rather than exhibit such intentions, it would be far more prudent to demonstrate greater power. The moment they spoke, it was clear that neither side could afford to back down. They could only showcase their utmost strength. Only the mightiest have the right to survive and speak. Meanwhile, Hela quietly stepped back. Understanding that Yujia's appearance indicated the battle would not be straightforward, she surmised that Yujia had been following her since her departure from Earth, continuously safeguarding her. In the face of adversaries she could handle, Yujia refrained from intervening, now that he stood before her. It signified that these four ancient gods were beyond her capability to confront. With Hela's retreat, Yujia exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was Hela joining the fray at this moment. If it were just him, then regardless of what transpired, it would be of little concern to Yujia, for he possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, thereby augmenting his combat prowess. However, should Hela enter the battle, there would be far more to consider. Yujia remained oblivious to the fact that as Hela stepped back, she clenched her fist once more. Hela's relentless pursuit of war was primarily to catch up with Yujia, but now that he stood before her, she realized she still couldn't match her husband's strength. All she could do was watch him fight from a distance. The four ancient gods sensed the complexity of their relationship, surprised by their choices. Thankfully, while Yujia was somewhat terrifying, the ancient gods believed that if their power was sufficiently formidable, they could vanquish him. Previously, they had been too weak to contend with Yujia. But after a lengthy period of recovery, their strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Fueled by this newfound power, their ambitions surged once more. To them, Yujia's prior actions were no longer worthy of excessive concern. Now, they merely needed to unleash their might and eliminate Yujia. That would suffice. Let me show you what true terror is. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to defeat us last time, you can vanquish us again. You are merely an ordinary earthling. The towering ancient god spoke again, and at that moment, a black scythe materialized in his hand, radiating a distinctly ominous glow. Yujia first glanced at the opponent and then at the scythe in his grasp. It was not difficult to surmise that this was the weapon he wielded. During their previous encounter, the opponent had not utilized this weapon, likely due to an insufficient level of power to do so. Now, after a significant period of recovery, the ancient god was able to summon it. I hope you do not disappoint me. Just because you wield a scythe does not mean you are formidable. I find your bravado somewhat amusing. Yujia smiled at his opponent, and simultaneously, his own power surged forth as he unleashed the might of a super scion. Moreover, the essence of Superman enveloped him instantaneously. Hela, who had been watching from behind, was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated her husband to be so formidable. In such a short span, he had grown immensely powerful. Although Yujia had been strong before, Hela had thought she might still catch up with him through effort. But now, Yujia's sudden explosion of power made her feel the distance between them had widened once again. This time, it seemed she could not even catch a glimpse of his back, a bitter taste lingering in her mouth. Was all her effort in vain? Yet, soon her expression shifted. She understood that Yujia's strength was no mere coincidence. If he could grow stronger, why couldn't he? She resolved that after this battle, she would seek greater power to match Yujia's might. The battle between Yujia and the ancient gods commenced. Just as Yujia had anticipated, the opponent's weapon was indeed essential for their survival. Chapter 199. Unexpectedly, eternity has arrived. Yujia had previously fought against the towering ancient god and was aware of his capabilities. However, now, with the weapon in hand, Yujia could keenly discern the vast difference in the opponent's strength compared to before. Most importantly, their power had increased to a considerable extent. This made Yujia uncertain about the nature of their strength. Previously, he had thought that while they could unleash a tremendous force in a short span, it would not significantly impact him. Yet, now, as the ancient god began to wield the scythe, Yujia felt a sensation as if his very being was fracturing. This feeling was somewhat inexplicable, yet it clearly indicated that their power had undergone a profound transformation. Feel the agony, embrace the descent into the abyss. The towering ancient deity once again revealed the position of Yujia with the scythe in his hand. However, this time, although the scythe passed through Yujia's body, it did not completely sever him, leaving Yujia momentarily stunned. He sensed something peculiar about the scythe. Yet he was utterly bewildered that the weapon in his opponent's grasp had not cleaved him in two. What could this mean? UGF found himself in a state of confusion, only to soon realize that his body seemed to be disintegrating. Was it due to the scythe's incredible speed or its overwhelming force? This unforeseen event was beyond Hela's expectations, for she had previously witnessed her man seemingly matched against the foe. Yet, in an instant, it appeared as though her man's form was beginning to crumble, causing Hela to widen her eyes in shock. At the same time, an inexplicable fury ignited within her, and all her latent power erupted forth. Before Hela could take action, UGF's form reappeared, but this time, unlike before, it emanated a terrifying strength. Hela was taken aback, unable to process the fact that her man could revive. Moreover, after his resurrection, there was an odd transformation in his aura. Unbeknownst to UGF, Hela had been fixated on him. Whilst he had his gaze firmly fixed upon his opponent's scythe, he could feel that the ancient deity's scythe was decidedly amiss. Yet he had yet to comprehend its true nature. Did it affect his soul or his corporeal form? It was utterly inscrutable. Just then, his adversary made another move, swinging the scythe once more in his direction. The action mirrored the previous one, and before UGF could react, his body shattered yet again. At this moment, even UGF could discern the malevolence of his opponent's power. It was truly uncanny. Do not presume you can infinitely revive without consequence. Your naivety is astounding. You have no understanding of what divinity entails. While you may resurrect endlessly, I can just as easily strike you down repeatedly. You stand no chance. The ancient deity intoned slowly to UGF, who revived yet again, the power within him surging anew. In that moment, UGF launched himself at his foe, perplexed by the ancient god's capabilities. Although he could not decipher them, it did not deter him from formulating a strategy. If his strength was sufficiently formidable, he could disregard his opponent's power. UGF's impulsive actions were evident, particularly from the ancient deity's perspective. Thus, the deity swung the scythe once more, and UGF shattered yet again. In a brief span, UGF restored himself. The distance between them was not far, yet due to the relentless cycle of death, he still failed to reach the ancient god. The deity displayed a hint of disdain, clearly viewing UGF's current actions as tantamount to seeking death. UGF took a deep breath. Whether to attack or flee, he realized that if he chose to retreat, his opponent would undoubtedly strike. Conversely, if he opted for offense, the deity would still retaliate. Therefore, it was preferable to engage directly. Clearly, your powers have nearly returned, allowing you to harness the causal forces of a new era. I have underestimated you, relics of the past. UGF continued to battle, and a somewhat familiar voice echoed. He turned swiftly. As anticipated, the Eternal among the 5 deities had arrived. Not only was Eternal present, but 2 other figures seemed to accompany him. A brief glance at UGF revealed that the deities of the new era were poised to clash once more with those of the old. However, before the gods could engage, UGF had already emerged, unwittingly assuming a role that could prove somewhat troublesome. Squinting, UGF surveyed the battlefield. He had just gleaned from Eternal the nature of his opponent's abilities. That scythe could sever his causal threads, delivering a devastating blow. The 4 ancient gods suddenly turned at the sight of Eternal, initially surprised at whether he might have summoned all the deities of the new era, only to find that there were merely 3 of them. This revelation eased their apprehension. The 4 ancient gods had emerged from the old era with unwavering confidence in their abilities, despite the sacrifices made for their revolutionary breakthroughs. The foes before them did not instill a sense of despair. What was more crucial was the distinct essence they sensed emanating from their adversaries. The 3 deities of the new era posed no threat to them. The towering ancient deity shifted his focus back to UGF. In contrast to Eternal, it was UGF who now captured his attention, as he had contemplated UGF's form countless times. Regrettably, he had yet to seize a true opportunity to claim UGF's body, who continued to revive, while the deity's causal power surged. As long as the scythe remained in his grasp, UGF would have no chance of turning the tide. With this in mind, the ancient deity swung his scythe once more, seemingly oblivious to the fact that UGF's golden hair shimmered radiantly. Chapter 200, The Mightiest Scion. The bloodline of the Super Scion, in many ways, represents the ultimate form of the Scion. However, even within this state, there exist numerous variations, with each stage merely denoting an evolutionary path for the Super Scion. In truth, the powers contained within the 1st through 4th generations of Super Scions are vastly different. For instance, the strength UGF currently possesses appears capable of directly transcending to the 3rd generation of Super Scion. Yet, he has not fully awakened the bloodline of each generation. It was precisely through his countless deaths that he touched upon something different. The perfect form of the first generation of super scions enveloped him at this moment. Ujia's gaze transformed. Previously, it was marked by madness and an insatiable thirst for battle, death, and destruction. Now, those desires had vanished entirely, leaving only a profound indifference in his eyes, as if nothing in the world could stir his thoughts. The ancient deity had not anticipated that, in such a brief span due to the cycle of death, Ujia would fully unlock the potential of the super scion. When he attempted to focus again, he found himself unable to lock onto his target, leaving the ancient deity truly astonished. How could this be? How could you possibly elevate your strength to this stage in such a short time? The scythe could lock onto an individual's causality, severing their ties and thereby eradicating them. Once a person's causality is entirely obliterated, they become disconnected from this world. Ujia, due to the codex of life, could revive infinitely in this realm. Yet, because of his super scion nature, he could infinitely augment his combat prowess through this cycle of resurrection. Ujia had not extensively developed the power of the super scion, for he understood that unlocking its potential required even more death. The greater the wounds one endures, the more formidable one's combat prowess becomes. Originally, Ujia believed that countless battles were necessary to fully harness the power of a super scion. However, he never anticipated that it would be amidst this assembly of ancient deities that his bloodline's potential would be utterly awakened. Presently, Ujia has achieved the most perfect state of a super scion. His first-generation strength now surpasses that of the third generation at its pinnacle. This is even without him entering the second stage. The super scion transformation consists of 3 stages, each capable of unleashing terrifying power. However, these stages differ significantly. From the initial phase to the pinnacle, there are 4 stages in total, and it is rare for a scion to ascend directly to the peak stage. Typically, they transition from the latter stages directly to the second stage, often neglecting the pinnacle period. Once a scion reaches the pinnacle stage, their overall combat power experiences a drastic surge. Since you've been playing around for so long, isn't it time for me to take my turn? As he spoke, Ujia charged forward. Mr. Ujia's speed and strength were now utterly transformed compared to before. Most importantly, the scythe held by his opponent posed no threat whatsoever, allowing Ujia to confirm that he could eliminate his adversary in a remarkably short time. The ancient deity remained incredulous, questioning how Ujia could have amplified his combat power so drastically in such a brief span. Was it truly beyond belief? Did his foe possess the ability to resurrect infinitely and augment their strength? This thought was swiftly dismissed by the ancient deity, for he could not fathom the existence of such a being within the universe. Even they, standing at the pinnacle of their era, lacked such power. The other 3 ancient deities turned their gazes towards Ujia, astonished that the scythe capable of severing causality had not only failed to dismantle Ujia, but had instead propelled him into a new realm of strength. The 3 ancient deities exchanged glances, aware that circumstances had shifted. The events unfolding now had taken an unforeseen turn. Simultaneously, Ujia narrowed his eyes, concealing the extent of his power. However, eternity, having battled against him, recognized that this force was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond imagination. Eternity initially believed he would need to unite the powers of other deities to suppress Ujia. But due to the presence of the 4 ancient deities from the bygone era, he realized that was no longer necessary. He speculated that Ujia would likely be unable to evade their combined assault. Yet, Ujia was about to demonstrate that neither the deities of the new era nor those of the ancient times could hope to subdue him. In a matter of moments, the towering ancient deity was hurled away, as Ujia's power had fully manifested against him. At this moment, Ujia employed no combat techniques, relying solely on the innate strength coursing through his being. It must be said, this sensation was utterly exhilarating. He had not anticipated such immense power within himself. Should I thank you for allowing me to experience this formidable version of myself? As Ujia spoke to the ancient deity, his fist struck once more against the opponent's chest, causing it to crack slightly. The entire chest soon shattered, unable to withstand the might of Ujia. He did not halt his assault. One ancient deity was insufficient to satiate him. His target was all 4 ancient deities. They all must perish. In a breath, a terrifying power erupted forth, surpassing even his previous display. In an instant, all 4 ancient deities were sent flying. Each bore wounds from the encounter, leaving eternity increasingly unnerved at the sight. Ujia's exhibited strength exceeded his wildest expectations, prompting him to reconsider engaging further. The best course of action that now occupied his mind was to flee. for to continue battling could lead to unforeseen consequences on the ancient deity's side, and he was well aware that his chances of survival were slim. The current Yu-Jie was simply too fearsome, even from a distance. One could sense the tremors coursing through their bodies, a testament to Yu-Jie's overwhelming might. As Yu-Jie continued to face death, an infinite wellspring of power surged within him, whether through the Codex of Life or the Super Saiyan transformation. Each in its own right provided Yu-Jie with a wealth of strength. Previously, he had not placed undue emphasis on these matters. After all, Yu-Jie understood that regardless of the opponent he faced, as long as they exerted pressure upon him, it signified an opportunity for his strength to be further amplified. This realization led him to elevate his power to an even greater stage. The actions of the ancient deities had sealed their fates. There was no possibility of redemption. Moreover, the relentless gaze of the ancient deities remained fixed upon him. Their intent to slay him was unmistakable. This ensured that one of them must perish. Yet for Yu-Jie, death was not an option. His power guaranteed that. Why can a mere human possess such formidable strength? This defies the laws of the universe. One ancient deity exclaimed. To them, the power Yu-Jie exhibited was not something a mere earthling should wield. However, regardless of their perspective, Yu-Jie remained just an ordinary human from Earth, which only served to amplify their confusion. They began to hesitate, realizing that Yu-Jie had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. Most alarmingly, the sheer ferocity of his power was overwhelming. With a surge of strength, Yu-Jie granted his opponents little opportunity to react. If the ancient deities harbored intentions towards him, he would ensure they received no glimmer of hope. An unparalleled force erupted in an instant, dwarfing even his prior displays. The ancient deities were caught off guard as Yu-Jie closed the distance between them, unleashing another ki blast. This time, however, the ki blast bore a fundamental difference from those he had previously conjured. As Yu-Jie summoned this power, an array of ki blasts radiated outward from his being, each more terrifying than the last. This was the epitome of Super Saiyan strength. Furthermore, due to his previous encounters with death, Yu-Jie had activated the most perfect states of each Super Saiyan stage. Now, for Yu-Jie, it would only require the slightest movement of his hand to eliminate his targets. The ancient deities were taken aback, unable to fathom how Yu-Jie could elevate his power once more in such a brief period. Shock was etched across their faces as they collectively chose to retreat. They were acutely aware that resolving the matter with Yu-Jie in this locale would prove to be rather troublesome, most notably because they could not discern any semblance of a limit to his capabilities. Generally speaking, in the event of an actual confrontation, both parties would contemplate the nature of their adversary and seek opportunities amidst the fray. However, to their astonishment, they found no such openings in Yu-Jie. He appeared as an impenetrable force. Was it worthwhile to engage in a battle devoid of foreseeable resolution? The ancient deity had no desire to pursue such a conflict, as he deemed it merely a waste of time. His gaze remained fixated on Yu-Jie, for they understood that every action taken by him was pivotal to the unfolding events. Should Yu-Jie exhibit even the slightest alteration in demeanor, there might remain a glimmer of hope. Yet, if he were to genuinely take action, it would likely herald an escalation of complications in a remarkably short span. This had already been evidenced in prior encounters. Nevertheless, the ancient deities still believed their power could not be subdued by Yu-Jie. I am curious. Do you still harbor the illusion that you can contend as you once did? As Yu-Jie spoke, his eyes were also fixed upon the ancient deity. For him, the previous skirmishes were mere accidents, incidents that would not alter the course of events. Moreover, he had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment, which was the crux of the matter. Now, that moment had arrived. The adversaries had no prospect of launching an attack against him at this juncture. This was the essence of his confidence. In scarcely a heartbeat, Yu-Jie launched his assault anew. The energy wave was merely an appetizer. The true power belonging to Yu-Jie was firmly under his control, and this time he would radiate that strength across the entire battlefield. It was predominantly Yu-Jie's might, and even the Eternal, who was spectating, narrowed his eyes in this moment. The Eternal was well aware of the magnitude of Yu-Jie's power. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yu-Jie could unleash such formidable strength in such a brief interval, as if each second transformed him into an entirely new entity. Previously, he had perceived Yu-Jie as powerful, but believed that he would not impose excessive pressure upon himself. In hindsight, he realized his naivety, especially now that Yu-Jie had unleashed his power. The Eternal could sense not only the suppression of the ancient deities, but also a portion of that force directed toward himself. It dawned on him that Yu-Jie intended to engage not solely with the ancient deity, but also had his sights set upon him, albeit he had yet to find a suitable opportunity for direct confrontation. Furthermore, Since the ancient deity had not been vanquished by Yujie, the latter had only revealed a fraction of his true power. However, even that slight manifestation was terrifying enough. The Eternal exchanged glances with the two other deities beside him, and their expressions reflected a palpable fear. All three deities instinctively retreated, acutely aware of the formidable threat embodied in Yujie's displayed prowess. The notion of defeating Yujie in such an environment seemed preposterous. Moreover, with Yujie engaged in combat with the ancient deity, it presented them with an optimal scenario. They were even less inclined to ally with the ancient deity against Yujie. Chapter 202. Cherishing the present. They must not afford him any opportunity. Should he seize a chance, their survival would be utterly jeopardized. The ancient deity suddenly spoke, emphasizing that the paramount objective was to genuinely curtail Yujie's advancement. With Yujie's strength manifest before them, should his combat prowess continue to escalate, even the ancient deities would stand no chance of withstanding him. Ironically, the stance Yujie currently exhibited was utterly inscrutable. Just a moment ago, one might have felt capable of suppressing him, yet in the blink of an eye, Yujie would unveil the harsh truth that such thoughts were mere folly. Similarly, Yujie's gaze was fixed upon the ancient deities. He could sense that, from the outset until now, none of the four ancient deities had displayed any particularly potent force. This realization struck him with surprise, swiftly morphing into an understanding. If his opponents could not resolve him in a short span, it meant they were compelled to follow his lead. This notion prompted a smile from Yujie, as an even more terrifying power erupted from him. The strength of a super scion had long been perfected by Yujie, and now his golden hair cascaded down to his shoulders. In an instant, even the ancient deities were taken aback. Just a moment ago, they had been deliberating whether to launch a more ferocious assault against Yujie. Now, he demonstrated through sheer force that true strength is never merely a matter of bravado. The power Yujie showcased was overwhelmingly formidable, instantly quelling any dissenting thoughts among them. Yet, even at this moment, Yujie did not relinquish control of his power, instead allowing it to radiate outward gradually. Just as the energy wave had previously illustrated, he perceived that this was his finest opportunity. He regretted not seizing it sooner. For him, failing to grasp this chance would signify an irrevocable loss of prospects. I once believed that deities possessed some extraordinary prowess, yet it appears even they can succumb to fear and bleed. Should I then usher you on your way? As he spoke, an even more terrifying force erupted from Yujie, his once shoulder-length golden hair now extending wildly to his waist. In this moment, Yujie resembled a harbinger of death itself, an aura of sheer terror emanating from him. For the ancient deities, they had long recognized Yujie's immense power. However, at that time, they had been under the impression that they could measure up to him with their own might. Now, in retrospect, they found the reality had utterly shattered their expectations, as the chasm between them only widened. After exchanging glances, the ancient deities who had initially approached Yujie began to exhibit signs of retreat. They had no desire to continue battling Yujie, as his terrifying strength had profoundly astonished them. Ironically, at this moment, it seemed Yujie had yet to fully unveil his capabilities. This very uncertainty left all present unable to ensure that unforeseen circumstances would not arise, a sentiment particularly poignant for the ancient deities. Taking a deep breath, the ancient deity strove to harness his power, and soon, each of the four ancient deities bore their respective artifacts. Yujie was no stranger to this unfolding scene. For prior, the towering ancient deity had already produced his scythe, while Yujie had been unaware of the powers inherent in these artifacts. He could now surmise that they likely extended the individual capabilities of each ancient deity, allowing them to wield strengths they otherwise lacked. It was this very power that had enabled them to prevail in numerous encounters, yet the Yujie of today was a far cry from the Yujie of yore. In the past, Yujie may have lacked the ability to confront those accursed ancient gods. However, now, he possesses the strength to thoroughly suppress these beings. According to his own thoughts, he believes he can once again elevate his power within a short span of time. Previously, Yujie was unaware that the strength of a super scion could merge directly with that of a Kryptonian. Even earlier, his potential as a silver Superman was on the verge of awakening, yet it remained ensnared at a bottleneck. No matter his efforts, he could not breach the threshold to become a golden Superman. Now, with the power of the super scion fully converged within him, Yujie was astonished to discover that all previous obstacles had vanished. More importantly, a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. For Yujie, this was an unprecedented experience of immense power. Each movement exuded a terrifying force capable of annihilating worlds. An unparalleled strength radiated throughout his being. causing him to squint his eyes in anticipation of how the ancient gods would contend with him, especially since he had already managed to thoroughly suppress them. It was commendable that they had ideas, provided those ideas could be sustained. At least from Ujia's perspective, he was entirely unconcerned about the ancient god's thoughts. The impact of his instantaneous teleportation combined with the explosive power of a Kryptonian was nothing short of extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before them. One of the ancient gods wielding a staff looked on in disbelief at Ujia's proximity. His staff, akin to the scythe of the towering ancient god, shared a semblance. However, while the scythe severed causality, his staff merely confined space. Once space was sealed, speed became irrelevant. Even the thought of moving in his presence seemed absurd. Yet Ujia demonstrated with his formidable strength that the ancient god's artifact was as useless as a mere firewood stick. Before the ancient god could gather his thoughts, Ujia's fist struck him with tremendous force. What could be accomplished in a mere second? For others, it might be just a fleeting moment. Yet Ujia used his fist to send all four ancient gods hurtling away. Chapter 203, The Ancient Gods Meet Their Doom. In the blink of an eye, Ujia unleashed his most powerful strength. This was something the ancient gods had never anticipated, as they still clutched their respective artifacts. Each artifact was supposed to enhance their power. However, as Ujia initiated his assault, they realized they had not conquered any strength. Quite the opposite. They had become malleable entities within Ujia's grasp, inciting their profound fury. The ancient gods had long forgotten how stifled they felt. Even when confronted by the gods of the new era, they had never experienced such humiliation. Yet now, Ujia used his might to subdue them entirely. Each was unable to break free, leaving their thoughts increasingly tempestuous. With their current strength, attempting to defeat him was akin to chasing phantoms. Did they still wish to flee as they had done previously? Ujia's sudden proclamation caught the ancient gods off guard. Just as one of them considered this course of action, they realized the situation had shifted. A more terrifying force had emerged around them. The ancient gods were not foolish enough to miss this revelation. Ujia was not merely suppressing them. He had also locked down the surrounding space. Should anyone attempt to shatter the spatial barrier to escape, they would inevitably face Ujia's assault. The ancient gods understood this well, and thus exchanged glances, needing to devise the most suitable method to counter him. Otherwise, as time stretched on, they would find themselves devoid of any opportunity. The ancient gods' reasoning was, in some respects, exceedingly naive, for they had no comprehension of the true might of their adversary. Yet soon, their gazes refocused on Ujia. Given the ongoing battle, it was evident that a resolution could not be attained without confronting Ujia directly. Consequently, they summoned forth the power within their beings. As deities, they possessed an inherent pride that would not allow them to flee in disgrace once more. In no time, the towering ancient god charged at Ujia again, his scythe emanating an exceptionally radiant black light. Beneath this darkness, another layer seemed to exist, leaving even Ujia somewhat astonished. He recognized that these ancient gods were not his match. Their optimal strategy would have been to open a portal to another world and flee. However, Ujia did not anticipate that they would choose to engage him in combat instead. The balance of power between them was at a favorable stage. Initially, Ujia held the upper hand. However, the ancient gods' seemingly suicidal actions stirred them into action. For a fleeting moment, one of them could have overpowered Ujia. But that moment was far too brief. At least the ancient gods at present lacked the strength to seize that instant, and Ujia, needing to do nothing, swiftly grasped the scythe in his hands. In the next moment, he exerted his strength, tearing the scythe apart completely, without directly attacking his opponent. Instead, he obliterated the weapon in his opponent's grasp. This occurrence was entirely unforeseen. Even Eternity, observing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He had closely watched the battle, eager to discern the outcome. Would Ujia's superior skill result in the demise of his opponents? Or would the ancient gods of the old era triumph over Ujia's lifeless form to restore their former strength? Eternity could not ascertain what would transpire, for he understood the vast disparity between their powers. A trivial event could lead to unimaginable consequences. Now, looking on, it was clear that Ujia had altered everything through his own death. Previously, Eternity had witnessed Ujia, after perishing, transformed from a mere liability into a being of terrifying power. In facing the ancient gods, Ujia employed the same tactics he had used before. It was precisely due to this that Eternity realized the battle was nearing its conclusion. As expected, once Ujia completely shattered the ancient goddess artifact, his power surged anew. In the next instant, the towering ancient god found himself utterly engulfed by Ujia's might. And at that moment, Yu-Jie's expression shifted. For just as he prepared to strike the towering ancient god, he sensed a tremor in the space around him. He had previously secured the area completely. He was confident that anyone attempting to escape would meet his demise. But who could have anticipated that the ancient gods would use one of their own as bait, causing him to lag behind their speed, thus allowing the opponent to slip away once more from his grasp? Yu-Jie's expression grew increasingly grim. The opportunity he had finally seized seemed to have been seized by the other party instead. In an instant, Yu-Jie turned his head, his gaze fixated upon eternity. Although the deities of the old era had departed, and the detestable ancient gods were nowhere to be seen, Yu-Jie felt an urgent need for eternity at this moment. He required eternity to elucidate certain matters for him. At the very least, eternity ought to bear a slight cost for this. After all, had it not been for eternity's presence, the opponent might not have fled so swiftly while observing from the sidelines. Yu-Jie's prowess, undeniably formidable, had reached a certain zenith. Yet, he possessed sufficient self-awareness to recognize that the ancient gods certainly held some hidden trump cards. The reason the ancient gods refrained from employing their concealed strengths and chose to retreat was largely due to their awareness of eternity's emergence. Once they engaged Yu-Jie in a mutually destructive struggle, it was inevitable that eternity would reap the benefits. This was something the ancient gods could never accept. Hence, they opted to withdraw at the earliest opportunity, avoiding further combat with Yu-Jie. Chapter 204, The Scarlet Witch. Earth. Yu-Jie and his wife were waging battles across the cosmos. However, the present Earth was also embroiled in an unforeseen conflict, as the rift between mutants and S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified. Even the X-Men had become increasingly occupied, and the current situation was proving to be a considerable headache for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he understood that his headaches could not resolve the issues at hand, for he lacked extraordinary powers. In the ongoing mutant-instigated war, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared to be utterly impotent. Fortunately, having sensed that numerous changes were afoot, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached out to several enhanced warriors. These individuals, while appearing to be agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., were, in fact, merely contract workers who had signed agreements. It was precisely due to the involvement of these contractors that S.H.I.E.L.D. experienced a slight alleviation of the impacts brought forth by the mutant conflict. However, what astonished the director most was the emergence of the Hulk. This formidable entity was no stranger to him. He recognized it as Yu-Jie's servant, indeed, the only subordinate Yu-Jie possessed. Yet, the Hulk had been wandering outside, not once, but multiple times clashing with mutants. Upon learning of this, the director immediately sought out the Hulk, hoping he might join their ranks. At that moment, the Hulk was still on the path to seek power, and without hesitation, he acquiesced to the director's request. He understood that aligning with S.H.I.E.L.D. would lead to an unending series of battles ahead. As anticipated, once S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the Hulk's allegiance, they promptly informed him of the imminent combat awaiting him. In no time, the Hulk was thrust into the battlefield. Logically, the Hulk had faced the mutants on numerous occasions. Yet this time he could distinctly sense that the mutants were attacking with a frenzied intensity, seemingly for no reason at all. They could have approached the conflict with a more measured strategy, yet their current actions were utterly incomprehensible, revealing themselves in a manner that was previously unthinkable. Moreover, their fervor exceeded all expectations. As the Hulk pondered this, he engaged in battle with these foes. The Hulk's innate strength was truly terrifying, and coupled with the combat experiences he had recently endured, his prowess had escalated to an exceedingly formidable stage. Now, the Hulk regarded these wretched mutants with silence, charging at them like a relentless killing machine. Each mutant possessed unique superpowers that rendered them formidable on the battlefield. However, they faced an opponent in the Hulk who required no such powers, relying solely on his physical might to vanquish even the most monstrous of entities. As these foolish mutants observed the Hulk's approach, they hastily began to set traps using their abilities. Yet, in the next moment, as the Hulk advanced, they were left dumbfounded. His speed was astonishing. Mere seconds ago, he had been hundreds of meters away, and now he stood directly before them. These mutants were still contemplating how to subdue the Hulk with their powers. A group of pathetic weaklings believed that by hiding, they could ensure their survival. The Hulk roared as he charged toward his adversaries. It must be said that after suffering considerable losses at the hands of the Hulk, the mutants' immediate thought was to flee. They understood that should the battle continue, they would surely be no match for the Hulk and would face annihilation. Thus, without a second thought, they chose to escape, and witnessing this, the Hulk felt a surge of fury welling within him. The Hulk's strength, speed, and defense had always been governed by his rage. Now, he no longer suppressed that fury. This led to a terrifying surge in his power, and in an instant, he leaped into the air, utilizing the advantage of elevation. The Hulk quickly discerned the location of the fleeing adversaries. He leaped forward, a move that appeared somewhat reckless. Even the mutants had not anticipated that their hard-won escape from pursuit would be thwarted in the very next moment. The Hulk descended from the sky, his body drenched in blood that was not his own, but rather that of the mutants. The faces of some mutants turned pale with dread. Wasn't this monster also a mutant? Why would this mutant seek to eradicate us? This was utterly inconceivable. The previously dominating presence of the mutants had vanished, leaving only the Hulk, wielding his overwhelming strength to decimate the remaining mutants. The mutants had not expected the Hulk to be so terrifying, especially given the speed at which he dispatched his foes. The last mutant barely had time to utter a word before being reduced to a mere mass of flesh by the Hulk's overwhelming might. Observing the power he had extracted from his fallen enemies, the Hulk nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon sensed a far more potent force emanating from the northeast. Contemplating this, the Hulk charged in that direction, eager to discover whether it was yet another group of detestable mutants. These wretches had been emerging with increasing frequency, shedding their previous cunning demeanor. Upon arriving in the northeastern region, the Hulk encountered a striking figure, cloaked in red and levitating in midair. The sight was astonishing. Were Yu-Jie present, he would have immediately recognized this as the Scarlet Witch. Yet, the current embodiment of the Scarlet Witch bore crimson eyes, entirely devoid of the familiar visage Yu-Jie had known. She appeared to be a madwoman, unleashing her powers with abandon. The Hulk merely cast a glance her way, his brow furrowing in concern. The power she exhibited was peculiar, yet undeniably formidable. Even from a distance, the Hulk could sense her might before he even approached her. Chapter 205. The Uncontrollable Force of Chaos. Is the Scarlet Witch powerful? Naturally. Regrettably, the Hulk remains oblivious to the true extent of her might. To him, the Scarlet Witch merely appears to be a mutant with a modicum of ability. Yet, what reason does a mutant have to persist in existence? In a fit of rage, the Hulk lunges towards her, but even before he can close the distance, he senses that he is courting death. A mere 5 meters away, he finds himself inexplicably immobilized. And in that instant, the Scarlet Witch pivots, her crimson eyes locking onto his. It seems another intriguing plaything has arrived. Though this one is utterly unaware of the peril it faces. The corners of her mouth curl into a slight smile, yet her words carry no hint of jest. They sound more like the casual observation of an inconsequential matter. The Hulk's gaze scrutinizes her form, for he is still uncertain of the full extent of her power. However, as he realizes he cannot approach her, he understands that her strength far surpasses his initial assumptions. Thus, he resolves to seek another opportunity to strike. For continuing the battle as it stands may prove more complex than he anticipated. Since he has come this far, he shall not retreat. Let him pay the price with his life. The Scarlet Witch extends her hand, and an even more terrifying force erupts forth. It is crucial to note that the direction of her assault is directly aimed at the Hulk's position. As he contemplates an attack on her, the Scarlet Witch senses his murderous intent. If he harbors such hostility towards her, she shall not permit him to live. In the next moment, a surge of power explodes from her hand, aimed squarely at the Hulk's chest. In an instant, a cascade of blood erupts from his torso, and the wound begins to spread. The Hulk, now collapsed on the ground, feels an unsettling change within his body. Yet, in the following moment, his expression shifts as he discovers an inexplicable rage brewing deep within him. He knows full well that this fury is likely incited by the Scarlet Witch. He has never faced an opponent quite like her. The damage she has inflicted upon him without provocation is intolerable. The Hulk, acting on instinct, launches another assault against the Scarlet Witch. However, what he remains unaware of is the terrifying nature of the chaotic magic wielded by the Scarlet Witch. Previously, she had maintained her ordinary life at home. Yet, who could have foreseen the outbreak of war among mutants? Countless deaths and battles now encircle the earth. This upheaval has awakened the Scarlet Witch, igniting the magic of the soul that resides within her mind. A previously unfathomable thought emerges: the total eradication of all living beings on Earth. One must concede that this is an exceedingly mad, even incomprehensible notion. Nevertheless, the Scarlet Witch is resolute in her intent. At this moment, the Hulk and the Scarlet Witch collide once more. Previously, the Hulk could only observe her from a distance of around 5 meters. Now, Driven by his anger, he surges forward, closing the distance by 2 full meters. To some extent, this signifies a progression in his strength, for the Scarlet Witch regards him with a hint of surprise. She recognizes the latent power within his formidable physique. Yet she does not believe he can breach the barrier she has established to confront her directly. Yet, astonishingly, the Hulk defies her expectations, compelling the Scarlet Witch to take him seriously. The chaotic magic that belongs to her once again manifests around her, a force of unparalleled terror. Before the Hulk can approach her, he is once more sent hurtling backward. The expression in his eyes shifts as he contemplates the absurdity of the situation. How is this possible? What kind of power is this, and why does it feel so peculiar? He has yet to draw near her. Before his thoughts can fully coalesce, he senses another wave of energy erupting from her. This time, the force is directed at him once more. Do you not comprehend your actions? Do you not harbor thoughts of me? All who dare to change my fate must perish. Perhaps even the Scarlet Witch is unaware of the transformation within her. Everything seems to have shifted, for the person she once was, a rational mutant, has now given way to a tempestuous and unpredictable entity. The awakening of her power has stripped her of her previous restraint, rendering her akin to a madwoman. Every action she undertakes is fueled by the tempest of her inner thoughts. Her logic is twisted. If one does not offend her, she will not retaliate. This should not constitute a normal moral framework, yet in the eyes of the Scarlet Witch, any individual who appears before her is an affront. Thus, that individual must face death. This bizarre logic, combined with the Scarlet Witch's horrific power, has wrought unparalleled devastation upon the city. Many could hardly fathom that a single mutant could exert such influence in such a brief span of time. The sheer magnitude of her terrifying power eludes description. Yet the Scarlet Witch single-handedly reshapes the perceptions of those around her. The Hulk gradually regains control over his strength, intent on launching another offensive against her. The Scarlet Witch merely glances at him, instantly discerning his intentions. Alas, she remains indifferent to his machinations. She is acutely aware of her own might. With a mere snap of her fingers, she could bring about cataclysmic destruction. It is not a being like the Hulk who can hope to defeat her. Moreover, she is curious to witness how far the Hulk's rage can propel his strength. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to close 2 meters. The Hulk continues to pound his chest, and in the next moment, he has reached her side. Indeed, he has halved the distance from 3 meters to 1. This time, a sneer of disdain graces the Hulk's features. Chapter 206, Decimating the Hulk. The Scarlet Witch gazes at the Hulk with a hint of surprise, for she perceives that he believes he lacks the right to approach her. Yet, here he is, encroaching upon her space. The Hulk spits blood, his face contorted with contempt as he regards the Scarlet Witch. Do you think you can defeat me by adopting this lofty demeanor? It is, quite frankly, the most ludicrous joke imaginable. As he speaks, the Hulk advances a little closer, having previously failed to breach the gap between them. Now, with his inner strength awakened, he can exert some control over his body, propelling himself towards the Scarlet Witch. However, his assumptions are naive. The moment he extends his hand, the Scarlet Witch responds. Who do you think you are to dare laugh here? Do you even have the right to do so? The instant the Scarlet Witch speaks, terror is born, an overwhelming, almost unfathomable terror. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted forth. An unparalleled strength had been thoroughly unleashed in the vicinity, sending the Hulk hurtling backward once more. As he felt the pain coursing through his body, disbelief marred the Hulk's expression. He never anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. He had harbored the belief that he could reach the Scarlet Witch and eliminate her. Yet, she once again awakened him with her formidable power, and alongside the pain, a surge of fury welled up within him. Rage is the wellspring of the Hulk's strength, and for a fleeting moment, he momentarily forgot his physical agony. Charging toward his adversary, the momentum was reminiscent of previous encounters, yet fundamentally different, for the Hulk had not laid a finger on the Scarlet Witch until now. This time, he astonishingly breached every barrier she had erected, arriving directly before her. A powerful punch landed squarely upon her form. Following this strike, the Scarlet Witch was propelled backward like a kite caught in the wind, crashing heavily amidst the ruins. The Hulk's visage was etched with disdain. He understood that the Scarlet Witch was not as simple as she appeared. However, once he closed the distance, she was rendered as powerless as any other foe. This encapsulated the Hulk's perception of the Scarlet Witch, but in the next moment, the ruins began to tremble as a far more terrifying force erupted. The Scarlet Witch emerged from the debris, enveloped in an unimaginable crimson radiance. Within that red glow simmered a palpable fury. Only she knew the depths of her rage. And in mere moments, she unleashed her power, directing it entirely toward the Hulk. He could not fathom how the Scarlet Witch could re-emerge so swiftly, nor could he comprehend the immense power she now wielded. Yet, before he could react, or even make a move, her strength manifested upon him. The Hulk was sent flying, the wounds on his body expanding in that instant. His face was etched with disbelief. He had never expected events to spiral into this chaos. He had assumed that while he would be somewhat subdued by her, she could never truly be his equal. This had been the source of his confidence. However, confronted with the Scarlet Witch's offensive, the Hulk realized his prior beliefs were rather ludicrous. Before her, he seemed to possess no opportunity to resist, and this sense of helplessness morphed into an unexpected thrill. As this exhilarating sensation intensified, he could no longer contain the power within his form, and in the next moment, the Hulk roared defiantly to the heavens. A far more terrifying force erupted from him, an occurrence that had previously been inconceivable. For the Hulk's strength, to some extent, required rage to be unleashed, yet rage is inherently limited. If a person's anger were boundless, they could hardly be deemed human. Rather, they would resemble a beast. Until now, the Hulk had not merely ignited his fury once. He had sought to fully ignite this power, yet his aspirations had been lofty, while reality remained harsh. He had failed to discover the means to unlock the door to his rage. Yet, by a twist of fate, his battle with the Scarlet Witch had inadvertently opened this door. A wholly new and perfect stage was born. The wounds upon his body began to fade, and the Scarlet Witch's gaze was fixed upon him. As his opponent, she had observed him more than anyone else. She could sense that the Hulk was now vastly different from before, the most apparent change being that everything about him seemed transformed. He no longer resembled the Hulk she had known, and there was an inexplicable aura emanating from him. You are not that individual. The one she had encountered could never possess such formidable power. Who exactly are you? The Scarlet Witch was unaware that someone could amplify their strength through rage. But according to her perception, a new hypothesis emerged. The Hulk before her was no longer the Hulk she had faced. For the previous incarnation had been but a mere shadow of potential. Before her stood a person who had completely transformed. Of course, compared to the Hulk she had just faced, he was now merely a somewhat more formidable shadow of his former self. In the next moment, the Scarlet Witch unleashed her own power, eager to observe what surprises this transformed being could present. However, when her strength impacted the Hulk, she was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated that her power, once unleashed, would fail to injure him. No, the Scarlet Witch narrowed her eyes as fragments of recent events replayed in her mind. And she quickly came to a realization. This peculiar force allowed him to recover instantaneously upon impact. Such an unusual power could not possibly belong to him. Chapter 207. It's my turn. You have been so audacious for so long. Isn't it time for me to take the stage? As these words were spoken, another surge of power manifested within the Hulk. He discovered that after unlocking this new phase, his control over his body and emotions had transcended to an entirely different echelon. Previously, he had to deliberately provoke himself, contemplating thoughts that incited his anger to elevate his strength. Now, it seemed that merely recalling anger was sufficient to unleash it. And in that instant of fury, he could elevate his power to an entirely new level. The explosion of strength was astonishingly effortless, so much so that the Hulk no longer required extensive contemplation to elevate his power to this new pinnacle. Consequently, the Hulk once again advanced toward the Scarlet Witch. His power directly impacted her being, and prior to this, she had been assessing him, eager to discern the differences between this Hulk and the one she had once known. Clearly, he had been a mere ineffectual being, yet now he dared to exhibit such audacity in her presence. Are you attempting to convey to me that you possess an immensely powerful strength? A trace of disdain flickered in the Scarlet Witch's eyes. No one understood the current situation more than she did. Although the Hulk had undergone some transformation, resulting in a different appearance and a semblance of increased strength. To the Scarlet Witch, this was hardly an extraordinary revelation. She had yet to fully unleash her chaotic magic. In but an instant, the Scarlet Witch summoned her power anew. This time, her enhanced strength was far more terrifying than before. As the Hulk charged, she effortlessly swatted him aside, as if he were a mere fly. Yet, in the next moment, the Hulk stood once more, like an indomitable insect, relentlessly charging at the Scarlet Witch again. Initially, she did not take him seriously, continuing to dismiss him as she would an insect, eager to witness what he intended to accomplish. However, what the Scarlet Witch did not anticipate was that, despite her repeated actions, her opponent could still rise again, brimming with vitality, and confront her once more. Even the Scarlet Witch could sense that something was amiss. It seemed that with each resurgence, her adversary's strength only grew more formidable. Little did she know that the Hulk, having entered this new phase, possessed a mastery over his body that far exceeded his previous capabilities. Most notably, he could elevate his strength in a remarkably short span of time. Yet, due to his fury, this enhancement was severely limited. It required a period to fully harness the explosive might dwelling within his breath. Simultaneously, the Scarlet Witch could hardly fathom that the Hulk, having shed his former demeanor, unleashed a powerful punch upon her. Shouldn't it be my turn to strike? After all, I've allowed you to toy with me for long enough. It is only fair that you pay some price. As he spoke, the Hulk's fist once again smashed into the Scarlet Witch. He had awaited this moment for far too long, having been mercilessly tormented by her previously. Her power seemed to offer him no opportunities for retaliation. Thus, the Hulk understood that defeating her swiftly would not be as simple as it appeared. He needed to incite his own anger repeatedly, unearthing the fury within him. Fortunately, the Scarlet Witch was an intriguing woman, and thus he was able to channel his rage effectively, elevating his strength to an entirely new level, enabling him to send her flying. This surge was further fueled by her own power. One could not help but note the surprise that flickered in the Scarlet Witch's eyes as she witnessed the might the Hulk was exhibiting. She had not anticipated that he could elevate his power to such heights at this juncture. Yet, the next moment, after taking a deep breath, the Scarlet Witch soared into the air. A look of disdain crossed her features. She had never considered the Hulk a genuine threat. His current display seemed but a fleeting phenomenon. After all, could a fleeting bloom ever be deemed a pinnacle? Red light cascaded from the Scarlet Witch's hands. However, just as she believed she was on the verge of vanquishing the Hulk, he suddenly crouched low to the ground and propelled himself upwards with astounding force. Though the Hulk lacked the ability to fly, a fact that granted the Scarlet Witch a natural advantage, she was unprepared for his remarkable leap. With such tremendous strength, he soared into the air, and the Scarlet Witch had initially intended to strike him down with her own powers. Yet, confronted with the terrifying strength he displayed, she found it almost inconceivable, leading to yet another blow from the Hulk, even sending her crashing down from the sky. This is impossible. You are merely an ordinary mutant, she thought incredulously. How can a mutant exhibit such immense power? What manner of beast are you? The Scarlet Witch gazed at the Hulk in disbelief. She understood that while mutants could be powerful, the degree of strength he possessed was exceedingly rare, rendering her unable to accept that he was one of her kind. She had witnessed the actions of mutants before and knew precisely the measures they employed. In comparison, she could undoubtedly ascertain that the Hulk was not to be likened to those ineffectual beings. More importantly, the Scarlet Witch could elevate her own powers at will. Thus, she once again augmented her strength, gradually distancing herself from the Hulk, fully aware of the formidable pressure he exerted. The Northern Witch understood that she could not afford to approach him. Should she do so, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. At that moment, however, as the Scarlet Witch made her move, the Hulk charged at her as if possessed. After all, she recognized her own opportunity, and the Hulk would not let it slip away. His power erupted instantaneously between them. Chapter 208, Cataclysm. The Hulk had no desire to showcase his strength excessively. Yet the Scarlet Witch's provocations had become intolerable, not merely mocking him once, but attempting to manipulate the battlefield itself. For the Hulk, this was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Hence, he directly amplified his power. Do you even comprehend what you're doing? You are utterly oblivious. Your strength appears laughable. Unmatched power exploded forth from the Hulk as he closed in on the Scarlet Witch. Under her incredulous gaze, his fist collided with her chest, propelling her backward once more. Her body became akin to an uncontrollable kite, and before she could regain her composure, the Hulk, like a madman, charged toward her again, his speed surpassing all previous encounters. In an instant, he caught up to her, his fists raining down upon her chest, as if they were without cost. The crimson light surrounding the Scarlet Witch began to fade, for the force of her opponent was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving her with no opportunity to seize the moment. Her body recoiled, yet she could not grasp any chance to retaliate due to the Hulk's insurmountable strength. As a result, all that she had meticulously arranged began to vanish before her eyes. A peculiar flush crept onto the Scarlet Witch's face. Meanwhile, the Hulk remained blissfully unaware that, inadvertently, he had provoked her ire. In an instant, a torrent of red energy enveloped the Scarlet Witch, and before the Hulk could react, he found himself unable to break through the crimson glow, his body uncontrollably flung backward. By the time he regained his bearings, the Scarlet Witch had already soared to confront him. At that moment, her eyes were devoid of humanity, consumed entirely by darkness. So now you are the true monster, are you? The Hulk's expression bore a hint of disdain. After all, it was the Scarlet Witch who had initially questioned his monstrosity. Yet, as the battle reached its climax, She had become the very creature she had scorned. Had the dragon-slaying hero ultimately transformed into the dragon itself? However, before the Hulk could contemplate further, the Scarlet Witch waved her hand, unleashing a terrifying force from her being. Simultaneously, she sent the Hulk hurtling away. And one could not help but remark upon the sheer ferocity of the power unleashed. A visibly massive wound appeared on the Hulk, blood gushing forth from it. It was important to note that due to his ascension to a new stage, he possessed the ability to rapidly heal. Yet even so, the wound was healing painfully slowly, far from its original state. As he processed this unexpected turn of events, the Hulk quickly rose to his feet, striving to control his anger. He realized it was imperative to close the distance and unleash his strength once more. Maintaining his current posture would only afford his adversary the opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. At that moment, one could no longer dictate their own fate. The Hulk had his thoughts, affirming his ignorance, yet his musings were rather absurd. For it was at the very instant he began to move that Scarlet Witch clenched her fist, and once again, the Hulk was sent flying. He was utterly oblivious to how Scarlet Witch summoned her powers, merely sensing his body spiraling out of control at the very first moment. The eruption of strength within a breath was simply beyond belief, causing the Hulk to widen his eyes, attempting to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, he could distinctly perceive the growing chasm between them, as an exceedingly strange aura emanated from Scarlet Witch. Under the shroud of this aura, her power seemed to be augmenting. As this force grew, all traces of humanity vanished from Scarlet Witch. It could be said that she had transformed entirely into a monstrous entity. A creature of sheer monstrosity was indeed most shocking. Nevertheless, the Hulk took a deep breath and charged forward, unaware of the surprises his opponent might hold. He understood that retreat was not an option. Perhaps from the moment he stood up, he was destined to resolve this matter. Even though his opponent's strength now surpassed his own, the Hulk bore countless wounds upon his form. Some injuries had not yet healed when they were struck anew by Scarlet Witch, causing them to widen once more. In a brief span, not a single part of the Hulk's body remained unscathed, instead presenting an appearance of utter exhaustion. At that moment, he looked as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, a breath of new vitality began to exude from the Hulk. This occurrence momentarily astonished Scarlet Witch. Of course, her surprise was fleeting. Did you truly believe that your current strength was sufficient to vanquish me, or that the power burgeoning within you was already formidable enough? Do you not find your efforts utterly ludicrous? As Scarlet Witch spoke, a somewhat astonishing force erupted forth. Furthermore, this power escalated to an entirely new level following her utterance. At this juncture, the Hulk sensed something was amiss. Most notably, behind Scarlet Witch, a crimson glow seemed to emerge. In an instant, this glow transformed into a flame. This flame appeared somewhat inexplicable, as if it sought to ignite the very world itself. The Hulk inhaled deeply and charged forth, confident that his instincts could not be erroneous. It seemed as though Scarlet Witch aimed to obliterate this realm entirely. He had never envisioned himself undertaking a path to save the world. Yet, as circumstances had twisted into this form, retreat was no longer an option. He could only strive to rectify the situation, and the Hulk moved with remarkable speed. In an instant, he collided forcefully with her flame. The next moment, the earth trembled and the sky shattered. Chapter 209, The Multiverse Unleashed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange sounds echoed. The Hulk opened his eyes, discovering he was seemingly back on Earth, albeit in a world that felt somewhat unfamiliar. If his memory served correctly, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with a madwoman. However, following the eruption of her formidable power, it felt as though Earth was on the brink of annihilation. The Hulk shook his head, feeling somewhat disoriented, as if his mind were not quite right. A plethora of memories that did not belong to him flooded his consciousness, leaving him hesitantly surveying his surroundings. Earth appeared to be the same Earth, yet why was there no aura of destruction? The Hulk gazed around in confusion, genuinely bewildered by the situation. Initially, he should have perished alongside his opponent as strength. Indeed, he ought to have been completely annihilated. Now, observing the familiar yet strange surroundings left him in a state of uncertainty. The events that transpired were utterly unfathomable. Before long, the Hulk widened his eyes in fury. An overwhelming sense of rage surged within him. It was inconceivable that the recent explosion had failed to eliminate you. Therefore, you shall meet your end now. As he spoke, the Hulk charged forward. An immense and terrifying power erupted from him, yet Scarlet Witch did not even cast a glance in his direction. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent her flying, his unparalleled strength erupting forth. Regrettably, beneath Scarlet Witch's might, he could not withstand even a single blow. Once again, he was sent hurtling backward, and in that fleeting moment, he realized the vast disparity in their energies. The moment that power erupted, it had altered far too many aspects, causing a shift in the Hulk's expression. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself hurtling back towards the direction he had come from, a place that should have been utterly devastated by Scarlet Witch. A question arose in the Hulk's mind. Where exactly was he? It was then that Scarlet Witch seemed to perceive his confusion. You foolish creature. The gateway to the multiverse is now ajar, and we have arrived at a foreign Earth. Do you not think you should pay the price for this? Her words struck the Hulk like a sudden awakening. In an instant, he grasped the meaning behind her utterance. After all, Dr. Banner was a profoundly formidable physicist, possessing a deep understanding of such matters as the multiverse. To some extent, the multiverse signified parallel universes, yet it offered a more diverse tapestry than mere parallel worlds, indicating that countless Earths were soon to converge. However, the Hulk never anticipated that Earth could indeed open the portal to the multiverse. Such a notion was utterly astonishing. If only the Ancient One were present, they could elucidate to the Hulk the inherent wonders of Earth. For Earth, in many ways, remained the genesis of chaos and the ultimate culmination. It was precisely for this reason that Earth could serve as the gateway to the multiverse. Whenever an individual's strength surpassed the limits of what Earth could endure, the portal to the multiverse would swing wide open. Previously, the Sorcerer Supreme had maintained a semblance of control over the multiverse, for his laws were set in place. Yet, due to the prolonged absence of the Sorcerer Supreme, there was no longer any human to guard the multiverse. Therefore, the battle between Scarlet Witch and the Hulk had directly shattered the gateway to the multiverse. They had been forcibly transported to this universe, and for a moment, neither the Hulk nor Scarlet Witch made any further moves. They were both exceedingly unfamiliar with this world, yet simultaneously familiar, as the realm they were transported to within the multiverse was entirely unknown. It could have been an Earth identical to their own, or it might have been a completely disparate one. Nevertheless, the essence of the universe was multifaceted, encompassing both right and wrong. Having arrived in this realm, it signifies that they must establish contact with their original Earth. Even the current Hulk harbors uncertainties about whether any calamity has befallen the Earth. The recent opening of the multiverse gate implies that countless portals to alternate universes may have sprung forth on Earth. The nature of these gateways is shrouded in mystery, and undoubtedly, the emergence of the multiverse renders Earth exceedingly perilous. To describe the situation as precarious would be an understatement. And the Scarlet Witch has chosen to disregard the Hulk entirely. She understands that eliminating the Hulk within a short span is an impossibility. Thus, she refrains from squandering time and instead opts to turn away from him, intent on seeking the path back home. In this universe, even if it is Earth, it is not her Earth. The Hulk cast a glance at her and shook his head in resignation. He remains oblivious to the intricacies of her circumstances. Yet soon the Hulk rises, his thoughts mirroring those of the Scarlet Witch. They are but strangers in this world. Hence, there is no need for them to linger here. On the contrary, they must hasten their departure from this universe. After all, the initiation of the multiverse heralds change in unforeseen ways. What may seem right in one moment could swiftly become erroneous in the next. Moreover, the Hulk feels an odd intuition that the opening of the multiverse may not be a fortuitous event. The various universes once coexisted in tranquility, each maintaining its own enigma. However, with the multiverse now fully unleashed, it signifies that all gateways to the universes are wide open. None can predict what may ensue. But according to the current rules of the Dark Jungle, it is likely that these events will not bode well. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. In this regard, the Hulk, though somewhat apprehensive, is acutely aware that he must swiftly find a way back home. If possible, he must locate Ujia, for only such a formidable being could seal the pathways of the multiverse. Otherwise, the ramifications remain unknown. Chapter 210, The Return of Apocalypse. Ujia has returned to Earth. With the demise of the ancient god, Ujia realizes that his presence on Earth is imperative. The instant he vanquished the ancient god, he sensed a disturbance within the cosmos. Even though his eternal debts remain uncollected, the divine conflict must continue. Yet, an instinctive urge compels Ujia to return to Earth. Such a premonition is exceedingly rare, and he cannot disregard it. Soon, Ujia finds himself back on Earth, directly arriving at his estate, and at that very moment, the peculiar sensation within him intensifies. When he surveys his surroundings, he discovers an ominous black vortex adjacent to his estate, a phenomenon that seemingly harbors a disquieting power. At that moment, Ujia squints his eyes, but refrains from any action. In the next instant, a familiar figure emerges from the vortex. It is Apocalypse. Ujia is momentarily struck with disbelief at Apocalypse's appearance. for he had previously slain this foe. Yet now, here he stands, emerging from the vortex. As Yu Jie gazes at the vortex, Apocalypse's gaze locks onto him. It appears that this universe is not as exceptional as he had anticipated. The first entity to confront him is, astonishingly, a human. Apocalypse's silence is almost a relief, but once he speaks, Yu Jie realizes that this being is not from this universe. Thus, the vortex that recently appeared near his estate is easily explained. It is evidently a gateway to the multiverse. Yet how could anyone on Earth possibly activate such a portal? Such a phenomenon would require an unfathomable force or an extraordinary accident to manifest. Yu Jie is convinced that, presently, there is no one on Earth capable of wielding such power to open that gate, except for himself. The current events are shattering Yu Jie's expectations. He suddenly comprehends why he felt such an urgency to return to Earth. It must be due to a subtle shift in consciousness within the Earth itself, as if it is beckoning him home to protect it. In that moment, Yu Jie's expression darkens. He realizes that this is not merely a portal to a parallel universe, it is a gateway to the multiverse. The occurrences within parallel universes are often oppositional. Yet the malevolent intent evident in Apocalypse's eyes aligns perfectly with the ominous atmosphere of this world. He is a madman, which indicates that the newly emerged black vortex is undoubtedly a portal to the multiverse. In an instant, Yu Jie's power surges forth. He refuses to squander time. He charges forward and, under Apocalypse's incredulous gaze, swiftly decapitates him. Yu Jie's attention shifts back to the black vortex. He is acutely aware that the portal before him is indeed a gateway to the multiverse. However, he is left pondering which deranged individual possesses the power to open such a portal. At that moment, a nascent idea begins to form in Yu Jie's mind. All entities on Earth endowed with extraordinary abilities must be eradicated. Those individuals have a knack for presenting unexpected surprises in the blink of an eye. This is a revelation Yu Jie wishes to avoid. At the very least, he does not wish for these matters to impede his time. His wife remains embroiled in the divine conflict, having fled due to his slaying of the ancient god. Yet with the ancient goddess retreat, it signifies that the forthcoming events will become increasingly convoluted. Most notably, 3 ancient gods still survive within the cosmos, and they may cause chaos in the near future. This is all uncertain. Meanwhile, his wife remains lost in the universe. However, with the opening of the multiverse, Yu Jie has reason to believe that both he and the deities within the cosmos should sense this shift, thus leading to greater turmoil. One can never know what events may unfold next. Therefore, Yu Jie must endeavor to close these wretched portals. With this thought in mind, he hesitates no longer and strides toward the black vortex. In the next moment, Yu Jie finds himself on a brand new Earth. On this Earth, he experiences an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Simultaneously, he fully realizes that he is not originally from this Earth. Thus, this so-called multiverse is entirely different. Earlier, he had contemplated whether his existence might be mirrored in other universes. Yet, upon entering this new universe, he comprehends that his presence is likely absent from these realms. According to the theory of the multiverse, once the gates to the multiverse are opened, all individuals must seek out their counterparts in various worlds and eliminate them to attain new powers. Ironically, upon arriving in this universe, Yu Jie feels no connection, as if he has entered a foreign city where these universes do not welcome him. In the absence of any inherent existence within these universes, Yu Jie came to comprehend why Earth would summon him. It was likely due to his complete non-existence across the multiverse that he was chosen to close the doors to the multiverse himself. Thus, the task became significantly simpler for him. Concurrently, Yu Jie understood that in this entirely new universe, he must locate a portal that mirrored the vortex he had seen on Earth. The doors to the multiverse were utterly random across various universes. The previous portal might have been situated within Yu Jie's estate, yet its counterpart could reside in a completely different region, or even on a separate planet. However, Yu Jie was certain that in this universe, the portal could not be located within the cosmos, for the being known as Apocalypse had emerged from the vortex, indicating that the door must indeed be in Antarctica. This was beyond doubt, especially considering the nature of the entity involved. If his memory served him correctly, the being was a slumbering mutant. In the next moment, Yu Jie soared to Antarctica. Amidst the biting cold, he squinted his eyes, sensing he was on the right path. There, he beheld the black vortex door, albeit with an alarming number of individuals gathered before it. Chapter 211, The Essence of the Universe. Yu Jie's gaze immediately fixated upon this group of people. He could discern that they were significantly different from the individuals he had encountered previously. In the past, Yu Jie had pondered a profoundly crucial question. Was the Marvel universe he inhabited still the same as the one he remembered? He had speculated on this matter more than once. However, analyzing the recent developments, it became evident that he was most likely still in the primary universe. Relieved by this realization, Yujie understood that had he found himself in a backup or alternate universe, the ensuing circumstances could have become exceedingly complicated, as various unforeseen events might transpire across the parallel universes. Some of these incidents could be resolved, yet others could prove insurmountable, especially if he confirmed that his universe was indeed an alternate one, suggesting that such a universe might seek to engulf the primary universe, thereby imposing a certain degree of suppression upon him. Observing the actions of the individuals around him, Yujie realized that he was indeed still within the primary universe. Once this was established, he felt liberated to act without restraint. As he inhaled, a terrifying power began to radiate from his being, and in mere moments, Yujie launched himself into the fray. Notably, many among this group were acquaintances of his, but that mattered little. As long as he confirmed that they did not belong to the same universe, his actions here were inconsequential. In a heartbeat, Yujie's formidable strength erupted. It was crucial to note that his power was indeed immense. Previously, he had refrained from unleashing his abilities, not out of compassion, but rather because he had been contemplating the true nature of these individuals. Now that he had established his origin as the primary universe, there was no need for any existence from parallel universes to continue living. Yujie's speed was so remarkable that those standing outside the vortex were utterly unprepared for his sudden onslaught. By the time they comprehended the situation, they gazed at Yujie in astonishment, which swiftly morphed into terror. They could hardly believe that at the moment Yujie struck, a horrifying force emanated from him. The individuals Yujie attacked could barely withstand a single exchange before they fell, including Thor from Asgard, a being not to be underestimated. Many among them were well aware of the extent of Thor's might. Yet, he had not even had the chance to react before Yujie vanquished him. This signified that the newcomer was exceedingly formidable, and all eyes turned towards Yujie in an instant. They began to scrutinize him, with some even attempting to gauge his capabilities. However, Yujie paid no mind to their thoughts or actions, immediately engaging them once more as his terrifying power surged anew. The strength of the golden Superman enveloped him, and in an instant, he dispatched 2 more foes. At that moment, Yujie turned to glance at the others. But before he could make a move, he noticed thunder rumbling in the sky, causing him to squint once more. If he was not mistaken, the being who had arrived was none other than Odin, the All-Father himself. With this realization, a smile crept across Yujie's face. Although he had refrained from confronting Odin in his primary universe due to Hela's influence, Odin had tested him on more than one occasion, leaving Yujie with little fondness for him. Of course, in the primary universe, Hela was a tough cookie with a soft core. So even if he had thoughts of confronting Odin, he could not act on them. Yet now, in this parallel universe, Hela was entirely unaware of his actions, and Yujie found himself in a position to exact vengeance upon Odin. Before the thunder could strike him, Yujie charged forward. Odin had initially intended to discern who dared to slay his son, but before he could utter a word, Yujie surged toward him like a tempest. A fearsome power radiated from Yujie, one that even surprised Odin. As Odin's gaze fell upon Yujie, he was astounded to realize that Yujie appeared to be merely a human. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Odin himself. When had a mere human ever exhibited such strength? He was acutely aware of Thor's capabilities, and thus, he understood that Thor could not have been slain by a human. The figure before him was undoubtedly a being of immense power from the cosmos, concealing his true identity. Odin's mind raced as he pondered who he might have offended to provoke such a formidable entity to emerge at this moment to confront him and slay his son. While he sensed the malevolence of Yujie, he could not recall any prior encounter. Why would this being wish to harm his child? Odin's sudden inquiry did not elicit the response he desired. Yujie merely cast a fleeting glance at him before unleashing his power. This force was extraordinarily terrifying, and in an instant, Yujie's strength surged once more. Odin gripped his staff tightly, aiming it at Yujie, yet as he focused on him, he realized that Yujie had inexplicably vanished from his sight. As Odin searched for Yujie's whereabouts, he found himself increasingly perplexed, for he could not ascertain the latter's location. Odin's expression grew increasingly grim, for he recognized that the ensuing events would not unfold as simply as he had anticipated. However, at that moment, Yujie felt a peculiar discomfort. He sensed an unfamiliar force descending around him, seemingly constraining his own power. Frowning slightly, Yujie surveyed his surroundings. No one had attacked him. From whence did this force originate? Suddenly, he looked up towards the heavens. In his perspective, the individual capable of confronting him in the present is likely an entity he cannot yet approach. In an instant, Ujia's expression began to shift, but first, he needed to eliminate Odin. Chapter 212, A Necessity for Death. Just as Ujia sensed the weight of suppression upon him, Odin, too, recognized a transformation within his own mindset. Most significantly, he realized that his strength had, unbeknownst to him, been enhanced. This revelation momentarily surprised Odin, redirecting his gaze toward Ujia. Previously, Odin had been oblivious to the nature of Ujia. However, with the surge of his own power, he could now ascertain that the situation had indeed altered. The most striking aspect was the extraordinarily peculiar force emanating from his opponent. After a brief contemplation, Odin acted without hesitation. His speed was remarkable, yet the power he unleashed was not as formidable as before. Consequently, Ujia narrowed his eyes, for he perceived his own strength as being restrained. This implied that his opponent's power might be on the rise, presenting a potentially dire opportunity for him. However, Odin failed to capitalize on this chance. An unparalleled force erupted, even more potent than before. At that very moment, Ujia unleashed the power of the Golden Superman once again. He understood that if he could not subdue his adversary here, it would likely mean experiencing further suppression in the near future. Previously, Ujia had not been aware of who had targeted him, but now he was entirely certain of the entity causing trouble before him. Most likely, it was the will of this universe. Having taken notice of him upon his entrance into this parallel realm, that was the first to harbor intentions towards him. It was not a being from this universe, but rather the cosmic will. The cosmic will could be regarded as the first to recognize his arrival. Thus it promptly augmented the powers of certain entities within this universe. Nevertheless, despite this, the god of thunder had still been vanquished by him, indicating that the cosmic will was not fully aware of the extent of his formidable strength. Contemplating this, Ujia couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, his power surged once more, yet this time Ujia remained cautious. He was acutely aware that if he unleashed his most potent force all at once, the cosmic will might take notice and focus its attention entirely upon him. The wisest course of action was to engage in battle while gradually adjusting his powers. Only in this manner could he manipulate his opponent's thoughts and potentially catch them off guard when they were about to strike. Odin, of course, was unaware of the multitude of thoughts racing through Ujia's mind in such a brief span. However, in Odin's heart, the fact that Ujia had been capable of slaying his son indicated that Ujia was no ordinary foe. Nevertheless, Odin was resolute in his intention not to let Ujia escape. In an instant, thunder converged upon Odin, the king of Asgard, who possessed the innate ability to summon the power of thunder. Though the god of thunder shared this power, his lightning paled in comparison to Odin's. In mere moments, Odin had fully harnessed his thunderous might. Almost instantaneously, the surroundings began to shift, causing Ujia to squint his eyes. The lightning bound him, yet what of it? The power of the Super Saiyan erupted within Ujia at that moment. The previous Golden Superman had significantly bolstered Ujia's abilities, but he primarily utilized that power to resist the cosmic forces at play. In a singular universe, the Golden Superman was a menacing entity. However, due to the suppression imposed by this universe, Ujia was compelled to wield that power to combat the cosmos. For Ujia, the nature of battle had, in a sense, evolved. Yet, despite this, he did not believe his opponent could defeat him, for the power of the Super Saiyan was indeed formidable. Moreover, prior to this, Ujia had completely awakened that power. It was precisely due to this that he soon found himself laughing. Odin's gaze remained fixed upon Ujia, eager to discern the methods this human possessed. Although Ujia exhibited remarkable speed, velocity alone could not encapsulate his entire strength. The true terror of power lies in the flawless fusion of speed and might. Ujia, donning the form of the Golden Superman, was exceedingly swift, yet his full strength had yet to be revealed. Odin, too, was manipulating his lightning, surrounding Ujia in an encirclement, believing that if he could trap Ujia, then whatever actions his opponent took next would lead to his inevitable demise. It must be said that Odin's plan was commendable, yet he seemed to underestimate the man before him. Just as the lightning fully ensnared Ujia, he unleashed his own power. The strength of the Super Saiyan had been within Ujia, merely waiting for the opportune moment to be unleashed. Now, the moment he had been anticipating had presented itself. Why should he maintain his calm any longer? A far more terrifying force was born within Ujia. Odin's gaze continued to circle around Ujia, eager to witness what means he would employ. Yet, by the time he looked again, Ujia had cast off all the lightning. Simultaneously, he elevated his power to its zenith. The strength he exhibited now was exponentially greater than before. Consequently, Ujia opened his eyes wide, for he understood that with the manifestation of this power, Odin would not remain passive. He would seek to seize more opportunities, aligning perfectly with Ujia's expectations, as Odin had been lying in wait for his opponent to act. Once his opponent made a move, Odin would respond with immediacy. Presently, Odin could feel the aura of his adversary drawing near. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he sought to retreat, unwilling to be ensnared by his opponent. However, his intentions were noble, yet reality was cruel, for Ujia leaped forth once more. The perfect amalgamation of the Super Saiyan's power and speed resulted in a cataclysmic eruption. Chapter 213, The Death of Odin. Throughout, Ujia had been meticulously controlling his strength. He understood that upon his arrival in this universe, its will had begun to focus on him. It was likely that they harbored intentions towards him, which was precisely why Ujia refrained from unleashing his most formidable powers outright. He aimed to gradually increase his strength as the battle progressed. This approach would not only dull the universe's awareness of his presence, but also keep his opponent unaware. It must be acknowledged that Ujia's strategy was astute. Yet, Odin proved to be more cunning than anticipated. As he prepared to strike, Odin's attention remained fixed on Ujia, keen to gauge whether this individual would react to his impending action. Thus, upon noticing a shift in Ujia's demeanor, Odin immediately opted to flee. He harbored no intention of continuing the battle with Ujia in this place. He was acutely aware that reigniting the conflict here would inevitably lead to unforeseen consequences in the time to come. As this thought crossed his mind, Ujia cast his gaze around, seeking traces of Odin. Meanwhile, Odin also observed his surroundings, fully cognizant that although Ujia remained motionless, he was undoubtedly searching for him. The moment Ujia located him would signify a deadly intent from his adversary. It must be said that Odin had surmised a considerable portion of his opponent's thoughts. Yet, one crucial aspect Odin was utterly oblivious to was the fact that he was, in truth, no match for Ujia. Both were seemingly in pursuit of opportunities. But only Ujia's could be deemed a genuine chance. The disparity in their powers did not necessitate a direct clash. In reality, the moment Ujia resolved to strike, he was already aware of what would transpire between them. Sensing a shift in Ujia's demeanor from before, Odin narrowed his eyes. Realizing that this might be his moment, he deemed it imperative to act swiftly, hoping to cause Ujia a modicum of trouble. And it was precisely at the instant of Thunder's emergence that Odin charged forward. According to Odin's current mindset, there was no possibility of an unexpected turn of events, for he had identified the optimal opportunity. Let me show you the consequences of provoking the gods. Prepare to die, Odin declared with a laugh as he launched his assault. However, the ensuing events utterly shattered Odin's expectations. At that very moment, he realized that the situation had dramatically altered. The most evident sign was the eruption of his own power. Ujia suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze upon Odin, leaving the latter momentarily flustered. Clearly, as he met Odin's eyes, Ujia smiled and remarked, "If this is your confidence, it is evident that to me, it holds no value whatsoever." As he spoke, a terrifying force erupted from Ujia, leaving Odin unable to react in time. He was sent flying, only to discover a massive wound had suddenly appeared on his chest. The injury came so swiftly that he barely had time to comprehend it, and before he could begin to recover, he realized that Ujia had vanished from his sight. Odin, in a state of disarray, continuously scanned his surroundings, even summoning his thunder. At this moment, after having clashed with Ujia, he comprehended that it was impossible to eliminate him in this time frame, especially given the formidable power Ujia was currently exhibiting, which was so terrifying that even Odin struggled to grasp it fully. Questions swirled in his mind regarding how his opponent could inflict such significant harm upon him. Yet before he could unravel these mysteries, an even more formidable force erupted. Ujia had been standing right beside Odin, observing him, wondering if he might yet surprise him. Unfortunately, after taking action, Ujia felt an unmistakable sense of disappointment. In his estimation, he had extracted all that he could from this adversary. After several encounters, Odin had shown no signs of evolution, and for Ujia, a lack of change signified a lack of anticipation. An unparalleled force surged forth, and under its influence, Odin was utterly overturned. Although he had initially sought to discern the nature of this phenomenon, by the time he attempted to do so, he found everything he beheld transformed beyond recognition. At this juncture, Odin appeared to have underestimated his opponent, particularly the sheer magnitude of the power displayed by Ujia. He found himself contemplating who Ujia truly was, and how he possessed such terrifying strength. To Odin, Ujia had merely been an ordinary human. He could hardly fathom when humanity had become so formidable, yet he knew that his questions would remain unanswered. After Ujia's decisive strike against Odin, he sensed an increase in the oppressive force bearing down upon him. It became evident to Yu-Jia that the consciousness of the universe had begun to take notice of him, exerting pressure and even seeking to expunge him. However, for Yu-Jia, this was fortuitous. He could discern that this universe was merely a substitute reality. The powers of its inhabitants were not overwhelmingly strong, allowing him to vanquish all formidable adversaries within it. When that time arrived, the consciousness supporting them would crumble in an instant. Thus, with this thought, Yu-Jia directed his attention toward the cosmos, aware that whirlpools were not confined to Earth alone. They had manifested throughout various regions of this universe, leaving many in a state of confusion. Only a fool like Apocalypse would recklessly plunge into a whirlpool. Moments later, Yu-Jia found himself in the vast expanse of space, simultaneously perceiving a peculiar influx of information. With the emergence of this knowledge, he realized that he had indeed been somewhat myopic after he had struck down Odin. Many beings in this universe had shifted their attention to him. Chapter 214, The Arrival of the Deities. Yu-Jia recognized his previous narrow-mindedness, for at the moment he had acted, the entire universe had sensed his arrival. This realization had fostered an atmosphere of hostility towards him across the cosmos. While this might not be a significant concern for Yu-Jia, it indicated that the universe itself was teetering on the brink of peril. Numerous parallel universes had previously managed their affairs without issue. However, with the doors to these realms now ajar, the situation had become utterly chaotic. Everything had shifted into a realm of complexity, compelling even the deities within the universe to sense the unfolding crisis. Particularly, the creator god of this universe quickly grasped that an unforeseen threat had emerged. Thus, under the leadership of the creator god, all deities began their journey towards Earth. Yu-Jia was acutely aware of this. Regardless of the parallel universe, Earth served as a pivotal nexus, and any sign of danger would invariably indicate a problem originating from there. This understanding prompted Yu-Jia to refrain from taking further action. He resolved to await the arrival of the deities. Previously, his intent had been to mend the breaches and restore balance to the whirlpools within the universes. However, reflecting on the myriad potentialities concerning parallel universes, he hesitated, as he was not one to invite trouble. An encounter with complications necessitated action, which Yu-Jia found unappealing. He was well aware of his obligations. For instance, he ought to eradicate these troubles at their source. Positioned above the Earth, he soon observed several radiant lights beginning to flicker. As Yu-Jia summoned the entirety of his strength, he discerned that the individuals before him were, without exception, divine beings. Among them, he even caught sight of the creator god lurking within this assembly of deities. Each deity possessed its own distinct faith, an independent belief system that rendered any possibility of unification between them utterly implausible. Yet, who would have anticipated that upon Yu-Jia's emergence, these divine beings would embark upon a path of collaboration? Witnessing this spectacle, Yu-Jia felt a flicker of solace, for he understood that confronting each deity individually would be a time-consuming endeavor. However, with their collective approach, matters could be rendered significantly simpler, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Conversely, the other deities regarded Yu-Jia with a complex mixture of expressions, for prior to their arrival, a singular message had infiltrated their minds, an edict from the very will of the cosmos itself, proclaiming that the entire universe was under threat. They were compelled to stand united. It was precisely this urgency that necessitated their immediate action against the intruders. When the deities finally recognized Yu-Jia, they were startled to find that the so-called intruder was merely one individual. They had speculated about the strength of the intruder, yet none of the deities perceived anything extraordinary about him. To their astonishment, Yu-Jia appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any indication of divinity. Regrettably, as these thoughts coursed through their minds, the creator god among them narrowed his eyes in curiosity. They were the most inquisitive, possessing the keenest understanding of the universe's intricate state. From the information they had just received, it was evident that although this human seemed unremarkable, the power he wielded was unparalleled by any mere mortal. In an instant, some beings could no longer restrain themselves and took action. Their arrival was primarily spurred by the cosmic will, for they recognized that the universe would not deceive them into confronting a mere human without cause. As one deity struck first, the gazes of the other deities converged upon the unfolding conflict. Yet, in the very next moment, Yu-Jia too sprang into action. Sensing the impending energies around him, he hesitated not a moment longer and unleashed his own formidable might. The power of the Super Saiyan and Golden Superman surged forth, transcending the mere act of contending with the will of the cosmos. Aware of his purpose, Yu-Jia erupted with unparalleled force. In the instant before the deities could react, he had already felled one of their own. The demise of a deity was an unfathomable notion for the majority, leaving them momentarily speechless. They realized that this individual was certainly no ordinary human. How could one who appeared so humanly ordinary vanquish a deity in such a brief span? A deity, a being of their own caliber, had perished. Some among them wore expressions of disbelief. However, in the next heartbeat, Ugs surged forward once more, as he understood that time was a luxury he could not afford. After all, numerous universes awaited his resolution. The arrival of deities in this universe suggested that matters could be simplified. An unparalleled power erupted from Ugs, heralding the commencement of his personal war. To others, this might seem like a modest skirmish, but for Ugs, it was a full-fledged conflict, a war between himself and the divine. While many deities were taken aback by Ugs' current actions, they fully understood he was not one to jest. Thus, they charged forth, determined to resolve the matter swiftly. As Ugs unleashed his full power, a formidable energy manifested within each deity, as if to imply that by vanquishing Ugs, they would gain access to greater strength. Chapter 215, No One Shall Escape. Ugs harbored no intentions of holding back. Thus, mere moments into the battle, he unleashed his entire force. And with the eruption of this power, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. He sought to discern whether any of these beings harbored envy towards the light he embodied. After all, such individuals were not uncommon. They might act against him in his moment of unawareness. In previous encounters, Ugs would not have harbored such concerns, but now, with nearly 100 witnesses beneath his very gaze, it was evident that they were not devoid of ulterior motives. The deities, too, were unprepared for the sheer terror Ugs exuded. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating their own strategies against him, yet in an instant, he had amplified his power, resulting in the swift demise of numerous beings. After a dozen deities fell by his hand, the expressions of those observing the battle shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that what transpired signified an extraordinarily grave threat. Ugs was an enigma they had never encountered, and they remained oblivious to the full extent of his capabilities. Nevertheless, for these deities, this was not a matter of great concern. There were simply too many lives at stake. Hundreds, in fact. Confronting a single individual such as Ugs seemed excessive, and while some would certainly perish, others would survive. The fallen would mean their faith could be siphoned away. This reality stirred a shift in the thoughts of many present. They were acutely aware that this was an opportune moment. If they allowed others to fall while they bided their time, they could seize greater possibilities for themselves. While the notion was appealing, reality proved harsh. The deities contemplated leveraging the chaos to their advantage, hoping Ugs would eliminate other deities, thus granting them the power of belief. Yet, none anticipated the sheer terror Ugs embodied. Every attempt to assail him was met with overwhelming force. Even now, a deity standing before him was obliterated in an instant by his unparalleled might. At that moment, the gaze of the Creator God finally settled upon Ugs. Until now, the Creator God had awaited the opportune moment to strike, but they realized that the time for patience had passed. The power Ugs unleashed was far too formidable. Should they linger any longer, every life would be annihilated. As Creator Gods, they could not permit such a calamity to unfold. They were capable of creating numerous deities, but the order among them could not be so easily reinstated. Ugs' actions had thrown everything into disarray. Should he be allowed to continue unchecked, it would spell the total destruction of the order they had painstakingly established. In that crucial moment, one of the Creator Gods, the Eternal, sprang into action, embodying the essence of eternity within this realm. He remained oblivious to the cunning and age-old permanence of this world, for within this universe, there were no unpredictable variables akin to Ugs. Thus, he had always considered himself the mightiest. He swiftly advanced to confront Ugs, who glanced at his opponent and, at that moment, broke into a smile. Wasn't this a familiar encounter from before? To his surprise, he had encountered an old acquaintance here once more. Alas, the divine powers in this universe were entirely different from those in his primary universe. It could be said that these parallel universes were mere derivatives of the primary universe. Their powers, to a certain extent, could not be compared with those of the main universe. Particularly, the sudden assault by eternity had not even registered in his mind. At that moment, the remaining 4 creation gods emerged, joining forces with eternity to strike directly. The creation gods were well aware that lingering here would yield no results, especially as Ugs' combat prowess was inexplicably escalating within a short span of time. Moreover, eternity's actions had drawn them into this conflict, leaving them with no choice but to ally with eternity. As the 5 creation gods unleashed their powers, even Ugs was taken aback. The magnitude of their strength was surprisingly comparable to that of the deities in the primary universe. Consequently, he was swiftly vanquished, his form gradually fading away. While the 5 creation gods wore smiles upon their faces, they had presumed that the invader of this universe was immensely powerful, but it appeared he was nothing extraordinary. However, before long, they noticed a shift in the situation. Most notably, Ujia's vanished form began to reconstitute itself, and in the blink of an eye, the Ujia they thought they had slain resurrected. Furthermore, and crucially, Ujia's combat strength had surged dramatically, a terrifying enhancement that caught them off guard. In mere moments, he charged forth, his power now even more formidable. Almost instantaneously, he overwhelmed his opponents, inflicting damage upon eternity, whose form was partially compromised by Ujia's sudden offensive. This being was undoubtedly no mere human. No human could inflict such harm upon life. His physique was exceedingly peculiar, and the force he wielded felt distinctly unnatural. Eternity spoke, having discerned that upon contact with Ujia, his own power seemed to be suppressed. This realization prompted Eternity to squint, deciding against further aggression and instead allowing others to engage with Ujia, curious to see if their experiences mirrored his own. Although the other 4 creation gods had refrained from action until now, they quickly grasped Eternity's intentions as he stepped back. Without hesitation, they too advanced toward Ujia, prompting him to narrow his eyes, sensing their underlying motives. However, despite their intentions, they would not resolve anything. The terrifying power began to erupt as Ujia surged forward. His approach mirrored that of before, yet this time, he designated all 4 as his adversaries. Consequently, the magnitude of this strike far surpassed the previous one. Chapter 2:16. The distinction between deities and creation gods. Although one might resurrect here, one's body remains merely human, while we are the creation gods of this universe. You must comprehend that as the creation gods of this universe, we do not succumb to death. The goddess of death spoke slowly to Ujia. For during the previous assault, Ujia had posed a significant threat to the other creation gods. Due to this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Upon hearing the words of the goddess of death, Ujia merely shook his head. How could he not understand the nature of these beings? Yet, what did that signify for Ujia? For he knew well, even before he had made any move, the time required to vanquish these deities would be considerably greater than anticipated. Therefore, Ujia unleashed his power, for wasting time was not in his nature. The goddess of death was taken aback by this human's apparent lack of gratitude. She had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he still sought to engage her in combat. It seemed he truly was oblivious to his own predicament. Consequently, the goddess of death conjured a myriad of black luminescence, her weapons manifesting in the form of dark energy. These luminous tendrils did not dissipate from her grasp. Rather, they enveloped Ujia, forming a visible prison, as if to ensnare him. Unfortunately, while the intention was noble, reality proved harsh. In that moment, Ujia thrust out his fist. His once golden hair, now standing upright, cascaded down to his shoulders, even grazing his waist. In Super Saiyan third form, his power erupted like never before, transcending all previous limits. Most importantly, various combat techniques flooded his mind, as though etched into his very being since birth. In the next instant, Ujia unleashed his fist. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, which instantaneously morphed into a golden dragon. The dragon roared as it surged toward the goddess of death, who was utterly unprepared for such a development. Ujia had managed to break free from her deathly confines in such a brief time. Not only did he shatter that barrier, but he also unleashed a formidable force, compelling the goddess of death to retreat, while the other gods took their stand. As creation gods, they understood the magnitude of the threat Ujia had just displayed. They recognized that cooperation was impossible at this juncture. The only viable course of action was to engage him directly. An unparalleled force erupted forth. It was precisely because of this that Ujia smiled. The creation gods in this universe were far simpler than he had initially presumed. In his own primary universe, their actions were entirely divergent. Most notably, in this universe, they were willing to unite, a stark contrast to the behavior of creation gods in his primary universe, who would never conjoin even against the deities of the old era. This divergence assuredly illustrated the fundamental differences between the two realms. In light of this, Ujia furrowed his brow, pondering whether there were indeed deities of the old era within his universe. Might there also be such beings in this universe? However, as Ujia scanned the surroundings, he found no trace of such entities. In that moment, even he comprehended, the denizens of each universe are wholly distinct. Even deities may encounter unforeseen circumstances. such as the current alliance of these creation gods against him. Yu made his move once more, enveloped in golden light as dragons, seemingly alive, surged toward his foes. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon eternity, the first to strike against him, now observing from the shadows. One cannot help but acknowledge that this individual's actions have, to a certain extent, subverted his own convictions. Thus, Yu would naturally not permit this being, eternity, to survive. While uncertainties linger in various matters, one fact remains indisputable: eternity, as a deity across every universe, is undeniably the most formidable adversary. Therefore, it is imperative for Yu to eradicate eternity from the very onset of battle. Did the terrifying power manifest within Yu? It did not, as he suddenly charged towards eternity, catching even the latter off guard. By the time eternity realized what was transpiring, his corporeal form was already beginning to fade away. In that fleeting moment of dissolution, eternity reappeared, for as the goddess of death had previously asserted, a creator god is inherently indestructible. They are the sole darlings of the universe, endowed with the boundless power of resurrection. Yet, upon vanquishing eternity, Yu found himself laughing with unrestrained delight. Until that moment, he had refrained from engaging such deities, and even when he had dispatched other gods, his own body had shown no signs of reaction. However, following the demise of eternity, he discerned that the universe's constraints upon him were diminishing. It was precisely due to this realization that Yu comprehended the cosmic will had ingrained itself within these creator deities. As long as he continued to eliminate them, the power of this universe would ultimately dissipate. The annihilation of such power would signify his liberation from repression, thus enabling him to swiftly and effortlessly eliminate these beings. At this moment, Yu's formidable essence was laid bare, enveloped in unparalleled strength. Harnessing this power, he surged forth against his opponents, fully aware that possessing a strategic mindset at this juncture was paramount. Moreover, the ideologies of these creator gods remained consistent with their prior beliefs. They considered themselves the favored children of the universe, impervious to destruction, capable of infinite resurrection. Yu intended to shatter their delusions by exploiting their inertia of thought. His speed and might at that moment utterly redefined the earlier manifestations of his power, exhibiting a remarkable transformation. By the time these entities contemplated their next move, Yu had already struck decisively. Chapter 217. You are unworthy. As the cosmic pressure upon him waned, Yu could not suppress his laughter. He felt he had uncovered an unexpected shortcut, a feat that had been utterly unattainable before. Yu understood that he needed to endure this pressure to continually eliminate his foes. Yet now, he found himself capable of dispatching his adversaries without bearing that burden. Was this not the most fortuitous circumstance imaginable? With this thought, Yu could no longer restrain the eruption of his power. Although he had been feeling the constraints of his golden Superman essence since the commencement of battle with the gods, the brief encounter with eternity had slightly alleviated this suppression, augmenting his internal strength. The creator gods had been observing Yu's transformation closely, eager to discern what differentiated him. However, before their very eyes, they realized that Yu's power was profoundly unsettling. The most glaring aspect was that Yu had not been controlling his strength from the outset. Thus, any fluctuations in his power were immediately perceptible to them, especially now, when Yu, seemingly inactive, could still amplify his might. It defied all expectations. In an instant, the creator gods found themselves at a loss on how to confront Yu, for the terror emanating from his exhibited power was beyond comprehension. While having ideas is beneficial, some concepts fail to resolve any issues. The gaze of the creator gods remained fixed upon Yu, for they believed that to neutralize him, they must first understand the nature of his power. Consequently, instead of augmenting their own strength, they resolved to consolidate their abilities, hoping to eliminate Yu during this period. This notion, while commendable, ultimately remained just a thought. An even more terrifying force erupted from Yu. Although he had refrained from striking previously, he had been diligently seeking an opportunity. Now, with the creator gods beginning to formulate their plans, Yu understood they would not continue to delay action. The optimal strategy was to unleash his power immediately. In that moment, golden radiance enveloped Yu, emanating with greater intensity than before. The strength he exhibited now appeared even more formidable, causing a subtle alteration in his countenance. Yu was acutely aware that to eliminate his opponents during this time frame, he needed to magnify his opportunities once more. As his formidable power surged, the creator gods were utterly unprepared for such a rapid escalation. The 5 creator gods had now united, their forms radiating an array of dazzling lights. This brilliance surpassed that of their previous displays. For they believed that if they could temporarily restrain Yu-Jie, they would have limitless opportunities to vanquish him. Regrettably, their power could not resolve their predicament. Yu-Jie's unparalleled strength had long been poised for release. He merely awaited the right moment to unleash it. Throughout, Yu-Jie's focus remained steadfastly on his adversaries, intent on seizing the opportunity to ensure they could not formulate any countermeasures against him. Consequently, Yu-Jie amplified his strength to its zenith, gradually enveloping it around himself. As the light emitted by his foes drew near, it dissipated entirely, for Yu-Jie had anticipated this scenario. He would strike precisely when they began to conceive their strategies. The magnitude of his power was so formidable that his opponents could not confront it directly. In an instant, as they approached, Yu-Jie vanished without a trace. It was only then that they realized Yu-Jie was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. In a fleeting moment, the outcome had been irrevocably altered. With Yu-Jie's gaze now fixed upon the goddess of death, she had long harbored intentions of attacking him, and her demeanor was decidedly unsettling. In such a conflict, how could one allow an opponent to harbor thoughts of aggression without taking action? Yu-Jie understood this better than anyone, and thus he unleashed his power with deliberate control. In mere moments, the goddess of death's form vanished completely. After several seconds, she gradually reconstituted herself. How can this be? Why are you able to manifest such formidable power here? This is utterly inconceivable. You are not human, she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. For the goddess of death, the unfolding events had completely shattered her preconceived notions. More importantly, she was unwilling to accept this reality. Only eternity narrowed his eyes, for he comprehended that Yu-Jie indeed possessed the capability to eliminate them, a fact he had been made aware of earlier. Were it not for the universe's persistent aid in restoring his form, he too would likely have perished. It is precisely due to this relationship with eternity that the siblings surrounding me suddenly spoke up. There should be no hesitation here. One must act decisively within a brief time frame. If we allow the adversary the slightest opportunity, we shall undoubtedly be the first to pay the price. Yu-Jie is keenly aware that eternity has come here to stir up trouble. Not only eternity, but these individuals have also been casting their gaze upon him. Yet, even so, what of it? From the very beginning, he had been prepared to instigate chaos, resulting in a surge in his power once again within a short span. Furthermore, after having recently vanquished the goddess of death, the oppressive force from this universe has been steadily diminishing. For Yu-Jie, this is the most gratifying news. Moreover, the opponent must not be allowed to repeat previous errors. Yu-Jie's actions are entirely unexpected by them. At the very least, the creator gods have begun to subtly alter their perceptions, for they are acutely aware that Yu-Jie's strength has undergone yet another transformation. And this transformation is anything but amicable. It could very well inflict a far more terrifying impact upon them in due time. Chapter 218. Embrace the countdown to oblivion. If this is indeed your most formidable power, I am truly sorry. This power is utterly feeble, so insignificant that I scarcely wish to cast a glance in your direction. At this moment, Yu-Jie slowly addressed the creator gods, for he believed it essential to provoke them. Only by inciting them would they charge recklessly into battle. Once the adversary advances, Yu-Jie could swiftly eliminate them. Long before this, Yu-Jie had been fixated on his opponents. He recognized that after slaying deities twice, this group of divine beings was beginning to behave rather peculiarly. However, the machinations of eternity are far beyond Yu-Jie's conjecture, for it has gathered the collective will of the universe. In fact, the entire cosmos is relentlessly augmenting its power for eternity. Its gaze swiftly turned towards the surroundings. Previously, some deities had engaged Yu-Jie in combat, yet, due to their presence, these divine beings chose to remain passive. This is not what eternity wishes to witness, as it aims to diminish Yu-Jie's strength as much as possible in a brief period. The most evident concern is that the power Yu-Jie currently wields is exceedingly peculiar, and it may soon cause even greater troubles for all involved. Hence, eternity must revert to its previous strategy, utilizing the deities under its command to gradually exhaust Yu-Jie's strength until he is utterly depleted. Now, with Yu-Jie showcasing his formidable prowess, even eternity is acutely aware that the situation has completely transformed. Relying solely on its own notions to subdue Yu-Jie is exceedingly unrealistic. Only by deploying more deities to wear him down can they hope to defeat him. Eternity has retreated. Yu-Jie has taken note, yet he is far more concerned with the intentions of these individuals. Initially, he suspected they might instigate chaos. But now it seems they aspire not only to create turmoil, but to complicate matters even further. One must admit, their ideas are commendable, but alas, thoughts remain confined to mere aspirations. Nevertheless, neither Yujie nor Eternity anticipated the profound changes that the entire universe is undergoing at this very moment. The will of the universe, having previously bestowed power upon Eternity, naturally hoped that it could swiftly vanquish Yujie. Yet, it was unforeseen that the strength Yujie could unleash would be so formidable that both Eternity and the Goddess of Death have already fallen to him once. Consequently, the cosmic will has once again redistributed its power among the deities, and now each possesses a fragment of this cosmic enhancement. At this juncture, Eternity has dispatched them. Akin to sheep entering a lion's den, and Yujie has seized the opportunity to act. After he has dispatched several deities, he realizes that the suppression of his power is once again dissipating. Eternity may remain oblivious, but Yujie is unaware that this is the final resistance of the cosmic consciousness, striving to leverage the strength of these beings to counter him. Unfortunately, these deities are, in essence, still weaklings. Yujie's power is so terrifying that all those who dare to confront him in this realm are utterly eradicated in mere moments. In this moment, Yujie has opened his eyes. He senses that the adversary's strength is, to a certain extent, still on the rise. However, this enhancement is depleting the intrinsic power of the universe itself, while simultaneously elevating Yujie's strength to an entirely new echelon. This is an unexpected boon, at least for Yujie, who has awaited this moment for far too long. With every breath, his power surges yet again. This time, the strength he garners is far more potent than before, to the extent that any deity daring to approach him is swiftly annihilated. In an instant, Eternity realizes that its plans are fraught with complications. Yujie is akin to a colossal elephant, while these deities resemble mere ants attempting to inflict harm upon him. Is this not a jest? Eternity's gaze shifts to the nearby creator gods. It knows that there can be no further delay. Decisive action must be taken. Otherwise, Yujie may once again undergo a transformation, and what's more, Eternity senses this. As these deities fall to Yujie, his strength inexplicably escalates in a remarkably short time frame. This is undoubtedly the worst possible news. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must act immediately. Should we grant this individual any further opportunities, it would be akin to willingly plunging ourselves into an abyss. Such an occurrence must be averted. Let us strike together. After uttering this declaration, Eternity charged ahead, fully aware of the gravity of its actions. Moreover, Eternity understands that should matters reach a critical juncture, Yujie could easily rely on his strength to eradicate all the deities throughout the cosmos. Eternity's resolute figure is noted by the other creator gods. Following Yujie's recent display of might, his combat prowess has undergone a staggering transformation once more. Therefore, these beings comprehend that with the situation evolving yet again, Yujie's strength will experience a significant enhancement in a brief span. Thus, they must make the same choice as Eternity, to act swiftly. They must endeavor to thwart Yujie's impending actions. One must acknowledge that their intentions are commendable, yet the harshness of reality far exceeds their expectations. The most evident manifestation of this is the golden radiance emanating from Yujie's form, gradually enveloping him. All beings at this moment perceive yet another transformation within him. If the previously suppressed power could be quantified as half, a substantial portion of it is now fully unleashed. Yujie can now harness the power of the Golden Warrior. The terrifying pressure stemming from the convergence of the Golden Superman and Super Saiyan forces is far from simplistic. Until now, Yujie has been unable to wield the power of the Golden Superman at will. Yet, with the diminishing suppression, he can now fully tap into this strength. In an instant, a subtle smile graces Yujie's lips. He recognizes that the opportunity has finally arrived. Let these wretched beings understand what true cruelty entails. With a single breath, Yujie unleashes this power in its entirety. He yearned for the demise of those present before him. Chapter 219, The Fall of the Creator God. In the blink of an eye, Yujie's power had surged to its zenith. For Yujie, there was no longer a need to restrain his strength. With each life he extinguished, the suppression from this universe diminished further. He could even unleash a more terrifying power in a fleeting moment, which is precisely why Yujie showcased his most formidable abilities here. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his actions, understanding that his adversaries could not resolve matters swiftly. The overwhelming force had reached its pinnacle in mere moments. Harnessing this power, he erupted into laughter, convinced that his foes would not remain passive. In his estimation, this universe would undoubtedly bolster the strength of those individuals immediately. Otherwise, they would lack the qualifications to continue battling against him. Undoubtedly, the power exhibited by Yujie was exceedingly formidable. prompting a shared glance of astonishment between the goddess of death and eternity. They had been observing Ujia's every move, fully cognizant that any action taken at this moment must target the very core. Their seemingly indifferent demeanor led to an instantaneous realization between the two. Perhaps from the outset, Ujia understood precisely what he was doing and would not be overly concerned with the reactions of his opponents. In Ujia's eyes, they were all but deceased. It must be said that their thoughts aligned perfectly with Ujia's own. For Ujia, the situation was merely as it was in the next moment. He elevated his power entirely. Ujia's speed was astonishing, and the force he unleashed was immensely powerful. In the blink of an eye, he once again appeared before his foes. This time, his actions were brutally straightforward, raising his strength to its utmost peak. Eternity, closest to him, felt the sensation of utter annihilation once more as their bodies made direct contact. Under the threat of this power, they began to dissipate gradually. Yet, Ujia's expression remained unchanged, for he knew that upon vanquishing eternity, they would undoubtedly resurrect shortly thereafter. However, the suppression from this universe would continue to wane. Because of this, Ujia found himself increasingly anticipatory. But before he could act, eternity resurrected yet again. Appearing directly behind him, a green luminescence emanated from eternity's grasp. The moment this green light manifested, Ujia felt as if his body was slipping from his control. Before he could respond, an even more potent force erupted forth. Far surpassing his expectations, even Ujia himself was taken aback. To think that his opponent could wield such peculiar power in such a brief interval. As his expression changed, Ujia scrutinized the foe, eager to discern the nature of this individual and how they could so swiftly recalibrate their strength. Once he was ensnared, Ujia was keenly aware that resurrection was imminent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the other four creator gods began to amplify their own powers. In an instant, Ujia's form began to shatter, and once more, he traversed the cycle of death and resurrection. Yet this time, his power had ascended even higher, finally allowing him to register the anomaly that was Ujia. For the power Ujia possessed was utterly incomprehensible to them. It was baffling that he could resurrect immediately after being slain. Moreover, upon revival, his strength increased once again, a conundrum that defied all reasoning. What kind of power should a mere human possess? This was one question, yet the notion that a human could wield such strange abilities was another. The fact that he could resurrect after being slain was utterly astonishing. At this juncture, gazes shifted once more towards the goddess of death. Eternity was well acquainted with her. She was entirely different, exerting control over the cycle of life and death. She could even strip a human of their existence. As Eternity's gaze fell upon her, the goddess of death quickly realized his intent. However, she bitterly shook her head, fully aware of what Eternity was contemplating. He undoubtedly wished for her to obliterate Ujia. Yet, this was an impossibility, as the goddess of death was astonished to discover that Ujia appeared to leave no trace within the cycle of life and death. If he was not present within the cycle, how could she possibly eradicate him? Long before, the goddess of death had contemplated similar methods to eliminate Ujia. After all, he was indeed an enigma, a mere human endowed with extraordinary power. Now, upon engaging him in battle, she realized that her assumptions might have been somewhat naive. Only Eternity's expression grew increasingly grim, for he understood well the implications. If Ujia could not be vanquished within the cycle of life and death, it meant he was not of this universe. Yet, every parallel universe should be interconnected. The goddess of death ought to be able to eliminate him. Why then, was she unable to do so? This was the aspect that Eternity found most perplexing. At that moment, Ujia once again struck down the two creator gods closest to him. As they resurrected, Ujia charged toward the goddess of death. A radiant light flickered in his hand, and before the goddess of death could react, Ujia's power directly impacted her. In an instant, her form was utterly obliterated. This scene unfolded with surprising abruptness, leaving both the goddess of death and Eternity momentarily stunned. They were still contemplating how to neutralize Ujia swiftly. Yet, none had anticipated that Ujia could unleash such formidable destructive power within such a brief span. They needed to reevaluate their strategy. Meanwhile, Ujia surged forward once more. Chapter 220, The Journey Begins. In just a fleeting moment, Ujia had elevated his power to a pinnacle. He understood that time could not be squandered here. These individuals had been probing him, attempting to find a weakness to exploit and defeat him. While Ujia might have wished to dismiss them as fanciful dreamers, he recognized that such flights of fancy were not entirely misguided. They could indeed waste precious time. As the whirlpools of various parallel universes opened, Yu was acutely aware that he could not afford to linger within a single universe for too long. With an abundance of parallel universes, he could not foresee which might suddenly erupt with an insurmountable crisis. Yu needed to resolve matters with these adversaries in a shorter time frame. A golden radiance enveloped Yu entirely, and he found himself transformed. This new incarnation bore a significant distinction from the previous one. Most importantly, the brilliance radiating from him was far more resplendent than before. All this while, Yu had been searching for an opportunity. For Yu, the opportunities for discovery were plentiful, yet they needed to be employed at the most critical junctures. In the present moment, as his adversaries maintained control over him, they were utterly oblivious to the possibility of his breaking free from their constraints, thereby inflicting harm upon them. Yu was now seizing this opportunity to threaten his opponents. In doing so, he elevated his own power once more, having dispatched the Eternal 4 times in succession. Following the demise of the Eternal, before the opponent could resurrect, Yu charged forth to confront the goddess of death, his hands aglow with radiant golden light. Once again, he amalgamated the powers of the Super Saiyan and Superman, resulting in yet another defeat for the goddess of death. Subsequently, Yu barreled towards the 3 creation gods, resembling a bloodthirsty avenger as he relentlessly dispatched them time and again, each time they resurrected. After numerous attempts, the bodies of the other deities finally began to exhibit signs of change. It was at this moment that Yu discerned that the force suppressing him had finally vanished. He understood well that this was due to his newfound ability to transcend the limitations of the entire universe. This universe had allocated the majority of its power to bolster these deities, rendering Yu's task merely to escort them to their final resting place. Consequently, his own strength surged once again. The Eternals were beginning to comprehend the truth. From the very beginning, Yu had been restraining his own power, which was, in reality, overwhelmingly formidable. In just a fleeting moment, this power escalated to an unforeseen magnitude. Within such an environment, to continue battling, Yu required seizing more opportunities, or perhaps hoping that he might inadvertently reveal a vulnerability. Yet, Yu would not permit such thoughts to linger, persistently eliminating his foes while wielding his power. Ultimately, he elevated his strength to an entirely new echelon. Each time the Super Saiyan was vanquished, his power would augment to a certain extent. Moreover, as the duration of battle extended, his strength would experience significant enhancement, epitomizing a bloodline born for combat. In that moment, Yu sensed the unwavering gaze of his opponents upon him, as they believed they could orchestrate a turn of events swiftly. Alas, their naivete was profound, rendering their aspirations utterly futile. After a relentless barrage of over 100 defeats, the resurrection power within these deities was finally exhausted. At this juncture, Yu erupted into laughter, realizing he had squandered far too much time, and he had no desire to prolong this engagement any further. His adversaries remained fixated on him, still clinging to the hope of a comeback. As anticipated, when the Eternal extended his hand, an exceptionally brilliant light emanated from him. In an instant, the radiance erupted forth from Yu's being, and when he next observed, only the Eternal remained among the creation gods. Undoubtedly, the other creators had fused completely with the Eternal, and they now recognized that defeating Yu in the short term was an impossibility. Consequently, it was more prudent to unite into a single, formidable form. Yu's gaze fell upon the Eternal, and he could discern that the latter's current state was far more powerful than he had initially imagined. Nevertheless, even in this form, the Eternal was not a match for him. Before Yu could make a move, the Eternal launched the first attack, flames erupting from his hands. Yu's form vanished entirely in that instant. Moments later, he resurrected once more, surveying his opponent and sensing the power they now commanded. It felt distinctly different from the previous adversaries he had encountered. As the flames reignited, Yu was again struck down. After considerable effort, he finally grasped that his opponent's power had reached its zenith. Attempting to resolve the situation in this state would present considerable challenges. Of course, it was merely a challenge. The Eternal, too, was taken aback by the peculiar nature of Yu's resurrection power. However, he was certain that Yu, like them, had limitations on his revivals and could not resurrect indefinitely. Thus, the Eternal dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and once again amplified his strength, seeking to eliminate Yu once and for all. It must be said that the Eternal's aspirations were commendable, yet they remained mere aspirations. After 10 consecutive defeats, Yu charged towards his opponent, and the latter's form began to disintegrate, revealing a look of incredulity on the Eternal's face. How could it be that the adversary had managed to augment his power so significantly in such a short span of time? Until his last breath, the Eternal could not fathom that this formidable version of Yujia was a direct consequence of his own actions. Yujia, at that moment, shook his head. The opportunities had indeed been afforded by his opponents, who seemed oblivious to the value of such chances. Chapter 221, The New Universe Thanos. With the demise of the creation gods, the deities within this universe were systematically eradicated by Yujia. Observing the somewhat desolate expanse of the cosmos, Yujia shook his head, acutely aware that this universe had, in many respects, been irrevocably destroyed. It would not be long before it began to fade away entirely, which for Yujia represented the resolution of a troublesome matter. He then returned to Earth, intent on exploring the vortex in search of other parallel universes he had previously discovered. In his current mindset, Yujia deemed it best to eliminate all those who sought to sow discord. His ambitions were indeed audacious, yet he had exerted considerable effort towards this end. A formidable power enveloped Yujia, allowing him to swiftly locate a vortex radiating a crimson glow. After a brief glance at the vortex, he dashed towards it, fully aware that something he sought lay beyond its swirling depths. However, he felt he had squandered too much time in this endeavor. Upon entering the new parallel universe, Yujia was taken aback. What was happening? Why did he sense that the essence of this universe was somewhat askew? He felt no trace of the force that had once suppressed him. At that moment, Yujia soared from Earth into the cosmos, reasoning that it would be more prudent to experience firsthand what transpired in the universe. His speed was remarkable, and as he traversed the cosmos, he quickly sensed the dissonance in the prevailing atmosphere. To his astonishment, he discovered Thanos. Yujia was no stranger to this individual. In the main universe, Thanos was a formidable adversary, wielding immense power and possessing unexpected, terrifying capabilities. Yet, within the multitude of universes, Thanos could not be deemed particularly fearsome. Why then? Did Yujia sense something amiss about this world as Thanos? Soon, Yujia began to comprehend the situation at hand. Perhaps this world was indeed ruled by Thanos. It was no wonder that he felt an inexplicable sensation upon his arrival on Earth. It seemed that the current Thanos had ascended to the pinnacle of power within this universe. Given Thanos' character, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc across this cosmos. With this thought, Yujia could not help but shake his head, for he understood that such a decision meant that his forthcoming endeavors would become significantly simpler. With only one adversary to contend with, he no longer needed to engage in relentless battles to seek out opponents, and in Yujia's estimation, the Thanos before him was not his equal. After all, he had experienced countless deaths that had elevated his combat prowess to an extraordinarily terrifying level, enabling him to master his own power. Yujia charged directly towards Thanos, eschewing any form of dialogue, and unleashed his strength so abruptly that Thanos did not have the opportunity to react meaningfully. He was sent hurtling away, and by the time Thanos regained his bearings, Yujia was upon him once more. Thanos sensed something was amiss, for during the course of their confrontation, Yujia's power was surging too rapidly. Previously, Yujia's strength might have seemed inconsequential to Thanos, but now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Yujia's radiance and might were coalescing into an overwhelming force that far surpassed Thanos' previous perceptions. Thanos furrowed his brow at this revelation. As the sovereign of the universe, he was acutely aware that Yujia was indeed different now, exceeding even his prior expectations. While Thanos slightly shook his head, he clenched his fists, and the fabled infinity stones manifested around him. At that moment, Yujia's countenance shifted, for he had not anticipated that Thanos would possess such formidable artifacts. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, Thanos' status as the ruler of the universe implied that he was the most powerful entity here. What could possibly be outside the realm of possibility? This realization brought a smile to Yujia's face. It appeared that this battle might yield some unexpected surprises from Thanos, and he was eager to uncover what those surprises entailed. Thanos had initially presumed Yujia to be mute, but to his surprise, Yujia spoke up, prompting Thanos to chuckle. However, it was not long before Thanos shook his head once more. I must admit, your displayed strength is somewhat formidable. Yet, since my inception, no force in this universe has been able to counterbalance my existence. My kin sought to subdue me, but they perished along with the so-called deities that attempted to restrain me. Even the universe itself seems to reject me, and thus this realm has faded away. Thanos' words seemed to serve as a veiled boast, yet he remained oblivious to the disdain reflected in Yujia's gaze. For only Yujia understood the true nature of his actions. These beings were undeniably inept. He recognized that within every parallel universe, unforeseen events could occur, An ordinary individual in his universe might ascend to a transcendent status in another. However, he was taken aback to witness how feeble the inhabitants of this universe were, easily dispatched by someone of Thanos' caliber. Undoubtedly, Thanos had evolved to an unimaginable level within this realm. Perhaps the innate Titan abilities of his race were entirely unique. Simultaneously, Thanos summoned the power of the Infinity Stones once more. In an instant, the stones enveloped Yu-Jia with their might. Each gem radiated brilliance, unleashing beams of energy that assaulted Yu-Jia's form. He found himself ensnared in a cycle of death and resurrection, a scenario he had not anticipated. While he had regarded Thanos as formidable, he had never imagined such overwhelming strength could be unleashed in such a brief span, completely shattering his expectations. Chapter 222, Utter Terror. Thanos' gaze was fixated on Yu-Jia, for upon witnessing the light emitted from his stones, he sensed that something was amiss with Yu-Jia. Most notably, Yu-Jia's attention seemed to be directed away from him and instead towards the stones themselves. Did this individual believe he could disregard the power of the Infinity Stones? A flicker of profound curiosity crossed Thanos' face. However, the ensuing events would overturn Thanos' assumptions. He believed his power to be immensely potent. Yu-Jia, in his estimation, was certainly no match for him. As he continued to engage Yu-Jia, he realized he had been overly naive. Yu-Jia's form was fluctuating, constantly vanishing and reappearing. This suggested that Yu-Jia's body had exceeded Thanos' expectations. Recognizing this, Thanos understood that he needed to seek a more opportune moment to strike. Given the present circumstances, it was implausible to defeat Yu-Jia in the short term, especially considering the peculiar power Yu-Jia had demonstrated previously, his ability to resurrect infinitely. With this thought, Thanos clenched his fist tightly. Meanwhile, the Infinity Stones in his grasp erupted with an even more dazzling radiance, accelerating Yu-Jia's demise at this moment. The Infinity Stones represented the most formidable power in the universe, and with Thanos exerting control over them, the force unleashed was immensely powerful. Yu-Jia understood that it was plainly impossible to resolve this conflict swiftly. He would need to devise a more fitting strategy. While Yu-Jia's thoughts were commendable, they could not manifest into resolution here. The most evident truth was that the instant his strength began to amplify, his plans had already shifted. Thanos was not particularly adept at seizing opportunities. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that as long as his power was sufficiently potent, he need not concern himself with any opportunity. With his might established, his opponent had no chance of overcoming him. It must be noted that, to some extent, his perspective had indeed altered. But in the fleeting moment that Yu-Jia narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the stones, they suddenly soared into the air. After experiencing dozens of deaths, Yu-Jia's strength had significantly increased. For Yu-Jia, this was the most fortuitous turn of events. Having been repeatedly vanquished only served to gradually awaken and amplify his power. Yu-Jia was acutely aware that to swiftly defeat Thanos, he needed to augment his strength once more. Thanos had not anticipated that Yu-Jia would bring him such monumental surprises. The most evident change was that Yu-Jia's strength surged once again, a terrifying force that spread out in mere moments. Furthermore, this power was beginning to radiate outward. Previously, Yu-Jia had been unable to strike Thanos in a short span, but now, Thanos himself could not have foreseen the magnitude of what was unfolding. Originally, Thanos had believed that by unleashing his power, he could swiftly deal with his adversary, causing Yu-Jia significant distress. However, what they didn't expect was that their assumptions were a bit too fanciful. Yu-Jia's burst of power in such a short time was simply overwhelming. Even the Infinity Stones couldn't restrain him. In just an instant, Thanos abandoned the idea of attacking directly and instead adjusted to a more suitable plan. In that moment, Thanos once again elevated his own power. This time, however, he did not rely on the Infinity Stones, but rather used his innate strength to launch an assault on Yu-Jia. Yu-Jia immediately sensed that something was off. At that moment, he noticed that the Infinity Stones, having returned to Thanos, were now being absorbed back into his body. It no longer felt like he was fighting Thanos. It was as if he were fighting the Infinity Stones themselves. Yu-Jia was momentarily stunned. Who exactly was he even facing? Or was there something unusual within Thanos himself? Yu-Jia had sensed earlier that something about Thanos' aura was a little off, but there was nothing he could do except engage in battle. Very quickly, Thanos' fist slammed into Yu-Jia. Yu-Jia staggered back, but due to his enhanced combat power, he could withstand the blow head-on. At the same time, he charged back at Thanos. This strike carried even more force, his punch landing directly on Thanos. Before Thanos could fully react, another surge of power erupted from Yu-Jia, one that felt vastly different from before. Thanos' perception shifted instantly. It was impossible to take Yu-Jia down in a short span of time. After all, Yu-Jia had just revived dozens of times during the battle. No human could resurrect infinitely in such a short period. Moreover, each revival made Yu-Jia's aura even more terrifying. Thanos realized that to defeat Yu-Jia, he would need to find the right opportunity. He could not act rashly or rely on assumptions. The key was to strike at the perfect moment. For this reason, Thanos took a step back while continuing to accumulate even greater power. He needed to test the limits of Yu-Jia's strength. With a single blow, Yu-Jia was killed almost instantly, but his body quickly regenerated. Yet as soon as he recovered, the aftershock from Thanos' punch struck him again, bringing death upon him once more. Chapter 223, terrifying as ever not bad. You do have some skill, but even this power won't affect me in the slightest. You're not worthy of making me retreat, Yu-Jia thought. Even as Thanos' attacks kept battering him, Yu-Jia paid no mind. In his perspective, if Thanos wanted to end him, Yu-Jia had to exert his full strength. He would not allow himself to be erased simply because Thanos wished it. Meanwhile, Yu-Jia sensed Thanos' aura intensifying. As expected, his words had provoked Thanos into raising his power once more. Thanos realized that Yu-Jia was not like any opponent he had faced before. To effectively counter him, Thanos needed to continually amplify his own strength. In just a short time, Thanos' power had grown significantly, and he even smiled. He knew that upon seeing his power increase, Yu-Jia would be prepared and might unleash different tactics. This was exactly what Thanos anticipated, because he understood the implications of his own actions. A fleeting thought was nothing, but once his power could surge in a short span, the battle could become simpler. Still, Yu-Jia could feel that Thanos was also adjusting his strength in response to him, a mutual calculation of each other's moves. Yu-Jia had confidence in his own power. He had always controlled his strength carefully, planning to overcome opponents strategically. This time was no different. In his eyes, Thanos had very few chances. He could not suppress Yu-Jia. Reality aligned with his strategy, and Yu-Jia smiled. He knew that Thanos was very different from before. Yet Thanos didn't understand why Yu-Jia had changed so much in such a short time, nor the source of his growing power. By the time Thanos realized, Yu-Jia's fist had already smashed through his head. What happened next unfolded as Yu-Jia anticipated. Not only could he revive, but Thanos also had the ability to revive, a true power of a universal overlord. Yu-Jia didn't pay it much mind. After all, both sides were effectively cheating in this battle. Thanos' status as ruler of the universe was not easily earned. With that in mind, Yu-Jia elevated his own strength to an even higher stage. At this level, Yu-Jia could accomplish much more. Thanos looked at him in disbelief. He understood Yu-Jia was unusual, but he could not assume he could handle him as before. Having resurrected and readjusted his power, Thanos needed to find the right moment to end his opponent. Time could not be wasted. Yu-Jia kept his gaze locked on Thanos, knowing that both of them were fully aware of the other's potential moves. Only with careful thought could one elevate their strength to the corresponding stage. Recognizing this, Yu-Jia squinted, controlling his power and ascending to a completely new level. At that moment, he smiled. He had never thought that Thanos could suppress him in such a short time. As if his visage were fixated upon Yu-Jia, slowly calibrating the power of the Infinity Stones. These stones held immense significance for Thanos, compelling him to engage in a dialogue with them while simultaneously amplifying the strength he had acquired once more. Yu-Jia had anticipated this scene prior. However, he felt an urgent need to seek a more opportune moment. Otherwise, the situation could not possibly unfold as simply as he had envisioned. Now, his opponent had once again launched an assault utilizing the power of fusion. As Yu-Jia retreated, he inhaled deeply, for it is said that with sufficient power, no adversary can stand against you. Yu-Jia was acutely aware of this truth. Thus, he harnessed his strength and charged directly at his foe. A subtle smile gracing his lips, for he understood well that in such an environment, dispatching an opponent required time, yet it was not merely time that was necessary. Thanos, at this moment, would undoubtedly devise a scheme to outmaneuver him, possibly laying sufficient traps in the process. One cannot deny that the idea was commendable, yet the realities unfolding were anything but simple. As fists collided, both Thanos and Yu-Jia maintained control over their powers, refusing to yield. In the next instant, the forces of the Golden Superman and the Super Saiyan erupted forth. Yu-Jia deemed it utterly pointless to waste time, having granted his opponent an opportunity. It was only fitting that he now ushered them on their way. The absence of any means from the adversary indicated that they were but a powerless fool. How could Yu-Jia allow such a thing to pass unchallenged? Thus, he resolved to send his opponent on their way, delivering an unexpected surprise. Simultaneously, Thanos narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss with Yu-Jia. Chapter 224, The Demise of Thanos. Thanos' gaze was fixed upon Ujiah, for he understood the necessity of acting decisively at this juncture. Otherwise, the fate awaiting him would be unimaginably grim, particularly since Ujiah had not displayed an overwhelming force from the very beginning. Yet now, the menacing aura emanating from Ujiah seemed to suggest that this power could indeed escalate further within a certain time frame. It was precisely due to this realization that Ujiah narrowed his eyes. Not only that, but he also speculated on the subsequent actions of this individual. He understood that Thanos would never act recklessly. Indeed, he might once again amplify his own strength in a short span. Long before, Ujiah had conjectured multiple times about the adversary's potential maneuvers. For Ujiah was acutely aware that in such an environment, a lack of decisive action could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, Thanos, of all beings, would never permit circumstances to shift in a manner contrary to his designs. Thanos would undoubtedly choose the most opportune moment to enhance his power, causing the unfolding events to veer in an entirely different direction. For Ujiah, this development was far from favorable. It necessitated a swift augmentation of his own strength. It is worth noting that prior to this, Ujiah had not merely once approached Thanos while controlling his power. Yet, this was not particularly surprising to Ujiah. Only when Thanos began to reflect his power outward did Ujiah realize that his actions might indeed fail to influence his opponent. In that instant, Ujiah's strength surged to its zenith, embodying the powers of both the Super Saiyan and the Golden Superman. In the blink of an eye, a radiant glow enveloped Thanos as well. Upon witnessing Ujiah amplify his strength, Thanos understood that his adversary was not engaging in jest. Rather, he sought to complicate matters further. Some surprises are always visible, yet others are far from simple, as the terrifying power between them escalated to its limits. Thus, Ujiah narrowed his eyes. Yet for him, this was not a matter of significant concern, for he had already elevated his power to an even higher echelon. However, as he beheld the moment a loaf of bread arrived, he shook his head slightly, realizing he had afforded Thanos far too many chances. Yet, Thanos had squandered them. And now it was no longer a matter of cherishing opportunities. It was time for Ujiah to elevate his strength to its utmost pinnacle. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated from Ujiah, the force unleashed now far more formidable than before. Before Thanos could even register a response, his very form began to dissipate. In a mere moment, his power surged once more. Having resolved to eliminate Thanos, Ujiah could not afford to squander any further time. In an instant, he augmented his strength yet again. Countless energy waves began to converge upon Thanos, leading him down a path of repeated death and resurrection. The Infinity Stones materialized from Thanos' body, for Ujiah understood that Thanos could not possess the gift of eternal life. Much of this was attributable to the Infinity Stones continuously bestowing upon him similar powers, allowing him to endure repeated deaths. Ujiah's objective was straightforward: to eliminate his opponent during each resurrection. After several hundred deaths, the Infinity Stones upon Thanos' body had dimmed considerably. Their once resplendent glow now faded. Ujiah recognized that the visage of his opponent was nearing resolution, shaking his head. He had granted Thanos his best chance from the outset. Yet, it appeared that his adversary had failed to appreciate it. Now, as both parties' powers ascended to this level, the ensuing matters would not be simple. As expected, in a fleeting moment, Ujiah unleashed his full strength, and in Thanos' incredulous gaze, he channeled this force entirely into his foe. In another instant, an explosion of power ensued, leaving no opportunity for struggle. Under the weight of this force, Thanos was utterly obliterated. Consequently, Thanos could not suppress his desire to roar and question Ujiah about the source of such immense power. Yet, thoughts remained merely thoughts, for his actions at this moment could not resolve anything. In that instant, Thanos was merely a pawn in Ujiah's eyes. A more terrifying force enveloped the battlefield, and Ujiah was acutely aware that Thanos still possessed the ability to resurrect. He would likely revive several more times. However, the power Ujiah wielded this time was exponentially greater than before, rendering any of Thanos' actions utterly laughable. As anticipated, the cataclysmic force erupted, sending Thanos down the path of death and resurrection once more. Yet this time, Ujiah turned toward the exit of this realm. It would not take long for Thanos to vanish completely under the weight of this power. This, Ujiah held confidence in, for he had already placed countless explosive traps around his adversary. As long as the opponent harbors thoughts, or even takes action, they will inevitably face the explosive force of a power bomb. Indeed, after Ujiah departed from this realm, Thanos encountered his own demise. Initially, there was a modicum of curiosity regarding why the other party chose to turn away so abruptly. However, Thanos has since come to realize that it was because Yu-Jia understood he had no chance of survival. It was this very awareness that allowed Yu-Jia to depart with such confidence. As Thanos felt the waning of his own life, he couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that he had failed to execute a single task to perfection. Even in this universe, his formidable self was merely a fleeting illusion. Before long, Yu-Jia arrived in a new universe, absorbing the information resonating within it. Soon, he summoned his powers, and the slaughter was about to commence. Chapter 225, 3 Universes. In this new universe, deities and numerous powerful beings existed. Yet, these entities were utterly incapable of halting the current Yu-Jia. As Yu-Jia continued to eliminate deities, he became cognizant of the fact that his strength had, unbeknownst to him, ascended to an unforeseen level. This realization led Yu-Jia to shake his head. The best opportunities had always been within his grasp. No one could impede him here, and according to his original plan, he intended to eradicate all parallel universes completely. Subsequently, he aimed to find and annihilate the substitute universes, which was Yu-Jia's initial scheme. As the parallel universes began to make contact, the filial piety and powers of each universe converged. It was highly probable that the substitute universes had begun to mirror the primary universe in their conditions, an eventuality Yu-Jia wished to avoid at all costs. Therefore, he needed to obliterate all parallel universes. In doing so, these universes would be severed from each other, eliminating excessive power interactions. For this reason, Yu-Jia revealed all his might without hesitation, unleashing his most formidable powers. Upon entering a new universe, Yu-Jia immediately elevated his strength to its zenith. The existence within other universes gradually sensed Yu-Jia's emergence. In an instant, he became the target of all. Yet these individuals seemed utterly oblivious to Yu-Jia's true might. To them, he appeared merely as a soft target. They thought they could effortlessly dispose of him. Until Yu-Jia suddenly transformed into a fearsome tiger. Only then did they realize that they had unwittingly provoked a terrifying entity. After 2 consecutive days of relentless pursuit, Yu-Jia had completely annihilated 3 universes. Following the destruction of these realms, Yu-Jia felt his power surge once more. It must be said, the beings within these universes were astonishingly foolish, believing they could vanquish him with ease. It was as though he had inadvertently maxed out a talent for mockery. Nevertheless, Yu-Jia understood that his presence was no boon for any universe. Moreover, beings of his nature would never garner goodwill. Yet, despite this, Yu-Jia did not waver in his resolve. He knew he had to hasten his pace. Time was of the essence, for the substitute universes had undoubtedly undergone transformations. Should they undergo significant changes, even his own universe might be affected upon his release. With this in mind, Yu-Jia could not restrain the enhancement of all his powers and commenced his slaughter. After a month and a half of relentless carnage, Yu-Jia had obliterated dozens of parallel universes. However, he soon discerned that something was amiss. These parallel universes appeared to be mere extensions, lacking the inherent powers typical of a universe. It dawned on Yu-Jia that he had likely fallen into a trap. It seemed that the substitute universes had developed their own consciousness. They were no longer willing to be mere substitutes and sought to threaten the primary universe instead. Upon this realization, Yu-Jia quickly understood that events were unfolding as he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have encountered so many parallel universes. Yu-Jia then began to teleport. As the connections between these universes grew increasingly tighter, his ability to teleport transcended the confines of a single universe. He was now capable of linking multiple universes. In a sense, his teleportation had begun to disregard the limitations of time and space altogether. Even the barriers of the universe could not confine him. He traversed through dozens of universes in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yu-Jia acquired the information he sought, although this time he was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the substitute universes would expand to such a scale in such a short span. He discovered that among the various parallel universes, 3 were particularly troublesome substitute universes whose powers threatened the primary universe. Yu-Jia, not being foolish, quickly deduced that this was likely due to their newfound consciousness, allowing them to absorb the powers of other parallel universes. However, his sudden appearance forced them to alter their plans slightly. After absorbing each parallel universe, they utilized the powers inherent to that universe to create forces akin to those of parallel universes, thereby ensnaring Yu-Jia. Additionally, they seized this opportunity to bolster their strength, resulting in the emergence of the 3 substitute universes in Yu-Jia's sight. Because of this, Yu-Jia had to concede that these universal wills possessed a certain cunning. After all, according to his original plan, these universes should have patiently awaited his arrival for resolution. Who could have foreseen that they would preemptively pave a path for himself, ensuring both offense and defense were perfectly aligned? Nevertheless, for Yu-Jie, this was not a matter worthy of excessive concern. Now that Yu-Jie had augmented his powers, he resolved that if the other side sought to stir chaos, he would not disappoint them. He would endeavor to resolve their troubles swiftly. Yu-Jie then entered the first universe, one of the weaker substitute universes among the three he was aware of. The power this substitute universe wielded was likely less formidable than anticipated. He could even observe how these substitute universes functioned. Yu-Jie's intentions were commendable, but upon his arrival in this universe, he quickly recognized that circumstances had shifted. The powers present were somewhat peculiar, and before long, a colossal monstrosity manifested before him. It was the Hulk. Yu-Jie's expression changed dramatically. He had not expected to encounter the Hulk. This derivative of the substitute universe was none other than the formidable green giant standing before him. Chapter 226. The Hulk. Gazing at the Hulk before him, Yu-Jie's eyes glimmered with profound sentiment. In Yu-Jie's perspective, he believed he would not encounter the Hulk again. However, to his astonishment, he found himself face to face with the Hulk once more amidst these three alternate universes, and this particular incarnation of the Hulk seemed to exhibit subtle transformations. Most notably, the expression in the creature's eyes appeared to betray a glimpse of an apocalyptic essence, a realization that enabled Yu-Jie to sense the underlying truth. The being before him was likely not the Hulk in the traditional sense, but rather the embodiment of this universe's will, akin to the entities he had previously encountered. Yet, this entity seemed more profound, and Yu-Jie could perceive its anger escalating imperceptibly. Remarkably, he had not provoked it in any way. In this context, it was utterly improbable for the creature to become angered, yet it was precisely this increase in fury that suggested its combat prowess was also burgeoning. This led Yu-Jie to affirm that the being was indeed an incarnation of the cosmic will, which accounted for its peculiar demeanor. Nevertheless, Yu-Jie chose not to dwell excessively on this revelation. Upon beholding the creature, he discerned that none of the cosmic wills were benevolent. They all harbored intentions to stir chaos in this realm. Thus, Yu-Jie resolved to deny them any opportunities. In an instant, his power surged to its zenith, and he subtly shook his head. However, he was taken aback when, before he could act, the Hulk charged towards him. The Hulk's approach elicited a faint amusement in Yu-Jie, for its speed was painfully sluggish. There seemed to be no possibility of it catching him. But just as thoughts crossed Yu-Jie's mind, and he prepared to make a move, the creature's fist struck his chest, shattering his form into fragments. It was only then that Yu-Jie realized it was not the Hulk's speed that was lacking, but rather his own eyes that could not keep pace with the shadow left by the creature. In the blink of an eye, the Hulk had absorbed powers from other parallel universes. Recognizing this, Yu-Jie understood the forthcoming battle demanded his utmost vigilance. The strength possessed by the Hulk was immensely formidable. Yet Yu-Jie harbored no intention of engaging in dialogue, for he was acutely aware that both parties were already cognizant of each other's objectives. Thus, meaningful communication was utterly unnecessary. They would unleash their respective powers directly. As their strengths erupted, Yu-Jie scarcely had time to react before his body was once again ravaged by the Hulk's might. Having barely revived and restored himself, Yu-Jie found the creature's power overwhelming, as it seemed to rely solely on its intrinsic physical capabilities. The damage inflicted upon him was far more severe than he had anticipated. This realization prompted Yu-Jie to consider the necessity of creating distance between them. Utilizing instantaneous movement, he transported his recently restored body behind the Hulk. However, before he could enact any further strategy, the creature's fist whipped back towards him. Yu-Jie was astonished at how swiftly it had responded, even managing to track his movements. Once again, his form was shattered into fragments. It was undeniable that this incarnation of the Hulk possessed an extraordinary power, far beyond his expectations. The combined might of Superman and Super Saiyan coursed through Yu-Jie, for the Hulk undoubtedly wielded cosmic-level strength. Yu-Jie had naturally held back some of his own power, but little did he know that this very restraint would become his Achilles heel. As the two forces merged within him, Yu-Jie felt his aura evolving continuously. Most significantly, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes, for he understood that elevating his power to a higher echelon was imperative to influence his opponent. Otherwise, as the Hulk unleashed even more terrifying strength, the opportunity for a turnaround would elude him. The sheer force generated in that fleeting moment was astonishing. Even Yu-Jie could hardly believe that when his fist collided with the Hulk, the creature not only blocked the blow but showed no signs of retreat whatsoever. This revelation astonished Yu Jie profoundly. He was well aware of the nature of the Hulk's power. Yet he had not anticipated the creature's defensive capabilities would be equally formidable, absorbing his assault while simultaneously augmenting its own strength in the process. The Hulk's rage was a ceaseless ascent, which implied that his combat effectiveness was perpetually on the rise, plunging the battle into a state of intense impasse. For Yu Jie, this was far from favorable news. He had to adhere to his original strategy. To vanquish his foe, he could ill afford to waste time reflecting on his observations. It was clear that the Hulk was not as simplistic as he had initially presumed. Yu Jie would need to expend even greater force to secure victory. Meanwhile, the Hulk remained oblivious to Yu Jie's thoughts, relentlessly pummeling him once more. Thanks to the complete fusion of their powers, Yu Jie managed to withstand this onslaught. Yet he remained acutely aware that the Hulk's strength would continue to escalate. It was as if he were fated to be slain by the creature again. Thus, Yu Jie steeled himself, determined to extract further combat prowess from this encounter. It must be said that Yu Jie's approach was rather crude, as he had not enacted many strategies, yet he found himself felled by the Hulk yet again. Thus, the cycle continued, an unending loop of battle, death, and ascension, while the Hulk's demeanor remained unchanged. Chapter 227, United. Clearly, the Hulk perceived that the power Yu Jie had unleashed could not alter the course of events. Regrettably, he seemed unaware that Yu Jie was capable of continually enhancing his own combat strength through the trials of battle. Consequently, Yu Jie paid little mind to how the Hulk would respond. Both he and the Hulk were in a constant state of power augmentation. For Yu Jie, all that was required was to seize an opportune moment to amplify his strength. Yet, the subsequent turn of events left both parties in a state of astonishment. In Yu Jie's estimation, while the Hulk's power escalation appeared limitless, the cosmic nature of his strength suggested that there would be an observable phase of control. The Hulk's cosmic manifestation, meanwhile, was struck by bewilderment. How could a mere human possess such overwhelming power? Was it possible that all humans in the main universe were this formidable? The Hulk found himself questioning. But soon both beings were compelled to speak through the very power they wielded. The strength in that moment was undeniably potent. Even Yu Jie had not anticipated that the Hulk could alter the circumstances in such an environment, leading him to shake his head in disbelief. Before this moment, while Yu Jie had managed to control his power, he had not elevated it to a notably discernible level. Now, with both parties having augmented their strengths, even Yu Jie felt a sense of astonishment. It seemed that surprises could manifest in the most unexpected moments. At this instant, Yu Jie concentrated his energy into his hands and unleashed a powerful strike against the Hulk. The Hulk, unable to withstand the blow, staggered backward. Even he could now recognize the shift in Yu Jie's power compared to before. The most striking aspect was the sheer magnitude of the strength emanating from Yu Jie, which had remarkably escalated in such a brief span of time, utterly overturning previous expectations. At this juncture, to alter the course of events, one must gain a clear understanding of what Yu Jie truly represents. There lingered the question of whether Yu Jie's strength might once again amplify within a certain time frame. One must admit that the notion was appealing, yet Yu Jie was not inclined to provide any answers in this moment. His power had surged into a whole new realm. In this phase, he could even glimpse the essence of Super Saiyan fourth form strength. Therefore, Yu Jie could not afford to miss this opportunity. He needed to seize it and elevate his Super Saiyan lineage's power once more. His Super Saiyan bloodline was far from a diminished version. Having previously grasped the pinnacle of power, he found himself capable of an overwhelming array of actions. Coincidentally, at this moment of unexpected occurrences, a more terrifying aura erupted from the Hulk. Suddenly, two additional Hulks materialized before Yu Jie, and clarity dawned upon him. Indeed, the three alternate universes had banded together, intent on utilizing their collective powers to completely usurp the existence of the main universe. One must concede that their ambitions were truly terrifying. However, such aspirations could not resolve any predicament. The three Hulks launched a direct assault towards Yu Jie, just as Yu Jie had recently ascended to a new stage. This sudden influx of power led to his complete obliteration. After a brief interval, Yu Jie finally realized that he had seemingly been slain once more. However, upon examining his own condition, he sensed something was amiss. He had been on the verge of comprehending a brand new stage, where his potential was still vast. Yet, under the looming threat, to instigate any change required seizing more possibilities, which was no longer necessary. Perhaps they could directly elevate the Super Saiyan power to yet another unprecedented level. Observing his adversaries, Yu Jie noticed his golden hair gradually darkening. Moreover, a potent force began to coalesce around him, resulting in the emergence of ape-like fur across his body. The three Hulks had not anticipated that during the battle's evolution, Yu Jie would undergo yet another transformation. This alteration was not only visible in his physical form, but also manifested as a sudden eruption of power in his hands, revealing a pill. This pill, acquired from a prior quest, had a straightforward yet brutal function: to multiply a person's strength by 100. It could be likened to a tool of a certain feline cartoon character, yet Yu Jie never imagined he would utilize it so promptly. Before this moment, he had pondered when to deploy the pill. However, as circumstances evolved, he failed to find an opportune moment. Yet now, witnessing the escalating auras of his foes, Yu Jie understood that this was his prime opportunity. With the support of this newfound power, doubling his strength was hardly an issue. Terrifying power often brings forth unforeseen surprises in brief instances, and Yu Jie was acutely aware that, to a certain extent, he now possessed all possible avenues. The amalgamation of Super Saiyan strength, coupled with Superman's might and the enhancement from this power pill, led him to feel that his strength had reached a zenith. His body was evolving towards an entirely new direction, while the three Hulks exchanged glances, fully cognizant that their opponent had ascended to an unimaginable level. After a brief moment of silent understanding, the three Hulks clasped each other's hands simultaneously. In the next instant, they amalgamated into a singular Hulk. However, their collective power surged exponentially, and witnessing this scene, Yu Jie was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him. This wretched alternate universe had been stalling for time. They sought to fuse together in order to utterly overthrow the main universe. One must admit that their intentions were exceedingly sinister, yet such ambitions would never materialize. Had Yu Jie been unaware, it might have been a different story. However, now that he was enlightened, he would not allow their aspirations to come to fruition. In Chapter 228, Equal Forces, the Hulk's gaze remained fixed on Yu Jie. To the Hulk, it was imperative to take action against Yu Jie while denying him any opportunity. Previously, although Yu Jie had showcased formidable strength, it had not been sufficient to dominate the multitude present. Yet, as the battle unfolded, the Hulk suddenly perceived the truth. Yu Jie had been concealing his power all along, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash it. Acknowledging this, the Hulk realized that to attack, one must seize the opportunity, even requiring a direct enhancement of their own strength. Thus, the Hulks from all three universes stood united at that moment. Unparalleled power erupted forth from the Hulk, astonishing even Yu Jie for a fleeting moment. However, his surprise was only temporary. Yu Jie would never permit his adversaries to pose a threat to him in such a short span. The last moment when the Hulk had struck him down had allowed Yu Jie to fuse all his strength completely. Now, Yu Jie understood better than anyone that an unexpected turn of events was impossible. Yet, the crucial factor remained that he needed to consider all prior occurrences that had not transpired. It must be stated that Yu Jie's evident thoughts had undergone a dramatic transformation. However, the Hulk had never comprehended that Yu Jie had been prepared from the very beginning. For the Hulk, the opportunity to strike was perhaps not the most advantageous. Yet it was undeniably a scenario that defied all expectations. Meanwhile, Yu Jie once again engaged with the Hulk, and their powers clashed once more. Upon contact, the Hulk's expression shifted dramatically. This was the first time he realized there was a disparity between his strength and Yu Jie's. Most importantly, he found himself incapable of suppressing Yu Jie. This revelation was the most incredulous aspect for the Hulk. In his mind, his power should have been on par with Yu Jie's. Yet, the unfolding events seemed to convey just how naive his previous assumptions had been. It is utterly impossible to suppress Yu Jie in this place. Rather, he seizes the opportunity presented by his adversary. In the next moment, Yu Jie's power erupts once more upon the Green Giant. This surge of strength is far more terrifying than before, reaching an apex in the blink of an eye. So much so that, at the very instant Yu Jie realizes what is happening, his opponent capitalizes on the opportunity. At this juncture, Yu Jie cannot help but smile. How could he be unaware that his opponent would augment their strength in such a brief time? Nevertheless, Yu Jie's own power has been steadily accumulating, and the moment their forces collide, a far more formidable aura is unleashed. The Green Giant has been awaiting this outcome, eager to ascertain whether Yu Jie would amplify his strength without his notice. However, the Green Giant's prolonged anticipation yielded no desired result, leading him to abandon his patience. He concentrated, elevating his power to its zenith, and in an instant, that force erupted forth, reaching its ultimate limit. Even Yu Jie found himself compelled to retreat, for the events that had just transpired utterly shattered his expectations. He had not anticipated that he would be caught off guard during battle. To Yu Jie, it seemed that his opponent had run out of chances to continue the fight. Now, as their powers collided, Yu felt once more the ominous threat of death. Indeed, two additional hands emerged from the green giant's body, fiercely grasping Yu. At the same time, he infused his strength into those hands, unleashing a torrent of power that was overwhelmingly stronger than before. Yu, caught unawares, was completely torn apart, having neglected to bolster his defenses amid countless battles. He believed that sufficiently formidable strength could substitute for any defense. After all, no one would choose to don the thickest armor and endure the most vicious blows. Such behavior struck Yu as foolish. Thus, he opted solely to augment his strength. However, the emergence of the green giant surpassed his expectations. Yu could sense that his opponent's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. Not only did he possess immense offensive capabilities, but his defensive prowess was equally formidable. The interplay of these two attributes left Yu with no means of resistance. Consequently, he needed to devise a more effective strategy. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, his opponent charged once again, seemingly intent on engaging him head-on. Yu shook his head. Some events, having transpired once, could never occur a second time in his presence. This fact, it seems, was immutable. Seizing the moment, Yu elevated his power to another pinnacle. Simultaneously, he chuckled at his former self for having missed the chance. However, the present Yu could leverage this opportunity to demonstrate what true ruthlessness entailed. An overwhelming aura now erupted from him. This time, Yu could fully exploit this moment to subdue his opponent. As a result, the green giant, caught off guard, was sent flying, a fist-sized hole appearing in his form. This was not what anyone had anticipated. They believed they could exploit Yu's vulnerabilities. Who would have expected such a turn of events? An unforeseen occurrence transpired, altering the dynamics, yet not drastically enough to prevent the situation from escalating into a more intense confrontation. The two combatants appeared evenly matched. Even Yu found himself scrutinizing his adversary. He was acutely aware that the opponent's actions were entirely different from what he had envisioned. It was as though they were testing him. Chapter 229. The Demise of the Substitute Universe. Yu's gaze remained fixed upon his opponent, for he knew his time was limited. He could not afford to squander any more moments, as he understood that there was more at stake than mere survival. The substitute universe could continue to evolve around him, primarily because his adversaries understood the necessary next steps. In but a fleeting instant, Yu controlled his strength, propelling it to a peak stage. Precisely because of this, Yu smiled once more. An unparalleled force erupted from him, catching even the green giant off guard, as Yu seemed to unleash a frenzied assault. Each increment of strength surpassed expectations, leaving his opponent in a state of shock. Prior to this, they had contemplated creating a diversion or prolonging their time. Yet Yu's rapid reaction and the horrifying power he unleashed were entirely unforeseen by the green giant. Consequently, the situation required reevaluation. However, Yu would not grant them the luxury of contemplation. He recognized that the unfolding events had already veered into a particularly dire trajectory. Yu was unwilling to see matters escalate further, and thus he instinctively amplified his strength once more. It seemed imperative to unleash his full power at this juncture. This unfolding scene was beyond what the green giant could have anticipated. For the ancient deity, the objective had been to suppress Yu as much as possible, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack. It must be acknowledged that having ambitions is commendable, yet reality is often merciless. The most evident manifestation of this was in the realm of power, which exhibited varying degrees of potency. The moment Yu unleashed his strength, the entire space trembled, as if the very fabric of the universe recognized the magnitude of his force. Yet, Yu remained most concerned with his opponent's movements. If they intended to challenge him, they would need to muster corresponding strength. Should they lack the requisite power to contend with him, it would signify nothing more than a futile fantasy. The strength Yu suddenly unleashed was far mightier than anyone could have anticipated. The green giant, unable to fathom the source of Yu's abrupt power, found themselves at a loss. As they turned their attention towards him, hoping to alter the course of events, an unexpected aura erupted from Yu. Just as he had anticipated, Yu would grant his adversaries no opportunities. Thus, he was determined to reveal his trump card, knowing full well that his paramount advantage lay in the power he wielded. Yet, Yu was also acutely aware that he needed to maintain control over this power. The magnitude of strength he had acquired recently had far surpassed what any individual could withstand. Fortunately, Yu was no ordinary person. His physique was destined to endure greater and more terrifying forces. However, this was merely a reflection of Yu's individual condition, which was intricately linked to his environment, much like the universe in which he currently resided. In Yu perspective, there was an undeniable lack of sufficient strength to resist this formidable force. Given this fact, Yu felt that if he truly needed to engage, he must consider the state of the universe and its implications. If the universe were in a favorable condition, particularly within his own primary universe, then the power he could unleash would be significantly greater. However, as the green giant from the alternate universe began to devour everything, the green giant here had, to some extent, acquired traces of the primary universe's essence. It was precisely because of this realization that Yu no longer hesitated. Instead, he elevated his own powers to their utmost potential. He understood that this was his finest opportunity. He could leverage this moment to temporarily reach the pinnacle of his abilities. Thus, Yu charged forward without delay. One must commend Yu speed. It was so rapid that the green giant failed to react in time. By the moment the green giant regained awareness, his body bore numerous gaping wounds. Indeed, the sheer number of these wounds was overwhelming. The green giant could not fully comprehend the situation, and as he contemplated retaliating, he discovered he was utterly immobilized. At that moment, Yu began to chant incantations, as if recounting something profound. Earlier, he had acquired certain spells that required considerable time to cast. Most importantly, Yu had no intention of employing these spells to constrain his opponent. However, the emergence of the green giant had drastically altered Yujia's thoughts, compelling him to reevaluate his combat strategy. Thus, he commenced to bind his adversary, and what followed was a performance solely belonging to Yu. As his opponent was restrained, Yu continued to amplify his own strength, simultaneously unleashing this power upon the green giant. The green giant's face was one of sheer disbelief. He never anticipated that a mere human could entirely seal off the powers of a universe, strictly speaking, 3 universes, rendering himself a mere target. The occurrence of such a spectacle was utterly inconceivable. Yet, this incredibility also signified the terrifying strength possessed by Yu. The sudden turn of events made the green giant realize that he was, in fact, no match for Yu. From the outset, Yu had concealed his true capabilities, never fully revealing his fangs. Once again shaking his head, Yu sensed the green giant's aura fading. It would not be long before his foe and this entire universe would vanish completely. With this thought, Yu shook his head once more and activated his teleportation. Now that the trouble had been resolved, he needed to return to his own universe to deal with those who were still clinging to life. After all, this turmoil had provided them with an opportunity. Chapter 230. Let us be lazy together. After addressing matters across all parallel universes, Yu returned to his primary universe. The instant he re-entered, he was astonished to discover that all portals to the parallel universes had suddenly vanished. It seemed that those universes were gradually dissipating. However, for Yu his own affairs were far from concluded. After all, a few troublemakers still remained alive. Unlike before, Yujia's strength had now reached its zenith. With a mere teleportation, he swiftly located the wretched ancient gods. Consequently, Yujia directly arrived at the alternate realm where the ancient gods convened. Unaware that they were deliberating on how to strike at him, they contemplated whether to exploit the situation of the parallel universes to augment their own power. Yet they never imagined that their adversary would suddenly appear before them. Each of them gazed at Yujia with astonishment, unable to fathom his swift arrival. A flicker of surprise danced in the eyes of the ancient gods. However, before they could make a move, Yujia struck with ferocity. A terrifying power erupted from him, and the ancient gods, caught unawares, were utterly annihilated. Simultaneously, Yujia shook his head once more. How well he understood the nature of these beings, yet he was even more acutely aware that their powers were exceedingly mundane. In fact, many individuals from the parallel universes could contend with them. After dispatching this group, Yujia ascended into the cosmos, refraining from seeking out the so-called creator gods. Instead, he controlled his strength, scanning his surroundings with deliberation. He was well aware that within this universe, a chord of life existed. It was due to the chord of life that such a plethora of chaotic events unfolded. Now, his power was sufficient to touch the chord of life. Yet Yujia understood that the situation would not be so simple, even if he could reach out. As long as the chord remained hidden, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. This concern with Earth is not my affair. I do not wish to partake in it. Please, let me be. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed within Yujia's mind. He quickly realized it was the voice of the chord of life, prompting a smile to spread across his face. He had not anticipated that they would be so meek. He had yet to utter a word, and they had already chosen to obediently accept their punishment. This reaction was somewhat unexpected for Yujia, leading him to shake his head once again. Simultaneously, he demanded that they must act according to his commands. with the foremost requirement being the complete independence of Earth. Only in this manner would Earth remain free from any troubles. As for what transpired thereafter, Yu Jie was entirely indifferent. He simply wished to live an unrestrained life at home with his wife, and that would suffice. He had already done far too much to safeguard Earth. Not only that, but this time he had even obliterated other universes to protect it. The Court of Life could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Yu Jie's power. It was astonishing that he had such minimal requests, yet they dared not inquire why he asked for so little. They understood that, in the current state, Yu Jie could effortlessly annihilate this universe. As the Court of Life, they could feel the trajectory of every life within the universe. They were aware of the powers these lives possessed, yet with Yu Jie, they sensed no trace of life whatsoever. Undoubtedly, this was because the power Yu Jie wielded was simply too overwhelming. It had reached a point where they felt utterly unqualified to probe into the nature of his strength. Consequently, after acquiescing to Yu Jie's demands, the Court of Life promptly granted independence to the entire Earth. How could they not recognize that wasting time here could lead to exceedingly troublesome consequences? They discerned that Yu Jie was not a person of gentle temperament. And as they observed him depart, they understood that matters had progressed to a certain extent. Thus, Yu Jie utilized his teleportation to find Hela. Due to the emergence of parallel universes, the war among the deities had unknowingly come to a halt. Presently, Hela was still pondering where Yu Jie had vanished. Why was there not a whisper of news to be found? Who could have anticipated that, at this very moment, Yu Jie would appear behind her and embrace her tightly? Not only that, but a smile graced Yu Jie's face, a sight that Hela never expected. Yet, she soon sensed an unsettling undertone in his smile. The explanation for this is as follows. Yu Jie took Hela directly back to Earth, and before she could inquire about the circumstances, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Thus commenced an unforeseen and tumultuous battle. 3 years later, Yu Jie was traversing the cosmos with his 2 children. Never had he conceived that he would find himself in such a position, devoid of offspring in such a brief span. However, in the vast emptiness of the universe, he was astonished to realize that beyond procreation, he was left with little to occupy his time. Consequently, he was compelled to initiate his own plan for childbearing. Yet, upon the birth of his 2 children, he discerned that they were rather exceptional. Not only were they born with innate knowledge, but they also possessed an extraordinarily formidable power. Such children were immensely powerful, yet they could not remain on Earth, for their every action could potentially obliterate the planet. Thus, Yu Jie was compelled to seek out planets conducive to his children's survival, allowing them to thrive independently. Occasional reunions would suffice. As for Earth, it remained a sanctuary for him and Hela. Surely, he could not neglect his wife simply because he had become a father. Before long, Yu Jie returned to Earth once more. At that moment, his wife Hela awaited him, only for a peculiar door to materialize above the planet. This door emanated a disconcerting glow, and its appearance left Yu Jie somewhat taken aback. Frowning slightly, he approached the door, realizing that a new adventure awaited him. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale.